Chapter 1 Returning to 100 Years Ago. The last class of the morning at Chongqing University of Science and Technology. In the classroom of Class 8, Grade 4, everyone listened intently. There was a boy in the corner, leaning against his desk and snoring loudly. It's comparable to the voice of a teacher lecturing. Long Qingyun, stand in the last row and face the wall to reflect on your mistakes. Long Qingyun groggily raised his head, squinted at the podium, and then stared blankly. He died in the cloud mist forest, so how is he still alive? Spiritual energy revival. Animals and plants transformed into demons, unifying the world. In the face of numerous crises, how can humanity not rise up and fight back? Are you still having classes here? Isn't this just stupid, weird behavior? Isn't that the voice of my Chinese teacher? Wasn't he swallowed alive by a monster? Wrong. Is this a classroom? Long Qingyun's mind jolted, and he finally realized everything. He was reborn. I looked up and saw the duty roster on the blackboard. Oh my God. We've traveled back 100 years. This is the 100th day before the revitalization of spiritual energy. God gave him a second chance at life. This is an immense blessing. Long Qingyun burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Then he went to the last row and faced the wall to reflect on his mistakes. I have something on my mind. Now that I've been reborn, I must not repeat the same mistakes. We must find a way to change everything. With the revival of spiritual energy, innate talent determines everything. How can he, with only general level talent, turn the tide? Talent is categorized into soldier level, general level, commander level, king level, emperor level, and god level. If you don't have enough natural talent, you have to use external aids. Yes, suck up to someone powerful. This is currently the only solution. Looking up at the school beauty Zhang Menghan, their eyes met. To gain favor, Long Qingyun flashed a charming smile. This startled Zhang Menghan, who blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at him again. Zhang Menghan has an exceptionally beautiful face and a stunning figure, possessing beauty that could topple kingdoms. After the spiritual energy revival, he possessed exceptional talent and became one of the strongest individuals in all of humanity. Those whose talent reaches godlike levels will become the goddess Brahma 100 years later. Its overwhelming power could destroy an army. With a single move, a city was destroyed. Finally, in the cloud mist forest, he fought a 3-day, 3-night battle with the top divine beast Azure Dragon, and they perished together. Long Qingyun also died in that battle. Detection indicates that the host has interacted with a genius of king level or higher talent. The talent upgrade system is now officially activated. What? System? It seems that Rebirth and the system are a match made in heaven. Host, Long Qingyun. Current talent, general level, iron wall not yet awakened. Talent, classroom awakening talent can automatically advance. Genius contactee, Zhang Menghan, god level talent, Brahma flame not yet awakened. Likes, 100 points. Note, the initial liking value is 100 points. Every 500 points will grant a talent bonus. Because of a lack of natural talent in my previous life, I was destined to be mediocre. In this life, a single glance with Zhang Menghan led to the inheritance of a system. It also earned 100 likes. That's incredible. Looks like clinging to a powerful figure might work. Zhang Menghan's grades are average and her family is poor. My parents divorced many years ago and each has a new family. Long Qingyun has a powerful background. His parents are the leading figures in the local garment industry, and his aunt is a renowned policewoman in the mountain city. Before the spiritual energy revival, all the girls in the school rejected Zhang Menghan's beauty, and the boys didn't dare to date her. She was a complete ice queen. This is a golden opportunity. If we don't act now, when will we? Long Qingyun remembered that Zhang Menghan would encounter some unsolvable problems today. Ding ding ding. When the bell rang, Long Qingyun was relieved of his punishment of facing the wall in contemplation. The group left the classroom and headed to the cafeteria for lunch. At this moment, Wang Lu, who sat in front of Zhang Menghan, roared loudly. Oh no! My 1,000 yuan allowance is gone. Has anyone seen it? Could you please help me find it? After searching the ground without success, the group gradually left the classroom. Just as Zhang Menghan was about to leave. Zhang Menghan, wait a minute. Have you seen my allowance? Wang Lu grabbed Zhang Menghan's arm and looked at her with a questioning gaze. I didn't see it. After saying that, Zhang Menghan tried to break free from the other person's arm and leave this place of trouble. Zhang Menghan, why are you in such a hurry? Feeling guilty? Did you steal my allowance? If I lose my allowance, you're the most likely person to find it. I strongly demand that you be searched. Hearing Wang Lu complain, Zhang Menghan's expression grew increasingly grim. The onlookers all gathered around. Zhang Menghan, what are you panicking about? Could it be that you really stole Wang Lu's allowance? Zhang Menghan, you must cooperate with the body search this time, or don't even think about leaving. The doubts from the crowd left Zhang Menghan at a loss. He took out his wallet and placed it on his desk. Wang Lu took the opportunity to open her wallet, and there were exactly 10 100 yuan bills inside. I told you were the prime suspect. The 1,000 yuan in your wallet must have been stolen from me. Seeing this, some busybodies started discussing it again. Sigh, I never thought Zhang Menghan was this kind of person. Let's stay away from her from now on. I heard that Zhang Menghan is having an affair with Wang Gang from the physical education department. She's no longer a virgin. Really? That's explosive news. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan felt extremely wronged. Tears streamed down my face. Because of their family's poverty, they really couldn't afford that much money on a regular basis. But there was a reason for this. Yesterday, her father was going on a long trip, so he specially gave her all of her living expenses for this semester. The rumors about her and Wang Gang are all false. The other person did pursue her, but she rejected him. The reason for these rumors is that Wang Gang has ulterior motives and wants to ruin her reputation. She felt wronged and wanted to explain herself. But she saw that everyone around her thought she was a thief or a prostitute. She remained silent once again. In this situation, is it useful to make excuses? Zhang Menghan, this time we have witnesses and physical evidence. If you return my money, I will let bygones be bygones and let you off the hook. Otherwise, I'll report this to the school, and I reckon you'll get a major demerit. You'd better watch yourself. Faced with the aggressive Wang Lu, Zhang Menghan had no choice but to compromise. Although 1,000 yuan was very important to her, she had no way to defend herself. Shaking her head, Zhang Menghan was about to pick up her empty wallet and leave when a rough voice rang out. What are you all doing here? Teaming up to bully an honest person? Long Qingyun pushed aside the classmate next to him and came to Zhang Menghan's side with an extremely domineering manner. Long Qingyun, don't meddle in other people's business. Wang Lu felt nervous when she saw Long Qingyun appear. I'm determined to help those in need, Long Qingyun said calmly. Long Qingyun, we have all the witnesses and evidence. How are you going to clear Zhang Menghan's name? Wang Lu retorted angrily with unparalleled domineering force. What makes you say Zhang Menghan's money is yours? What proof do you have? Long Qingyun retorted. All money looks the same, do you really remember the serial numbers on them? This surprised Wang Lu. Who would bother to remember the serial number on money? This matter may seem unreasonable, but it makes perfect sense. Seeing that Wang Lu remained silent, Long Qingyun looked at the crowd around him again. Physical evidence is invalid. Who are the witnesses? Step forward. At this moment, everyone around them stepped aside. Only Yi stood motionless to the side, his expression unpredictable. Seeing the other party's behavior, Long Qingyun knew that there must be something wrong with them. Yi, is there anything you want to say? I saw Zhang Menghan pick up the money from the ground with my own eyes, Yi stammered. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gained the qualification for talent advancement by standing up for what is right and helping those in need. True or false talent successfully detected, scan begins. The scan results show that Yi was lying, he was the one who picked up the money. Awesome, crass. His worthless classroom awakening talent has actually advanced to the talent of distinguishing between true and false. Awesome. Long Qingyun turned around confidently and looked at Yi, you're lying. Upon seeing Long Qingyun's questioning, Yi trembled with fear. Yi, you're feeling guilty. You're the one who found the money, aren't I right? Chapter 2 Increase likes. I didn't pick up any money, Yi said, flustered. Do you dare to take out your wallet and let me see it? Long Qingyun took a few more steps closer, standing next to Yi. If you admit your mistake now, we can give you another chance to make a new one. No time limit, or you'll bear the consequences. Yi was too nervous to speak. Seeing this, Wang Lu looked up at Yi. Yi, did you really find this? Hand over the money now. Yi-Wei was sitting next to Wang Lu, so if he dropped money, there was a high chance that the other person would pick it up. With Long Qingyun taking the lead, everyone looked at Yi-Wei. Just then, Long Qingyun spoke again. You won't admit it, huh? Then I'll have no choice but to call 110. You can imagine what will happen then. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Yi-Wei broke down completely, squatted on the ground, and burst into tears. I was wrong. I found it. I shouldn't have been tempted by the money. Please let me go. Long Qingyun's intervention led Yi-Wei to admit his mistake, recover the money for Wang Lu, and make him the focus of attention in the class. After the matter was resolved, everyone dispersed. Seeing everyone disperse, Zhang Menghan never dreamed of this. Someone will step in to help her at this time. She had no friends at school, and was subjected to slander and gossip from everyone. It made her feel desperate. Long Qingyun's appearance warmed her heart. Her heart suddenly started pounding rapidly. Her face flushed red as she looked up at Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun, thank you for helping me. Congratulations, host. Zhang Menghan's favorability has soared to 500 points. The genius Zhang Menghan can upgrade your talent. Do you wish to upgrade now? Upgrade. Congratulations, host. You have gained the blessing of the future genius goddess Zhang Menghan, and your talent has successfully advanced to the commander level 6-foot golden body. He possessed the invincible talent of a general, and his cultivation reached its peak. It can give a cultivator the strength of 500 gene. The entire body can be made invulnerable to swords and spears. The commander level talent and 16-foot golden body only appear to be one level stronger. However, this level represents a qualitative leap. At its peak, one can achieve a force of 5,000 gene, a tenfold increase. The difference between the two is like the difference between heaven and earth. Back when spiritual energy was revived, a top-tier body refining master used his 16-foot golden body to withstand the Lion King. In the end, the Lion King's teeth were forcibly broken off. This led to the Lion King's incredibly tragic death. This is sufficient proof of the power of the commander level 16-foot golden body. Long Qingyun, what's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? Long Qingyun was stunned when he realized what was happening. Lost in thought, he was staring blankly at Zhang Menghan. That's incredibly rude. However, just as he looked at Zhang Menghan, there happened to be a mosquito on her face. There's a mosquito on the left corner of your mouth. What? Zhang Menghan slapped the corner of his mouth. I managed to get a picture of that mosquito. Seeing the dead mosquito in her hand, Zhang Menghan smiled happily. What a little farce. She actually forgot about the unpleasantness from earlier. Let's go have lunch. Long Qingyun said, walking towards the door. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Long Qingyun turned around and revealed his charming smile again. Long Qingyun was incredibly handsome, and his natural aura left Zhang Menghan completely stunned. Long Qingyun always looked fierce and menacing towards others. Only when facing her was he so kind and approachable. Could it be that the other party is? Are you going to invite me to dinner? Long Qingyun asked shamelessly, trying to please the future goddess Brahma. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Zhang Menghan looked at the mischievous Long Qingyun, her mood improved a lot, and she showed a charming smile. The two walked together toward the school cafeteria. To get from the classroom to the cafeteria, you have to pass a stadium. Just as the two arrived at the stadium, chatting and laughing, 3 students from the physical education department started gesturing and pointing at the two of them. Damn, isn't that our boss's wife? How dare anyone date her? Isn't that just asking for death? It's alright, this kid will get what's coming to him after school. Without any hesitation, the 3 deliberately raised the volume of Sang Yin's voice. They seemed afraid that Long Qingyun and the other person wouldn't hear them. Upon hearing the 3 people's words, Zhang Menghan immediately lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. Long Qingyun, I'm sorry. I can't invite you to dinner, I'm afraid I'll implicate you. Pfft, these few punks? Do you think I'm afraid of them? Long Qingyun said nonchalantly. They are all Wang Gang's men, and they don't know their own strength. I'm afraid you'll get hurt by them. Zhang Menghan said worriedly. Wang Gang is not someone to be trifled with, his father is. Don't worry, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. What do I, Long Qingyun, have to fear from a bunch of lowly scoundrels? Long Qingyun said as he walked. If they dare to touch me, my aunt will definitely take good care of them. Fearing that Zhang Menghan would worry, Long Qingyun brought up his aunt. The conversation between the two infuriated the three people opposite them. All that could be seen was the three people rapidly surrounding the two people's location. Kid, how dare you underestimate us from the physical education department? Be careful, you won't even know how you died. TCH, the physical education department is nothing, come on, bite me if you dare. After the spiritual energy revival, Long Qingyun was at least a general level expert. He has a wealth of combat experience and his attacks are incredibly ruthless. Why should we be afraid of a few petty scoundrels? All that could be seen was the three of them exchanging glances before launching a group attack on Long Qingyun. The three men were indeed stronger than Long Qingyun. However, he lacked fighting experience and didn't fight hard enough. One person was grabbed by the arm by Long Qingyun, punched in the face, and fell to the ground. One of them was kicked in the knee by Long Qingyun and fell face first into the dirt. One of them tried to escape, but Long Qingyun kicked him in the groin, making him scream in pain. If I ever see you again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Get out of here. The three of them tucked their tails between their legs and quickly left, but even after they were a distance away, they didn't forget to utter a harsh threat. Long Qingyun, you've gotten yourself into trouble. Wang Gang will avenge us. After saying that, the three of them quickly fled. Seeing this, Zhang Menghan's face showed worry. Long Qingyun, you shouldn't interfere in my affairs. Wang Gang is not someone to be trifled with, you'll suffer the consequences. It's alright, I'm not afraid of him. This was Long Qingyun's true feeling. Seeing that Long Qingyun was so certain, Zhang Menghan had no choice but to give up. The two headed straight for the cafeteria, ordered a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a soup, and began to eat heartily. Although the meal was extremely simple, it was already quite good for Zhang Menghan. Just as the two were enjoying their meal, a group of people swaggered into the cafeteria entrance. Brother, it's that hothead who's chatting and laughing with our bandit queen. And that hothead even injured three of us brothers. You have to avenge us. Wang Gang is a burly, strong man. He is 1.9 meters tall and weighs over 200 kilograms. Most people really wouldn't dare to mess with him. Wang Gang glanced at Long Qingyun, men, clear the area. Seeing Wang Gang's domineering temperament, the people around him immediately backed away. Boy, you're Long Qingyun? I am who I am, what do you want? Long Qingyun said while eating. Seeing this, Zhang Menghan could only stand up tremblingly. Wang Gang, this is a school, you don't go too far. Wang Gang shook his head, looked at Zhang Menghan, and then let out a cold laugh. My little darling Menghan, I heard someone's trying to woo you, so I came to say hello. Is that wrong? Chapter 3 draws the line. Zhang Menghan was so angry at these words that she gritted her teeth and trembled all over. At this moment, Long Qingyun smiled and took Zhang Menghan's arm. He gestured for the other person to sit down and not get angry, then looked up at Wang Gang beside him. What do you want? Draw a line, and I'll take it. Good lad, you've got guts. With that, Wang Gang's face immediately turned cold. After school, wait for me at the school gate. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I swear I'm not a human being. Afraid of you? Long Qingyun retorted domineeringly. Good, that's tough. I hope you'll still be so arrogant later. Come on, see you after school. Wang Gang arrived with an air of dominance, but left feeling utterly defeated. He vowed in his heart that he would make Long Qingyun kneel down and beg for mercy. After finishing their meal, the two returned to the classroom. During class, Zhang Menghan was constantly worried about what would happen after school. Long Qingyun, however, didn't care at all, appearing completely unconcerned. However, he didn't listen to the lecture. Instead, he recalled everything that happened in his previous life. The talent upgrade system states that as long as you interact with people of king level or higher talent, you can gain like points, thereby increasing your talent. He wants to make the most of the remaining 100 days. One should strive to reach the pinnacle of one's natural talents. Time flew by, and it was almost time to get out of school. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan walked side by side toward the school gate. As soon as I stepped out of the gate, a large group of people walked out from the side. This group has at least 50 members. Oh ho, they actually dared to come out, and just the two of them? Pfft, two people dared to come out like this? Aren't they just asking for death? One spit from each of them would be enough to drown them. Sigh, another hothead. He's in for it. Seeing this, Zhang Menghan trembled with fear, and her right hand instinctively grabbed Long Qingyun's left hand. Long Qingyun, don't worry, I will protect you. Long Qingyun took Zhang Menghan's hand and slowly walked up to Wang Gang. Here they come. Wang Gang glared at Long Qingyun and spoke domineeringly. Enough with the nonsense, draw it out. Long Qingyun straightened his back and said domineeringly. You've got guts. There's a large combat room in the gym next door. Dare to go over and have a go? Wang Gang said with immense pride. Upon hearing this, the henchman next to him began to roar. A reckless fool who doesn't know his place, he's all cocky now, hopefully he can keep it up. Damn it, daring to hit on the woman the boss likes, he has to kneel down and sing conquer. Seeing his younger brother's domineering retort filled Wang Gang with immense joy. They originally thought that Long Qingyun would back down and choose to kneel down and beg for mercy. But something unexpected happened. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun holding Zhang Menghan's hand as they walked towards the gym. Seeing this, Wang Gang revealed a sinister smile. Brothers, come with me. As long as we don't kill anyone, you can do whatever you want. I'll protect you if anything happens. Damn it! Although Wang Gang was a student, his tone of voice was completely like that of a hoodlum. He really did inherit his father's true skills. Inside the gym, Long Qingyun changed into a set of freestyle fighting clothes and started doing stretching exercises on the side. Long Qingyun, let us drop this matter. I'm worried you're no match for them. Having recovered from the shock, Zhang Menghan was very worried about Long Qingyun's safety. Zhang Menghan, can I take this as you caring about me? Long Qingyun stared intently at Zhang Menghan, causing her face to flush red again. Alright, if you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Long Qingyun arranged for Zhang Menghan to sit in the viewing area next to him. Rest here for a while, I'll be right back. Zhang Menghan originally wanted to fight alongside Long Qingyun and advance and retreat together. Now all I can do is stare blankly at Long Qingyun's back. After settling Zhang Menghan in, Long Qingyun went to Wang Gang's side. One-on-one or group battles, the choice is yours. Wang Gang looked at Long Qingyun, who was about to die but was still being stubborn, and shook his head. Long Qingyun, you're arrogant. But if I dare to pursue the woman I like, I will pay a heavy price. I choose a one-on-one fight. One-on-one? Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun smiled. The two walked towards the dueling platform, one after the other. After standing still, Long Qingyun clasped his hands in a gesture of invitation. Wang Gang, lacking any sense of martial ethics, actually made a move at this moment. He launched a sneak attack at Long Qingyun's head, showing no martial arts demeanor whatsoever. Wang Gang, how could you launch a sneak attack? Have you no shame? Zhang Menghan roared from the audience, but it was no use. Wang Gang did this to give Long Qingyun a warning. However, Long Qingyun had already taken precautions. All I could see was his entire body shifting to the right, followed by his left arm bending, using his left elbow in a defensive stance to protect his head. With a forward step to the right, he clenched his right fist and delivered a swift attack to the opponent's chest. Wang Gang was knocked back 3 meters by the punch and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Damn it, brothers, beat them to death. 50 people rushed forward. Thump. Thump. Wang Gang's men had the advantage in numbers. However, its overall combat capability is terrible. In less than 15 minutes, they were all knocked to the ground by Long Zhen. Then look at Long Qingyun standing in the middle, his domineering aura is overwhelming. The crowd was so frightened that they dared not utter a sound. Seeing this, Long Qingyun let out a cold laugh at Wang Gang. Wang Gang, do you know what to do next? This scene terrified Wang Gang, making him tremble all over. Long Qingyun, my father is a powerful figure in the underworld. If you dare to lay a finger on me, he will not let you off. Ah, it hurts, no. Wang Gang, who had intended to make some harsh remarks, was instead stomped on the back of his hand by Long Qingyun, causing him excruciating pain. Long Qingyun, don't go too far. Ah. Long Qingyun, I know I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please let me go. Brother Long, I really know I was wrong. Please let go of my foot. If you keep stepping on it like that, my hand will be ruined. Master Long, spare me. Seeing Wang Gang back down, Long Qingyun released his foot and said calmly. Remember, don't bother Zhang Menghan again. If you need anything, you can come to me. If I ever see you around Zhang Menghan again, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Alright, take your bastards and their cronies with you. Wang Gang appeared very obedient, then turned and quickly left with his men. But in his heart, he cursed Long Qingyun's ancestors for 18 generations countless times. When Long Qingyun arrived at Zhang Menghan's side, the other person stared at him blankly, mouth agape. Hey, the battle's over. Should we leave? Zhang Menghan was jolted awake by Long Qingyun's words and subconsciously muttered to herself. So strong, so amazing, so cool, so awesome. Long Qingyun was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. Staring blankly at Zhang Menghan, he made her face turn bright red again. Just then, Zhang Menghan noticed the bruises on Long Qingyun's face and her eyes began to well up with tears. Does it hurt? Chapter 4 Dinner Together. Seeing Zhang Menghan's affectionate question, Long Qingyun shook his head. It's just a minor scratch, nothing serious. Come on, let's go to the hospital, Zhang Menghan said worriedly. Seeing this, Long Qingyun chuckled. No need. There's a first aid kit nearby. If you'd like, you can help me with my injury. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Menghan returned carrying a first aid kit in one hand and an ice pack in the other. Zhang Menghan, are you really worried about me? Long Qingyun teased from the side, seeing the other party's nervous look. You? Long Qingyun, can't you be serious for once? You've been beaten to a pulp, can you stop being so sarcastic? After Zhang Menghan finished speaking, her eyes began to well up with tears. This surprised Long Qingyun. He can't stand seeing women cry more than anything in his life. Okay, I was wrong, alright? I'll never do it again, Your Majesty, please spare me. If you want me to forgive you, lie down on the chair quietly and let me treat your wounds. Zhang Menghan blinked, forcing back her tears. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will. I will never talk to you again. Their expressions really do resemble those of a young couple flirting. Long Qingyun was stunned. What's wrong? Are there mosquitoes on my face again? Zhang Menghan asked with a puzzled look when she saw Long Qingyun staring at her blankly. No, you're beautiful when you're angry. After Long Qingyun finished speaking, he realized he had misspoke and then explained. No, you are even more beautiful when you smile. You. After a minor farce, their relationship warmed up again. Congratulations, host. Zhang Menghan's favorability score has soared to 800 points, bringing you one step closer to the next level up. It seems that the more you progress, the slower the increase in liking value becomes. It's time to look for the next target. The two left the gym together. Reaching the doorway, Long Qingyun looked up at the sky and then glanced at Zhang Menghan. Zhang Menghan, I'm hungry. Would you like to have dinner with me? Zhang Menghan, who had intended to refuse, could only nod and say, okay, after seeing the other party's utmost sincerity. What would you like to eat? Long Qingyun looked down at Zhang Menghan, who seemed a little embarrassed. This. Alright, since you don't know how to choose, I'll decide. Long Qingyun led Zhang Menghan directly towards a couple's steakhouse not far away. Upon arriving at the couple's steakhouse, Zhang Menghan glanced at the set menu, then reached under the table and tugged at Long Qingyun's hand. Long Qingyun, the steak here is too expensive. Let's go to another restaurant. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun directly addressed the waiter. Beautiful lady, I'd like a hot and cold dessert. After saying that, Long Qingyun patted his belly and started acting like a rascal. Zhang Menghan, shall we eat here? I exerted too much force just now, which completely depleted my stomach energy, and I can't walk anymore. Long Qingyun didn't like eating steak, but in his previous life he saw Zhang Menghan and her father at a steakhouse. I initially wanted to order the ice and fire combo, but then I saw the price was too high and left. That's why he thought of bringing the other person to eat steak. After hearing Long Qingyun's explanation, Zhang Menghan could only nod in agreement. Just then, a round head popped out from the next private room. Hey, aren't these our school's most beautiful girl and most scumbag? You two are here for couples steak too? Upon hearing this, the two looked up. I happened to see Yi Shangjun from class 5 having dinner with a flamboyant woman next to me. Yi Shangjun comes from a very wealthy family and is a true second-generation rich kid. At school, you can do whatever you want. Although not as outrageous as Wang Gang, they were not far off. He often uses his wealthy family background to pursue poor girls. Zhang Menghan was the woman he pursued. As a result, Zhang Menghan directly rejected him, causing the other party to hold a grudge. Upon seeing Yi Shangjun, Zhang Menghan instinctively moved closer to Long Qingyun. This was exactly what Yi Shangjun wanted to do. Zhang Menghan, you bitch, when I was pursuing you, you pretended to be all high and mighty. It's only been a few days, and I've already heard you exchanging hushed words with Wang Gang. Seeing you with Long Qingyun again now truly chills my heart. Is this still the same ice queen and school beauty? What difference is there between them and the ordinary women around me? Ugh, shoes like yours are so shabby, you might as well not wear them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan stood up and prepared to leave. However, Long Qingyun grabbed Zhang Menghan and whispered beside her. Zhang Menghan, do you really need to care about a mad dog that's barking indiscriminately? If a mad dog bites someone, it means he's sick. Are we, as humans, going to bite back? Long Qingyun, who the hell did you call a mad dog? Yi Xingjun quickly stood up and walked towards Long Qingyun. Say it again if you dare. Because of his wealthy family background, Yi Xingjun was tall and strong. He is over 1.8 meters tall and weighs around 300 kilograms. Who would like a man who has no money? Besides, there was that effeminate, vulgar woman next to him, her face covered in face powder. It's obvious at a glance that she's a streetwalker. Only a woman like that would fool around with Yi Xingjun for money. Otherwise, he would be a typical bachelor. Upon seeing Yi Xingjun approach, Long Qingyun shook his head. Who's the mad dog? Who knows? Don't you have any self-awareness at all? Yi Xingjun was furious. He grabbed Long Qingyun by the collar and was about to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Zhang Menghan, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to help. Yi Xingjun, that's enough. With a thud, Yi Xingjun showed no mercy and shoved Zhang Menghan aside, causing her to fall onto the sofa next to him. This enraged Long Qingyun. He could tolerate being bullied, but he couldn't tolerate being bullied by Zhang Menghan. He grabbed one of Yi Xingjun's fingers that was gripping his collar and twisted it forcefully. Ah! Long Qingyun, you bastard, let go. My fingers are going to break. Yi Xingjun, in pain, squatted down on the ground. Kneel down and apologize to Zhang Menghan. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Long Qingyun, are you out of your mind? Zhang Menghan is Wang Gang's betrothed wife. If you dare to protect her, you'll definitely come to a bad end. Yi Xingjun gritted his teeth in pain, but refused to kneel down and beg for mercy. In his eyes, Zhang Menghan was not worthy. However, he was clever and did not forget to use Wang Gang's identity to scare Long Qingyun. Then look at the woman next to him, dressed in her finest attire, and see what is happening before her eyes. Terrified, he turned and ran, no longer caring about Yi Xingjun's safety. Wang Gang? Who does he think he is? Yi Xingjun, let me tell you clearly. In this world, if anyone dares to touch Zhang Menghan in the slightest, I want to make him regret ever being born. After saying that, Long Qingyun exerted his strength again. Yi Xingjun was in so much pain that he kept wailing. I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize to Zhang Menghan. Otherwise, I will not only break one of your fingers, but also your third leg. How to choose? The choice is yours. Chapter 5 King Level Genius Yi Zihan. Wait, please have mercy. Just as Long Qingyun was about to make his move, a beautiful woman walked out from not far away. This woman is about 1.5 meters tall, with a sweet face and a domineering figure. A real, adorable little girl. Long Qingyun looked up at the little girl, and his head immediately jolted. Long Qingyun knew this person. She is Yi Xingjun's younger sister, Yi Zihan. In his past life, he awakened a king-level talent, became a king, and dominated a region. The other party had once saved his life during a battle. These are secondary. The most important thing right now is to improve one's natural talent. The key is to build a good relationship with the other party. Long Qingyun fell into thought. Trying to please the other party is definitely not going to work now, because a grudge has already been formed. Besides, he has already reached the level of a commander, so there's no need for him to lower himself to do this. Therefore, Long Qingyun planned to play hard to get. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Yi Xingjun has committed many evils and laid hands on my friends. He deserves what he has done. Upon seeing the woman's arrival, Yi Xingjun gave a wry smile. Zihan, what are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. Long Qingyun is a madman. He almost broke my fingers. Go quickly and call for help to avenge me. Yi Zihan shook her head, ignoring Yi Xingjun. She looked directly at Long Qingyun, who was staring at her. Hello, I am Yi Xingjun's younger sister, Yi Zihan. My brother really went too far. Please give me some face and let him off the hook? Seeing that he was being ignored, Yi Shengjun flew into a rage. Zihan, why don't you listen to me? Hurry up and go back to call for help. Yi Zihan glanced at Yi Shengjun. Brother, who is without fault? To know one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. You'd better change your bad temper, or you'll be in big trouble. After speaking, Yi Zihan looked at Long Qingyun again. Long Qingyun, what do you need me to do to let my brother go? I'll agree to anything you ask. Long Qingyun really wanted to ask, can we be friends? But thinking about these words feels too unfamiliar. Furthermore, she knew nothing about Yi Zihan, so this was too abrupt. It's very simple. Make your brother kneel down and beg for forgiveness, and apologize to Zhang Menghan. Then this matter will be over. Otherwise, a finger must be cut off. I hate people who hit women more than anything in my life. Your brother hit my friend right in front of me, so he will pay a heavy price. Yi Zihan turned to look at Zhang Menghan and gave her a charming smile. Sister, please forgive my brother this time. My brother is indeed a jerk, but no matter how much of a jerk he is still my brother. How about I apologize to you on his behalf? Zhang Menghan, being a girl, had a soft heart. Upon hearing Yi Zihan's plea, she immediately nodded in agreement. For no other reason than that she didn't want to cause too much trouble. Thank you, sister. To express my brother's apology, this meal is on me. Zhang Menghan was worried because Long Qingyun had paid for the meal, and she couldn't overstep her authority. He could only look at Long Qingyun, seeking his opinion. Long Qingyun, let's leave this matter here. I am not injured either, there is no need to cut off Yi Shengjun's finger. Seeing Zhang Menghan plead for mercy, Long Qingyun became worried again. We absolutely must teach Yi Shengjun a lesson. However, he had just used his ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood to examine Zhang Zihan, and the other party had sincerely apologized. Right now, all I want is to vent my anger, so why not relax the conditions a bit? Thinking of this, Long Qingyun looked at Yi Shengjun. Kid, I'll give you one more chance for your sister's sake. No need to kneel, just stand up and apologize to Zhang Menghan. If you still can't do it, then even a god can't save you. This? Upon hearing this, Yi Shengjun became worried. However, Yi Zihan came to Yi Shengjun's side instead. Brother, apologize. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. This time it was because Long Qingyun was kind-hearted, otherwise, if he had encountered other ruthless people. I estimate that you've become disabled. Hearing this, Yi Shengjun nodded and said to Zhang Menghan, I'm sorry, it was all my fault just now. I hope you can forgive me. Okay, I forgive you. Zhang Menghan nodded and said. Long Qingyun activated the indistinguishable true talent again and probed towards Yi Shengjun. They realized that although the other party's apology wasn't sincere, they also seemed somewhat afraid. He simply let go. You can go now. Hopefully, this won't happen again. Also, never think about revenge, or you'll end up like Wang Gang. What? Has Wang Gang already fallen from grace? At this moment, Yi Zihan was seen standing next to Yi Shengjun, saying softly, Wang Gang led 50 men to surround Long Qingyun, but they were all taken down. What? Such a thing is possible? Damn it! These words made Yi Shengjun gasp in shock. The way they looked at Long Qingyun began to change. Even Wang Gang is no match for Long Qingyun, so he's nothing. Brother Long, I know I was wrong, I will never do it again next time. After Yi Shengjun finished speaking, he bowed to Zhang Menghan again. Zhang Menghan, I sincerely apologize for what happened just now. If it happens again, may I be struck down by heaven and earth. After saying that, Yi Shengjun fled as fast as he could. Even Yi Zihan forgot to greet them. Seeing this, Yi Zihan's face turned ashen. What use is a brother like that? Shaking her head, Yi Zihan looked at Long Qingyun and gave a wry smile. Thank you for giving me this face. From now on, you're my friend. Congratulations, host. You have developed feelings for Yi Zihan, a king-level genius, and successfully gained 100 points of affection. Simultaneously, you have gained the qualification to upgrade your talent and successfully advance to the Hearing Through the Wind talent. Call out. After a bout of dizziness, Long Qingyun discovered that his hearing was countless times more sensitive than before. Sounds that were previously inaudible can now be heard. He could hear people whispering to each other even hundreds of meters away. This is the benefit that his super hearing talent brought him. Cool. System, can the like values be merged? Favorability is the main resource for improving talent, so merging them is definitely feasible. However, the favorability rating generated by a king-level genius is only average, and it's only useful to you right now. However, in the later stages, it became somewhat useless. As long as it's useful, even a mosquito's leg is meat. If we accumulate more, we can still improve our talent, right? Thinking of this, Long Qingyun directly invited the two women to sit down and have a meal together. Although Yi Shangjun is despicable, Yizihan is very much loved by Long Qingyun. Even Zhang Menghan, who was standing next to her, treated Yizihan as a friend. I wonder if they were born to the same mother, how come their personalities are so different? After finishing her meal, Yizihan tactfully paid the bill and left. However, the three of them have already formed a friendship. If managed well in the future, it will definitely bring unexpected gains to Long Qingyun. With nothing else to do, Long Qingyun reluctantly took Zhang Menghan home. Zhang Menghan's home is in a remote old neighborhood with a very poor environment. She lived on the top floor, and the two of them climbed for quite a while before finally reaching the door. Just as Long Qingyun waved goodbye to Zhang Menghan and was about to turn and leave, suddenly, they heard a woman's panting coming from the inner room. Damn it! Having lived two lives, Long Qingyun had already guessed what was happening in the inner room. However, Zhang Menghan was completely unaware of this and had already pushed the door open and entered. Don't go in. Chapter 6 Awkward Scene. Don't go in. Long Qingyun was already very fast, but Zhang Menghan was even faster. There was a creaking sound. Zhang Menghan pushed the door open. Zhang Menghan turned her head and stared blankly at Long Qingyun. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Long Qingyun happened to see it at a glance, on the mirror next to the living room. The reflection showed a man and a woman playing cards in the bedroom. This scene is truly indecent and immoral. The man was extremely obese and had a mustache. It is incredibly large and is constantly working. The woman's appearance bears some resemblance to Zhang Menghan. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Zhang Menghan, she had a more alluring charm. All that could be heard were faint sounds coming from the woman's mouth. Ah. Upon seeing this scene, Long Qingyun immediately knew something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward and covered Zhang Menghan's eyes with his hands. Then, whispering in Zhang Menghan's ear, Zhang Menghan, let's go for a walk in the park next door first. After saying that, Long Qingyun closed the door. However, this time Zhang Menghan was exceptionally obedient. There was absolutely no resistance. Let's go, Zhang Menghan, I don't want to go back yet. Could you come with me to go shopping some more? At this moment, Zhang Menghan's face turned red. It seems she already knows everything that happened at home. After all, as college students, there are some things that we understand very well, even if we haven't done them ourselves. Okay, let's go for a walk. On the surface, Zhang Menghan didn't say anything, but what she did. It has already been shown that she already knows everything that happened. Even if she didn't see what happened in the bedroom. They must have heard the sounds coming from the bedroom. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be so obedient. The two walked one after the other toward the park next to the residential area. Zhang Menghan was worried the whole way and couldn't cheer up. Seeing this, Long Qingyun grabbed Zhang Menghan's hand and said with a grin, Zhang Menghan, are there any fun places to visit in the park? Zhang Menghan looked up at Long Qingyun. You saw and heard everything that just happened? Long Qingyun nodded, indicating his agreement. So what do you think of me? After asking this question, Zhang Menghan looked up at Long Qingyun, wanting to see how he would answer. Your mother is your mother, and you are you. The two cannot be confused, Long Zhen said earnestly from the side. Besides, you're not that kind of person. Alright, let's forget our troubles and go find happiness. Just after Long Zhen finished speaking, he saw a small playground in the park next door. Isn't this the place to find happiness? Long Qingyun held Zhang Menghan's hand and ran briskly, making Zhang Menghan forget the unpleasantness from earlier. Zhang Menghan, however, chased after Long Qingyun with a cheerful laugh the whole way. The two arrived at the base of the giant swing ride. Long Zhen pointed to the spinning swing and said, I was terrified of riding the giant swing when I was a child. Once I was very unhappy, and my aunt took me to sit on it. From then on, I became completely unstoppable. Whenever I'm in a bad mood, I go to the giant swing ride to relax. And you can relax while yelling and venting your inner self. This way you can forget all your troubles. I now cordially invite you to come with me for a ride on the giant swing. I wonder, beautiful Miss Zhang Menghan, would you do me the honor? But Zhang Menghan laughed happily when she saw Long Qingyun's funny antics. I almost cried, but then I laughed. Since her parents divorced and each started their own families, no one has ever been this kind to her. Long Qingyun's care made her feel a tenderness she had never experienced before. Just as Zhang Menghan was worrying, Long Zhen continued to tease her. What's wrong? Our school beauty, Zhang Menghan? You don't even dare to accept my invitation? Are you afraid of heights, or are you too timid to go up and try? I'm not afraid of you. Zhang Menghan readily accepted Long Qingyun's invitation. When the next round begins, the giant swing will start. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan bought tickets and boarded the train. After sitting down, Zhang Menghan was genuinely scared. They actually grabbed Long Qingyun's wrist. Long Qingyun, may I go down? I didn't feel it at first, but now I'm really scared. Long Qingyun glanced at Zhang Menghan and said with a grin. With me here, you don't need to be afraid. Call out. Just then, the giant swing started. Ah! The people sitting next to me on the giant swing started screaming. Long Qingyun also began to roar loudly. Ah! I want to forget my troubles. I want to find happiness. Seeing Long Qingyun's roar, Zhang Menghan also roared back. I want to forget my troubles. I want to find happiness. After a round of giant swings, Zhang Menghan's troubles were completely gone. After getting off, Zhang Menghan looked at Long Qingyun with a grin. Long Qingyun, thank you so much this time. You helped me get rid of my troubles and find happiness. Just as the two were getting into a lively conversation, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the side. But hey, I knew it was who was making that disgusting noise just now. So she's from our neighborhood, the daughter of Wang the Broken Shoes. Zhang Menghan was taken aback upon hearing this. His face then turned extremely pale. She sensed that something was wrong. The nickname Wang the Broken Shoe is only used by the wild kids downstairs in the neighborhood. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to address someone like that. Because Wang the Broken Shoes is the nickname of Zhang Menghan's mother, Wang Hohat. Broken shoes is a term used to describe a woman who is not virtuous or immoral. The nickname Wang the Broken Shoe is obviously very annoying. Zhang Menghan ignored the others, took Long Qingyun's hand, and walked to the side. Because she wanted to leave this place of trouble. However, Zhang Menghan is willing to leave. The person who was causing her trouble was unwilling to let her leave. Brothers, surround them. At this moment, the red-haired woman spoke up. All that could be heard was a roar from the woman. The 5 thugs swarmed around Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun, surrounding them. Xiaofeng, don't go too far. Seeing that her path was blocked, Zhang Menghan looked directly at the woman next to her who was giving orders. The woman is around 20 years old, with an average appearance but a voluptuous figure. They should be at the age where they should be studying. The other party, however, was hanging out with a bunch of thugs, messing around aimlessly. He was accompanied by 5 thugs who also had dyed hair and tattoos. He doesn't seem to be a good person either. TCH, so what if it's excessive? Go ahead and bite me. Zhang Menghan, let me tell you, your mom stole my boyfriend last time. This time I'm going to settle accounts with you. What? These words left Zhang Menghan bewildered. His mother is 40 years old. Would she also steal Xiaofeng's man? Just how old is this man? Just as Zhang Menghan was in a daze, Xiaofeng spoke again. Zhang Menghan, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Take out 1,000 yuan and pay to avoid trouble. Let's just let this matter rest. Otherwise, neither of you will leave the amusement park today. 1,000 yuan? This is no small sum for Zhang Menghan. How could she possibly produce that? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Menghan took out 100 yuan from her purse and handed it to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, here's 100 yuan. Consider it my treat for you guys to have a late-night snack. Hopefully, this matter won't go too far, and let's end it here. Chapter 7: How to Choose. But Xiaofeng laughed happily when she heard this. Zhang Menghan, you bitch, woman. What kind of people do you take us brothers for? You think you can get rid of us with 100 yuan? Did they think we were beggars? I can tolerate it, but my brothers can't. Xiaofeng looked at a fat man next to her, then leaned against him and said coquettishly. Brother Wei, I've been looked down upon. Please, help me save face. The fat man is 1.85 meters tall and weighs over 200 kilograms. The swaying as I walked was like the aftershocks of an earthquake. This person is Zhang Wei, nicknamed Brother Wei. Zhang Wei swaggered over to Zhang Menghan with an air of nonchalance. He took the 100 yuan from Zhang Menghan and tore it into several pieces. He tossed it into the air and said with unparalleled domineering confidence, "Little vixen, my precious Xiaofang has already said something. I'll give you 1,000 yuan, just to avoid disaster. Otherwise, you will inevitably suffer a bloody disaster tonight. I just don't know if you're still a virgin. If so, then that's perfect. If not, then I will have someone leave some bloodstains on you, so you will know what bloodshed is. In broad daylight, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Zhang Menghan said, then pulled Long Qingyun away. However, the fat man reached out and grabbed Zhang Menghan's shoulder. "Little vixen, I'm giving you one more chance to choose. First, pay me 1,000 yuan to avoid further trouble, and I'll let you leave immediately. Second, have some fun with my brothers. If you make them happy, you can leave. Given the choice between two options, I believe you should know how to choose, right? Is there even a choice to make? Neither choice will benefit Zhang Menghan. Let go of your dog paws." Just as Zhang Menghan was at a loss, Long Qingyun spoke up. "Oh ho, I thought you were just a gigolo. Who knew you'd dare to make such a boast?" Zhang Wei glanced at the skinny Long Qingyun, his expression showing utter disdain. "Guys, beat them to death. Let him know how powerful our amusement park tiger team is. In this area of the amusement park, this is my domain. I am the sky, I am the earth. Anyone who's blind enough to offend me won't have a good ending." A few thugs walked towards Long Zhen. He roared as he walked. "Damn it, you can't even handle this kind of hothead at an amusement park. I'll break your legs this time. Sigh, what an ungrateful fellow. Wouldn't it be better to just pay up and avoid trouble? If you're going to keep showing off, let's see how you resolve this matter now. Oh, poor child, this time he's probably going to lose an arm or a leg." Seeing several thugs surrounding Long Qingyun, Zhang Menghan tried to persuade him. "Don't touch him, or you'll regret it." Zhang Menghan meant well by those words. Because he knew how powerful Long Qingyun was. Even if dozens of people attacked together, none of them could defeat Long Qingyun. Can these few thugs withstand Long Qingyun's wrath? But these words were heard by a few thugs. It's like the story has gone awry. People are now thinking that Zhang Menghan is scared. This made the group of people jokingly laugh. "Zhang Menghan, if you're willing to serve us guys well, I'll let go of the pretty boy next to you. What do you say?" "Yes, if you're willing to play the flute for me, I'm willing to let go of that hothead in front of you. The condition is that you have to make us brothers feel comfortable." "Ah, Zhang Menghan, I've been eyeing your beauty for a long time, and I never thought I'd finally be able to do so today." Just when a few thugs thought they could finally taste the beauty, Long Qingyun, who was standing to the side, finally couldn't hold back any longer and exploded. "Fine, since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way. Call out." After Long Qingyun finished speaking, he immediately started moving. Then all that could be heard was a thumping sound. A few breaths later, all four thugs were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. "Ouch, that hurts like hell. My hand is broken." "A broken hand is nothing, my nose is crooked." "A crooked nose is nothing compared to a broken thigh." "You're lucky you broke your thigh, my third leg seems to be useless." Seeing this, Zhang Wei's expression changed inscrutable. "Kid, if you've got the guts, state your name. I don't beat up nobodies. You're not qualified to know." After saying that, Long Qingyun walked towards Zhang Wei. This made Zhang Wei's face even uglier. Long Qingyun ignored Zhang Wei and looked directly at Xiaofang. This sent a chill down Xiaofang's spine. But she was also an experienced driver, and she gritted her teeth and angrily retorted again. "What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful woman before?" "But..." Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun burst out laughing. "Are you beautiful? How come I didn't notice? No breasts, no buttocks, what's so beautiful about you? Isn't it just having female organs? Aside from that, in my eyes you are no different from a man. You..." Xiaofang was rendered speechless by Long Qingyun's scolding and turned to look at Zhang Wei. "Brother Wei, kill him for me. Give him a taste of his own medicine." Zhang Wei nodded and took a step forward. "Kid, I am a black belt master in Taekwondo. Those who know what's good for them should kneel down, kowtow, and beg for mercy. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for any injuries or broken bones that happen. Zhang Wei exudes an air of dominance and has a fairly good presence. However, Long Zhan gave a wry smile. In a flash, he punched the opponent in the forehead. With a thud, Zhang Wei had no time to react and collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. But. So this is a black belt master in Taekwondo? Are you sure this ranking isn't based on your own assessment? You. Zhang Wei tried to utter some harsh words after falling to the ground. However, after being glared at by Long Qingyun, he immediately backed down. All I saw was him lower his head. After dealing with Zhang Wei, Long Qingyun looked at Xiaofang again. At this moment, Xiaofang was terrified and began to tremble with fear. Big brother, please don't hit me. I'm still young and don't know any better. Please be magnanimous and give me a chance to reform. But when things go wrong, they back down. And she even brought up her age. It seems Xiaofang is quite the shrew. But small? That word is a bit hard to decipher. They're 20 years old now, they're all adults. Where is it still small? However, some of the things on her body that represent women's special characteristics are really small. Long Qingyun planned to teach Xiaofang a lesson, otherwise she would cause trouble for Zhang Menghan again in the future. Little girl, weren't you so cocky just now? Go ahead and be arrogant again, won't you? Big brother, I was wrong, please forgive me this time, Xiaofang pleaded. Apologize to Zhang Menghan and seek her forgiveness. Otherwise, I'll beat you so badly that even your own mother won't recognize you, Long Qingyun threatened again. He can use force against men. But he was genuinely sincere and had no intention of pursuing women. However, a few threatening words were enough to frighten Xiaofang. Suddenly, there was a thud. He knelt down before Zhang Menghan and said, Zhang Menghan, I was wrong. I'll never bother you again. I won't insult your mother anymore. Please give me a chance to change my ways. Zhang Menghan was kind-hearted to begin with, and upon seeing this, she nodded directly. Okay, just remember what you said. You can leave now. Upon hearing this, Xiaofang immediately kowtowed and apologized. Zhang Menghan, thank you so much this time. From now on, you'll be my sister, Xiaofang's sister. After saying that, Xiaofang got up. He reached Zhang Wei's side, helped him up, and ran away. However, at this moment, Long Qingyun did not forget to shout loudly. Remember your words. If there is a next time, bring your lives to me. Boom. A powerful aura emanated from them, causing the group to tremble with fear once again. Just after the group left, Zhang Menghan's phone rang again. Looking at the phone number made her face turn ugly. Chapter 8: An Unexpected Encounter with My Aunt. This call was from Wang Hohat, who has already been hung up on by Zhang Menghan countless times. But this time, Zhang Menghan answered the phone. After the sound, Zhang Menghan looked at Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun, I'm going back. Thank you for spending time with me today, I'm very happy. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun nodded. After all good things must come to an end. Okay, I'll take you back. The two walked towards Zhang Menghan's house again. Zhang Menghan, are your parents good to you? Long Qingyun asked as they walked. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan felt worried. Then he revealed a smile that was even uglier than a grimace. They were all very kind to me. What happened today might be a misunderstanding. They thought I wouldn't go back so soon. Hearing this, Long Qingyun nodded. Zhang Menghan, we are now good friends. If anyone bullies you in the future, just call me. We guarantee to be available whenever you need us. But seeing Long Qingyun's adorable appearance, Zhang Menghan smiled happily. After dropping Zhang Menghan off at home, Long Qingyun turned and left. However, just as Long Qingyun arrived on the street to hail a taxi, suddenly, a police car stopped beside Long Qingyun. Then the car door was opened, and a woman in a police uniform stepped out. This woman has a commanding figure and stunning beauty, truly deserving of the title a beauty that could topple kingdoms. She looked up at Long Qingyun and smiled affectionately. Qingyun, why aren't you home yet? It's so late. This woman is none other than Xiao Meiyu, Long Qingyun's aunt. Auntie, what a coincidence to run into you here, Long Qingyun said honestly. I just dropped a friend off at home. Is she a real beauty? Our Qingyun has grown up, he knows how to pick up girls now. Xiao Meiyu said with a grin. We haven't gotten together in a long time, let's go grab a coffee. Auntie, you've become even more beautiful. Long Qingyun glanced at Xiao Meiyu and gave her a charming smile. How could I refuse an invitation from such a beautiful woman? Coffee shop. The two chatted enthusiastically. Long Jian and Xiao Meiyu have been inseparable since childhood. This time, I told Xiao Meiyu everything that had happened that day. After listening, Xiao Meiyu fell into deep thought. After a long while, Xiao Meiyu glanced at Long Qingyun. Qingyun, I have bad news to tell you. Your friend Zhang Menghan is in danger. What? Long Qingyun looked puzzled. Isn't Zhang Menghan at home? What dangers could there be at home? Auntie, your occupational hazard has struck again. Let me take you back to rest. Seeing that Long Qingyun was unwilling to believe her, Xiao Meiyu began to analyze the situation directly. Qingyun, you just said that Zhang Menghan's mother and stepfather were playing cards at home in broad daylight. And the bedroom door wasn't even closed, and you were deliberately shouting loudly. Didn't you get suspicious? Don't Zhang Menghan's parents know when she gets out of school? Even if you're incredibly hungry and thirsty, you should still close the bedroom door, right? Even if they don't close the door, they shouldn't be shouting so loudly, as if they want everyone to know what they're doing? Based on the points above, we can conclude that Zhang Menghan is in danger this time. And the person who poses a threat to Zhang Menghan is her stepfather. What? Long Qingyun couldn't believe his ears. However, after listening to Xiao Meiyu's analysis, that makes a lot of sense. Auntie, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over there and take a look. No matter what, I need to make sure Zhang Menghan is safe and sound. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Seeing Long Qingyun's nervous expression, Xiao Meiyu teased him from the side. I never thought our Qingyun would finally grow up. Now you know how to care about women? Could it be that you've truly fallen for her? Okay, since that's the case, I'll go with you to take a look. I'll give you my opinion while I'm at it. Judging from her parents' character, your girlfriend. Xiao Meiyu's occupational hazard kicked in again. She meant to say that your girlfriend is probably not a good person either. Or, he's not a decent person. But the thought of this would hurt Long Qingyun's feelings. The only option is to keep quiet. The two drove hurriedly towards Zhang Menghan's home. With the police lights on, they could travel unimpeded the entire way. What should have been a 15-minute journey took only 5 minutes. Parking was inconvenient in the old residential area, so Long Qingyun got out of the car before Xiao Meiyu could find a parking space. I ran all the way to Zhang Menghan's door. Long Qingyun immediately used his superpower of hearing the wind. Begin to listen to everything in the room. He was afraid that knocking on the door and going in directly would be too abrupt. Nothing happened inside, it wasn't what he was thinking. That would be incredibly awkward. A moment later, Zhang Menghan's voice could be heard coming from inside. Mom, what are you doing? Why are you using ropes to tie me up? Wang Hohat's voice came through. What are you doing? Don't you know? Don't you have any self-awareness what's going on? I raised you with so much care and love, and you've already had a relationship with another man. How can you do this to me? Do you deserve the debt of gratitude I owe you for giving birth to you and raising you? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. It teaches you how to be a person. Remember this, you can't talk to boys in public. Long Qingyun was stunned. Judging from this dialogue, nothing seems to have happened. Could it be that my aunt's guess was wrong? Just as Long Qingyun was having doubts, a man's voice rang out. Damn it, you two, mother and daughter, are both sluts. I have been eyeing your beauty for a long time. Unexpectedly, I haven't even had the chance to personally pluck the forbidden fruit yet. It's about to be beaten to it by someone else. If a gentleman can tolerate this, what cannot? Today I will fulfill your wish and help you become a qualified woman. Ha ha ha. Zhang Menghan's voice appeared again. Mom, let me go. Stepfather, what are you doing? No. Help. Raging wind, don't touch me. I'm my stepdaughter, aren't I? How could you treat me like this? You're not human. But the sound of a raging storm rang out again. Stepfather, does that mean inheriting your father's wishes? Your father raised you to adulthood. Then let me, your stepfather, pluck your forbidden fruit. Ha ha ha. Zhang Menghan, stop struggling. Struggling again is useless. I will not let you off easily. This is home, you can shout until you're hoarse. And nobody will pay any attention to you. Just give up on that idea and accept your fate. No. Zhang Menghan cried out in anguish. Stepfather, I was wrong. From now on, whatever you say goes. I will never contradict you again. Please, let me go this time. Mom, help. Please save me. I am your daughter. How could you do this to me? Long Qingyun, help me. No sooner said than done. Actually, this is something that can be done in a matter of minutes. Long Qingyun realized what was happening and immediately knocked on the door. Open the door quickly. If you don't open the door, I'm going to kick it down. Hearing Long Qingyun's voice, Zhang Menghan felt like she had found a lifeline and cried out for help again. Long Qingyun, help me. Long Qingyun originally thought that as long as he knocked on the door and interrupted the people inside, someone would open the door for him. That concludes the matter. However, he didn't get the door opened. The fighting inside seemed to be getting even more intense. Smack! Smack! The sound of a slap rang out. Then the sound of a raging storm was heard again. You filthy woman, how dare you bite me? You just wait and see. Don't think that your boyfriend can save you just because he's here. Today, I'm going to ride you right in front of your boyfriend. Let's see if you can take me down, shall we? Chapter 9. Wan Hohat's character. Long Qingyun finally couldn't take it anymore and kicked the door. Bump! The door was kicked open by Long Qingyun. Everything inside came into view. The living room was a complete mess. Zhang Menghan was tied to a chair in various ways by Wan Hohat using ropes. The clothes were torn and in complete disarray. Even their coats had been torn off. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, drawn from the slap. She looks so pitiful. Then look at Quang Biao, he's shirtless and wearing only a pair of shorts. He stood there in front of Zhang Menghan. He attempted to do something indecent to Zhang Menghan. What's most infuriating is that Wang Hohat was still behind the chair. Grabbed Zhang Menghan with both hands to prevent her from struggling. Is this even human? Is this something a mother should do? What are you doing? Let go of me right now. Quang Biao is around 50 years old, 1.8 meters tall, and weighs 178 kilograms. His body is muscular and clearly he's a trained fighter. If Long Qingyun doesn't come, Zhang Menghan's innocence is now in jeopardy. All that could be seen was Quang Biao turning his head to look at Long Qingyun. Kid, you think you've got some skills? How dare they kick down my front door? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Aren't you after Zhang Menghan's beauty? Today, I'm going to prosecute her right in front of you. Let's see what you can do to me. All we could see was Quang Biao talking as he walked towards Long Qingyun. In his mind, Long Qingyun was a piece of trash. It's not worth mentioning at all. Even if they come, what can they do? It was just to add some excitement to his actions. It might make him even more excited when he's doing serious business. A few seconds later, Quang Biao arrived beside Long Qingyun. He raised his fist, as big as a clay pot, and attacked Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun is experienced in fighting enemies. However, before the spiritual energy is revived, the physical constitution cannot be activated. This prevents his body from receiving the boost. Seeing a punch coming at him, Long Qingyun had no choice but to dodge. However, this scene prompted Quang Biao to laugh. TCH, I thought you were some big shot. Who knew he was just a coward too? I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life. If I'm happy, after I take the forbidden fruit for Zhang Menghan, I can let you have a taste. From now on, Zhang Menghan will still be yours in name only. But secretly, you must obey my commands. What do you think of these terms? Depend on. For an ordinary person, seeing the sheer power of the storm would be overwhelming. They really do settle for second best. But Long Qingyun is not that kind of person. All I saw was him dodging the opponent's punch and then fearlessly attacking the raging storm. 1 minute later. Both men were covered in wounds, but Long Qingyun was able to stand up unharmed. Quang Biao, however, collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Menghan shed tears of happiness. But Wan Hohat erupted. All I saw was her picking up the broom next to her. He struck at Long Qingyun. He kept muttering to himself, saying, "You son of a bitch, you have to meddle in my family affairs. I'll show you how I beat you to death today. You little bastard, let me tell you, this is burglary and assault. As long as I report it to the relevant authorities, you'll definitely regret it. Damn it! Wang Hohat is truly shameless. Surprisingly, he was willing to watch his own daughter with his own eyes. She is dominated by her man and remains indifferent. Now that Long Qingyun has come to uphold justice, she's acting so shrewish she's truly unworthy of being a mother. Mom, that's enough, please stop hitting me, I'm begging you. At this moment, Zhang Menghan couldn't bear to watch any longer and cried out from the side. But Wang Hohat didn't take it seriously. Continue to do as you please. Long Qingyun couldn't take it anymore. He snatched the broom from Wang Hohat's hand and glared at her. Auntie, please have some self-respect. I never hit women. Don't mess with me, or don't blame me for turning my back on you. You were in the wrong first in this matter. Don't blame me. Believe it or not, if this matter is reported to the relevant departments, both you and the Raging Storm are to blame. Wang Hohat was stunned for a moment, then immediately lay down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. Help! Someone broke into the house and committed a crime. Someone's been killed. Damn it! Does this person have no shame? How could the guilty party accuse the innocent first? However, just when Long Qingyun was at a loss, Xiao Meiyu had already arrived at the door. All I saw was Xiao Meiyu standing at the door. This immediately made Wang Hohat much more obedient. But in an instant, Wang Hohat once again played the victim. Officer, help! Someone broke into the house and committed violence. Knock my man to the ground. They're going to lay a hand on me. You must do me justice. Xiao Meiyu entered the room and immediately turned on the recording device. Start recording everything inside. Especially Zhang Menghan, who was tied up, bound to a chair. That was the main subject of her documentation. After doing all that, Xiao Meiyu picked up the handcuffs from her waist and walked towards Quang Biao. This terrified Wang Hohat and Quang Biao. All that could be seen was Quang Biao trembling as he said, "Officer, are you kidding me? I'm the victim, what are you doing? Officer, that man is my husband. Why are you handcuffing the victim?" Wang Hohat said directly to Xiao Meiyu. "Officer, the culprit is that little bastard at the door. He's the one who started this whole mess." No matter how the two argued, Xiao Meiyu ignored them. They went straight up and handcuffed Quang Biao. Then he went to Wang Hohat's side and glanced at her. "Are you the mother of the victim, Zhang Menghan? I am now accusing you of conspiring with your second husband to commit indecent acts against your biological daughter, Zhang Menghan. Come with me to the police station, let's go." What? How did the plot take such a turn? Just as Wang Hohat was about to refute, Xiao Meiyu said again, "Ms. Wang, what you said will be used as evidence in court. You will be protected by law, so please watch your words." Just then, Long Qingyun suddenly sat down on the ground with a thud. The battle just now was too intense, so I wasn't seriously injured. However, he had quite a few minor injuries. In addition, excessive physical exertion made it impossible for him to continue. At this point, Xiao Meiyu had already let go of Zhang Menghan. All I saw was Zhang Menghan immediately running towards Long Qingyun. "Long Qingyun, are you alright? Don't scare me. Why were you so silly? Why didn't you run away?" Seeing Zhang Menghan's concern for him, Long Qingyun smiled. "Silly girl, didn't I tell you? I am your friend. If you ever have any trouble, just give me a call and I will be there for you. But I broke my promise this time. I arrived before you even called me." After saying that, Long Qingyun immediately fainted. Chapter 10 Hospital. In a dream, Long Qingyun dreamed of Zhang Menghan, who was nestled in his arms and acting coquettishly towards him. That movement. That tone. Long Qingyun was so happy she was practically bubbling with joy. "Ward rounds are here," a loud voice announced. Long Qingyun was startled awake from his dream. My first impression was that he was dealing with Zhang Menghan's family issues. He doesn't have a habit of visiting prostitutes. Why do we need to do ward rounds? With doubts in his heart, Long Qingyun slowly opened his hazy eyes. They found him lying in a hospital bed. At that moment, a nurse was giving him an injection. Then I felt a sharp pain in my arm, and then it was over. Damn, it turns out it's just the nurses making their rounds. Long Qingyun was quite startled just now. After regaining his senses, Long Qingyun began to inquire about the nurse in front of him. This woman is in her 30s. She was of average appearance and short in stature, but very voluptuous. The impression this woman gives is that she is extremely sexually active. However, the woman's expression was as cold as ice. They treat everyone with an indifferent attitude. However, just as Long Qingyun opened his eyes, the nurse actually looked down at him. "You brat, you've finally woken up. You have no idea how many times your girlfriend woke me up last night. Every half hour, I have to go to the nurse's station to ask about your condition and when you will regain consciousness. It turned me from an adorable little cutie into someone with panda eyes. Don't you want to give me a satisfactory explanation?" No wonder Long Qingyun felt that this woman had a prejudice against him. It turns out it was because of his girlfriend. However, Long Qingyun subconsciously looked at the nurse and said with a grin, "Sister, pandas are national treasures. To be compared to a national treasure, you can imagine how beautiful the older sister must be. She's the most beautiful nurse I've ever seen." These words made the nurse laugh happily. "You look so young and fresh-faced, a real cutie. I never expected you to be so eloquent." I was full of resentment, but suddenly it all disappeared. After the nurse finished speaking, she gave what she thought was a charming smile and was about to leave. However, Long Qingyun asked again, "Sister, don't you have a girlfriend who keeps me company? Where is she now? What? Is anyone there?" The nurse looked at Long Qingyun with a bewildered expression, then pointed to his chest and said, "Isn't the person in your arms your little girlfriend?" "What? In his arms?" Long Qingyun looked into his arms. Damn it! All he saw was Zhang Menghan, asleep in his arms. His arm went numb because of the extended time. For a while, I couldn't sense the other person's presence. Sorry, I didn't feel it." Long Qingyun shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the nurse glared at Long Qingyun. "Hey kid, that's your girlfriend. But I feel so sorry for you. You must take good care of her. It's really rare to find such a considerate girlfriend these days. Even I, as a woman, am a little envious." After saying that, the nurse turned and left. At this moment, an old man on the next hospital bed spoke up. "Young man, you were unconscious all night yesterday. Your girlfriend really cares about you. I give you water from time to time, and I wipe your face with cold water. I hope you wake up soon." Even the nurses and doctors were moved by her. They need to come every half hour. I have never seen such responsible doctors and nurses. And so, after dawn, your girlfriend just can't take it anymore. I fell asleep in your arms. Even I, an old man, am a little envious. Everyone wants to find a woman like your girlfriend who knows how to cherish a man. Sigh, this dog food is making me so craving it. Damn it! Long Qingyun was speechless. I never expected that I would collapse after trying to hold on last night. I actually slept through the night. He looked at the little beauty in his arms. Long Qingyun touched the other person's face with his hand. He developed feelings of love and grew to like Zhang Menghan more and more. Just as Long Qingyun was deeply in love and wanted to kiss Zhang Menghan's cheek. The other person opened their eyes groggily, for some reason. This startled Long Qingyun instantly. It seems that doing something wrong will be punished. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Menghan, you're awake? Do you want to sleep a little longer? Long Qingyun, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. You have no idea how scared I was when I saw you collapse last night. Zhang Menghan opened her eyes and smiled happily when she saw that Long Qingyun was safe and sound. However, due to excessive excitement, he was kicked by Long Qingyun. Ouch! Long Qingyun pretended to cry out in pain. This terrified Zhang Menghan. She was completely terrified. Long Qingyun, what's wrong? Sorry, I was just too excited. I accidentally kicked you. Come, let me see. Are you hurt? Long Qingyun chuckled as he clutched his chest, then said with a worried expression. Ouch, that hurts. Seeing Long Qingyun clutching his chest, Zhang Menghan immediately reached out and touched his chest. I want to see if Long Qingyun is injured. However, at this moment, Long Qingyun took the opportunity to place the other person's hand on his heart. Zhang Menghan, I heard about everything you did for me last night, and it breaks my heart. Don't do that again. Besides, this is a hospital, how could anything happen to me? Look at you, you've got panda eyes from staying up so long. Are you trying to make me treat you like a national treasure and pamper you? Hearing Long Qingyun's concern, Zhang Menghan smiled. It's only right. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have. At this point, Zhang Menghan's expression turned grim again. Alright, it's all over now. Let's stop thinking about those unhappy things. Just as the two were whispering sweet nothings to each other, a stunningly beautiful woman walked in through the door. This woman is none other than Xiao Meiyu. The first thing Xiao Meiyu saw when she walked in was that Long Qingyun was awake, and she smiled happily. Oh my handsome little guy, you're finally awake. But it worried me so much. By the way, are you feeling any better? If you're alright, come with me to the police station. That kid, Quang Biao, is unwilling to confess. They're at the police station, causing a huge disturbance. Hearing this, Long Qingyun looked at Xiao Meiyu. Auntie, I'll leave with you right now. I will bring Quang Biao to justice. Just then, the nurse from before came over. Bed number 38, you can be discharged now if you're alright. However, I see you are surrounded by beautiful women. If you wish, you can stay here for another half day. Anyway, the bed fee has already been paid. After the nurse finished speaking, she winked at Long Qingyun. This nurse seems to be quite amusing. Xiao Meiyu is fine. However, Zhang Menghan's face turned rosy. Seeing this, Long Qingyun decided to avenge Zhang Menghan for this attack. Long Qingyun looked up at the nurse who was about to leave and spoke. Nurse, you still look quite charming. Will you be my girlfriend? Or leave your phone number with me, and we can keep in touch when we have time. Chapter 11 Dispute Resolution. What? Hearing this, the nurse blushed. He spat at Long Qingyun and then slunk away. Women of this age are mostly married. Would she dare leave her phone number? If I leave my phone number, I might get a beating when I get back. Seeing the nurse leave, Zhang Menghan glared at Long Qingyun. You're quite the rascal. They even went after the nurses? Is it because you see the other person and they are incredibly voluptuous? I can't resist the urge. But is he jealous? Long Qingyun wasn't angry instead, he said happily. I think I smell vinegar, and the smell is incredibly strong. I don't know who was jealous and caused this. However, I need to explain why I said that. It's to avenge someone, doesn't that person realize it? But the two looked at each other and smiled. After a minor farce, Long Qingyun and the other two left the hospital. They walked toward the police station. Inside the police station, the roar of the engine was incredibly loud. Guards! Let me out of here. What evidence do you have to prove that I did something indecent to Zhang Menghan? Are there photos or videos? Or is there other evidence? If you have no evidence, please release me. Do you know how much money I'll lose if I delay by even one day? Who will compensate for the losses caused by this delay? Long Qingyun and his two companions arrived at the main gate. Seeing the incredibly domineering whirlwind, Long Qingyun spoke up directly. I am a witness, I can testify that Quang Biao insulted Zhang Menghan. Moreover, the victim has also arrived. Let's see how he tries to deny it. Quang Biao was stunned upon hearing this. I hadn't seen the two of them appear yet. Quang Biao wanted to find an opening and escape directly. Now that the two have appeared, Quang Biao's expression has changed. You little brat, you're framing me. Your mouth is your own body, do you think you can just say whatever you want? Quang Biao immediately resorted to sophistry. What proof do you have that you are a witness? I also said that I am a witness. I said you defiled Zhang Menghan first, and I arrived later. Wang Hohat can testify to that. These words left Long Qingyun utterly speechless. He looked directly at Xiao Meiyu behind him. Auntie, here's the evidence you took last night, show it to me. Upon hearing this, Quang Biao immediately backed down. He knew that Xiao Meiyu had evidence of his nakedness. After a moment of hesitation, Quang Biao approached Wang Hohat. He rambled on and on. All that could be seen was Wang Hohat's extremely grim expression, followed by a glance at Zhang Menghan beside her. Menghan, your stepfather was just joking with you. You haven't suffered any losses, so let's just let this matter go. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan burst into tears. What do you mean by it's nothing, so be it? If Long Qingyun hadn't risked his life to protect her this time, would her innocence still be intact? Mom, why would you say that? I am your own daughter. Your words hurt me deeply. When Wang Hohat saw Zhang Menghan crying, her expression changed again. Why are you crying? Are they mourning? I'm not dead yet? Listen to me on this matter, you won't go wrong. If you dare to pursue this matter, it will be your stepfather's responsibility. I am severing my mother-daughter relationship with you. Damn it! Wang Hohat is such a despicable woman. She actually abandoned her own daughter for a man. What kind of woman is she? Zhang Menghan's cries grew louder and louder. However, no reply was given. After a while, Zhang Menghan, having calmed down, shook her head and looked at Wang Hohat. Mom, if you don't want me anymore, I'll go with Dad. Anyway, I don't want to stay in this house anymore. But Wang Hohat showed a look of disdain. You little brat, you think you're so great? I don't want you, so why are you going to your dad's? Your dad is completely bewitched by that little vixen. If you go with them, will you have a good life? Be sensible and forgive your stepfather directly. Let's just leave it at that. No matter what, you can still live a life of luxury by following your stepfather. It's much better than following your useless biological father. Zhang Menghan shook her head. No, I cannot forgive Quang Biao. He's not even human. I'm his stepdaughter, and he still treats me like this. If this matter is resolved too easily, how am I supposed to live from now on? How can my safety be guaranteed? Upon hearing this, Quang Biao glared at Wang Hohat. Wang Hohat was stunned again, and could only grit her teeth and harden her heart. All we saw was Wang Hohat running towards the wall beside her, saying as she went, Zhang Menghan, you unfilial daughter. This time we really need to hold your stepfather accountable for his momentary mistake. I'll run you over and kill myself. He was just a little drunk for a moment, wasn't he? Can't you forgive him this time? Everyone makes mistakes. To err is human, to forgive divine. Do you really want to watch me die? Damn it! First cry, then make a scene, then threaten to hang yourself. This really does fit Wang Hohat's character. Having no other options, Wang Hohat threatened to commit suicide. This left Zhang Menghan at a loss. After some hesitation, Zhang Menghan could only beg for mercy. Okay, let's leave it at that. Hearing this, Long Qingyun remained silent. To put it bluntly, the problem lies in insufficient evidence. Even if we appeal with all the evidence we have, it doesn't necessarily mean that Quang Biao will be brought to justice. Besides, Wang Hohat insisted on doing the splits. This makes things even more difficult. On one side is reputation, on the other is family ties. Don't mention Zhang Menghan, I don't know how to choose. Even Long Qingyun would find it difficult to choose. However, this matter will certainly not be left unresolved. Otherwise, Zhang Menghan would be in constant danger. Thinking of this, Long Qingyun said to Zhang Menghan, Zhang Menghan, now that you've made up your mind about this, I won't say anything more, but you shouldn't stay at home. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan nodded and said to Wang Hohat, Mom, I'll give you face in this matter. However, I won't be living at home anymore. Please have some self-respect. After saying that, Zhang Menghan left immediately. Long Qingyun quickly followed. After saying goodbye to Xiao Meiyu, the two hailed a taxi and headed straight for Zhang Menghan's home. Today is Saturday, so there are no classes. While there's still time, bring out everything you need. Zhang Menghan will never have to go back to this filthy home again. Actually, Zhang Menghan doesn't have that many things. Because of their poor family circumstances, they didn't have many decent clothes. I packed all the necessary items without even filling my suitcase. The two arrived at the roadside with their suitcases, leaving Zhang Menghan stunned. I've left home, where am I going? In this huge city, there is simply no place for me to stay. Upon hearing Zhang Menghan's words, Long Qingyun smiled. Zhang Menghan, as you know, I own an apartment near the school. Although it's not big, it has 2 bedrooms and a living room. If you trust me, you can come and stay with me for a while. Chapter 12 Living Under One Roof. This Zhang Menghan became worried, even though she had nowhere to go. However, one cannot simply agree to Long Qingyun's request. Just as Zhang Menghan was worrying, Long Qingyun said again, How about this, you can stay in my house. I'm renting a single room next door. Now you can rest assured. My main concern is that I worry about you, and I'm afraid your stepfather will treat you again. At this point, Long Qingyun shut up and stopped talking. After all, this is not something to be proud of. Hearing these words, Zhang Menghan smiled. Long Qingyun, although our relationship wasn't very good before. But I still know your character. Don't even mention living in a 2-bedroom apartment. Even if it's a 1-bedroom apartment, you won't do anything to me. The issue I'm considering isn't that I don't trust you. But I don't have any money right now, and I simply can't afford the rent. Even if you're sharing an apartment, a single room in a high rise like the one you live in would cost over $1,000 a month, right? What? I see. Long Qingyun felt that he didn't trust Zhang Menghan. That's not what the other person meant. The other party is worried about the rent. Ha ha ha. Zhang Menghan, we're good friends. Do good friends need to be so calculating about these things? Besides, I live alone in a 2-bedroom apartment. It's just sitting empty anyway, you can make use of it by moving in. If you feel bad about it, help out with cooking, laundry, and mopping when you have time. Consider everything you do as rent. What? Is this even possible? With that in mind, Zhang Menghan readily accepted. Why not do housework to pay off rent? Okay, I've decided, I'll go to your place. In fact, Long Qingyun did not need Zhang Menghan to do housework. He often eats out. The reason I said this was to make Zhang Menghan feel better. It's easier to accept this. Surprisingly, it actually worked. After agreeing on their plans, the two took a taxi towards Chaoyang Residential Area on East Street of the University of Science and Technology. Chaoyang Residential Area is a new residential area with 38 floors. Long Qingyun lives on the 8th floor. When Zhang Menghan arrived at Long Qingyun's house, she was stunned by the interior decoration. Seeing Zhang Menghan's expression, Long Qingyun said with a grin. Zhang Menghan, what's wrong? Is it because you're in a new place and don't feel comfortable? If you don't like the style here, I'll have someone redecorate it another day, and decorate it according to your preferred style. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan immediately began shaking her head and swaying her body. Long Qingyun, you've misunderstood. I just saw your house's decor, it's really amazing. I can't react for a moment. I'm afraid I'll make this place dirty, and then I'll have to waste money on renovations. By the way, how much did you pay for this house? The renovation is so good, it's so much better than my house. I see. Long Qingyun chuckled and pulled Zhang Menghan around the room, giving him a detailed introduction. This will help the other person become more familiar with the home. Zhang Menghan, I have 2 rooms here, you can choose one. Zhang Menghan pointed directly to the adjacent 2nd bedroom and said with a grin. I want the smaller one. Besides, I am your servant now. From now on, I'll take care of your daily needs. It is my honor to serve you. Hearing this, Long Qingyun chuckled. I am also very happy to be able to live under the same roof as the goddess of my dreams. The two tidied up again and then started cooking. It turned out that there were only a few eggs and a handful of noodles in the refrigerator. Long Qingyun, you big lazy pig. When you were at home, you didn't just cook noodles for dinner, did you? Long Qingyun shook his head. Zhang Menghan smiled. That's more like it. We can't just eat noodles, we need a mix of meat and vegetables. No, I didn't buy these eggs and noodles either, Long Qingyun explained, seeing that Zhang Menghan had misunderstood. That was bought for me by my aunt for my last birthday. It is said that you must eat longevity noodles on your birthday. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan stared blankly at Long Qingyun. It seems the other party really is a rich young master. I don't know anything. Just as Zhang Menghan was looking at Long Qingyun, Long Qingyun spoke again. I didn't know anything before, but I can learn slowly in the future. Aren't you living with me now? You can call me. As Long Qingyun wished. The first meal Zhang Menghan taught Long Qingyun to cook was egg noodles. However, the two of them were really hungry after a busy morning. I cooked a huge pot of egg noodles, and it was all eaten up. This allowed Zhang Menghan to find a sense of belonging. She is not entirely without merit. It's still useful in this home. After taking a short nap at noon, the two went to the supermarket in the afternoon. Because Zhang Menghan had very few personal belongings. It doesn't even have as much as Long Qingyun, a man. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Long Qingyun, accompanied by Zhang Menghan, picked out a large pile of daily necessities. However, all these daily necessities were selected by Zhang Menghan. I don't want anything expensive. It's not good if the date is too close. Don't choose those that aren't cost-effective. Do not use materials that are uncomfortable. Although the items Zhang Menghan chose were not the most expensive, but it's definitely the best value for money. The two passed by the pajama section, and Zhang Menghan glanced at a set of pajamas a few times. That set of pajamas is really beautiful. However, after Zhang Menghan glanced at the price tag, she immediately chose to act recklessly. The clothes she wears outside cost only a few dozen or 100 yuan each. A set of pajamas costs 199 yuan, which is not worth it at all. However, Long Qingyun saw all of this. All that could be seen was that after Zhang Menghan left, Long Qingyun lagged behind, taking advantage of Zhang Menghan's inattention. I simply packed the pajamas into a black bag and put them into the shopping cart. Finally, the two arrived at the sanitary napkin section. This put Long Qingyun in an awkward position, leaving him standing to the side at a loss for what to do. All I saw were young women selling sanitary napkins. He kept trying to sell products to Zhang Menghan. However, Zhang Menghan would glance at Long Qingyun every now and then. This caused the young lady to misunderstand. All I saw was the young lady smiling at Long Qingyun. "Young man, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Beautiful women should use the best things. Our sanitary napkins from a certain Taobao brand are made entirely of cotton. If you care about your girlfriend, you should definitely buy her a few packs. Women always have a few unpleasant days each month. If you buy her a few packs, it will surely bring you unexpected surprises. We're having a buy two get one free promotion right now, don't miss out on this great opportunity." Damn it! Long Qingyun was already embarrassed, and this comment from the young lady made him even more awkward. He simply nodded. "Then take 3 packs. Zhang Menghan looked up at Long Qingyun, then whispered. "That's too much. There's too much, we can't use it all up in a short time." Chapter 13 is truly enviable. Seeing Zhang Menghan decline, the young lady beside her advised her. "Hey beautiful, this won't break, it'll last forever. Besides, your boyfriend is so considerate of you. You should be happy." Zhang Menghan then stammered. We are just friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend." When Zhang Menghan said this, the young lady replied nonchalantly. "It's okay, boyfriend and girlfriend are just a step up from ordinary friends. Besides, I think you two look very much like a married couple. They'll definitely be a couple in the future." Damn it! This young lady is married, yet she's not ashamed at all. Zhang Menghan and the other woman blushed deeply. Finally, I took 3 packs of sanitary napkins, one for both day and night use. Looking at the sanitary napkin in her hand, Zhang Menghan could only manage a wry smile. But after thinking about it, I realized I needed it, so I put it in my shopping cart. The two had only walked a few steps when the young lady said again, "Handsome guy, beautiful lady, if you need to buy sanitary napkins in the future, come to me and I'll give you a discount." At this moment, 2 married women nearby witnessed this scene and began to discuss it. "Look how nice that boy is. He's only been dating for a short time, but he's already accompanying his girlfriend to buy sanitary napkins. My husband, whom I've been married to for over 10 years, absolutely refuses to come with me to buy sanitary napkins. They even said it was a woman's matter and had nothing to do with men. This really is a case of comparing yourself to others and getting frustrated. They're both women, so why are their fates so different? Sigh, forget it, don't be angry. Your husband is alright, he'll even go shopping with you when he has nothing else to do. The man in my family acts like it's going to kill him whenever the topic of shopping comes up. Every time I suggest going shopping, he comes up with a whole bunch of excuses to refuse. I'm the most pitiful one here." The 2 women spoke loudly, making it clear to Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan. Long Qingyun was fine. Zhang Menghan is so beautiful, and she's the future goddess of Brahma. He would wholeheartedly agree if she was willing. But Zhang Menghan was different. Her face turned bright red, and she immediately quickened her pace and walked forward. Arriving at a secluded spot, Zhang Menghan looked at Long Qingyun. "Long Qingyun, I'm sorry. They misunderstood just now. Don't take it to heart." Long Qingyun shook his head. "It's okay, I just don't have a girlfriend. If you could be my girlfriend, I would be more than happy to accept it." Long Qingyun, are you asking for trouble again? Actually, Zhang Menghan was secretly pleased to hear others say that the 2 of them were boyfriend and girlfriend. But he couldn't help himself when he heard Long Qingyun's teasing. So she just exploded. After the little farce, the two went to pay the bill. Long Qingyun, we agreed to split the bill this time, so you're not allowed to pay me. This Long Qingyun looked at the car full of things. If they split the bill, Zhang Menghan's living expenses would probably be gone. After a moment's hesitation, Long Qingyun said with a grin. Splitting the bill is definitely better. But we also need to go back and calculate it slowly. Are we supposed to separate everything in the supermarket and calculate it all at once? Hearing this, Zhang Menghan became worried. That's really inappropriate, it seems too awkward. Just as Zhang Menghan was worrying, Long Qingyun smacked his lips. Zhang Menghan, how about this? I'm thirsty. Could you please buy me a cup of milk tea? Hearing this, Zhang Menghan nodded. I walked towards the milk tea shop outside the supermarket. By the time Zhang Menghan returned, Long Qingyun had already paid the bill. I carried several large bags in packages. When Zhang Menghan handed the only cup of milk tea in her hand to Long Qingyun glanced at it. It was mango flavored. He immediately started shaking his head and swaying his head. Zhang Menghan, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you, I'm allergic to mangoes. How about this, it's a shame to throw it away, so you can drink this milk tea for me. Zhang Menghan was taken aback and then said. You don't drink mango flavor. Let me get you a new cup. Long Qingyun shook his head and said. Forget it, once you choose a flavor of milk tea, you can't change it. With no other option, Zhang Menghan had to drink the milk tea. However, just then, the two middle-aged women who had been discussing Long Qingyun happened to be next to the cashier. Seeing only the two of them, they started discussing it again. My God, this couple in love is so enviable. I just saw that beautiful woman and she took a liking to a set of pajamas. I went to take a look, but the price was too high, so I gave up. As a result, her boyfriend took advantage of her not paying attention. I picked up the pajamas, put them in a black bag, and put them in my shopping cart. When it came time to pay the bill, the girlfriend asked to split the bill, but the boyfriend refused outright. They said that splitting the bill at the supermarket was too embarrassing. Then he made an excuse that he was thirsty and wanted to drink milk tea. When his girlfriend returned with the milk tea, her boyfriend had already paid the bill. And he made up an excuse that he was allergic to mangoes. I suspect he did it on purpose. If his girlfriend had bought 2 drinks, he definitely would have drunk them. And just now, the boyfriend deliberately sent his girlfriend away. I just didn't want the other person to see the pajamas hidden in my shopping cart. Wow, that's so touching. Hearing you say that makes me a little envious. I never expected that the young boy across from me, so young, would be so considerate. Whoever marries him will be incredibly happy. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan heard their conversation clearly once again. Zhang Menghan took the shopping bag and rummaged through it, and actually found the pajamas she liked. Zhang Menghan then requested a refund. However, Long Qingyun had already removed the label beforehand. This makes it impossible to get a refund. This left Zhang Menghan speechless. Long Qingyun, how could you do this? I already said I didn't want to buy it, so why did you buy it for me? We're going to split the bill, so if I don't have the money to pay you back, don't blame me for not paying. Snort. Seeing Zhang Menghan angry, Long Qingyun said nonchalantly from the side. Fine, I'll just renege on the debt. I never intended for you to split the bill in the first place. You. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan was so angry that she stammered. But thinking of Long Qingyun, who showed her great care. Therefore, the only option is to give up. The two then carried several large bags and headed home. Right at the entrance of the residential compound, the security guard saw Long Qingyun returning home and said with a grin. Little dragon, are you having a lucky streak with girls? I always saw you coming and going alone before. I never expected you to bring your girlfriend home today. Did you go grocery shopping? Are you planning to stay for an extended period? Long Qingyun didn't refute, but simply smiled and said. Sir, this is my friend. You'll be living with me from now on. Please make it easy for me to enter and exit. Little Long, what are you saying? The gatekeeper smiled as well. You and I have known each other for a long time, why are you being so polite? From now on, whenever I see this girl, it will be like seeing you. Turning around, the gatekeeper looked at Zhang Menghan. Girl, Xiaolong is a good person. You've always taken good care of us, so from now on, treat this place as your own home. By the way, just let me know if you need anything. These words made Zhang Menghan's face turn red again, like a ripe little apple. Chapter 14 Intern Girlfriend. This delighted the old man next to him. Xiaolong is a good person, has good interpersonal relationships, and the girlfriend he chose is beautiful. Zhang Menghan's visit to Long Qingyun was very positive. Everyone assumed that Zhang Menghan was Long Qingyun's girlfriend. This left Zhang Menghan somewhat at a loss. Refusing would make Long Qingyun look bad. He agreed, saying they were just ordinary friends. They are not in a girlfriend-girlfriend relationship. Seeing Zhang Menghan's embarrassment, Long Qingyun said with a grin, "Let's go home." Seeing Long Qingyun, he looked happy. Zhang Menghan had no choice but to follow. When I arrived at the door, I ran into an elderly neighbor. "Hey, who's this young lady? She's so pretty. How come I've never seen it before? Hey, isn't that little dragon? You're carrying so many bags, did you go to the supermarket to buy things?" Long Qingyun looked at the old lady and gave her a standard smile. "Grandma Lu, it's been a long time. You've been staying with your son for over a month now, haven't you? I've missed you strangely after not seeing you for a month. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Grandma Lu is quite talkative, you have to invite her in for a chat whenever you run into her. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving anytime soon." Meanwhile, Long Qingyun was carrying several large bags. How can I explain this to the other party? Were they just bragging? Okay, I haven't visited your place for a month, and I've actually been missing you a bit. My grandson is older than you, but I feel you are more clingy than my grandson. It pleases me even more. The three entered the room. I saw Zhang Menghan carrying things into the second bedroom. Grandma Lu said with a smile. A man needs a woman by his side. Otherwise, being alone is too lonely. Little dragon, aren't you going to introduce him to me? Grandma Lu, this is my friend Zhang Menghan. She'll be staying here from now on, Long Qingyun said as he packed his things. Oh, your girlfriend's name is Zhang Menghan? After hearing Long Qingyun's explanation, Grandma Lu said very happily. This is a good name, a beautiful name makes a beautiful woman even more beautiful. When are we going to have wedding candy? I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Ha! Hearing this, Long Qingyun was puzzled. Grandma Lu, I said Zhang Menghan is my friend. Yes, your girlfriend. That's why I asked you when we're having our wedding candy, Grandma Lu repeated, as if she couldn't understand. Having no other choice, Long Qingyun took out a bag of fruit candies from his bag and approached the other person. Grandma Lu, I have some candy here if you want some. But it's still a long way off before we can eat wedding candy. Don't even mention that I'm still studying, let's take a step back and say that. Even if I stop studying, I still won't have a girlfriend. Why are you offering Grandma Lu wedding candy? Grandma Lu took a piece of candy and put it in her mouth. He smacked his lips and said with a grin. The sugar is really sweet. After saying that, Grandma Lu looked at Long Qingyun with a smile. Little dragon, you're so silly. Isn't there an incredibly beautiful woman right next to you? Isn't this just a ready-made girlfriend? If you're ashamed, I'll act as your mediator. I want you two to be together and live a happy and fulfilling life. This? Zhang Menghan, who had come out of the second bedroom to tidy up the living room, blushed again upon hearing this. All I saw was her walk straight into the second bedroom and then close the door. Seeing this, Long Qingyun shook his head again. It seems this misunderstanding has gotten a bit too big. Just then, Grandma Lu glanced at Long Qingyun. Little dragon, are you too thin-skinned? If a woman is willing to live with you, it means she is interested in you. You'd better make the most of this opportunity. Actually, I was pretending to be stupid just now. I understand everything you're saying. Alright, we've eaten the candy and said our piece. I'll head back now. Remember to hurry up, and invite me to your wedding when you have time. After saying that, Grandma Lu stood up. I walked towards the door. After Grandma Lu left, Long Qingyun walked towards Zhang Menghan's second bedroom. I saw that the other person was absent-mindedly tidying up the room. Long Qingyun spoke directly. Zhang Menghan, I apologize for what happened earlier. You know I'm a bachelor? Some of my friends saw that I brought back a super beautiful woman and they all wanted to set us up. I hope you don't mind. Zhang Menghan looked at Long Qingyun and sincerely apologized. A smile appeared on his face. Long Qingyun, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why should you apologize to me? Besides, we're always together. It's only natural that others will misunderstand. I wasn't angry just now, but I didn't know how to face your elderly friends. Oh right, I came in alone just now. Have I offended your Grandma Lu? Older people are very stingy, and I'm afraid it will affect your relationship. But Long Qingyun stood at the door and laughed. Zhang Menghan, how can you be so kind? Long Qingyun was dumbfounded. The Zhang Menghan of today is completely different from the Zhang Menghan of 100 years from now. A century later, Zhang Menghan was utterly indifferent. They never fuss over details. It seems the other party has been through a lot. That's probably why it turned out this way. However, Long Qingyun prefers Zhang Menghan now. So he wanted to stay by her side and protect her well. Just after Long Qingyun had this idea, Zhang Menghan, standing beside her, said with a grin, "Humans are inherently good who would want to live a life of ferocity and ruthlessness. Many things are done out of desperation." At this point, Zhang Menghan looked at Long Qingyun. "Long Qingyun, since they all misunderstand that we are boyfriend and girlfriend, you should just admit it in public from now on. I don't want you to be caught in the middle and have an awkward situation. Besides, what if you refuse? This makes you lose face." At this point, Zhang Menghan paused for a moment, then continued. "However, our relationship remains that of friends." Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun nodded. "Zhang Menghan, thank you for your understanding. But but what? Just say it." Zhang Menghan asked from the side, seeing Long Qingyun's hesitant and reluctant manner. "But can we be boyfriend and girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun's old face flushed red. However, he later felt that his words were too abrupt. Then, with a grin, he said again, "Zhang Menghan, I'm sorry, I was too abrupt. I only had this idea because I saw that other people thought so. If you don't want to, just pretend I never said that." After finishing speaking, Long Qingyun turned around and left. However, Zhang Menghan nodded at this moment. "Sure. But we don't know each other yet, so I can't be your girlfriend. However, I can be your intern girlfriend." "What? An intern girlfriend? What kind of relationship is this?" However, Long Qingyun couldn't care less about any of that. He jumped up with joy. "Yay! I, Long Qingyun, have a girlfriend. Ha ha ha." Seeing Long Qingyun's happy expression, Zhang Menghan was also extremely happy. But she blushed and corrected her from the side. "I was referring to a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship during an internship. If you want to be my boyfriend, you have to pass the probationary period." "Oh. I understand." Long Qingyun didn't seem to care, and then said again, "Whether she's my girlfriend or my internship girlfriend, she's always my girlfriend in my heart." Chapter 15: Eliminating the Scourge in Advance. After saying that, Long Qingyun left the second bedroom and walked towards the living room. However, right after Long Qingyun left, the system reacted. "Congratulations, host. Zhang Menghan's favorability has soared to 1,000 points. The genius Zhang Menghan can upgrade your talent. Do you wish to upgrade now? Upgrade. Congratulations, host. You have received the blessing of the future genius goddess Zhang Menghan, and your talent has successfully advanced to the king-level Golden Buddha indestructible body." Brilliant! Finally, we've advanced. A talent at the king level is truly extraordinary. After the spiritual energy revival, one can become a king of a region. A king is someone who can dominate a region. A valley can be destroyed with a flick of the wrist. With full force, it can cause the earth to shake. A king-level expert's attack is comparable to the power of a missile. Just imagine how powerful it is. Furthermore, after the revival of spiritual energy, a princely talent, he was highly valued and nurtured by the empire. It is one of the key personnel to be cultivated. Cool. Long Qingyun jumped up happily again in the living room. But Zhang Menghan saw all of this. They assumed it was because she had just agreed to Long Qingyun's request. Become the other person's intern girlfriend. The excitement it brings to the other person. Just as Long Qingyun was getting excited, the system made a sound again. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully earned the title of intern boyfriend in the heart of goddess Zhang Menghan, and have received a talent advancement. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the heavenly eye talent." What? A third eye talent? What kind of talent is this? What's the use of having it? The innate ability of the heavenly eye is fully functional, allowing one to foresee the future, perceive weaknesses, manipulate minds, appraise items, use X-ray vision, lasers, hypnosis, mind reading, X-ray vision, psychic abilities, clairvoyance, slow motion, and radiation absorption. The heavenly eye is a dividing line among innate skills. After advancing to the heavenly eye level, as long as one has great talent and sufficient resources, one can become a regional overlord. There's no need for the system to explain this. Long Qingyun already knows it himself. Because the ability of the heavenly eye is too powerful. Long Qingyun wanted to try out the ability of the heavenly eye. He looked directly at Zhang Menghan. He immediately used his mind-reading ability, the heavenly eye. Long Qingyun immediately understood what Zhang Menghan was thinking. Zhang Menghan was very satisfied with everything he did. She was also willing to be his girlfriend. However, the other party was afraid and acted too casually. She was worried that Long Qingyun would look down on her. After all, Zhang Menghan's mother was a slut. She was afraid of leaving a bad impression on Long Qingyun. Having obtained what he wanted, Long Qingyun once again held Tianyantong in higher regard. If it's really as the system describes, the heavenly eye can accompany Long Qingyun for a lifetime. Rather, it can be a lifelong benefit. During the day, Long Qingyun spent time with Zhang Menghan, cultivating their relationship. After having dinner that evening, he left home. For no other reason than that we are getting closer and closer to the revival of spiritual energy. Some of the spiritual plants have already begun to exhibit spiritual changes. In Long Qingyun's memory, the first tree demon would appear one day later. Therefore, Long Qingyun needs to do something at this critical juncture. In his previous life, he was a relative or friend of Long Qingyun. They all died one after another after the spiritual energy revival. In this life, Long Qingyun is reborn and gains a system that grants him extraordinary abilities. He certainly wouldn't allow something like that to happen again. Otherwise, he would be letting down the cheating system. Among Long Qingyun's relatives and friends, the one who died the most tragically was his aunt, Xiao Meiyu. Xiao Meiyu is the squad leader of the criminal investigation team, a key member of the team. Moreover, she is the most beautiful policewoman in the entire police station. A man who has feelings for her. You can walk around the police station a few times. However, in her previous life, Xiao Meiyu happened to marry Yi Liang, the squad leader of the security team. The security team refers to the security personnel under the police department. You could also say they are security guards. It's not even part of the official staff. Back then, everyone said that Yi Liang was a toad trying to eat swan meat. But in his previous life, Yi Liang really did get to eat swan meat. This is nothing? The problem lies in Yi Liang's personality change. Before the spiritual energy revival, Yi Liang's character and temperament were both excellent. He obeyed Xiao Meiyu's every word and never dared to say no. Since the revival of spiritual energy, Yi Liang has awakened his general level talent. Furthermore, he gained earth elemental superpowers. From then on, his official career flourished, directly surpassing ordinary people. He became an important figure in the entire mountain town. From then on, all his bad qualities were revealed. He was lazy, addicted to gambling, and had a penchant for promiscuity. From then on, he was out of control. It's like he's become a completely different person. Originally, he would obey Xiao Meiyu's every command. They treated the other person like a queen. Later, whenever he was in a bad mood, he would take it out on Xiao Meiyu. They would resort to violence at the drop of a hat, treating Xiao Meiyu like a slave. Xiao Meiyu died on the day Yi Liang went out to fool around. He brought 3 women from nightclubs home. Moreover, in front of Xiao Meiyu, the group of them flirted and played cards together, seeking a sense of presence. That's not all. Most importantly, wait until Yi Liang is done having fun. They called over another couple. The goal is to get Xiao Meiyu involved in the swapping, couples game. Xiao Meiyu received higher education from a young age. How could I possibly be willing to associate with them? I rejected them outright. At that time, Yi Liang was extremely angry and directly used the super energy of the earth attribute. Xiao Meiyu was petrified and turned into a stone statue. Even after turning into a stone statue, Yi Liang was still unwilling to let Xiao Meiyu go. He placed the stone statue in his home as a display item. We invited many successful men from outside. Come and admire the stone statue formed by Xiao Meiyu. Finally, let the man who likes Xiao Meiyu. They took turns desecrating and defiling Xiao Meiyu's stone statue. That wasn't the end of it. Yi Liang, on a whim, was the last one. After getting tired of playing with Xiao Meiyu's stone statue, using his superpowers, he smashed the stone statue of the opponent's body into dust with a single punch. Let Xiao Meiyu disappear from the world. Long Qingyun remembered the time he went to pay respects to Xiao Meiyu. The other party died without a complete body, not even an urn. He died a very tragic death. At that time, Long Qingyun wanted to take revenge. However, the empire has a prohibition: superpowered individuals cannot engage in deathmatches, or they will be killed without mercy. Having no other choice, Long Qingyun challenged Yi Liang. However, Yi Liang, who cultivated earth attribute energy, was extremely powerful. As a result, Long Qingyun, who practiced body refining techniques, was no match for Yi Liang. He was humiliated and kicked out of the house. Long Qingyun vividly remembered the grudges from his past life. In this lifetime, Long Qingyun absolutely cannot allow it to reappear. Therefore, he planned to nip this grudge in the bud. Chapter 16: Yi Liang's True Nature. Under normal circumstances, Long Qingyun really wouldn't dare to do this. Because we now live in a society governed by the rule of law. Even with extraordinary abilities, it takes a person to disappear. This will also lead to an investigation by the relevant authorities. Sooner or later, we'll all be destined to eat peanuts. However, a tree spirit descended upon the world a day later. This conveniently created a favorable opportunity for Long Qingyun. Therefore, tonight is the best time to take action. In fact, Long Qingyun had never met Yi Liang. He passed away this morning at the police station. I suddenly remembered this. Xiao Meiyu pointed it out to him. Yi Liang is already making his plans. He kept trying to find ways to get close to Xiao Meiyu. Moreover, he would occasionally try to win over Xiao Meiyu. For example, they frequently send gifts or flowers. However, Xiao Meiyu rejected them all. Long Qingyun arrived very early and staked out the area next to the police station. After discovering that Yi Liang had left work early, he headed towards a flower shop. Then, holding flowers, they waited again at the police station entrance. Soon after, Xiao Meiyu came out dressed in casual clothes. Xiao Meiyu, dressed in her police uniform, looked very dignified. However, Xiao Meiyu, dressed in casual clothes, was an exceptionally ladylike woman. The two chatted for a while, then Xiao Meiyu left directly, refusing the flowers Yi Liang offered her. When Xiao Meiyu was around, Yi Liang was always gentle and refined. However, after Xiao Meiyu left, Yi Liang seemed like a completely different person. He picked up the flower in his hand and smashed it to pieces on the ground. And he kept criticizing the other person. After venting his anger, Yi Liang walked all the way to a restaurant, had a few drinks, and headed towards the red light district not far away. It seems that being fond of wine and women is Yi Liang's nature. It's just that they usually hide it very well and don't show it. Arriving at the red light district, Yi Liang wandered around inside, looking for a woman he likes. After looking around, Yi Liang chose an extremely voluptuous woman and went straight upstairs. Less than 15 minutes later, a sound like a pig being slaughtered rang out. It turns out that Yi Liang was broke and wanted to dine and dash. As a result, he was beaten half to death by the people guarding the place. Throughout the journey, Yi Liang kept reminding the other party that you shouldn't hit someone in the face. As a result, when Long Qingyun saw Yi Liang, the other party's head was already swollen like a pig's head. However, Yi Liang didn't care and simply returned the way he came. But at a bend in the road, a figure with a black veil covering its head walked out from inside. Taking advantage of Yi Liang's inattention, he punched Yi Liang in the chest. Then I heard a click. The sound of bones breaking rang out. By the time Yi Liang realized what was happening, the chest had appeared a massive black hole. His heart was already in the hands of the masked man. The masked man was none other than Long Qingyun in disguise. Long Qingyun muttered to himself. No wonder you're so heartless, even willing to kill your own wife. So your heart is black. And it was ice cold. A person like you is just a waste of food to be alive. On behalf of the righteous, I hereby formally deprive you of your dog's life. Upon hearing this, Yi Liang was completely dumbfounded. He's usually very good at pretending. I never offend anyone. Why did the other party want to kill him? Taking a deep breath, Yi Liang stammered. Your Excellency, I have no past grudges against you, nor any recent grievances. Why did you kill me? He, you are my future enemy. So I will eliminate you before you are even born. Long Qingyun was not afraid that Yi Liang would know and directly told the truth. A future enemy? These words left Yi Liang dumbfounded. What does this mean exactly? Boom! Just then, there was a jolt. The area where Yi Liang's heart was located was directly petrified. The blood flow stopped immediately. All that could be seen was Yi Liang struggling to get up from the ground. Long Qingyun was stunned when he saw this. This is what makes those who awaken Earth attribute superpowers so powerful. The time for awakening has not yet arrived. It's astonishing that petrification can occur even with such force. If we act any later, it will likely cause even more trouble. Thinking of this, Long Qingyun was glad that he had acted now. It was the perfect time. All that could be seen was that Long Qingyun moved again. He swung his fists and kept punching Yi Liang's heart. Bump! 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 As someone who awakened superpowers in his previous life, Long Qingyun knew a little bit about it. That means taking advantage of Yi Liang. Before he turned to stone. Break the opponent's petrification. Otherwise, wait until the other party turns to stone. Then Long Qingyun's life would be in danger. 1 minute later, the area where Yi Liang's heart was located became a blur. It's disgusting to look at. Looking again, Yi Liang's face was ashen, and his eyes were wide open. He died instantly. If there isn't enough spiritual energy, petrification won't work. All that awaited Yi Liang was death. He used Yi Liang's clothes to wipe his fist. Long Qingyun spat at Yi Liang. I'm sorry, but for my aunt's safety, I have to let you go first. Besides, scum like you doesn't deserve to live in this world. Death, for you, is also a kind of relief. After speaking, Long Qingyun cleaned up the battlefield. They cut off Yi Liang's third leg and threw it on the ground. Furthermore, they wrote a line of words on the wall with stones. Those who are affectionate but unrighteous will surely perish. Those who reap what they sow will not live. This makes it immediately clear that it was a crime of passion or a revenge killing. After finishing everything, Long Qingyun wandered around the alley. I found a secluded spot and threw away the black stockings. After wandering around for about 15 minutes, they finally emerged from a small alley several miles away. As Long Qingyun left, he heard police sirens. It seems the police are really well informed. They found out about Yi Liang's death so quickly. Long Qingyun took a taxi to the residential area, bought 2 late-night snacks downstairs, and went home. When he got home, Zhang Menghan was still waiting for him in the living room. Long Qingyun placed the late-night snack on the table. I took a shower before coming to the living room to have a late-night snack. It wasn't because Long Qingyun left any clues. Rather, it's something he was used to in his past life. After a battle, one must take a bath. Besides, with his abilities, he could easily avoid it if he wanted to. No blood will be left on your body. During the journey, Zhang Menghan asked Long Qingyun where he had gone. Long Qingyun answered directly that he had gone to see a future friend. The two ate a late-night snack and went straight to sleep. Long Qingyun, the perpetrator, bears no responsibility whatsoever. Because in his previous life, he was used to fighting and killing. They don't take this matter seriously at all. However, the police officers were extremely busy. Although Yi Liang was only the captain of the security team. A nobody who's not even officially employed. However, the other party died without any explanation. Police leaders will definitely demand that the case be solved as soon as possible. Xiao Meiyu was among those who were busy this time. Xiao Meiyu received a phone call informing her of Yi Liang's death. She was extremely shocked. He was still professing his love to her when he left work. The person died after being away for a few hours. This is so strange. And the other party died in the red light district. Not only was his heart ripped out, but his third leg was also cut off. What kind of deep hatred must one harbor to commit such a vicious act? The police officers involved in solving the case held a brief meeting. Everyone confirmed that Yi Liang's cause of death was either a revenge killing or a crime of passion. Chapter 17 Xiao Meiyu suspects Long Qingyun is the murderer. After everyone conducted a thorough investigation. Surprisingly, it was discovered that Yi Liang had no enemies with anyone. He also did not have any affairs with any respectable women. The only clue is that Yi Liang likes to frequent red light districts. Moreover, they frequently default on their debts. He was beaten quite a few times. Finally, the group focused their suspicions on the area around the red light district. As a result, the entire red light district was turned upside down in one night. As a result, no clues were found regarding the Yi Liang incident. After a busy night, Xiao Meiyu sat in the police car, pondering the details of the case. Suddenly, she thought of a suspect. He frowned, unwilling to believe the guess. But she was certain in her heart that this person must have a motive to kill. After daybreak, all the police officers who had been busy all night went back to rest. However, Xiao Meiyu did not go home, but changed into casual clothes. They drove directly to Long Qingyun's residential area. Her gut feeling told her she suspected something was wrong. It is related to Long Qingyun. Because yesterday morning, Long Qingyun personally asked her who Yi Liang was. From this perspective, there must be a grudge between Long Qingyun and Yi Liang. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask someone they have absolutely no connection with for no reason. When Xiao Meiyu arrived at Long Qingyun's house, Long Qingyun was still in bed, fast asleep. Xiao Meiyu had a key to Long Qingyun's house, so she simply opened the door and went in. When Xiao Meiyu arrived at Long Qingyun's bedroom, Long Qingyun quickly opened his eyes and came to his senses. This vigilance is something I developed in my past life. Even if he were reborn, he would still possess this ability. He glanced at Xiao Meiyu, who was staring straight at him. Long Qingyun revealed what he considered to be an incredibly handsome smile. "Auntie, is there something you need?" "Qingyun, Yi Liang is dead," Xiao Meiyu said, while carefully observing Long Qingyun's expression. However, the other person's expression showed no sign of anything unusual. "What, aren't you surprised?" Xiao Meiyu asked again. Long Qingyun frowned. "Who is Yi Liang? I don't even know him. What's so surprising?" "Qingyun, you're lying." Xiao Meiyu glared at Long Qingyun. "I've watched you grow up since you were a child, don't I know you well enough? The calmer you are, the more nervous you are inside. You should know why I've come to see you this time, right? The net of justice is vast, and though its meshes are wide, nothing escapes it. You'd better just tell the truth. Otherwise, if the opportunity passes, even if I want to help you, I will be powerless to do so." "Auntie, do you believe in inspiration?" Long Qingyun knew that he could not escape Xiao Meiyu's investigation about this matter. "So I prepared my explanation in advance. And yet, only one night has passed. Xiao Meiyu actually came to our door. This actually matched his thinking." After saying this, Long Qingyun looked directly at Xiao Meiyu. She wanted to see how the other person would respond. However, the other party remained remarkably calm and replied. "You continue." What does this mean?" Long Qingyun couldn't tell whether the other party trusted him or not. Still don't believe him? However, he still said everything he had planned beforehand. "Auntie, I have a really good inspiration. My sixth sense is also very accurate." "I believe that you were the one who did this," Xiao Meiyu said calmly. "That's good. As long as we both believe in inspiration, things will be much easier from here on out." Seeing that Xiao Meiyu also believed in inspiration, Long Qingyun smiled happily. "Once, a picture suddenly appeared in my mind. I saw that Zhang Menghan moved into my house. As it turned out, the inspiration came true, and Zhang Menghan moved in right away. Another time, a scene appeared in my mind again. I saw my aunt come to confront me, and today that happened." At this point, Long Qingyun looked at Xiao Meiyu again. All I saw was the other person nod. How are these two incidents related to Yi Liang's death? Long Qingyun nodded and said again. "Once, a scene appeared in my mind. In the video, a man punches you to death, leaving no trace of your body. Before you died, you kept murmuring Yi Liang's name. That's why I wanted to get to know Yi Liang. I was planning to go find you last night, but I ran into him by chance, so I killed him." "What? To kill a living person just because of a picture that appeared in one's mind? This is unbelievable. Qingyun, is what you said true?" Xiao Meiyu asked again from the side. "Everything is true." "You?" After confirming the truth of what Long Qingyun had said, Xiao Meiyu's face turned ugly. He then fell into deep thought. After a long silence, Xiao Meiyu spoke again. "Qingyun, you've gone too far in this matter. How could you do something that involves human life and death? Okay, this matter involves me too. You did it for my safety, so I will stop criticizing you. However, you must come back with me this time to turn yourself in. Otherwise, once this matter is investigated, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. As long as you turn yourself in, with your parents' influence and my connections, I estimate you still have a chance to survive." "What? Surrender?" Long Qingyun immediately started shaking his head and swaying his body. Auntie, are you willing to believe me? Can't you give me another chance? I will prove my inspiration right. Seeing Long Qingyun's persistent pleas, Xiao Meiyu's heart softened. How will you prove it? Tell me about it. Long Qingyun closed his eyes, pretending to be mysterious. A few minutes later, Long Qingyun spoke again. Auntie, I just saw 2 more images. In the first phase, spiritual energy revived, and tree demons transformed into human form, possessing limbs, wings, and heads. However, its body is still in the shape of a tree, but the tree spirit can fly through the sky using the branches and wings behind it. Moreover, the tree demon constantly disrupted the order of the mountain town. To maintain peace, the entire police force was mobilized to subdue it. This happened just 1 day later. The second painting depicts my friend Zhang Menghan, who, during the spiritual revival, awakened extraordinary talent and became the most powerful being among all humankind. At this point, Long Qingyun looked at Xiao Meiyu again. Auntie, let's not talk about things from a long time ago. What will happen a day from now is easy to see. Why don't you give me a chance to prove whether the inspiration is effective? If what I say really comes true, then I'll drop the matter of killing Yi Liang. If this matter I'm talking about falls through, then I'll go with you to the police station to turn myself in. What do you think? Hearing this, Xiao Meiyu nodded. He agreed immediately. This does not mean that Xiao Meiyu believed Long Qingyun's words. It was Xiao Meiyu who didn't want anything to happen to Long Qingyun either. Therefore, he gave Long Qingyun a chance. This also gave her time to come up with a solution. After the two agreed, Xiao Meiyu left immediately. Upon arriving at the garage, the car had not yet been started. Xiao Meiyu immediately picked up her phone and called her senior. The renowned mental health hospital in the mountain city, expert's office. Yi Laolu was researching a bottleneck in psychology. Just then, his phone rang. Chapter 18, The First Tree Spirit Appears. Yi Laolu glanced at his phone and answered the call with a grin. Beautiful Xiao, it's been over a year since you last called me? What brings you here? I know you only call me when you need something, and you wouldn't call me unless you had something to ask. Just say what's on your mind. Xiao Meiyu's voice rang out. Senior brother, my nephew has some mental problems. When are you free to take a look? I knew it. When Miss Xiao calls me, it can't be anything good, Yi Laolu said with a grin. Actually, I'm very busy, but you need my help, junior sister. No matter how busy I am, I will still make an appointment for you. Alright, bring your people over in 3 days, around noon. Although 3 days was a bit long, Xiao Meiyu knew that the other party had already given her a lot of face. Given Yi Laolu's reputation, let alone booking an appointment for 3 days later. Even if you reserve a number a month in advance, most people still might not be able to get one. Senior brother, let's agree on this. See you in 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Meiyu picked up her phone again and dialed another senior student's number. Senior brother, have you been busy lately? Let's grab a bite sometime. It's been half a year since we last saw each other, hasn't it? But the person on the other end of the phone burst out laughing. A soft, whispering voice came over. Junior sister, you're such a busy person. Where would you find the time to treat me to a meal? Please speak frankly about what's on your mind. Have you run into a tough opponent again? Otherwise, how would you remember me? Senior brother, look at what you're saying, Before Xiao Meiyu could finish speaking, Yi Wei's voice came through again. Junior sister, you know your senior brother is very busy. Speak your mind directly, don't beat around the bush. He. Xiao Meiyu laughed happily upon hearing this. No one understands me better than my senior brother. Then it's settled in advance. I'll be there whenever you need me. The phone call ended again. Xiao Meiyu dared not relax her vigilance in the matter of Long Qingyun killing Yi Liang. They drove back towards the police station. Xiao Meiyu's thoughts were simple, she wanted to see if there were any other breakthroughs in the case. After another half day of busy work, there were still no results. A day passed quickly. Night slowly fell. The moonlight illuminated the entire mountain town, making the night as bright as the day. The highest peak in the mountain city, the summit of the mountain city. The area is shrouded in mist, and the entire mountain peak, viewed from below, resembles a fairyland. Suddenly, the summit of the mountain city began to tremble. Like the aftershocks of an earthquake. Then, at the highest point, a pine tree was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Several hours later, the pine tree, which was originally only 20 meters tall, was transformed. It actually grew into a towering tree, hundreds of meters tall. Then I saw a ray of light shining down on the moonlight. The pine tree slowly transformed into a human form. The massive treetop rapidly compressed into the shape of a human head. The human head, compressed from the treetop, surprisingly possessed facial features. However, his face was still covered by pine bark. The hair was actually thick pine needles. Then the surrounding branches and leaves formed a pair of enormous hands and a pair of wings. The hands are formed from the branches of a tree, incredibly dry. But he looked incredibly strong and powerful. However, it possesses the characteristics of human hands, allowing it to bend and move freely. The wings are rather random, like two tree branches pieced together haphazardly. However, it bears some resemblance to the wings of an eagle. It can be folded up and carried on your shoulder. If you don't open it, you can't even tell it's wings. They also thought it was body hair on the back. However, the hair on his back is much denser than on other parts of his body. Next are the legs. It's actually the root of a pine tree. However, its shape resembles that of a human, giving it a unique aesthetic appeal. The tree spirit, which had taken on a human form, slowly condensed again. Concentrated is the essence. The smaller it is, the greater the threat it poses. Until it condensed into a giant 10 meters in size. The tree spirit immediately stopped compressing. All that was seen was the tree spirit tremble slightly. Then, cracks began to appear on the summit of Dead Mountain City. All that could be seen was a pair of feet, about the size of a car, emerging from the gap. Then the mountaintop closed up again, and everything returned to normal. However, the appearance of the tree spirit made all the surrounding trees much more energetic. Especially the big trees on the mountaintop at the top of the mountain city. They are all growing and competing with each other. Although it didn't grow as fast as the tree spirit. But in just one night, they can grow several tens of centimeters taller. The tree spirit looked down at everything and revealed what it considered to be a smile that could kill. Then it revealed several enormous fangs and roared toward the sky. Just then, the wild animals around the top of the mountain city appeared. They all sensed everything that was happening on the mountaintop. They all began to roar towards the night. It could be described as a cacophony of howling ghosts and wailing wolves. Then all that could be seen were ferocious beasts approaching the summit. Because they too sensed the extraordinary nature of the summit. As a result, the tree spirits and the beasts engaged in a fierce battle. Finally, they tore apart several enormous wild boars and had a feast. The tree spirit flapped its unreliable wings and flew towards the sky. This image really does resemble the legendary Birdman. These trees atop the mountain city, and even wild animals, are incredibly envious. The trees swayed their branches, their inner excitement surging forth. The animals kept roaring. One of the monkeys, which was 3 meters tall, went completely mad. He jumped straight off the cliff. Like the tree spirit, it also possesses the ability to fly. But without wings, it could only fall off the cliff. Only the surrounding flora and fauna know what happens atop the mountain city. No one in the human world knew about it. However, the truth cannot be hidden forever. People get up early in the morning to prepare for the new day. The tree spirit has come from the deep mountains and forests to the sky above the bustling city center. The tree spirit, like a large bird, flew in from afar, though they were far apart. Only when they got closer did people see everything clearly. It turned out to be a birdman flying in the sky. The first person to see the tree spirit was a surveyor from the Civil Aviation Administration. She detected the arrival of the tree spirit via satellite. The tree spirit's form, neither human nor tree nor bird, a complete misshapen creature. Upon seeing this, the explorer was immediately startled. Use a walkie-talkie to report to the duty station directly. Headquarters, a birdman has been spotted invading the aviation sector of Chongqing. Requesting instructions. The headquarters is where the duty officer stays. He immediately turned on the detector and began to examine it carefully. Upon witnessing the scene of the birdman in the sky, they immediately reported it to the relevant authorities and requested assistance. Urban defense mainly relies on the military and police. However, the military deals with external affairs, while the police deal with internal affairs. The task of dealing with the birdman was handed over directly to the police station. After receiving the notification, the police station immediately dispatched a special police team, which responded by helicopter. The land-based team members conducted tracking and support operations on land. Xiao Meiyu's criminal investigation team received orders from their superiors and was fully prepared for action. Xiao Meiyu, the squad leader of the criminal investigation team, was among them. My first reaction upon receiving the news was as if I had been struck by lightning. She didn't believe Long Qingyun's words at first. Now, the other party's prophetic inspiration has actually come true. This illustrates that the other party's inspiration was indeed very accurate. She began to believe Long Qingyun's words and also harbored prejudice against Yi Liang's death. Last night I felt a little sorry for Yi Liang, but now I think he deserved to die. No matter who it is, as long as they encounter a threat to themselves. People will retaliate when it comes to matters involving the lives of their family members. It's human nature. Chapter 19, Dealing with the Tree Demon. The appearance of the tree spirit disrupted the order of the entire mountain town. Police officers were everywhere, looking for a good opportunity to attack the tree demon. The tree spirit, however, yearned for the human world immensely. They constantly changed locations atop skyscrapers, challenging humanity. Finally, I stopped at the Central Park in the mountain city. Because this is a mountain city area, the place with the best air quality and the most abundant spiritual energy. Furthermore, there is a large lake in Central Park. This is just what the tree spirits need to play with. And there are also many delicious fish inside. Even the food problem was solved. Although the tree spirit ate 2 wild boars last night. However, flying in the sky is very expensive. Its stomach had been growling for a long time. Inside a pavilion in Central Park. A social media influencer is currently live streaming. They were introducing Central Park and some of its beautiful scenery. This person's stage name is Xiaoqiang. Average looks, overweight. With his bald head, he looks like the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha. A social media influencer with no money, no power, and no good looks. He doesn't have much fame in the online celebrity world. Barely enough to support my family and make a living. Moreover, he relied on his silver tongue. However, just as he was describing the beautiful scenery of Central Park, all that could be seen was the tree spirit descending towards the location of Central Park. Xiaoqiang was startled when the tree spirit descended to the ground. This is a creature that is neither human, nor tree, nor bird, a complete mishmash. What kind of monster is it? Isn't this the perfect topic for live streaming? Thinking about this, all I could see was Xiaoqiang turning the live streaming equipment in the direction he was pointing. They filmed the tree spirit. The number of people on the live streaming platform is sparse, only a few dozen. But after seeing the tree spirit in the live stream, immediately, people started discussing it. Oh my god, what is that strange-looking creature? It's a monster that's neither a tree, nor a person, nor a bird. Could it be that the streamers specially invited these extras to attract attention? I don't think so, didn't you see it? The monster was huge, about 10 meters tall. How could it be a person? I suspect the streamer did it on purpose, creating special effects. It doesn't look like its special effects couldn't possibly be that realistic. Besides, if it's special effects, everything in the park will change accordingly. But the scenery inside the park didn't seem to have changed at all. I think this time it's for real, we've encountered a monster. No way, this world is atheistic. How could monsters appear? I don't want to believe it. Boom. The tree spirit descended with tremendous ferocity. It crashed directly and heavily onto the lake surface. The water splashed up dozens of meters high, which was quite spectacular. This left the fans completely stunned. Oh my god, we've struck gold this time. We really saw a monster. At first, I thought it was fake. Now, seeing the other side, such a huge wave of water bursts forth. It's obvious at a glance that it's the real deal. It's true, I'm sure of it. But what exactly is this wooden-headed monster? Could it be a 1,000-year-old demon? That's unknown. I heard that the mountain town is incredibly lively today. Many police officers were dispatched, saying they had seen an unidentified creature. It now appears that the so-called unidentified creature was just this piece of wood. The news of the tree spirit appearing in the mountain town spread throughout the entire town. Especially among the fans in the livestream, the word spreads from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and from 100 to thousands. The account, which originally only had 10,000 to 20,000 followers, suddenly had tens of millions of people online. Damn it! What kind of concept is this? Xiaoqiang was terrified. It seems his internet celebrity career is about to take off with the appearance of the tree spirit. Xiaoqian's livestream has received continuous promotion from major media outlets and online channels. The entire mountain town knew about the tree demon. The police department immediately dispatched a large force to Central Park. The main force includes a rare Air Force unit. They dispatched more than a dozen helicopters to provide support. The ground forces deployed all officers from the entire police department. The entire Central Park was completely blocked off. It seems the police leadership is extremely concerned about this matter. They were afraid that the tree spirit would bring an overwhelming amount of negative influence to humans. But the tree spirit is like a little child. They started playing in the lake in Central Park. In addition to fish, there are other species in the lakes of Central Park. There are also a few swans. By this time, it had already been devoured by the tree spirit. Under normal circumstances, swans have no natural enemies. Now they are being completely suppressed by the tree demon. Swimming in the water, you can't outrun the tree spirit. Even flying in the sky, one cannot surpass the tree spirit. Although the tree spirit's flying speed is not very fast. But the other person is that big. It flapped its wings a few times. That way, the swans can be completely suppressed. Of the dozens of swans, only a few that were fast and lucky survived. Everything else became food for the tree spirit. Next is the tree spirit, preying on fish in the water. None of the fish that the tree spirit had its eye on escaped. At this moment, the tree spirit was extremely busy. I walked around in the lake. Just as the tree spirit had eaten and drunk its fill and was preparing to leave, I've noticed that there are more and more people around me. It immediately made it irritable. It sensed that its own safety had been affected. It bared its fangs and claws, reaching out to grab at the humans. Until they grabbed a few humans and threw them into their bellies. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers were so terrified they wet themselves. It fled frantically to one side. No one dared to approach and watch anymore. This also relieved the police officers who had been dispatched. Although tree spirits pose a threat and cause harm to humans. However, the current situation is exactly what the police officers need to do to take down the tree demon. However, something baffling happened again. A tree demon 10 meters tall is far too enormous. Ordinary firearms, hitting the opponent's body. It's not very useful at all. The bullets from the firearms embedded themselves directly in the skin tissue. This left the police officers who were conducting the raid completely baffled. Then they used shotguns and other shotgun-like devices. In the end, it didn't do much good. The officers who were last in the encirclement unanimously agreed to use armor-piercing rounds. Alternatively, use explosive shells to deal with the enemy. But just then, personnel from the Mountain City Research Institute arrived. They prevented officers from using armor-piercing or explosive rounds. Because this would cause the tree spirit to be reduced to ashes. It will be difficult to conduct research then. It has to be said that these researchers are actually quite intelligent. In my past life, if it weren't for researchers joining the ranks of spiritual energy revival, humans might die even more tragically. After further research, the researchers decided to use a heavy-duty anesthetic cannon. This is a super weapon used to anesthetize elephants, or even larger animals. As a result, the police officers were ready. The tree demon actually took to the sky. It hovered over Central Park. This rendered the people on land unable to resist. Finally, with no other option, they had to use heavy-duty anesthetic cannons on the helicopters. More than a dozen helicopters surrounded the tree spirit. Because the tree spirit's transformation time was too short, its brain cells were not active. It is still in its infancy, so all it knows is how to run away and hunt. They had no idea how to avoid danger. The last dozen or so helicopters were lost, at the cost of 2. Finally, the tree demon was captured and brought to justice. However, the tree spirit fell from the sky. It crashed onto tall buildings. The ground was left in a complete mess. In the end, the officers spent a great deal of effort to tie up the tree spirit. They were transported back to the research institute by helicopter and given to the experts for careful study. Chapter 20 Accompanying Zhang Menghan shopping. Central Park was bustling with activity. Long Qingyun, however, took Zhang Menghan for a stroll on the pedestrian street next to the University of Science and Technology. Zhang Menghan was very happy throughout the journey. Women's favorite thing is undoubtedly shopping. Zhang Menghan is no exception. However, when the two arrived at the entrance of the pedestrian street, some disagreements have arisen. Zhang Menghan is going to the underground shopping mall below the pedestrian street. Long Qingyun, however, was heading to the large shopping mall on the pedestrian street. However, in the end, Long Qingyun still followed Zhang Menghan to the underground shopping mall. The items in underground shopping malls are mostly counterfeit goods. Even if it looks nice, the quality is terrible. While strolling around, Zhang Menghan took a liking to two pieces of clothing. However, Long Qingyun felt it didn't look good and rejected it outright. The two eventually left the underground shopping mall. We headed towards the large shopping mall. Once you arrive at the large shopping mall, you'll find a wide variety of items inside. It's much better than underground shopping malls. Zhang Menghan stared wide-eyed. However, whenever Zhang Menghan takes a fancy to a piece of clothing, when I went up to check the price tags on clothes often range from hundreds to thousands of dollars. There were even some worth thousands or tens of thousands, which left Zhang Menghan dumbfounded. This caused Zhang Menghan to want to leave after browsing for a while. However, Long Qingyun directly rejected him. The reason is quite good, the ladies' clothes were seen. Now we should look at men's clothing. However, Long Qingyun did not, and instead took Zhang Menghan to shop for men's clothing. Instead, they headed towards an international sports brand store. Long Qingyun looked around and saw a set of clothes. This is perfect for Zhang Menghan. He went up and looked around for a while, then had Zhang Menghan try it on. Zhang Menghan was stunned when she saw the price of 1,698 yuan per set and immediately started shaking her head. However, Long Qingyun whispered to himself, "Trying it on is free, what are you worried about?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan nodded. I gritted my teeth and went into the fitting room. Just after Zhang Menghan finished dressing and came out, Long Qingyun was dumbfounded. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. That's absolutely right. Zhang Menghan, who was already incredibly beautiful, looked even more stunning in this outfit. His aura instantly rose significantly once again. Just then, a sales clerk in her 30s walked over. He spotted Zhang Menghan immediately, and his expression darkened. Hey, I knew there was a foul smell in the shop. So it's Wang the slut's daughter, trying on clothes here. What are your family's circumstances? Don't you know? With your financial situation, you should probably buy clothes from underground shopping malls. The clothes here are too high-end and don't suit you at all. Zhang Menghan was stunned when she heard this. Then he turned to look at the middle-aged woman next to him. Then, an unpleasant expression appeared on his face. Aunt Li, do you work here? I know that my mom was wrong last time when she fought with you for a man. On her behalf, I apologize to you. But seeing Zhang Menghan apologize, Aunt Li relentlessly said, "Who do you think you are? My hatred for your mother is irreconcilable. That guy stole my man. Such a serious matter can't be solved so easily." After Aunt Li finished speaking, she looked directly at Zhang Menghan. "Stop talking nonsense and take off your clothes. Just slink away in disgrace. Remember, be careful when you take off your clothes. Don't get your clothes dirty, or you won't be able to afford to pay for them." Damn it! This is a classic case of looking down on people. Zhang Menghan didn't take it to heart when she heard this. She hadn't originally planned to buy designer clothes. I walked straight to the fitting room. However, just as Zhang Menghan took off her clothes and was about to leave, Aunt Li called out to Zhang Menghan again. Wait a minute, based on my understanding of your mother, your family members are all morally corrupt. That's why I don't trust you. Let me go and check the clothes you took off. Check if it's dirty or damaged. You are not allowed to leave this store until I have finished my inspection. After saying that, Aunt Li walked towards the fitting room. I took the clothes out and examined them carefully for a long time. However, no problems were found. This really embarrassed Aunt Li. All I saw was her sniffing the clothes. Then, pretending to cover his nose, he said, "My goodness, they really are mother and daughter. The two of them smelled exactly the same." Hearing this, Zhang Menghan was displeased. "Aunt Li, you are an elder, is it really necessary to do this? My mom offended you, but I didn't. Is it meaningful for you to slander me like this?" After saying that, Zhang Menghan took Long Qingyun's hand and was about to leave. However, Aunt Li was unhappy. "TCH, you smell like piss. Can't people even speak? If you don't believe me, you can ask your boyfriend. Doesn't he know that? Damn it. Long Qingyun originally didn't want to get involved in matters between women. Because women are all difficult to deal with. But he couldn't ignore the other party's provocation. All I saw was Long Qingyun walking up to Aunt Li. He pretended to smell it with his nose, then made a disgusted face and gagged. Vomit. I really didn't smell any strange odor on my girlfriend. But you smell really bad. It's probably due to menopause, caused by an imbalance of male and female hormones. After smelling it, I felt like throwing up. After Long Qingyun finished speaking, he grabbed Zhang Menghan's hand and walked towards the door. If this place won't keep me, there are plenty of other places that will. Let's go check out other places. Aunt Li was furious at Long Qingyun's words. She's only in her 30s, not even 40 yet, how could she possibly be going through menopause? Isn't this slandering her? However, she couldn't do anything about Long Qingyun. He turned to look at Zhang Menghan and felt a surge of anger. Zhang Menghan, wait a moment. You were carrying a bag when you entered our fitting room. I've discovered that one of your bras is missing. I need to search you. What? What a coincidence. Everyone knows that Aunt Li is deliberately picking a fight to get attention. Zhang Menghan glanced at Long Qingyun and asked for his opinion. Long Qingyun shook his head, indicating that the other party should ignore him. He led the way straight to the door. Just then, a security guard passed by the entrance. Suddenly, Aunt Li had a bright idea and shouted loudly. Security, we lost some underwear in our store. I suspect the girl behind you took it. Please help us stop them and question them. The security guard was immediately taken aback, then looked up at Zhang Menghan. Then he took out his police baton and said sternly. Miss, I'm sorry. Please cooperate with the store's inspection. The security guard had a very imposing manner, but he spoke quite politely. Zhang Menghan had no choice but to stay and let Aunt Li check her again. After inspection, there was nothing. Aunt Li said nonchalantly. If they don't have it, then forget it. Let them be bastards. Aunt Li's continued down on, making things difficult made Long Qingyun unhappy. Old woman, your business is done, now it's my turn. You just slandered my girlfriend, and now I solemnly demand that you apologize to my girlfriend. Otherwise, this matter will never end. Chapter 21. The shopping mall steps in to resolve the issue. Pa, kid, are you stupid? Aunt Li said disdainfully. I lost something when I came in and out of my shop. Zhang Menghan is required to conduct a self-examination. This is only natural. Why should I apologize to Wang Poxi's daughter? Seeing Aunt Li's unreasonable behavior, Long Qingyun became furious. What you just did was slander. I have the right to file a complaint against you. TCH, go ahead. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Aunt Li said dismissively. They didn't take Long Qingyun's words seriously at all. Long Qingyun was unhappy to hear this. He stepped forward and shouted into the store. Where is the store manager? Come out quickly, I need to talk to him about something. Several young waiters nearby, seeing this, immediately shut up and remained silent. They must know Long Qingyun's intentions. When you encounter something like Aunt Li's situation, anyone would think of filing a complaint. But Aunt Li is the manager of the store. He is the number one person after the store manager. They dared not utter a sound. However, Aunt Li was unhappy and glanced directly at Long Qingyun. Kid, stop yelling here. I am the manager of this store, and I'm in charge here. And don't try to act all high and mighty here. We have a rule in our store that you cannot purchase our products. If you can't become a member of my store, you don't have the right to file a complaint. Those who know what's good for them should leave now and not make a fool of themselves here. What? Is there really such a saying? Can't Long Qingyun afford clothes? Obviously not. Long Qingyun stared directly at Aunt Li and said, What's your name? State your name. What position do you hold in this store? Alright, since you want to know, then I might as well tell you, Aunt Li said with unparalleled dominance. My name is Li Fangfang, and I am the manager of this brand store. The person second only to the store manager, you can talk to me about anything. But I will absolutely not give you any face. I saw a rabid dog in your store that keeps barking at customers who come in. I'd like to discuss with your manager how to resolve this issue, Long Qingyun said righteously. What? These words displeased Li Fangfang. Long Qingyun actually called her a mad dog, isn't that an insult? Kid, you dare say that again? Long Qingyun chuckled. What's the point of saying it? I didn't name names. If someone takes a seat based on their number, there's nothing I can do about it. These words infuriated Li Fangfang, who immediately ordered him to leave. Guards, get rid of them. Depend on. Is this kind of treatment even possible? Long Qingyun didn't take it seriously at all. They completely ignored Li Fangfang. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun looking up at the security guard at the entrance. Hey bro, what's your mall's complaint hotline? I want to file a complaint against the manager of this sports brand store. The security guard was taken aback, but still gave out an outside service number. But even facing imminent death, Li still said nonchalantly, TCH, a kid is just a kid. We are under the management of the shopping mall, so the mall will definitely speak on our behalf. You don't actually expect the shopping mall to help you, do you? How dare a poor wretch like you speak? When faced with such an unreasonable person, Long Qingyun didn't say anything. I dialed the number directly. 1 minute later, the call ended. Long Qingyun said with a grin, someone will come to resolve this matter within 3 minutes. We'll see. Upon hearing this, Li Fangfang burst out laughing. Big dummy, are you really stupid? Do you consider this shopping mall to be owned by your family? Come over and resolve this in 3 minutes. I estimate it might take at least half an hour for them to get here. Alright, please stop interfering with my business and get out of my brand store. Long Qingyun ignored Li Fangfang and pulled Zhang Menghan to sit on the chair by the door. This left Li Fangfang at a loss, and she glanced at the security guard again. She only saw the security guard shake his head at her. He gestured to her not to go too far. A minute passed, and no one in the mall saw him. 2 minutes passed, and not a single ghost was seen. With 3 minutes about to pass, Li Fangfang spoke again towards the door. Kid, you've been bragging a bit too much, haven't you? Let's see how you cover up this lie this time. We still have 3 minutes to deal with this, and people are. Just then, 2 women entered through the door. They all wore suit jackets on top and short skirts on the bottom. The 2 men arrived at the door, glanced at Long Qingyun, and then said with a grin, Hello, are you young Master Long Qingyun? Long Qingyun nodded. Yes, what's the status of my suggestion? How have you discussed it? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer this time, my brand will be withdrawn from your mall. You can decide what to do with it yourselves. Long Qingyun's parents are big shots in the clothing industry in Chongqing. The brands we work with have a presence in every major shopping mall. And the business is incredibly booming. If they really cancel the reservations, it will be a loss for the shopping mall. It's worth noting that the shopping mall built on the pedestrian street next to the University of Science and Technology can only be considered a third-rate mall. It has been able to attract some major brands to join. It took a lot of connections to get that opportunity. Moreover, the Long family controls several major brands. If all occupancy is cancelled, the entire mall's revenue will be affected. It will drop directly by more than 10 percentage points. In order to protect the company's performance, the shopping mall had no choice but to compromise. They called over Manager Jia from the Quality Management Department and Manager Li from the Operations Department. Manager Li is a middle-aged woman with short hair. She is exceptionally beautiful, but a little chubby. However, the overall aesthetics are not bad. As the saying goes, young girls are alluring, and young women are captivating. That's no exaggeration. All that was seen was Manager Li glancing at Long Qingyun and revealing a charming smile. Young Master Long, you can rest assured. I will definitely handle this matter properly. To ensure you leave completely satisfied. Manager Li glanced at Manager Jia, signaling that she could begin. Manager Jia has long hair, styled in large waves. However, this woman's figure is incredibly domineering. In some places, it's comparable to her big, wavy hair. All that could be seen was Manager Jia giving Long Qingyun a charming smile. Young Master Long, how do you intend to resolve this? Please give me your valuable advice. This statement is very clear, everything revolves around Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun recounted everything that had happened once more. The quality control manager nodded, understanding everything. Young Master Long, do you want me to fire Li Fangfang? Let her apologize and admit her mistake, then demote her but keep her on the job. Let's see how she behaves. If she's cooperative, apologizing and admitting her mistake, then demoting her but keeping her on the job isn't out of the question, Long Qingyun said after a moment's concern. If your attitude is bad, then just fire you. Those who do not repent are of little value if they stay. Chapter 22. Li Fangfang apologizes and admits her mistake. Just then, Li Fangfang, who was busy in the store, also saw the two managers at the door. He immediately headed towards the door to greet them. Manager Jia, Manager Li, what brings you two here? Could it be because of this little punk? I have something to say about this. It has to be said that Li Fangfang is quite the chatterbox. Before the two managers could even ask, he preemptively tried to clear his name. However, before Li Fangfang could explain the reason, Manager Jia's face immediately turned ugly. That's enough, we already know the inside story. Stop making excuses. You now have two paths to choose from. One option is to apologize and demote the employee while retaining their position. One rule is that if someone shows no remorse, they will be expelled immediately. You're a smart person, make your own choice. Damn it! Li Fangfang was dumbfounded upon hearing this. What's going on? She was sentenced to death before she even spoke. What kind of logic is this? Why is the solution this time different from the previous solutions? Manager Jia, I disagree, Li Fangfang retorted directly from the side. I'm giving you one more chance to turn over a new leaf, or you'll bear the consequences, Manager Jia said again. I did nothing wrong, why should I apologize? And they'll even demote him but keep him on? Isn't this obviously unfair? Li Fangfang did not accept this solution and roared. The shopping mall handled things unfairly, and I'm going to appeal to the mall's general manager. But Manager Jia smiled happily. Li Fangfang, you think you're so important? Don't even mention someone like you who's a manager at a brand store. Even your store manager has no right to appeal to the boss. Where did you get the nerve, you lowly supervisor? Things don't happen more than 3 times. Here's another chance for you to choose. I refuse to accept this. Li Fangfang roared again, feeling that she had been wronged. However, Manager Jia ignored Li Fangfang at this moment. He looked directly at Manager Li and said, Manager Li, this matter still needs to be negotiated between your operations department and the merchant. I have done my best. Manager Li nodded, took out his phone, and made a call. Manager Li walked to a corner and started chatting with the person on the phone. 1 minute later, Manager Li switched back the way he came. Alright, this matter has been resolved. Let's wait for further notice. Just as Manager Li finished speaking, Li Fangfang's phone rang. After Li Fangfang answered the phone, she listened to the information conveyed on the other end. He hung up the phone abruptly, then lost his balance and fell to the ground. He was still muttering to himself. How is that possible? I've worked hard for the company for over a decade, and I was fired for no reason? Li Fangfang stared blankly at Manager Jia. Manager Jia, did you do this? You called our company, cutting off my escape route? Aren't you going too far by doing this? Well. Manager Jia immediately started shaking his head. Li Fangfang, haven't you figured it out yet? You've offended someone you shouldn't have. This person is someone your company cannot afford to offend. Even our shopping mall can't afford to offend them. I just gave you a choice, but you weren't sure about it yourself. Now that things have turned out this way, there's nothing I can do about it. Manager Jia shook his head and walked over to Long Qingyun's side. Young Master Long, this matter has been resolved. Is there anything else you need? Long Qingyun pointed to the dress hanging on the mannequin and said with a grin. My girlfriend liked that dress and was happily trying it on, but someone who didn't know any better ruined her mood. What do you suggest we do now? Upon hearing this, Manager Jia showed no concern and said to Manager Li. Old Li, let's put that dress on our stores tab and give it to young Master Long as an apology. What do you think? Manager Li nodded. Someone, pack up that outfit. Seeing this, Long Qingyun immediately took out a gold card and said with a grin. Please don't misunderstand, gentlemen. My Long family is not the kind of people who bully the weak. I will definitely buy the clothes I like. But I'm the one buying it, not having you deliver it. Oh right, don't we also have a matching couple outfit? Let's pack them all up and take them with us. Seeing this, Manager Li smiled and said to the waiter next to him. Someone come here. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and take young Master Long to pay the bill. Remember, couple outfits are buy one get one free, and the price is the factory price. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun wanted to refuse. But Manager Li had already figured it out, and he looked at Long Qingyun with a grin. Young Master Long, you have your rules. Shopping malls have their own rules. This time it was our mall's poor management that caused this, and we should apologize. Please accept the mall's sincerity. Having said that, Long Qingyun could only offer a smile. Alright, then I'll gladly accept your offer. After packing up and paying for the clothes, Li Fangfang finally realized what had happened. He went straight to Zhang Menghan's side. Menghan, it was all my fault just now. Please forgive me for this, I am a magnanimous person. I'm begging you, Auntie. I can't live without this job. I have a 70-year-old mother to support and a child in school to raise. How am I supposed to live if I lose this job? At this point, Li Fangfang burst into tears. It seems that this job is really incredibly important to her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stunned for so long just because he was fired. Besides, I've worked in one place for over 10 years. I finally managed to get a supervisor position. If he were to move to another place, he probably would never achieve anything in his life. Zhang Menghan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun, let's leave it at that. I need your help to reinstate Aunt Li to her original position. Although she's a bit awful, I really don't want to see her suffer like that. Long Qingyun hesitated for a moment, then looked at Li Fangfang. Do you really know you were wrong? You'll never bully Zhang Menghan again? Young Master Long, I know I was wrong. From now on, I will treat Zhang Menghan as my own niece and will never let her be bullied in any way, Li Fangfang said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun nodded and looked directly at Manager Jia. This matter ends here. Let's put Li Fangfang on unpaid leave for a month to observe her. If they perform well, continue to use them. If the performance is poor, it's not too late to fire them. Manager Jia nodded. Young Master Long has the final say. These words made Li Fangfang laugh happily. But after the initial excitement, he thanked Zhang Menghan again. Humans really are just shameless. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Menghan was easy to bully, Li Fangfang wouldn't go that far. Now that Zhang Menghan has Long Qingyun backing her up, she has no choice but to back down. If only we had treated Zhang Menghan as a neighbor from the beginning. Will Li Fangfang end up like this? After leaving the mall, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan headed towards the food street. After having a meal of spicy hot pot, the two went straight home. Just as Long Qingyun arrived at his doorstep, they discovered that someone was already at home, waiting for a long time. Chapter 23. Xiao Meiyu believed in the matter of inspiration. Upon entering, Long Qingyun found Xiao Meiyu asleep on the sofa in the living room. It seems I was too busy at work last night. As a result, Xiao Meiyu had no time to rest at all. However, just as Long Qingyun and the other person entered the house, Xiao Meiyu actually opened her hazy eyes. It seems the other party is indeed very vigilant. You two are back? I was busy all night yesterday, and I fell asleep as soon as I sat down. Auntie, why don't you go to your room to sleep? Long Qingyun said with a pained expression when he saw Xiao Meiyu sleeping on the sofa. The sofa is cold, what if I catch a cold? After saying that, Long Qingyun poured Xiao Meiyu a glass of warm water. After drinking the warm water, Xiao Meiyu said with a smile, "It's alright, Auntie's body isn't that weak. By the way, did you go shopping? What nice things did you buy? Let me see them." Long Qingyun chuckled and took out 2 sets of clothes. Upon seeing the identical clothes, Xiao Meiyu understood everything. 666, I had a feeling that the relationship between you two is not ordinary. Did you buy these matching outfits specifically for each other? Wear it and let me see? Hearing this, Zhang Menghan's face flushed. Sister Yu, it's not what you think. This is a free gift during a promotion, buy one get one free. It's not like we're wearing matching outfits. Zhang Menghan wanted to explain, but the more she explained, the more powerless she felt. I only saw Xiao Meiyu, who gave me a knowing smile. Okay, I understand. Hey, go change your clothes, let me see them. I want to see you too, wearing matching outfits. No, it should be said that we're wearing the same style, but does it look good or not? Zhang Menghan nodded and went straight to her room. At this moment, Long Qingyun also planned to go to his room to change his clothes. However, Xiao Meiyu stopped her. The two sat at the tea table next to each other, and Xiao Meiyu came to Long Qingyun's side. They began to whisper secrets. "Qingyun, the tree demon you spoke of has truly appeared. This morning, the tree spirit wreaked havoc in Central Park. It took the entire police force to apprehend the suspect. It's currently being studied by researchers at the Research Institute." After listening to this, Long Qingyun nodded and said, "Excellent, you did a very good job this time. Researchers must study the tree spirits. Otherwise, humanity will be even more passive. By the way, Auntie, do you believe me now? Everything I've done is for you. And don't worry, there are so many paranormal events these days, I'll be fine." Xiao Meiyu nodded. "Okay, I believe you. Yesterday I thought you were out of your mind." After saying that, Xiao Meiyu pointed to her head and then said again, "I've even specially invited psychology experts and renowned lawyers to try and clear your name of everything you've done. It seems that there's nothing wrong with your head. It's because I'm too old-fashioned and can't keep up with the times." At this point, Xiao Meiyu became worried again. I looked into the room where Zhang Menghan was. "Qingyun, I remember you said that after the spiritual energy revival, Zhang Menghan will be incredibly powerful. Just how powerful will it be?" Long Qingyun was stunned. Then, the story began to unfold slowly. "Auntie, do you think this tree demon is powerful?" "They were incredibly capable. They mobilized the entire police force to capture them," Xiao Meiyu said from the side. "Let me put it this way," Long Qingyun explained again. "Although Zhang Menghan has not yet awakened her talent and seems to be useless, but Zhang Menghan is extremely powerful after awakening. The tree spirit you saw is just cannon fodder. If they encounter a fully developed Zhang Menghan, the other party can be easily annihilated. Let me give you an example. When the tree spirit met Zhang Menghan, it was like an ant meeting a human. Now you know how powerful Zhang Menghan will be in the future, right? A single finger can easily kill a tree demon." "What? That powerful?" After hearing all of this, Xiao Meiyu's mouth was wide open, and she couldn't close it at all. After a long while, Xiao Meiyu finally came to her senses and fell into deep thought. "Okay, I understand. It seems I was just ignorant before. From now on, I'm going to latch onto someone powerful. Also, you must treat Zhang Menghan well. Make her your woman. Otherwise, I will never forgive you." After saying that, Xiao Meiyu walked directly towards Zhang Menghan's room. Bang bang bang. "Menghan, how's the change of clothes going?" "Auntie, I can't wait any longer. I want to see just how beautiful our Menghan looks in sportswear." "Damn it." These words left Long Qingyun dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, this revealed to Xiao Meiyu Zhang Menghan's future strengths. "How could you make the other person so mushy?" Baby Menghan came out of her mouth without thinking. Even he couldn't bring himself to say it. However, considering the feelings between the two, if things could develop further, that's something to be happy about. Why not? Zhang Menghan had just changed her clothes when she heard Xiao Meiyu's words, and her face quickly flushed red. All I heard was her whispering, "Sister Yu, wait a moment, I'll be right out." Zhang Menghan quickly opened the door and came into the living room dressed in sportswear. Xiao Meiyu glanced at Zhang Menghan, who was dressed in sportswear, and immediately began to praise her. "Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse," that saying is absolutely true. My dear Menghan, a woman should treat herself well. I'll have Qin Yun buy you more pretty clothes in the future. That's more in line with your looks and figure. Sister Yu." Hearing this, Zhang Menghan felt embarrassed and stammered. "Menghan, my darling, don't call me Sister Yu anymore. We'll be family sooner or later," Xiao Meiyu said with a smile. "From now on, you will follow Long Qingyun and call me Auntie. This makes it seem more approachable." "This?" Zhang Menghan wanted to refuse. "But then I thought about Long Qingyun. She'd already become my intern girlfriend. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Xiao Meiyu Auntie. Besides, so many things have happened to her family during this time. Xiao Meiyu also helped a lot." "Auntie, I understand." After Zhang Menghan changed her clothes, Xiao Meiyu glanced at Long Qingyun sitting on the sofa. "Qingyun boy, what are you still sitting there for? Everyone says they're a perfect match." Zhang Menghan has already changed her clothes, don't you know how to change yours? Do you expect me to take action? Hearing this, Long Qingyun chuckled. "Auntie, let's forget about it. I remember it clearly. When I was little, every time you changed my clothes, I would cry for ages. I have a phobia about the thing about you changing clothes. How could I trouble you to do it? This is tantamount to courting death." After saying that, Long Qingyun quickly ran towards the room. 3 minutes later, Long Qingyun came out wearing a tracksuit. He looked even more handsome than before, leaving the two women speechless. Chapter 24 Seafood Buffet. "Young man Qingyun, you look even more handsome with your new style of clothes. It seems he has really grown up. Everyone else's daughters change a lot as they grow up. You're already 22, and you're still getting more and more handsome. This is truly outrageous. Even I, as the aunt, am a little jealous. What does it mean to sell melons like Wangput to praise one's own wares? That's it." Although on the surface it seems that Xiao Meiyu is undermining Long Qingyun. Actually, praising the other person makes them even more handsome. The three of them chatted for a while, and then it was time for dinner. Zhang Menghan originally planned to cook. But thinking about it, I didn't buy groceries today, so I decided to go downstairs to buy some. But just then, Xiao Meiyu said with a grin, "Menghan, it's not easy for us to get together today. It's my treat, let's go out for a nice meal." Zhang Menghan was taken aback, then looked at Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun nodded and said to Zhang Menghan, "Menghan, of course I have to go since my aunt is treating us. She's usually very stingy, never spending a penny. I've begged her to treat me, but she always refuses. They often try to get free meals from me. It's rare to see her happy today. I can't refuse." After discussing it, the three decided to go to the seafood street and have a seafood meal. They should have just stabbed Xiao Meiyu in the back. In fact, Long Qingyun did this on purpose. He knew what Xiao Meiyu was thinking. The goal is to tie Zhang Menghan to him. This just suited him perfectly. The seafood street is incredibly lively. Led by Xiao Meiyu, the three headed towards the high-end seafood buffet restaurant. Don't assume that buffet restaurants are cheap. This is a seafood street with the most upscale buffet. The lowest spending tier is 399 per person. The highest spending level reached 3,999 per person. The three of them chose a seat by the window and sat down. Xiao Meiyu then invited Zhang Menghan to go and choose their favorite food together. They left Long Qingyun alone. This was also the opportunity that Xiao Meiyu had mentioned, the chance to curry favor with powerful figures. However, Long Qingyun accepted it gladly. As long as Xiao Meiyu can accept Zhang Menghan, then the entire Long family will accept the other party. Xiao Meiyu and Zhang Menghan. Their time together was short. However, beautiful women are rare, and the two women got along very well. When choosing a package, Xiao Meiyu wanted to select the 699 yuan per person package. However, in order to save money for the other party, Zhang Menghan directly chose the 399 yuan per person package. The two had chosen their set meal and were about to go select their food when suddenly, someone appeared from behind and patted Zhang Menghan on the shoulder. "Menghan, what are you doing here?" Zhang Menghan was immediately taken aback upon hearing this sound. He couldn't be more familiar with that voice. It was her father Zhang Xinglong's voice. Zhang Menghan turned around, revealing a charming smile. "Dad, are you eating here too? Didn't you go to work in another city? Why did you come back early?" "Well, business wasn't good, so I came back early," Zhang Xinglong nodded and said. "It's not cheap here. Why are you eating here?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan's face turned ugly. She really didn't deserve to eat in such a high-class place. "My monthly living expenses are only 1,000 yuan. A single meal costs her half a month's living expenses." "Well, someone's treating," Zhang Menghan could only honestly say. Zhang Xinglong glanced at Xiao Meiyu beside him and then smiled. Xiao Meiyu is a beauty, even though she's in her 30s. However, with good maintenance, she looks very young. It passed by in a flash, and she was about the same age as Zhang Menghan. Therefore, Zhang Xinglong mistook Xiao Meiyu for Zhang Menghan's classmate. "Hello, I am Zhang Menghan's father. Are you her classmate?" He strikes up conversations with any beautiful woman he sees. That's Zhang Xinglong's habit. After the introduction, he extended his right hand to shake hands with Xiao Meiyu. Seeing Zhang Xinglong's lecherous behavior, Xiao Meiyu didn't have much affection for him. He simply nodded perfunctorily. "Hello, uncle. I'm Zhang Menghan's classmate. It's a pleasure to meet you. Although I hate Zhang Xinglong's lecherous behavior. But the other party is, after all, Zhang Menghan's father. So we had to give the other party some face. Besides, what if we become in-laws in the future? We'll be seeing each other quite often. You can't leave a bad impression on the other person. Just then, two more people walked over from the side. One man and one woman. A woman around 50 years old, a man around 24 or 25. All that was seen was the woman stepping forward, smiling broadly at Zhang Menghan. Menghan, we meet again? Zhang Menghan glanced at the woman and looked troubled. However, he still gave a perfunctory smile. Hello, Auntie. Nice to meet you. This woman was none other than Pang Xuemei, Zhang Xinglong's second wife. The boy next to her is Li Siyuan, Pang Xuemei's son. Li Siyuan spotted Zhang Menghan at a glance and eagerly went to her side. Menghan, we meet again. Zhang Menghan saw Li Siyuan approaching. He subconsciously took a step back and came to Xiao Meiyu's side. Brother, you're here too. Menghan, since you're here, let's have a meal together. It's on me, Li Siyuan said smugly. However, Zhang Menghan shook her head. No, we have friends now. After speaking, Zhang Menghan looked at Zhang Xinglong. Dad, I have to go now. After saying that, Zhang Menghan took Xiao Meiyu's hand and left. But just then, Pang Xuemei glared at Zhang Xinglong. Then, the three of them, shameless as ever, chased after them. Long Qingyun was leisurely resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly sensed the return of the two women. However, when he opened his eyes, he found that there were three more people next to the table. This surprised him. Who are these two old people and one young person? Just then, Zhang Menghan glanced at Long Qingyun and gave an awkward smile. Long Qingyun, these three are my father, stepmother, and brother. Long Qingyun nodded, understanding everything. Looks like I've met my future father-in-law. Hello, I'm Long Qingyun, Zhang Menghan's friend. Long Qingyun greeted them very warmly. But no one paid any attention to him. This immediately embarrassed him. At this moment, Long Qingyun and the other two sat to one side. Long Qingyun sat at the very back, Zhang Menghan sat next to him, and then Xiao Meiyu sat next to him. Moreover, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan were wearing identical couple outfits. Even a fool could see through the trickery at a glance. However, Li Siyuan didn't care about all that. He walked directly to Long Qingyun's side. Get up, boy, and sit over there. I want this position. Ha! What does this mean? Long Qingyun was dumbfounded. Isn't this brother-in-law going a bit too far? He has not yet revealed his relationship with Zhang Menghan. Is it necessary to target him like this? Chapter 25 Top-Tier Private Room. Long Qingyun was not one to be trifled with. He sat down in his seat and said with a grin. Excuse me, I don't usually change seats when I eat. At this moment, Zhang Menghan, who was standing next to her, also looked unpleasant. All that could be seen was Zhang Menghan looking at Li Siyuan. Brother, isn't there a seat over there? You can sit opposite Long Qingyun. These words surprised Li Siyuan. In a fit of anger, he sat down opposite Long Qingyun. Seeing this, Long Qingyun sensed something was wrong. It was as if something was about to happen. Pang Xuemei was very unhappy to see her son make a fool of himself. All I saw was her stand up, glare at Zhang Xinglong, and walk to the side. After the two left, Xiao Meiyu stood up and said, I'm going to get something to eat. There were only 3 people left in the entire private room. There was a sense of tension, like a battle was about to begin. Zhang Xinglong and Pang Xuemei stopped at the bottom of the stairs. At this time, Pang Xuemei was incredibly domineering. He glared at Zhang Xinglong, who had his head down. Xinglong, what did you do? Don't you know that Siyuan likes Zhang Menghan? Didn't I tell you to bring them together? Now look what's happened, Zhang Menghan has grown wings. She's going to live happily ever after with other men. To tell you the truth, if Zhang Menghan is with other men, then let's end our marriage here. You promised us, mother and son, and if you don't keep your promise, I'll make sure you leave with nothing and sleep on the streets. You'd better watch yourself. Zhang Xinglong bowed and scraped, not daring to utter a single complaint. The reason why Zhang Xinglong was able to get involved with Pang Xuemei, that was because of Li Siyuan's help. On one occasion, Zhang Menghan met with Zhang Xinglong, which was witnessed by Li Siyuan. Li Siyuan noticed Zhang Menghan's beauty and paid special attention to her. Later, Li Siyuan met with Zhang Xinglong and discussed the matter, but Zhang Xinglong directly refused. Finally, Li Siyuan offered a bargaining chip to introduce the single mother to Zhang Xinglong. Upon learning that Pang Xuemei was a wealthy woman, Zhang Xinglong immediately agreed. Since Zhang Menghan is still studying, the two old relationships were established first. We're preparing to discuss a small marriage. However, Zhang Menghan had not yet graduated. I was shocked to see her with another man. This made Pang Xuemei unhappy. If that's the case, then everything she's done would have been for nothing. Thinking about this, Pang Xuemei felt that her good qualities had been wasted by Zhang Xinglong, that pig. And they get nothing in return. After a moment's hesitation, Pang Xuemei spoke again. Zhang Xinglong, let me tell you plainly. If you don't resolve Zhang Menghan's matter perfectly this time, don't even think about getting into my bed. Back then, you resolved Zhang Menghan's issue. He's probably thinking about his mother's tender moments. After saying that, Pang Xuemei left with a cold face. Zhang Xinglong was left alone, sweating profusely and stunned on the spot. After a moment of worry, Zhang Xinglong sighed and muttered to himself. Damn it, what kind of mess is this? You brat, just you wait and see. As long as I don't have a good life, you can forget about living a good life. After finishing his sentence, Zhang Xinglong composed himself and returned the way he came. When Zhang Xinglong returned to the private room, he saw Li Siyuan and Long Qingyun in a tense standoff. This made Zhang Xinglong very unhappy. Just as Zhang Xinglong was about to humiliate Long Qingyun, Xiao Meiyu returned to the private room. Glancing at the atmosphere, Xiao Meiyu nodded to Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan. Long Qingyun, Zhang Menghan, you two come out here for a moment. Didn't you say you wanted to eat Brazilian grilled steak? Now we need to line up in groups of one, hurry up and go line up to receive it. Long Qingyun showed no respect to anyone and left the private room directly. Zhang Menghan, however, said to Zhang Xinglong. Dad, I'll be right back. The three left the private room, and Xiao Meiyu led the two towards the most luxurious private room. After settling into the VIP box, Xiao Meiyu clapped her hands. Waiter, bring the food. Remember, no unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter when I'm eating. This scene left Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan puzzled. Although 3 more people joined the private room earlier. But it hasn't reached the point where we can get a top-tier private room. Just as the two were stunned, Xiao Meiyu took out her phone and opened a video. The two were dumbfounded after watching the entire video. Long Qingyun said with immense anger. Damn it, how can there be such a shameless person? Zhang Menghan, standing to the side, gave a wry smile. My mother abandoned me to my stepfather in order to survive. My father used me as a bargaining chip in order to survive. Am I just superfluous? Hearing this, Long Qingyun felt a pang of sadness and hugged Zhang Menghan tightly. Zhang Menghan, from now on you have me. I will take care of you for the rest of my life. Zhang Menghan gave a wry smile. I want a drink. What? This is not a good sign. But seeing the other person's sad expression, Long Qingyun nodded. Okay, I'll drink with you. Next, the 3 of them started drinking. However, after eating and drinking their fill, the 3 of them only drank 1 bottle of beer as a token gesture. Let's put the drinking thing on hold for now. Furthermore, after the 3 left the private room, they did not see anyone return for half an hour. Pang Xuemei knew she had been stood up. He directly ordered Zhang Xinglong to search everywhere. As a result, after searching every possible area of the buffet, they still couldn't find anyone. Back in the private room, Zhang Xinglong was given another severe scolding. As a result, Zhang Xinglong called Zhang Menghan to inquire about the situation. The phone went unanswered. This left Zhang Xinglong dumbfounded. It seems this deal has fallen through again. The 3 of them had a quick meal, during which Zhang Xinglong became Pang Xuemei and Li Siyuan's punching bag. After Long Qingyun and his 2 companions had eaten and drunk their fill, they went straight home. After returning home, Zhang Menghan went straight to her room to rest. I don't know if I was really drunk or just wanted to be alone for a while. Xiao Meiyu and Long Qingyun, however, were sitting in the living room drinking tea. Qingyun, what are your plans? Recently, spiritual energy has been revived, and monsters have appeared not only in the mountain city. Other cities have already started to appear. How can we protect ourselves? Hearing this, Long Qingyun became worried. After a long while, Long Qingyun looked at Xiao Meiyu. Auntie, there's no rush for this. I will let you know in advance if anything happens. Now I have the inspiration to prevent the safety of my family from becoming a problem. No, that is not what I meant, Xiao Meiyu interrupted Long Qingyun. The safety of my family is important, but the safety of the people of this mountain town is even more important. The nation, as a whole family, is in danger. How can there be a safe home? I want to use your inspiration to find a way to eliminate the monster in advance. To protect the people of our mountain town from any persecution. Although I also want to protect the people of the whole country from persecution. However, I know that a person's ability is limited, and you do not possess such great ability. Chapter 26 Sworn Brothers, It's all nonsense. Hearing this, Long Qingyun nodded. Auntie, I already know what you're thinking. I sensed something was wrong, and I will definitely tell you in advance. Don't forget, I am also a passionate and patriotic young man. After discussing national affairs, the two turned to family matters. Qingyun, there's a bit of trouble with Zhang Menghan's parents. When you have time, please take good care of Menghan and make sure she isn't bullied. I know about what happened with my aunt, but I'm a man and Zhang Menghan is a woman. It would be even better if a woman could properly guide her. Long Qingyun looked at Xiao Meiyu with a grin. But. Upon hearing this, Xiao Meiyu smiled happily. I knew it. Why do you talk so formally? So they were setting a trap for me. Are you afraid that her parents will cause you trouble? However, it really doesn't make sense for a man and a woman to sleep under the same roof. Okay, I'll help you one more time. I'll stay here with you for a while and keep Zhang Menghan company. I'll put the clothes here too. Even if someone comes knocking on your door, you can shirk responsibility. No one knows me better than my aunt, Long Qingyun said with a grin. The two chatted for a while longer before preparing to wash up and rest. Of course, Xiao Meiyu slept with Zhang Menghan. Long Qingyun slept alone. This would allow Xiao Meiyu and Zhang Menghan to spend some quality time together and nurture their relationship. Monday morning. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan had a casual breakfast at home. I rented an electric scooter downstairs and headed towards the school. The distance wasn't far, and the two arrived at the school in less than 10 minutes. Just as Long Qingyun parked his electric scooter, a fat man walked towards him. All that could be seen was this person reaching out and slapping Long Qingyun on the shoulder, saying with a grin, Brother Yun, I heard you've become a simp lately. Have you gotten any benefits from following Zhang Menghan around all day? Long Qingyun looked up and saw that it was Zhang Pan, Long Qingyun's sworn brother. Normally, Long Qingyun would definitely be on very friendly terms with this person. The other person was his best friend from school. However, after his rebirth, Long Qingyun looked down on the other party. After the spiritual energy revival, the other party also awakened a general-level talent. Since the awakened superpower is lightning, it belongs to the elemental type of superpower. From then on, he started acting all high and mighty. Not long after, he broke up with Long Qingyun. And it happened during a mission. He fought a fierce battle with Long Qingyun over a white tiger bone. In the end, Long Qingyun was no match for him and was defeated. The other party directly stole Long Qingyun's spoils of war, took them to their martial academy to claim credit, and exchanged them for cultivation resources. Such a person is not worth getting close to. For the sake of profit, they will sacrifice everything, including brotherhood. The opposing side is now led by Long Qingyun. It's because they value Long Qingyun's family background. Zhang Pan's family was of modest means, and he often ate and drank at Long Qingyun's place. For a time, Zhang Pan became obsessed with an online game. I used all my living expenses to pay for it. When there was no food, they would often take hundreds of dollars from Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun would go to great lengths for this brother, even risking his life. However, after the other party awakened their talent, they actually stole his resources and turned against him? From the points above, you can see how much of a jerk the other party is. Thinking of this, Long Qingyun glanced at Zhang Pan sideways and said in an annoyed tone, Get lost, go somewhere cool and stay somewhere else. Don't block the way, old man. What? These words surprised Zhang Pan. Then, with a grin, he said again, Brother Yun, you don't really have a woman, do you? Have you forgotten your brothers? I was just joking with you, you didn't take it seriously, did you? Don't forget, we're sworn brothers. They are people who live their lives wearing only a pair of underwear. Don't you know who I am? Long Qingyun glanced at Zhang Pan with disdain. I've offended Wang Gang, do you still dare to call me brother? What? Did I offend Wang Gang? Zhang Pan knew about this. The reason he hasn't come to see Long Qingyun these past few days is I just want to see what Wang Gang's next move will be. However, several days passed without any sign of Wang Gang making a move. He then tried to establish a relationship with Long Qingyun, addressing him as a brother. Hearing Long Qingyun say this, he was immediately stunned. Then, he stammered, "Brother Yun, what's the outcome of the feud between you two? This worries me greatly. Besides, I didn't see Wang Gang causing you any trouble, did I? The hatred between me and Wang Gang is irreconcilable. Do you still dare to call me brother?" Long Qingyun asked again, trying to deceive him. "This. I dare." Zhang Pan was scared, but in order to get more benefits from Long Qingyun, he had no choice but to lie and say it. System, activate mind reading. Mind reading ability activated. What Zhang Pan said is false. He only approached you because he wanted your money. He was terrified. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun gave a wry smile. Although he was willing to believe in brotherhood in this world, they are unwilling to believe in their past life memories. However, the system's tests will not be false. It seems that Zhang Pan really is the kind of person who would pay any price for profit. Even when lying, they make it sound so grand and respectable. Since he's unwilling to admit it, let's give him another strong dose and see how he responds. After thinking it over, Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Pan again. "Sai, nothing's been going right lately. I not only offended Wang Gang, I even beat up Yi Shengjun a couple of days ago. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask them." "What? Not only did they offend Wang Gang, they also offended Yi Shengjun. This is suicidal. Brother Yun, excuse me. I have something to do, so I'll be going now." After saying this, Zhang Pan turned and left. He was afraid that if he walked too slowly and was seen by others, his association with Long Qingyun would bring him harm. Seeing Zhang Pan leave, Long Qingyun gave a bitter smile. Depend on. There are countless dog meat friends who are not genuine or trustworthy. How many true friends can one have? It's better to be rid of brothers who are afraid of death. Just then, Zhang Menghan came to Long Qingyun's side. "Long Qingyun, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhang Pan is your sworn brother, all because of a joke. You're going to ruin things with them? It's not worth it. Besides, brothers are like limbs. Zhang Menghan wants to say that brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. But since she was a woman, that sentence was simply omitted. However, Long Qingyun shook his head and said nonchalantly, "Sai, we used to be really close friends, sworn brothers. But from now on, we can only be considered strangers. In other people's eyes, brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. But in my eyes, Long Qingyun, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, as long as they are sincere to me. I will repay you double, without distinction. If it's all fake, then it's better to be rid of such a friend." Hearing these words made Zhang Menghan feel incredibly happy. Long Qingyun's words were telling her something. Whether you're male or female, as long as you treat each other sincerely, they are all the same, without distinction. Congratulations, host. Zhang Menghan's favorability score has soared to 1050 points, an increase of 50 points. What? The like value has skyrocketed again? However, their relationship is now very good. Even if it surges again, there will be limits, so it won't be very useful. It's just unknown what will happen after the two of them elope. Could his talent be further enhanced? Chapter 27: The Shameless Zhang Xinglong. The grueling life of studying begins again. Long Qingyun, however, was sitting in the classroom reading a book about gazing at the sky, thinking about what would happen the next day. It was almost noon, and Zhang Menghan was just about to go to the cafeteria for lunch. A phone call came in, and Zhang Menghan glanced at it. It was her father, Zhang Xinglong, who called. The call was connected. "Menghan, you finally answered my call? What exactly happened last night? You won't answer my calls. Do you know how worried I am about you? Even if you're leaving, you should at least tell me. Even if you're busy, you can still give me a call." They left without saying a word. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything, I just don't want to see the three of you. Ever since Zhang Menghan found out that Zhang Xinglong had treated her as an object to be exchanged in order to live a better life, her affection for Zhang Xinglong vanished instantly. To put it bluntly, he's not even as good as a random passerby. But thinking of the other person, after all, he had raised her. That's why I answered their call. But these words displeased Zhang Xinglong. Zhang Menghan, what do you mean by that? I'm your father, and you don't want to see me? Besides, Li Siyuan is your brother, and Peng Shuemei is your stepmother. We are family. Hearing the word family made Zhang Menghan angry. Selling one's daughter for personal gain, does that make them a family? He was a taxi driver in name only, but he was secretly after her body. Can this kind of brother be considered family? A stepmother is, after all, half a mother, right? What did the other person take her for? A woman whom everyone can trample on. A person who will stop at nothing to gain profit. Can we be considered family? Zhang Menghan gave a bitter smile. Are you done talking? It's okay, I'll hang up now. Snap. Beep beep beep. The call ended, and Zhang Xinglong heard the busy tone on the phone, which made him furious. At this moment, Zhang Xinglong was already waiting outside Zhang Menghan's classroom. The reason for the phone call was to ease the awkwardness between the father and daughter. But now it seems it's of no use. This matter needs to be discussed directly. Just then, Zhang Menghan walked out of the classroom. Upon seeing Zhang Xinglong standing in the aisle, they immediately knew something was wrong. It seems the other party has no intention of letting her go. Dad, what are you doing at school? What's wrong? You're ignoring me, so I can't come to the school to find you? Zhang Xinglong said confidently. You haven't given me a satisfactory answer about what happened last night. Don't even think about having a good life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan ignored Zhang Xinglong. Walked directly to one side. Hello. Menghan, how could you do this to me? I'm your father. Seeing that Zhang Menghan still didn't say anything, Zhang Xinglong changed his tone again. Menghan, you're doing great, aren't you? You've grown wings, haven't you? Don't mind me, I'm going to find your counselor. After saying that, Zhang Xinglong walked confidently toward the academic affairs office. Zhang Menghan had just arrived at the cafeteria and hadn't had time to eat yet. She then received a call from her counselor, asking her to come to the office. It seems that Zhang Xinglong, that shameless guy, actually went to the counselor. After eating a bowl of noodles, Zhang Menghan went to the counselor's office. I saw Zhang Xinglong sitting on the chair next to me with his legs crossed. Seeing Zhang Menghan come in, he deliberately slapped the table in front of him. Don't expect to have a good day until you give me a satisfactory answer today. Zhang Menghan looked extremely pale. At that moment, the counselor walked up to Zhang Menghan. Menghan, there is no such thing as a grudge that lasts overnight between a father and daughter. If there's anything, you can always talk to your dad about it. It's not good for either of you to be sulking like this. Zhang Menghan shook her head. Teacher, there's no room for discussion on this matter. I can't give him an answer. Menghan, what you're doing isn't right, the tutor advised from the side. It wasn't easy for your dad to raise you. Is there anything that can't be explained? Do you really have to be stubborn? Isn't all your dad wanting an answer? Just give her a reply, or admit your mistake, that's all you need to do. You can't just tough it out like this. Zhang Menghan was forced into a corner. All I could do was take out my phone and send a video to my counselor. After the slewing instructor finished watching the video, his face turned completely green. Zhang Xinglong happened to overhear the video and immediately started yelling at Zhang Menghan. You unfilial daughter, so you were eavesdropping on my private conversation with your stepmother. No wonder he left without explanation yesterday. But you should know, I'm doing this for your own good. I separated from your mother, but I left with nothing. Now, with great difficulty, I've managed to hook up with a millionaire woman. As long as you agree to be with Li Siyuan, then we can live a happy life, right? Isn't it a good thing to strengthen family ties through marriage? Besides, you're already 22. Others your age would have already gotten married and had children. I didn't ask you to get married and have children, I only asked you to be with Li Siyuan. What's there to be coy about? Zhang Menghan couldn't take it anymore and snapped, others are others, and I am me. I am still a student, and I will not listen to you and be with Li Siyuan. Don't even mention that I'm still studying. Even if I stopped studying, I still wouldn't marry him. I already have someone I love, and I am free to choose my own marriage. You can't arrange a marriage for me. After speaking, Zhang Menghan looked directly at her tutor. Teacher, I'll be going now if there's nothing else. The tutor nodded. Okay, go study. However, at this moment, Zhang Xinglong became unhappy. Teacher, what do you mean by this? I asked you to persuade my daughter to come home with me. Why did you let her leave? Didn't I tell you? Her mother was a scoundrel and abandoned her. The only foolproof solution now is to have her come home with me. Are you going to let her fool around with her classmates? Let me tell you, if Zhang Menghan is with Li Siyuan as I wish, I won't cause trouble for the school. If he were to hang out with school students, he would be a troublemaker. If you have a son or daughter, I'll hold your school responsible. Originally, this matter was Zhang Menghan's family affair, and the counselor did not want to get involved. After all, every family has its own problems. Zhang Xinglong is completely unreasonable now. They directly shifted the blame to the school. How can a tutor tolerate this? This is already indirectly a way of dragging her down with them. If she doesn't express her opinion, the other party will think she's easy to bully, and that the school is easy to bully. The tutor could no longer hold back and finally snapped. Chapter 28: The tutor's domineering response. All that could be seen was the tutor speaking to Zhang Menghan. Menghan, I support you. You did the right thing this time. Having a father like that is truly your tragedy. They treated their own daughter as an object to be traded. I've never seen a father like this before. You don't need to worry about this matter. Just do what you want. Don't compromise yourself. You can call me if you need anything. In broad daylight, I refuse to believe there is no law. After saying that, the tutor picked up the phone and started making a call. This surprised Zhang Xinglong. What should we do? Does the school really dare to take responsibility? Less than a minute later, 3 security guards arrived at the door. They went straight to Zhang Xinglong's side and dragged him away. Teacher, don't go too far. You just remember this: if anything happens to my daughter, I will definitely hold the school accountable. No matter how much Zhang Xinglong roared, it was all in vain. Because he had already been dragged out of the office. Seeing Zhang Xinglong leave, the counselor looked at Zhang Menghan. Menghan, what are you planning to do now? According to your dad, your mom doesn't want you anymore, which is why you ran away from home. Your dad is treating you like merchandise in a transaction again. How are you going to survive now? Zhang Menghan gave a bitter smile. With hands and feet, how could you possibly let me starve to death? I will be able to study and work at the same time and still make a living. Hearing this, the tutor's eyes welled up with tears. Alas, what a misfortune for your family, there's nothing I can do to help you. I'll say it again, call me if you need anything. Your dad said you're living at a classmate's house. Does that mean you're living with Long Qingyun? This Zhang Menghan stammered. This can be considered cohabitation, or it cannot be considered cohabitation. Because we live under the same roof, but in the same house, not in the same room. This? The tutor was dumbfounded. Isn't this living together? After a moment of hesitation, the tutor said again. Menghan, you are still a student. Although college students have the freedom to date. But you need to be careful and take protective measures. Never be careless and get pregnant after being shot. Right now, you are all alone and have nothing. If I get pregnant again, it will be adding insult to injury. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan's face flushed. He explained it this way, but the counselor still refused to believe him. What else is there to explain? Besides, the other person was only doing this because they cared about her. Zhang Menghan nodded, indicating that she would be careful. After saying goodbye to her tutor, Zhang Menghan left the office. Back in the classroom, Long Qingyun noticed that Zhang Menghan looked terrible, so he went over and asked her. Zhang Menghan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Menghan shook her head, I'm fine. Then why do you look so pale? Long Qingyun continued to press. Seeing how much Long Qingyun cared about her, Zhang Menghan directly explained the reason. My dad came to see me. Let me move back in. I ignored him. He actually went to the counselor's office to complain. After hearing everything, Long Qingyun understood everything. Zhang Menghan, ignore your father. I will take care of your life from now on. As long as I, Long Qingyun, have food to eat, I will never let you go hungry. After saying that, Long Qingyun transferred a sum of money to Zhang Menghan. 5,000 yuan has been deposited into my Alipay account. Zhang Menghan was stunned when she heard the voice. Long Qingyun, what are you doing? Hee, this is for my girlfriend's living expenses, Long Qingyun said with a grin. Don't worry, I started my own business when I was a freshman and I have some working capital on hand. You should know that this is the largest driver's license recruitment center in the school, right? That's what I founded. What? Zhang Menghan was stunned. She really didn't know about this unless Long Qingyun told her. However, just as Zhang Menghan was in a daze, Long Qingyun spoke again. Giving money to your girlfriend is a matter of course. You must accept it, or I'll get angry. Seeing Long Qingyun's combination of soft and hard tactics, Zhang Menghan smiled. He discovered that wherever Long Qingyun was, there was happiness. The days she spent with Long Qingyun were the happiest days of her entire life. As for Zhang Xinglong, after being escorted out of the office by security guards, he was sent directly out of the school gate. But he was unwilling to accept it. His purpose in coming here was to get Zhang Menghan to go back with him and be with Li Siyuan. Otherwise, he would never have a good time with Peng Shuema. Now that I've been kicked out and haven't achieved my goal, what should I do? After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xinglong simply waited. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, they entered the school through another gate. He had thought everything through. The culprit this time should be that student named Long Qingyun. This time, they suffered a setback with Zhang Menghan. We must get it back from Long Qingyun. When Zhang Xinglong arrived again outside Zhang Menghan's classroom, they happened to run into Long Qingyun, who was going out to use the restroom. Zhang Xinglong was seen following directly after them. At this point, Long Qingyun still didn't know what was going on. Someone patted me on the shoulder from behind. Long Qingyun, stop right there. I have something to tell you. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Long Qingyun turned his head to look at the person who spoke and immediately saw Zhang Xinglong. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun's expression change immediately. What does this mean? Having been humiliated by Zhang Menghan, he's now coming after him for revenge. Looking around at the many people, Long Qingyun led Zhang Xinglong to sit down on a nearby flower bed. Uncle, please speak your mind. Long Qingyun, are you dating Zhang Menghan? Zhang Xinglong asked directly and confidently. Let me tell you, my Menghan already has a boyfriend. If you keep making trouble again, watch out or I'll get rough with you. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun immediately started shaking his head. From the moment Zhang Xinglong appeared, he knew the other party's intentions. So he wasn't too surprised to hear this. Uncle, Zhang Menghan and I are friends. If neither of us is married, we have the right to date. This is our right. After saying that, Long Qingyun left immediately. It's pointless to talk to someone like that. But at that moment, Zhang Xinglong stood up abruptly. He grabbed Long Qingyun by the collar. There was a strong sense that they would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Long Qingyun, however, said nonchalantly. Uncle, this is a school. Go ahead and try touching me, shall we? Chapter 29 Jiang Pan's Interference. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinglong glared at Long Qingyun. He let go of her hand immediately. Although he was very angry. But this is a school. As a parent, if he were to harm the student, the situation is extremely serious. He won't be able to finish it all, he'll have to take it home. Long Qingyun turned and left. Not long after Long Qingyun left, a fat man came to Zhang Xinglong's side. This person was none other than Zhang Pan. He had seen everything that happened between Long Qingyun and Zhang Xinglong. In the morning, Zhang Pan suffered a setback at Long Qingyun's place. I'm currently thinking of ways to get revenge on them. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, Zhang Pan took the opportunity to come to his door. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Do you have a grudge against Long Qingyun? They actually got that angry? Hey classmate, do you know Long Qingyun? Zhang Xinglong asked from the side. Yes, I'm his classmate, so what? Zhang Pan said, feigning indifference. Since you are his classmate, you know Zhang Menghan, right? Zhang Xinglong continued, I am Zhang Menghan's father. I see. A smile appeared on Zhang Pan's face. Uncle, do you know about Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan? However, let me tell you, Long Qingyun's family is very rich. My parents are big shots in the clothing industry in Chongqing. I doubt you would dare to mess with them. At this point, Zhang Pan glanced at Zhang Xinglong's clothes again, then shook his head and started swaying his head. Besides, I think Uncle is doing pretty badly out there. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. You'd better watch yourself. After saying that, Jiang Pan left directly. This kid is incredibly wicked. He betrayed Long Qingyun with just a few words. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Xinglong was immediately dumbfounded. What? Is Long Qingyun's family really that wealthy? What should we do? If we try to fight them head-on, we're definitely outmatched. Then we must outsmart them. After thinking it over, Zhang Xinglong smiled. I walked straight towards the school gate. A day of studying came to a quick end. After school, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan went home together. The two chatted and laughed, really like a couple deeply in love. However, what they didn't know was that just a few dozen meters away from them, there was someone following behind furtively. I followed the two of them directly to the entrance of the residential area. Seeing the two enter the residential area, Zhang Xinglong quickly followed. But the old man at the door stopped him. Hello, I don't think I've seen you before. May I ask what brings you here? Zhang Xinglong pointed to Zhang Menghan, who had gone in ahead, and then lied. Sir, I am that girl's father. I just bought a pack of cigarettes, but I was a step too late. Please open the door for me. Hearing this, the old man smiled happily. Oh, you're Xiaolong's father-in-law. Did you come here specifically to observe Xiaolong's character? Let me tell you, Xiaolong is a very good person. His family is well off, and your daughter is living a life of luxury with him. After saying that, the old man opened the door and let Zhang Xinglong in. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinglong followed them while a sinister smile appeared on his face. He initially planned to catch them in the act of adultery. We need to teach Long Qingyun a lesson. Looking back now, that was incredibly naive. Since the other party is rich, even more so than Li Siyuan. Why did you break them up? Why not make a quick buck from this, grab some money, and leave? In this day and age, anyone can be indifferent. But you absolutely cannot be indifferent to money. I saw the elevator stop on the 8th floor. Zhang Xinglong took the elevator next to him and went straight to the 8th floor. The apartment layout in this building has 8 units per floor. This left Zhang Xinglong dumbfounded. I don't know which house is Long Qingyun's home. After wandering around for a while, I saw an old woman come out of the room. Zhang Xinglong immediately walked over with a grin. Hello, could you please tell me where Long Qingyun lives? The old woman was indeed Grandma Lu. She smiled, pointed to room 806 beside her, and said, This is the household. What do you need from him? I know him very well, would you like me to take you in? Zhang Xinglong's expression changed. What's the point of going in now? What kind of trouble can one person possibly cause? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xinglong said with a grin, Thanks, I'll go downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes and come back in later. After saying that, Zhang Xinglong left. After entering the elevator, Zhang Xinglong began making phone calls. Half an hour later, a group of people arrived at the door. Led directly by Zhang Xinglong, they arrived at the door of room 806. Bang bang bang. Open the door. The two people in the room were watching TV. Hearing such a loud commotion, Long Qingyun immediately got up and opened the door. The door opened, and a group of people rushed in. They completely blocked the entrance. Zhang Xinglong, who was in the lead, glanced at Long Qingyun and said fiercely, Kid, weren't you pretty good this morning? Now, you'd better be awesome again. Seeing this, Long Qingyun gave a wry smile. What's meant to happen will happen eventually. However, she did not expect Zhang Xinglong to arrive so quickly. It seems I was followed after school. Just then, Zhang Menghan, who was sitting on the sofa, panicked. Dad, what brings you here? And they brought so many people with them, what does that mean? But Zhang Xinglong casually sat down on the sofa and looked at Zhang Menghan next to him. What do you mean? I raised you with great difficulty. Even if I haven't done anything special, I have certainly put in a lot of hard work. You're so lucky, you've got a boyfriend and you've forgotten your dad. He's all alone, enjoying a life of luxury here. Leave me out here to starve. What are your intentions? Dad Zhang Menghan wanted to explain, but Zhang Xinglong didn't give her a chance. You two are already living together, you're practically family. I don't ask to separate the two of you. But you guys are living the high life. At the very least, you should let me drink it a little hot. My purpose in coming here is very simple. I'm giving you two choices now. First, give me a sum of money to get rid of you, and I'll leave immediately. Whether you date or get married in the future, it's none of my business. Second, if you're not willing to take the money, then you'll have to come with me. Although Lee Si-yuan's family isn't well off, they still have several million in assets, so food, clothing, and shelter shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan's face turned extremely ugly. In the end, Zhang Xinglong still treated her as an object to be traded. Dad, I'm your daughter. How could you do this to me? TCH. Are you my daughter? While you were enjoying yourself here with Long Qingyun, did you ever think of me? Zhang Xinglong said, extremely displeased. Between father and daughter, there should be sharing of happiness and hardship. Why is it that you can eat and drink well, while I have to starve? Is this something a daughter should do? Stop talking nonsense and make your choice quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan burst into tears. He had no say in this matter. At this moment, Long Qingyun came to Zhang Menghan's side. I picked up a tissue from the table and used it to wipe away the other person's tears. Don't cry, there's nothing in this world that can't be solved. If you trust me, leave this to me. Chapter 30 Severing Ties. After listening to Long Qingyun's words, Zhang Menghan could only nod. Because she had no other choice but to rely on Long Qingyun. After Long Qingyun finished speaking, he looked directly at Zhang Xinglong beside him. Uncle, how much do you want? Only then can you sever your father-daughter relationship? That's right, that's what a man should do. Zhang Xinglong was overjoyed to see Long Qingyun come out and resolve the matter. This is exactly the result he wanted. The reason for pressuring Zhang Menghan was to lure Long Qingyun into a trap. All we saw was Zhang Xinglong glancing at Long Qingyun's house, then smacking his lips and saying, "Hey kid, how much is this apartment of yours?" Long Qingyun asked directly, 2 million? What's wrong? Sure, then give me 2 million, and I'll never interfere in Zhang Menghan's affairs again. What do you say? Zhang Xinglong stated his idea. For someone who owns a $2 million house, getting him to come up with 2 million wouldn't be difficult. If Zhang Xinglong had 2 million, he would go to a remote place. You can own a house and a car, and you also have a sum of liquid funds. It would allow him to live a life of luxury. After Zhang Xinglong expressed his thoughts, he looked directly at Long Qingyun, waiting for the other party's reply. However, Zhang Menghan spoke up at this moment. Dad, you're crazy. They actually dared to ask for 2 million. What you're doing is illegal. Pa? Zhang Xinglong glared at Zhang Menghan. I raised you all these years, shouldn't that cost me money? Don't waste your energy. 2 million is not a lot. After Zhang Xinglong finished speaking, he looked at Long Qingyun. Kid, didn't you say you were rich? Are you going to give it to me or not? If you don't, then I'll let Zhang Menghan and Lee Si-yuan be together. Don't regret it later. 2 million is nothing to the Long family. However, this presents a dilemma for Long Qingyun. Using our own funds was enough. However, it had a significant impact on his future career development. He asked his parents for money. He's still in school. If there are too many, the parents might not give them. After a moment's hesitation, Long Qingyun held up one finger. 1 million, that's the most I can ask for. But Zhang Xinglong laughed happily. Kid, are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? I said 2 million, and that's 2 million. Not a penny less. Otherwise, neither of you will have a good life. Guards! Long Qingyun has abducted my daughter. Smash everything in the room. Just as a dozen or so people at the door were about to make their move, Xiao Meiyu appeared. All that could be seen was Xiao Meiyu, dressed in a police uniform, arriving at the door and shouting loudly. What are you all doing? Is this a case of bullying the weak with numbers? Zhang Xinglong was taken aback when he saw Xiao Meiyu appear. Then, with a grin, he said, Hey, little girl, I didn't know you were a police officer. Yesterday, I was deceived terribly by you. The evidence in the video, you filmed it, didn't you? As expected of a police officer, you are very meticulous. However, you'd better not get involved in this matter. Long Qingyun abducted my daughter. If you interfere, I'll take him to court, and then we'll see how you resolve this. Xiao Meiyu became furious upon hearing the word abduction. Please watch your words. Zhang Menghan's mother doesn't want her. You sold her off like a commodity again. Where do you think she could go? We treat her as a friend and as family. If you have nothing better to do, you can go ahead and sue me. I will absolutely not stop you. This will allow everyone in the entire mountain town to see what kind of person you are. Get out of the way if you have nothing to do, or don't blame me for being impolite. Xiao Meiyu's words stunned the dozen or so people who had come. Everyone looked at Zhang Xinglong with blank expressions. Old Zhang, what do you think we should do next about this? Old Zhang, this matter is a bit tricky. Old Zhang, I have some things to take care of at home, so I'll be going now. The dozen or so people scattered in a rush. Zhang Xinglong glanced at the doorway and spat. Bastards, they all act like big shots when they're drinking. I have something to do right now and I need your help. Just drop everything and leave me alone. Just wait until I'm rich, then I'll deal with you all, humph. After saying that, Zhang Xinglong didn't pay any attention and looked at Xiao Meiyu again. Officer, you are a representative of justice. Tell me now, my daughter has been abducted. And they're living together, what should I do? Xiao Meiyu had anticipated this move from the other side. So I moved all my clothes over a long time ago. I only saw her walk into the second bedroom and open the wardrobe door. The room was filled with Zhang Menghan and Xiao Meiyu's clothes. Zhang Xinglong, I'll call you uncle because you're Zhang Menghan's father. Uncle, now you'd better watch over me. The clothes here all belong to me and Zhang Menghan. We share a room. The only way to describe the relationship between Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun is that they are roommates. It cannot be called cohabitation. Please open your eyes and see clearly. Seeing this, Zhang Xinglong knew he was in the wrong. He did not pursue the matter further with Xiao Meiyu. He went straight to Long Qingyun's side. Young man, a man keeps his word. You just said 1 million to buy out my father-daughter relationship with Zhang Menghan. Do you really mean that? Long Qingyun glanced at Zhang Menghan, who was crying. Not wanting her to be involved in this matter any further, he simply nodded. That's absolutely true, but I'll have to write the agreement. Long Qingyun said with utmost seriousness. TCH. Zhang Xinglong only cared about the money, not how the contract was written, and said dismissively. Money makes the world go round, I don't care how you write it. Give me 1 million, and I will sever all ties with Zhang Menghan, and we will never see each other again. Depend on. That's a hurtful thing to say. Zhang Xinglong spoke casually, but Zhang Menghan listened with tears streaming down her face. In Zhang Xinglong's eyes, she was not even worth 1 million. Moreover, she was merely a tool used by the other party to exchange for money. Heartbroken, Zhang Menghan looked directly at Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun, consider this 1 million alone from me. I never want to see a father like that again. Long Qingyun nodded, then looked at Xiao Meiyu. Auntie, you're a professional. I'll leave this matter to you. Actually, Xiao Meiyu didn't understand either, but she picked up her phone and made a call. Explain everything clearly and completely. About 5 minutes later, a contract was sent directly to my email. The contract was made in triplicate, and Zhang Menghan and Zhang Xinglong signed it respectively. The two of them each took 1 copy, and the last copy was left in the hands of Xiao Meiyu, the middleman. I originally wanted Long Qingyun to be the middleman. But thinking about this matter, he got involved again. So the position of middleman was given to Xiao Meiyu. After finishing everything, Zhang Xinglong went directly to Long Qingyun's side. Rub your right thumb and forefinger together. The meaning is clear, all contracts have been finalized. Shouldn't we take the money and leave? Chapter 31 1 million to solve the problem. Seeing this, Zhang Menghan walked directly towards the second bedroom. Then she closed the door and started crying again. This snobbish father completely broke her heart. Long Qingyun did not delay. I transferred 1 million yuan to Zhang Xinglong directly using mobile banking. After receiving the money, Zhang Xinglong patted Long Qingyun on the shoulder and said happily, My good son-in-law, Zhang Menghan is now in your care. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Thank you for the 1 million. I'll be going now. Damn it. Seeing Zhang Xinglong like this, Long Qingyun gritted his teeth in hatred. However, out of consideration for Zhang Menghan, he did not say anything. After Zhang Xinglong left, Xiao Meiyu said to Long Qingyun, Qingyun, you did a good job. Hesitation when a decision should be made will inevitably lead to chaos. Although it cost 1 million, at least Zhang Menghan has come out of the shadows. That 1 million was worth it. Why don't you go to the second bedroom and try to comfort Zhang Menghan? I saw her crying very sadly. Long Qingyun shook his head. Auntie, let Menghan handle this herself. It would be pointless for me to get involved, and it might even backfire. In the evening, Xiao Meiyu cooked a meal of egg noodles. Long Qingyun ate with great relish, but Zhang Menghan had little appetite. The night is long, and I can't sleep. Long Qingyun couldn't sleep because he was thinking about what would happen in the city center the next day. In his memory, there was a wolfhound in the city center that was going to be transformed into a demon the next day. Based on what I remember, the casualties were severe. Thousands of people suffered and hundreds died. This was the most sensational case in the entire mountain town at the time. Now that he has been reborn, Long Qingyun will definitely not allow such a thing to happen again. Although the wolfhound's powers after its transformation are not as great as those of the tree spirit. However, the large, omnivorous wolfhound is definitely more lethal than the tree spirit. After thinking about it all night, Long Qingyun came up with a solution. That is to use Xiao Meiyu to deal with this big wolfhound together. Besides, Xiao Meiyu also said that she should be informed about the demonization in advance. This was exactly what the two of them wanted. When Long Qingyun woke up in the morning, he secretly told Xiao Meiyu about the big wolfhound. Xiao Meiyu's expression immediately changed, and she took Long Qingyun and prepared to leave. As he left, Long Qingyun said goodbye to Zhang Menghan. Tell the other person that he has something to do in the morning and won't be going to school. I will call the teacher to ask for leave. Afterwards, Long Qingyun and Xiao Meiyu went to the pedestrian street in the city center to start looking for the big wolfhound. One morning passed without any discovery. This left the two of them somewhat at a loss. Qingyun, how was your inspiration this time? Could there be a mistake? Long Qingyun shook his head. Auntie, my inspiration hasn't gone wrong yet. It's just a big wolfhound, it hasn't reached the point of demonic transformation yet. Auntie, do you have the right to do this? Have your police station send people to provide support in advance? I'm afraid that if the big wolfhound transforms into a demon, the two of us won't be enough to handle it. In his past life, the giant wolfhound transformed into a demon, shrinking to the size of a water buffalo. It weighs half a ton. Imagine a giant wolf weighing half a ton. How could an ordinary person possibly handle this? Xiao Meiyu hesitated for a moment, then said, I can send the person in advance. But the quantity will be limited. It's just a small team, at most 30-odd people. But I want to know what weapons are needed to deal with the big wolfhound. Last time, the entire police station was mobilized for the tree demon incident. And they even deployed helicopters. I'm afraid that if there are too many people, it won't be of any use. Upon hearing Xiao Meiyu's analysis, Long Qingyun began to consider this question. I originally planned to find the giant wolfhound before it transformed into a demon and then kill it. Now it seems that things are not as simple as they seemed. Therefore, we need to prepare countermeasures in advance. After a moment's thought, Long Qingyun said, Auntie, this big wolfhound can weigh half a ton after it transforms into a demon. Height reaches 3 meters and body length exceeds 8 meters. What kind of weapon do you need? What? That's a huge wolfhound? That's equivalent to the size of a large bus. Explosive weapons are definitely out of the question. The large flow of people here could cause widespread casualties. It seems the only option is to use large-scale narcotic bombs. Okay, I understand. Let's divide the tasks and be careful. Just as Long Qingyun was wandering around again. Surprisingly, there was a large residential complex next to the pedestrian street. Inside, a pet dog beauty pageant is being held. Long Qingyun immediately ran towards the location of the beauty pageant. Before even reaching our destination, we heard the howling of a large wolfhound. Woof woof woof. Then someone shouted. This is bad, the wolfhound has gone mad. Ouch, the wolfhound is biting someone. Help! The scene was chaotic. Just then, Long Qingyun saw a wolfhound. She ran quickly out of the beauty pageant arena. This large wolfhound is only half a meter tall, a little over a meter long, and weighs about 100 kilograms. It's not the same one from its past life that turned into a demon. And the parts where the demons appear don't make sense either. Long Qingyun clearly remembered that the place where the giant wolfhound transformed was on the highest artificial hill in the pedestrian street. He had just searched the entire artificial hill. We didn't find any wolfhounds. What exactly happened? Could it be a coincidence that the demonized wolfhound wasn't the wolfhound in front of us? Just as Long Qingyun was pondering, the large wolfhound charged straight towards the direction of the artificial hill on the pedestrian street. Damn it! Seeing this, Long Qingyun understood. The place where the demon was transformed was indeed on the highest artificial hill in the pedestrian street. But the big wolfhound doesn't necessarily have to be there. You can run there from other places. It seems that this crazed wolfhound is the same wolfhound that has become a demon. Chase. Long Qingyun quickly chased after the large wolfhound. However, dogs are much faster than humans. Long Qingyun couldn't catch up at all. In his anxiety, Long Qingyun could only run while shouting. The big wolfhound has gone mad and is biting people everywhere. We urge those with aspirations to come forward and work together to subdue it. To prevent the old, weak, sick, and disabled from being attacked by large wolfhounds. This kind of shouting actually works quite well. Surprisingly, many people with aspirations stepped forward to join the effort to capture the large wolfhound. However, the big wolfhound was incredibly cunning. They fled to places with few people. There was nothing they could do but have everyone grab the big wolfhound. There are already a lot of urban management officers and security guards on the pedestrian street. Upon hearing the shouts, they quickly joined the capture effort. The team that started with only a dozen or so people gradually grew to over 100. However, the crazed wolfhound was not unintelligent. They were able to escape successfully from a team of hundreds of people trying to capture them. However, this also hindered its forward speed. This drove the large wolfhound even crazier, and it lunged at the person trying to capture it, tearing at him. A bloody battle between humans and a large wolfhound ensued. Along the way, Long Qingyun also made 2 moves, which caused damage to the big wolfhound. However, the large wolfhound was too cunning to inflict fatal damage on its opponent. Time passed quickly, and the large wolfhound grew increasingly agitated, barking incessantly. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Chapter 32: The Great Wolfhound's Demonic Transformation. The barking attracted the attention of the surrounding dogs, causing them to go wild as well. Although the dogs around were not as aggressive towards humans as the large wolfhounds. However, they also started running around everywhere. This made capturing the large wolfhound even more difficult. Gradually, dozens of dogs of varying sizes gathered next to the artificial hill in the pedestrian street. This gave the arresting officers a real headache. Just then, Xiao Meiyu's men arrived. Xiao Meiyu saw Long Qingyun fighting with the large wolfhound on the side and immediately rushed over. At this moment, Long Qingyun was with several enthusiastic citizens. They waited on the only way to the artificial hill. This deterred the large wolfhound from coming up. However, the number of dogs gathering is increasing. This also posed a threat to Long Qingyun and his group. Xiao Meiyu, pistol in hand, approached Long Qingyun, whispered in his ear. "Qingyun, it's that dog that's about to turn into a demon." Long Qingyun pointed to the largest wolfhound next to him and said, "That's it. Auntie, you have to do everything you can to get rid of it. Otherwise, the casualties this time would have been extremely heavy. It has actually become a spirit, and knows how to call upon its companions to fight. Although its companions are not as powerful as it. But it also applies to this mission. It has caused a lot of trouble. As the number of dogs increases, so does the number of people." Xiao Meiyu picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Attention, all team members. Use tranquilizer darts to fire at the dogs present in short bursts. Please be careful. Don't hurt the bystanders. Notify the security personnel and urban management officers nearby to evacuate the crowd together." This time, Xiao Meiyu reported the reason to her superiors. "There's a large pack of rabid dogs causing trouble on the pedestrian street. We need help." Now it seems they really have turned into a huge group. Just as the police officer was firing shots at the dog next to him, the large wolfhound climbed directly over the slope next to the artificial hill. It seems it sensed a threat. We have to fight this hard. Just as the big wolfhound approached the artificial hill, a strange scene unfolded. The large wolfhound was emitting a golden-silver light. Moreover, the big wolfhound was constantly getting bigger. Seeing this, Long Qingyun knew something was wrong. He immediately turned to Xiao Meiyu and said, "Auntie, the big wolfhound is about to turn into a demon. Quickly order someone to snipe them, otherwise the true demonization will succeed. With just 100 or so people, there's absolutely nothing we can do about it." Xiao Meiyu nodded and spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Attention everyone, a large wolfhound is climbing towards the artificial hill. All personnel, aim at this large wolfhound and fire. Call out. Call out. Call out. More than 30 people all fired at the large wolfhound. But the big wolfhound was hiding in the bushes. Moreover, it kept running around aimlessly, and a single volley of fire did not cause it any damage. Seeing this, Long Qingyun said to Xiao Meiyu, "Auntie, can I borrow your stun gun? The two of us need to get there before the big wolfhound reaches the top of the mountain. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Xiao Meiyu took out a stun gun, handed it to Long Qingyun, and then climbed up the mountain. However, Xiao Meiyu is, after all, a woman. Where can you find someone with Long Qingyun's stamina? Before long, they fell far behind. 3 minutes later, Long Qingyun climbed to the top of the artificial mountain. They followed behind, inquiring about the situation. There was no sign of a large wolfhound in the vicinity. However, the area is open and spacious, so if Long Qingyun were to deal with ordinary wolfhounds, he would still have the ability to handle them. However, dealing with the demonized giant wolfhound is actually quite troublesome. He's not omnipotent. Moreover, he is just an ordinary person, although he possesses combat skills. But what they faced was a large, demonic wolfhound. It really has no way to do it. If brute force doesn't work, then we must choose to outsmart them. Long Qingyun began searching nearby. Let's see if we can find a place to hide. Then, when the big wolfhound isn't paying attention, we'll deliver a fatal blow. After searching for a long time, we finally found a stone cave under a large rock next to the mountaintop. The cave was hidden by a small tree. Long Qingyun went up and finished in no time. Clean up this hole. He squatted down directly below the cave entrance. Not long after Long Qingyun squatted down. Then they heard the barking of a large wolfhound. Woof woof woof. Judging from the sound, it's at most 5 meters away from the mountaintop. It seems the big wolfhound wasn't killed by the police officer's narcotic gun. They reached the summit very quickly. 5 meters is a distance for a large wolfhound. It happens in an instant. Boom. Just as Long Qingyun was about to fall into the pit, the god was about to be killed. A colossal creature had appeared before Long Qingyun. Is that the big wolfhound from earlier? Originally, it was only half a meter tall, a little over a meter long, and weighed over 100 kilograms. It has now reached a height of over 1 meter, a length of 3 meters, and a weight of over 300 kilograms. This is comparable to a donkey. Wa'ada. What? Just now down the mountain, I heard dogs barking. Now that we've reached the mountaintop, it's turned into wolf howls. This is to restore the wild state. It seems that this monstrous wolfhound is no longer a dog. Instead, they need to slowly transform into wolves. All we could see was this large wolfhound climbing directly onto the rocks atop the artificial hill. However, it is too big. The stone was too small to stand upright, it was such a huge piece. This caused the large wolfhound to fall directly off the rocks. The large wolfhound, unwilling to admit defeat after its initial failure, continued climbing. Until I climbed it dozens of times. It then abandoned the idea. All I saw was a large wolfhound standing on a platform at the top of the mountain. It kept roaring in the opposite direction of the sun. What are we supposed to do? Is this a ritual to worship the moon? Wolves are nocturnal animals. They prefer to operate at night. The moon is the most revered. But now, there's no moon. Just as Long Qingyun was pondering, the sun slowly dimmed. A total solar eclipse occurred at the location of the artificial hill. Damn it! This really is a ritual to worship the moon. Isn't this an ability that wolf-type demon beasts only possess after the revival of spiritual energy? Moreover, only the Wolf King possesses this ability. Could it be that this big wolfhound, after transforming into a demon, will become the Wolf King, 1 in a million among wolf-type demon beasts? Damn it! No wonder he awakens so quickly. That seems to make sense. What to do? Why haven't my aunt's people arrived yet? How can we stop the giant wolfhound from turning into a demon? Just as Long Qingyun was about to go out, a figure appeared on the mountaintop platform. This person is none other than someone else. It was Xiao Meiyu, who was panting heavily from exhaustion. Upon seeing the large wolfhound, it kept barking. She knew things were not going well. He picked up the narcotics gun and started shooting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bullets fired continuously, all of them entering the large wolfhound's body. However, this big wolfhound didn't take the anesthetic bullet seriously. It just kept roaring in the opposite direction of the sun. As expected, the sun shines in the opposite direction. Surprisingly, a faint fluorescence appeared. It then brightened rapidly. It actually formed a crescent moon shape. Chapter 33, Working Together to Fight the Giant Wolfhound. Damn it! This is defying the heavens. This scene completely terrified Xiao Meiyu, who was standing nearby. All she can do now is keep shooting. Before long, they ran out of bullets. Police officers from the foot of the mountain also climbed up to provide support. This created an opportunity to kill the large wolfhound. The consequences would be unimaginable. The shooting results of everyone were the same as those of Xiao Meiyu. The narcotic bullets fired did not cause any harm to the large wolfhound. It seems the dosage is too small. Upon seeing this, Xiao Meiyu shouted into the walkie-talkie. Super narcotics. Drunk cannon, where are you? Come quickly to the top of the artificial hill to provide support. In less than 3 minutes, the super tranquilizer cannon was carried up by a fat man. This is a mortar, shaped like a intoxication cannon. However, the moon was already approaching its full phase at this time. It completely replaced the brilliance of the sun. The only difference is that the sun's rays are a golden yellow that is entirely red. The moonlight, however, was silvery white. Looking at the large wolfhound's body again, it had doubled in size once more. It is enough to reach about 500 Gene. All I could see was the super narcotics cannon, starting to fire. But just then, the big wolfhound sensed the threat of the tranquilizer cannon. He turned around immediately, abandoning his roar. Looking in the direction where the drunken cannon was located. That one glance was enough to scare the 200-pound fat man so much that he almost wet himself. Shooting. Just as the fat man was in a daze, Xiao Meiyu spoke up. The big wolfhound immediately realized who the main character was and turned around to pounce on Xiao Meiyu. Damn it! If this dog pounces on me, I'll surely die. Long Qingyun finally couldn't bear it any longer and crawled out of the cave. He picked up the stun gun and attacked the large wolfhound's groin. Animals' weak points, in order, are the head, heart, and groin. Now, Long Qingyun has no choice but to settle for second best. Attack the strongest of the 3 weak points, the groin area. Because the big wolfhound was too powerful. He had no time to think. Shoot quickly. Just as Long Qingyun was attacking, he didn't forget to shout out a sentence. This is a 3-pronged approach. First, it can distract the big wolfhound and make it give up its attack on Xiao Meiyu. Even if we can't make the big wolfhound give up its attack, it can also disrupt its thinking and slow down the big wolfhound. Second, it can remind the fat guy to shoot, instead of just standing there dumbfounded. Third, it can boost Long Qingyun's aura and make the big wolfhound afraid of him. However, this 3-pronged approach actually worked. All I saw was the fat man start shooting. The big wolfhound also slowed down. What surprised everyone the most was that the big wolfhound actually turned its head and looked behind it. At this moment, Xiao Meiyu panicked. He even subconsciously shouted loudly. Don't want. She believed that Long Qingyun's appearance at this time was a death sentence. They're all drunk and have big dogs, there's nothing they can do. How useful can a small stun gun be to a large wolfhound? Something that Xiao Meiyu was unaware of happened. The drunken gun can harm monsters. However, the natural elements of thunder and fire are the nemesis of demons. Long Qingyun failed this time. He simply pointed the stun gun at the large wolfhound's groin and forgot to turn it on. As a result, the large wolfhound was not harmed in any way. However, after this feint, the big wolfhound slowed down. Just then, the super weapon, the intoxication cannon, was launched. They fired at the large wolfhound. It hit the big wolfhound right in the neck. After being affected by the drug, the large wolfhound began to stagger. It seems that the super weapon, the drunken cannon, is truly amazing. Just when everyone thought the matter was perfectly resolved. However, something unexpected happened again. The large wolfhound stood still and swayed a few times, but surprisingly did not fall to the ground. He shook his head a few times, then returned to normal. It seems the dosage of the super weapon, the anesthetic cannon, is still insufficient. Or perhaps the giant wolfhound is transforming into a demon under the moon. After being injured, was the energy diluted by the moon? Wa'ada. Having suffered a loss, the large wolfhound roared again. Then he turned around and lunged at Long Qingyun. No. Seeing this, Xiao Meiyu was utterly disappointed. She's dead, so what? Protecting people's lives and property is her primary responsibility. It is not surprising that someone died in the line of duty. But Long Qingyun cannot die, he is still a student. Qingyun, run away quickly. Is it even worth running away now? The ending was predictable. Long Qingyun had no chance to escape. The large wolfhound opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun could smell the blood in the big wolfhound's mouth. However, it was precisely because of this that he returned to normal. In my past life, I fought and struggled in battles. The more bloody and brutal it was, the more it ignited Long Qingyun's fighting spirit. The only tool I have to deal with the big wolfhound and resolve this crisis is the stun gun in my hand. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun pressing against the large wolfhound's thigh and directly pressing the switch. Just when things were at their most critical moment. The large wolfhound's mouth was less than 10 centimeters away from Long Qingyun's head. The large wolfhound was shocked by the stun gun between its thighs. Upon seeing the large wolfhound, his entire body trembled. Then he collapsed and couldn't get up. I don't know if the stun gun was too powerful. It still has the energy of the anesthetic cannon. In short, this time the large wolfhound lost its ability to fight. Boom! The massive body collapsed, causing the entire artificial hill to tremble. All the police officers present were stunned. Basically, their mouths were agape, and no one could believe it was true. Anesthetic, drunken gun is ineffective. Anesthetic, ineffective against intoxication. A small stun gun, actually effective? This is ridiculous. Just when everyone thought it was unbelievable. The large wolfhound raised its head again and looked in the direction of the moonlight. The large wolfhound tried to struggle again. However, Long Qingyun would not give it that chance. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun picking up the stun gun again. They continued to strike the large wolfhound's groin with electricity. Because there is little hair there, it is also the easiest place to attack. All I could see was the large wolfhound, which trembled a few more times. His head tilted to the side, and he stopped moving. Having dealt with the large wolfhound, Long Qingyun walked towards Xiao Meiyu. Approaching the other person, he said with a grin, "Auntie, are you alright? That really scared me. I'm afraid the big wolfhound will attack you." "You have no idea how worried I was about you just now," Xiao Meiyu said, pouting as she glared at Long Qingyun. At this moment, all the police officers regained consciousness. Led by Xiao Meiyu, they lifted Long Qingyun up and threw him into the sky. He kept shouting, "Yes, we won." After a brief moment of joy, Long Qingyun left. These officers were too enthusiastic and didn't know their own strength. If it weren't for his excellent physical condition, his bones would have fallen apart long ago. Xiao Meiyu then handed over the remaining tasks to the police officers present. She drove Long Qingyun back to school. However, he was called back by the police station leadership en route. The leader wanted to meet Long Qingyun, the hero of this battle. After gaining Long Qingyun's approval, Xiao Meiyu drove towards the police station. Chapter 34 Xiao Meiyu gets the chance to advance. Along the way, Xiao Meiyu looked at Long Qingyun with a grin. "Qingyun, you've really become famous this time. This battle was all recorded. Then it will be edited and released on relevant networks and platforms. The whole mountain town will know who you are. You will become a fighting hero of the entire mountain city." Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun wasn't particularly happy. Instead, he looked at Xiao Meiyu. "Auntie, we need to treat this as an emergency. Don't tell anyone about my inspiration. Otherwise, I will never have a peaceful day from now on." Hearing this, Xiao Meiyu nodded, "I know what to do." Recently, there have been reports of animals and plants becoming demonic all over the country. If the relevant leaders find out about your abilities, you'll be worked to death. Besides, your abilities have already exceeded the expectations of ordinary people. If this gets out, it won't do you any good. After discussing it for a while, the two reached a consensus. Police Station Office Number 1. An old man was sitting at his desk, staring at a video on his computer. He didn't look up until there was a knock on the door, and said to the doorway, "Please come in." Xiao Meiyu led Long Qingyun inside. Number 1 glanced at Xiao Meiyu and nodded with a grin. "Captain Xiao, you've done a great job this time. Leading the small team, we killed a demon wolf. There wasn't a single death rate. This is the first case of its kind in the country." "You flatter me, sir." This is all thanks to your excellent guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this ability to cope. Xiao Meiyu replied with a smile. This is also a blessing for my mountain city. We captured the demon wolf without losing a single soldier. Xiao Meiyu is a seasoned pro. There was no intention of taking credit for it. Instead, they attributed the credit to the leaders and ordinary people. This made number 1 extremely happy. Only then did number 1 notice Long Qingyun beside him, and nodded in agreement. Young man, I really have to thank you this time. If it weren't for your help. The casualties this time are expected to be extremely heavy. By the way, which organization do you work for? So I can send the police station's commendation to your unit. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun smiled. Boss, I am a senior at a University of Science and Technology, and I haven't started working yet. I was just passing by the pedestrian street when I saw a rabid dog biting someone. They only stood up to uphold justice. It's not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that, Long Qingyun immediately distanced himself from the situation. Number 1 smiled happily. Okay, I know what to do. The police station is fair and honest. Good deeds should be rewarded. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. Alright, I've understood your situation. It's alright, you can leave now. Knowing he couldn't get anything useful out of Long Qingyun, number 1 simply sent the guest away. However, he didn't forget to say to Xiao Meiyu, Captain Xiao, you two aunt and nephew are both outstanding. First, send your nephew back to school, and then write a report about what happened when he gets back. Just wait for your superiors to approve your promotion. Since he is your nephew, he doesn't want this credit. Then it's all on your head. As the police chief, his imagination is incredibly powerful. He could tell at a glance that Long Qingyun was different from others. Otherwise, the matter of the demon wolf cannot be resolved. However, the other party wants to escape. Unwilling to accept rewards. Then the only option is to let Xiao Meiyu take the challenge. Even if something happens in the future, the other party will definitely be mindful of Xiao Meiyu's feelings. Help the police station solve all problems. Xiao Meiyu was flattered. She never expected to be able to deal with a demon wolf. They still have a chance to advance. This is wonderful news. Thank you for your guidance, leader. The two left the police station and were on their way to the school. Qingyun, I really owe this to you. I've been hoping for a promotion for a long time, but I haven't gotten it yet. This time, we captured a large wolfhound that was undergoing demonic transformation. My wish actually came true. You really are lucky. Auntie, you handle interpersonal relationships very well. They were also diligent and conscientious in serving the people. A promotion is only a matter of time. Even without what happened today, you would still have had opportunities for promotion. Long Qingyun encouraged Xiao Meiyu from the side, trying to give her more confidence. He hadn't expected to be able to help Xiao Meiyu this time. Because in her previous life, Xiao Meiyu was promoted after she married Yi Liang. Who knew that this would change my fate and lead to an early promotion? This is something to celebrate. The parking lot next to the teaching building. Xiao Meiyu brought Long Qingyun back. Just then, it happened to be lunch break time. Many students witnessed this scene. Although some people know that Long Qingyun has an aunt who is a policewoman. But no one has ever seen it. This time, a police car was seen taking Long Qingyun back to school. Immediately, some busybodies started gossiping about it. What's wrong with Long Qingyun? Did he do something wrong? Otherwise, he wouldn't be coming to school in a police car. I reckon so. That kid Long Qingyun is a bit arrogant. He always acts all cocky and superior. People like that are easy to fall for. A fat man stepped out from the crowd. This man was none other than Zhang Pan, Long Qingyun's former staunch ally. Ever since his falling out with Long Qingyun, he has been looking for an opportunity to make Long Qingyun kick him when he's down. Suddenly, I saw Long Qingyun. He was riding back to school in a police car, and I immediately smiled happily. Wow, I knew he was too arrogant. They're very prone to bad luck. That's exactly right. A couple of days ago, Long Qingyun even abandoned me, his sworn brother. It's only been 2 days, and they've already gotten their comeuppance. Alas, retribution is not that it will not come, but that the time has not yet come. A person who does not value brotherhood is an ungrateful scoundrel. People like that deserve to be unlucky. Zhang Menghan happened to be nearby at that moment and was very unhappy to hear this. Jiang Pan, you are Long Qingyun's staunch brother. Others may not know the truth, so they can say that about him. But isn't it a bit too much for you to say that about him? But. Upon hearing this, Jiang Pan immediately burst into laughter from the side. Zhang Menghan, are you stupid? Was it Long Qingyun who didn't treat me like a brother first? He actually broke off relations with me for the sake of a woman like you. I'm no longer his staunch brother. Does that mean I can't speak up even if I see him commit a crime? They say brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. A person who values clothes more than his own siblings. They're not worth my deep friendship, Jiang Pan. Some onlookers, not wanting to miss out on the commotion, began to gossip. Those who value brotherhood since ancient times. Those were all people of great benevolence and righteousness. People have always valued women. Those are all lecherous men. Lecherous men never have a good ending. This kind of person is not a smart person to begin with. Can't we even say anything? That's right, brotherhood is definitely more important than romantic love. Although women are attractive, I value brotherhood even more. Chapter 35 became the focus of the whole class. When you have the ability, many people will try to curry favor with you. As soon as they see you fall from grace, all those who would kick a man when he's down will surface. Besides, a school beauty like Zhang Menghan. Which man wouldn't like that? She was definitely the dream girl of all the boys in the school. But how many can one actually possess? Therefore, they were all extremely jealous of Long Qingyun. Now that we have the opportunity, let's join forces to suppress the other side. Why didn't you step forward? Then Long Qingyun got out of the car and said goodbye to Xiao Meiyu. Just as Long Qingyun arrived at the classroom door, Jiang Pan couldn't help but speak up. Hey, Yun Ji, you've gotten a bit cocky lately. What bad thing did he do this time to get arrested by the police? They actually found them. They've come to the school? Could it be that he was caught having sex with another woman and his room was raided? Ha ha ha. Long Qingyun glanced at Jiang Pan calmly and said without any emotion. A person who will stop at nothing to gain profit. What right do you have to talk about me like that? However, I still have to tell someone. This time, I didn't do anything wrong and was punished by being sent back to school. Instead, they were sent back to school because they did good deeds and were rewarded. If you don't believe me, you'll see for yourselves in a moment. Long Qingyun grabbed Zhang Menghan's hand and walked towards the classroom. Once seated, Zhang Menghan said worriedly. Long Qingyun, what exactly happened? Auntie, don't you never come to school? Why did I bring you here today? Has something really happened? At this point, Zhang Menghan suddenly remembered something and whispered. Could it be that the matter of Quang Biao being beaten has resurfaced? Or is it Li Siyuan who's causing you trouble? But. Seeing Zhang Menghan's nervous expression, Long Qingyun laughed happily. Zhang Menghan, didn't I already tell you? I did a good deed today, and you'll find out the truth soon enough. Just after Long Qingyun spoke, his phone buzzed with a notification. All that could be seen was that everyone picked up their phones and started watching. The cover of the news article featured portraits of Long Qingyun and Xiao Meiyu. Below is a line of text describing the incident that occurred that morning on the pedestrian street in the city center, where the demon wolf transformed into a demon. After seeing everything, Zhang Menghan jumped up happily. Long Qingyun, you're amazing. He actually became a hero of the entire mountain town. Seeing the lively and adorable Zhang Menghan, Long Qingyun couldn't resist gently pinching her nose and saying with a grin. See, I didn't lie to you. Can we really believe the nonsense spouted by some people? But just then, everyone gathered around. Long Qingyun, did you really do this? You actually dared to use a stun gun to shock a wolf weighing several hundred pounds? Weren't you scared at the time? Long Qingyun, you're really bold. The incident with the tree spirit last time caused quite a stir in the entire mountain town. It frightens many people. It is a creature that possesses demonic powers. I never expected you to run into a wolf demon this time. If it were anyone else, they would probably have wet their pants from fright. You actually dared to ambush the wolf demon. I'm truly impressed. Long Qingyun, can you tell me about the scene at that time? Let me experience that thrill and fear with you. Long Qingyun looked at all his classmates, who were all surrounding him. All they could do was shake their heads and sway their bodies. Because he didn't want to reveal this matter. The more this matter is revealed, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Long Qingyun refused everyone's requests. This made everyone unhappy. However, Jiang Pan, who was standing next to him, started causing trouble again. He only glanced at the picture the person in it was a bit blurry, and he could only make out the general shape of a wheel rim. This gave Jiang Pan an opportunity to strike at Long Qingyun. TCH, could this just be a coincidence? The entire news report only mentioned Long Qingyun once, and the image was blurry. Could it be a case of the same person having the same name, or even being completely different people? These words caused a stir among those nearby. They also realized this problem. It's possible. If it really was Long Qingyun from our class who did it, he wouldn't be so calm. They probably started praising it long before the official press release even took place. Yes, it really makes people suspicious. Long Qingyun is so calm this time, which is not like his usual self at all. Who says it isn't? If it really is Long Qingyun, they probably wished they could grab a lousy megaphone and shout it from the school's main stage. They are right. If it were Long Qingyun before his rebirth. That's incredibly arrogant. If faced with something like this, I'd probably have already grabbed a loudspeaker and yelled. But the current Long Qingyun is different. After his rebirth, Long Qingyun learned to restrain himself. He is no longer that naive boy. It was an old monster that had lived for hundreds of years. Long Qingyun ignored the doubts raised by the crowd. I just sat on the desk and watched everyone perform. Because he knew that whether something was true or false, someone would eventually find out. Classes continued in the afternoon. Everyone was prejudiced against Long Qingyun, and apart from Zhang Menghan, no one was willing to talk to him. It happened right after the last class in the afternoon. School leaders and a police officer arrived at the classroom. Long Qingyun knew this police officer. It was Lu Shang, the director of the police station's #1 office. This is a very important person. All that could be seen was this person, led by school leaders, walking onto the podium. At this point, the principal spoke up. Dear students, please take your places. I'll take a few minutes of your time. As you all probably saw in the news this morning. This morning, Long Qingyun, a senior student at our school, performed a heroic act. In collaboration with police officers, we successfully took down a demon wolf. Now, the police leaders have come here specifically to present an award to Long Qingyun, a student from our school. Please, police chief, give a speech. Lu Sheng coughed, cough cough cough. Hello everyone, I'm here specifically on behalf of the police station. We will award Long Qingyun the medal for his bravery and righteousness. Please welcome Long Qingyun to the stage to receive the award. Long Qingyun looked at everyone present, stood up, and walked towards the podium. Boss, didn't #1 promise to skip the complicated procedures? Besides, I only did some insignificant things. This is something that every citizen should do. You're just being modest, kid. Lu Shang glared at Long Qingyun. People are afraid that no one will know when they do good deeds. Even if the police station doesn't promote it, we have to promote it ourselves. You're doing great, our police station is giving you free publicity. You don't seem to want to accept it. Alright, this matter was ordered by #1. You have to accept it. You have to accept it, even if you don't want to. Long Qingyun nodded, then I thank you for your concern, leader. Left with no other choice, Long Qingyun reluctantly accepted the medal. Just as Long Qingyun was about to leave, Lu Shang spoke again. Long Qingyun, why are you in such a hurry? My mission here is not yet complete. Chapter 36, there are still tasks to be completed. Just as Long Qingyun was about to leave, Lu Shang said again, Long Qingyun, why are you in such a hurry? I still have a mission to complete. What? Are there still tasks left to complete? What else is there? You've already won all the medals? Is there anything more important than awarding medals? Long Qingyun turned around, looking completely bewildered, and stopped next to Lu Shang again. Sir, is there anything else? Please give your instructions. Seeing Long Qingyun's expression, Lu Shang smiled happily. You rascal, why are you in such a hurry? After saying that, he took an envelope directly from his briefcase and handed it to Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun, this is a 10,000 yuan stipend from your superiors, which they said is to encourage students like you. What? There's still money to be made? Damn, the police station really went all out this time. This scene left Long Qingyun somewhat bewildered. Although he wasn't short of 10,000 yuan, why wouldn't he take money that was given to him for free? Even if he doesn't need it, Zhang Menghan can use it. Realizing what was happening, Long Qingyun took the envelope and said with a grin, "Thank you for your kindness, leaders of the police station. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know." As the saying goes, he who takes a bribe is bound to be grateful. He received a 10,000 yuan bonus from the police station. You have to say something nice, no matter what. Otherwise, how will the other party explain themselves? Seeing the incredibly perceptive Long Qingyun, Lu Shang smiled happily. This child is teachable. Alright, I've kept you all occupied for so long. I should go back too. You only have a few months left until graduation. I wish you all the best in your exams and hope you find a good job. After saying that, Lu Shang left the classroom accompanied by school leaders. After the leaders left, the whole class was stunned. They suspected at noon that Long Qingyun was not the person in the news. The other party actually acquiesced. Now, the police leaders have come to present the medal, and they're doing it in front of the whole class. Isn't this a slap in the face? The more you remain silent, the more severe the embarrassment you'll suffer. Sure enough, the whole class felt a burning pain on their faces. This incident proves that keeping quiet and not seeking fame or fortune is the best approach. What this person does is not necessarily a bad thing. After the sound, everyone shouted, "Hero, hero!" Our class actually produced a hero who became famous throughout the entire mountain city. We should celebrate together. Everyone looked at Long Qingyun, waiting for his reply. The other party received a reward of 10,000 yuan. If it were the normal Long Qingyun, he would definitely use this money to treat everyone to a meal. Why is Long Qingyun silent this time? Just when everyone was waiting, Long Qingyun handed the envelope in his hand directly to Zhang Menghan, who was standing next to him. "Zhang Menghan, you can keep this 10,000 yuan for safekeeping." What? Zhang Menghan was taken aback. She had never managed so much cash before. In a moment of nervousness, I actually let out a sound. "I asked you to keep this 10,000 yuan for me. Don't you want to?" This? Long Qingyun has been helping Zhang Menghan a lot lately. If you can't even do something this small, what will the other party think? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Menghan nodded. "Okay, I'll help you keep it safe for now. Just ask me for it when you need it." That's more like it. To thank you for keeping it safe for me, I'll treat you to a hamburger. Long Qingyun said with a grin in front of everyone. He took Zhang Menghan's hand and left the classroom directly. This is quite a good display of affection. This left everyone momentarily stunned and unable to react. However, Jiang Pan was the first to react, just as he was about to berate Long Qingyun. The student next to him simply left. No one paid any attention to Jiang Pan. This made him extremely embarrassed. It didn't bother me to scold Long Qingyun on ordinary days. Long Qingyun has now become a hero of the entire mountain city. Only a fool would make a fool of himself at a time like this. Furthermore, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan left the school. I went straight to a burger joint. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the two prepared to go home. However, just as the two arrived at the hamburger shop, a middle-aged man called out to Zhang Menghan. "Menghan, it really is you. Long time no see, you've become even more beautiful. Is this your boyfriend?" After greeting Zhang Menghan, the middle-aged man looked directly at Long Qingyun beside him and said, "Second uncle, what are you doing here?" "This is my friend, Long Qingyun. How did you know I have a boyfriend?" The middle-aged man was Zhang Menghan's second uncle, Zhang Xingtian. Upon hearing Zhang Menghan's question, Zhang Xingtian gave a wry smile. "It was your dad who told you. He made a fortune yesterday and treated us brothers to a meal. He got drunk on the way and told you all about it. He said you found a rich boyfriend. I've severed all ties with him and will never acknowledge him again. I didn't believe it at first, but now that I see the two of you together, I actually believed it. Menghan, your second uncle is a little short on money lately. Could you ask your boyfriend to lend me 100,000 yuan? When I have money, I will definitely pay you back, with interest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan's face turned extremely pale. What exactly happened to these family members? Her mother saw her as a bargaining chip to get a better life. Dad used her as a tool to make money. Now even my uncle, whom I haven't seen for years, they all treated her like a cash cow. Do you really think she's easy to bully? He knew his second uncle's personality very well. He loved wine as much as his life, was addicted to gambling, and had a penchant for aphrodisiacs. If you lend someone like that 100,000 yuan, is there any chance of getting your money back? The result was predictable. Second uncle, since you know that you gave my dad 1 million yesterday, you're asking me for money again today? I don't have any. But. Before Zhang Menghan could finish speaking, Zhang Xingtian burst out laughing. My dear niece, you must not let money slip by. That is indeed a good habit. I'm your second uncle, and I've always doted on you since you were little. You're going too far by treating me like this. Besides, if you don't have money, ask your boyfriend for it. Your dad told me that your boyfriend's family is extremely wealthy. He's a big shot in the clothing industry in Chongqing. There's no way he can't come up with 100,000 yuan, right? Zhang Menghan was speechless. Is he planning to take her under his wing? However, Zhang Menghan remained silent, and Zhang Xingtian looked at Long Qingyun again. Nephew-in-law, please give me an answer to this matter. I'm sorry, I'm just a student, I don't have any money. Zhang Menghan was unwilling to lend money to Zhang Xingtian, so would Long Qingyun lend it to her? He's not stupid. From their conversation just now, Long Qingyun could be certain. The Zhang Xingtian in front of me is not a good person. Seeing that both of them refused, Zhang Xingtian was extremely angry. He then muttered to himself. I know a secret, but I don't know if you want to hear it? What? Secret? If he didn't tell, Long Qingyun wouldn't believe the truth of this secret. Even Zhang Menghan wouldn't believe it. All I could see was Zhang Menghan holding Long Qingyun's hand. I walked towards home. This infuriated Zhang Xingtian. The two of them treated him like he wasn't there. Chapter 37. Not his biological child. He spent 500 yuan specifically to find out Zhang Menghan's whereabouts. Zhang Xinglong indulged in a life of pleasure, in exchange for the information he obtained from the other party. If we can't get a single penny, wouldn't we be at a huge loss? Keep in mind that the 500 yuan he spent was borrowed from someone else. Zhang Menghan, do you want to know about your background? Left with no other option, Zhang Xingtian had to throw out his chips. What? Life experience? What does this mean? Isn't she Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat's daughter? Is she Zhang Xingtian's niece? Could there be another story behind her background? Zhang Menghan refused to believe Zhang Xingtian's words. But when she thought back to what her parents had done for her, she was starting to believe what the other person was saying again. However, she would have to come up with 100,000 yuan. That's absolutely impossible. After a moment's hesitation, she continued walking forward. Zhang Menghan, you are not Zhang Xinglong's biological daughter at all. You are an adopted daughter they picked up. What? Adopted daughter? Hearing this, Zhang Menghan was stunned. Is this really true? Although on the surface, Zhang Menghan was unwilling to believe Zhang Xingtian's words. But deep down, I had some doubts. All that could be heard was Zhang Menghan letting out a bitter laugh. Do you have any evidence? Zhang Xingtian shook his head. He knew about it, but couldn't provide any evidence. Without evidence, why would I believe you? Zhang Menghan left immediately after speaking. Wait a moment, I'll find the evidence for you, Zhang Xingtian said again. But you have to promise me that as long as I find evidence, you have to give me 100,000 yuan. Without any worries, Zhang Menghan said directly. A promise is a promise, and I agree. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun had a little idea. Since Zhang Xingtian dared to say that, why didn't he use his talent for discerning truth from falsehood to investigate the other party? System, determine whether Zhang Xingtian's words are true or false. Host, initiating an investigation, please wait. The truth has been successfully verified. Zhang Xingtian's words are true. What? Is it true? As brothers, they must know the truth. It appears that Zhang Menghan is not Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat's biological daughter. She was just their adopted daughter. Without blood relation. No wonder they would treat Zhang Menghan as a commodity to be traded. Knowing the truth, Long Qingyun had no intention of telling anyone. Because I'm bringing this up. It had a significant impact on Zhang Menghan and brought her no benefit whatsoever. It will only cause Zhang Menghan unnecessary trouble. Since Zhang Menghan wants to know if it's true or false, we're just waiting for Zhang Xingtian's evidence. Just then, Zhang Menghan grabbed Long Qingyun's hand. They walked away into the distance. After walking a distance, Long Qingyun noticed Zhang Menghan's emotions were somewhat out of control, and comforted her from the side. Zhang Menghan, your second uncle is a bastard, don't believe him. His words are not to be believed at all. He. Zhang Menghan gave a wry smile. What difference does it make whether you believe or not? Are my parents still my parents now? Whether they are biological children or not. They have all given up on me. For me, the relationship between my biological daughter and my adopted daughter doesn't mean much. But, after saying that, Zhang Menghan hesitated for a moment, then said, I would feel better if they weren't my biological parents. That certainly sounds like the case. However, after tasting it carefully, you can sense how much resentment is behind those words. Long Qingyun wanted to tell the other party the truth. But the truth about him is not entirely bright. How can the other party trust him? Does that mean he possesses superpowers? Through spending time with her, I gained a special ability. Then, through their innate abilities, they were able to discern the truth from the falsehood. Zhang Xingtian's words are true. This is tantamount to courting death. Shaking his head, Long Qingyun once again decided to keep this matter to himself. Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat, they stopped there. They didn't go too far, so they let it go. After all, they are Zhang Menghan's adoptive parents. If you go too far, we will definitely not let them get away with this. Without stopping, the two headed home. Wang Hohat has been living a very miserable life lately. Ever since Zhang Menghan left, Huang Biao has frequently beaten and kicked her. And she was also asked to bring Zhang Menghan back. As a result, she made countless phone calls. Zhang Menghan never accepted it. It seems the other party has directly blacklisted her. This morning, Wang Hohat was still sleeping in bed. He was pulled up by Huang Biao and given a good scolding. This is her in a bad mood. I went to the nearby park to relax. Just as we were about to head back after wandering around for a while, I spotted my old friend. At a glance she was bragging. She went straight towards the place where her former sisters were. Sisters, how have you been lately? Wang Hohat, you've arrived? A glamorous woman glanced at Wang Hohat and said, the few of us are all right, but I heard you often get beaten up by Huang Biao? A man like that is better off without you, might as well find someone else. Wang Hohat's face showed bitterness. Alas, every family has its own troubles. A man like Huang Biao isn't so easy to get rid of. Huang Biao has millions in assets and comes from a very well-off family. Wang Hohat had also considered parting ways with him during this time. However, she was lazy and gluttonous all day long. He often waited for the wind to rage, and then gave her living expenses. Although Huang Biao was dissatisfied with her during this period, she was frequently abused, but her living expenses were never reduced. Therefore, she had no choice but to endure the humiliation and live with the raging storm. However, at this moment, another sister next to her said, Hohat, Huang Biao isn't a good man, why are you following him? Isn't it just giving you some living expenses? Can't you have the same opportunities with other men? A woman like you in her 40s. If you don't mind, you can find a retired old man. Although I'm older, I'm not as capable in some aspects. But when it comes to money, they'll definitely be generous. As long as I have money, I'll occasionally go out and have an affair. Isn't it better to just follow the trend and go crazy? Upon hearing this, Wang Hohat nodded. This method actually works. But where can you find such a retired old man? I don't care about the quality of the talent. But retirement pensions must be high. At least 5,000 a month. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother serving you. As the group played their instruments, one of the women suddenly thought of something. He looked at Wang Hohat with a grin. Hohat, your deadbeat seems to have struck it rich. Yesterday I saw him driving around aimlessly in a small car. And I heard that he also bought an old house not far away, which cost him 500,000 yuan. Even though the car is made in China, no matter how bad it is, it still costs over 100,000 yuan. How did someone like him, who's so demanding and difficult to work with, manage to make so much money? If you can't find a suitable new partner, you can always go back to your old flame. Upon hearing this, Wang Hohat was stunned. When the family divided their property, Wang Hohat took the only valuable house. The remaining 50,000 yuan was given to Zhang Xinglong. Given the other person's personality, they would have spent all the money long ago. How can things get better and better? This matter deserves careful consideration. Chapter 38 The Shameless Wang Hohat. After blowing the whistle for a while, Wang Hohat left. Not far from where she walked, Wang Hohat took out her phone and dialed Zhang Xinglong's number. "I'll blow up my mountain, and then I'll cross the river of oblivion with you." The phone rang, and after a long while, Zhang Xinglong's voice came through. "You old hag, what do you want with me? Speak your mind, or shut up. I'm busy right now." "Hey, Zhang Xinglong, how dare you talk to me like that?" Wang Hohat got angry when she heard the other party's impatient words. But thinking about how successful the other person had become, she suppressed her anger and said with a smile, "Old man, I heard you've struck it rich lately? Is there such a thing?" Zhang Xinglong became arrogant after acquiring wealth, and said domineeringly, "It's nothing special, I only made a little over $1 million. $1 million or so? For wealthy families, it's really nothing. However, for poor families like Wang Hohat and Zhang Xinglong, that really is a huge sum of money. Oh my god, you got incredibly lucky? You made that much money? Everything that happened before was my fault. Let's remarry." But Zhang Xinglong laughed happily. "You old hag, so many years have passed. You're still the same as always." His money-grubbing nature has never changed. "But why should I split my money with you? Do you think I'm stupid? Brother Long, look at what you're saying. Husbands and wives shouldn't hold grudges overnight. Besides, we've been married for over 10 years. Don't you want to rekindle our old relationship?" Wang Hohat started to whine in a childish tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinglong said with unparalleled domineering authority, "Wash yourself at home and wait for me, I'll be right back. The night is long, and I can't sleep." The next day at noon, Zhang Xinglong got dressed and was about to leave. Wang Hohat was not happy. "You old rascal, you've eaten your fill and are now trying to run away? We agreed to share the good times and the bad. How dare you go back on your word?" Zhang Xinglong glanced at Wang Hohat, who was about to confront him on the spot, and chuckled. "You old hag, your temper is still as fiery as ever. If we disagree, we'll start a huge fight." Okay. Since you've done a good job this time, I'll recommend a way for you to make money." "What? A path to wealth?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hohat's expression softened considerably. "Tell me, what exactly is your path to wealth?" Zhang Xinglong revealed that he had severed his father-daughter relationship with Zhang Menghan. This made Wang Hohat's eyes widen in surprise. "Oh my god, is this real? That hothead who's with Zhang Menghan is actually that rich? Looks like we've gotten lucky this time. As the father, you should get $1 million. As a mother, I can't get more money. I'm rich now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinglong shook his head. "That's not necessarily true, it depends on how much money we can get. It all depends on your abilities. But whatever you do, don't let Zhang Menghan know that we are not her biological parents. Otherwise, you won't get a single penny. All she has with us now is blood ties, there's no longer any so-called kinship." After saying that, Zhang Xinglong left. Wang Hohat paused for a moment, then said to Zhang Xinglong again, "How did you get the money? Give me some tips." "Silly woman, Zhang Menghan is studying at school now. Just wait at the school gate. Do I really need to teach you something this simple?" After saying that, Zhang Xinglong left without looking back. Wang Hohat was overjoyed to learn how to make money. I got dressed and washed up, heading towards the University of Science and Technology. However, after the two left, not long after, a person crawled out from under the bed. This person was Zhang Xingtian, who had made an appointment with Zhang Menghan. All I saw was him grinning as he held up his phone and opened a recording app. Everything Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat did was recorded on the recording software. Even the sounds made while playing cards are no exception. Ah, brilliant. This time we've struck it rich. As your adoptive parents, each of you will receive 1 million. I, as the uncle, can still earn 100,000. Cool. This is a win-win-win situation. Another ordinary day has passed. Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun planned to go see a movie after school. However, just after the two left the school, I spotted Wang Hohat squatting at the school gate. Their expressions instantly turned ugly. It seems what's coming will eventually happen. "Menghan, school's over. It was all mom's fault before, please forgive me. Are you free? Let's go sit in the coffee shop next door." Zhang Menghan saw Wang Hohat's overly attentive manner. He immediately realized something was wrong. Just tell me what's on your mind. There's no need for us to beat around the bush. However, at this moment, Long Qingyun spoke up. Menghan, I'm thirsty too. Let's go get some drinks. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan knew that Long Qingyun was doing it for her own good. Even if the mother and daughter have a very bad argument, they should sit down and talk. You can't talk about private matters in front of the school, it would be bad for her. Having understood everything, Zhang Menghan agreed to Wang Hohat's conditions. The three of them went to the coffee shop next door. We found a secluded private room. Each person ordered a cup of coffee. After taking only one sip, Wang Hohat couldn't help but speak up. Menghan, I heard you've severed your father-daughter relationship with Zhang Xinglong? And you even gave her $1 million compensation? Finally, let's get straight to the point. What's next? Zhang Menghan asked, as if this was something she had expected. He, that's great. Wang Hohat wasn't angry. Instead, she said with a smile. Zhang Xinglong took 1 million, so give me 2 million. Our mother-daughter relationship is now completely severed. At that time, we'll be even, what do you say? Taking advantage of someone's misfortune, is this how our mother-daughter relationship works? Zhang Menghan's face was extremely ugly. I have no money, but I have your life. Take it or leave it. Zhang Menghan has been suffering a lot lately. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she burst out. Seeing that Zhang Menghan was unwilling to take the money, Wang Hohat said expressionlessly. Zhang Menghan, they're both my flesh and blood. You gave Zhang Xinglong 1 million, and now you're trying to act tough with me. I'm afraid that won't work. Snap. After saying that, Wang Hohat slammed her hand on the table and stood up. I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. And with milk, water, I irrigated you until you grew up. Is this how you repay me now? If you don't have this ability, I certainly won't blame you. But you now have a rich boyfriend, whose parents are said to be big shots in the clothing industry in Chongqing. Give me 2 million in compensation, what's wrong with that? For wealthy families like these, they can just casually offer a dowry. It's more than 2 million, isn't it? Moreover, what I'm talking about is buying out the mother-daughter relationship. To put it bluntly, you actually made a fortune from this. Ha ha ha. Zhang Menghan, overwhelmed with grief, actually laughed out loud. Okay. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Zhang Menghan looked up at Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun, could you lend me another million? Chapter 39, Treating Everyone Equally. At this moment, Long Qingyun is communicating with the system. System, activate the distinguish truth from falsehood talent skill to investigate whether what Wang Hohat just said is true. Host, detection initiated. The investigation is complete. Wang Hohat's words were false. She is not Zhang Menghan's biological mother, but her adoptive mother. I see. It seems that what Zhang Xingtian said is true. Just as Long Qingyun was exploring with the system, Zhang Menghan asked Long Qingyun. This surprised Long Qingyun for a moment. Zhang Menghan, what did you just say? I was distracted and didn't hear you clearly. I want to borrow another million to sever my mother-daughter relationship with Wang Hoat, Zhang Menghan repeated. Okay, you decide. Long Qingyun nodded in agreement. A foster mother is also a mother. Besides, a foster mother like Wang Hoat is better off without. A short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. Severing ties is a good option. After all, her adoptive parents raised Zhang Menghan. Without the two of them, there would be no Zhang Menghan as we know her today. However, Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat were not destined to enjoy wealth and luxury. Otherwise, it will be too late once Zhang Menghan awakens her talent. Not to mention the entire mountain city, he could roam freely throughout the entire Great Yan Empire. Just after Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan made the decision to agree, Wang Hohat was very unhappy. Zhang Menghan, did you do this on purpose? I clearly said 2 million, but you only gave me 1 million. Are you playing dumb with me? I am fair and just in my dealings, and I treat my father and daughter equally. Zhang Xinglong took 1 million and then severed ties with me. So if you want money, you can only get 1 million. If you think it's too little, you don't have to take it. Zhang Menghan's words became stiff. This surprised Wang Hohat. She knows Zhang Menghan very well. He always says one thing and means another. It seems we have no choice but to accept it this time. 1 million is a bit little, but it's better than nothing, right? Let her spend another million. That's enough for her to spend for 20 or 30 years. After thinking it over, Wang Hohat nodded. Okay, I'll pay you and you'll sign and seal the document. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun headed straight for the copy shop outside. A short while later, 3 copies of the contract were brought over. Wang Hohat had no worries and signed the contract directly. The movements were executed in one smooth motion, incredibly fast. However, this was incredibly heartbreaking for Zhang Menghan. After watching Wang Hohat finish everything, Long Qingyun nodded. They also wrote and signed on it. There were only 3 people this time, so Long Qingyun served as the notary. Most people would definitely refuse. However, Wang Hohat did not refuse in order to get the money. With all the formalities in place, Long Qingyun directly inquired about Wang Hohat's account. In the blink of an eye, 1 million arrived in my account. This made Wang Hohat extremely happy. I can't believe it's true. All I saw was Wang Hohat pinching my thigh hard. Ouch, it hurts so much. It's for real. I, Wang Hohat, have become a millionaire. I never thought I'd end up like this. Ha ha ha. After taking the money, Wang Hohat left immediately. Zhang Menghan didn't even glance at him. In her eyes, money is above all else. She's much more useful than Zhang Menghan. A money-losing product can be exchanged for 1 million. This is a huge profit. After Wang Hohat left, Long Qingyun didn't say much. He simply stood by and watched Zhang Menghan, waiting for her to gradually calm down. Just after Zhang Menghan recovered, the door to the private room rang. Bang bang bang. Who is this? Could it be that Wang Hohat thought the money was too little and decided to turn around and do something drastic? Just as Zhang Menghan was wondering, the door was pushed open. A sleazy-looking man walked in. Menghan, my eldest niece, you're really rich. They just gave Zhang Xinglong 1 million, and now they've given Wang Hohat another million. I'm so envious. What are you doing here again? I don't want to see you, Zhang Menghan said with utter annoyance. She glanced at Zhang Xingtian and roared. My dear niece, don't be angry. Zhang Xingtian didn't care about Zhang Menghan's tone and said directly. You're a wealthy lady, now getting angry will harm your health. By the way, the thing you asked me to do. I've done it. Now, let's exchange money for goods. What? Have they really found evidence? Can it be proven that Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat are not Zhang Menghan's biological parents? Bring me the evidence. Zhang Menghan trembled all over. Although she wanted to know the result, she was also afraid to know the result. My heart is filled with immense contradictions. Seeing this, Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Menghan. If you trust me about this matter, leave it to me, what do you think? Zhang Menghan nodded subconsciously. Because this is a very good method. Long Qingyun stood up and walked towards the square next to the coffee shop. Zhang Xingtian followed eagerly. Bring me the evidence and let me see it. Long Qingyun spoke as soon as Zhang Xingtian had steadied himself. Zhang Xingtian nodded with a grin. He took out his phone, plugged in his earphones, turned on the recording system, and said with a grin. Young Master Long, listen to this. These are the words of Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat themselves. How could they be false? Long Qingyun took the headphones and began to listen. The sound of the two playing cards annoyed Long Qingyun immensely. These two are so shameless. After a moment's hesitation, Long Qingyun spoke directly to Zhang Xingtian. Can I fast forward? Zhang Xingtian nodded with a grin and immediately moved to the key area. Knowing everything, Long Qingyun simply deleted the content. However, at this moment, Zhang Xingtian spoke up from the side. Young Master Long, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to destroy evidence? Let me tell you, I made a backup before I came here. Do you think deleting the content would be useful? Hand over the money if you know what's good for you, or you'll regret it. Long Qingyun nodded. It's just 100,000 yuan, isn't it? I'll give it to you. But you have to delete the original document as well. I don't want Zhang Menghan to know about this. Hearing this, Zhang Xingtian smiled happily. Delete the evidence? Protect Zhang Menghan's young heart. I must say, you were very considerate. But the 100,000 yuan is just for buying evidence. If you want to destroy the evidence, you have to come up with 500,000. Otherwise, don't blame me for spreading it everywhere. Damn it! A petty person has gained power. The promised 100,000, and it hasn't been that long. They changed their minds again? Although Long Qingyun didn't care about the money. However, it's unacceptable for Long Xingtian to make fun of him. You must show them what's what. System, use the mental bewitching talent skill on Zhang Xingtian. Mental bewitching talent skill unlocked. Zhang Xingtian has been apprehended and has been held in custody for 1 minute. So short a time? Host, you haven't awakened your talent yet, so the time you can control it will definitely be short. If you awaken your talent and acquire cultivation, then we'll be able to control it infinitely. I see. The reason we are able to use talent skills now is because all of this was done through the system. Once you have cultivated yourself to a certain level, you will be able to control it freely. Chapter 40 Mental Bewitching. After thinking it through, Long Qingyun said to Zhang Xingtian, "Lost little lamb, remember my words. You have no evidence to prove that Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat are not Zhang Menghan's biological parents. Delete the evidence, forget everything." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingtian immediately and obediently followed Long Qingyun's instructions. A minute later, Zhang Xingtian recounted what had just happened. "I've completely forgotten about it. Furthermore, all the evidence was deleted. Young Master Long, where is this? How did I get here? Didn't I make plans to play cards with my friends? I won't bother you any longer, I'll take my leave now. Oh, and remember our agreement. If I find evidence, you'll have to give me 100,000 yuan. Damn it! It seems that the mental manipulation is quite effective. But are we leaving now? How could that be? If Zhang Xingtian doesn't make things clear with Zhang Menghan, who will take the blame then? Wait a minute, have you forgotten? You just said you found evidence? Where is the evidence? What? Evidence? Zhang Xingtian has forgotten everything. All I saw was him running his hand through his messy hair and muttering to himself. There's no evidence. When did I say that I found evidence? How come I didn't know? However, I'm planning to go find the evidence. If there's no evidence, you should explain things clearly to Zhang Menghan. Otherwise, he'll think I'm deceiving him, Long Qingyun reminded him from the side. That's right, what you said makes a lot of sense. Zhang Xingtian walked towards the private room where Zhang Menghan was. Zhang Menghan, I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't have any evidence at all, I was just joking with you. But don't worry. As long as I'm here, we'll definitely be able to find the relevant evidence. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now? These words left Zhang Menghan completely bewildered. What on earth is going on? Why the sudden change of heart? Second uncle, what do you mean by this? You don't want the money anymore? That's 100,000 yuan. Sigh, I want money. But I have no proof. Will you give it to me? Zhang Xingtian shook his head and left. However, as he walked, he said, "Don't worry, hard work pays off. If I search diligently, I will find the evidence someday." Seeing Zhang Xingtian leave, Zhang Menghan looked at Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun, what does this mean? Long Qingyun spread his hands, shook his head, and said, "I don't know either." After saying that, Long Qingyun pointed to his head and muttered to himself, "I suspect your second uncle has some kind of problem with his head." At first, they were very confident that they had evidence. But once he got outside, he acted like he'd gone completely mad. They don't know anything at all. At first I thought he was just kidding me. Who knew that when we asked him again, he genuinely had no evidence? Don't believe what this kind of person says in the future. It not only wastes time, but also your mood. Let's go see a movie together. At first, Zhang Menghan really wanted to go see a movie. Ever since I met Wang Hohat, she has lost all interest in watching movies. Forget it, I don't want to watch the movie. Let's go back and review properly. I hope to get a good score on the exam. You can find a job that is more suitable for you. When the two returned home, Zhang Menghan locked herself in her room, indicating that she was feeling very down. I refuse to watch movies because I'm in a bad mood. Going home to study is just an excuse. In her current state, is Zhang Menghan able to study properly? No. I can't let Zhang Menghan continue to be so negative. Otherwise, something bad could easily happen. In her previous life, Zhang Menghan was taciturn and lonely because she was entangled in these trivial matters. He cannot allow the other party to repeat the same mistakes. Currently, mental illness requires mental medicine. Zhang Menghan experienced the coldness and warmth of human relationships. If even her parents treat her like this, what's the point of her life? To help Zhang Menghan, we need to start by building relationships. In fact, during this time together, Long Qingyun had already fallen in love with Zhang Menghan. He had also considered confessing his feelings to her. After all, they are both adults. Zhang Menghan's situation is now very bad. If he confesses his feelings to Zhang Menghan at this time, she might misunderstand that his motives are impure. What was originally a sincere feeling can turn into charity. This will spoil the relationship between the two. Long Qingyun rejected the idea outright. Even if it's a confession, it should be made when Zhang Menghan stands at the pinnacle of humanity, looking down on all others. That's what makes a truly passionate and intense love story. However, Long Qingyun cannot confess his feelings. We can use our family connections to bring warmth to Zhang Menghan. By doing this, the other person will also feel that human relationships are not cold and impersonal. There is still a warm side to it. Just then, Xiao Meiyu returned home from get off work. Seeing Long Qingyun sitting on the sofa, looking completely bewildered, he immediately grinned and said, "What's wrong? My little prince, are you unhappy? Or is it because of someone that your mood has been affected?" Long Qingyun shook his head and told him everything that had happened and what he was thinking. After hearing everything, Xiao Meiyu fell into deep thought. After a long silence, Xiao Meiyu nodded. This matter is indeed difficult to handle. Your idea is correct, so I'll go first. From now on, I will treat Zhang Menghan as my own niece. I hope she can recover quickly. You can take Zhang Menghan to meet your parents this week, so that they can get to know each other in advance. You can also tell your parents about your inspirations. This can strengthen the bond between your family. This is also a good thing for Zhang Menghan. It will help her get out of her current predicament more quickly. You reached out to help her during her most difficult time. She will remember you for the rest of her life. By the way, I'll take over this task now. I'm going to have a good talk with Zhang Menghan. After saying that, Xiao Meiyu went straight into the second bedroom. Not long after, the two women came out chatting and laughing. This scene left Long Qingyun completely dumbfounded. Isn't Xiao Meiyu's speed a bit too fast? Just as Long Qingyun was in a daze, Zhang Menghan spoke up. Long Qingyun, shall we play Do Diju, a card game? Whoever loses has to have a mustache drawn on their face. Consider it punishment for losing. Seeing Zhang Menghan's enthusiastic expression, Long Qingyun had no choice but to agree. However, Long Qingyun was invincible. This defeat was incredibly crushing. Whether you get a good hand or a bad hand, in the end, he always lost. The reason is probably obvious to everyone. That means making Zhang Menghan happy and helping her get out of her predicament more quickly. Otherwise, we would lose sight of the original purpose of playing Dodiju. Chapter 41, Meeting the Parents. An hour later, the two women's faces were completely clean. However, Long Qingyun's face was painted with lipstick by the two women, making him look like a tabby cat. However, this effort was still worthwhile. This helped Zhang Menghan out of her predicament. Because Long Qingyun doesn't know how to remove makeup, the lipstick stains can't be washed off at all. I originally wanted Xiao Meiyu to help me. The other party immediately made an excuse, saying that they were too busy with work and too tired, and went straight to sleep. They left Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan in the living room. Xiao Meiyu, however, went to sleep alone in the second bedroom. Long Qingyun was puzzled at first, but later he understood everything. This was Xiao Meiyu deliberately creating an opportunity for him and Zhang Menghan to be alone in a room. Next, Zhang Menghan removed Long Qingyun's makeup, a process that took over an hour. After removing her makeup, Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Menghan, who had calmed down, and said, "Zhang Menghan, I've already told my parents about your situation. They've wanted a daughter for a long time. After hearing about your experience, I want to adopt you as my goddaughter. Let me invite you to my home this weekend. Could you do me the honor of showing your face?" Hearing this, Zhang Menghan's face flushed. This isn't a good idea. Your family is so well off, I'm not good enough for you. Long Qingyun, I know you're good to me. They want me to get out of this predicament. But before Zhang Menghan could finish speaking, Long Qingyun said with a grin, "If you have good conditions, can't you adopt people with poor conditions as your goddaughters? Which law stipulates this? Besides, you're so beautiful and kind-hearted. It's perfectly normal for my parents to want to adopt you as their goddaughter. Besides, I've long considered you family. Can't you sense it?" Hearing this, Zhang Menghan became worried. She was abandoned by her parents. I also want a normal family. Long Qingyun has now given her this opportunity. However, she had her own thoughts. She knew how good Long Qingyun had been to her during this time. She knew that Long Qingyun liked her. She also likes Long Qingyun. However, Long Qingyun did not confess his feelings. She kept these feelings to herself and never spoke of them. Besides, she felt she was not good enough for Long Qingyun. The other party's family background is too good. Now, her parents want to adopt her as their goddaughter. What does this mean? Did Long Qingyun's parents accept her? As the old saying goes, those who are near the water get the moonlight first. Recognizing godparents does not mean establishing a relationship between the two individuals. Want to take it a step further? Zhang Menghan was happy. However, she was also afraid that this was just Long Qingyun's wishful thinking. What if the other party's parents don't accept her? Long Qingyun, I know how good you are to me. However, there's the matter of your parents adopting a goddaughter. Is this your idea, or your parents' idea? But upon hearing this, Long Qingyun understood the other party's thoughts. It turns out that Zhang Menghan's fear was just wishful thinking on his part. His parents did not like him. But in this house? His words can influence his parents. Without any worries, Long Qingyun revealed a charming smile. Zhang Menghan, what I mean is what my parents mean. The meaning of family is the same for everyone, and we want you to become our family. Don't you want to? Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan revealed a long-lost smile. I'm definitely willing. After discussing it again, the two decided to visit the Long family over the weekend. Time flies. Another week has passed. In recent days, many cases of animals and plants becoming demonic have appeared in other parts of the Great Yan Empire. Even in the mountain city, another incident occurred. However, the plants and animals in other places have become demonized. It did indeed cause great losses to the empire. In the end, they were wiped out by humans. However, the plants and animals that appeared in the mountain city have become demonic. All of this was thanks to Long Qingyun's prior preparations. The demonized plants and animals were killed in the womb. The current transformation of plants and animals into demons is not frightening. His cultivation level is very low, and his combat strength is not very impressive either. With proper preventative measures and the use of human superweapons, it can still be resolved. So during this period, Long Qingyun frequented both the school and the police station. Saturday morning. Long Qingyun was still sleeping, while Zhang Menghan got up early. After washing up and preparing breakfast, she knocked on Long Qingyun's door. After Long Qingyun got up, he saw everything Zhang Menghan had done. I was overjoyed. It seems the other party is being a bit hesitant on the surface. But in reality, she still treated him like family. The two ate breakfast and then went to the supermarket to buy some nutritional supplements. They headed straight for the Long family. Actually, Long Qingyun didn't allow Zhang Menghan to buy gifts. However, Zhang Menghan said that she left empty-handed on their first meeting. This is not how a goddaughter should behave. So the two of them carried several large bags and arrived at the Long family's house. The Long family lives in an affluent area. Owns a courtyard villa. It looks very high-end. It's not cheap, it will cost at least tens of millions. Upon arriving at the hall, Long Qingyun took Zhang Menghan to find her parents. As it turned out, neither of them was there. Long Qingyun took Zhang Menghan to the garage. There were about 10 cars parked in the garage. All of these are Long Qingyun's great loves. Long Qingyun, how many people are in your family? Even with 1 car per person, it would take more than a dozen people to drive them all. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun smiled. He picked them up one by one with his fingers. My grandparents, both on my maternal and paternal sides, don't live here. There are only my dad, mom, and me living in this house. No, I misspoke. From now on, you are also a member of our family. From now on, this house will belong to the 4 of us. What? There were only 4 people. No, she's not yet. Because he hasn't entered the house yet. After all the calculations, there are only 3 people. 3 people and more than a dozen cars, how are they supposed to drive that? Long Qingyun, how about 3 people and a dozen cars? Long Qingyun shook his head. No, Mom and Dad's garage isn't here. The cars here were all gifts from relatives and friends before I went to university. However, after I went to university, my parents made me move out. The requirement was that I couldn't drive while I was studying. You can only have the right to drive during holidays or after graduation. After saying that, Long Qingyun walked up to a Lamborghini. He then opened the car door and invited Zhang Menghan inside. I want to take the other person for a drive. However, just as Long Qingyun had this idea, a loudspeaker blared from the entrance. Oh well, it's hopeless again. Mom and Dad are back. Let's go see your godparents first. Ever since Zhang Menghan came to the villa, I was completely stunned. The lives of the rich are truly different. Poor people work themselves to the bone to own a house. If you want a car, you have to pay in installments. But for the wealthy, it's completely different. The villa is a single building. One person owns more than a dozen cars. How can she accept this? Chapter 42 Giving Up. Thinking about this, Zhang Menghan had second thoughts. Long Qingyun, I think we should forget about it. The gap between the rich and poor in us is too wide. I'm afraid your parents won't accept me. Long Qingyun heard this. He glanced at Zhang Menghan and then smiled. He had made all the arrangements in advance. His parents were overjoyed to have a goddaughter. No, I should say I'm very happy to meet my future daughter-in-law. Long Qingyun's parents also learned about Zhang Menghan's situation. Although they are all businessmen, they are very concerned about the revival of spiritual energy. They have a wide circle of connections. I know many famous and righteous people. They know far more about the revival of spiritual energy than ordinary people. Furthermore, there's their research on the revival of spiritual energy. They donated tens of millions of assets to the country. They trusted Long Qingyun completely. They knew Long Qingyun wouldn't deceive them. Thinking of this, Long Qingyun walked over to Zhang Menghan and patted her on the shoulder. Zhang Menghan, don't feel guilty. If I told you it could work, then it has to work. Do you think I don't know what my parents are thinking? Besides, you're already here. You should at least meet him before you leave. If you have a problem with my parents, or do not want to recognize them as godparents, you can leave now, I absolutely won't stop you. And I will support you. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan had no choice but to take it one step at a time. When the two arrived in the hall, Long Qingyun's parents had already prepared tea and refreshments. We await their arrival. Long Qingyun's mother, Yao Fengqi, greeted them with a smile. Zhang Menghan, it's a pleasure to meet you. I often hear Qingyun mention you. Seeing is believing, I never imagined you were so beautiful. Come and sit down, let's have a good chat. Although Yao Fengqi is a businesswoman, she studied psychology. A person's character, whether good or bad, she could tell at a glance. From the moment she saw Zhang Menghan, she had already decided that the other person was her future daughter-in-law. She knew what Long Qingyun was thinking, so she wanted to build a good relationship with Zhang Menghan. We should first recognize this prospective daughter-in-law as our goddaughter. Help the other party break out of their current predicament. Yao Fengqi was very talkative, and the entire hall was basically filled with her conversation with Zhang Menghan. Long Qingyun, however, was sensible and came to Long Yongyuan's side. Dad, where did you go just now? Why is nobody home? Long Yongyuan was reading a newspaper, then put it down. He looked at Long Qingyun with a grin. Isn't this to meet my future daughter-in-law? Look. I'm so happy I'm almost incoherent. This isn't the first time I've met my goddaughter, so I definitely need to give her a gift. The level is too low, we feel ashamed. So your mom and I discussed it and got up very early. I just went to the bank. Take out our family heirloom, an icy jadeite bracelet. I want to give it to Menghan as a token. What? An icy jadeite bangle? Damn it. That's way too generous. He's only met me once in all his life. Dad, is this appropriate? What's wrong? Can't bear to part with it? Long Yongyuan glared at Long Qingyun. Dad, that's not what I meant. Long Qingyun wanted to retort, but Long Yongyuan glared at him again and he shut up. Alright, your mother and I know what to do. Actually, Long Qingyun wasn't reluctant to part with it. I just feel that the icy jadeite bracelet is really too expensive. He was afraid that Zhang Menghan would refuse. Long Qingyun remained silent and Long Yongyuan spoke again. Remember, we must do everything we can to help Zhang Menghan get through this difficult time. Even if it means losing my entire fortune, I'm willing to do it. Seeing Long Yongyuan's serious expression, Long Qingyun could only nod in agreement. That's what he actually thought too. However, he was afraid that his parents wouldn't understand. Who knew his parents were even more avant-garde than him? The four split into two groups. One of them was Zhang Menghan and Yao Fingqi. The two of them were chatting enthusiastically while preparing lunch. The group consisted of Long Qingyun and Long Yongyuan, who were sitting right next to the television watching a basketball game. They would occasionally offer their opinions, commenting on whose skills were superior. Soon, a table full of food was ready. Something unexpected happened to Zhang Menghan. Despite being a wealthy man, Yao Fingqi was surprisingly a skilled cook. Even she admitted that she was inferior to him. Yao Fingqi, however, had thoroughly figured out Zhang Menghan during the time that had just passed. I feel that Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun are truly a match made in heaven. Not yet, to break through that barrier. He knew that in the end, the two of them would definitely end up together. Now, I've decided on this goddaughter. Besides, as long as the elders respect the younger generation and take good care of them. The relationship between the two was basically just good, nothing bad. The four of them finished lunch. They sat in the lobby chatting. Just then, Yao Fingqi took out a red box. Take out a white bracelet from the box. It is the Long family's heirloom, an icy jadeite bracelet. Yao Fingqi, holding a jade bracelet, approached Zhang Menghan. Menghan, this is a bracelet that my mother-in-law passed down to me. I'm sending this to you now, and I hope you'll accept it. Zhang Menghan was taken aback upon hearing this. What does this mean? The bracelet passed down from Yao Fingqi's grandmother. Isn't that a family heirloom? What makes her worthy of accepting such a treasure? Although she didn't know much about bracelets, she took one look at the icy jadeite bracelet. I also know that this bracelet is priceless. Auntie, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Zhang Menghan directly refused. Menghan, what did you call me? Yao Fingqi's face lit up with a smile, and she continued. Didn't Qingyun tell you? I want to adopt you as my goddaughter. The jade bracelet is a gift from your mother. How could you refuse? Don't you look down on your mother and refuse to acknowledge me? Zhang Menghan was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't refute what the other person said. Although it was her first time visiting the Long family. However, Long Yongyuan and Yao Fingqi treated her very well. He treated her like his own daughter. Even better than her parents. If I refuse, wouldn't I hurt their feelings? She knows all too well how intense the pain of a broken heart can be. I want to accept it, but it feels too precious. I am not worthy to wear such a precious jade bracelet. Just as Zhang Menghan was in a daze, Yao Fingqi directly slipped the bracelet onto Zhang Menghan's wrist. The result was the perfect size. Ha, I knew this was specially made for my daughter. When my mother-in-law passed it on to me, my hands were too big, and I couldn't put it on at all. After using soapy water as a lubricant, it was barely able to get in. Now that I've given it to Menghan, it's just the right size, not too big and not too small. Chapter 43 Crises in Various Countries. Long Yongyuan, who rarely spoke, also spoke up from the side. Menghan, this is your mother's gift, please accept it. Don't feel guilty, we're family now. Giving you gifts is something we elders should do. However, if you value the family bond between us, you can keep the bracelet safe and find an opportunity to give it to your descendants again. These words were said unintentionally, but were heard with interest. Isn't this a family heirloom? It will be passed down from generation to generation. Godfather, this is really too valuable, I can't accept it. You can give it to Long Qingyun. But except for Zhang Menghan, the other three laughed. Long Qingyun was the first to speak. Zhang Menghan, why would a man like me wear a bracelet? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Just then, Long Yongyuan, who was standing nearby, spoke up. By the way, we're all family now. Since you're all the same age, let's call each other by our nicknames from now on. Don't call me by my full name all the time, it makes us feel very distant. He. Long Qingyun nodded. Oh right, I remember Zhang Menghan. No, it should be Menghan, she's a few months older than me. According to the rules, I should call her sister Menghan. She should call me brother Qingyun now. But. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan smiled happily. Forget it. We address each other as brother and sister at home. Just call me by my nickname when we're out in public. That way, you'll save face too. Lest outsiders laugh at you. Hearing this, Long Qingyun felt a warmth in his heart. I never expected Zhang Menghan to be so thoughtful. And so, the family spent the day chatting and laughing. After dinner, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan returned to their small home next to the University of Science and Technology. Zhang Menghan never dreamed of this. I just lost a family. Now I have a home again. Moreover, this home is much warmer than the previous one. This time, Zhang Menghan not only received an icy jadeite bracelet. Moreover, they also received a bank card. The amount in the bank card is unknown. That was a gift from Yao Fengqi. They said that whenever they needed money, Zhang Menghan would go and get it. From now on, I will treat the Long family as my own home. You can go back whenever you want. Furthermore, Zhang Menghan was also given the password to the Long family's main gate. She can come and go as she pleases. Moreover, she also has a separate bedroom in the Long family home. This made Zhang Menghan feel warm. Since visiting the Long family, Long Qingyun has noticed that Zhang Menghan is much more cheerful than before. It seems that everything the Long family did this time was effective. Time slowly passed. Long Qingyun spent his days reading with Zhang Menghan. In the evenings, I would go out and do what I could. The entire mountain town seems to be relatively peaceful. 100 days is neither a long nor a short time. Before we knew it, it was 10 days before the spiritual energy revival. Nowadays, demonized plants and animals can be found everywhere in the Great Yan Empire. During this period, even in the mountain city, dozens of cases of animals and plants becoming demonic have occurred. However, the mountain city has Long Qingyun in charge. The number of casualties is significantly lower compared to other cities. During this period, those overseas have been the most unfortunate. In many foreign countries, wild animals are rampant. The attacks from demons are even more severe. 3 days ago, more than 10 cities in the country had already fallen, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The most intense attack involved more than a dozen mutated sharks. They launched a direct attack on a city, and within half an hour, the city had fallen. 5 cities in the United States have fallen. Many cities have suffered heavy casualties. The worst incident involved dozens of mutated bears. At the same time, several cities were attacked. In the Great Kingdom of Wuku, 3 cities have fallen. Dozens of cities suffered heavy casualties. The death toll is higher than in the United States. The most terrifying instance was when thousands upon thousands of kangaroos turned into monsters. They launched a surprise attack, taking over a dozen cities. Although not all of them fell, they were captured within a day. Humans who died in the mouths of kangaroos after they turned into demons. It has already reached several 100,000. The Great Yan Empire suffered many wounded soldiers. However, the death toll was very low. There are only a few hundred people. It is one of the countries in the world that suffered the least damage. For no other reason than that the Great Yan Empire has had ancient martial arts experts since ancient times. When the plants and animals transformed into demons, they stepped forward. With concerted efforts, they eradicated many mutated plants and animals. That day, Long Qingyun assisted the police station in killing a rat demon. This rat originally weighed just over a pound. However, after transforming into a demon, it directly reached the size of a water buffalo. Such a big rat, not even a tiger could catch it, let alone a cat. However, the police deployed a large number of tranquilizer darts at the same time. In the end, the rat demon died under the wheels of a road roller. Police Chief No. 1 met with Long Qingyun again. Furthermore, he invited Long Qingyun to have dinner together. This made Long Qingyun feel extremely flattered. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon restaurant, Long Qingyun found the private room that No. 1 had mentioned. Surprisingly, we didn't see No. 1. But then I saw a girl. I'm sitting at the table, playing on my phone. This woman has an average appearance but a voluptuous figure, and can be considered a beauty. Long Qingyun's arrival startled Xiao Qing, who was looking at her phone. Xiao Qing glanced up at Long Qingyun, then revealed a charming smile. Long Qingyun, the great hero of the mountain city, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Hello, I'm Xiao Qing, it's nice to meet you. Xiao Qing? Long Qingyun looked completely bewildered, then shook his head. Beautiful lady, I don't think I know you. Do you recognize me? Oh, I was being presumptuous. My dad is Xiao Bing. Hearing Long Qingyun's question, Xiao Qing slapped his forehead and began to introduce himself. Who is Xiao Bing? Long Qingyun was confused again. What? Xiao Bing, don't you even know who he is? At this point, Xiao Qing should have been completely bewildered. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Everyone knows police station number 1. There were very few people in the entire mountain town who knew Xiao Bing. As the police chief, all information is kept confidential. After thinking it through, Xiao Qing smiled slightly. Xiao Bing is police station number 1. Now you know who I am, right? Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun finally understood everything. It turns out that Xiao Qing is the daughter of police chief number 1. Police chief number 1's real name is Xiao Bing. Long Qingyun immediately said with a grin. Hello, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. I didn't know you were Miss Xiao. Please forgive me. But seeing Long Qingyun's serious expression, Xiao Qing actually laughed. Long Qingyun, we are of the same generation and not much different in age. Can't you be normal for once? Don't nitpick over words in front of me anymore. Just call me Xiao Qing, or just the single character Qing. Miss Xiao, I don't like being addressed like that. Although Xiao Qing is a girl, her personality is exactly like a boy's. Xiao Qing, no. Qing, hello, nice to meet you. To fit in, Long Qingyun extended his right hand and shook hands with Xiao Qing in front of him. Chapter 40 for the Frost King Qing. Seeing this, Xiao Qing happily stretched out her right hand. He shook hands with Long Qingyun. Congratulations, host. You have successfully interacted with the king-level genius Xiao Qing, and your favorability has reached 200. You have been granted one chance to draw a prize. What? A chance to win a prize? What the heck is this? Isn't it that when your liking value reaches 500, you get a talent boost? Why have the rules changed? As if understanding Long Qingyun's thoughts, the system began its explanation directly. Host, let me explain the rules for liking points. The affection points gained from the female lead, Zhang Menghan, can upgrade the host's talent. Every 500 affection points can increase the talent by 1 level. The favorability points gained from other geniuses of king rank or higher cannot be used to improve talent. However, they can grant lottery draw opportunities. 1 lottery draw is granted for every 200 favorability points. I see. Although Long Qingyun was confused, he could understand this point. The favorability points gained from each king-level genius can be used to improve one's talent. Then improving one's natural talent becomes too easy. Although there are not many experts with king-level talent or above. However, there are quite a few people who possess the talent and bloodline of a king. If everyone can, they can be promoted by 1 or 2 levels. Therefore, it won't be long before Long Qingyun's talent is elevated to a level surpassing that of a god. At that point, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? It seems that the system also has its rules. That is to maintain the relationship with Zhang Menghan. However, it also allows for new avenues to be explored, such as interactions with other geniuses. This way, he can get a chance to win a prize, and it also allows Long Qingyun to become stronger quickly. Just after Long Qingyun figured it out, the system reminded again. Host, shall we start the lottery now? Open. No, don't smoke yet. Long Qingyun wanted to suggest a lottery, but then he remembered there were outsiders present. If the prize is drawn, it will fall from the sky. That would scare people to death. Then his secret will be exposed to the world. Long Qingyun chose not to participate in the lottery, but to do so when he had time. After resolving the system problem, Long Qingyun suddenly realized something. Xiao Qing is actually a king-level genius? They're from the mountain city again. Why is this person no longer in my memories of my past life? Long Qingyun quickly recalled all the king-level powerhouses who had appeared in his previous life. However, this person was not among the queens of the previous life. Could it be that the other party died prematurely? Wrong. Xiao Qing? Green. After a long while, Long Qingyun finally thought of someone. This person became incredibly domineering after the spiritual energy revival. It can gather water elements and transform them into ice elements for its use. He wears a set of ice attribute armor and has never taken it off. It exudes a very powerful aura. He's a total heartthrob. One move can freeze monsters of the same level. With full force, a river can be frozen. This person's title is Frost King Chang. Green? Frost King Chang? This? It was him. The Frost Queen is a woman, not a man. Therefore, we should address the other party as the Frost Queen Chang. No wonder the enemy never took off their armor during the battle. That's because she's afraid of others knowing she's a woman. Although Long Qingyun in his previous life had never had close contact with the Frost King. But at least I observed it from a distance. That air conditioning was freezing cold. Below the king-level powerhouse, anyone who gets a glance from her is nothing. They would be terrified. However, this woman did not live long. Less than 50 years after the spiritual revival. To protect the people of the mountain city, they fought against a blue whale monster that had just broken through to the emperor level. The two fought for 7 days and 7 nights, and the final battle was too large in scale. This caused the entire river to dry up, leaving no water elements available. Finally, it directly controls the flesh and blood body. It formed a humanoid ice blade, which perished together with the blue whale emperor. It was sung throughout the entire Great Yan Empire. Thinking of the opponent's record, Long Qingyun trembled all over. As he grasped Xiao Qing's arm, he could already feel the icy chill emanating from her. Hey, Long Qingyun, what's wrong? Are you sick? I can feel you shivering. Oh, it's nothing, it's just a natural reaction, Long Qingyun said, trying to smooth things over. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in through the door. This person has an immense aura, even though he is an ordinary person. However, the aura within his body. They can all be compared to ordinary superhumans. Qingyun, you've arrived. I had something to do and had to go out briefly. You two young people know each other? Upon hearing this, the two nodded. It's good that we know each other. The reason I asked you two to come here is to introduce you to each other. You two are about the same age, you could become good friends if you have the chance. In the future, we may still be able to help each other. After saying that, Xiao Bing turned to the waiter at the door and said, Waiter, everyone's here, please serve the food. 10 minutes later, all the dishes were served. However, Long Qingyun was dumbfounded after seeing the dishes. Because these are all dishes that Long Qingyun likes to eat. It seems that Xiao Bing has put a lot of effort into him. Wow, so much delicious food. These are all foods I like to eat. Thank you for your hospitality, Uncle Lu. Long Qingyun was immediately dumbfounded after he finished speaking. Because Xiao Bing and Xiao Chang were staring at him blankly. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Xiao Bing shook his head awkwardly. You're not wrong. However, I didn't order these dishes. Xiao Chang ordered them all, and they are all her favorite dishes. Do you share the same interests? Sigh, if only you two were men. I will definitely make you two become good brothers. Oh. I see. Xiao Chang's hobbies were exactly the same as Long Qingyun's. Xiao Bing wanted the two of them to become sworn brothers? Why didn't you become sworn brothers? Thinking of this, Long Qingyun said with a grin, I am willing to become sworn brothers with Xiao Qing. Xiao Bing's joke was taken seriously by Long Qingyun. This surprised Xiao Bing. However, he still looked at Xiao Qing beside him. Qing, what do you think? If you have no objections. I also agree with you too, let's become sworn brothers. Xiao Bing didn't know what abilities Long Qingyun possessed. However, he knew that Long Qingyun's abilities were definitely not lacking. Otherwise, how could one possess the ability to foresee the future? They can know when and where the plants and animals that have become demons have become demons. Looking at Xiao Chang again, he showed no concern and nodded directly, saying, Okay, I'm actually looking forward to having an older or younger brother. It seems we've had quite a bit of good fortune coming here this time. I can actually fulfill a wish I had many years ago. Upon seeing the two of them, they both agreed. Xiao Bing took out a pot of tea and poured it for the two of them. They muttered to themselves on the side, using a bunch of jargon used for sworn brotherhood. Then, Xiao Bing looked at the two people in front of him and said, Xiao Chang, are you willing to become sworn brothers with Long Qingyun? Do we not ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but rather to die on the same day, month, and year? Chapter 45 Sworn Brotherhood. I do. Xiao Chang answered loudly. Long Qingyun, are you willing to become sworn brothers with Xiao Chang? Do we not ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, but rather to die on the same day, month, and year? I do. Long Qingyun followed suit and shouted loudly. All right, drink the tea in your hands. From now on, you're siblings of the opposite sex, Xiao Bing said with a smile. Siblings? No wonder Long Qingyun felt like he had been deceived. It turns out that Xiao Qing is older than Long Qingyun. It seems I've suffered another loss this time, ending up as the younger brother. Alas, what a miscalculation. After becoming sworn brothers, the three began to eat. During the journey, Xiao Bing was merely an observer. Xiao Chang and Long Qingyun actually started fighting each other. The two of them actually made a promise. That means whoever eats the fastest and the most. That is the winner of this contest. Then you can become the leader of the two. The loser can only be the second best of the two. Dividing things by age is too cliché. Only by determining the size of the group based on its strength can people be truly convinced. Result. A truly appalling scene unfolded. Long Qingyun tried his best, but he was no match for Xiao Chang. After all that effort, he ended up as the second best. Long Qingyun really didn't expect this. Xiao Chang, a woman, can eat so much. And it also possesses such incredible speed. No wonder he's destined to be the future king of Frost, Qing. Long Qingyun actually admitted defeat. After eating and drinking their fill, the three left the restaurant. Just then, Long Qingyun decided to go back. Xiao Qing invited him to visit the Xiao family. Upon hearing this invitation, Long Qingyun sensed that the other party had something else to say to him. It must be something that couldn't be discussed in the restaurant. Long Qingyun readily agreed. The Xiao family lives in the city center, though they don't have the same imposing presence as the Long family. That's quite good. Owning a small villa in the city center. It's still an incredibly powerful entity. However, the area is limited, only 100 or 200 square meters. The Xiao family's decor immediately gives the impression of a scholarly family. Although he was the #1 police officer, he was also a civil servant. However, when Long Qingyun arrived at Xiao Qing's room, he was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Qing's room is quite large. It can be described as a separate one-bedroom apartment. Outside is a lobby, and inside the lobby are all kinds of exercise equipment. Moreover, they were all things related to practicing martial arts. Inside is a small bedroom with a mirror. Apart from the cosmetics piled up under the mirror. You wouldn't guess this is a woman's bedroom. Just as Long Qingyun was dumbfounded, Xiao Chang, who was standing next to him, spoke up. What's wrong? Never seen a woman's bedroom before? Is it really that exaggerated? To tell you the truth, I've wanted to be a man since I was a child. Shouldering the responsibility of the nation and seeking the welfare of the people. But things didn't go as planned. I am a woman. They simply don't have that ability. Therefore, I vow to continuously strengthen myself. So, that's how you came to be who you are now? Long Qingyun chimed in from the side. That's right. Xiao Chang nodded, acknowledging it. By the way, Qingyun, I heard from Dad that you're a very good fighter. Shall we have a friendly spar? What? Sparring with women? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Sister Qing, I think we should just forget about it. I never fight with women. I'm afraid that I might hurt you without thinking. TCH, who are you underestimating? Xiao Chang retorted defiantly. In case you are no match for me. You've been beaten so badly you're completely disoriented? Alright, stop arguing. Have the guts to fight me. Xiao Bing, who was outside, overheard this and saw him smiling as he looked at Long Qingyun. Qingyun, why don't you spar with Qinger? You're not doing what she wants, so I reckon you're not going to have a good time. He won't give up until he's completely defeated, so you'd better be careful. Alright, I'll spar with Sister Qing right away. Long Qingyun actually agreed. However, I will go easy on you. The two immediately put on their fighting outfits. Start by warming up on the side. Just as the two were warming up, Xiao Bing walked in. Since you two are willing to have a friendly sparring match, then I will risk my life to accompany you. I'll be the referee for this duel. Remember, it's best 2 out of 3. Stop when you've made your point. Are you both ready?
Ready, the two said in unison.
All right, get ready to begin.
Xiao Bing had barely finished speaking when he said this.
Then I saw the two of them move.
Xiao Qing's fighting skills are really good, although not ruthless enough, compared to the average person.
That's much more powerful. In the first round, Long Qingyun chose to end the battle quickly. I accidentally lost a game. Damn it! How embarrassing.
A grown man, yet he was no match for a woman. If word gets out, how will I save face?
In the second round, Long Qingyun waged a protracted war.
In the end, Long Qingyun, with superior stamina, managed to turn the tide and win a round. In the third round, both players got serious, but Long Qingyun still won due to his superior physical strength. However, in order to prevent Xiao Qing from continuing to pester him, he simply chose to release the water.
The final battle between the two ended in a draw. This made Xiao Qing very unhappy. How is that possible? My combat power is so strong. Why was it just a draw? Why? I refuse to accept this.
Xiao Qing was caught in the middle of it all, but was kept in the dark.
However, Xiao Bing knew everything Xiao Qing hadn't drawn, but lost.
This was the result of Long Qingyun deliberately letting the opponent win. Just then, Long Qingyun said with a smile, "Sister Qing, your combat power is indeed formidable. But all your battles are sparring with others. I have never experienced a moment of life or death struggle.
So, it's still a bit lacking in refinement." What? Experiences of fighting for life and death. I see. Doesn't this mean they lack ruthlessness? I understand now, so this is where my weakness lies. But give me some more time, and I will definitely overtake you. I'm confident of that.
After their sparring session, the three of them sat down together to drink tea.
Once everything calmed down, Xiao Bing got straight to the point. Long Qingyun, I've asked you to come here this time.
The first reason is to let you two, the younger generation, get to know each other and strengthen your relationship.
Secondly, I'm going to tell you something big. Hearing this, Long Qingyun knew the show was about to begin.
He nodded seriously from the side. This indicates that he is ready to listen. Remember what we said today, and whatever you do, don't tell anyone, Xiao Bing continued.
You're aware of the strange things that have been happening around the world lately, aren't you? Long Qingyun nodded again.
This is not a coincidence, but a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The Empire calls this change the aura revival. Spiritual energy is reviving, and plants and animals are transforming into demons.
We must retaliate against humanity.
I want to share control of this world with humanity. At the beginning of the Empire, there was no plan to deal with it. Recently, the researchers in the Empire have finally figured out the problem this time. The reason why plants and animals have become demonic is because the spiritual energy in the world is constantly being revived. However, perseverance pays off, and scientists have finally found a way to awaken human talents.
As expected, the awakening process is now underway for certain special groups of people. I just don't know how many of these awakened individuals will actually succeed in awakening. Chapter 46: The Order of Awakened Personnel.
Long Qingyun already knew this from his memories of his previous life.
He kept nodding to himself.
However, Xiao Qing said from the side, "Dad, who are these first people? It's amazing that it has received such attention from the country." Xiao Bing glanced at Xiao Qing, then said meaningfully,
"Of course, it's the military.
War is the foundation of an empire.
They are the only ones who are truly obedient to the empire's orders. Since it will cost a lot of money, the empire will definitely give them this opportunity first."
What is war?
Xiao Qing nodded.
I have no complaints about being among the first to receive the awakening of innate talent as a soldier.
Moreover, they highly approve of it. So who are the second group of people to receive the treatment? It's not your police station, is it?
Although the police force cannot compare to the military, it is still the foundation of the empire.
The empire will definitely consider you first.
Xiao Bing simply shook his head, denying this claim.
No. The police station is not second. You college students are second. What? College student? How is that possible? Why does the country place so much importance on college students?
Just as Xiao Chang was wondering, Xiao Bing spoke again.
The police force is indeed the foundation of the empire. But the people in the police station are generally too old.
The best time to accept the idea of awakening one's innate talents has already passed. So the empire directly filtered out the police station and gave the opportunity to college students. You should know that college students, although they have not made any contributions or worked any hard work.
However, college students are like blank slates. It's just waiting for you to use it.
If you use it well, it will be much more useful than those who have rendered it. Besides, college students are young. Youth is an asset, and it makes it easier for those with natural talent to awaken.
I see. Xiao Cheng understood everything.
However, something happened that left Xiao Bing speechless.
Throughout the entire process, Long Qingyun remained silent.
Why is that?
Does the other party already know the reason? Qingyun, why are you not showing any reaction? Did you know everything beforehand?
Long Qingyun nodded, then shook his head again.
It wasn't that we knew everything in advance.
Instead, it felt like the empire was doing the right thing. Aside from soldiers, college students are the easiest to awaken their natural talents. Because they are people who are about to enter society, and they are also the most knowledgeable and obedient people.
People who have entered the workforce have all been influenced by society.
It is extremely difficult to control it properly.
Students below the age of college are too young to shoulder this responsibility.
Furthermore, gifted students will go to university.
The next batch will be them.
The empire's approach is correct and acceptable to everyone. If we give the opportunity for heaven to awaken itself to the struggles of society, we can give it to those who are already working hard.
Will they care about this opportunity? Hearing Long Qingyun's analysis,
Xiao Qing said from the side.
Brother Qingyun, what you said makes a lot of sense.
Qingyun, your mentality is nothing like that of a 20-year-old.
I feel like you've lived longer than me.
You were able to analyze this matter so thoroughly based on the information I gave you, Xiao Bing commented from the side.
Long Qingyun felt extremely embarrassed upon hearing this.
In his previous life, he lived for over 100 years. He was a monster-level existence.
Most people definitely can't compare to him.
Even a pig, if it lives for over 100 years, would have an incredibly vibrant life.
Let's get back to the main topic.
Xiao Bing hesitated for a moment, then continued. I hope that you too will make the most of the opportunity to awaken your talents. I've heard the inside story that as long as you stand out from the crowd, you'll be able to achieve your goals.
At that time, you will enter the relevant institutions of the empire to study and become a useful person. That's something to bring glory to one's ancestors. Xiao Bing didn't know the name of the relevant national agency. But Long Qingyun knew. That is the Great Yan Empire's superpower martial academy.
They are a group of martial arts academies that surpass universities and higher education institutions.
It was directly governed by a designated person appointed by the imperial leader. After chatting for a while longer, it was getting late, and Long Qingyun prepared to go back.
Just as Long Qingyun arrived at the main gate, Xiao Cheng walked out from the side. Then, with a grin, he approached Long Qingyun's side. Brother Qingyun, I heard your girlfriend is very beautiful.
But could you take me to see the most beautiful girl at the University of Science and Technology? What? What does this mean? Is Xiao Qing a woman? Could she be a lesbian who actually likes women? Damn it! Long Qingyun's expression immediately turned ugly. What's wrong? Xiao Cheng stared at Long Qingyun with a completely bewildered expression. Brother Qingyun, don't you want to? Are you afraid I'll steal your woman?
The meaning was so obvious that Long Qingyun had no choice but to get straight to the point.
Sister Qing, do you like women? Are you trying to steal my boyfriend? But. Hearing this, Xiao Cheng wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed happily. So few beauties, this won't do. Although I like to dress up as a man and dress in a more masculine way. But I'm a normal person. It's not the lesbian you're thinking of. If you're willing, take me with you. If you don't want to, then forget it. I just wanted to go and see what my sister-in-law looks like. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll be able to take care of you a little.
Long Qingyun had no way to refute these words.
He took Xiao Qing directly and walked towards the door.
However, when the two arrived on the highway, Xiao Qing was dumbfounded when she realized that Long Qingyun hadn't driven over.
My goodness! Brother Qingyun, I completely forgot that you didn't drive here. It seems I should see you off.
After saying that, Xiao Cheng left. Not long after, a racing motorcycle stopped beside Long Qingyun.
Hey handsome, wanna hook up? What? Long Qingyun was dumbfounded. This person was wearing a helmet and was fully armed. It's impossible to tell who it is.
Why did the other party let him get in the car?
After a moment's hesitation, Long Qingyun ignored the other party.
It wasn't until the other person opened their helmet and revealed their face that this happened. Long Qingyun finally saw who it was.
Isn't this Xiao Qing? Damn it!
It seems that Xiao Qing's preferences are indeed quite unique. She's no different from a man.
After Long Qingyun got on the bus, he put on his helmet. Brother Qingyun, are you ready? Long Qingyun was taken aback. Wait a minute. Long Qingyun wasn't stupid, this was a racing motorcycle. It's incredibly fast.
If we're careless, we might end up making a makeshift airplane. Thinking of this, Long Qingyun put his arm around Xiao Qing's shoulder and said, "It's okay."
Are you sure this is okay? Xiao Qing was still uneasy and asked again. This? Isn't it safe enough to put your arm around the other person's shoulder? What should we do? Should I put my arm around the other person's waist? Just as Long Qingyun was thinking about this,
Xiao Cheng spoke again.
What's with this fussing and turning, you grown man? I'm your sister Qing, not an outsider. Hurry up and grab my waist, or I won't be responsible if you throw me away. Damn it!
Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun had no choice but to do as he was told. He grabbed the other person's waist.
Call out. Just as Long Qingyun put his arm around the other person's waist,
the other party simply rode off on a motorcycle at breakneck speed.
Damn it! That motorcycle is incredibly fast.
It has basically reached the target size of over 120 yards.
If you're even slightly careless, you might just fly right off the bat.
Long Qingyun could only hold on tighter, afraid that if he let go, he would scrape against the ground. And so, the two drove towards the residential area where Long Qingyun lived.
However, after driving for a while, Long Qingyun had also gotten used to the discomfort that motorcycles brought him.
At that moment, I felt a soft, pleasant sensation in my hand.
Chapter 47 Appearances can be deceiving. This? Damn it!
I was so nervous just now that I accidentally hugged the other person's chest.
That's not a waist.
Xiao Cheng is 1.75 meters tall, shorter than Long Qingyun.
The area where the waist and chest are located. It really is only about 10 centimeters long.
However, fearing he might have misunderstood, Long Qingyun continued to knead the dough, trying to determine if it was real or fake. He was afraid of grabbing someone's stomach, which would only lead to bigger misunderstandings.
Because the feel of it was just too enormous. It's nothing like the kind of impact that comes from a chest.
After kneading it for a bit, all that was heard was Xiao Qing let out a soft groan.
Qingyun, what are you doing? You touched something you shouldn't have touched. Don't you feel anything? I've never been with a woman before, how could I feel anything?
Long Qingyun explained directly.
But isn't this too big? It feels like touching your belly. You bastard, move down a bit. Xiao Qing snapped angrily. Are you trying to strangle me? Oh. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun understood everything.
It seems I really did touch the other person's heart. Moving down again, Long Qingyun finally believed Xiao Qing's words.
Because when he moved down, I unexpectedly encountered two large bumps. Even a fool would know what this big lump is, right? After touching the large lump, Long Qingyun moved down again. Finally, I touched her waist. Phew, Qingyun, you're going to die. Could you please stop touching it? Be careful not to go astray and become possessed by evil spirits. Long Qingyun chuckled but didn't say anything. He wondered if Xiao Qing's, well, maybe it was too big. Why didn't I see it just now? Or perhaps the other party just used something to restrain them. That's why he couldn't see it at all. You really can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a bucket. Just as Long Qingyun was pondering this, we've arrived at our neighborhood. The journey takes half an hour by car. The motorcycle only took 15 minutes. It's easy to imagine how fast Xiao Cheng's motorcycle sports car was. In addition, motorcycles are small. You can squeeze in anywhere without encountering traffic jams. We've arrived, Hurry up and get off the bus? You're squeezing me so tight I can't breathe. Haven't you ever ridden a motorcycle before? You're too nervous. It makes me feel like I'm about to suffocate.
Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun immediately smiled.
Sister Cheng, I'm really sorry about that.
You guessed right, I can only drive small cars.
I've actually only ridden a motorcycle a few times. Especially sports motorcycles, this is the first time I've ever ridden one.
After saying that, Long Qingyun got out of the car and led the way home.
The two did not speak to each other the entire way. What just happened was too embarrassing.
This makes it difficult for the two of them to find a suitable topic to talk about. In order to break the awkward situation, Long Qingyun finally spoke up.
Sis, are you angry?
It was all my fault just now.
I'll definitely be more careful next time.
Hearing that Long Qingyun, a grown man, was so easily mistaken,
Xiao Cheng laughed happily. But forget it. Actually, I'm not angry. They just haven't gotten used to it yet. I felt a little embarrassed. However, now I hear your apology. I feel much better.
8:06 has arrived.
Long Qingyun took out the key and opened the door. However, the door suddenly opened automatically from the inside.
They're here.
We've been waiting for you for a long time.
Xiao Meiyu's voice came through.
What? Did Xiao Meiyu know that the two had returned?
Long Qingyun was completely dumbfounded. But then Xiao Meiyu spoke up.
Number 1 called me and said you've arrived. Let me leave the door open for you. But Long Qingyun smiled.
Unexpectedly, Xiao Bing, who is usually extremely serious, is quite a character. There's also such a cute side to him.
Qingyun, where is Qinger?
Xiao Chang, wearing a helmet, stood next to Long Qingyun like a man.
Xiao Meiyu simply ignored it. Sis, I'm here.
Xiao Qing took off his helmet and said with a grin.
When I arrived in the living room, Zhang Menghan was watching TV on the sofa.
Xiao Qing took off her entire set of gear and sat down on the sofa.
You're Zhang Menghan? Long Qingyun's girlfriend?
Zhang Menghan turned to look at Xiao Qing, completely bewildered.
Where did this man come from?
She didn't know the other person at all, so why did he suddenly become so familiar with her?
Who are you? Zhang Menghan asked, adopting a do not disturb attitude. At this moment, Long Qingyun also sat down on the sofa. He introduced it with a smile.
Menghan, this is my sister Xiao Qing, whom I know. She came here specifically to see her future sister-in-law.
What?
Elder sister?
Isn't this a man's outfit?
Zhang Menghan frowned, her face filled with disbelief. However, at this moment, Xiao Meiyu also came to their side.
She is a woman.
However, when I first saw her, I also thought she was a man. It embarrassed me so much at the time.
Thinking of this, Xiao Meiyu smiled happily. After chatting for a while, their relationship improved considerably.
After fulfilling her wish, Xiao Qing left immediately. After seeing Xiao Qing off, Long Qing finished washing up.
I couldn't wait to get back to my room and go to sleep.
After closing the doors and windows, Long Qingyun composed himself and said to the system.
System, I want to participate in the lottery.
Actually, he had wanted to see the new lottery feature for a long time.
What exactly makes it so amazing? However, he has yet to get a chance to be alone. And so, they just entered the room. Then I started to get anxious. Giveaway begins.
Congratulations, host, you have drawn a wood chopping knife.
What?
I finally got a chance to enter the lottery, and I thought I could win something amazing.
To everyone's surprise, they ended up with a wood chopping knife. What is this used for? Chopping wood? With the revival of spiritual energy, both plants and animals have become demonic. Does this mean Long Qingyun is going to wield a wood chopping knife and go to the battlefield to chop wood? Just as Long Qingyun was pondering, the system asked again. Host, would you like to claim the prize? Take it out. Even if it's useless. You can sell it as scrap and get a few yuan for it. Call out.
A huge wood chopping knife fell from the sky.
It was stuck directly into the ground. Cut into the marble beneath your feet, about 10 centimeters deep. But not a sound came out.
It sounds like a paper cutter slicing paper. With a tearing sound, before I even felt it, it was gone. Long Qingyun was dumbfounded when he saw the wood chopping knife in front of him.
This doesn't look like a hatchet.
It's practically a giant cleaver.
Have all the large cleavers turned into hatchets these days?
Long Qingyun immediately went closer to take a look, and what he saw startled him.
This knife has a single handle and is quite wide and long.
The blade is decorated with dragon patterns, which subtly convey a sense of overwhelming power.
Moreover, a 4-character poem is inscribed on the hilt.
The supreme martial arts master wields the dragon-slaying saber, commanding the world with absolute obedience.
Damn, is this the so-called hammering knife that the system claims to have?
It turned out to be the dragon-slaying saber.
Memories flooded back into Long Qingyun's mind.
The dragon-slaying saber is about 4 feet long and weighs over 100 pounds. Extremely sharp, indestructible, capable of cutting through iron like mud.
It possesses strong magnetism and can attract all kinds of hidden weapons. He is the Emperor of Swords.
It was created by the sword demon Duguqiu by using the Xian Tai heavy sword, along with some special materials.
That's awesome.
Long Qingyun grabbed the hilt of the knife and began to pull it out forcefully.
The dragon-slaying saber is completely unharmed.
But the whole house began to shake.
Chapter 48 Dragon-Slaying Saber. Damn it! Is this the prelude to an earthquake?
Long Qingyun immediately let go of his hand.
This is what made the shock subside. Damn it! What should I do? How should a precious sword weighing over 100 pounds be stored? Moreover, this precious sword was taken out. Isn't it a bit too conspicuous? Will others think of Long Qingyun as a madman? However, with the revival of spiritual energy, people now possess such treasures. Utilizing the body training ability, plus the added bonus of the dragon-slaying saber. At the same level, it's probably invincible. Just when Long Qingyun didn't know how to solve this problem, the system directly prompted.
Congratulations, host. You have activated the system's storage locker through the lottery. Place the machete in the system storage cabinet.
Yes.
Long Qingyun was just having a problem when a system storage cabinet appeared.
This is something no one else can do. You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Looks like I got lucky.
There was a whoosh. The dragon-slaying saber vanished without a trace. Looking at the marble floor again, a crack was left. It seems there was no real danger. Just then, something came to Long Qingyun's mind. A locker similar to those used in supermarkets has appeared. There are dozens of small storage spaces on top. The first cabinet had 5 large characters clearly marked on it. Storage area for machetes. Damn it! In Long Qingyun's eyes, the Dragon Slayer blade of class was incredibly powerful. It turned into a wood chopping knife.
It seems the system has a very high level of insight.
I just don't know if I'll get another chance to win a prize in the future.
What treasure will they obtain? Long Qingyun began to look forward to it.
That night, Long Qingyun slept soundly. For the next few days, Long Qingyun continued attending classes as usual.
However, just 5 days before the spiritual energy revival, the school has started the final exams. After the final exams, it signifies where the students will go next.
Those with poor grades can only get a certificate and leave the school
to enter the workforce and make a living.
Nowadays, college students are as numerous as hairs on a cow.
Without a skill, you might not even be able to find a good job.
Those with good grades can continue to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Thus, it enters the core layer. Even with a master's degree, you can at least get a job in a mid-sized company and become a manager. Those with exceptionally high grades can continue to pursue a doctorate. Doctoral graduates are highly sought after. These are all highly valuable assets. University exams are also a very important part of the process. In the morning, Long Qingyun ate breakfast and prepared to take the final exams with Zhang Menghan. However, when they arrived at the exam site, when I started preparing for the exam, I discovered a problem. That is, this exam is different from usual. Usually, the ranking is determined by the quality of the final exam results to decide whether a student stays or leaves. This time, the Empire changed the way it conducted its final exams. The format of the final exam is divided into 2 points. The first point is to test natural talent. The second point is the test results. However, testing aptitude is the main purpose of this term exam. The Empire has declared that those who succeed in the talent test will be selected. They can all enter the Superpower Martial Arts Academy to study. After entering the Superpower Martial Academy, the treatment is extremely generous.
Not only can you learn superpowers, you can also get a lot of benefits from it. Those are things that ordinary people can't access.
This scene shocked most of the students.
Especially those students who were not good at studying became very excited.
Poor grades will definitely not lead to good grades.
Just as they were waiting to be exiled from school and into society,
the Empire gave them another chance. This would give them the opportunity to study at a more advanced martial arts academy specializing in superpowers.
That was equivalent to giving them a chance to turn things around.
Almost all the graduates in the school cheered excitedly.
Only Long Qingyun behaved in an extremely ordinary manner.
I can't express my joy, nor can I express my sorrow. The revival of spiritual energy could allow him to rise above others. This also made the burden on his shoulders much heavier.
If this doesn't change my fate,
we must not allow talent to surpass the divine level.
Even if one reaches God-level talent, the impact on humans is not very large. So this is both a trial and a test.
According to Long Qingyun's memories from his previous life,
there are at least 4 mythical beasts that are openly recognized as animals and plants:
Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. These 4 divine beasts are their public presence.
Whether there are other mythical beasts in the shadows remains unknown. Although Zhang Menghan's Brahma Holy Flame was incredibly powerful,
it can deal with all divine beasts except for the Azure Dragon. However, the Azure Dragon cannot be dealt with easily in the end.
Just as Long Qingyun was worried, the invigilators have begun calling out names according to the exam numbers.
A talent test was conducted on those present. Dear students, I believe you have all seen the announcements posted on campus today.
Nonsense, I won't say any more. Spiritual energy has revived, and plants and animals roam freely.
Now is the time for us, the people of humanity, to rise up and resist. The state has ordered that candidates be selected from among your university graduates.
This is your good fortune. Now we will go up to the stage one by one in order of our test numbers to take the test.
After the proctor finished speaking, it came out of a box.
He took out a crystal awakening device.
All I saw was this crystal awakening device, which was placed on the table. The areas affected by the radiation. A scene of swirling smoke began to appear. It gives people a very mysterious feeling. Student number 001, please come up to the stage for the talent awakening test. All I saw was a fat man with a big head and big ears. They walked towards the area radiated by the crystal awakening device.
The proctor spoke again.
Student number 001, please close your eyes, relax your mind and body, and slowly enter a state of awakening.
Crystal awakening device, test time is 30 seconds. When the time is up, the crystal awakening device will give a notification and automatically report the test taker's score. Please don't worry, don't feel any burden. Just follow the rules carefully and conduct the test. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. A mechanical voice sounded from the crystal awakening device. Ding dong, the tester has 0 talent and is eliminated. Next, student number 002, come up for the test. This result was just as the proctor had predicted. After the results came out, I didn't think about it at all. The next student was then put on the test. Ding dong, the tester's talent level is 10.
If the level is not high enough to awaken the talent, the tester will be eliminated directly. Ding dong, the tester's talent level is 18, which is not high enough to awaken their talent.
They are directly eliminated. There were over 100 people in the exam hall, and 5 people went up in succession. Surprisingly, not a single qualified person with awakened talent appeared.
This made all the trainees present start to tense up.
This is especially true for people who lack strong personal qualities. They've started to become pessimistic, standing nearby. This situation is very bad. Even the proctor next to them couldn't stand it anymore. Chapter 49, The Arrogant Zhang Pan.
Upon seeing the proctor, the test was immediately stopped.
He began instructing all the students. Dear students, I'll take up a few minutes of your time now. Let me tell you again about the rules and experience of the Crystal Awakening Device test. Awakening one's talent requires both innate ability and self-confidence.
His own natural talent accounts for the majority of the credit.
But confidence also affects the awakening of natural talents. To give an example, if you have the talent of a soldier or the talent of a general, that's someone at the very bottom of the talent pool. Although you've awakened, it won't make you rich and famous. You can join a lower-level martial arts academy and complete your studies there.
There is also a chance to achieve something. If you don't have confidence in yourself, your talent might be buried.
As a result, the talent tested may be deemed unqualified, leading to direct elimination. This proves that your absorption of spiritual energy is zero.
A person who could have achieved great things ended up being useless.
Or would you be content to simply become an ordinary person? You are the second batch of personnel that the Empire spent a lot of money to test. The first batch of personnel were soldiers. Use their test scores for comparison. The test of talent is basically a 50-50 chance. Out of 100 people, there may be 50 of them. There are only 50 people, and the majority of them are soldiers or generals. People with talent above the level of a general are even rarer, 1 in 10,000. By the way, I'll now introduce the levels of talent to you.
These are soldier level talent, general level talent, martial level talent, king level talent, emperor level talent, and god level talent.
Of course, those with lower talent levels appear much more frequently.
But you must not give up this opportunity, even if you are only at the soldier level.
If they awaken, they can also repay the Empire after the spiritual energy revival. Even if it means becoming a soldier to fight against demons. It's better than those ordinary people who can't even kill a chicken, right?
So, that's what I mean by saying these words.
It's about making you believe in yourselves.
Only in this way can one better demonstrate their own value.
The current Empire needs superpowered individuals to serve it.
Let's shoulder the responsibility of protecting our homeland together. The proctor's words energized everyone, and they all turned to look in the direction of the crystal awakening device. They wanted to protect their homeland. They wanted to repay my family. They wanted to defend their homeland.
I can do it, the proctor shouted.
He encouraged the students present. Then the students also began to encourage themselves.
I can do it.
Seeing the morale of the crowd boosted, he was inspired.
The proctor said again.
This time, the Empire has established a corresponding institution for those who cultivate superpowers. We call these institutions the Martial Palace.
Every city has a low-level martial arts academy.
Anyone who tests their talent and finds themselves to be above the soldier level but below the king level can enter the low-level martial arts academy to cultivate.
After completing the training, one can become a superhuman in the country and contribute to protecting the nation.
However, in order to cultivate better superpowered individuals,
the country also established 5 advanced military academies.
They occupied 5 regions of the Great Yen Empire: East, South, West, North, and Central. Their full names are the Eastern Martial Academy of the Great Yen Empire, the Western Martial Academy of the Great Yen Empire, the Southern Martial Academy of the Great Yen Empire, the Northern Martial Academy of the Great Yen Empire, and the Central Martial Academy of the Great Yen Empire. They are respectively referred to as Yanzhong Martial Academy, Yandong Martial Academy, Yanqi Martial Academy, Yannan Martial Academy, and Yanbei Martial Academy. Among the 5 advanced martial academies, the most powerful is the Yanzhong Martial Academy, located in the central part of the empire. Next are Yandong Martial Academy, Yannan Martial Academy, Yanqi Martial Academy, and Yanbei Martial Academy.
Once you successfully enter, you can cultivate in these 5 martial academies.
After completing their studies, they will all become powerful figures in the Great Yen Empire.
He can hold off an entire enemy single-handedly. Alright, I've finished introducing everything.
Now, continue with the talent awakening test.
Student number 006, please come up for the test.
Among the students who went up for the test next, some of them gradually showed signs of awakening their talents. The first person to awaken their talent was a poor student. His grades were among the worst in the entire grade. This time, however, he awakened his soldier-level talent. Although, the talent of a soldier-level soldier is not something to be valued. However, they were able to achieve academic success afterward. To become a soldier who protects the country.
This result made the academically challenged student smile happily. Ha, I never thought I'd be such a slacker. It is my honor to have the opportunity to serve my country. Very good, finally an awakener has appeared. Next. Although the proctor didn't value soldiers' level awakeners much. However, since an awakened individual has finally emerged, we should give them a good encouragement. This soldier-level talent awakened, which can be considered a good start to this test. Then, one after another, awakened individuals with soldier-level and general-level talents began to appear. This put the entire test on track. Soon it was Zhang Pan's turn, and he went up on stage for the test.
When Jiang Pan came to power, he walked with an arrogant gait. He even took a special look at where Long Qingyun was. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile.
It's like saying, I can definitely do it. I will become a gifted individual and surpass you. Just wait and see how I trample you under my feet. Zhang Pan entered the testing range of the Crystal Awakening instrument. Less than 10 seconds.
A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and appeared behind Zhang Pan. Then, his entire being merged into the lightning. His entire body became the center of the lightning. It kept making crackling sounds, which were quite eye-catching. After a few breaths, Zhang Pan controlled the lightning bolt and put it to his own use. This caused his entire face to turn deathly pale. Even his hair turned white instantly. Moreover, his hair stood on end arrogantly. Just like Den Jin from the King of Fighters, he's incredibly powerful. Half a minute later, the Crystal Awakening device began to speak mechanically.
Congratulations, student. Your test score is at the general level for lightning ability. You have passed.
Seeing this, the proctor nodded with a smile.
Yes, although the talent level is a bit low.
But lightning-based superpowers are indeed very good.
That belongs to one of the elements of heaven and earth. Although it's just pseudo-lightning, it's still very useful for dealing with low-level animal and plant monsters. Among those of the same level, its destructive power is extremely strong.
It's worth having a lower-level martial academy focus on nurturing them.
Next.
Hearing the proctor's praise, Zhang Pan glanced arrogantly in the direction where Long Qingyun was. He gave Long Qingyun a thumbs up. Then turned it upside down and pointed towards the ground. The meaning is obvious. It's another way of saying that Long Qingyun is utterly worthless.
It's not worth mentioning at all.
It implies that one has the power to look down on Long Qingyun. It was the behavior of a petty person who had finally gotten their way.
Long Qingyun didn't take the other party seriously. How could a sparrow know the name of a swan? Long Qingyun sat down directly in the chair.
They waited leisurely as the proctor called out the roll.
Chapter 50. The Golden Buddha is indestructible. Next, student 038, come up on stage to test your talent.
Student number 038 happens to be Long Qingyun's proctor number. All I could see was him smiling as he arrived at the Crystal Awakening device and stood within its range. Then close your eyes, relax your body, and wait for the Crystal Awakening device to connect with the talent within your body.
Boom. Not long after, I felt the ground shake. Then it came out of Long Qingyun's body. A phantom image of a golden Buddha appeared.
The illusory image of the golden Buddha swayed in the wind.
It keeps getting bigger.
It enveloped Long Qingyun's body directly.
It emitted a golden light.
It made Long Qingyun's entire body look as if it were plated with gold.
It's quite eye-catching. This only lasted for a few dozen seconds.
Following the light from the golden Buddha, it entered the body again. A yellow dot appeared on his forehead and slowly disappeared into it.
After returning to normal, the mechanical voice of the Crystal Awakening device sounded again. Congratulations, student. Your test result is King-level Golden Buddha. Not bad, a good grade.
The proctor, seeing this, laughed happily.
Good.
Although it's only a king-level talent, it has been cultivated to its peak.
It can be transformed into an indestructible Golden Buddha body.
Both its combat strength and defense are passable.
More than enough to protect a city. Next.
Long Qingyun showed no pride or joy, and quickly stepped off the testing platform. However, Zhang Pan, who had been so arrogant just moments before, instantly became timid.
I originally wanted to humiliate Long Qingyun properly after he failed the test.
In retrospect, he brought this humiliation upon himself. The other party's talent is king-level talent. He is only at the general level of talent, which is 2 levels below him.
That's a world of difference.
Seeing that Zhang Pan had backed down, Long Qingyun ignored him. He walked back to his original seat. At this moment, Long Qingyun noticed that Zhang Menghan was not in a good mood.
They actually changed direction and walked towards the other person.
Long Qingyun's voice came through as he sat down next to Zhang Menghan.
Zhang Menghan, what's wrong?
I sense that you're not in a good mood.
Are you worried about the talent awakening test later?
Zhang Menghan nodded, indicating her agreement. On the surface, he seemed a little worried.
Actually, I felt terrible inside. The two come from very different backgrounds. He originally intended to rely on natural talent to bridge the gap between the two.
But now that Long Qingyun's talent has actually reached the king level, she feels uncertain. Given the other party's privileged background, they could only awaken a king-level talent.
With such a poor family background, what kind of talent could she possibly have awakened? A talent worthy of a general? General-level talent? Or is it just soldier-level talent? Or is it nothing at all? Is the only option to become an ordinary person? How could someone like her be worthy of the other person?
Just as Zhang Menghan was filled with worry, Long Qingyun encouraged her from the side.
Zhang Menghan, you are the best in my heart. Don't put pressure on yourself. You have to believe in your own abilities and that you can do it. And I have a feeling that after your talent awakens, he can absolutely outshine all others and become the strongest. Trust me, you can do it. I will be your supporter on your journey, and I will always support you. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan was moved to tears.
However, she forced herself to hold back and then choked out.
I can do it, I can do it. Time passed quickly. King-level talent exists among ordinary people. That's already pretty good.
Therefore, the later trainees were tested and found to have natural talent. Basically, they are below the king level. No one in the entire class possessed talent above the king level. This made the proctor nod his head in disbelief. It seems that among the more than 100 people tested, there were no outstanding individuals.
Next, student number 098, please come up for the test.
The test was nearing its end, and it was finally Zhang Menghan's turn. All I saw was Zhang Menghan stand up, glance at Long Qingyun's resolute eyes, and give a smile.
I can do it.
Upon hearing this, everyone revealed a mocking smile. They didn't think much of Zhang Menghan, who had always been overlooked by everyone.
One can become famous overnight by awakening their natural talent. However, the result is often the opposite.
All we could see was Zhang Menghan walking into the crystal awakening device and within its testing range.
The entire space began to heat up. This left everyone completely baffled.
Not only the students, but also the proctors.
Nobody knows what happened.
Then it was underneath Zhang Menghan's body.
A red cloud appeared. This cloud looks just like a fiery cloud.
The appearance of the fiery cloud actually made the entire space much hotter again.
However, just when everyone thought it was nothing out of the ordinary,
Zhang Menghan suddenly began to fly through the air. He stepped onto Huo Yun's body.
It took off immediately.
The most surprising thing happened: a lot of strange monsters were surrounding them.
A fire unicorn arrived, riding on flames.
A three-legged golden crow braved the scorching sun to come. There are pairs of fire phoenixes that breathe fire.
There is a fire dragon riding the clouds.
These monsters are all important figures in the world of demon beasts. However, at this moment, they all prostrated themselves at Zhang Menghan's feet.
Not a single demonic beast dared to act recklessly. Then all the monsters turned into energy.
They merged into Zhang Menghan, with fiery clouds beneath her feet. All I could see were fiery clouds. And they were starting to compress continuously,
getting smaller and smaller. Finally, it turned into a teardrop shape,
flying towards the place in Long Qingyun's heart. It formed a beautiful beauty mark. All that can be seen are flames and the water droplets they form.
After entering Zhang Menghan's body,
the temperature in the entire space returned to normal. Looking at everyone present, not one of them was not shocked.
Everyone opened their mouths wide open. You can fit an egg in there.
Even the proctors were no exception.
His entire body was soaked in sweat. Even Long Qingyun, who was prepared in advance, sweat still appeared on his forehead. The crystal awakening device emitted a dull voice once again. Congratulations, student, your test score is Brahma Flame of the Royal level or above.
Achievements of excellent or above indicate that the test level has reached its limit.
Damn it! The crowd was already incredibly shocked. Hearing this made me even more shocked. Has the test limit been reached? This shows that Zhang Menghan's talent has surpassed the royal level. What does it mean to surpass the emperor level? That would qualify one to study at a high-level martial arts academy. Moreover, after completing their studies, they can become pillars of the nation.
He was valued by the leaders of the empire.
Boom!
The people watching the popular show nearby even started discussing it incredulously. No way, Zhang Menghan actually possesses talent above the royal level.
How could this be? Could it be that the crystal awakening device is broken?
That's very likely, otherwise I wouldn't know how to explain it.
Yes, it must be that the crystal awakening device is broken. I request that the crystal awakening device be repaired.
Those classmates who didn't think highly of Zhang Menghan usually. They have gathered a group to launch a personal attack against Zhang Menghan.
Chapter 51 Strength proves everything.
However, there are also some people who believe that the crystal awakening device is not broken. Seeing only them standing nearby, he retorted. Probably not, if the crystal awakening device is broken.
How could Zhang Menghan possibly cause such a celestial phenomenon? Absolutely nothing bad.
I think some people just can't stand seeing Zhang Menghan doing well, so they're deliberately slandering her here.
If something goes wrong, how do you explain the flame between Zhang Menghan's eyebrows? That's not the point. Did any of you look at Zhang Menghan's eyes just now?
I could see a sea of fire in her eyes.
This is absolutely true, proving that Zhang Menghan truly possesses talent at the royal level or above.
While everyone was discussing it, the proctor also began to speak. Dear students, you lack natural talent.
Don't slander others. Zhang Menghan's talent. That's genuine talent at the royal level or above. I can vouch for it with my personal integrity. If it's fake, I'll give my life for it. Alright, stop talking. Next student number 099, come up for the test.
At this time, Zhang Menghan had also returned to normal. All I saw was her turn around and glance at the people talking about her. This immediately terrified the group of people, causing them to tremble on the spot.
Their strength has proven everything. How could this be fake? Zhang Menghan was viewed with suspicion by everyone.
He sat down next to Long Qingyun.
What's wrong? Are you angry? Seeing Zhang Menghan's angry expression, Long Qingyun asked from the side.
No, they are not qualified. Zhang Menghan shook her head and said. I'm just not used to the world after I've awakened yet.
You'll get used to it.
Furthermore, the Brahma flame on my body possesses a powerful malevolent aura.
It's easy to sway my mind.
It wasn't Tini who was angry just now, it was Brahma's flames that were angry. If I hadn't forcibly controlled it, it probably would have attacked people long ago.
Brahma's flames are autonomous.
Although, it is now inside Zhang Menghan's body. However, it had the intention to protect its owner.
It's not surprising that such a situation could occur. Long Qingyun nodded. I see. However, these people are not worth getting angry at.
You should broaden your horizons further.
Besides, it's not worth getting angry over some ordinary people.
They haven't yet realized their own identity.
Once they understand the difference between you two,
they will start to look up to you.
And it inspires fear in the eyes of many.
Zhang Menghan smiled slightly.
I see.
Then, Zhang Menghan became serious again.
I want to know if you'll feel intimidated by me. What?
These words left Long Qingyun completely bewildered. However, when he thought of his past life, he remembered seeing Zhang Menghan.
They really do have actions that inspire awe. After a moment's hesitation, Long Qingyun said earnestly. I can be intimidated by you if you like.
But forget it, I don't care. Zhang Menghan said with a smile.
If you want to be right about everything, I'm intimidated. Then am I still human? What is the meaning of living in this world?
The two looked at each other and then burst into laughter.
Crystal Tester, test results. It's not a demonstration for a single classroom or school.
Instead, it has a sky eye that is open to all martial academies.
Moreover, local media will also reflect the city's situation. The test results will be published.
At this time, the plants and animals had become severely demonized, which affected the operation of the empire.
This is the time for the awakened to step forward and encourage everyone.
Zhang Xinglong is currently chatting and joking with his dog-meat friend.
I suddenly saw it on the news.
A shocking message was broadcast. Current graduates of the University of Science and Technology are using the Crystal Awakening device to test their talent level. Many awakened individuals emerged from among them, but most of them possess talent below the king level.
However, something unexpected happened. A talent surpassing even the emperor level has actually appeared. This person is from Class 8, Grade 4. After hearing about Class 8, Grade 4, Zhang Xinglong immediately looked up. He wanted to see who this genius really was. Does he know him?
because her daughter also happens to be studying in class 8 of the 4th grade.
Just then, the news broadcast continued.
This person is Zhang Menghan from class 8, grade 4.
What?
Upon hearing this news, Zhang Xinglong stood there dumbfounded. They remained motionless, like a statue. This is the dog-meat friend next to me, who was quite startled.
However, by the time they realized what was happening, he also laughed happily. I knew it, Lao Zhang, how did things turn out like this?
So the genius with royal-level talent or above discovered this time is actually his daughter. It seems that Lao Zhang has really struck it rich this time. The daughter of a person with royal-level talent awakening.
Wherever you go, you have to be superior to everyone else.
After a long while, Zhang Xinglong laughed happily.
We've made it big. We've made it big. I never thought that I, Zhang Xinglong, would be able to have what I have today.
My daughter has actually been tested and found to have talent at the royal level or above.
It seems I'm about to soar to great heights. Just then, the news reported again.
This incident has alarmed all the military academies in the empire.
There are now hundreds of martial arts academy admissions officers heading towards the University of Science and Technology.
I estimate that the compensation they're offering this time will definitely be substantial.
Which martial arts academy will Zhang Menghan from class 8, grade 4 choose? Let's wait and see. What? Remuneration?
Yes, we must fight for the reward.
Otherwise, given Zhang Menghan's foolishness, you definitely miss this golden opportunity.
Thinking of this, Zhang Xinglong stood up. He said to the brother next to him,
Everyone, let's call it a day for today's gathering.
I need to go to the University of Science and Technology. On behalf of my daughter, I will carefully select a martial arts academy that is most suitable for her.
I'll be going now. Zhang Xinglong left quickly. On the way to the University of Science and Technology,
Zhang Xinglong suddenly realized his own predicament. This time, he has severed his father-daughter relationship with Zhang Menghan.
Will I be kicked out if I go alone like this? Just to be on the safe side, we should call a helper.
Unexpectedly, Zhang Xinglong took out his phone and called Wang Hohat. At this time, Wang Hohat was having an affair with a young, handsome man.
Hearing the phone ring suddenly, she said irritably, Damn it, which bastard is calling me when I'm having a good time? They really have no sense of timing.
Despite saying that, Wang Hohat still picked up her phone and started looking at it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the call was from Zhang Xinglong.
She still chose to answer the phone. Old man, what's the matter? Speak quickly. I am very busy right now. Aha! Chapter 52 Shameless Parents. Damn it! Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Xinglong understood everything.
It seems the other party is secretly hogging the food again.
Wang Hohat, you old woman are really incredibly slutty. Even in broad daylight, they don't forget to have a go. I really admire your spirit. Spit it out, or I'm hanging up. Wang Hohat stammered, clearly enjoying herself.
Okay, I won't tease you anymore, Zhang Xinglong said honestly. I'm calling to tell you something incredibly important. Zhang Menghan has been diagnosed with royal-level talent. Now all the military academies in the entire empire have rushed to the University of Science and Technology to recruit students.
There are many benefits, so don't miss this excellent opportunity.
Get to the University of Science and Technology within half an hour.
Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. What? Wang Hohat didn't take the aforementioned imperial level or higher talent to heart. Because she simply doesn't understand what talent is. However, I heard there were many benefits. He then realized that he had countless amounts of money. This made Wang Hohat extremely happy. Zhang Xinglong, I know that this time you are lacking a partner. After we reap the benefits, we'll split them 50-50. I'm coming out now. Come pick me up at my door in 5 minutes.
Zhang Xinglong, who lived not far from Wang Hohat's home, simply said, Okay.
Opportunity knocks but once. You mustn't let a moment of pleasure cost you a lifetime of enjoyment. 5 minutes later, Zhang Xinglong arrived at Wang Hohat's doorstep. Wang Hohat was already waiting at the door. Wang Hohat wore a dress this time.
The back of the skirt was still wet. As a seasoned veteran, Zhang Xinglong knew that the other party was taking this opportunity too seriously.
There wasn't time to clean up the battlefield. They came straight over. The car stopped, and Wang Hohat quickly got in.
A strong smell of hormones permeated the entire car.
Damn it, Wang Hohat, don't you have any shame? Zhang Xinglong roared angrily upon smelling the odor. Shouldn't you at least tidy up a bit? This taste is too spicy. Wang Hohat retorted dismissively, TCH, it's not like I haven't smelled it before, what are you pretending for? Isn't it because we're in a hurry and don't have enough time? I'll take care of it in the car, isn't that the same thing?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinglong immediately shut up. And so, the two of them hurriedly headed towards the University of Science and Technology.
Next, we see that Zhang Menghan has finished her test. When it was time to leave school,
they were stopped by the school principal and a group of people. Accompanying them were counselors and other school leaders. Zhang Menghan was taken aback when she saw this lineup. However, Long Qingyun, who had been through it all, said from the side,
Menghan, your grades are outstanding. I reckon all the martial arts academies have their eyes on this. The principal is here to discuss your future plans with you. Hearing Long Qingyun's explanation, Zhang Menghan understood everything. After graduating from university, I entered the workforce. That is the lowest form of existence.
Now that she is exceptionally talented, she is eligible to study at the Martial Academy. At that time, I can also serve my country.
This is what she wanted to do. This perfectly demonstrates her abilities. Just then, the principal spoke up.
Zhang Menghan, on behalf of all the teachers and students of the school, I congratulate you on obtaining the admission qualification of Wufu.
Now I formally invite you to attend the Martial Arts Academy's recruitment fair. Would you like to come along? Zhang Menghan nodded, grabbed Long Qingyun's hand, and walked towards the admissions meeting.
At this moment, a school leader standing nearby spoke up.
Zhang Menghan, this is the Martial Arts Academy's recruitment fair. I'm only inviting you to go. Student Long Qingyun, although you are quite talented, but he hasn't qualified for any of the Martial Arts Academy recruitment events yet.
He is a king-level awakener. When the time comes, someone from the Mountain City Martial Academy will naturally come to invite him to enroll. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan, who had been in high spirits, immediately became unhappy.
He stood still, motionless. If Long Qingyun goes, I will go too. If Long Qingyun isn't going, I won't go either. If Long Qingyun chooses the Mountain City Martial Academy, then I will also enter the Mountain City Martial Academy.
Upon hearing this, the principal's face darkened. The higher the level of the Martial Arts Academy a student enters, the more benefits the school receives. For example, if one student from a University of Science and Technology enters a lower-level martial arts academy, the university can receive a subsidy of 1 million yuan. However, if even one person enters the Advanced Martial Arts Academy, the school can receive a subsidy of 100 million or even several hundred million.
The difference between the two is huge.
Upon hearing Zhang Menghan's words, the principal immediately spoke up.
Zhang Menghan, don't act rashly.
You should know how honorable it is to have the opportunity to study at a high-level martial arts academy.
Many people can only dream of this. Don't do anything reckless. Besides, Long Qingyun doesn't meet this requirement. Even if you take him there, it won't do you any good. Please think it over carefully before you act. Seeing the principal's earnest words, Zhang Menghan repeated.
Long Qingyun must go with me, otherwise I will not go. Hearing this, the principal could only grit his teeth and say,
Okay, then I'll make an exception this time. Let Long Qingyun come with us. A large group of people walked towards the school's admissions fair.
When Zhang Menghan and her group arrived at the admissions meeting,
hundreds of people were already waiting at the admissions venue. At this moment, the principal introduced from the side. Zhang Menghan, your grades are too outstanding. This time, all the martial arts academies in the empire have sent people here to recruit students. The choice is yours. But I want to repeat myself, the entire empire has 108 martial academies. The best martial arts academies are the 5 high-level martial arts academies, Yanzhong, Yandong, Yannan, Yanqi, and Yanbei. You mustn't miss this golden opportunity.
Zhang Menghan nodded, indicating that she understood everything.
Just after Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun sat down,
the teachers recruiting students for the Martial Arts Academy began to introduce themselves.
I am a teacher at the admissions office of Shancheng Martial Arts Academy.
If Zhang Menghan is willing to join our Shancheng Martial Arts Academy,
our government will promise Zhang Menghan a duplex apartment. Moreover, they offer a monthly salary of 5 million, ensuring Zhang Menghan's financial security. I am an admissions officer for Ningqing Martial Arts Academy. If Zhang Menghan is willing to join our Ningqing Martial Arts Academy,
My family is willing to provide a villa, as well as a private car for the Wu family, and a monthly salary of 6 million. We guarantee that Zhang Menghan and her family will live a worry-free and happy life. I am an admissions officer at Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. If Zhang Menghan joins our academy, our mansion will give away a villa unique to the Martial Mansion, and also a special car exclusively for the Martial Mansion. We'll give Zhang Menghan a monthly salary of 10 million, guaranteeing her a life of luxury. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan looked directly at Long Qingyun beside her. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun shaking his head.
Money is an external thing.
It has no value whatsoever to an awakened being. What awakened beings care about are cultivation resources,
rather than worldly possessions.
Just as the members of the Martial Arts Academy were introducing themselves one after another,
a commotion erupted at the door. Let me in quickly, I am Zhang Menghan's father, I need to go in for the admissions meeting. You bastard, I am Zhang Menghan's mother.
I have the right to choose a suitable martial arts academy for my daughter.
What right do you have to stop me from going in?
Chapter 53 Various martial arts academies vie for Zhang Menghan. Upon hearing this, the principal addressed the door directly.
Now that Zhang Menghan's parents have arrived, let them in. Choosing to cultivate at the Martial Academy is a big deal.
We should inform our parents to come. Right after those words, only a man and a woman were seen.
We arrived at the admissions fair.
However, Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat were stunned when they saw the hundreds of teachers recruiting students for the Martial Arts Academy. The hundreds of admissions officers are all awakened individuals.
The aura emanating from them was incredibly powerful.
Most people would feel a sense of dread and palpitation just by looking at it.
Wang Hohat was a little nervous.
She suddenly became shy and hesitant.
Zhang Xinglong is indeed much better.
I only saw him pause for a moment.
He walked directly toward Zhang Menghan.
He went over to the other person, found a seat, and began to criticize them.
Zhang Menghan, you silly girl. Choosing a martial arts academy is a big deal. How could you treat it like a joke? No matter what, we must notify Dad to come over. I'll give you some advice. If it weren't for my love of watching the news, and we missed this great opportunity.
Hearing this, Wang Hohat also said from the side.
Who says otherwise?
There's no such thing as a grudge that lasts overnight between parents and children.
Although we weren't exactly good to you before,
but at least I raised you to adulthood.
It has made you a useful person. Even if they didn't achieve anything, they still put in a lot of effort, right?
What you've done has truly chilled the hearts of us two old folks. The two were practically inseparable, and seeing Zhang Xinglong berate Zhang Menghan, Wang Hohat had no intention of letting it go either. However, the principal, who was watching the commotion from the sidelines, spoke up. Gentlemen, please go back and discuss your family matters.
With so many martial arts academy admissions officers here, you don't want them to make a fool of Zhang Menghan, do you? Alright, let's get down to business.
As you all know, Zhang Menghan is extremely talented. It has reached the level of emperor or above. They can qualify for entry into advanced martial arts academies.
The admissions officers present now.
They are all representing their respective martial arts academies, extending olive branches to Zhang Menghan.
Which martial arts academy would you like to choose? Hearing this, Wang Hohat was at a loss for words. He looked directly at Zhang Xinglong beside him.
Zhang Xinglong hesitated for a moment, then spoke. When I was at the door just now, I heard the generous offers made by all the big shots. They are indeed very attractive.
However, our family's circumstances are limited. I really don't know how to choose.
How about this, you convert all the conditions you stated into monetary terms.
We'll decide Zhang Menghan's destination based on the highest bidder from your offers. What do you all think?
Upon hearing this, the expressions of the bigwigs changed. However, they rely on money to buy people's hearts.
The only difference is that it was goods plus real estate just now. Now it's directly converted into monetary amounts. It's the same in fact.
This gives them a stronger competitive spirit. The bigwigs present began to introduce themselves.
State the terms and conditions offered by each company, and how much they are worth in monetary terms. The treatment offered by the Mountain City Martial Academy is equivalent to 100 million in cash. The treatment offered by Ningqing Martial Academy is equivalent to 150 million yuan. The treatment offered by Takagi Takefu was equivalent to 120 million yuan. The treatment offered by Yanxi Martial Academy is equivalent to 1 billion in cash. The treatment offered by Yendong Martial Academy is equivalent to 1.3 billion in cash. Depend on.
Upon hearing the numbers these people reported, Zhang Xinglong's expression immediately changed inscrutable.
Oh my god. The prices quoted by the various martial arts academies this time are way too high, aren't they? The minimum is actually 100 million? A few billion?
This made Zhang Xinglong's head buzz.
A million is the most money he has ever seen. 100 million? Over a billion? What would that mean? Cough, cough, cough. Are there any more than 1.5 billion? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xinglong asked bluntly. What? Although this enrollment process is similar to buying things outside. Highest bidder wins.
However, Zhang Xinglong asked directly.
Isn't that going too far? This is the recruitment site for the martial arts academy, not a vegetable market, is it? While everyone was completely bewildered.
Zhang Xinglong also realized that his words just now were a bit inappropriate, and said with a grin.
I'm sorry, I think I was a bit abrupt. However, it's true that the highest bidder wins. Taking in students is actually the same as buying something.
Although I don't understand the intricacies of it.
But I know it's all the same principle. Everyone felt ashamed.
Seeing this, Zhang Menghan, who had remained silent until now, finally couldn't hold back any longer and exploded.
Enough. You're not ashamed, but I am. You are no longer my parents. I don't need your advice or plans. Please leave. Hearing this, Zhang Xinglong was furious. This is hindering his plan to get rich.
I saw him stand up and was about to attack Zhang Menghan. At this moment, Long Qingyun, who was standing nearby, spoke up.
Uncle, that's enough. Don't you know the consequences of your own actions? They've already received the 1 million yuan buyout fee for each person. Do you think it's appropriate to throw a tantrum in a situation like this? What? Buyout fee?
At this point, the principal next to him could no longer sit still. The Martial Arts Academy recruits not only students with natural talent. Furthermore, the trainee's character must also be considered. If we don't get to the bottom of this matter, it's estimated that a high-level martial arts academy won't accept Zhang Menghan. In that case, the Science and Technology School will miss the opportunity to receive a large bonus. The person who should be crying next is him. All that could be seen was the principal approaching Zhang Menghan's side.
Zhang Menghan, what exactly happened in your family?
Please explain this to me clearly. There's no lasting grudge between a father and daughter, they can talk things out. You should know that the Martial Academy places great importance on character when admitting students.
If your character is flawed, no one will be willing to spend a lot of money to train you.
Just then, Long Qingyun took out 2 contracts and handed them directly to the principal.
Principal, this is the buyout contract, it's written in black and white, and I can testify to it. However, just as the principal was about to say something more, the tutor next to him went up to the principal's ear and whispered something. She recounted everything that Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat had done. After hearing all of this, the principal's face looked extremely grim.
I initially thought it was the student's fault and wanted to help the parents reconcile. Now it seems I brought this on myself.
I have nothing to say.
At this point, the principal looked at Zhang Menghan beside him again.
Zhang Menghan, this time you're in charge. Decide on your future path. Parents like these have no right to make decisions for you.
Hey, I'll fight anyone who says I'm not qualified to make decisions today. Seeing that he had no chance, Zhang Xinglong resorted to shameless behavior.
He glared fiercely at the principal. This left the school leaders completely baffled. Such unreasonable parents are truly rare. When there is no other way. Everyone looked at Zhang Menghan standing to the side.
After all, the other party was Zhang Menghan's parent, so no one dared to make any unauthorized moves. Chapter 54. Her godparents were the ones who truly cared for her. Zhang Menghan could only shake her head and look at the security guard at the door.
Guards, throw these 2 out of here.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinglong immediately flew into a rage. He stepped forward a few paces, raised his hand, and slapped Zhang Menghan across the face.
You unfilial daughter, I'm going to beat you to death. Boom. Just then, the Brahma flames on Zhang Menghan's forehead began to stir.
All that could be seen were a group of fire attribute creatures flying out from inside. Among them are the fire phoenix, the three-legged golden crow, the fire qilin, the fire wolf, and the fire dragon. These fire attribute creatures circled around Zhang Menghan. It served to protect its owner. A massive fire dragon was circling in front of Zhang Menghan. All that could be seen was Zhang Xinglong's attack. The fire dragon opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames. The flames didn't look very big, only about the size of a fist.
However, it automatically slammed into Zhang Xinglong's palm. Bump! The two collided.
A massive energy spread throughout Zhang Xinglong's body. Burn all the hair, fur, and clothing on the other person's body. All that was left for Zhang Xinglong was a pair of big shorts. Moreover, Zhang Xinglong's entire skin. Everything was burned black by the flames. They are no different from refugees from Africa. The fire dragon's flames made Zhang Xinglong tremble with fear. This made the other party stand still, not daring to move at all. Then, Zhang Menghan looked at Wang Hohat next to her again.
Originally, Wang Hohat was incredibly feisty.
They were completely speechless. Seeing this, Zhang Menghan said again,
"You can leave now, I don't want to see you again." The two of them took off running.
However, at this moment, Long Qingyun spoke up.
"Wait, isn't this over yet?" "What?" These words surprised everyone present. "It's already turned into roast chicken, and it's still not over? Are you suggesting we kill them both?"
While everyone was still in a daze, Long Qingyun communicated with the system.
"System, use mind control on Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohat.
They can only leave after they apologize and admit their mistake."
Boom.
All that could be seen was that the two of them trembled.
Then it was like he became a completely different person.
Zhang Xinglong bowed to Zhang Menghan and was the first to speak.
"Zhang Menghan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let you be with Li Siyuan.
It shouldn't be for the sake of wealth and status.
Forcing you to do things you don't want to do. I am not human, I sincerely apologize." After saying that, Zhang Xinglong walked towards the door. Now it was Wang Hohat's turn. All that could be seen was Wang Hohat bowing to Zhang Menghan.
"Zhang Menghan, I'm sorry too. You shouldn't try to curry favor with your stepfather. Let your stepfather abuse you. Although the matter did not come to fruition, I am deeply guilty.
I already know I was wrong. Sorry." After saying that, Wang Hohat turned and left.
Seeing the two people whose personalities had suddenly changed drastically,
everyone present was dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Have you truly repented? Or is it just a show? Nobody cared about all that.
One of the admissions officers spoke up directly.
"Zhang Menghan, your parents have passed away. What do you plan to do?"
This question hit the nail on the head and made Zhang Menghan fall into deep thought.
After a while, Zhang Menghan spoke.
"My parents are unhelpful and only care about profit, but I still have my godfather, godmother, and aunt, right?
They have been truly kind to me during this time. They treat me like family. I can let them decide for me."
Hearing this, even Long Qingyun, who was standing next to him, was stunned. The people Zhang Menghan was talking about.
Aren't they his parents and aunt? The other party would actually give this opportunity to his own family member?
It seems that all the hard work over this period of time has not been in vain. He only saw Zhang Menghan, so he took out his phone and made a video call.
Beep beep beep. Video connection established.
Long Yangyuan, Yao Fingqi, and Xiao Meiyu were all present.
This made Zhang Menghan extremely happy. "Godfather, godmother, aunt, you're all here."
After chatting about everyday things for a while, Zhang Menghan directly asked about the problem.
After hearing the question, the three of them began to think. After a long silence, Long Yuan was the first to speak. "Money is an external thing.
For those who have awakened their talents,
cultivation resources are the key. Of the 108 martial academies, which one provides the most cultivation resources? You will cultivate in that martial arts academy. If you need money, your godfather will provide it to you in any way he can. I will be your strong support."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes.
This is the difference between parents and godparents.
Her parents were able to come because there were huge profits involved in this matter. They wanted to take advantage of Zhang Menghan's talent.
Extract more surplus value from the martial arts academy. To fulfill their dreams of becoming wealthy. They didn't care about Zhang Menghan's cultivation resources. They didn't care about Zhang Menghan's growth.
In their eyes, cultivation resources are nothing compared to money.
To put it bluntly, it's selfishness. But what about her godparents?
Their ideas are different. They weren't after money, they were after her spiritual cultivation.
This was so that she could grow up quickly, to become a giant in the region. This is truly caring for her. And for her growth.
They can also provide a huge sum of money unconditionally.
What is this concept? Compare the two.
It had an immediate effect.
All I saw was Zhang Menghan, who gave a smile. He addressed the admissions officers present and said, "Okay, I'll do it my godfather's way.
I will join whichever martial academy offers the most cultivation resources."
Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Cultivation resources are the most important thing after the revival of spiritual energy. Money is nothing but dirt. Compared to cultivation resources, it's just a number. This time I've met a smart person.
The Mountain City Martial Academy is willing to offer a cultivation resource for a royal level talent. Ningxing Martial Academy is willing to provide 1.5 portions of royal level talent cultivation resources. Zhangcheng Martial Academy is willing to offer 2 sets of royal level talent cultivation resources.
Hundreds of low-level martial academies contributed at least 1 royal level talent cultivation resource.
The highest amount they could offer was 2 portions of royal level talent cultivation resources. It seems to be the resources of those who have awakened to the royal level of talent.
It is still very precious. Even if it's just for the sake of seizing, it involves genius students at the emperor level or above. They were also unwilling to give up too much.
However, Zhang Menghan did not respond. It seems they are waiting for the 5 advanced martial academies to provide resources.
After a long wait, the admissions officer from Yanqi Martial Academy finally spoke. To be honest, based on my experience,
Zhang Menghan's talent is definitely at the level of an emperor-level talent. Because in Jiangchang, I once saw a student with the talent of the royal level.
She can also summon water attribute creatures. But what this person summoned was a water dragon. And the quantity is only 1. In terms of numbers, Zhang Menghan is far ahead of her opponent.
My Yanqi Martial Academy is willing to offer a cultivation resource for an emperor-level talent.
Chapter 55: The Power of Advanced Martial Academies.
The price quoted by Yanqi Martial Academy has been upgraded directly. This would prevent all lower-level martial arts academies from having a chance to train a genius like Zhang Menghan. I only saw 103 low-level martial arts academies recruiting teachers. They all started shaking their heads and swaying.
This is the difference between a low-level martial arts academy and a high-level martial arts academy.
Advanced martial academies can provide cultivation resources for those with emperor-level talent. However, lower-level martial arts academies definitely cannot produce such a thing. Seeing the outstanding performance of Yanqi Martial Academy, Yanbei Martial Academy was not to be outdone. Yanbei Martial Academy is willing to provide 1.2 portions of emperor-level talent cultivation resources.
Upon hearing the offer from Yanbei Martial Academy, other advanced martial academies followed suit, submitting their own resource offers. Yendong Martial Academy provides 1.5 portions of cultivation resources for emperor-level talents.
Yannan Martial Academy has provided 2 sets of cultivation resources for emperor-level talents. Yenzhong Martial Academy provides 2.5 times the cultivation resources of an emperor-level talent. The 5 advanced martial arts academies continuously increased their resources. Ultimately, it reached 10 times the cultivation resources of an emperor-level talent.
This shocked everyone present.
They've already started training Zhang Menghan as a student who surpasses even the emperor level.
The people who quoted the final price were none other than the Yenzhong Martial Academy and the Yandong Martial Academy.
Of the 5 advanced martial arts academies, only these 2 are the strongest.
At this moment, Yao Fingqi frowned and analyzed. Menghan, in my opinion, both Yenzhong Martial Academy and Yandong Martial Academy are good.
However, the 2 martial academies are relatively speaking.
The Yenzhong Martial Academy has become even more powerful.
One more thing to note is that Yenzhong Martial Academy is located in the central part of the empire, which is the safest place in the entire empire. Although the Yendong Martial Academy is good, it is located in the east of the empire.
The forests here are vast, and the sea is expansive. The number of animals and plants that have become demons must be very large.
And they are no ordinary, powerful individuals. Although there are many more opportunities to gain experience.
But the risk factor is also much higher.
Therefore, for long-term growth and security, we must consider this.
I suggest you go to Yinzhong Martial Academy. Long Yongyuan, who was pondering nearby, also spoke up.
Under the same conditions, I would also choose Yinzhong Martial Academy.
Genius students are not lacking anywhere.
But what the Martial Academy lacks most is strong individuals who have grown up.
What kind of genius becomes a strong person?
That is, the genius who survives to the end.
Join the strongest and safest genius.
That will make it easier to grow into a powerful figure.
That's absolutely true. That hits the nail on the head. The admissions officers from the 5 advanced martial arts academies were invited. Everyone looked at Long Yongyuan with new respect.
Everyone looked at Zhang Menghan. However, Zhang Menghan looked at Xiao Meiyu, who had remained silent to the side.
Auntie, what brilliant idea do you have?
All I saw was Xiao Meiyu, who chuckled.
What suits you best is the best. You've grown up now and should have the ability to weigh your rights. All 5 advanced martial arts academies are quite good. They are all qualified to mentor you.
But the key is to choose the one that suits you best from among them. After hearing Xiao Meiyu's words,
Zhang Menghan smiled happily. No one understands me better than my aunt. What does that mean? While everyone was still in a daze,
Zhang Menghan looked again at the 5 advanced martial arts academies.
I now have a request. No matter which prestigious martial arts academy you enter,
I want to bring Long Qingyun with me.
A high-level martial arts academy that can allow the two of them to enter together. Only then will I consider joining. Otherwise, I will refuse directly.
Upon hearing this, the admissions officer of Yendong Martial Academy turned cold.
Zhang Menghan, although you are a genius,
but we can't just mess around like this. You know what kind of talent Long Qingyun possesses? Even with his king-level talent, he didn't qualify to enter our 5 advanced martial arts academies. If one's abilities are stronger, one might awaken the 5 attributes, or the abilities of the elements of heaven and earth.
I can think about it. However, the other party only awakened ordinary body refining abilities. And it's the most ordinary golden Buddha that's indestructible. To put it simply, this is an ability primarily focused on defense. The attack power is relative to the Brahma flame. So weak, not worth mentioning at all. If you insist, then you must include this condition. Our Yendong Martial Academy hereby forfeits.
Seeing that Yendong Wafu had abstained, Zhang Menghan looked at the admissions teacher of Yenzhong Martial Arts Academy next to her.
Judging from the teacher's expression, it wasn't much better.
After hesitating for a while, he spoke. Zhang Menghan, you are a person of exceptional talent.
He is also the most talented person I have ever seen.
If you make such a choice for a friend with king-level talent,
you'll regret this for the rest of your life.
We can provide 10 times the cultivation resources of an emperor-level talent.
This is my limit, and I can't give in anymore. If you join alone, I will warmly welcome you. But if 2 people join you, then, there's nothing I can do. You can only say that you wasted a chance to become a strong person.
The 2 strongest martial arts academies directly rejected Zhang Menghan's conditions. Zhang Menghan looked at the other 3 advanced martial arts schools again. Seeing only the weakest ranked member, the Yenbei Advanced Martial Academy spoke up.
It's not impossible for the 2 of them to join the Yenbei Martial Academy. But I will only provide 5 sets of cultivation resources for emperor-level talents. You 2 can divide it up however you like. You can apply to join the Yenbei Martial Academy.
This means that Long Qingyun is a king-level talent.
It makes absolutely no sense.
You could also say it's a buy one get one free deal.
To put it bluntly, it was given away for free.
Anyway, I won't give you any resources, you can allocate them yourselves.
How far we can go, and what that step is. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan nodded.
He then looked at the other 2 advanced martial arts schools. However, both of these martial arts schools also responded. If someone enters the Yannan Martial Academy, I'll say the same old thing. I can provide 8 times the cultivation resources of an emperor-level talent. But the entry of 2 people is unacceptable to my Yannan Martial Academy.
A king-level talent is far too weak. They are not qualified to enter the Yannan Martial Academy at all.
The admissions officer of Yanxi Advanced Martial Arts Academy hesitated for a long time before stammering out. I can provide 5 sets of cultivation resources for Emperor-level talents and 1 set of cultivation resources for Royal-level talents.
If you two are willing, then join my Yanqi Martial Academy.
Mountain City has always been under the jurisdiction of my Yanqi Martial Mansion. Therefore, I will provide an extra set of cultivation resources for those with Royal-level talent. This is already the biggest concession that my Yanqi Martial Academy has made.
Okay, I choose Yanqi Martial Academy.
Zhang Menghan said her mind without any worries. But at that moment, Long Yongyuan on the other end of the video spoke.
I object, Menghan. Yanzhong Martial Academy is the most suitable for you.
It also has the most abundant resources.
Don't miss this great opportunity because of Qing Yun. Qing Yun is just a king-level talent awakener. I will follow you into the Advanced Martial Arts Academy. It won't bring him any benefit. There is a possibility that we may encounter situations where we try to force growth. Being impatient for quick results is not beneficial and can easily lead to negative consequences. Therefore, please think twice before you act. Yao Fengqi then spoke up. That's right, Menghan, my little darling, your godfather is right.
We are already very touched that you have this kind heart. However, I also support your choice to cultivate at the Yanzhong Martial Academy.
This is the best place for you. Xiao Meiyu finally spoke up. Menghan, please forgive me for saying something. Doing whatever you want is the best choice. Only you know what you're really thinking.
I trust your judgment and your choice.
Chapter 56 Zhang Menghan's Choice.
Hearing the three people's advice, Zhang Menghan simply smiled. It seems that Xiao Meiyu understands her better. Zhang Menghan glanced at Long Qingyun, who had remained silent the whole time.
Qingyun, what do you want me to choose? I respect your opinion. Long Qingyun smiled. You can choose whichever you prefer. I will not embarrass you. Long Qingyun's meaning is very clear. As for the choice, it's up to you.
No matter what choice I make, I will not let you down. With his cheat-like system, he could do anything even in a low-level martial arts academy.
It can also continue to grow. Moreover, he also possesses memories from his previous life spanning hundreds of years.
That's a priceless treasure. As long as I can be with Zhang Menghan,
continuously improve one's natural talents.
May you live peacefully until 100 years from now.
Even if one's cultivation level is poor by then, it can't be that bad.
Looking at the man in front of her who provided her with meticulous care, Zhang Menghan revealed a charming smile.
You can protect me. Why can't I give up resources for you? Resources are important in the path of cultivation. But what if even the most basic human relationships are abandoned? Then what's the use of cultivating it? These words reminded Long Qingyun of Zhang Menghan's dedication to all of humanity in his previous life. The scene depicts the characters perishing together with the Azure Dragon. Although it was so spectacular. However, he was also so shameless. If there are people she cares about waiting for her, would she harbor thoughts of taking everyone down with her? If someone fights alongside her, let her live within emotions. Would she be willing to die? Death is not the best way to solve problems.
He perished together with the divine beast Azure Dragon.
It's not the best outcome.
It seems that after his rebirth, Long Qingyun disrupted the order of existence.
Not only that, it changed Zhang Menghan's fate.
It will also change the fate of all mankind.
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun nodded. Do whatever you want, I'll listen to you.
Zhang Menghan nodded and pulled Long Qingyun towards the Yanqi Martial Academy, where it was located.
Teacher, I want to join the Yanqi Martial Academy.
Please take care of me in the future.
Seeing this, Yanbei Martial Academy remains silent.
Because of the 5 Emperor-level talent cultivation resources, plus a piece of trash with King-level resources.
These conditions represent the limit for the Yanbei Martial Academy. The admissions officer from Yendong Martial Arts Academy left without saying a word. He knew that Zhang Menghan would pay the price for this choice. The admissions officer from Yanzhong Martial Arts Academy shook his head and sighed.
Sigh, for my boyfriend's future. Sacrificing so many cultivation resources.
It's really not worth it. I think you'll regret this choice for the rest of your life.
Sigh, what a waste of such a talented person.
The admissions officers from the 3 prestigious martial arts academies left unwillingly. Other lower-level martial arts academy recruitment teachers.
He offered his congratulations to the Yinchi Martial Academy.
They all left. Finally, the admissions teacher for Yinchi Martial Arts Academy.
He produced 2 passes to enter the martial academy.
I reiterated the requirements for entering the mansion. They also left in a hurry. It's currently the time when universities across the country are testing students' talents.
They also need to go to other places to recruit students again. The university leaders felt that Zhang Menghan's choice was a great mistake. However, this time Zhang Menghan at least chose a high-level martial arts academy.
This is something they should be happy about.
Furthermore, there's the opportunity to enter a high-level martial arts academy.
Suddenly there were 2. This is important for universities of science and technology. They've already made a fortune and are completely satisfied.
Next, all the school leaders celebrated for Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun.
After the celebration, the 2 left the school directly. With their current talent, there's no need to take the exam again. Don't even mention that you learned it from a high-level martial arts academy. Even if you learn it from a low-level martial arts academy, it's also much better than the results obtained through a formal written exam. They received training from key national institutions. The 2 arrived at the school gate and saw a Maserati parked outside. After seeing this Maserati, Long Qingyun laughed happily. I never expected my aunt to be so thoughtful.
They actually waited for us for so long at the main gate.
Hearing this, Zhang Menghan was completely dumbfounded. But just then, a woman stepped off the Maserati. This woman is tall and has an exceptionally beautiful face.
A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Menghan, get in the car quickly. Your godparents, this is to celebrate for the 2 of you. I'm preparing at home for a family banquet. They've all invited members of the Long family. People of high standing. This is a very rare opportunity. If it weren't for the 2 of you, I won't have the chance to participate.
Hearing this, Zhang Menghan was extremely shocked.
She is now just the Long family's goddaughter. They were actually allowed into the Long family banquet.
This gave her a strong sense of belonging. The 2 got into the car, which headed towards the Long family's residence. The 3 of them were in the car.
They talked about everything under the sun.
Although Xiao Meiyu is the younger aunt, she is about the same age as the 2 of them. It is full of youthful energy. Someone who didn't know them might think the 3 of them were siblings. After chatting for a while, Zhang Menghan noticed a problem. All I saw was her addressing Xiao Meiyu, saying, "Auntie, your surname is Xiao, and your godmother's surname is Yao.
Are you biological sisters or cousins?" Hearing this, Xiao Meiyu smiled happily. "My little darling Menghan, what do you say?"
This Zhang Menghan was stunned.
"Do we look alike?"
Xiao Meiyu reminded her from the side.
"Yes, you look very alike."
"It's because you 2 look about 70% similar that I'm suspicious," Zhang Menghan said frankly.
"Don't even mention cousins, even first cousins wouldn't look that alike." But just then, Long Qingyun finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Menghan, don't talk to me about this."
Even back then, when I was just old enough to understand things, I was completely stumped by the question.
"You'll never figure out the reason behind this?" We'll never be able to figure it out? What does this mean?"
The relationship between the 2 sisters can only be one of 3 types: biological sisters, cousins, or first cousins. Biological sisters are further divided into those who share the same mother but have different fathers, and those who share the same father but have different mothers.
These are the 4 types of relationships. Could there be some other connection? There's no way you couldn't have guessed it, right? I reckon they must be biological sisters.
They are just half-sisters, sharing the same mother but different fathers.
Otherwise, it really wouldn't make sense.
Long Qingyun smiled, and Xiao Meiyu smiled too.
What does this mean?
Just as Zhang Menghan was in a daze, Long Qingyun spoke.
Wrong.
And it was only half wrong.
What? Isn't the outcome simply a matter of right or wrong? Is it possible that there's a 50-50 split between right and wrong? Long Qingyun, stop keeping me in suspense. Tell me the reason.
After saying that, Zhang Menghan hugged Long Qingyun's arm and shook it.
She exudes femininity.
Long Qingyun was so captivated by it, he couldn't take it anymore.
Chapter 57: The Long Family Banquet. At this moment, Xiao Meiyu, who was on the driver's seat, saw this scene through the rearview mirror and said with a grin, Sigh, I regret it. I shouldn't have come to pick you up. You guys in the back seat, spreading dog food. But I was at the front, eating dry rations. Is this a good idea? Joking aside, their relationship is clearly growing stronger. Xiao Meiyu is the aunt. But I was very happy. You should know that in an ordinary family, let alone having two awakened individuals, even if an awakened one appears, they should be burning incense in gratitude. A pair of them had appeared in their house. These are all individuals capable of entering advanced martial arts academies. After several years, who will dare to bully the Long family? As expected, it won't take more than a few years. The Long family is good enough, they've already achieved great success. Although she was not a member of the Long family. But I'm also happy for the Long family. With that in mind, she let the two younger ones play around. In the end, Long Qingyun revealed the reason. Okay, I give up. Stop shaking it. My bones feel like they're about to fall apart. My mom and my aunt are sisters. It's just that their family is a bit special. The eldest takes the father's surname. The younger one takes the same surname as her mother. That's why we have two different surnames when we're biological sisters. Zhang Menghan finally understood everything. It seems she really only guessed half right. However, no one could have predicted this outcome. After a minor farce, the three returned to the Long family home. The Long family used to be very peaceful. Today, however, broke with tradition and was unusually lively. When you're poor, no relatives care about you. When you have money, you have more relatives. Everyone has relatives and friends. The Long family was no exception. Moreover, the Long family is a major player in the clothing industry in Chongqing. A family is not to be underestimated. Upon entering the hall, one finds that over 100 clansmen have already gathered. When they saw Long Qingyun return, they all came over to congratulate him. Nephew Qingyun, you have truly brought honor to our Long family. I heard that you awakened your talent and became a student at the Martial Academy. If your cousin had even half your abilities, I'd be incredibly grateful. Brother Qingyun, I envy you so much. Not only can they awaken their innate talents and enter the Martial Academy, he even brought back such a beautiful girlfriend. You are a role model for our people. Qingyun is the pride of our Long family. Everyone in the Long family depends on him. Not a single one of the hundreds of people refused to submit to Long Qingyun. However, Long Qingyun's expression was rather unpleasant. Because, at this time in my previous life, I was also attending a family banquet. He was pampered by everyone. But what happened next? But it chilled him to the bone. Although he didn't want to see his family betray him. However, there are some things that have to be done this way. Otherwise, how would we know what people's hearts are like? This time, Long Qingyun specifically instructed Long Yongyuan. He only told his clansmen that he had tested his talent. He did not reveal the exact level of talent he had tested. They didn't specify which martial arts academy they were going to. Tonight, he's going to put on a grand family drama. Let those opportunists, or those who secretly sabotage us, know. Who is the head of the Long family? Long Qingyun simply gave a brief greeting. He led Zhang Menghan into the inner room. At this moment, Yao Fengqi and Long Yongyuan were both busy in the inner room. Upon seeing the two return, he went out to greet them. Yao Fengqi and Long Yongyuan trusted Long Qingyun very much. I also believe in Long Qingyun's inspiration. So they all know the inside story of this good show. Even so, Long Yongyuan still summoned Long Qingyun to the secret room. Inside the secluded room, the father and son sat on the sofa. Long Yongyuan looked at Long Qingyun with utmost seriousness. Qingyun, I feel that what you did this time was a bit inappropriate. Long Qingyun was taken aback. Dad, which thing are you talking about? Long Yongyuan shook his head and said. Could that thing still exist? Isn't it just about going to Yanxi Martial Academy with Menghan? Menghan is a prodigy of her generation. To compare her to a swan is not an exaggeration at all. But you are a toad in the truest sense. A toad wants to eat swan meat. It's a toad, everyone wants to eat it. But how many toads will actually be able to eat them? Furthermore, Zhang Menghan is not a swan, but a prodigy. If you want to devour her, it will be even more difficult. Now, Zhang Menghan remembers your help. In cases where I have done her a favor.
I will also feel some gratitude towards you and be willing to lend you a hand.
But you need to know that you're not cut out for it. If you follow Meng Han into the Yanxi Martial Academy,
that would only bring shame upon oneself. Therefore, I suggest that you break off your relationship with Zhang Menghan as soon as possible.
Otherwise, you'll definitely be the one who gets hurt.
You are not on the same path.
Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun smiled. Dad, don't you believe your son?
It was my son's decision.
There is absolutely no mistake.
I said I wouldn't embarrass Zhang Menghan.
I will absolutely keep my word. A toad can't catch a swan. That's because that toad was too low level. But I will definitely keep the swan.
Or perhaps a prodigy, to be swallowed whole.
And I also want her to follow me wholeheartedly. At this point, Long Qingyun's aura became much more imposing.
This shocked Long Yongyuan, who was standing next to him.
Good son. I'm just giving you a heads up. However, you should have some self-awareness. We have ways to deal with it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. But you must remember one thing. Know when to stop and do what you can. This is the way of being a person.
After speaking, Long Yongyuan pondered for a moment, then looked at Long Qingyun again. Qingyun, you said that Long Qingshan has awakened a king-level talent.
Moreover, they're going to cause a scene at the family banquet today. Is this true?
Yes, absolutely true.
Long Qingyun nodded and said,
if it were their past life, their family would truly have been destined to be at the mercy of others.
Things are different now. He not only possesses king-level talent. Moreover, with the exceptionally talented Zhang Menghan by his side, who can rival him? Okay, I believe you. So what should we do next? Do you have any good solutions? Long Qingyun showed no concern and spoke directly.
When water comes, dam it with earth. When soldiers come, generals will block them. What's there to decorate here? Without strength, no matter how much you plan, it will be in vain.
Having strength doesn't require any preparation.
On this day in my past life, something big would have happened. This event brought about earth-shattering changes to Long Qingyun's family. This forced Long Yongyuan to admit defeat and withdraw from the Long family's stage. However, the reborn Long Qingyun will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen again.
Chapter 58 Internal Feuds Within the Long Family. The reason for this is as follows.
20 years ago, the Long family was controlled by Long Yongxue. Long Yongyuan was merely a collateral relative of the Long family.
Long Yongxue is Long Yongyuan's cousin.
The two had a fairly good relationship.
Long Yongyuan was very intelligent from a young age and was deeply loved by his clansmen. 20 years ago, the Long family was just a small family in the mountain city. A third-rate family. His family fortune is less than 5 million.
Although it owns some businesses, they are all the kind that allow you to sit back and wait for the money to run out. However, at that time, Long Yongyuan was very studious.
I am studying fashion design. After graduation, I used my skills to open a small clothing store. Business is booming.
In less than a year, his family fortune exceeded 5 million.
Its assets are directly equal to those of the Long family.
However, at that time, the current patriarch of the Long family was Long Yongxue.
They couldn't stand Long Yongyuan's monopoly. They directly wanted to forcibly acquire shares in the name of the family. At first, Long Yongyuan wanted to refuse. He considered it a newly established clothing company. They couldn't withstand the Long family's meddling.
However, the clan chief's orders could not be disobeyed. Otherwise, they would be kicked out of the Long family.
When there is no other way,
Long Yongyuan directly accepted the Long family. The Long family has 4 million in fixed assets, plus 1 million in liquid assets. They seized 50% of the shares of the clothing company. Although nominally, the company still belongs to Long Yongyuan.
In reality, it has already been taken over by the Long family. However, Long Yongyuan didn't care. As long as you can make money, it doesn't matter how much or how little you make. However, man proposes, God disposes. I've only been a shareholder for less than a month. The mountain city was hit by torrential rain for a month. The entire mountain town was flooded. Long Yongyuan's clothing company. It was also severely affected. This resulted in many garments being submerged by the flood. The losses were incredibly heavy. However, there happened to be 1 million in working capital invested by the Long family.
It's possible to barely manage to maintain this for a while. Once the rain stops and the sun shines again, we can make a comeback. Just when Long Yongyuan thought they could overcome the difficulties, Long Yongxue directly represents the Long family. They announced their withdrawal from the clothing company. Furthermore, Long Yongyuan must return the 1 million yuan in working capital invested by the Long family. It is said that Long Yongyuan deliberately deceived the Long family into investing. If the working capital is not returned, the Long family will take Long Yongyuan to court. With no other option, Long Yongyuan resorted to selling everything he owned. I've racked up a huge debt, in stocks and other forms of debt. Only then did they return all of the Long family's 1 million in working capital. The Long family forcibly withdrew from the clothing company using unfair terms. That's not all. They saw that Long Yongyuan owed a huge amount of debt, in stocks and other forms of debt. They directly gathered all the core members of the clan. Long Yongyuan was expelled from the Long family. From that moment on, Long Yongyuan was no longer a member of the Long family. The purpose of doing this was because they were afraid that Long Yongyuan would be unable to repay his debts. Creditors will proactively approach the Long family. That was done in a truly brilliant way. However, fate has a way of saving a man from certain death, and Long Yongyuan used his connections. Surprisingly, it happened a month later. He stood up again. Not only did they pay off all their foreign debts, they also created their own brand. 10 years later, Long Yongyuan's company became a leader in the Chongqing garment industry. He became a big shot in the clothing industry in Chongqing. And so, the Long family shamelessly surrendered once again. However, this time Long Yongyuan directly refused. He is not a member of the Long family. Why should we still consider the Long family's interests? From then on, Long Yongyuan established the Long family, which belonged to him. This led to his becoming the head of the Long family. Although Long Yongyuan did not forgive Long Yongxue. However, they forgave some of the Long family members who came to seek refuge. That's why Long Yongxue has repeatedly believed. All of this was orchestrated and acted by Long Yongyuan himself. The ultimate goal is to break away from the Long family. Finally, a new dragon family was established. 20 years later, the Long family, controlled by Long Yongyuan. They became a renowned family in the mountain city. However, the Long family, where Long Yongxue lived. Yet they still lived off the wealth of the Long family. From a family fortune of 5 million 20 years ago, they've become penniless. From then on, Long Yongxue frequently tried to brainwash his son, Long Qingshan. It is said that Long Yongyuan stole his position as clan leader. They stole the wealth that belonged to them. Today, Long Qingshan awakened his king-level talent. Long Yongxue then brought him to cause a disturbance at the Long family home, forcing Long Yongyuan to abdicate. He relinquished his position as head of the Dragon clan. He put Long Yongxue in control of the entire clothing company. In his previous life, Long Qingyun was no match for Long Qingshan. He was severely injured by the other party and remained unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. I almost died like that. However, Long Yongyuan mobilized all his connections. They managed to revive Long Qingyun. However, this also made Long Yongyuan completely innocent from then on. Long Yongyuan had no choice. Only by returning to Yao Fengqi's hometown. He retreated to the countryside to lick his wounds and live out his retirement. Finally, when all races invaded, they were devoured alive by the demons. My family was destroyed and my family perished in my past life. He will pay for his crimes in this lifetime. Looking at Long Yongyuan again, he saw Long Qingyun's extremely certain expression. The only way is to choose to believe the other party. After exchanging a few more words, the father and son left the secret room. Upon arriving at the hall, they were greeted by the dragon family members. What must be faced will eventually have to be faced. Running away will not get you anywhere. Everyone had a big meal that evening. They ate with great enjoyment. Just as everyone had finished eating and drinking, 2 unexpected guests arrived at the door. The old man and the young man looked as if they were made from the same mold. Oh ho, everyone's here. You guys seem to be enjoying your meal. Living in the house that I, Long Yongxue, live in. Eating the food that I, Long Yongxue, eat. Spending my, Long Yongxue's, money. Are you at ease? The speaker was none other than Long Yongxue. He believed in everything Long Yongyuan did from beginning to end. It's all his.
Previously, we were unable to take it back.
Now, we have learned that Long Qingshan has awakened a king-level superpower.
They have already risen above all ordinary people. He became a superior person.
He couldn't wait a moment longer. They took a taxi directly to Long Yongyuan's home.
He must find a way to take back what belongs to him. Not a second too late.
As soon as Long Yongyuan said this, the members of the Long family standing nearby immediately spoke up.
Long Yongxue, how dare you?
The Long family is now ruled by Patriarch Long Yongyuan.
You are nobody.
You are no longer a member of the Long family, so stop acting like the clan leader. Indeed, Clan Chief Long Yongyuan is the backbone we should follow. You, Long Yongxue, are not worthy to appear in the Long family.
If you know what's good for you, get lost, or I'll call security.
Let them drive you out of the Long family and make you lose face.
You are now a stray dog.
They are utterly unworthy to be associated with us.
Ha, who says otherwise?
A petty and narrow-minded person.
How can they be compared to our clan leader, Long Yongyuan?
Even if you were to carry our clan leader's shoes.
I think you're not qualified. Humph, if you know what's good for you, get out of the Long family now. The Long family does not welcome you.
If you're even a step too late, I'll make you regret it. Let me show you that offending clan chief Long Yongyuan will not end well.
Chapter 59. The Dragon family members are all opportunists.
Hundreds of members of the Long family believed that Long Yongxue had come here to seek validation.
So everyone sided with Long Yongyuan. Their current status. But they are worlds apart, one is in the heavens, and the other is on the earth. Long Yongxue is not worthy at all to carry Long Yongyuan's shoes.
Even compared to the Long family members present.
They are quite different.
Even members of the collateral branches of the Long family have an administrator position within the Long family. They all earn at least $1 million a year. He considered himself superior to Long Yongxue, the down-on-his-luck former head of the Long family.
It needs to be quite substantial.
Seeing this, Long Yongyuan smiled happily. He learned this from Long Qingyun.
The Dragon clan will all rebel.
It seems that inspiration can sometimes fail. Long Yongyuan looked up and glanced at Long Qingyun.
Long Qingyun shook his head and didn't say anything more.
He gestured for Long Yongyuan to wait a little longer. Then you'll understand how powerful it is.
However, what Long Qingyun said was indeed true.
All that could be seen was Long Qingshan taking a few steps forward. He leaped forward and kicked the Long family's plaque. There was a cracking sound.
A plaque representing the Long family.
It turned directly into fragments.
Long Qingshan landed safely once again.
And he struck a really cool pose. I, Long Qingshan, have lived up to your expectations. In this talent awakening test, he unfortunately awakened a king-level superpower and became a king-level awakener.
From now on, the Long family will be ruled by my father, Long Yongxue. If anyone disagrees, I'll beat them until they're convinced.
In the eyes of the awakened, ordinary people are nothing but ants.
You can knead it however you like.
Even if you manage to kill one or two, it's all for nothing. No one would choose to offend me for the sake of an ant. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Long family was stunned. A king-level awakener seems pretty awesome. A member of the Long family muttered to himself.
Qingshan, a king-level awakener, is that awesome? But Long Qingshan laughed happily. Useless trash, you don't even know what a king-level awakener is? Let me explain it to you.
Awakened superpowers are divided into 4 levels: Soldier level awakened, General level awakened, Commander level awakened, and King level awakened. At this point, Long Qingshan paused abruptly. I have no intention of continuing this discussion.
Long Qingshan glanced at the Long family members and said again. Now you should know without me saying it. Now you know how powerful a king level awakened one is, right?
When they grow up, they can dominate a region. To become the king above all others in the world of superpowers. Making great achievements is a given.
You should know how to make the choice, right? That's awesome.
Just then, a member of the Long family looked in the direction where Long Qingyun was. Qingyun, your cousin has awakened a king-level superpower.
Didn't you also awaken superpowers? What level exactly? But
Long Qingshan, standing beside him, laughed happily.
He's a complete waste.
I can't sense any superpowers in him. If I'm not mistaken, he's just some trash below the rank of general.
What? General level?
These words are exactly the same as those from my previous life. Long Qingshan in his previous life said the same thing. Only those at the commander level can be easily detected by those at the king level.
The level is too low to be worth mentioning.
What Long Qingshan didn't know was that Long Qingyun was his classmate in this life. Furthermore, Long Qingyun knew methods to compress currency. This made it even harder for Long Qingshan to sense the level of the superpower within his body. Furthermore, there was another god-level awakener beside Long Qingyun. Under this momentum,
don't even mention king-level awakened ones. Even a royal-level awakened being couldn't sense the aura emanating from Long Qingyun.
Everyone looked at Long Qingyun, but he did not refute them. I simply selected the default option. This made the Long family members very uneasy. It seems that the Long family is really about to undergo a major change. All that could be seen was the Long family members deep in thought.
More than half of the clansmen began to turn against them.
They chose to stand behind Long Qingshan. The remaining small portion of the clan consisted of people who had received care from Long Yongyuan. I'm also worried about saving face, so I don't know how to choose. But at that moment, Long Qingshan spoke again.
You only get one chance to choose. I'll give you 10 more seconds to choose. Opportunity knocks but once.
You guys should handle this carefully.
Boom.
A tremendous aura swept towards where Long Qingyun was. Seeing this, a small portion of the Long family became cautious. He walked towards Long Qingshan's back again.
Among them were some of Long Yongyuan's cousins.
Even the two remaining brothers began to worry. At this moment, Long Yongyuan looked at his two younger brothers beside him and said,
"You are free to choose, but I want to reiterate that you only have one chance to choose. I will not reuse a traitor."
Although Long Yongyuan said that.
That's basically a reminder.
However, his two younger brothers didn't take it seriously at all. All I saw was them gritting their teeth. He walked towards Long Qingshan's back.
Is this what family love is? Are these our clansmen? Ah, good, very good.
Long Yongyuan was smiling.
But my heart is bleeding.
Long Yongyuan, you old scoundrel, kneel down and kowtow to my father to admit your mistake.
I can leave you a complete corpse. Otherwise, it will be your family of 3. They must all die here today. Such arrogance.
Come at me if you dare, don't insult my father. Seeing that the time was ripe, Long Qingyun stepped forward. The Long family home is huge, and they've installed quite a few security cameras. Moreover, not only overt cameras, but also pinhole cameras are quite common.
Everything that Long Qingshan just did.
They have all been used as evidence.
Although, after the spiritual energy revival, the awakened ones have a strong advantage. However, the state has decreed that awakened individuals cannot bully ordinary people without cause.
If you have evidence, you can submit an appeal to the relevant military academy.
Moreover, awakened individuals who bully ordinary people may be killed by ordinary people. That means self-defense.
Long Qingyun remembered that in his previous life there were some newly awakened awakeners.
They think there's something special just because they have some ability.
He actually bullied ordinary people, and was killed by them in retaliation. The investigation revealed conclusive evidence. Ordinary people are released without charge. This time, Long Qingyun did not eliminate Long Qingshan beforehand.
He knew he could eliminate the other party openly. Then, he secretly killed Long Qingshan without Long Yunshua's knowledge.
Given his personality, he would definitely escalate the situation and blame Long Yongyuan for the hatred he harbored over this matter. However, if it were to happen face to face, he could kill Long Qingshan.
They are making a fuss about Long Qingshan.
This will make Long Yongxue regret it for the rest of his life.
Wouldn't it be more satisfying to do it this way? Chapter 60 Long Qingshan makes his move. My family was destroyed and my family perished in my past life.
I will make Long Yongxue and his son pay for their crimes in this lifetime. Furthermore, we must destroy their psychological defenses.
Let them regret being born.
Seeing Long Qingyun step forward, Long Qingshan smiled happily.
Long Qingyun, since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish.
Just then, Zhang Menghan, who was behind Long Qingyun, stepped forward.
Upon seeing this, Long Qingyun immediately gave the other party a wink. He was able to resolve the matter once the other party backed down. Seeing Long Qingyun's sharp gaze, Zhang Menghan could only take a step back.
At this moment, Xiao Meiyu, as arranged in the plot, appeared. But he stepped forward.
Don't move.
I am Xiao Meiyu, the captain of the criminal investigation team.
If there's anything, we can talk it out. We're all family, don't resort to violence. Shut up, who do you think you are? Just an ordinary person. Believe me or not, I'll wipe you out too. Long Qingshan said domineeringly.
Long Qingshan, you have disregarded the law, which is an even greater crime.
Just wait for the punishment of the law.
Xiao Meiyu said her lines again. Xiao Meiyu's use of Mandarin only fueled Long Qingshan's temper.
You little wench, try talking again.
Believe it or not, I'll deal with Long Qingyun's whole family later. I'll just mess with you right in front of everyone. Don't think that just because he's a criminal investigation captain, he's incredibly awesome.
In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant.
It's not even worth mentioning.
Shut up if you know what's good for you.
Or I'll make an example of you first.
Although I've never played a policewoman, just thinking about it is exciting.
You dare. Xiao Meiyu was truly enraged this time. As a criminal police officer, she had never felt so humiliated.
Boom.
All that was seen was Long Qingshan moving. Long Qingshan awakened an earth attribute superpower. When it reaches a certain level, it can become one with the earth. Not only that, it can petrify itself. It can also surround itself with earth attribute energy, causing the attack to be affected by gravity, to render the opponent incapacitated and unable to move.
However, Long Qingshan's current abilities are limited, and he cannot do that yet. However, it can accelerate on the ground, reaching speeds invisible to the naked eye. Long Qingyun was very close to Xiao Meiyu.
It's because they're afraid of the other party resorting to these underhanded tactics.
However, I never expected the other party to be so fast. They have already transcended the realm of ordinary people.
All that could be seen was Long Qingyun, who had exhausted all his strength. They managed to stop Long Qingshan in advance. Although both of their superpowers are at the king level,
Long Qingyun still held the advantage,
because he has combat experience from his previous life.
However, in order to create the illusion of self-defense,
after the two collided, Long Qingyun pretended to be outmatched and took 3 steps back. Only then did they choose to stop safely. Even though he was fine, he still pretended to cough.
Cough, cough, cough. He gave the impression that he was seriously injured. Ah, Long Qingyun, you finally met your match.
I told you were trash, but you wouldn't believe me.
Today I'm going to kill you, no matter what. Otherwise, it would be difficult to quell the hatred in my heart. Long Qingshan, we are from the same family, sharing the same bloodline. Is it really necessary for you to kill me? Long Qingyun continued his manipulative tactics. TCH, so what if it's just a family?
Long Qingshan said dismissively. What do I care about your life or death?
The winner is king, the loser is a bandit.
He died, so what if he died for nothing? Kill. All that could be seen was a yellow halo covering Long Qingshan's fist. In the blink of an eye, they were petrified.
This shocked Long Qingyun. It seems that Long Qingshan's awakening was indeed extremely thorough.
He had just awakened to the fact that he possessed the ability to petrify. If this continues for a while, it will be difficult to deal with the other party.
It's really even more difficult than expected. In a head-on confrontation, Long Qingyun wouldn't have much of an advantage. Even if we win, we'll be badly hurt.
Body training superpowers and earth attribute superpowers. However, they achieve the same effect through different means.
How do we solve the problem we're facing now? Yes, by using external objects. Ordinary items certainly cannot break through Long Qingshan's defenses.
However, the machete was obtained through a system lottery.
I'm sure I can handle them.
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun turned and ran towards the nearby storeroom.
It gives the impression that Long Qingyun has already backed down.
Even so, Long Qingshan did not intend to let the other party go.
Surprisingly, they relentlessly pursued them. Just as Long Qingyun entered the storeroom and came out again,
he already had a wood chopping knife in his hand.
However, this machete.
It was the legendary sword, the Dragon Slayer, from the system's storage cabinet.
Once the Dragon Slayer is unleashed, who can rival him? However, Long Qingshan was arrogant and haughty.
They didn't take the dragon slaying saber seriously. Instead, he grinned and mocked Long Qingyun.
TCH, Long Qingyun, are you stupid?
I am a king-level awakened one, and I am invulnerable to blades and spears after being petrified.
What can you do to me with that broken wood chopping knife in your hand?
I don't believe it, the machete in your hand.
It can break through my defenses.
Without saying a word, Long Qingyun slashed at Long Qingshan's arm with his sword. This made Long Qingshan shake his head and start swaying back and forth.
His face was full of disdain. However, his expression was disdainful. Long Qingshan's hands didn't stop moving.
They chose petrochemicals directly. Moreover, he reached for the dragon-slaying saber with one hand. He attacked Long Qingyun's chest with one hand. It had the potential to kill with a single punch.
However, just as he grasped the dragon-slaying saber, a wicked smile appeared on Long Qingyun's face.
All that could be seen was Long Qingyun wielding the dragon-slaying saber, tilting it and gently slashing at Long Qingshan's left armpit.
He acted like he was drunk. Another tilt caused the dragon-slaying saber to land once again in Long Qingshan's right armpit.
Then came another downward slide, and the dragon-slaying saber reached Long Qingshan's left leg root.
This series of actions was completed in one smooth motion. Long Qingshan was completely terrified.
Upon seeing Long Qingshan, and after realizing what was happening, she prepared to petrify her legs once more.
However, there wasn't enough time, and even after petrification, it was to no avail.
All that could be seen was Long Qingyun sliding down again. The dragon-slaying saber reached Long Qingshan's right thigh.
With a semicircle, the dragon-slaying saber pressed directly against Long Qingshan's vital point. It paused for less than 3 seconds. Long Qingyun retrieved the dragon-slaying saber.
He stood to the side, staring intently at Long Qingshan. Then look at Long Qingshan, standing there dumbfounded.
After he realized what was happening, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Long Qingshan's face was extremely ugly.
All that could be heard was him muttering to himself.
Long Qingyun, how did you do that?
I have no wounds on my body. But I felt that all the tendons and veins in my limbs were severed.
Moreover, it's where my Achilles heel lies. I also felt a pain.
This caused severe damage to my dantian, which shattered it completely.
What exactly did you do to me? But Chapter 61 Long Qingshan's dantian shattered.
He spat out another mouthful of blood.
Long Qingshan's petrification began to disappear automatically.
Then my whole body began to return to normal.
Next, look at where Long Qingshan's limbs are located.
There was a small wound at the junction of each limb. The wound is only about 2 centimeters long. You can see the white veins inside the wound. This explains the several declines just now.
Long Qingyun severed Long Qingshan's vital energy.
The tendons and veins in all 4 limbs were severed, although it still looks perfectly intact.
However, Long Qingshan is now. He has become a complete waste. Even a king-level awakener. It was all in vain. The limbs lost their ability to move. Even for emperor-level awakeners, they can only become useless. An awakened being who can only defend, not attack. What's the use of it?
Moreover, his dantian was shattered.
He can no longer be considered a qualified awakened one. Just then, Long Qingshan finally couldn't hold on any longer.
His entire body fell to the ground. He lay there dumbly on the ground, like a lump of mud.
I'm doomed, I'm a cripple now. Call 120 quickly, I need to go to the hospital.
I want to reconnect the severed tendons and veins.
I want to restore my shattered dantian. I want to be back to normal. I want to become strong.
Long Yongxue was terrified when he saw this. I instinctively took out my phone and dialed 120. But at that moment, Xiaomeiyu, who was standing next to her, also took out her phone and dialed 110. Although she is the captain of the criminal investigation team. But she is not on duty now. They do not have the authority to resolve this case. Besides, she was the victim this time. In order to distance myself from the matter, I have to address it. It was left to other colleagues to handle. Looking at the Long family members, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on here now? Originally, it was to celebrate Long Qingyun becoming an awakened one. Everyone was in high spirits as they enjoyed their celebratory dinner. Who knew that Long Qingshan would suddenly appear out of nowhere? He stated directly and domineeringly that he had become a king-level awakener. We must massacre the Long family and force them to reconsider their stance. But this put these opportunists in a difficult position.
However, in order to live a better life,
They pulled out their trump card once again. They all turned against each other.
choose to support Long Qingshan. But life is unpredictable. He was cool for only 3 seconds.
Long Qingshan has not yet unleashed the full potential of a king level awakened. He was instantly crippled by Long Qingyun wielding a wood chopping knife.
Moreover, I heard it has become useless. How can someone who is useless expect support?
So they had another idea and decided to follow Long Yongyuan. All that was seen was Long Yongyuan's younger brother, Long Yongshui. He brazenly approached Long Yongyuan again.
Big brother, are you alright? That just startled me.
The mastermind behind this evil scheme, Long Qingshan, is now crippled.
Our family can finally rest easy again.
Long Yongyuan looked up and glanced at Long Yongshui.
Second brother, it's not that I want to sever ties with you.
It's because you're such a terrible person.
You betrayed me by following the trend when I needed you the most.
They turned against their own side and followed Long Qingshan.
You know, I saw this. How heartbroken are you? Long Yongyuan was absolutely right.
He didn't care if others betrayed him. However, Long Yongshui's betrayal of him was a different story. The two had a very good relationship and had been friends since childhood.
If it weren't for Long Yongyuan's meteoric rise to fame,
he helped Long Yongshui out.
The other party was just a junior employee at the company. Long Yongyuan saw his former brothers.
They live such a lowly life. They directly put the other person in the position of branch manager.
All day long, I don't have to do anything.
He can earn several million a year. I originally thought that the two of them had the best relationship. In the end, Long Yongshui still chose to betray him.
Brother, I'm really sorry. I was forced into it just now. Please give me another chance, okay? I'll never do it again. What? Do you want a next time?
One time was enough to make Long Yongyuan regret it for the rest of his life.
Would he really let this happen again? Reappeared?
All that could be seen was Long Yongyuan speaking to the security personnel beside him.
Someone, clear the area. What?
These words left everyone in the Long family completely dumbfounded.
What does this mean? Clan leader, Qingyun's celebration banquet isn't over yet. Are you telling us to go back? Oh, I see. The team leader means that the security personnel should take a headcount so that we can continue attending the celebration party. Family, let's keep the party going. Depend on.
Long Qingshan was crippled, but the members of the Long family didn't care about his injuries.
Instead, they intend to continue celebrating. What use are such clansmen?
Seeing that everyone was pretending to be stupid, he walked towards the Long family's main hall.
Long Yongyuan finally couldn't take it anymore.
Guards, get rid of all these irrelevant people.
I don't want to see them again.
And I'll say it again in front of everyone.
From now on, the Long family will be disbanded.
I don't need a bunch of sycophants. Furthermore, I may retain any capable individuals among you. Those who lack ability will be gradually eliminated according to their level, one level at a time, through the company system.
If any of you are completely useless, then I'm sorry.
If you leave my company, Long Yongyuan, please find another job.
Everyone was stunned when they heard this. I can't keep up the act any longer. Isn't this going to involve taking action and cutting off their source of income? I'm no longer planning to support these ungrateful wretches.
Upon seeing someone, he immediately lowered his head and begged for mercy. Clan leader, what happened just now was just us trying to protect ourselves.
As long as we survive, we will never forget you.
We implore the clan chief to see the truth and give us another chance to atone for our mistakes. Yes, when faced with a powerful enemy, we must find a way to escape. We were merely compromising. How could we possibly have genuinely submitted to Long Qingshan?
Chief, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I am willing to do anything for you, even die for you. Chieftain.
The crowd's pleas for mercy were meaningless. In the end, he was still kicked out of the Long family.
However, just as these people were about to leave, the road leading away from the Long family was blocked by fully armed police officers.
They were completely surrounded.
An ambulance, escorted by police cars. We arrived at the gate of the Long family's residence. All I saw was a group of people getting out of the ambulance.
They took away the injured Long Qingshan and Long Yongshui.
Everyone else was taken to the police station. To cripple a king-level awakened one. This matter is very serious. After Xiao Bing received this news, they were stationed directly at the police station to investigate the matter. The members of the Long family were questioned as witnesses at the scene. Long Qingyun and his group of 5 were investigated as key criminals. The person in charge of this trial is Yao Guang, the captain of the criminal investigation team of the police station. Yao Guang is Xiao Meiyu's immediate superior. So this time, I still gave Xiao Meiyu face. All 5 people were placed in one interrogation room. Chapter 62 Irrefutable Evidence. Although Yao Guang was impartial and incorruptible, however, he also knew about this. It wasn't Long Qingyun's fault. Otherwise, Xiao Meiyu wouldn't have been so calm. Xiao Meiyu was present at the scene. The other side isn't stupid enough to just sit and wait to die. Besides, Xiao Bing did give instructions. Although I can't offer any more help. But it must be absolutely fair and impartial. No wrongful convictions will be tolerated. That says it all. This case must be handled well. Moreover, irrefutable evidence must be obtained. Moreover, Long Qingyun had done a favor for the police station. If it weren't for Long Qingyun's help during this period, will the police station be able to deal with the mutated monster so easily? Therefore, both publicly and privately, there can be no mistakes in this matter. Thinking of this, Yao Guang became extremely serious. He looked directly at Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun, do you know your crime in abolishing the king-level awakener Long Qingshan? Long Qingyun smiled. Leader, I have no regrets. Where did this come from? Yao Guang asked again, seeing Long Qingyun's calm expression. Sir, can awakened individuals disregard the law and act recklessly? Long Qingyun uttered the prepared question. Spiritual energy is reviving, and many are awakening. In order to protect the people of the empire so that they can live and work in peace and contentment, the empire hereby promulgates a law stipulating that awakened ones cannot harm ordinary people without cause, and those who violate the law will be dealt with accordingly. Yao Guang understood everything. It seemed that Long Qingyun had come prepared. However, this interrogation was recorded on video. Therefore, he could only recount the events according to the trial procedure. With the leader's words, I feel relieved. After saying that, Long Qingyun used his phone to access the Long family's security camera footage and sent it to Yao Guang for viewing. From the moment Long Qingshan entered the Long family until he took action against Xiao Meiyu. Then, Long Qingyun used a woodcutter's knife to cripple his limbs and tendons. All of this is shown in the video. After seeing everything, Yao Guang slammed her hand on the desk in anger. Damn it, how can Long Qingshan disregard the law like this? How dare they insult ordinary people as ants? They even ignored the warning from Xiao Meiyu, the captain of my police station's criminal investigation team. And he even made personal attacks on the captain of the criminal investigation team. They not only insulted me to my face, but also physically assaulted me. Based on the points mentioned above, Long Qingshan deserved to be crippled. First warn him, then take action, and finally cripple Long Qingshan. Judging from this procedure, you did not make a mistake. I am speaking in the name of the head of the criminal investigation team of the police station. The verdict in this case is that it was justified as self-defense. Don't say that Long Qingshan's talent has been ruined. Even killing this person wouldn't be too much. Alright, with all the witnesses and evidence, you can go back now. I will send someone to summon you if anything happens. After Yao Guang finished speaking, she immediately ordered her men to let Long Qingyun and his family leave. After finishing everything, Yao Guang went to Xiao Bing's office again. The two discussed it for a long time again. Collect all the irrefutable evidence. It was released through the police department's media. Let this incident serve as a reminder to those who are awakening. Even if one awakens their natural talent, they became those who awakened their innate talents. You must also abide by the law and regulations. Besides, Long Qingyun and his family left the police station. Long Yongyuan softened and said to Long Qingyun, Qingyun, haven't we gone too far this time? Should we go see Long Qingshan? After all, we're family. I felt a little guilty seeing the other person like this. Before Long Qingyun could speak, Yao Fengqi spoke up. Old man, a kind person is bullied, and a good horse is ridden. You know this principle. If it weren't for Qingyun's presence this time, I reckon we're the ones who'll be the unlucky ones. Have you thought about the consequences for us? If it were Qingyun who was crippled this time, Will Long Qingshan and Long Yangxue go to see him? How will the entire Long family treat you? Do you still consider the Long family to be your Long family?
At this point, Long Yangyuan paused for a moment.
They are them, and I am me. How can these be lumped together? Yao Fengqi glared at Long Yongyuan. He said in a cold tone. Go if you want, I'm not going. Seeing the stalemate between the two, Long Qingyun spoke up from the side.
Mom and Dad, look at you two arguing over such a small thing. Alright, if Dad wants to go see it, let him go. We're family after all, there's no need to be so ruthless.
That's what Long Qingyun said on the surface.
Actually, he had other plans in mind. The reason for letting Long Qingshan grow up was to leave him alone. Actually, it was just to teach Long Yangxue a lesson. Although it has now turned Long Qingshan into a useless person.
However, this has not yet made Long Yangxue fully repent.
So going to the hospital this time was inevitable.
Otherwise, this plan will be completely ruined.
The five of them went their separate ways. Long Qingyun and his two companions went to the hospital to visit Long Qingshan. Xiao Meiyu took Zhang Menghan home. The hospital where Long Qingshan is located this time.
It's the local hospital next to the police station. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, a huge hospital has been built next to the police station. It was said to be to establish contact between the hospital and the police station. In case anything happens, at least there will be someone to take care of you. Upon arriving at the hospital, I inquired at the information desk and learned that Long Qingshan was still in the emergency room. This surprised both of them. Almost 2 hours have passed. Why are you still in the emergency room? Could it be that Long Qingshan intends to rely on current medical techniques? Let him recover completely. The three walked towards the emergency room and only arrived at the door.
Then Long Yangshue's voice came out. Doctor, please, my son has been here for 2 hours, please operate on him.
If it's just about stopping the bleeding, I'm afraid he'll die.
A doctor with white hair.
He glanced at Long Qingshan's condition.
He shook his head and said,
Oh, sir, it's not that I'm abandoning you to your fate. It's your illness that's so bizarre. The entire meridian is indeed very troublesome. Moreover, you have so many demands, not only wanting the patient to recover. We also need to help patients regain their natural abilities.
I really don't have that confidence when it comes to contemporary art.
Besides, you don't pay the fees, you just talk about saving people. Our hospital is not a charity.
The doctor couldn't stand it anymore and joined in the complaint.
It's just a simple treatment of the injury, a stitch up, let him heal on his own, it can be done for a few hundred yuan.
But you insist on making things difficult for others and choosing the most difficult one.
I've done the math for you, it will cost at least 5 million.
You're stuck in a limbo, not good enough for low-level jobs, not good enough for high-level ones.
But it's been 2 hours already. If this continues, we won't even be able to save the patients' lives. Chapter 63 The Despicable Long Yangxue. Upon hearing this, Long Yangxue said viciously. Long Yongyuan, you bastard, I'm never finished with you.
I failed to discipline him properly, which led to your son committing violence and turning my son into this.
We're not even in a service area yet. What if my son dies like this?
I'll make sure your whole family never has a good life. Having uttered those harsh words, Long Yangxue looked once more at Long Qingshan lying on the hospital bed.
Qingshan, how about we just do a simple mending?
Look how much blood has been lost. His face turned deathly pale, without a trace of color.
If this continues, I'm afraid you'll lose your life. Long Qingshan gritted his teeth.
No, I must return to normal.
I want to possess the abilities of a gifted awakener. I will avenge myself. I'd rather be dead than become an ordinary person. That way, we can also drag Long Qingyun down with us. Just then, a police officer standing nearby gave a wry smile. Excuse me, I have some bad news for you.
Our police station has assigned someone to investigate this matter.
We have also figured out the reason for the matter.
A mistake has absolutely nothing to do with Long Qingyun.
All the blame lies with you, Long Qingshan.
If you have any self-awareness, apologize to Long Qingyun.
There's a possibility they might be forgiven. If the other party doesn't hold you accountable, you can remain safe and sound. Otherwise, 3 to 5 years in prison is absolutely inevitable. Upon hearing this, Long Qingshan's face turned extremely ugly.
You're talking nonsense, or I'll sue you.
Well, The police officer sighed and said, Long Qingshan, I am a police officer. Would he deceive people? I have evidence for what I'm saying. The police have already published the evidence in the news. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. What? Evidence?
Long Yongxue immediately opened his phone and started searching on a certain platform. As it turned out, they actually saw the so-called evidence. That is, the arrogant and domineering Long Qingshan. The entire process of causing trouble at the Long family's house. After seeing everything, Long Yongxue collapsed to the ground. We're doomed, we're really going to die this time. The evidence is irrefutable, we're finished this time. After crying for a while, Long Yongxue suddenly remembered something. That is, to call Long Yongxue again. Even kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy would be acceptable. As long as we can gloss over this matter. Let him recover on his own, there's still a chance for everything. Otherwise, what awaits his family is an abyss. Long Yongxue took out his phone and dialed a number. Ding ding ding. This time the call went through, and the other party was right at the front door. No need to fight anymore, I'm already here. Looking at the agonizingly painful Long Yongxue, Long Yongyuan said at the door. If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Now you know you regret it, but it's too late. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. Are you trying to confuse the issue? Wronging an innocent person? Upon seeing the arrival of Long Yongyuan and his family, Long Yongxue was utterly desperate. Long Qingshan's fate remains unknown. Still don't know what to do? Now, Long Yongyuan's family. But they were released. It seems he's destined to lose this time. However, they wanted to turn the tide. There's one last chance. That is to kneel down and beg for mercy, asking Long Yongyuan for forgiveness. Ask the other party to cure Long Qingshan. Only in this way can you have the face of the card being flipped. Otherwise, death is certain. Thinking of this, Long Yongxue immediately knelt down before Long Yongyuan. Cousin, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault these past few years. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you in front of Long Qingshan. This incident was indeed our fault. But we are family. They all have the blood of the Long family flowing through their veins. Please consider that we share the same bloodline. Please save my Long Qingshan. I'll do anything you ask if you can save Long Qingshan. I'll do whatever you say, like a cow or a horse. Long Yongyuan already felt somewhat guilty. After hearing Long Yongxue's words, I am indeed a little tempted. 5 million is a lot for Long Yongxue. That is indeed a huge sum of money. However, for Long Yongyuan, that's just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. Brother, how much money do you need? Cousin, as long as you come up with 5 million, our whole family is willing to do anything for you. Long Yongxue was overjoyed when he said this. I feel like his plan has a chance. I can't believe Long Yongyuan is still so foolish. Most people wouldn't be able to see through Long Yongxue's scheme. Long Qingyun, however, saw through the deception. He spoke directly to the system. System, use mind reading on Long Yongxue. Mind reading scan begins. Long Yongyuan has something to hide, he is not truly convinced. You're trying to gain your dad's sympathy by begging for mercy. Long Qingshan wants to become a king-level awakener again. Then, we will exact full revenge on your family. Just as I expected. Long Qingyun had long suspected that there was a big difference between distinguishing truth from falsehood in mind reading. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. To distinguish truth from falsehood, one can only know whether what the other party says is true or false. You can't know what the other person is thinking. But mind reading can reveal everything. They can even read the other person's mind. This is true talent advancement. Then look at Long Yongyuan, who has been thinking for a while. Choosing to believe Long Yongxue's words, he spoke up from the side. Okay, I'll pay 5 million. But remember your words, from now on, my lineage of Long Yongyuan shall be the primary one, and your lineage shall be secondary. Once Long Qingshan is cured, he should also assist Long Qingyun. There must be no disobedience whatsoever. Otherwise, you will be struck down by heaven and earth and die a horrible death. Long Yongxue nodded in agreement. Okay, I agree to your terms. Long Yongxue believed that the conspiracy had succeeded. However, just as he was secretly pleased, Long Yongyuan said again. Brother, the person with the talent this time is Long Qingshan.
Your agreement to my conditions is meaningless.
The main thing is to get Long Qingshan to agree.
Otherwise, I wouldn't believe it. Long Qingshan roared from his hospital bed. Dad, are you crazy? The Long Yongyuan family was so cruel to us. You still want him to be the master? Even if I die. He won't assist Long Qingyun either. Let them give up on that idea. What? You refused? Isn't this cutting off our own escape route? Just when the plan was about to succeed, it was disrupted by his unfilial son.
Long Yongxue stepped forward and came to the bedside. He slapped Long Qingshan several times. He then murmured to himself, saying,
You unfilial son, who's in charge of this family, you or me?
After saying that, Long Yongxue winked at Long Qingshan. The father and son have been together for over 20 years. But they understood each other perfectly, after just a few glances. This made Long Qingshan change his mind.
Okay, I'm willing to submit. Chapter 64 Hypnosis.
This 360-degree turnaround was a huge relief for Long Yongxue.
However, Long Yongyuan looked incredulous.
It seems that coercion and bribery are indeed effective against Long Qingshan.
Just then, Long Yongyuan took out a bank card and handed it directly to Long Yongxue. Brother, use this card to pay your bill. The pin is 6/8.
Seeing that Long Yongyuan had fallen for the trap, Long Yongxue hurriedly stepped forward, took the bank card, and was about to pay the bill. During the journey, Long Yongxue's bank card was snatched away by Long Qingyun.
Turning around, he returned it to Long Yongyuan. Dad, you can't do this. This whole thing was a scheme orchestrated by Long Yongxue. Don't fall for their tricks. As long as the money is sent out, Long Qingshan will recover.
At that time, they will turn against us again and come looking for trouble. People like that are not worth trusting.
Long Yongyuan shook his head, probably not.
Long Yongxue's character is indeed flawed, but Long Qingshan is still a member of the Long family and a gifted awakener.
He can't be wasted like this. If you can cripple him once, you can cripple him a second time. What's there to be afraid of in a loser? Besides, it's just 5 million. Let's take a gamble. Long Qingyun shook his head, knowing that Long Yongyuan had underestimated the power of awakened talent. If Long Qingshan is not truly convinced, Long Qingyun has no worries about restoring Long Qingshan to his original state. But when Long Qingyun is not home, is the Long family safe? For safety's sake, Long Qingyun directly used his trump card. System, use hypnosis on Long Qingshan to make him reveal everything on his mind. Hypnosis in progress. Hypnosis complete. Time control for 15 minutes. Awesome. Before I became a gifted awakener last time. The talent can only be controlled for 1 minute. Only after becoming an awakened one can control it for a quarter of an hour. If my superpowers keep increasing, wouldn't I be able to control them indefinitely? That's the general principle. Host, Long Qingshan has been hypnotized and is now under your control. You can begin interrogating him. Long Qingyun nodded and looked at Long Qingshan, who seemed a little confused. There is a significant difference between a person under hypnosis and one before hypnosis. Anyone with a little knowledge can tell. However, this time, everyone around me was a complete newbie. Who would be able to tell? Long Qingshan, I have a question for you. Please speak. After being subdued, Long Qingshan's tone became more polite. Are you truly surrendering? Or is it a feigned surrender? Heh, I must have been feigning surrender. Long Qingshan's face suddenly turned ferocious. Long Qingyun smiled and asked, What is your purpose? Is that even a question? Isn't it all to gain the sympathy of that old geezer, Long Yongyuan? Long Qingshan said again. The day I get my revenge will be the day I recover. The reason this matter failed is. That's because I was arrogant and careless. If I had another chance, I would never be so reckless. Upon hearing this, Long Yongxue panicked. Long Qingshan, what are you saying? Don't you want to live anymore? Apologize to your uncle right away. You old codger, it's all your fault for being incompetent. If you're capable, give me a certain plan. Will we lose so badly? Long Qingshan glanced at Long Yongxue dismissively, then said again. You useless old man, you have no ability yourself, all you do is criticize others. If you had any sense, you would still be the head of the Long family. How could the Long family possibly change hands? You. Long Yongyuan was furious.
He can tolerate others saying those things about him. But his beloved son says that about him.
He really couldn't stand it.
All that could be seen was Long Yangshue slapping Long Qingshan across the face.
You old geezer, are you insane? Long Qingshan roared. Are you trying to kill me so you can have another one? At your age, even if you were given a young woman, you wouldn't be able to sleep with her, would you?
Even if you were still able to have children, you wouldn't be able to raise one to adulthood.
You should just give up on that idea. Depend on.
These words were truly piercing to the heart. Upon seeing Long Yangshue, he immediately felt breathless.
He collapsed next to the hospital bed. He was still muttering tremblingly to himself, saying, You beast, you beast. So what if I'm a beast? If it weren't for your useless father, would I be like this now? Long Qingshan retorted angrily, not letting up once he was in the right. But.
Enraged, Long Yangshue coughed up a mouthful of blood. Overwhelmed with anger, he fainted. Seeing this, Long Yongyuan finally believed Long Qingyun's words. At this point, let's not even mention asking him to come up with 5 million to treat Long Qingshan's injuries. Even if you offer 500 yuan, it still depends on his mood.
Let's go back. I'm not paying for this medical bill. I consider you all family. But you all treat me like a fool. It's better to be without a family like that.
Long Yongyuan led the way and left, with Yao Fengqi following closely behind.
However, Long Qingyun had no intention of leaving.
All that could be seen was Long Qingyun, who looked toward the doctor beside him. Doctor, please help Long Qingshan with a simple bandage.
We absolutely cannot let him die in the hospital. Otherwise, none of us can escape responsibility. That's right. Long Qingshan's serious injury had little to do with Long Qingyun. The evidence stored at the police station is enough to keep him safe. But what if Long Qingshan dies? That's another story. All I saw was the doctor nodding in agreement. That's why he's still waiting here. I'm just afraid that Long Qingshan will die in the hospital. People dying in hospitals is not a big deal. However, he will also be implicated to some extent. It has a certain impact on his salary and performance. Seeing the doctor nod in agreement, Long Qingyun said again. That old scoundrel Long Yangshue is probably just furious, you don't need to worry about him. Let him lie on the ground a little longer, he'll get better. By the way, let's calculate the total medical expenses carefully. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Hearing this, the doctor hesitated for a moment, then said, 6,800 yuan is enough. Okay. Long Qingyun nodded and immediately took out his phone to transfer 10,000 yuan to the doctor. Then, with a grin, he said, The remaining amount is my tip for you. Remember this, as long as a person doesn't die, the illness can be treated slowly. If that's not enough, I can give you an advance. However, we must not let them have it too easy. The two then reached an agreement and added each other on WeChat. Then, Long Qingyun turned and left. Chapter 65 Follow-up Moves. In his previous life, Long Qingshan caused Long Qingyun's family to be destroyed and his family to die. Long Qingyun had no choice but to avenge this grudge. Killing Long Qingshan was indeed going too far. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, punishment is inevitable. Letting Long Qingshan suffer a bit and experience the cruelty of life is acceptable. Then we'll see if the other party can genuinely repent. If one can truly repent. As a family, we can still nurture them properly. Actually, it happened when Shanglong Qingshan. Long Qingyun had a backup plan. The dragon-slaying saber is no ordinary saber. At Long Qingshan's wound. However, it retains the attributes of the dragon-slaying saber. An ordinary person certainly couldn't treat Long Qingshan's injuries. If the other party repents and reforms, Long Qingyun still had a way to make the other party work for him. A king-level awakener. It's not cabbage. Even 100 years from now. He was also a powerful figure. How could Long Qingyun allow his opponent to become a cripple so easily? Actually, everything I did this time. This can also be seen as a test for Long Qingshan. Those who can endure hardship can rise above others. If you can't endure the trials, then all that's left is to become useless. It all depends on Long Qingshan's character. just as Long Qingyun was leaving the hospital.
The Long family's private car has arrived. However, there were several people standing next to Long Yongyuan. These people were the admissions teachers at the Martial Arts Academy. The leader was a member of the Yendong Martial Academy. All that could be seen was a middle-aged woman speaking to Long Yongyuan. "Mr. Long, about Zhang Menghan's matter this time.
You should know what to do, right?
I saw in the video call that you were very opposed to Zhang Menghan's choice.
Don't you have any plans at the moment? What does this mean? To come and confront them?" Long Yongyuan opposed it. That was because they were afraid that Long Qingyun would delay Zhang Menghan's cultivation,
instead of being afraid of the so-called martial academy. As a bigwig in the clothing industry in Chongqing, he has a lot of connections.
Provided that nothing has been done wrong,
he has no need to be afraid of anyone. Moreover, the other party was merely an admissions teacher at the Yendong Martial Academy. To put it bluntly, the other party was just an ordinary member of the Yendong Martial Academy.
Do they have such high and mighty attitudes? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. At first, I did have the idea of having Zhang Menghan give up Yanqi Martial Academy and choose Yandong Martial Academy instead.
I did this for the sake of my goddaughter's future.
What exactly do you mean by coming to our door now? You want to use the power of the Martial Academy to force an ordinary person like me to back down? Upon hearing this, the admissions officer from Yendong Martial Arts Academy chuckled.
"Mr. Long, a wise man knows when to yield. You're a businessman, you can't possibly be unaware of this.
The entire empire is now severely affected by the demonization of its flora and fauna. Do you know how much the empire cares about the Martial Academy and the awakened ones?
I came here just to ask you to fulfill your responsibilities as an elder. Although I don't want to admit it, I'm going to use the Martial Academy to put you in a better position.
But that's the truth, and we can't deny it. Besides, you should have thought of a problem as well.
Those who lack talent will not be able to enter a high-level martial arts academy. It's of no use at all. Your son, Long Qingyun, has entered the Yanqi Martial Academy. It can only be a stumbling block for Zhang Menghan.
I don't believe that someone with your high IQ wouldn't have thought of this. If you are willing to persuade Zhang Menghan to join my Yendong Martial Academy, then I can give you face. May the Long family achieve even greater glory and prosperity in the future. What do you think of this suggestion?"
But
Long Yongyuan gave a cold laugh. "Are you threatening me?"
Mr. Long should understand one thing. Just how powerful the Martial Academy is after the spiritual energy revival, the admissions teacher of Yendong Martial Academy said again. "Although, when I said I would make you achieve great success, it was just a joke.
But do you believe me if I say one word and your entire Long family is reduced to a second-rate family?" Long Yongyuan shook his head and pulled Yao Fingqi into the car. "Mr. Long, what do you mean by this?"
The admissions officer of Yendong Martial Arts Academy felt his pride had been hurt and immediately lost his temper.
She really didn't dare to take action openly.
But behind the scenes, it's a different story. Therefore, she had no choice but to issue another harsh statement.
"Mr. Long, you are truly admirable. They don't want to believe my words. Well then, let's see how things unfold. You will regret this for the rest of your life."
However, Long Qingyun happened to overhear these words. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun walking up to the admissions teacher of Yendong Martial Academy, a wicked smile spreading across his face.
"Teacher, you must remember this. You are the admissions officer for Yendong Martial Arts Academy. You are just one of the talents cultivated by the empire. What you did was just. If you try anything underhanded, I have 100 ways to deal with you. Don't think that I'm nothing special just because I'm a king-level awakener. As long as I grow up and survive successfully,
it is absolutely no less significant than the contributions made to the empire by the admissions teachers of your Yendong Martial Academy.
If you don't believe me, you can try it." After saying that, Long Qingyun got into the car and left.
The group of Martial Arts Academy's admissions teachers were left standing there, stunned and motionless. After a long while, the admissions teacher from the lower-level Martial Arts Academy appeared.
He addressed the admissions officer of Yendong Martial Arts Academy. "What should we do now? It seems the Long family isn't buying into that. Are we really going to just watch Zhang Menghan act recklessly like this?" The admissions officer from Yendong Martial Arts Academy shook his head. "Oh well, let's just leave it to fate. We are just a small-time admissions officer. They don't have much ability at all. Surprisingly, deterrence has no effect whatsoever. Let's report this matter to the Martial Arts Academy leader. They will make the decision. Besides, Long Qingyun is no simple man. This kid isn't particularly talented, but he's incredibly courageous. How dare you threaten me in front of so many people? That's incredibly audacious. But she really wanted to say something, but she really couldn't do anything about it. Because her abilities are not as good as the other parties. It's just that it was brought forward and valued by the Empire. If it really is as she says, and they deal with the Long family. Long Qingyun really does have many ways to deal with her. The Long family now has a king-level awakener and an awakener surpassing the emperor level as their protector. Such family power can last as long as the two geniuses remain in power. Don't mention that he was an admissions officer at Yendong Martial Academy. Even if the big shots from Yendong Martial Academy came, they still took action against the Long family. There was nothing they could do. Because the other party has the opportunity to choose, the Martial Academy cannot do whatever it wants. Shaking his head, the Yendong Martial Academy's admissions teacher led a group of lower-level Martial Arts Academy admissions teachers away. Chapter 66 Zhang Menghan's Attitude. Furthermore, Zhang Menghan and Xiao Meiyu left the police station. The two wandered around the streets for a while. They then headed towards the Long family's residence. However, just as the two arrived at the Long family's residence, I also encountered a group of admissions officers. The person who stopped the two this time was Xiao Ding, the admissions teacher of Yenzhong Martial Arts Academy. Xiao Ding spotted the two women returning at a glance. He immediately led everyone to surround them. Zhang Menghan, we've finally been waiting for you to come back. I've come here today to discuss something with you. I wonder if you could do me the honor. Zhang Menghan glanced at the group of admissions officers around her and nodded in agreement. Teachers, please speak frankly if you have something to say. However, I want to make this clear beforehand. If what you want to talk about is making me abandon Long Qingyun and enter Yenzhong Martial Academy alone, then please leave. Upon hearing this, all the admissions officers were immediately taken aback. Zhang Menghan is truly intelligent. They haven't revealed their intentions yet. The other party already knew, and there was a reason for it. Everyone looked at Xiao Ding, awaiting his verdict. Xiao Ding was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zhang Menghan with a grin. Zhang Menghan, I know that you have very deep feelings for Long Qingyun. But I'm telling you, after the spiritual energy resurgence, no emotion can compare to one's own strength. Therefore, I would like to advise you to abandon all emotions and focus on improving your own character. This might be a better fit for your current decision. Besides, Long Qingyun's talent is too low. You haven't noticed yet that something's wrong. But give him time, and you'll realize he's not right for you at all. Are you two ultimately not from the same world? Zhang Menghan shook her head. Excuse me, are we from the same world? That's my decision. Whether or not we can be together is up to me and Long Qingyun. As an admissions officer, you probably don't have the authority to manage this. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. If you are here as guests, I welcome you on behalf of the Long family. If you're deliberately trying to cause trouble, then I'm sorry, but please accept my rudeness. After saying that, Zhang Menghan walked towards the Long family's house. This scene stunned Xiao Ding. Unexpectedly, Zhang Menghan has quite a temper. How dare they speak to him like that? Just as Xiao Ding was about to lose his temper, suddenly it occurred to me that the other person was exceptionally talented. So the only option left was to back down. However, he was unwilling to give up this opportunity. All that could be seen was Xiao Ding looking at Zhang Menghan. Zhang Menghan, if you are willing to give up Long Qingyun, by joining the Yenzhong Martial Academy, I can gain another emperor-level cultivation resource. What do you think? But Zhang Menghan laughed happily. Teacher, you must be joking with me. I've already said that this matter requires me and Long Qingyun to join together, otherwise it's out of the question. Don't say that you only took out 11 portions of emperor-level cultivation resources. It means you will take out 11 more emperor-level cultivation resources. I won't agree to that either. Please return. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ding immediately shut up. It seems that cultivation resources cannot sway Zhang Menghan. What should we do? Are we really going to lose an awakened one with talent surpassing that of an emperor? This would be a loss for the Yinzhong Martial Academy. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ding spoke again. Zhang Menghan, don't you think about yourself? You should also think about all of humanity.
Imagine a world where plants and animals are transformed into demons, and monsters and ghosts roam freely.
Without great strength, how will you protect your family?
Although you want to use your talent to protect Long Qingyun now.
But have you ever thought about this? If it's for Long Qingyun, it has delayed your cultivation progress. When demons and monsters wreak havoc on humanity, without a decent level of cultivation, how are you going to protect classmate Long Qingyun? Do you really want him to sacrifice himself along with you? Besides, given the talent you've shown so far, after completing their studies, they can protect a region. But you haven't finished your studies, so don't talk about protecting a region. Even protecting a city is a problem. Have you considered the consequences?
At this point, Zhang Menghan froze.
Academic success protects a region. She really hadn't thought of that.
However, she wanted to use her cultivation to protect Long Qingyun, the Long family, and the entire mountain city from being harmed by demons and monsters.
If it really is because of her choice.
As a result, the person being protected was harmed.
What should she do?
Seeing Zhang Menghan in a daze, Long Ding knew that he had found the right direction for a breakthrough this time. Zhang Menghan wouldn't listen to any other grand principles. But Long Qingyun's fate was her Achilles heel. Therefore, he planned to use Long Qingyun as an example.
Only by breaking through this gap can we succeed.
Only then could Zhang Menghan seek refuge with the Yinzhong Martial Academy.
Zhang Menghan, please don't think I'm talking nonsense.
Yinzhong Martial Academy is the most powerful of the 5 advanced martial academies. Don't even mention Yanqi Martial Academy, even if you add up the other 4 martial academies together.
It's not necessarily possible for them to surpass the Yinzhong Martial Academy. Imagine you bringing Long Qingyun into the Yanqi Martial Academy. What kind of consequences will it bring you? Actually, feelings between men and women can be kept in the heart. Even if you're not in the same martial arts academy, you can still fall in love. Once you become powerful, won't you still be able to stay with your sweetheart forever? Is it necessary to ruin your life for a moment of loyalty? Once you become stronger, you can protect Long Qingyun. Isn't it better?
All of Long Ding's words were actually just a ploy to manipulate Zhang Menghan.
The two separated and entered different martial arts academies to study. Will we still be together then? It's like 2 high school students falling in love. One entered a regular junior college to study. One can study at a top-tier university in China.
A few years later, their social circles changed. His personality has changed. My preferences have changed. Their perspective has changed.
Do you think the 2 of them will get back together?
They will inevitably separate within 3 years.
This is Xiao Ding's conspiracy.
They may make grand promises, but in the end, only Zhang Menghan will benefit. Just as Long Ding finished speaking, he waited foolishly for Zhang Menghan's reply. Zhang Menghan was worried. Before this, it was always Long Qingyun who protected her. She also wanted to become stronger and have the ability to protect Long Qingyun.
Everyone wants to become stronger.
After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Menghan looked directly at Xiao Meiyu beside her.
Auntie, can you give me some advice? Upon hearing this, Xiao Meiyu smiled nonchalantly.
I'll stick to my old saying.
Do whatever you want, do what you love. Live life freely, why should you have to act according to other people's wishes? Drink today, for tomorrow we may die. Why think so much? As long as you're happy. Chapter 67 Futile Efforts. Little girl, shut up.
Xiao Ding was furious when he saw that his scheme had succeeded but been seen through by others. Xiao Meiyu, you are the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Shanqing police station.
Shouldn't you stand on the same side as me?
Only when humanity becomes strong can we have a place to live and work in peace and contentment.
If humanity becomes weak, demons and monsters will run rampant.
Let's see how you plan to protect the safety of this mountain town.
But
Xiao Meiyu, standing beside her, laughed happily.
Drink today, for tomorrow we may die. I'd like to ask, is there anything wrong with what I said? Long Qingyun is my nephew. Is it wrong for me to want him to have a good environment to grow up in? Zhang Menghan is my niece. I also hope that she can have a good environment to grow up in. Is that wrong?
I see things very clearly, it's just that you admissions officers are too unreasonable.
Academic success depends on the hearts of the people,
Instead of relying on the so-called martial academy.
as long as you are willing to work hard and learn.
If you have the resources you deserve, can't you still grow? Seeing that Xiao Ding was about to lose his temper, Xiao Meiyu shook her head.
Okay, if you really want to mind. Just pretend I didn't say anything. This not only gave Long Ding face. This also made Zhang Menghan understand Xiao Meiyu's thoughts.
Zhang Menghan ignored Xiao Ding.
He took Xiao Meiyu's arm and walked towards the Long family's house. This left Xiao Ding completely helpless once again. Zhang Menghan, I'll give you one more chance. If you are willing to join the Yinzhong Martial Academy, I am willing to apply to my superiors. Here are 15 Emperor-level cultivation resources for you.
You should think this through carefully. Just then, a private car drove towards the Long family's house.
It stopped right at the main gate. This is the return of Long Qingyun and his family of 3.
Long Qingyun and the other 2 got out of the car. I saw the admissions officer at the entrance.
He immediately understood everything.
Long Yangyuan and Yao Fingqi stopped talking. They felt that the admissions officers had gone too far. It has already affected their lives. The choice is the will of those whose talents have been awakened. Why should they listen to their teacher's orders?
Before I met the admissions teacher of Yindong Martial Arts Academy,
Long Yongyuan really wanted Zhang Menghan to choose Yinzhong Martial Academy. He has now given up on the idea.
Let young people make their own choices. He stopped interfering.
Moreover, judging from the current crisis that has befallen the Long family,
Long Qingyun is no longer a child. They have grown into adults.
They have their own ideas.
Moreover, he is incredibly experienced in doing things. Not worse than him at all.
Long Yangyuan ignored Xiao Ding, took Yao Fingqi's arm, and walked home in a very gentlemanly manner.
However, Xiao Ding was unwilling to give up this opportunity.
He spoke directly to Long Yangyuan.
Mr. Long, please wait. I believe you know why we've come this time.
I have already offered up 15 portions of Emperor-level cultivation resources as a bargaining chip.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Please, Mr. Long, do me a good job of persuading Zhang Menghan. Tell her not to act impulsively.
But Long Yangyuan smiled.
Hello, teacher. Young people should make the decisions about their own affairs.
I'm too old to concern myself with worldly affairs.
However, I wholeheartedly support the choices made by young people.
I, this old man, will be a support for the young people. However, I will never try to control the thinking of young people. I'm so sorry to have disappointed you. Damn it! That was a very subtle statement.
This left Xiao Ding speechless. The only thing he could manage was a smile that was even uglier than crying.
Mr. Long, you're right.
In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ding had no choice but to set his sights on Long Qingyun.
Long Qingyun, do you like Zhang Menghan?
But
Long Qingyun burst out laughing and said, I'm not going to tell you things that everyone on earth already knows. Long Qingyun, don't you know what kind of talent you have? You followed Zhang Menghan into the Yinchi Martial Academy. Not only that, it will also interfere with your studies. This will also interfere with Zhang Menghan's studies. Why are you doing this?
Long Ding hesitated for a moment, then said again. Advanced martial arts academies are places only for geniuses with special talents of the king level or above.
Do you think it would be good for you to go in now?
There are geniuses everywhere inside.
If someone with your talent goes in, isn't that just asking for trouble?
You should know that geniuses can kill without paying with their lives.
You won't act impulsively out of youthful vigor. Let's put our best years into it.
What I just did was to persuade you, and I did so with courtesy. But seeing that there were no results, they resorted to threats. This displeased Long Qingyun. If it were before the rebirth,
Long Qingyun was genuinely afraid.
However, after being reborn, he gained a cheat system.
Will he still be afraid?
In addition, he possesses the dragon-slaying saber, making him invincible.
In the same category, who are the competitors? Taking on challenges beyond one's level is no problem for me.
He has confidence in himself. Thinking of this, Long Qingyun chuckled.
Teacher, you don't need to worry about it. I may not be the brightest star right now, but I can swear
I will definitely make you, these admissions officers, look up to me in the future. If you can't do it, I'll cut off my head and use it as your chamber pot.
If you do that, what will you do next? Long Qingyun's meaning is very simple. You're threatening me? Then I'll take your bet. If you don't even have the guts to place a bet, then let me slink away in disgrace.
After Long Qingyun finished speaking, he stared directly at Xiao Ding. It left the other party completely bewildered.
After a long while, Xiao Ding was heard saying,
"Rotten wood cannot be carved, we'll see how it goes."
"TCH, idiot." Long Qingyun uttered this remark and then left. Idiot? This angered Xiao Ding. Long Qingyun, stop right there. Who are you insulting?
I'll yell at anyone who disrupts my family's life. I will curse anyone who tries to break me up with Zhang Menghan. I will scold anyone who is unreasonable and self-righteous. You should weigh the pros and cons carefully.
However, I will not name names or surnames. Take it easy and see if you fit the description. You.
Xiao Ding wanted to explode, but felt it was too petty. I chose to just bear it, but while the intention was good, my body wouldn't allow it. Only after seeing Xiao Ding's blood rush to his head did he utter a single word. He then spat out a mouthful of blood.
Sigh, I knew some people were idiots.
Seeing this, Long Qingyun said again.
If you're vomiting blood for no reason, you should go back and see a doctor, so that you don't run out of breath when the time comes. If you blame me again, I can't take the blame.
Chapter 68. The word idiot is very satisfying.
The family chatted and laughed as they entered the Long family hall.
However, Zhang Menghan glanced at Long Qingyun, who seemed completely unaffected.
Qingyun, what you did this time was a bit. Feeling a little better now?
I rarely swear, that's because my parents are strict with me. Long Qingyun interrupted Zhang Menghan before she could finish speaking.
But I really can't stand idiots like that.
Who knew that once it got out of hand, it would actually make me feel so relieved? Zhang Menghan originally wanted to say that Long Qingyun had gone too far. After all, the other party was an admissions teacher at Yanzhong Martial Academy. If you can avoid offending them, it's best not to provoke them.
But upon hearing the word relief, Zhang Menghan blurted out a few words. Idiot. Idiot. Ha ha ha.
Qingyun, you know what, it really felt good.
Saying a few words about being an idiot made me feel much better.
It seems there's a reason why those people like to swear.
Next, the family sat down to discuss what to do next. University studies are complete.
The rest of the time was spent at the Long family's residence,
waiting for the admission notice from the Martial Arts Academy in September. Then I'll go to the Martial Academy to cultivate.
This will also make good use of this time. It's a good way to strengthen the bond between family members.
The night is long.
Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan agreed to meet on the top floor of the villa to admire the moon. Zhang Menghan lay leisurely in the hammock. Looking at the beautiful moonlight, I felt great. Qingyun, university life is incredibly undisciplined.
It's just a simple matter of teaching us the knowledge in the textbook.
Tell me about our entry into the Yanxi Martial Academy this time.
Can you adapt to the intense training environment inside the Martial Academy?
Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun recalled his life in the Martial Academy in his previous life. The reason it is called the Martial Academy is because of its name. That's because the Martial Academy prioritizes martial arts.
It was truly the complete opposite of university life.
Besides practicing martial arts techniques, improving strength through meditation, and mastering stronger superpowers, they also need to constantly gain experience in the outside world.
The hardships involved are truly terrifying. However, when it comes to protecting one's homeland, it's not worth mentioning. No matter how difficult things may be ahead. As long as I'm by your side, you won't be lonely.
Hearing this, Zhang Menghan chuckled.
Yes, I feel relieved with you here. There's no need to think about such trivial matters.
Besides, things will straighten out when you get to the bridge, you'll get used to it. As they chatted, the conversation turned to matters of combat strength.
Qingyun, now that you've awakened, how much power do you possess? I feel like I have endless power within me.
Long Qingyun was taken aback, then stood up and closed his eyes.
He threw a punch forward. Boom!
Long Qingyun smacked his lips.
Not bad, although the strength is average. But it's still a perfect awakening. It should already have 2% awakening level. What? You've awakened 2%. How do I know what percentage of my own sister has awakened? Zhang Menghan asked from the side. I know that.
If you strike with all your might, I can see the level of awakening within it, Long Qingyun said with a grin.
Actually, he didn't know.
He just asked the system, and the system gave him the percentage.
Superpowered individuals can only know the approximate force.
There is no ability to perceive percentages. However, Zhang Menghan definitely believed Long Qingyun's words. All I saw was Zhang Menghan standing up.
Looking up at the sky, I saw a fire dragon soaring into the heavens. They launched an attack into the air. Boom!
The airwaves exploded, causing the surrounding area to rise even when there was no wind. System, Zhang Menghan has awakened several percent of her superpowers. Zhang Menghan is an awakened Brahma saint, but her awakening speed is slower than yours. She has only awakened 5,000ths of it so far. But her combat strength is more than 10 times yours.
A full force attack can reduce you to ashes. You have absolutely no ability to resist. What? Is the difference that big?
Having awakened 2% of his combat power, he is still not as strong as Zhang Menghan, who awakened 5,000ths of her combat power, which is 1/10 of her strength. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others.
However, Long Qingyun understood the reasoning behind it.
The greater the talent, the slower it grows.
Under the same percentage conditions,
combat power increased by thousands of times.
They are completely incomparable.
Just as Long Qingyun was pondering, Zhang Menghan said from the side.
Qingyun, can you tell what percentage of my awakening is? Long Qingyun smiled. Menghan, your talent is too great.
Developing percentages is extremely difficult. You've only just awakened, and that's only 5,000ths of the total.
What? Only 5,000ths of them have awakened?
This hasn't risen to the percentage yet, has it? Just as Zhang Menghan was feeling discouraged, Long Qingyun spoke up again. However, your combat strength is more than 10 times that of mine.
You could easily turn me to ashes with a single move. What? Is this true? Or is it fake? Zhang Menghan's mouth dropped open in disbelief.
I have a strong urge to try it out. Menghan, you mustn't test her.
Otherwise, I will die unjustly at your hands. Seeing Long Qingyun's sullen face,
Zhang Menghan smiled happily.
Ha ha ha. Look at you, I actually know what percentage of improvement I've made. I was just teasing you. I also know how powerful the attack is. What? You all know that? Why can't he feel it anymore? Host, all awakened beings at the Emperor level and above can sense this.
It's not surprising that Zhang Menghan can sense her own percentage and destructive power.
You're too weak right now. Once you become strong, you'll understand the difference.
This is also why those martial arts academy recruiters are trying to prevent you from going to the Yanqi Martial Arts Academy.
Because the difference between king-level talent and emperor-level talent is far too great. Not to mention comparing them to emperor-level or god-level talent awakeners.
That's a qualitative leap, not something that can be caught up with in terms of quantity.
Just then, the moon shone brightly.
However, a strange thing happened. All the moonlight shone directly onto Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun suddenly transformed into a machine that absorbs moonlight. Of course, only Long Qingyun could sense all of this.
Even Zhang Menghan, who was standing next to her, couldn't feel it.
Congratulations, host, you have received the blessing of the moon goddess.
Baptism in progress. Impurities in the body are constantly being eliminated. Baptism complete. The system now supports task functionality.
Task, within 3 days, go to a karaoke bar with Zhang Menghan, let loose, and confess your love.
Complete the mission to obtain the yin-yang dual cultivation technique. What? The yin-yang dual cultivation technique? Is it a practice that balances yin and yang, and can regulate yin and yang? It can also dispel internal heat? Awesome. But,
host, your comprehension skills are quite good.
However, your thinking has gone astray. The yin-yang dual cultivation technique is indeed a dual cultivation method that can harmonize yin and yang.
However, it cannot be used to vent anger, it can only be used to increase the cultivation levels of both individuals.
Chapter 69 Mission begins. Why does this reward sound so convoluted? Could you please explain it clearly again? How can I complete the task before I understand what the reward is? Besides, what if you complete the task only to find out the reward is worthless? Wouldn't that mean you've wasted your time?
The yin-yang dual cultivation technique, if two people are in close proximity, and one person practices this method, both of their cultivation levels can increase exponentially.
They cultivate using the magnetic field between their unique abilities. Are there any requirements for the two of them to cultivate? It has to be yin and yang? Do you want to get into a gay relationship? Get lost. What I meant was, are there any requirements for dual cultivation partners? For example, do you have a fixed partner for dual cultivation? The requirement for a dual cultivation partner is that they must be of one mind and heart. If the two are like fire and water, it certainly won't work. Furthermore, the two must have genuine feelings for each other. The deeper their feelings, the more compatible they will be, and the higher the chance of increasing their cultivation level. I see. The yin-yang dual cultivation technique also depends on the feelings between the two people. I understand, but now is the time when I need this secret. Didn't the admissions officer at the Martial Arts Academy not think highly of me?
Then I'll show them just how incredible I am.
It will absolutely blow their minds. Host, enough talk, do you accept the mission? Once the task is accepted, it must be completed. Unable to complete, unable to receive the next task. Failure to complete the mission will result in appropriate punishment. The punishment will be determined randomly. Faint. I originally thought it was a good thing. Who knew there would be punishment for failing to complete the task?
However, clear rewards and punishments are a good thing.
Without rewards and punishments, there is no motivation. Accept the mission. Mission accepted.
Please complete it within 3 days. After communicating with the system, this period of time, though complicated in theory, has come to an end.
But it only lasted for a moment. It's unclear whether it was because the moonlight was absorbed by Long Qingyun, or what.
The moon suddenly disappeared.
How can one appreciate the moon like this?
The two waited a while longer, but when they didn't see the moon rise, they went inside to rest. The next day, seeing that he had nothing to do, Long Qingyun invited Zhang Menghan to go to a karaoke bar. I thought the other party would refuse. The other party readily accepted.
The two went to the famous Yeba KTV in the mountain city. Yeba KTV was packed with people.
Not to mention the private rooms, even the main hall was packed with people.
However, Long Qingyun took out a gold card that represented the Long family's identity.
Finally, I managed to snag a spot in a private room. This is still the owner of Yeba KTV, who has a very good relationship with Long Yongyuan. Out of respect for Long Yongyuan, they gave Long Qingyun a private room. This time, Zhang Menghan specially wore a pretty princess dress. Under the lights of the karaoke bar, she looked like a fairy descending to earth.
Long Qingyun originally thought Zhang Menghan's singing ability was just average. Music classes are also offered at universities. We didn't see Zhang Menghan's unique side in music.
But when they arrived at the KTV room and Zhang Menghan started singing, Long Qingyun was stunned.
Because the other person's singing voice was just so beautiful. It was like the sound of heaven.
However, Long Qingyun's singing voice is also very good. The two sang until late at night before stopping. The two also drank some beverages and beer during the trip.
This was done intentionally by Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun had already considered confessing his feelings before.
However, the two were not a good match in terms of social status. He was afraid of putting psychological burden on Zhang Menghan. Therefore, he didn't confess his feelings for a long time. But now both of them have awakened their talents. They became those who awakened their innate talents.
The situation is completely different now.
Zhang Menghan now has the resources to back her up.
The two already possessed the conditions for being a good match. Right after Zhang Menghan finished singing Myth, Long Qingyun went straight up and started dancing with Zhang Menghan.
Then the two of them stared intently at each other. Their faces drew closer and closer together.
Finally, it stopped just outside the fist's reach. Menghan, you are so beautiful.
After saying that, Long Qingyun blushed. I thought Zhang Menghan would be frightened or would choose to run away. However, Zhang Menghan remained completely silent this time. Her face flushed slightly, and she stared intently at Long Qingyun, saying affectionately,
"Qingyun, you're handsome too."
After saying that, Zhang Menghan closed her eyes.
He pouted his lips, waiting for Long Qingyun's next attack.
Anyone who isn't an idiot can understand what Zhang Menghan means.
She gladly accepted Long Qingyun's love. Moreover, they have made preparations to welcome love.
Long Qingyun hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and went to meet them. Wave. A jolt of electricity swept through them, and the two of them felt as if they had been electrocuted. Then the two slowly separated. After spending so much time together, their love finally blossomed. They experienced the legendary skin-to-skin contact. The four eyes met, and a spark flew. They embraced each other and stayed together for a long time. After a while, the two found it a bit stuffy. They left Yeba KTV immediately. Yeba KTV and the Long family's residence are separated by a river. Suddenly, Zhang Menghan had a thought and wanted to walk along the river to the bridge. So the two of them held hands and walked back together. They left behind a lot of dog food along the way. My goodness, what a perfect match this young couple is. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. They are truly a perfect couple. Sigh, I wish I could have such a beautiful girlfriend. I would be willing to give up a few years of my life. Single life is so tough. How can I find my other half? I want to get out of being single. The scenery along the way was beautiful. But the two continued on their way. It has also become a scenic spot along the river. Just as the two were crossing the bridge and about to pass through a dark underpass, a woman's voice calling for help could be heard. Help! It's an assault! Help! It's an assault! Upon hearing the sound, the two quickly walked towards the entrance of the bridge. When the two approached, they saw 5 tattooed men surrounding a girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The little girl was terrified by the 5 people. He kept shouting for help. The thugs nearby, however, didn't seem to care. One of the fat men slowly approached the little girl. He grabbed the other person's chin with one hand, revealing a lewd grin. Little vixen, just give in to me. This place is remote to begin with, there's no way anyone will come to rescue you. Besides, these are turbulent times, even if someone passes by. Who would dare to meddle in other people's business? If you can make us brothers feel comfortable, I will spare your life. Otherwise, if we get angry, we'll throw you into the river to feed the fish, and you'll die a horrible death. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 70 Enemy Roadkiller. Big brother, big sister, help me. The little girl, who was in despair, spotted Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan and immediately cried out for help. Upon seeing this, the fat man immediately turned around and looked at the two of them, then revealed a wicked smile. Oh ho ho, Zhang Menghan, it's you? What a small world. I never expected to run into you here. You're not going anywhere this time. Kneel down and serve me well, be my slave and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll leave you two dead in the wilderness today. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan both recognized the fat man in front of them. This person is none other than Quang Biao, Zhang Menghan's godfather. Raging wind, it's you. You beast, I let you off the hook last time. You're causing trouble here again this time. Today, I will make sure you submit to the law. Long Qingyun stepped forward and blocked Zhang Menghan's path. However, this scene made Quang Biao laugh happily. Kid, I know you're a good fighter. But I have 5 people with me. I don't believe you can take on 5 people at once. Guards, get them. The man was thrown into the river to feed the fish. The woman stays. I'm going to have some fun. Don't say that I, as the eldest brother, haven't taken care of you. As long as I'm happy, you can be happy too. All that could be seen were 4 of Quang Biao's men, each holding a fruit knife. He rushed towards Long Qingyun. As expected, all 4 of them were knocked to the ground by Long Qingyun. There is none that can be avoided. Very good, very good. I never imagined your combat strength was so formidable. But today you've met me, and it's destined that your death is near. All we saw was Quang Biao pull a dark, menacing pistol from his waist. Boy, kneel down and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Long Qingyun didn't say much, staring straight at the dark muzzle of the gun. System, my current defenses. Can it withstand the lethality of a pistol? Right now, your defense is only enough to make you impervious to swords and spears. However, the gun mentioned is a cold weapon, not a firearm. Therefore, the chances of withstanding an attack by firearms are very slim. However, as long as no vital organs are attacked, there will be no danger to life. As long as you don't die, there's no problem. Within 5 meters, an average person can only fire 1 shot. Although they were now 8 meters apart, Long Qingyun was confident that the other party would not dare to fire easily.
Just take a few steps forward and get within 5 meters. After one shot, Quang Biao will undoubtedly die. After making up his mind, Long Qingyun walked forward. Seeing this scene terrified Quang Biao. Are there really people in this world who aren't afraid of death? Long Qingyun, if you take another step forward, I will really shoot.
The distance kept getting closer, 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters.
Long Qingyun smiled.
His guess was correct.
Quang Biao dared not fire. Long Qingyun walked forward again. Bang! The sound of a pistol rang out. It seems Quang Biao finally couldn't hold back any longer.
All that could be seen was a single bullet hurtling towards Long Qingyun. At that moment, Zhang Menghan shouted from behind.
Qingyun, run away quickly.
Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun smiled.
They charged straight ahead again.
He threw a punch with his left hand at the bullet. The person had already reached within 2 meters of the raging wind. All that could be heard was the sound of a bullet entering bone.
Crack! However, Long Qingyun only shook once. He took 2 more steps forward and slammed his fist into Quang Biao's chest. Click!
The sound of bones breaking rang out. Then, he saw Quang Biao spit out a mouthful of blood. Then came the sound of a pistol falling to the ground.
Quang Biao staggered back several meters, lay on the ground, and gasped for breath.
He stepped on the pistol, turning it into scrap metal. Then, all that was seen was Long Qingyun sitting down on the ground with a thud. Blood was streaming down his hands. The exposed white bones were quite frightening.
Upon seeing this, Quang Biao's men immediately tried to flee. At this moment, Zhang Menghan's face was deathly pale and her eyes were bloodshot.
All that could be seen was a fire phoenix flying out from the Brahma holy flame on Zhang Menghan's forehead.
It grew with the wind and became a huge creature.
Then he spat out 4 mouthfuls of flame. They attacked the 4 who were trying to escape. In an instant, the 4 of them turned to ashes. After that, all that could be seen was the fire phoenix flying towards the place where the raging storm was. The fire phoenix arrived above the raging storm. He opened his mouth and swallowed the raging body whole.
Then a fart came out.
From that moment on, Quang Biao ceased to exist in this world. Upon seeing this, the little girl next to her was so frightened that she fainted.
A monster.
The little girl actually mistook Zhang Menghan for a monster.
However, this is understandable. A fire phoenix flew out from inside a human body. Any normal person would be scared. After resolving everything, Zhang Menghan went to Long Qingyun's side. Qingyun, why are you so foolish? You have the opportunity to escape, so why don't you escape? Long Qingyun smiled. Because I am a man, I want to protect the woman I love. If I escape, won't the bullets hurt you?
You're so silly, Zhang Menghan said, tears welling up in her eyes.
Just then, Long Qingyun was overjoyed. Because the system became active again.
Congratulations, host. Zhang Menghan's favorability has soared to 1,500 points. The genius Zhang Menghan can upgrade your talent.
Do you wish to upgrade now? Yay!
The like value, which had been stagnant, has increased again.
Cool.
What seems like a misfortune may actually be a blessing in disguise.
This time we made a fortune. Upgrade.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully advanced to the royal level indestructible body.
What? An indestructible body?
In his previous life, Long Qingyun had never seen this type of physique.
The most powerful body cultivator I've ever seen is only a king-level golden Buddha. What other abilities does someone with an indestructible body possess? Just as Long Qingyun was pondering, the system spoke again. An indestructible body is far more powerful than the indestructibility of a golden Buddha.
Upon mastering the art, one can transform into a transformer, becoming truly invulnerable to blades and bullets. Aside from heavy weapons and missiles, ordinary weapons are simply no match for transformers. After transforming into a transformer, one can possess 4 different forms: a car, a robot, a flying machine, and a submarine, capable of anything from flying to diving.
What? That's awesome.
It seems that those who practice body training also have a powerful side.
It's not entirely without merit. Whatever you want, you get. Next, we will go to Yanqi Martial Academy to study. It requires exceptional talent. Now, Tianzi has advanced once again.
Although it cannot outshine all others.
However, it also allows one to protect oneself and avoid being bullied by anyone. If you add the combat power bonus from the Dragon Slayer sword, as long as they are not Emperor level awakeners, absolutely no match for him. Instantly transforms into high strength steel. Chapter 71 Instant Transformation. Why is there no sound? But. Host, what did I just say? Cultivating skills to the extreme can instantly transform you into a transformer. But you only possess 2% of the abilities of an awakened one. Do you intend to defy the heavens? Or do you want to be able to dominate everything? This?
Long Qingyun was embarrassed.
However, now that you've advanced, you can instantly transform a certain body part.
It can force out a bullet embedded in a fist.
You can do it like that? So, is it possible to instantly transform a special body part? Then we really will be able to have the ability to defeat everything in the world. Host, your idea is very novel.
However, your ability to instantly transform has a time limit. It lasts for less than a minute. Your idea is that a certain body part could instantly become invincible in 1 minute.
How useful is it? Can you give your woman enough pleasure? Oh. Time constraints became a weakness. But, upon reflection, if I cultivate to the extreme in the future, isn't that still the pinnacle of male dominance?
Excellent, your physical training ability has mutated.
Only then can one possess the ability to instantly transform into a transformer. Other body cultivators do not possess this ability. If cultivated to the highest level, one could truly become the pinnacle of male achievement.
Make the woman cry and scream until she begs for mercy.
Impressive. However, as domineering as it may be, Long Qingyun does not yet possess such abilities. Even if you have the ability, so what?
His relationship with Zhang Menghan.
We haven't reached the point of having sex yet. Isn't it a waste to have such a great superpower? Now, all we have to do is force them to fire. Leave the scene quickly. Although Quang Biao committed wrongdoing first. However, several people disappeared in succession.
If the police investigate, this is nothing short of a huge trouble. With this in mind, Long Qingyun directly controlled the power of his indestructible body. In an instant, it transforms a fist into a transformer's fist. There was a cracking sound. The bullet fell directly to the ground. However, the bullet fell to the ground.
It is no longer in the shape of a bullet.
It has turned into an irregular iron ball. Upon seeing this, Zhang Menghan was immediately stunned.
Qingyun, what exactly is going on? The bullet, it just detached on its own? Menghan, we are awakened superpowers.
You forgot that I awakened a body refining ability, Long Qingyun explained directly when he saw her suspicion.
Defense is a characteristic of those who have awakened their physical abilities. It's not surprising that they have the ability to force bullets.
It's like you can control fire attribute spirit attacks at will.
The two are based on the same principle.
Zhang Menghan thought about it and realized that it really made sense.
Just as the two were about to leave,
Long Qingyun spotted the little girl next to him who had fainted from fright at a glance.
They immediately stopped in their tracks. Qingyun, what are you doing? Are they trying to silence us? Zhang Menghan looked at Long Qingyun with a surprised expression. But. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun burst out laughing. Do I look like that kind of bad person?
I'm afraid the little girl will encounter bad people again if she stays here.
We want to wake the other person up and get them to leave with us.
Hearing this, Zhang Menghan smiled. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you again. Long Qingyun chuckled and walked directly towards the little girl. In his mind, he began to communicate with the system.
System, use mind control on the little girl. Erase everything that just happened. The mental manipulation has begun. The mental manipulation has been completely removed. Just then, the little girl suddenly woke up. He then looked around and said in a daze, "Where is this? How did I get here? Shouldn't I go back?"
After saying a few words, the little girl looked directly at Long Qingyun.
"Big brother, am I just passing by here? Let's go out together. It's pitch black here, it's kind of scary." Long Qingyun nodded, "Okay, let's go together. It's not safe for a young girl to walk alone at night. From now on, let's travel in groups or take a car." The little girl nodded. "I don't usually take this route.
My grandfather was sick today, so he stayed there for a while. That's why I missed the bus, and that's when I decided to walk. But this place is weirdly eerie. I'll take a taxi next time. The three left the underpass and parted ways on the main road.
Long Qingyun and his companion went straight home.
After a day of nurturing each other, their relationship improved considerably. The two said goodnight and went to their respective rooms to sleep.
However, Long Qingyun closed the door. But he couldn't wait to speak to the system and said, "System, mission complete, reward received?" Host, the rewards for completing the mission are all in the system storage locker. I see. No wonder the system didn't notify him. Long Qingyun directly explored the system's storage lockers. On the second shelf of the locker, there were several large characters written on it. The Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique. The Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique, now.
All that could be seen was an ancient, simple book in Long Qingyun's hands.
Opening the first page reveals the secret techniques for cultivating the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique. Next is the meridian circulation diagram for practicing the dual cultivation Yin-Yang technique. A book is only a few dozen pages long.
Long Qingyun read it for a while and memorized it all.
But here's the problem. Why does the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique only require one person to practice? That would allow both of them to increase their cultivation level? How exactly did they manage to do that? Could it be that they influence each other through the magnetic field between them? Just as Long Qingyun was about to store away the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique,
suddenly, I saw the last page, where a few lines of blurry text appeared. The dual cultivation Yin-Yang technique allows one to cultivate using energy fields. However, practicing together in the same room can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The prerequisite is that the two people can achieve a spiritual connection and complement each other's yin and yang.
I see. Having sex together will enhance the effect, as expected of the dual cultivation Yin-Yang technique. That's awesome.
Long Qingyun lay on the bed and directly used the incantation of the Yin-Yang dual cultivation technique and the meridian diagram of the palace to cultivate. In just one night, Long Qingyun was able to use the Yin-Yang dual cultivation technique with ease.
It seems to be after the inheritance system.
His abilities in every aspect have been honed to an extraordinary level.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. The next morning, Long Qingyun was still in bed when Zhang Menghan woke him up.
Xing Hongyu, the admissions teacher of Yanqi Martial Arts Academy, came early to discuss something with the two.
After washing up, Long Qingyun came to the hall.
Xing Hongyu had been waiting in the lobby for quite some time.
"Hello, Teacher Xing, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting."
Xing Hongyu glanced at Long Qingyun, her expression not looking good. In her heart, she also didn't want Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan to be together.
Long Qingyun is just a toad.
I want to eat Zhang Menghan, the swan meat.
That's just wishful thinking. However, she won't openly stop it, because of the precedent set by other admissions officers. She didn't want to follow in the footsteps of other teachers. I really don't want to offend Zhang Menghan. However, as long as the two enter the Yanqi Martial Mansion, someone will naturally step in and separate the two. A beautiful and graceful woman is the object of a gentleman's affections, especially for a prodigy like Zhang Menghan. There are countless geniuses to be pursued. You'll find out when the time comes. How different are the two of them? Chapter 72 Secret Training.
Long Qingyun, I came here specifically to tell Zhang Menghan.
Come with me tomorrow to the secret training ground. Do you want to come alone?
Xing Hongyu finally revealed the purpose of her visit.
What? Secret training? Long Qingyun finally remembered something. That was after passing the awakening test in my previous life. Those with talent awakened at the king level or above suddenly disappeared overnight.
It seems they received an invitation from the Martial Academy.
I went to participate in the secret training.
In his previous life, Long Qingyun had no chance to train in the secret training ground.
He wants to see it in his lifetime.
After intensive training,
how powerful will it become? Just as Long Qingyun was pondering, Xing Hongyu, standing nearby, spoke up. Long Qingyun, are you going or not?
If you're scared and don't want to go, just sign here.
Long Qingyun could clearly sense from Xing Hongyu's words that the other party did not value him at all.
That's why we invited him to participate. It was still because of Zhang Menghan's feelings. If Zhang Menghan weren't there, he doubted the other party would wait for him.
Long Qingyun walked up to Xing Hongyu.
I saw two pieces of paper placed there.
One is a contract signed by those willing to participate in the secret training. One of them is a contract signed by someone who was unwilling to participate in the secret training. Long Qingyun looked at the two sheets of paper. Zhang Menghan's name was not found.
At this moment, Long Qingyun understood something. This is why Xing Hongyu was waiting for him.
That's because Zhang Menghan hasn't signed a contract yet.
She was forced to do this because she had no other choice. After understanding everything, Long Qingyun turned to look at Zhang Menghan.
Menghan, you're in charge.
The husband follows the wife's lead, and Long Qingyun does this very well. All we could see was Zhang Menghan giving a smile.
I want to go, but I'm scared. Fear?
Zhang Menghan has lived in the mountain city for 20 years.
I have never left the mountain city. They weren't very clear about anything outside. It's perfectly normal to have this kind of thought. Long Qingyun understood the other party's thoughts.
He nodded directly and looked at Xing Hongyu.
Go. Why not go? I can go wherever others can go. Moreover, I am more special than others.
These words surprised Xing Hongyu.
Special? That's absolutely right.
A king-level talent awakener. They entered the Yanqi Martial Academy to study. It really is very special.
Another way was to get into the Yanqi Martial Mansion by living off a woman.
Long Qingyun was the first.
I just don't know who this first person to live off a woman is. How long can it last? How long can we hold on? Alright, since you're willing to participate in the secret training.
I signed this contract right when I participated in the intensive training.
Oh, right, I should remind you. The secret training base is extremely dangerous. You could die inside if you're not careful. You should think this through. But
Long Qingyun smiled happily. Death can be heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather.
Enter the secret realm, undergo training, and die. I have no regrets about dying. However, if someone tries to interfere,
then they must accept the punishment of justice. You will bear the consequences. Long Qingyun's words were very clear. I am not afraid of natural disasters.
If you die, you've died in vain.
If a certain person, or a certain martial arts academy, did this intentionally, then don't blame me for resorting to inhumane methods. After Long Qingyun finished speaking, he exuded an imposing aura. This actually made Xing Hongyu feel threatened.
This surprised the other party.
A newly awakened, lowly king-level awakener.
It's amazing that it could bring her this feeling. It really is incredibly strange. However, just as she wanted to experience it again. Long Qingyun's fierceness. It has already been absorbed into the body.
All I saw was Long Qingyun walking towards the table. They signed and sealed the contract agreeing to participate in the secret training. After doing all this, Xing Hongyu had a strange feeling.
Long Qingyun is no ordinary person. However, I can't quite explain why. Next, Zhang Menghan signed and sealed the document.
After everything was done, Xing Hongyu said to the two of them. 2 students, before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
We'll meet at the Mountain City Airport. No time limit, or you'll bear the consequences. After saying that, Xing Hongyu left immediately.
Seeing Xing Hongyu's expression, Zhang Menghan looked at Long Qingyun beside her.
Qingyun, please don't mind it. That's the kind of person Teacher Xing is.
Actually, she has a very good heart. While you were asleep just now, she asked a lot of questions about you. It's like the care and love an elder has for a younger generation. He did this to motivate you to work harder.
I will cultivate even more diligently. This will allow you to better integrate into the Yanqi Martial Academy.
After hearing this, Long Qingyun gave a wry smile.
Is that really how things are? Long Qingyun was quite confident. That's why they did that.
They just wanted to find a flaw in him. Tell him to leave Yanqi Martial Mansion as soon as possible.
Don't hinder Zhang Menghan's cultivation. Do not tarnish the reputation of Yanqi Martial Mansion.
However, Long Qingyun saw through it but didn't realize it, and said with a grin.
I know. After the two had breakfast, I plan to use this day to go hiking. Let it all out.
Then, we can enter the secret training area. At the summit of the mountain city, this is a place where plants and animals have become demonic.
It is also the best place in the mountain city with its spiritual energy.
Long Qingyun brought Zhang Menghan here.
An ordinary person definitely wouldn't be able to get in at this time,
because the police have assigned personnel to guard this area.
However, Long Qingyun was allowed to enter.
During this period, he helped the police station handle many cases related to the demonization of plants and animals. So the police gave him a green card. Besides, the two of them are already awakened beings.
Come here to relax, you might even encounter some demonized plants or animals. That's a good opportunity to solve it.
The two spent 2 hours climbing.
We finally arrived at the top of the mountain city.
Upon arriving here, Long Qingyun sensed that this place was extraordinary.
He had been here a few times before,
but at that time, he was not yet an awakened one.
They couldn't sense anything unusual about this place. Now, I have become an awakened one. Long Qingyun could clearly feel it.
The spiritual energy here is completely different from that of other places. I don't know if it's a qualitative leap or a quantitative leap.
The situation is exactly the same as when the system last enabled the task function. They all possess powerful lunar energy. Although Long Qingyun was unaware of the moon god's energy. Is it beneficial to his cultivation? However, is there one thing Long Qingyun is certain of? Energy that enables the system to improve. This is no ordinary energy. And it's very high-end.
Such energy can only benefit his body.
There will absolutely be no harm in it.
Otherwise, it would have been impossible for his system to be improved.
It grants superior task capabilities. Chapter 73: The Power of the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique.
The two sat atop the very peak of the mountain city.
I started sitting down and absorbing the spiritual energy.
Menghan, close your eyes and connect with the energy inside your body.
Let's see if we can increase our level of awareness through meditation.
Zhang Menghan nodded and closed her eyes.
Following Long Qingyun's method, the experiment began. The results show that this method is feasible. However, the improvement in awakened abilities is very limited.
Qingyun, the method is acceptable, but the speed is limited.
Long Qingyun nodded, having made up his mind. I just obtained the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique. Isn't this perfect for testing the waters? Menghan, can you truly connect with me on a spiritual level? Those who are gifted and awakened possess their own innate abilities. For the awakened, spiritual connection is nothing special. Therefore, Long Qingyun asked this question.
Zhang Menghan hesitated for a moment, then said,
"Have no idea. But I can give it a try. With my current abilities. It's definitely not possible to do it on purpose. But spiritual connection can be achieved through shared feelings and understanding.
It's hard to say, it's about connecting with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. We can communicate and connect on a deeper level." The two remained silent and sat down on a large rock. Open the connection with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and use it for your own benefit.
Long Qingyun, however, was standing to the side, activating the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique. First failure. Second failure. Ninth failure.
On the 10th attempt, Long Qingyun believed it would fail again.
To Long Qingyun's great surprise, the startup was successful. This made Long Qingyun extremely happy. They could cultivate directly through techniques.
The Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique truly lives up to its reputation as a super cultivation method rewarded by the system.
That's really awesome. An hour later, the level of awakening of their talents was determined.
However, there has been a significant improvement.
Normally, this would take more than a day or two. Even a week or two wouldn't be enough. However, with the assistance of the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique, it only took an hour. This is truly defying the heavens. Both of them sensed something was wrong.
They practiced for another hour before stopping.
Long Qingyun stood up and faced a large tree next to him. He threw a punch.
All I could see was this big tree, constantly shaking. Then the aura around his entire body disappeared.
It slowly lost its vitality.
It changed from green to yellow.
It is evident how powerful this punch was. Long Qingyun smacked his lips as he witnessed this.
Not bad, 2 hours of training time. It actually increased my talent awakening level by at least 1,000%. It seems there's hope for becoming stronger. Zhang Menghan also closed her eyes and began to communicate with the Brahma flame. All that could be seen was a fire dragon flying out from the Brahma mark on the forehead.
This fire dragon is noticeably larger than before.
The color has also become much darker.
Wow, it really works.
It seems that we can use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate ourselves in the future.
I just don't know what will happen after entering the martial academy. What kind of cultivation methods will they teach us? What kind of cultivation resources will be provided?
The two continued to explore for a while before preparing to leave the mountaintop. However, at this very moment, at the top of the mountain city, the earth shook violently.
Long Qingyun is experienced in the transformation of animals and plants into demons. I immediately knew that an animal was about to become a demon.
The two quickly headed towards the site of the tremor.
Just as the two arrived at the site of the earthquake, I saw a man and a beast fighting. Long Qingyun recognized this human.
It was his sworn sister, Xiao Chang. But the beast turned out to be a fox.
Moreover, this fox is a mutated nine-tailed fox.
If they were near water, Xiao Chang's ice elemental superpowers would definitely have the advantage.
However, she was at a disadvantage in the mountains.
At the beginning of the battle, they were evenly matched. However, over time, he was actually suppressed by the nine-tailed fox. This illustrates that timing, location, and human factors have a significant impact on the battles of healing for awakened individuals.
Sister Ching, do you need any help?
Due to poor combat experience,
Xiao Chang was completely unaware of Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan's arrival.
But after hearing Long Qingyun's words,
I was startled.
Looking up at Long Qingyun and the other person, he immediately smiled.
Brother Qingyun, what brings you here? Wait a moment. I can still handle it.
You too can come and help when you can't handle it anymore. As fellow awakened ones, Xiao Qing was able to sense the awakened aura emanating from both Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan. It has to be said that it's an ice attribute superpower. It's much stronger than earth attribute superpowers.
However, it's understandable.
After all, it's an ice attribute superpower. It is a mutated ability of water attribute superpowers. It is definitely stronger than earth attribute superpowers of the same level. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan readily accepted Xiao Qing's suggestion.
He sat down not far away, watching the battle between Xiao Qing and the nine-tailed fox. It must be said that the nine-tailed fox is incredibly powerful. They became even more courageous as they fought. Before long, he had surpassed Xiao Qing. This rendered Xiao Qing's offensive capabilities completely restricted.
Just as Long Qingyun was about to stand up and help Xiao Chang,
the system spoke.
Congratulations, host.
For your courage and loyalty in forming a sworn brotherhood, you have demonstrated exceptional bravery and integrity.
Therefore, your beast taming talent has been upgraded.
What? The thought of helping arose in my mind. Did he acquire the talent for beast taming? Damn it! Awesome! System, what are the benefits of the beast taming talent?
The biggest advantage of unlocking the beast taming talent is that you no longer have to worry about your spirit beasts being disobedient. Furthermore, it comes with related skill training, which can greatly reduce the energy consumed by the pet when using pet skills.
This is not only very helpful in combat. Moreover, it can keep a pet's loyalty at a certain level at all times. This is a talent that all the strong would envy.
Imagine two players of the same level with similar combat power. You could have a pet to fight with.
He's just a person. Think about what the outcome will be. Are there any requirements for the animals used in animal taming? Host, you've hit the nail on the head this time. Beast taming techniques can only tame spirit beasts. Neither demonic beasts nor ferocious beasts are eligible for taming. What? Hearing this, Long Qingyun was completely dumbfounded. How are mammals classified? Common beasts are categorized into ferocious beasts, demonic beasts, and spiritual beasts. Those whose cultivation surpasses the divine level will transform into divine beasts. If your cultivation reaches the god level, then you can also tame divine beasts. I understand. What abilities does the beast taming talent possess?
Can communicate with tamed spirit beasts, understand beast language, and be self-taught in beast language. You can also command tamed spirit beasts to fight and do whatever you want. If you don't let it die, it doesn't even have the right to die. Unless he is killed by an even more powerful being.
I see. Long Qingyun wants to establish his own power after his rebirth. However, the relationships among awakened humans are extremely complex.
If he could control a group of spirit beasts and command them at his beck and call.
Isn't that more useful than building a large power?
Long Qingyun vaguely remembered that some powerful people had mounts and could control them to fight against monsters.
They can only gain control after signing a brotherhood pact.
Compared to Long Qingyun's talent for taming beasts, its worlds apart, one is in the heavens, the other on the ground. Chapter 74, Subduing the Nine-Tailed Fox.
Legend has it that the nine-tailed fox possesses 9 different abilities. Each tail represents a different ability.
I have no idea what this nine-tailed fox in front of me is like.
They finally awakened those abilities.
The nine-tailed fox gains fiery red fur as soon as it awakens.
Based on this, Long Qingyun estimated that this nine-tailed fox possessed fire attribute abilities.
Although the nine-tailed fox's fire attribute abilities are average. However, he could have a nine-tailed fox spirit beast with 9 abilities as his pet.
That's unprecedented and unparalleled.
Thinking about this, Long Qingyun began to feel tempted. He walked straight toward the nine-tailed fox.
At first, the nine-tailed fox was wary of Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan. After Long Qingyun acquired the talent for taming beasts,
the nine-tailed fox actually became wary and showed signs of fear.
It seems that spirit beasts are all sentient beings. I know Long Qingyun is not easy to deal with. Flash.
Upon seeing the nine-tailed fox, he turned and ran. However, Long Qingyun had already seen the nine-tailed fox's actions. Long Qingyun spoke directly to the system.
System, use the beast taming talent on the nine-tailed fox.
Host, you cannot use your beast taming talent on the nine-tailed fox at this time. Using the beast taming talent requires meeting one of 3 conditions. First, the spirit beast was beaten into submission by you and voluntarily gave up all resistance. You can communicate with spirit beasts and take them as pets. These kinds of pet beasts are the most obedient. They would go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Second, engage in direct combat with the spirit beast within 3 meters of it. You can forcibly use the beast taming talent to make spirit beasts your pets. Their loyalty is low, but they can be used as a last resort.
Third, the severely injured spirit beast is completely unprepared.
You can use the beast taming talent within a 100-meter radius.
Use a spirit beast as your pet only when absolutely necessary.
You don't meet any of the 3 conditions, so you're not qualified to subdue the nine-tailed fox.
I see.
So now that it's a 3-on-1 situation, why not use the first method to subdue the nine-tailed fox? It might be a good opportunity to completely subdue the nine-tailed fox and surprise him.
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun immediately gave the order.
Sister Qing, the nine-tailed fox is trying to escape.
You must keep it under control. Menghan, you watch from the sidelines. Be ready to act at any time.
We must keep the nine-tailed fox here, we can't let it escape.
Right, we can't push them too far. At the very least, one of them must survive.
I'm keeping the nine-tailed fox, it will be of great use to me.
After Long Qingyun finished making the arrangements, the nine-tailed fox seemed to understand everything. After a direct, all-out attack,
they fled to one side.
However, Xiaochang wasn't stupid and immediately launched a desperate attack.
They tried every possible method to restrain the nine-tailed fox. Just then, Long Qingyun chased after the nine-tailed fox in the direction it had fled. They joined the battle directly. In terms of attack power, Long Qingyun, who has refined his body, is not necessarily that strong.
However, its defensive capabilities are incredibly abnormal.
Long Qingyun looked at Xiaochang again and gave instructions. Sister Qing, you're in charge of ranged attacks.
I'm in charge of physical defense.
Let's use our respective strengths to wear down this nine-tailed fox. Hearing this, Xiaochang smiled happily.
Okay. Xiaochang felt incredibly frustrated during the battle just now.
Now she's going to get her revenge. One-on-one duel with Xiaochang, a king-level awakened one. No match for the nine-tailed fox.
Long Qingyun, an awakened one of the royal rank. At most, they can rely on defense to resist and remain in an invincible position.
But the two joined forces. This completely stunned the nine-tailed fox. It was unable to utilize its own strengths.
Xiaoqing completely dominated them. Even if a powerful attack is unleashed, only Long Qingyun could defend against it. This is so frustrating. Escape? 1 against 2, there's no way to escape. Besides, the newly transformed nine-tailed fox has limited abilities.
There are no powerful moves or ways to escape. So far, the nine-tailed fox has 9 tails.
Only one is fiery red and possesses offensive capabilities. The other 8 tails. They were still in a state of confusion. They don't have much combat power. Wa'ada.
With no other options, the nine-tailed fox began to call out to its companions.
We are currently in the early stages of a spiritual energy revival. There are no demonized foxes near the mountain city. Where can I find companions to help me? In desperation, the nine-tailed fox used a trick called golden cicada shedding its shell.
All that was seen was that after the nine-tailed fox unleashed its full power, it simply lay down on the ground and pretended to be dead. This surprised Long Qingyun.
No way, he's dead just like that? Long Qingyun refused to believe it and approached the nine-tailed fox directly.
But at that moment, the nine-tailed fox's belly began to grow larger and larger.
Puff!
A plume of red smoke billowed out from behind the nine-tailed fox.
This is bad. We've been tricked. Long Qingyun immediately tried to dodge.
But just then, the nine-tailed fox leaped up. They fled in the opposite direction. Xiao Chang wanted to launch an attack.
But there wasn't enough time, it was too late.
Just when the nine-tailed fox thought her wicked scheme had succeeded, a fire dragon descended from the sky. They blocked his way.
Damn it!
Upon seeing the fire dragon, the nine-tailed fox immediately cowered.
Both possess fire attribute abilities.
It was no match for the fire dragon.
Escape!
The nine-tailed fox leaped and fled in another direction. However, just as the nine-tailed fox was about to escape again, a fiery phoenix blocked its path.
Damn it! The nine-tailed fox was so angry she almost vomited blood. It seems it didn't consult the almanac before transforming into a demon this time. We've actually run into such a formidable opponent. With no other option, the nine-tailed fox turned around and fled once again. But just then,
a three-legged golden crow blocked its path once again.
Boom! The three-legged golden crow is quite unusual.
He spat out a mouthful of flames, which collided head-on with the nine-tailed fox.
Startled, the nine-tailed fox fled again towards an open space.
But just then, a fire-breathing qilin bared its fangs and claws, blocking the way for the nine-tailed fox. Facing 4 powerful fire spirit beasts, the nine-tailed fox chose to lie prostrate on the ground. They dared not move an inch.
Wa'ada!
The nine-tailed fox was calling out just now because it was calling for its companions. It wanted its companion to save its life. The nine-tailed fox's cry this time was a sign of submission.
The meaning behind it is something that most people wouldn't understand.
However, Long Qingyun heard it all clearly. Brother Fire Dragon, Brother Fire Phoenix, Brother Three-Legged Golden Crow, Brother Fire Qilin, spare my life. The younger one is a royal-level awakened being from the nine-tailed fox clan. If you 4 brothers can spare my life, I am willing to admit defeat. How about becoming the 4 big brothers' loyal little brother and staying by their side year after year?
Terrified, the nine-tailed fox desperately sought any treatment.
It actually started begging for mercy from the fire spirit beast.
Isn't this a huge joke? The fire spirit beast only obeys Zhang Menghan's orders. They have absolutely no autonomy.
They couldn't possibly understand the nine-tailed fox's words.
However, just as the nine-tailed fox was awaiting the judgment of the 4 fire spirit beasts,
Long Qingyun actually began communicating with the nine-tailed fox in animal language.
Little Jojo, are you scared now? Chapter 75 Beast Pets. Yes, humans. How do you understand what I'm saying?
The nine-tailed fox was extremely surprised. He looked up at Long Qingyun with suspicion.
I am the chosen one, so it's not surprising that I can understand your words. Seeing the nine-tailed fox's confusion, Long Qingyun simply lied. If you want to live, release your divine sense. Become my pet. Otherwise, you will only be destined to become food for the 4 fire spirit beasts. You have 3 breaths to choose carefully. Breathe. I submit.
The nine-tailed fox was frightened by Long Qingyun's words.
A human who can control 4 fire spirit beasts. Killing it would be a matter of an instant, wouldn't it? However, what it doesn't know is, this time, Long Qingyun was merely a fox borrowing the tiger's power. It does not have the ability to kill the nine-tailed fox. I saw a nine-tailed fox with its 9 tails pointing vertically towards the ground. His head was prostrate on the ground. All Long Qingyun knew was that the nine-tailed fox had truly surrendered this time. If not now, when? System, use the beast taming talent on the nine-tailed fox. Beast taming talent activated. With a talent for taming beasts, I successfully tamed a nine-tailed fox. Boom! With a jolt, a miniature version of the nine-tailed fox appeared in Long Qingyun's mind. It's only the size of a single cell. However, Long Qingyun could sense the other party's presence. It can control the other party and make them do anything. It seems that the talent for taming beasts is truly powerful. They are not afraid at all of the nine-tailed fox disobeying them or launching a counterattack. Because of Long Qingyun's idea, both can easily kill the other. Little Jiao, come here. Only the nine-tailed fox was seen, then everything returned to normal. They came to Long Qingyun's feet and began to circle around him, like an obedient kitten. Seeing this, Long Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. Menghan, you can take back the fire spirit beast now. The nine-tailed fox has now become my pet. What? These words surprised the two women. Xiao Qing was the first to speak. Qingyun, what is a pet beast? Could it be that the nine-tailed fox has become your pet? Animal pets is difficult to understand, while pets is much more common. Yes, that is my pet. Long Qingyun nodded. When necessary, it can also become my mount. The nine-tailed fox has 9 tails. If all abilities were awakened, one would be able to go anywhere, from the heavens to the earth, and be omnipotent. As a mount, it would be perfect. But Xiao Qing was stunned again upon hearing this. Qingyun, it's only the size of a 9-tailed fox. How could it be used as a mount? Is he able to carry you? Zhang Menghan couldn't hold back any longer and said from the side. It is, a little 9-tailed fox. How could anyone possibly carry someone weighing over 100 pounds? Seeing that the two didn't believe him, Long Qingyun directly addressed the 9-tailed fox. Little 9-9, shrink to the size of a donkey. All that could be seen was a 9-tailed fox, which instantly grew larger in the wind. It's about the size of a kitten. It transformed into a 9-tailed fox the size of a donkey. This left the two women completely dumbfounded. Xiao Qing was the first to climb onto the back of the 9-tailed fox. The two had a previous disagreement. The 9-tailed fox suddenly threw a tantrum, refusing to let Xiao Qing ride on its back. Little Jiao, be good. This person is my sister Cheng. From now on, seeing her is like seeing me. You must not resist in any way, or you will not be spared. Upon hearing this, the 9-tailed fox immediately became obedient. Xiao Cheng quickly climbed onto the 9-tailed fox's back and said with a grin. Overbearing. Qingyun, when are you going to tame a 9-tailed fox for me too? I want a pet like that too. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun directly addressed the system. System, can I give away my pet? Can. Then let's give this 9-tailed fox to Xiao Cheng. Host, a 9-tailed fox won't do. Why? Didn't you say that pets could be given away? Other pet beasts are actually quite good, but the 9-tailed fox is not. Because the 9-tailed fox you subdued is a mutated 9-tailed fox. It has already merged with your soul and can grow alongside you. It will not leave you unless you die. Moreover, it was originally just a royal level awakened spirit beast. It has now become an awakened spirit beast with no level restrictions. With sufficient resources, one can break through to the emperor level, god level, and even the legendary saint level. Would you really give away such a pet? Besides, by sending the 9-tailed fox away, you harmed it, and indirectly harmed Xiao Cheng as well. Xiao Cheng simply doesn't have the power to suppress the 9-tailed fox. Having understood everything, Long Qingyun looked directly at Xiao Cheng. Sister Cheng, I originally wanted to give you this 9-tailed fox. However, this 9-tailed fox has already chosen a master. One cannot acknowledge another person as master. If there's a chance in the future, I can tame a spirit beast that you like. What do you think? Hearing this, Xiao Cheng nodded. Okay, I won't steal what others love. I just want to have a mount. As long as they look well behaved, their level shouldn't be too low. I can accept either of them. It would be best to find a spirit rabbit. That would be even more perfect. Okay, it's a deal then. I'll get you a rabbit to ride when I have the chance. It slowly got dark. The three of them went their separate ways. The talent that Xiao Qing tested this time is a king-level ice attribute superpower. Because the Mountain City was under the jurisdiction of the Mountain City Martial Bureau.
Therefore, Xiao Qing joined the Mountain City Martial Academy this time.
Tomorrow she will also enter the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy for secret training.
Today she came to the top of the mountain city to enjoy the scenery.
Who knew she was looking at the scenery?
A nine-tailed fox appeared. That's why a series of battles occurred.
Back at the Long family home,
Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan had been preparing for a long time. Only then did they prepare the necessary items for their journey to the secret land. Looking at the huge pile of bags and packages, Long Qingyun immediately hatched a wicked plan.
I put these items into the system's storage cabinet. The excuse was that Long Qingyun had awakened.
I discovered that I have a built-in space. Although the space is not large, it is more than enough to store daily necessities. After tidying everything up, Long Qingyun, with the nine-tailed fox in tow, entered the room to prepare for sleep. When Long Qingyun saw the nine-tailed fox following him,
he was dumbfounded. How should this little guy be stored?
The system's lockers can only store inanimate objects. It's not suitable for storing living creatures.
They insisted on putting the nine-tailed fox in there. It seems like it's going to shut down completely. System, how should I store the nine-tailed fox? It's so big, it's impossible to carry it around with you. That's too unconventional. Host, haven't you noticed that the golden star on your forehead is actually a separate space?
The soul of the nine-tailed fox is sealed inside.
Why don't you just teleport it in directly? Chapter 76. The Venus on the forehead is an independent space. What? The Venus on the forehead is actually a separate space?
This refers to the Brahma holy mark on Zhang Menghan's forehead.
Could it be a more powerful, independent space? Host, you're not stupid this time, you finally guessed right.
If there wasn't a separate space, how could so many fire spirit beasts be helping Zhang Menghan?
This is all thanks to the sacred mark of Brahma.
Because the interior is spacious, it's possible to raise some fire spirit beasts that are suitable for survival. Having understood everything, Long Qingyun directly utilized the Venus on his forehead. They put the nine-tailed fox away.
The surface area inside Venus is actually quite large. It can be described as boundless. Long Qingyun's strength is limited. The actual area within it cannot be detected at all. Nothing more was said that night. The next day, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan went to the airport.
At that moment, Xing Hongyu was waiting at the airport. It has to be said that there are really not many people with royal-level talent. This time, Xing Hongyu was accompanied by two boys, one of whom Long Qingyun did not recognize. One of them is the incredibly flamboyant and aloof Emperor Leng Jun, whose talent as a general is so great that even Long Qingyun, who has such talent, can remember him for a lifetime.
Leng Jun, a royal-level talent awakener. Moreover, he is an awakener of the metal element, one of the 5 elements. Before each battle, a layer of golden aura would appear on its body. It gives people an incredibly domineering feeling. This kid is arrogant and overbearing. But he's a decent person. It is very friendly to humans. For the demon race, that was their nightmare. He's a worthy follower to recruit. The 5 people boarded a private plane and headed to Yanxi Martial Mansion. On the way, the incredibly flamboyant Long Jun, after seeing Zhang Menghan's beauty, unable to contain his excitement, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. He really wouldn't dare to let Leng Jun face Zhang Menghan directly. To outsiders, Zhang Menghan gives the impression of being a complete ice queen. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to get close. Leng Jun had no choice but to turn his attention to Long Qingyun. Hello, I am Long Jun, a king-level awakener of the Golden Power. Brother, what's your name? Long Qingyun glared at Leng Jun, but did not intend to answer. But then Xing Hongyu spoke up. Oh right, I forgot to introduce you. Then, pointing to Long Qingyun, he said. This is Long Qingyun, a king-level awakener. Then he turned and pointed to Zhang Menghan next to him. This is Zhang Menghan, an awakened being at the emperor level or above. What? Leng Jun was stunned, then looked at Long Qingyun and the other person as if he had seen a ghost. My god, I heard that our Yanxi Martial Academy has recruited 2 oddballs this time. One is named Zhang Menghan, and the other is named Long Qingyun. Who knew it would be the 2 of you? I'm really lucky to have met you on the plane. Leng Jun directly ignored Long Qingyun and said to Zhang Menghan. Senior sister Zhang, from now on we are of the same lineage.
Please take good care of me.
Everything Lang Jun did was out of utter contempt for Long Qingyun.
Zhang Menghan didn't give the other party a friendly look either.
Long Qingyun is my boyfriend.
Zhang Menghan suddenly said this.
Did this leave Lang Jun dumbfounded? What does this mean? Lang Jun realized what was happening, shook his head, and sighed.
Sigh, all the good cabbages have been eaten by pigs.
Lang Jun's meaning is quite clear. Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun are completely unsuitable.
The two are far too different in terms of talent. But these words made Zhang Menghan's eyes sharpen.
Long Qingyun is my boyfriend. If you look down on him, you look down on me.
I have the right to refuse to associate with you. After saying that, Zhang Menghan leaned back in her airplane seat.
Close your eyes and rest. This made Lang Jun extremely embarrassed. Since becoming a royal level awakener, I have never been insulted like this before.
I want to save face for myself.
However, after considering Zhang Menghan's level of talent, Lang Jun immediately backed down.
Just because he can't deal with Zhang Menghan doesn't mean he can't deal with Long Qingyun. Therefore, Lang Jun set his sights on Long Qingyun.
Long Qingyun, you have the talent of a king. In the Yanqi Martial Academy, you are at the bottom. I wonder what your superpower is. Normally, Long Qingyun would definitely not pay any attention to it.
However, the other party is a royal-level talent awakener. All he needs to do is build a good relationship with the other party.
Then one can gain benefits from it.
To put it another way, the other party is his god of wealth.
How could I possibly ruin the relationship between the two of them?
I am a king-level body refinement awakener.
What?
Physical training superpowers are one of the most common abilities.
No wonder there are rumors that Long Qingyun is a gigolo. In hindsight, the rumor was true.
Ha, such a trash ability. Without Zhang Menghan, you probably wouldn't even be qualified to enter the Yanqi Martial Academy.
Oh, poor child. The absolute worst of the worst. Were we underestimated? This is not a good thing. We must find a way to save face.
From everything that just happened, it's clear that the other person has a very fiery temper.
We need to teach them a lesson. However, one cannot provoke others. Otherwise, the teacher will have something to say about it. The only thing we can do now is to use reverse psychology.
Lang Jun delivered himself to their doorstep.
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun said nonchalantly. TCH, so what if it's trash? Zhang Menghan is my girlfriend. This is an undeniable fact. What else can you do besides feel jealousy, envy, and hatred? Oh wow! Upon hearing this, Lang Jun was seen gritting his teeth in anger. Long Qingyun, I'm going to kill you. I want you to know how big the difference is between the two of us. I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? What? This is exactly the result Long Qingyun wanted.
All that could be seen was Long Qingyun, who revealed a smile.
Afraid of you? I accept the challenge.
I hope you won't be begging for mercy on your knees when the time comes.
Lang Jun went berserk and stood up, ready to attack.
This is on an airplane. If they were to fight directly, all of them would likely be in trouble. Seeing Xing Hongyu standing to the side, she finally couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up.
That's enough.
There will be plenty of opportunities to take on challenges once we get to the Yanqi Martial Academy.
Why cause trouble on the plane? Do you have a death wish? After hearing this, Lang Jun nodded directly.
He accepted Xing Hongyu's request and sat back down in his seat. However, he didn't forget to glare fiercely at Long Qingyun.
Kid, you've successfully angered me.
You just wait.
I'll show you that there's no good end to offending me. Seeing Lang Jun's expression, Long Qingyun was overjoyed. However, considering this challenge, we can't be without any leverage. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Besides, the other party is a royal level awakened one. If you can take me as your subordinate, isn't that a joyous occasion?
Lang Jun, a challenge without a wager is just playing dirty.
How about this, if one of us loses? How about we acknowledge the victor as our leader? Chapter 77 The Cold-Hearted Emperor Lang Jun. Hearing this, Lang Jun smiled happily. Okay, you said it yourself. However, I have one more thing to add. If you lose,
leave Zhang Menghan and don't stay by her side.
You are not good enough for her.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke.
Lang Jun, that's enough.
My matter, Zhang Menghan.
It's not up to an outsider to point fingers. If you continue to act unreasonably, prepare to receive my wrath. Zhang Menghan gave a sharp look. This startled Lang Jun. As expected of someone with awakened talent at the emperor level or above. A single glance from him could make him tremble with fear. Just as Lang Jun shut up,
Long Qingyun grabbed Zhang Menghan's hand and looked at her with a grin.
Menghan, we're almost at Yanqi Martial Academy. There are countless small things like this. Let me handle this myself.
Otherwise, those Tom, Dick, and Harry will be in trouble.
They will all surround you. It looks quite annoying. This? Could it be that Long Qingyun is confident of defeating Ling Jun? Zhang Menghan looked doubtful.
At this moment, Long Qingyun spoke again.
Menghan, trust me, I won't hold you back.
Zhang Menghan nodded.
Yes. I believe you.
Long Qingyun smiled and nodded, then looked directly at Lang Jun.
Okay, I agree to your request. If you lose, you'll have to acknowledge Zhang Menghan as your sister-in-law. Those who harbor disloyal thoughts will be punished by heaven and earth.
Long Qingyun has his own ideas this time.
Lang Jun is very handsome.
His natural talent is also quite high. Within the entire Yanqi Martial Academy, their combat strength ranks among the top 20. If looks are second, absolutely no one would dare to claim first place.
Such an existence poses a potential threat.
It's better to discourage him from having this thought from the start than to let him keep thinking about it.
This will make it even more likely for the other party to give up on the idea.
As the saying goes, it's not the thief you should fear, but the one who has his eye on you.
Long Qingyun wanted Lang Jun to know. Zhang Menghan is his woman. No one else has the right to spy.
After speaking, Long Qingyun stared straight at Lang Jun. All that was seen was Lang Jun nodding.
All right, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond.
If anyone goes back on their word or harbors disloyal thoughts, they will be punished by heaven and earth. Before even entering the Yanqi Martial Academy, a formidable enemy had already been established.
This is extremely unfavorable for Long Qingyun's situation. Zhang Menghan thinks so. Xing Hanyu also thought so.
Long Qingyun himself, however, didn't care at all.
Because of everything that happened this time. Everything was under his control. He was confident he could defeat Ling Jun. And it was the kind of instant kill. However, he doesn't plan to do that this time. He wanted to thoroughly humiliate the other party.
You need to plant a psychological shadow in the other person's heart. To make the other party completely convinced of his worth. He was willing to become his loyal follower. The Yanqi Martial Palace was built on the highest mountain in Yanqi County, western region of the Great Yan Empire.
This place is full of spiritual energy and sparsely populated.
For others, this place is too deserted.
For those with awakened talents, this is paradise. Yanqi Martial Academy looks much like a regular university. However, it occupies a very large area. The building is very grand. It gives people a powerful aura. It makes people feel different from others. The 5 of them landed at the Yanqi County Airport.
A special car from the Yanqi Martial Mansion would come to pick them up.
This is a mountain bike made by a master craftsman in the Yanqi Martial Arts Academy.
Walking on the bumpy mountain road felt like walking on flat ground. They soon arrived at the main gate of Yanqi Martial Academy.
Just as everyone got off the bus, the system has issued a task. Task generated: take Zhang Menghan to the Yanqi Martial Academy to spread their love. The more they show off and the more they get slapped in the face, the more rewards they will receive. What? Showing off? A slap in the face? To incite hatred and create formidable enemies? Isn't this just courting death?
Looking at it from another angle, consider his relationship with Zhang Menghan.
Sooner or later, everyone will find out.
Making a domineering entrance now can also eliminate some unnecessary trouble.
Most importantly, you can get a reward. Why not? Young master, I accept. The group followed Xing Hanyu into the Yanqi Martial Mansion. There were quite a few people in the square.
Although the requirement is that only those with special king-level talent awakening can enter the Yanqi Martial Academy.
But is the word special even up to the Yanqi Martial Academy?
Throughout the entire Yanqi Martial Academy, there are over 70 individuals with king-level talent awakening. There are about 30 people who have awakened to the royal level of talent. The identity of those who awaken to emperor-level talent is currently unknown. The Yanqi Martial Academy has not yet developed an instrument to test emperor-level awakened individuals. Both emperor-level awakeners and god-level awakeners are within the royal-level awakeners. However, Long Qingyun knew of one emperor-level awakener. That is Zhang Fengyang, the head of the Yanqi Martial Arts Academy. That was someone who, through battle with demonized monsters, awakened on their own. He was known as the Wind-Raising Demon Emperor. This is an emperor-level awakener whose cultivation focuses on destruction. It is through life or death struggles that one increases their awakening value. Moreover, it can be continuously corrupted by demonic energy. As long as it doesn't directly crush bones, both can be reborn directly. For example, if an arm is lost, it can grow back automatically. If a leg is lost, it can grow back automatically. Even if it means losing a head, he can quickly grow another head. The premise is that there is a limit to the number of attempts. We cannot afford to lose too much. For example, more than half were lost. This will affect the foundation. I can't find my other half within 10 days. They are doomed to die. Just in my previous life, before the battle in the Cloud and Mist Forest, the demon army launched a preemptive strike to behead Zhang Menghan and Zhang Fengyang. The demon race dispatched several demon emperors. Enter the human base camp. There are 3 powerful demon emperors who have transformed into human form. They directly invited Zhang Menghan to participate in humanity's strategic planning. Before the 3 demon emperors could even make a move, they were instantly annihilated by Zhang Menghan's Brahma flame, leaving not a trace. The reason is simple: Zhang Menghan is a godlike figure. However, she never participated in politics. Every time, I received orders from the imperial leadership. It hits exactly where you point it. So this time, the 3 demon emperors just happened to run into the line of fire. Before the 3 could succeed in their scheme, he was already reduced to ashes by Zhang Menghan in a single move. They were also the 3 demon emperors who died most unjustly. But Zhang Fengyang was different. Although he was very clever and his plans were ingenious. However, destroying the righteous path has a bad habit. That is, he can't live without women. Whether it's fighting or marching, he would always be accompanied by several glamorous women. In this decapitation operation, the demon race also dispatched 2 demon emperors to deal with Zhang Fengyang. Moreover, these 2 demon emperors transformed into the appearance of Zhang Fengyang's woman. This was something that even the exceptionally intelligent Zhang Fengyang hadn't expected. Just as the 3 of them fell in love and were about to consummate their marriage, when Zhang Fengyang was having an affair with a demon emperor, he was ambushed from behind by another demon emperor. This resulted in Zhang Fengyang being cleaved in 2 by the demon emperor. Chapter 78: Zhang Fengyang, the Demon Emperor. It must be said that the demon race is extremely cunning. After succeeding, a demon emperor supported half of Zhang Fengyang's body. Another demon emperor used the spirit slaying bag. They packed up the remaining half of the body and took it with them. They fled towards the main camp of the demon army. At that time, Zhang Fengyang's combat strength was not as good as Zhang Menghan's. However, they can kill any demon emperor at will. The other half directly uses secret methods. The other half of the body is blurred out. He fought a decisive battle to the death against the demon emperor who was holding him back. It has to be said that Zhang Fengyang's strength is astonishing. Even after half of his body becomes ethereal, he can fight with increasing ferocity. This made the demon emperor tremble with fear when facing him. The demon emperor who delayed him. In the end, he still died at the hands of Zhang Fengyang. They became the dead souls of Zhang Fengyang's men. Zhang Fengyang didn't delay at all. They went straight for another demon emperor and pursued him. They chased them all the way to the main camp of the demon army. Zhang Fengyang entered the demon clan stronghold and fought a great battle there for 9 days and 9 nights. He fought his way in and out 7 times. Finally, they annihilated a 1,000,000-strong demon army. Even demon emperors have suffered dozens of casualties. In the end, Zhang Fengyang found the demon emperor who had seized the other half of his body. After a great battle, they killed the demon emperor and reclaimed half of his body. Just as Zhang Fengyang was about to merge the 2 halves of his body, the 10-day separation period has been completed. 10 days was Zhang Fengyang's limit, which led to his death in the demon army. it was dismembered and devoured by the demon race.
They died a horrific death. Now, this legendary figure. He happened to be sitting in the main seat at this new student orientation meeting. Zhang Fengyang glanced at the admissions officers present, nodded, and said, "These are students from the Yanqi Martial Academy. Is everyone here?"
All the admissions officers said in unison.
"Everyone is here."
"Good, very good." Zhang Fengyang nodded in satisfaction. "I heard that our Yanqi Martial Academy has recruited 2 eccentric students.
I wonder if they've arrived this time."
The moment the phrase eccentric student was uttered, hundreds of students immediately began discussing it.
"Which 2 eccentric students are they? Are they just incredibly gifted? You didn't know this?"
This time, our Yanqi Martial Academy has recruited an awakened one who surpasses the Emperor level.
However, they also recruited a king-level ordinary ability awakener. These 2 are the eccentric students the Academy Lord was referring to. "Oh, I've heard about that too. It seems like these 2 are from the Mountain City."
Everyone looked directly at the Mountain City and the team they were in. This time, Shancheng is incredibly powerful.
Surprisingly, 4 students appeared. When everyone's eyes turned to look at us, Xing Hongyu finally couldn't take it anymore. "Let me explain this matter to you.
The 2 people the Lord of the Manor mentioned are these 2 beside me. This stunningly beautiful woman is Zhang Menghan, the pride of our Yanqi Martial Academy."
"What level is it exactly if one's talent surpasses the Emperor level?"
"Oh, we also need to use the Martial Academy's secret detection device to get a clear picture. This male student is Long Qingyun, the king-level body refinement awakener you mentioned." Upon hearing Xing Hongyu's introduction, the hundreds of people around her began to discuss it.
Physical training superpowers are very ordinary. If it weren't for Zhang Menghan's strong protection, they really aren't qualified to enter our Yanqi Martial Academy. However, this is nothing.
Even with limited natural talent, diligence and a love of learning are key. Even if you enter the Yanqi Martial Academy, there will be a day when you can rise to prominence.
However, he is a king-level awakener. How can they enjoy the resources of a royal-level awakened?
As a king-level special awakener, I strongly disagree with this.
I'm not convinced either. I'm a royal-level awakener.
They can only enjoy one royal-level resource.
Why a king-level talent awakened? They can have the same resources as me. I'm not convinced either. Depend on. Upon seeing this, Long Qingyun was dumbfounded.
On the surface, the administrators and teachers of Yanqi Martial Arts Academy all agreed to Zhang Menghan's conditions. However, this was only the beginning of their journey into the Yanqi Martial Academy.
Let's give him a taste of his own medicine.
It seems to be the higher-ups of the Yanqi Martial Mansion.
They really do have some tricks up their sleeves. But will he be afraid?
If Long Qingyun is truly an awakener of the indestructible body of a king-level golden Buddha,
he really does live in fear. Because among awakened beings, each level is vastly different. It's not something you can catch up to just by working hard and cultivating your skills. Long Qingyun currently possesses the indestructible body of a royal-level being. Moreover, he is a mutated royal-level awakened being. It can instantly transform into a transformer. This is an incredibly powerful ability. Long Qingyun didn't want to cause trouble. He knew that now was a golden opportunity. This is a good opportunity to make an example of someone. Make everyone understand how to respect him. Earning respect from others isn't about talking. Instead, it relies on the strength of one person. The victor is king, the loser is a bandit. This has been the rule since ancient times.
At this moment, Leng Jun muttered to himself.
I'm not convinced either.
Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun immediately smiled happily. Others may disagree, but it won't have much of an impact.
But Leng Jun is not convinced, so we must convince him wholeheartedly. A metal attribute, royal-level awakener. We must take in a brother like this. This will be a great help in the future.
All that could be seen was Long Qingyun looking towards Leng Jun.
Leng Jun, you're not convinced?
Alright, I'll tell you, I'm the kind of guy who can handle anyone who doesn't believe me.
If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you submit.
After speaking, Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Fengyang, who was seated in the main seat.
Lord of the Manor, may I keep my promise at this time?
On the plane, Leng Jun challenged me, and I accepted.
Now, I want to keep my promise and fight the Cold Army. Someone as intelligent as Zhang Fengyang.
The reason was immediately known.
Is Long Qingyun planning to exploit this challenge for his own purposes? The combat power of a royal-level metal attribute awakener.
They were able to enter the top ranks of the Yanqi Martial Academy.
There aren't many people who can easily defeat him.
If Lang Jun is dealt with, then the others are no longer a threat. However, Zhang Fengyang was puzzled.
How can a king-level awakened one deal with an emperor-level awakened one?
However, the Martial Academy is not lacking in challenges. This is also a way to help trainees continuously grow stronger.
Okay, I agree. Now go to the fighting arena over there, I'll be the referee for the two of you. Just as I expected.
In the Yanqi Martial Academy, everyone from teachers to the academy master.
Nobody had any faith in him.
However, this time he wanted to show them that he was no worse than anyone else.
Long Qingyun walked towards the dueling platform.
Zhang Menghan followed behind Long Qingyun.
She silently supported him.
This is love. To love someone is to unconditionally trust them. Although Zhang Menghan knew that a king-level awakener was no match for a royal-level awakener, Zhang Menghan believed that Long Qingyun possessed such abilities.
On the fighting platform, Lang Jun directly used his metal superpowers to possess the body.
His entire body shone with golden light.
It gives off an incredibly flamboyant vibe. Chapter 79 Overwhelming Pressure.
Seeing the scene before him, Long Qingyun shook his head repeatedly.
Although he is not a metal element awakener. However, he knew one thing.
Having all your attributes focused on one point can be very powerful.
It can be described as indestructible. They disperse their energy to adorn themselves.
Although incredibly flashy, it's all show and no substance. What a waste of the superpowers within his body.
Long Qingyun clasped his hands together in a gesture of invitation. Just then, Lang Jun made his move.
With all his might, he threw a punch at Long Qingyun.
Long Qingyun, however, revealed a smile. He leaped directly into the air. He then unleashed his indestructible body, instantly transforming into an indestructible fist. The entire fist was the color of diamond.
Then, from above, a fist came crashing down. This has a similar effect to the crushing weight of Mount Tai.
It gives people a strong sense of pressure. Lang Jun thought Long Qingyun was a piece of trash and not worth mentioning. After throwing the punch, I was immediately startled. The opponent's response was incredibly swift.
He struck back, forcing him to take the punch head-on. There was no way to escape. All that could be seen was Lang Jun immediately controlling his fist, changing it from a downward motion to an upward slash. It collided directly with Long Qingyun's downward strike.
Boom!
A punch that looks incredibly simple. This caused the cement floor to crack directly. The floor within a 1-meter radius of Lang Jun was turned into a spider web.
What? Everyone was stunned. What exactly happened?
Those who awaken to the metal element possess both power and defense.
How could he possibly be at a disadvantage in just one move? How is that possible? Physical training ability is the most basic ability. How can it possibly compare to the abilities of the 5 elements in metal? There is a difference of 1 level between the two. Can't we turn defeat into victory? Everyone was dumbfounded. Lang Jun was even more bewildered. All that was seen was Lang Jun roaring. Roll.
Then he used his hidden strength again.
He wanted to defeat Long Qingyun with a single punch. No matter what, he was standing on the ground. The other party is suspended in mid-air.
Even if the strength is equal, he still has a significant advantage. However, this punch had no effect.
Long Qingyun was not defeated. Instead, it caused the cement floor around Lang Jun to crack continuously.
Then it spread outwards. The area changed from 1 meter in diameter to 5 meters in diameter. And just now it was only a footprint that got stuck.
Lang Jun's feet were now completely submerged in the floor. This made Lang Jun even more suspicious. Impossible, how could Long Qingyun possess such powerful strength? I have awakened my metal elemental abilities.
It possesses the strength of several thousand kilograms.
Ordinary people are definitely no match for me.
But the force exerted by the other party. They were even stronger than him. It has exceeded his tolerance level.
What exactly happened? We'll give it our all. Lang Jun had no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless.
They launched another all-out counterattack. But then something strange happened. He doesn't exert any effort, his body remains as it is. As soon as he exerts force, his entire body will be subjected to Long Qingyun's counterattack. Moreover, the area available for counterattacks has increased exponentially. There was a cracking sound. The cement floor within a 10-meter radius was completely shattered.
Lang Jun was buried underground from the knees down. Cough, cough, cough. Lang Jun felt discomfort in his throat.
Then he coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Puff.
It seems that the punch caused him internal injuries.
Although it won't kill you, it will be necessary to fight again.
That's just wishful thinking.
Lang Jun, you've lost. Do you accept it or not?
I refuse to accept this. Lang Jun is a royal-level awakened one. How could he possibly submit to a king-level awakened one? Although I felt regretful.
However, he's just stubborn and won't admit it. They just don't want to admit defeat. Fine, since you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you do. Click. The area covered by cement slabs has been expanded again. Lang Jun's thigh was buried in the concrete. Lang Jun, I'll give you one more chance. Do you accept it? If we stubbornly persist, then certain things will happen. It generates friction with the earth. It will become scrap. Don't blame me for not warning you. What? Something has been scrapped? Lang Jun immediately understood. I glanced down at my lower body.
Some of his things are already close to the ground. If he exerts himself again, he might truly become a rootless person.
I concede. Boom. This scene left everyone dumbfounded.
A royal-level awakened being was no match for a king-level awakened being.
Moreover, it's an overwhelming force. Just how monstrous is this king-level awakener? Or perhaps, that emperor-level awakened one from earlier was quite weak?
Seeing Lang Jun admit defeat, Long Qingyun leaped into the air.
We arrived on the ground.
Looking down at Lang Jun, who had sunk into the ground.
Lang Jun, you've lost. You should know what to do, right? Lang Jun looked reluctant, but still managed to shout.
Big brother. Oh, my little brother is so good.
Long Qingyun nodded with a grin.
Then, pointing at Zhang Menghan again, he said.
Who is she to you? Lang Jun shook his head and said.
Zhang Menghan is my sister-in-law.
Long Qingyun was very satisfied with Lang Jun's answer. He reached out his hand, intending to pull Lang Jun out. However, Lang Jun was unmoved and insisted on getting up himself. In the end, it was a disgraceful embarrassment. Lang Jun struggled a few times but couldn't get up. His entire body seemed to be welded to the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Long Qingyun spoke. TCH, I helped you up, and you're not even grateful? You're all alone, why don't you try standing up? Hearing this, Lang Jun sighed again. Brother, I'm really impressed. What methods did you use on me?
It made it impossible for me to get up.
Then he put his hand on Long Qingyun's hand and immediately admitted defeat.
All that could be seen was Long Qingyun pulling hard. The ground exploded again, and dirt flew everywhere.
Lang Jun escaped from underground.
He gave Long Qingyun a grateful smile.
Brother, thank you for showing mercy. At this point, Lang Jun finally understood Long Qingyun's methods.
He believed himself to be incredibly strong. However, compared to Long Qingyun,
that's like heaven and earth.
The two are not comparable.
This matter is now closed. However, Long Qingyun didn't forget to say to the people around him. I am Long Qingyun, a newcomer here. Thank you all for your help.
Anyone who disagrees may come and challenge me. I don't say the more the better, I will definitely accept all comers. I hope that we can live together peacefully in the days to come.
Depend on. That's both powerful and polite.
This left the king-level awakened and the emperor-level awakened speechless.
Even the most powerful awakened beings of the metal element are no match for Long Qingyun. Just how powerful is the opponent?
Why go up there and make a fool of yourself when you have no grudge against them? It must be said that this is a world where the strong are respected. Ever since Long Qingyun demonstrated his formidable combat power, there were dozens of awakened beings at the king level or above standing nearby. They all developed feelings for Long Qingyun.
The general liking score is between 50 and 150 points.
It did not break through 200 points.
However, there are exceptions. Ling Jun was completely convinced by Long Qingyun. This actually increased Ling Jun's favorability rating to 200 points.
It must be said that Ling Jun is a person who dares to love and hate.
Chapter 80 Azure Dragon Armor.
Congratulations, host. The favorability of the Emperor-level Awakener Ling Jun has soared to 200 points. The host will be granted one chance to draw a random prize.
Would you like to draw now? The prize you won will appear right in front of you.
It still appears in the locker space.
It can be placed in a storage cabinet. Let's start the prize draw now. Random lottery begins.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a set of Azure Dragon Armor.
Azure Dragon Armor? What is that?
The Azure Dragon Armor is a forbidden magic item. It possesses the ability to convert the enemy's magical and spell-based attacks into spiritual energy for the wearer to absorb.
Although it doesn't absorb much spiritual energy, it allows the wearer to ignore attacks from magic and spells. What? Such a good thing?
Long Qingyun awakened his body refining superpower. It can ignore physical attacks of the same level.
Now I have obtained the Azure Dragon Armor. It can ignore magical and spell-based attacks. This means he can completely ignore physical, magical, and spell attacks. It really does resemble the mythical beast Xuanwu.
It can rely on defense to be invincible among its peers.
After obtaining the Azure Dragon Armor, Long Qingyun was overjoyed. However, Long Qingyun remembered the system's mission.
They keep spreading dog food, a Chinese slang term for public displays of affection.
He keeps showing off, and keeps getting slapped in the face. The more hatred you provoke, the bigger the prize you get.
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun glanced at the hundreds of people around him and said,
"Everyone, tell me, am I qualified to enter the Yanqi Martial Academy?"
The hundreds of students standing nearby were completely dumbfounded.
Is it possible to find out something like this just by asking?
Although Long Qingyun awakened a king-level talent. However, all the gold attribute Emperor-level geniuses were defeated by their opponent. This indicates that the opponent possesses at least the combat power of a royal-level awakened. Such an existence is qualified to enter the Yanqi Martial Academy.
Only the student next to him spoke. Long Qingyun, are you joking?
You actually managed to kill a royal-level awakened. They are definitely qualified to enter the Yanqi Martial Academy. If we eliminate the gold attribute Emperor-level awakened talent, not enough to enter the Yanqi Martial Academy.
So, is leaving Yanqi Martial Academy our only option? I'm definitely qualified, as long as I can beat a royal-level awakened.
This means they must possess the combat power of a royal-level awakened. Having the combat power of a royal-level awakened allows them to enter the Yanqi Martial Academy to study. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun looked directly at Xing Hongyu beside him.
Teacher Xing, am I strong enough to enter the Yanqi Martial Academy on my own?
Xing Hongxue hesitated for a moment, then said,
"Of course I'm qualified." Hearing this, Long Qingyun smiled happily. Is there anyone still objecting to me taking resources from Emperor-level awakened ones? Everyone fell silent again. For no other reason than that Long Qingyun defeated Ling Jun. And that's how you acquire this qualification. No one spoke.
Long Qingyun looked at Xing Hongyu again.
Teacher Xing, could you please ask me one more question? Do you think I'm qualified to receive resources for a royal-level awakened?
Xing Hongyu was dumbfounded. Based on his talent test results, Long Qingyun really doesn't deserve to receive resources for a royal-level awakener. However, the opponent demonstrated their strength. However, they are qualified to receive resources from Emperor-level awakeners. After a moment of hesitation, Xing Hongyu looked directly at Zhang Fengyang beside her.
Zhang Fengyang nodded to Xing Hongyu, indicating that she was qualified. A person who can easily defeat a gold attribute royal-level awakened.
They are indeed qualified to receive resources from Emperor-level awakeners. Upon receiving this information, Xing Hongyu could only manage a bitter smile.
Yes, you are qualified. Long Qingyun nodded in satisfaction.
Someone just objected to me being with Zhang Menghan. They said I was a toad trying to eat swan meat, and that I wasn't good enough for Zhang Menghan.
Is there anyone else who wants to object? Those who want to object, stand up. I can compete with him. These words stunned everyone present once again. Damn it!
Whether they are qualified or not is just something they say casually.
What right do they have to make that decision? It still depends on Zhang Menghan's wishes, doesn't it? While everyone remained silent, Long Qingyun spoke again. Actually, I was just asking casually. Your agreement or opposition is completely useless. My relationship with Zhang Menghan was decided by the two of us. It has nothing to do with you. The reason I say this is to tell you. Sweep the snow from your own doorstep and don't meddle in other people's business. If anyone disagrees with me in the future, they can come and find me.
I can make him admit defeat wholeheartedly.
These words left the trainees present completely dumbfounded.
Even the teachers could only keep quiet. Because they are not qualified to manage other people's love lives.
However, after everyone fell silent,
Long Qingyun, all smiles, came to Zhang Menghan's side again. Then she reached out and took the other person's arm, saying with a grin,
"Honey, I just want to tell you something, I think I can handle it. See? Now the problem is easily solved, isn't it?"
Seeing everything Long Qingyun had done, Zhang Menghan could only nod and say,
"Okay, I know you're great, alright? Depend on."
Zhang Menghan always had a cold expression. But in front of Long Qingyun, he smiled so naturally.
It can melt ice and snow directly.
The students and teachers present all gaped in astonishment.
Zhang Fengyang was the first to react.
He felt envy, jealousy, and hatred.
But what other options are there? He, as the head of the Yanqi martial mansion, cared about other people's feelings.
There's no jurisdiction over this area.
Alright, the result of this duel is in. Let's continue talking about the upcoming in-house meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone returned to the main topic.
However, Leng Jun unconsciously came to Long Qingyun's side, his heart already bearing the mark of submission.
We must follow Long Qingyun's lead. Seeing that everyone was getting serious,
Zhang Fengyang once again took the lead and sat down at the freshman meeting venue. Looking at the hundreds of students present, Zhang Fengyang spoke again.
The orientation meeting for new students is about to begin.
Everyone enters the martial academy to increase their cultivation level.
Now I will tell you that there are two ways to increase your cultivation level. The first type is hovering on the edge of life and death. Keep hunting monsters and keep increasing your awakening level. This allows cultivators to quickly increase their cultivation level. The second method is to utilize resources and rely on them for cultivation. Currently, the Great Yan Empire only has one type of resource available for mining.
That is the crystallization of spiritual energy, commonly known as crystal. However, crystals are currently extremely scarce throughout the entire Great Yan Empire.
To obtain crystals, one must rely on one's own talent.
The crystals will be allocated according to the level of talent awakening. However, one can increase their awakening level by absorbing crystals. There is absolutely no faster way to increase awakening level than through training. I'm focusing on these two methods now.
Let's talk about the pros and cons.
Chapter 81 continues to shower us with sweetness. Through trials on the brink of life and death, we can enhance our level of awakening.
The advantage is that the improvement speed is very fast. The downside is that they are prone to having a short lifespan.
Those who are afraid of death can simply abstain.
However, he is an awakened one who doesn't even dare to take risks. And that's a complete waste of the identity of an awakened one.
By absorbing crystals, you can increase your level of awakening.
The advantage is safety, there will be no danger. The downside is that the improvement is very slow.
It's possible that others have already developed their awakening level to over 50%.
You may still be hovering around a few percent.
In a real dangerous situation, it greatly increases the chances of passing out. Therefore, the leaders of the Great Yan Empire and the decision-makers of the Yanqi Martial Palace. There is a consensus that adventure should be combined with resources. That's the best way to increase awakening level. At this point, Zhang Fengyang looked at everyone present. Seeing everyone's bewildered expressions, he stopped abruptly. His meaning was clear, he wanted everyone to properly digest what he had just said. After a pause, seeing that everyone had returned to normal, Zhang Fengyang continued.
If anyone doesn't understand anything I just said, feel free to ask me now. Everyone present nodded. He understood.
Awakened beings at the king level or above are basically geniuses.
There isn't a single fool.
They could all understand what Zhang Fengyang was saying.
It's like reading rote learning is definitely not as good as active learning. The best approach is to balance work and rest. Alright. Since no one has any objections, let's all disperse. You all have the house numbers, just find your place. Get a good rest tonight, and head to the intensive training base tomorrow morning. We are about to enter the devilish training camp that soldiers go through. I hope you can adapt to the games I've arranged. After he finished speaking, the students around him began to disperse. Just as Long Qingyun was holding Zhang Menghan's hand, intending to take a walk around the Yanqi Martial Academy, Ling Jun stepped out from the side. Big brother, we're starting intensive training tomorrow. Where are you going? I don't plan to spend time with my sister-in-law. I'll just take a good rest. Your sister-in-law and I are going for a walk to rekindle our relationship. Take a good rest. Do you want to be a third wheel? Long Qingyun glared at Long Jun, a wicked smile spreading across his face. If you'd like to come along, I'd be happy to bring you along too. What? As a light bulb? This is not something an ordinary person would do. Lang Jun shook his head and retreated directly. Never mind, I'll just go back and rest by myself. Seeing that Lang Jun had the sense to leave, Long Qingyun and his companion leisurely departed. Just as Lang Jun was preparing to return to his dormitory to rest, Zhang Fengyang called out to Lang Jun. Lang Jun, where is Long Qingyun going? Brother, he wants to accompany his wife for a tour. He said she's new here and wants to wander around and get to know her better, Lang Jun said honestly. What? They're about to enter intensive training. They also have to run around everywhere. They're really not taking his words seriously at all. Upon seeing Zhang Fengyang, his expression turned grim. At this moment, a teacher standing nearby stepped forward. Lord, should I go and call them back? Zhang Fengyang pondered for a moment. Or perhaps we should just turn a blind eye. After all, they are all adults, and dating is perfectly normal. Zhang Menghan was able to come to Yanqi Martial Academy. But for Long Qingyun's sake. If it weren't for Long Qingyun, Zhang Menghan would never have come to Yanqi Martial Academy. Thinking of this, Zhang Fengyang shook his head. Sigh, that's just how young people are. Anyway, I only have one night to relax. Let them have their fun. After officially entering the manor and undergoing grueling training, they wouldn't have the time or inclination for that. After saying that, Zhang Fengyang turned and left. This surprised the teacher standing next to him. What's wrong with Zhang Fengyang? Changes are happening so fast? This isn't like the other person at all. Furthermore, Long Qingyun, holding Zhang Menghan's hand, turned the entire Yanqi Martial Academy around. However, just as they were preparing to return to their dormitory, they encountered a guard dog the size of a horse. Moreover, this watchdog was being led by a little girl. This little girl is only about 1.3 meters tall, and she was able to carry 2 people on her back. Long Qingyun could sense that the other party was an awakened one. Moreover, they must be awakened at least at the emperor level. This surprised Long Qingyun. A little girl who was about 1.3 meters tall. They can all become emperor level awakeners. Just how gifted is this person? Woof woof woof. Just then, the little girl's watchdog appeared. He actually started shouting loudly. Then the little girl spoke. Halt! This is a forbidden area of the Yanqi Martial Academy. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. Ha! Forbidden area? A little girl, plus a watchdog. Capable of guarding the forbidden area? Ha ha ha. Little girl, are you kidding me? Are you capable of guarding the forbidden area? Furthermore, there was the meeting just now when we entered the government building. How come I've never seen you before? Only then did the little girl turn around. When Long Qing saw the little girl's face, he was shocked. The other person was short, but in certain places, she was incredibly voluptuous. They were all about the same size as her head. It's so real that you can tell at a glance that it's the real deal. This is no little girl. She's totally a little girl. It perfectly suits the tastes of men who are into lolis. Just then, the little girl spoke. Are you 2 new recruits? After the little girl finished speaking, her eyes were fixed on Zhang Menghan. Beautiful lady, are you Zhang Menghan? These words surprised the 2 of them. How does this girl know Zhang Menghan? Just as the 2 were stunned, the little girl spoke again. Zhang Menghan, I challenge you. After saying that, the little girl loosened the chain on her hands and said to the watchdog. Xiao Huang, go get them and teach them a lesson. Woof woof woof.
Upon receiving the order, Xiao Huang charged directly towards Long Qingyun, and the two of them rushed over. This surprised Zhang Menghan. Zhang Menghan has a high awakening level, but zero combat experience.
I was actually startled by a guard dog. Long Qingyun, run. Running? Would that even work? Long Qingyun smiled.
They released the nine-tailed fox directly. All I could see was a nine-tailed fox, which rapidly grew larger as it faced the wind. In an instant, it grew to be about the same size as Little Yellow. Little Jiao, hurry up and get on with it.
Cripple that mongrel.
Give it a bloody lesson, and see if it dares to bark like that again.
A mongrel? Hearing this, the little girl felt unhappy. Not bad, kid.
They were actually able to subdue the nine-tailed fox.
But let me tell you, this isn't a mongrel. Instead, it is the overlord among wolf-like spirit beasts, the earth demon wolf with boundless combat power.
You should worry more about the nine-tailed fox beside you.
Chapter 82 Zhang Shuer, the Frost Witch. The earth demon wolf is a royal-level awakened spirit beast.
Her innate talent level is comparable to that of a nine-tailed fox.
However, the earth demon wolf's awakening level is only 1.2%.
The nine-tailed fox is a mutated spirit beast, and it can automatically increase its awakening level in the Venus space. Its awakening level reached 2%. The two spirit beasts fought freely together. After several dozen rounds,
the earth demon wolf was defeated outright.
Earth attribute abilities are primarily defensive.
Fire attribute abilities are primarily offensive.
One is the main attacker, and the other is the main defender.
The awakening level differs by a factor of 2.
The result was predictable. All that could be seen was the earth demon wolf being suppressed by the nine-tailed fox's only awakened fire attribute ability, leaving it with no power to resist.
Not bad, kid.
To think that you could have a fire attribute nine-tailed fox as your mount.
It seems you've had some good luck.
Then let's have a contest of rider and rider as one.
Let's see whose overall combat strength is stronger. What? Human and rider as one? What the hell is this?
Long Qingyun was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Long Qingyun's silly look, the little girl explained again. Man and horse as one means that the man and his mount fight together.
You, as a knight, don't even understand this? I even suspect that you stole your mount along the way. So this is what it means for the rider and the rider to become one. Long Qingyun really didn't know that before.
Besides, he's neither a knight nor a beast tamer. He was merely a system inheritor with the talent to tame beasts.
He doesn't know anything about rules. However, seeing how proud the other party was, Long Qingyun planned to have some fun with the other party. Alright, I'll fight you. Long Qingyun didn't want to stoop to the level of a little girl.
However, the disdainful expression on the other person's face made him very unhappy. The other party initially looked down on the two of them. He then provoked Zhang Menghan first, and then set his dog on people to bite. And here they go again, mocking Long Qingyun for stealing his nine-tailed fox. Such a sharp-tongued little girl. We need to teach her a lesson.
How will I establish myself in the Yinchi Martial Academy? Next came the performance by the two people and two animals.
Although Long Qingyun knew nothing about the strategy of man and horse becoming one.
However, the nine-tailed fox is powerful. It's not like any ordinary spirit beast. The little girl was completely subdued and didn't even flinch.
He defeated the little girl after hundreds of rounds.
The angry little girl jumped off the back of the earth demon wolf. He pointed at Long Qingyun and said, "Boy, you defeated me by using the power of your mount. What kind of hero are you? Try to fight me." All I could see was the little girl opening her mouth and exhaling a breath. Then, the gas transformed into a giant frost dragon. This frost dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a massive burst of cold air. They attacked Long Qingyun. This left Long Qingyun dumbfounded. This little girl has such a temper. Used the ticket system directly. Just as Long Qingyun was about to use the Azure Dragon armor to resist the cold air, Zhang Menghan, who was standing next to her, finally couldn't stand it anymore. They took direct action. Come on. A fiery phoenix flew out from the Brahma sacred mark on Zhang Menghan's forehead. The fire phoenix grew larger as it faced the wind, chasing after the frost dragon released by the little girl. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames, which collided directly with the icy cold air. Two powerful energies of the five elements collided.
They were evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand.
This shocked the little girl once again. After realizing what was happening, he kept urging the frost dragon to attack.
They saw that the frost dragon and the fire phoenix were evenly matched. Zhang Menghan released another three-legged golden crow. This really terrified the little girl. Not to be outdone, she unleashed another water dragon.
However, this water dragon is clearly much worse.
They were directly overwhelmed by the three-legged golden crow.
Before long, the three-legged golden crow blasted the water dragon into oblivion.
Then it became a 2-on-1 situation. Knowing she was no match for him, the little girl recalled the frost dragon. Then, all we saw was the little girl with one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan, saying,
"You two cheated and bullied me with numbers. I won't stand for it."
But at that moment, Zhang Menghan released the fire Qilin and fire wolf again. A series of fire spirit beasts appeared.
The little girl immediately admitted defeat. "All right, you can go now. Grandma didn't eat today, she's hungry. I don't have the strength to fight the two of you right now. Let's make it another time."
With a whoosh, all I saw was the little girl jumping onto the back of the earth demon wolf, about to escape.
"Heh, you think you can run away?"
Long Qingyun mounted the nine-tailed fox again, stopping the little girl.
"Little girl, you can leave if you want, but you must apologize first, otherwise don't even think about leaving." Seeing the incredibly powerful Long Qingyun, the little girl just pouted.
"Brother, don't do this. We're all from the same martial arts academy, we see each other all the time.
How about we become friends?" Making friends?
This is Long Qingyun's favorite thing. The more genius friends you have, the more chances you have to win a random prize.
Isn't this a hidden fortune?
Then, the three of them became friends after a fight. He actually sat down at a table not far away and started eating and drinking heartily. The three chatted for a while, introducing themselves to each other. Only then did Long Qingyun realize that this little girl was actually Zhang Fengyang's younger sister, Zhang Shuer. Although he didn't know Zhang Shuer in his previous life, but he had heard of the other party's reputation. Zhang Shuer, the Ice Witch, is most famous for her ice magic. You can control the frost dragon to fight against the water dragon. However, Zhang Fengyang had a great general under his command. He ranks among the top 5 in the Yanqi Martial Academy's combat power rankings. It is an existence that is infinitely close to an emperor-level awakener. After chatting for a while, Zhang Shuer looked at Long Qingyun.
"Young man, do you know Long Qingyun?
I heard that kid is incredibly awesome.
A king-level awakener is trying to eat swan meat like a toad.
I wonder if they were so discouraged by the genius students of Yanqi Martial Academy this time that they almost vomited blood."
"Little brother?"
If it were just now, Long Qingyun would have lost his temper, and he wouldn't have been so small.
He's incredibly burly from head to toe, okay?
However, after learning that the little girl was Zhang Shuer,
Long Qingyun lost all temper. Because Zhang Shuer is older than him,
calling him little brother is only natural. However, the other person had an illness when they were a child. He stopped growing and has remained this tall. Moreover, Zhang Shuer is also a teacher at Yanqi Martial Academy. His duty is to teach students how to become qualified knights. In fact, Zhang Shuer is also a half-baked animal trainer.
Because she can tame young animals. But what about adult spirit beasts? They no longer have that ability. In future battles,
she still plays a significant role. During the battle with the demon race, the human knights are masters of offense.
It has made a significant contribution to the defense of human territory. Seeing Long Qingyun looking dumbfounded, Zhang Shuer said again, "Young man, don't you know Long Qingyun? This is breaking news for our Yanqi Martial Academy. You don't even want to know about it?"
Long Qingyun shook his head and pointed to himself.
"If I told you that I am Long Qingyun, how would you feel?" Chapter 83, The Heart of the Azure Dragon. Ha! Zhang Shuer was dumbfounded. The opponent's animal taming ability is simply too powerful. She is slightly better than him. The opponent's fighting strength is also considerable. He could easily overpower her.
It's just that his awakened abilities are slightly inferior to hers.
The opponent is definitely a full-fledged royal-level awakener. How could it be Long Qingyun, a king-level awakener? No way? Young man, are you kidding me again? You possess the abilities of a royal-level awakener. How could it be Long Qingyun? Long Qingyun offered no explanation and spoke directly in front of Zhang Shuer.
He grabbed Zhang Menghan's arm, rested his head on her shoulder, and said with a grin,
"Does this look like it?"
These words left Zhang Shuer speechless.
Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun are a couple. This is common knowledge. Only Long Qingyun could do that. Who else would dare to treat Zhang Menghan like that? My God! Are you really Long Qingyun?
How could someone like you, a king-level awakened, possess such strength?
Moreover, it can remain invincible in my hands. How is this possible?
Long Qingyun immediately started shaking his head and thinking.
What does it mean to be in an invincible position?
He could completely overpower Zhang Shuer. However, he held back because the other party was a woman.
If it really comes down to a head-on confrontation, I'd easily crush my opponent. I am the real Long Qingyun. Believe it or not.
Those with awakened talents are important in terms of rank.
But one's own strength is even more important. Who says a king-level awakened cannot challenge an emperor-level awakened?
Although these words sound weak, the facts are undeniable.
Zhang Shuer couldn't refute it either. Young man, I'd like to be your friend, is that all right? With your indomitable spirit, you deserve to be my friend.
Host, the Frost Witch Zhang Shuer's favorability rating has reached 200.
Do you wish to begin the lottery? Lottery. Giveaway begins. Lottery successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a piece of Azure Dragon Heart.
What the hell? A piece of the Azure Dragon Heart? Could it be a bloody piece of a blue dragon's heart? But
the Azure Dragon Heart is a superior healing item that absorbs energy when worn.
It replenishes your body with energy when you need it. Moreover, it can restore health when necessary.
It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life.
However, it can only be used 3 times in a lifetime.
After being destroyed more than 3 times, it shattered into dust.
Depend on. That's awesome. Possessing the Azure Dragon Heart is equivalent to having 3 lives.
It seems that the prizes for random draws are becoming more and more tempting.
The 3 of them became friends after a fight. This was an outcome no one could have predicted.
However, this time, the dog food, a metaphor for public displays of affection, has been mostly distributed.
The 3 chatted for a while longer. Long Qingyun understood Zhang Shuer even better.
Actually, it was the place Zhang Shuer was guarding.
That's where the Yanqi martial mansion raises spirit beasts.
Although it is not a forbidden area. However, ordinary people are not really qualified to enter. However, this time Zhang Shuer treated Long Qingyun and the other person as friends.
They were allowed to go inside and have a look around.
It broadened their horizons. It contains many mythical beasts, such as the flying wolf, the pangolin, the 3-tailed dragon cat, and the black soul eagle. Although their level is not high, they all basically possess a special ability. This is also what makes the knights so powerful.
To become a knight, one must possess a special ability. In addition, the mount has special abilities that enhance its abilities. This would allow one to possess 2 superpowers. Such a combination is effective against demons of the same level. That would be invincible and unstoppable.
After looking around, Long Qingyun originally wanted Zhang Menghan to choose a mount. However, Zhang Shuer rejected him. It's not that Zhang Shuer is stingy.
Rather, it's because Zhang Menghan's talent level is too high. The mounts here are all of very low level. Moreover, his superpowers are not special. If you can't give Zhang Menghan any benefits, then what are the advantages?
However, Zhang Shuer agreed to their request.
As long as you encounter a good spirit beast, we will definitely reserve one for Zhang Menghan.
The 3 chatted for a while longer, and then it gradually got dark. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan left immediately.
The 2 arrived at the dormitory and were completely dumbfounded.
Although all the people living in Yanqi Martial Mansion are adult men and women. However, the dormitory rules state that students cannot live together.
Regardless of gender, people must live separately. Moreover, it's a matter of taking things personally. Long Qingyun could only take Zhang Menghan back to the girls' dormitory. After Zhang Menghan went to the dormitory to rest,
he then returned to his own residence. It must be said that the Yanqi Martial Academy has a solid foundation. Even the dormitories where the trainees live are extremely well maintained. It not only imitates sound, but also has very strong protection.
Ordinary heavy weapons probably couldn't break through the dormitory's defenses.
Upon entering the dormitory, I saw a luxurious single room. Long Qingyun felt as if he had arrived at his own home.
From this perspective, Yanqi Martial Academy has done a pretty good job.
After sitting down, Long Qingyun spoke directly.
The Azure Dragon armor has appeared. The Azure Dragon armor looks just like ancient armor.
However, it looks more like soft armor.
Her entire body was basically covered up completely.
Furthermore, the Azure Dragon armor ignores energy within magic and spells.
Therefore, it is very thin and light.
It's not as thick as those gravity armors. Long Qingyun wanted to take off his clothes and put on the Azure Dragon armor to see how it looked.
Just then, the system spoke up.
Host, the Azure Dragon armor is a magic-resistant armor.
It can obey its master's commands and instantly enter the body. It can directly provide magic defense, otherwise, you would have to wear it yourself. If you encounter a magic attack, won't you just be done for? In battle, who will give you the chance to wear armor?
So that's how it is, the Azure Dragon armor has entered the body.
Upon hearing the order, the Azure Dragon armor was immediately absorbed into the body and disappeared without a trace. When he experienced it again, Long Qingyun was able to feel it. There is a thin membrane on the body.
It adheres to his subcutaneous tissue.
Although you can't see it or touch it. But he could sense it.
It also has a refreshing feeling.
It's a great choice for escaping the summer heat. System, can I wear the Azure Dragon armor indefinitely?
Sure. The Azure Dragon armor is a type of magic-resistant armor that can be integrated with the body.
However, you can also display it externally when necessary. For example, you might accidentally bump into someone while taking a shower.
Or, during a fight, the clothes on the outside of the body might be accidentally damaged.
You can make the Azure Dragon armor appear on the outside of your skin. This can be worn as ordinary clothing.
It has such a function that's really great, it truly deserves to be called a conscientious armor.
Emerging from the body. Chapter 84, Experiencing the Joy of Gear. With a whoosh.
I don't know if it was because the speed was too fast, or because the Azure Dragon armor had too much energy.
After he emerged, all the clothes on Long Qingyun's body were evaporated. Long Qingyun is currently completely naked.
Once Long Qingyun retracts the Azure Dragon armor into his body, they can be completely honest with each other.
At this moment, Long Qingyun didn't care about any of that. Even if you have no clothes on.
He was also wearing a set of Azure Dragon armor. Sensing the power of the Azure Dragon armor, Long Qingyun murmured again. The heart of the Azure Dragon has appeared.
The Azure Dragon heart is actually a heart-shaped jade pendant. However, this jade pendant is a jade pendant with its own virtual shape. It looks completely transparent, making it much more mysterious than ordinary jade pendants. I remembered the use of the Azure Dragon heart. Long Qingyun closed his eyes and began to sense it.
After the sound, Long Qingyun sensed the spiritual energy around him.
They all gathered around him. And it's very fast. They are not visible to the naked eye.
Even with such frantic absorption, it was only after the revival of spiritual energy in the world.
There wasn't much spiritual energy available for the Azure Dragon heart to absorb. However, if you keep this on your body all the time, little by little, it adds up. What will the result be? System, can I wear the Azure Dragon heart indefinitely? Of course. The Azure Dragon heart is a healing item.
Wearing it close to you will continuously increase its energy, which can then be used to save your master.
With the Azure Dragon armor and the foresight that had just been absorbed into his body,
Long Qingyun spoke again to the Azure Dragon heart.
The heart of the Azure Dragon is hidden within the body. With a whoosh,
the Azure Dragon heart has simply disappeared.
It entered Long Qingyun's body. However, Long Qingyun could clearly sense it. The energy absorbed by the Azure Dragon heart entered his body. That was so incredibly refreshing. System, can the Azure Dragon heart be lent to other people for cultivation? Or, in a moment of crisis, can you save the life of your loved one? Thinking back to Zhang Menghan's battle with Qinglong many years later. If one could possess the Azure Dragon's heart, how would the battle unfold? Host, are you thinking of saving Zhang Menghan's life if necessary? Long Qingyun nodded, indicating his agreement. Yes, the Azure Dragon heart will obey any command from its master. However, this is contingent on having enough spiritual energy to withstand an attack from the attacker. Okay, I understand. Is there enough spiritual energy? Isn't that obvious? All you need is a cheat-like system. Are you still worried about not having enough spiritual energy? There will be plenty of opportunities to absorb spiritual energy then. After inspecting the two treasures, Long Qingyun chose to wear them. However, just as Long Qingyun was preparing to rest, there was a knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Long Qingyun, are you asleep? Hearing the voice, Long Qingyun knew it was Zhang Shui's. How could they come to the boys' dormitory? I was just getting ready for bed, is there something you need? Bump. Just as Long Qingyun finished speaking, Zhang Shui opened the door directly. All that could be seen was the petite Zhang Shui entering Long Qingyun's room. Long Qingyun had just gotten into bed when he was startled and immediately jumped up. I thought the Azure Dragon armor would protect its master, so it was always displayed on the outside. But when Long Qingyun came out, he was dumbfounded. At that moment, a scream rang out. Long Qingyun, you bastard, you actually slept naked. After saying that, Zhang Shui blushed and turned around. Quickly, get under the covers. What? Sleeping naked? Long Qingyun was immediately startled. Wasn't he wearing Azure Dragon armor? However, when Long Qingyun realized what was happening and looked down, where was the Azure Dragon armor on him? Damn it! This was truly embarrassing. He had absolutely nothing on him. He wasn't even wearing pants or underwear. After being startled, Long Qingyun immediately hid under the covers. Shui, I'm so sorry about earlier. Long Qingyun wanted to explain that he had accidentally forgotten to put on his clothes. However, these words sounded so weak when spoken. Who would forget sleeping naked? Explanation was useless. Long Qingyun communicated directly with the system. System, where did the Azure Dragon armor go? Wasn't it supposed to protect its master? Host, the Azure Dragon armor can protect you in times of danger. But there was no danger just now, and you didn't say to make it show up, did you? Besides, this could be a romantic encounter, so why not take it? Showing the little girl your figure would be a perfect way to bridge the gap between you two, wouldn't it? Get lost. Just as Long Qingyun was getting angry, Zhang Shui spoke up. Alright, we've seen what we should have seen, and we've seen what we shouldn't have seen. Let's leave it at that. Zhang Shui cared about it terribly. And they were also marveling at Long Qingyun's power. However, he said it completely unconcerned. I'll wait for you at the door. Come out quickly, I need to talk to you about something important. When Zhang Shui arrived at the door, her heart was still pounding. All I saw was her patting her chest and muttering to herself. Damn it, I already asked if everything was alright, and if it was alright, then I came in. When I go in, it will be like this. I'm absolutely speechless. It has to be said that Long Qingyun has a domineering physique, outstanding looks, and certain. Just as Zhang Shui was still muttering to herself, Long Qingyun came out dressed, cough cough cough. Shui, what's wrong? This is the boys' dormitory. How did you end up here? Say what it is quickly. If the other trainees see this, they'll misunderstand again. Zhang Shui turned around, glared at Long Qingyun, and then said, You said it too? It's all because of you, otherwise I wouldn't have come to the boys' dormitory. I've only ever been to my brother's room in all my years. I haven't been to any other man's room yet. Everyone says women like to sleep naked. I never thought a man like you would have such a fetish. Damn it! What does that mean? Does the other person also have this habit? Of course, this is something I can only think about in my heart. I definitely can't say it out loud. Actually, Long Qingyun really wanted to explain that he didn't have the habit of sleeping naked. But the facts are right in front of us, what's the use of sophistry? Oh dear, I was in too much of a hurry just now. I forgot for a moment. Just tell me what's wrong already? Oh. I really forgot the most important thing. Zhang Shui hesitated for a moment and then said. Long Qingyun, aren't you a beast tamer? Can you help me tame the earth demon wolf again? Ever since the earth demon wolf fought your nine-tailed fox, it has stopped listening to me. What? What could be the reason for this? The earth demon wolf's awakening level is not high. This shouldn't be happening. Could it be? Thinking of this, Long Qingyun nodded. Let's go take a look. The two left the boys' dormitory one after the other, heading towards the Spirit Beast Paradise. When Long Qingyun and his companion arrived at the Spirit Beast Paradise,
The Earth Wolf was running around wildly in its cage, as if it were possessed. And it was yelling and ramming at the same time. They tried every possible way to escape from the cage. Even the cages made of stainless steel. They were all deformed by its impact.
Long Qingyun immediately approached to investigate and discovered something amiss.
During the Great Battle, the Earth Demon Wolf's awakening level was only 1%.
The Earth Demon Wolf's awakening level is now much stronger. It actually reached 5%. Don't underestimate the fact that it only increased by 4 percentage points. This is considerably more powerful. If the nine-tailed fox were to face the Earth Demon Wolf, to achieve an easy victory would be extremely difficult. It seems the reason why the Earth Demon Wolf went mad has been found. Chapter 85: The Obedient Earth Demon Wolf. The battle between the Earth Demon Wolf and the nine-tailed fox, two mythical beasts. The Earth Demon Wolf's attempt ended in failure, leaving it in a very sorry state. Surprisingly, the awakening level of the Earth Demon Wolf was developed after the Great Battle.
The development was too fast due to the high level of awakening. This resulted in a significant increase in its intelligence. Their abilities have also become much stronger.
The Earth Demon Wolf sensed Zhang Shui's combat strength.
Compared to her, there's not much difference. The other party has no right to be its master.
Its first thought was to use its own abilities to resist. It wants to turn the tables and become the master.
This put Zhang Shui in a difficult position.
If she were a qualified animal trainer, this problem can also be solved. The problem is, Zhang Shui is just a half-baked animal trainer. There's no way to deal with the Earth Demon Wolf. That's why she thought of Long Qingyun in the middle of the night.
They wanted Long Qingyun to resolve the matter concerning the Earth Demon Wolf. Having understood everything, Long Qingyun directly communicated with the system.
All he can do now is utilize the system.
With his own strength, he withstood the Earth Demon Wolf.
It does not give it any advantage.
System, use the beast taming talent on the Earth Demon Wolf to make it completely obedient to Zhang Shui.
Beast taming talent unlocked.
The beast taming talent successfully controlled the Earth Demon Wolf, making it loyal only to Zhang Shui.
With a whoosh, the incredibly irritable Earth Demon Wolf was completely exhausted.
He lay prone on the ground, panting heavily.
Before long, the Earth Wolf became docile.
It turned into a stray dog, and all I could see was it coming to the cage. He spoke in a flattering tone to Zhang Shui.
Wa'ada. Zhang Shui couldn't understand what the Earth Demon Wolf was saying. However, she could sense that the Earth Demon Wolf had submitted once again. He's willing to listen to her now. Seeing this series of operations, Zhang Shui admired Long Qingyun even more. However, Long Qingyun could clearly hear everything the Earth Demon Wolf said. The Earth Wolf's words were that it was willing to submit to Zhang Shui forever. Words of swearing allegiance to the other side until death. It seems that the Earth Demon Wolf has completely submitted. Long Qingyun discovered a problem. The Earth Demon Wolf was not only loyal to Zhang Shui, and I am also devoted to him, because he can communicate with the Earth Demon Wolf in his mind.
It seems this is all thanks to my beast taming talent.
Zhang Shui, the Earth Demon Wolf is alright. All its problems have been solved.
Although Zhang Shui knew the problem was solved.
But it sounds different coming from Long Qingyun.
Because she felt that this matter. The solution was so fast that she couldn't believe it. Furthermore, she had never encountered such a skilled animal trainer before.
This is amazing.
Zhang Shui refused to believe this fact.
They went straight to the Earth Demon Wolf's side.
I could only see that the Earth Demon Wolves were far apart.
Like a stray dog, it kept circling in its cage. Moreover, it was rubbing itself on the ground.
Seeing how obedient the Earth Demon Wolf was, it really broke my heart.
Long Qingyun, you are amazing.
In the blink of an eye, the problem of the Earth Demon Wolf was solved.
I really want to thank you this time. Long Qingyun shook his head.
You're welcome, it was just a small favor. Besides, we're good friends.
It's only right that I do this little thing.
Hearing this, Zhang Shui was so grateful she almost cried. Congratulations, host. The Frost Witch Zhang Shui's favorability rating has increased again, reaching 300 points.
Damn it. Zhang Shui's popularity rating is too easily fooled. Helping out with even a small task adds 100 points.
It seems the other person is sincere and considers him a good friend. Otherwise, the like value wouldn't have increased so quickly. After saying goodbye, Long Qingyun returned to his dormitory.
Exhausted from a long day, Long Qingyun lay down until dawn.
The next day, all the students of Yanqi Martial Academy gathered in the square. According to the number used to enter the martial academy, they received the resources provided by the school one by one. This time, the king-level awakener can receive 10 crystals. A royal-level awakener can receive 30 crystals. When the personnel distributing the crystals reached Zhang Menghan, they simply skipped it.
This surprised everyone, but then Zhang Fengyang spoke up.
Zhang Menghan, come with me to the Yanqi Martial Academy Research Institute.
I'll take you to get tested to see just how high your talent level really is. This way it's easier to distribute the crystals you deserve.
Zhang Menghan was taken aback upon hearing this, and then said,
Lord of the Manor, may Long Qingyun come along?
Zhang Fengyang shook his head. No, he is not qualified to go.
Hearing this, Zhang Menghan nodded.
Then he glanced at Long Qingyun beside him.
Qingyun, I'll be right back.
Long Qingyun smiled slightly.
Go ahead, I'll wait for you to come back. Although Long Qingyun didn't say anything on the surface, but he could see it from everything Zhang Fengyang did.
The other party is ostracizing him.
It's just a test of talent, isn't it? One more person, one less person. What's the difference? Was it necessary to say such harsh things? Doesn't he deserve it? After Zhang Menghan left, Long Qingyun took 10 crystals and waited nearby. Long Qingyun now possesses the yin-yang dual cultivation technique. It absorbs more energy than ordinary crystals.
In addition, he is now a royal-level awakener. 10 crystals were nothing to him. Besides, I got the Azure Dragon Heart through a random lottery. But it's much better than ordinary crystals. He doesn't need these so-called external things to help him. Furthermore, Zhang Menghan followed Zhang Fengyang to the Yanqi Martial Academy Research Institute. Inside the Research Institute, there is a super large magnetic field. One of them is the machine used for this test. Ordinary awakening instruments cannot detect innate talent. All of these can be tested here. Zhang Fengyang's talent was also tested here. Under Zhang Fengyang's command, Zhang Menghan entered the super magnetic field. I only saw Zhang Menghan, then closed my eyes. Then, fire attribute spirit beasts kept flying out from the Brahma holy blade on her forehead. Fire dragon, three-legged golden crow, fire phoenix, fire qilin, fire wolf. A group of fire attribute spirit beasts hovered around Zhang Menghan. This scene terrified everyone present. Even Zhang Fengyang's mouth dropped open, and he couldn't close it for a long time. What's going on here? Could it be the Jadeite of heroes? Are the spirit beasts having a meeting? This kind of thing is very rare. All I could see was the color of the magnetic field tester. It rises continuously, then changes into yellow, orange, red, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Looking at the magnetic field tester, I noticed the changes. It's like seeing little kids dancing for Children's Day. The color changed from the lowest level, yellow, to purple. Then, the testing device spoke automatically. Congratulations, student, on successfully awakening your divine talent. They became the best in the entire Great Yin Empire. Chapter 86, One of the Best. Boom. God-like talent? The pinnacle of the entire empire. So far, the entire Great Yin Empire. Thus, a god-level talent awakener emerged. Moreover, this person is also at the Yinzhong Martial Academy. They were treated like precious guardians. Zhang Menghan's emergence can be considered the second most outstanding person in the Great Yin Empire. The first person awakened his talent ahead of time. However, the opponent's attributes and abilities are definitely not as powerful as Zhang Menghan's. Brahma's sacred flame? This is an upgraded version of the fire attribute among the 5 attributes. It belongs to the level of the elements of heaven and earth. In a sense, it is also one of the most powerful attributes. The elements of heaven and earth have reached the pinnacle of the world. If it's a normal fire attribute ability, there's really no need to worry about it. However, the Brahma Holy Flame is completely different. What is a saint? That's a level beyond the ordinary, reaching sainthood. The very name itself proves that Brahma's sacred essence is extraordinary. After the test was completed, Zhang Menghan walked past Zhang Fengyang. Lord of the Manor, may I leave now? This is too bland, isn't it?
Ordinary people shouldn't ask first. What about the test scores and their corresponding attributes? Zhang Menghan, don't you want to know your own attributes and level? Don't you want more resources?
Zhang Menghan looked up at Zhang Fengyang.
So what if the attributes are strong? So what if you're of a high rank?
You look down on Long Qingyun.
Why should I give you a friendly look? If it weren't for Long Qingyun, the current me wouldn't exist. In my heart, Long Qingyun is my only one.
I'm here when he's here, and I'll leave when he leaves.
What?
These words left Zhang Fengyang dumbfounded.
Isn't Zhang Menghan being too extreme? It's just a boyfriend, isn't it? Can it be the only one in my life? There are plenty of people who are closer to you than your boyfriend. Shouldn't best friends, relatives, parents, and teachers be on par with, or even better than, your boyfriend? Zhang Menghan, aren't you being too impulsive?
Long Qingyun is, after all, just one person.
Can he compare to all your relatives, friends, and family? Can he compare to the safety of the great Yin Empire? But
hearing this, Zhang Menghan smiled.
What is a relative? I've never had any relatives since I was a child. What is a friend?
In all my life, I've only ever had one boyfriend, Long Qingyun.
Family? Do I have family? Family members are beasts. Family members are just snobs. What is the significance of family? What do I care about the safety of the people of the great Yin Empire when I am looked down upon by others? Who cares about the people of the great Yin Empire?
Only Long Qingyun has never abandoned me.
When I am humiliated, who will help me, the people of the great Yin Empire? Only Long Qingyun stood up for me. When I was hurt by bad people, the people of the great Yin Empire, who will shield me from the blade?
Only Long Qingyun disregarded everything and risked his life to protect me. In my heart, there is no one more than Long Qingyun.
He is the only one in my life. Anyone who looks down on him, they just look down on me. After saying that, Zhang Menghan chose to leave.
Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fengyang wanted to keep Zhang Menghan and give her a proper lesson. But Xing Hongyu, who was standing nearby, stopped Zhang Fengyang.
She told him everything she knew. Zhang Fengyang was stunned after hearing everything. I see.
It seems Zhang Menghan's experience was indeed tragic. We have already made Long Qingyun our pillar of support. If Zhang Menghan has ordinary king-level talent, or emperor-level talent,
I will not separate the two of them.
But now Zhang Menghan is one of the top-tier geniuses in the great Yin Empire. Such a favored daughter of heaven certainly wouldn't be allowed to do this for a mere Long Qingyun.
And it ruined everything she had.
I am the head of the Yanqi Martial Academy.
It's time to do something for Zhang Menghan.
At this point, Zhang Fengyang fell into thought.
Others may not know the extent of the power of those who awaken to God-level talent. He knew perfectly well.
It should be noted that among the current population of the great Yin Empire, which numbers over 1 billion,
there are only 2 God-level awakeners. There are fewer than 10 Emperor-level awakeners.
Each of them was the founder of a high-level martial arts academy.
This is evident from the fact that how much does the great Yin Empire value Emperor-level awakeners? So what about the God-level awakeners who are above the Emperor-level awakening? Needless to say. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Fengyang said to Xing Hongyu, if I remember correctly, you are a native of Chongqing, right? The reason why Zhang Menghan made this choice, to put it bluntly, it's all because of her family.
A lack of love in childhood leads to a lack of calcium in adulthood.
If we want Zhang Menghan to do well in her studies, we must start from the basics. When you have time, go to the mountain city and give Zhang Zilong and Wang Hohat a good talking to. Teach them to be good people in the future. Remember, don't take their lives. But they must repent and start anew. What I want is repentance of the soul, instead of just verbal repentance.
Xing Hongyu nodded, indicating that she understood.
Next, Zhang Fengyang said again, do you know Zhang Menghan and what other friends or besties she has?
Xing Hongyu hesitated for a moment, then said,
she has no close friends or best buddies. However, she has a very good relationship with Long Qingyun's parents. Moreover, Long Qingyun's aunt, Xiao Meiyu, is a very close friend of Zhang Menghan, and they can talk about anything. Don't you have any friends who are gifted or awakened?
Zhang Fengyang interrupted after hearing Xing Hongyu's answer.
That's all no, there is one more.
This person is Long Qingyun's sworn sister, named Xiao Chang. This person is the daughter of the number 1 police chief in the mountain city, and she gets along quite well with Zhang Menghan.
This person is a water element mutated ice element awakener. He did not choose our Yinchi Martial Academy. Instead, they stayed at the Mountain City Martial Academy. Because her attacks require water elements. Yinchi Martial Academy is not suitable for her at all. Besides, she doesn't meet our admission requirements. Hearing this, Zhang Fengyang nodded. Let's forget about Long Qingyun's parents. Even if you come to the Yinchi Martial Academy, it won't be of much help to Zhang Menghan. It might do more harm than good. But Long Qingyun's aunt, Xiao Meiyu, and his sworn sister, Xiao Chang. We can try every means to bring these 2 women to my Yinchi martial mansion. I estimate that this will be helpful for Zhang Menghan in the future. Let her have more friends and more family. Naturally, the feelings between Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun will gradually fade. Also, encourage the geniuses of the Martial Academy to associate more with Zhang Menghan. This way, she can also get out of the world that only has Long Qingyun. Chapter 87. The identity of the God-level awakener is revealed. Xing Hongyu nodded, indicating that she understood. But she still spoke up, saying, Lord of the Manor, this girl Xiao Chang. If we wanted to, we could easily get it done. No matter what, she belongs to a low-level martial arts academy. It's within our jurisdiction. However, Xiao Meiyu is just an ordinary person. And he is a captain of a criminal investigation team. We need to bring her to the Yinchi Martial Academy. This is actually quite troublesome. Hearing this, Zhang Fengyang said completely unconcerned. I, Zhang Fengyang, want someone from the Chongqing police station. It's just a matter of a few words. Besides, we also need security personnel around our Yinchi Martial Academy. You don't need to worry about this. I will arrange it myself. I'll apply to the higher-ups then. Establish a security department within the Yinchi Martial Academy. Bring Xiao Meiyu to the Wu family and have her work as a security manager. Doesn't that solve the problem? Upon hearing this, Xing Hongyu could only nod in agreement. The security manager at Yinchi Martial Mansion is no less capable than the criminal investigation captain at the police station. It could even be described as a disguised upgrade. Anyone with a brain knows how to make the right choice. Just as Xing Hongyu was about to leave, Zhang Fengyang said again. How about this, since Zhang Menghan can't live without Long Qingyun? We'll find some examples for her. For example, let her participate in the intensive training alone today. Let's see how much growth there really is. Tomorrow, let her and Long Qingyun participate in intensive training again, and see how much they have improved. Through this method, we can let her know which method is more suitable for her. Over time, she will naturally learn how to make the right choice. Upon hearing this, Xing Hongyu chimed in from the side. Your Highness is wise, you even came up with this method. After a round of flattery, Zhang Fengyang also agreed to let Xing Hongyu leave. He himself walked towards the square. Today is my first day at the Yinchi Martial Academy. He wants to share the knowledge he possesses. He told the whole story to the more than 100 trainees. Let them avoid detours and reach the desired level as quickly as possible. Then Zhang Menghan returned to the square and walked directly towards Long Qingyun. Qingyun, I'm back. How was the test? Did you reach God-level talent? Long Qingyun asked with a smile. Yes, it's a God-level Brahma Saint's superpower, Zhang Menghan said with a grin. Congratulations. You've actually stood out from Yinchi Martial Academy. You're a role model for us all, Long Qingyun said, deliberately speaking in a literary tone. However, Zhang Menghan persisted. Who cares what level it is? Who cares about any ability? All I know is that wherever you are, I will be there too. Wherever you go, I will go. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun immediately understood everything. This time, Zhang Menghan went to have her talent tested. The management of Wufu spoke with Zhang Menghan again. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't say such things out of the blue. Just after everyone had finished preparing, Zhang Fengyang stepped onto the main stage and began his introduction in a serious manner. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. Zhang Menghan, the pride of heaven, has had her talent tested and is a God-level Brahma Saint Awakener. Let's congratulate her. Boom. Upon hearing this, hundreds of people were immediately stunned.
But those who realized what was happening immediately shouted,
Long live humanity! Long live humanity! Although, for king-level awakeners and emperor-level awakeners, a god-level awakener is a being like a god. However, they knew that as long as the Great Yen Empire produced a god-level awakener, the safety of the entire empire was further guaranteed. After the crowd roared a few times, Zhang Fengyang pressed his hands forward. Alright, let's leave it at that. Now we will proceed with the first step after entering the residence. That means entering a pre-prepared secret training base and receiving secret training. Let me explain it to you simply. The secret training base is actually an independent space where demonic beasts are imprisoned. However, we will deploy monsters based on the strength of your respective independent space. You can choose to band together and complete the intensive training mission together. You can also choose to complete the intensive training mission alone. The intensive training period will last for 2 months. Hopefully, in 2 months, I will see you make significant progress. The rule of the secret training is to kill the monsters inside. Then, inside, absorb the crystals to cultivate. The spiritual energy in the intensive training base must be abundant. But it is the best place for cultivation. Remember, go in during the day and come out at night. That's the rule at the intensive training base. Otherwise, there would be a risk to your life. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, hundreds of people in the audience shouted. Clear. Alright, now I'll lead you to the secret training base. Zhang Fengyang said happily, seeing everyone's high spirits. Just as Zhang Menghan came to Long Qingyun, the two held hands, preparing to enter the secret place with hundreds of others to receive secret training. Zhang Fengyang spoke again. Zhang Menghan, you are the hope of our entire Yanqi Martial Academy. I want you to go into the intensive training base alone. This will be more accurate and demonstrate your strengths. Upon hearing this, Zhang Menghan glared at Zhang Fengyang. I object. I have the right to join Long Qingyun in a group and undergo secret training. Oppositions are overruled. This is a unanimous decision made by the higher-ups of the Yanqi Martial Academy, Zhang Fengyang said again from the side. Zhang Menghan, the Martial Academy is doing this for your own good. There is only one person facing everything. Only then can you stay focused and develop your natural talents more quickly. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan was speechless. Because she knew this was the Martial Arts Academy, and they were deliberately separating the two of them. She could only look at Long Qingyun and hand over the right to speak to him. She would definitely follow the other person and leave if they said no. However, Long Qingyun did not act rashly. He simply looked at Zhang Fengyang with a nonchalant expression. Lord, do you mean you're afraid I'll hold Zhang Menghan back? That's exactly what I mean. Zhang Fengyang said with utmost seriousness. They didn't give Long Qingyun any face at all. In Zhang Fengyang's eyes, even a king-level awakener is incredibly powerful. They are not worthy of being a god-level awakener. However, Long Qingyun did not get angry and said again. If I didn't hold everyone back. And it can even help Zhang Menghan? Zhang Fengyang had never really thought about this question. I was suddenly asked this question and didn't know how to answer. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Fengyang said directly. Okay, since you brought it up, let's discuss this matter. I'll give you an answer too. If the two of you train together, your level of awakening will increase. The level of awakening developed is much greater than when Zhang Menghan was training alone inside. I'll accept the two of you as your partners and we can train together in the future. On the contrary, you two will have to follow my arrangements. No protests are allowed. Upon hearing the result, Long Qingyun smiled happily. This is exactly the result he wants. Chapter 88 Entering the Secret Training Base. All that was seen was Long Qingyun nodding in agreement. Once a man has made his word, it is hard to follow him. With so many people as witnesses, I hope that Your Excellency will not go back on your word. After speaking, Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Menghan beside him. Menghan, today you will be entering the intensive training base alone for training. Tomorrow, the two of us will go to the intensive training base together for training. I'd like to see which method suits you better. Long Qingyun possesses the yin-yang dual cultivation technique. He wasn't worried at all. The outcome is already set in stone, no one can change it. However, Zhang Fengyang and the other students, seeing everything Long Qingyun did, everyone thought that Long Qingyun was just saying things out of anger. He completely gave up and no one believed in him.
However, Zhang Menghan chose to believe Long Qingyun. He nodded directly and agreed. Next came the training at the intensive training base. There were more than 100 people, and they were mostly traveling in groups. However, there are also a few lone wolves. Just as everyone arrived at the secret training base, Lung Jun came to Long Qingyun's side. He invited Long Qingyun to join his team. However, Long Qingyun directly rejected him. This made everyone present even more alarmed. Among hundreds of people, King-level awakeners usually enter the secret training base in groups of 3 to 5. Even royal-level awakeners form teams of 2 or 3 people. A few indifferent and arrogant individuals. He also acted alone. However, they all possess special abilities. Zhang Menghan is a lone wolf. But the other person's talent is undeniable. Ordinary dangers are nothing to her. Only Long Qingyun, this king-level awakener. His plan to go it alone has truly surprised everyone. Just after everyone went inside, Long Qingyun also headed towards the secret training base. In the intensive training base, each person has a level of awareness. What goes in, what comes out. It can be understood perfectly clearly. Therefore, this method can also be used to test it. Every student's progress every day. However, just after Long Qingyun entered the secret training base, Zhang Fengyang gave a cold smile. He said to the instructor beside him, "Set up an emperor-level challenge for Long Qingyun. And the most powerful kind. I'd like to see just how capable he is. Remember, as long as you don't die, a few injuries are no big deal." The instructor was immediately taken aback upon hearing this. King-level awakeners enjoy the same treatment as those who pass emperor-level stages. This violates the rules of secret training. Zhang Fengyang now wants Long Qingyun to experience the most challenging level among the royal levels. Isn't this pushing people to their deaths? Lord, this may be difficult to handle. This violates the rules of secret training. If Long Qingyun dies in the secret training, how should we explain this to our superiors? Although, they said that as long as you don't die, everything will be fine. But this force is hard to control. The monsters inside are all desperate killers. If anything happens to Long Qingyun inside, the responsibility. Zhang Fengyang was well aware of the instructor's thoughts. All I saw was him glaring at the instructor. Just do what I tell you to do. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. It has nothing to do with you. After saying that, Zhang Fengyang walked towards a special room next to the secret training base. On the walls inside this room, it was covered with countless display screens. Everything inside the secret training base can be observed clearly. Sitting here, I can have a complete grasp of the situation. An hour later, the monsters in Zhang Menghan's training base had already fled the scene. She was the first to force the monster to flee. Then I only saw Zhang Menghan holding a crystal in her hand. He began his cultivation. Then came the awakened ones, who traveled in groups of 3 or 5. After forcing the monsters in the secret training base to escape. Everything is inside, let's cultivate. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone else had come out, but Long Qingyun was still sitting motionless inside the secret training base. This left everyone completely dumbfounded. This matter also left Zhang Fengyang dumbfounded. He's been watching Long Qingyun for a long time. Inside the secret training base where Long Qingyun was located, he was assigned 3 demonic beasts of the same level as him. If things continue as normal, Long Qingyun had long been beaten to the ground. However, the result was unexpected. The monster was not forced to flee. Long Qingyun was not injured either. What's most puzzling is that ever since the 3 monsters entered the secret training base, he was 3 meters away from Long Qingyun. They were staring at each other. 8 hours have passed. Neither side had any intention of taking action. The only movement was that Long Qingyun was holding a crystal in his hand and continuously refining it. I took the crystal out of my pocket twice along the way. Just as Zhang Fengyang was about to go and see what was going on, Long Qingyun finally stood up. I walked towards the door. Looking at the 3 monsters again, none of them attacked. Instead, they all lay down on the ground, motionless. Just after Long Qingyun came out, the results of everyone's cultivation have been released. The worst result was that the awakening level was developed by 0.01%.
The best result resulted in an increase of 0.1% in awakening level. This development level is only effective for people at the same level. For people at different levels, data and combat power are not equivalent. Take Zhang Menghan as an example. This time, her awakening level only increased by 0.05%, which is not a good result. However, among the more than 100 people, she was the one who improved the fastest. Because Zhang Menghan absorbs crystals the fastest. A king level awakened one absorbed several pieces. A royal level awakened being absorbed more than a dozen pieces. Zhang Menghan, however, absorbed several dozen yuan. That's the difference. However, Long Qingyun undoubtedly came in last place this time. This time, his awakening level increased by 0.02%. It only absorbed 3 crystals. However, this is already considered a rapid increase. The instructor reported everyone's grades. Some people were happy to hear the result, while others were disappointed. Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun, however, had an extremely ordinary relationship. It was as if they already knew the results for both sides. Then Zhang Fengyang announced that today's training was over. Everyone ate in the cafeteria and got a good rest in the evening. Just after everyone left the secret training base, Zhang Fengyang said to the instructor beside him, "Have any monsters died today?" Reporting to the Lord, for demonic beasts died this time, the instructor beside him said honestly, "Not bad. Just as I expected." With that, Zhang Fengyang prepared to leave. However, the instructor spoke up again at this point. "My lord, I have something to report." "Speak quickly if you have something to say, I have a lot of things to do." Zhang Fengyang turned around and looked at the hesitant instructor, saying impatiently, "For demonic beasts died this time, 3 of which died in Long Qingyun's secret training base." Seeing Zhang Fengyang's somewhat impatient look, the instructor had no choice but to report honestly. Chapter 89. Zhang Fengyang couldn't believe the facts before his eyes. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhang Fengyang was completely dumbfounded. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word for a long time. How is that possible? Once Zhang Fengyang realized what was happening, he immediately denied it. "I specifically observed Long Qingyun. Ever since he entered the secret training base, he has been sitting cross-legged on the ground. Aside from absorbing 3 crystals, it did nothing else." How did the 3 demonic beasts die? Could it be that he was killed by his domineering aura? After saying that, Zhang Fengyang immediately walked towards the room next door. He's going to check the surveillance footage to see exactly what happened. Let's take another look at Long Qingyun and see how he actually made his move. However, when Zhang Fengyang came along, he once again used the fast-forward method to watch the whole thing from beginning to end. After reviewing all the surveillance footage, he still couldn't find any reason. All I know is that when Long Qingyun was around, the 3 demonic beasts were all full of energy. The eyes can move freely. After Long Qingyun left, the 3 demonic beasts seemed to have been drained of all their energy and collapsed to the ground. Unable to find the reason, Zhang Fengyang could only keep the matter quiet. It was treated as an accident. So what if 3 monsters died? It's not a big deal. However, this matter should be inquired with Long Qingyun, the person involved. The other party definitely knows everything. In fact, Long Qingyun was very honest this time. To prove that Zhang Menghan is with him, his cultivation level needs to be increased significantly. Is he not planning to cultivate this time? However, sitting and spacing out all the time is definitely not practical. Therefore, Long Qingyun obtained the crystal 3 times within 8 hours. However, after he entered the secret training base, not long after, 3 monsters appeared. These 3 demonic beasts are quite powerful. Long Qingyun must find a way to eliminate the enemy. But here's the problem, we need to kill 3 more monsters. However, this also prevents him from displaying his skills. He gave up the opportunity to kill the 3 demonic beasts. It was given to the soul-capturing ability from the Heavenly Eyes talent. It has to be said that the ability to steal souls is incredibly powerful. All we saw was Long Qingyun using this move. The 3 monsters were completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at Long Qingyun, unable to look away. The soul was no longer inside the body. They're like zombies. However, if Long Qingyun doesn't move, they won't fall. This led to a scene where 1 person and 3 demonic beasts confronted each other. Just when Long Qingyun thought that the soul-seizing ability was nothing special, he sensed that the Azure Dragon's heart was stirring. the soul energy of the three demonic beasts. It was actually taken away by the Azure Dragon Heart. This directly increased the spiritual energy of the Azure Dragon Heart significantly. Just when Long Qingyun thought the matter would simply end there. The spiritual energy within the bodies of the three demonic beasts. It was constantly being snatched away by the Azure Dragon Heart. Although it wasn't fast, Long Qingyun could easily sense it. In fact, Long Qingyun's essence can be absorbed quickly. But he wanted to see just how fast the Azure Dragon Heart could go without anyone controlling it. As a result, it dragged on for 8 hours. However, automatic absorption also has an advantage, even if the monster dies. It stood there as if it were alive, showing no signs of abnormality. This is a pretty good discovery. Seeing that it was almost time, Long Qingyun stood up and walked towards the door. This also caused fluctuations throughout the entire space. Not long after, the three monsters died. This leads to the symptoms of natural death. Even a master like Zhang Fengyang, they couldn't detect any clues whatsoever. After dinner, Long Qingyun intended to go back to rest. At this moment, Zhang Shuer actually found the two of them. All that could be seen was Zhang Shuer riding on the back of the Earth Demon Wolf with extraordinary domineering presence. All the students of the Yanqi Martial Academy had to act according to her wishes. Just as Zhang Shuer arrived at Long Qingyun's side, the students nearby spoke up. Oh my god, Long Qingyun is going to be in trouble this time. It seems that Zhang Shuer, the Ice Witch, is deliberately trying to cause him trouble. It seems that being too proud can also lead to trouble. Just yesterday, he said that all students of the Yanqi Martial Academy were welcome to challenge him. Today, we received care from the Ice Witch Zhang Shuer. Let's not talk about Zhang Shuer herself, the Ice Witch. It was his mount, the Earth Demon Wolf. They are all incredibly powerful beings. Even ordinary royal-level awakened beings are no match for it. Sigh, it's nothing, everyone can go home now. Zhang Shuer, the Ice Witch, is a woman who doesn't reason. What if she gets upset and takes it out on us? It's our turn to be unlucky. After he finished speaking, the timid and cowardly person next to him, I walked straight towards the main gate. Some people didn't even finish their meals before running away. There are those who are afraid of trouble, and there are those who are not afraid of trouble. All I saw were those who weren't afraid of trouble, sitting right there and observing. I want to see if there's any excitement to be had this time. Just as everyone was paying attention to the group of people, Zhang Shuer, however, walked coldly to the table where Long Qingyun was. Long Qingyun, you're being really unfair. How could I be absent from a meal and drinks? One more person means one more pair of chopsticks. With my small frame, I can't eat that much. Do you really need to be so stingy? Boss, bring out the food. Bring out one of everything I like, and Long Qingyun will pay for it. The cafeteria is not open to the public, and there is an entrance fee. This also gives everyone a competitive edge. To avoid the problem of everyone eating from the same pot, which would obscure the distinction between the strong and the weak. But is Long Qingyun short of money? All we saw was Long Qingyun chuckling. Shuer, as long as you can eat it all, don't waste any. Don't even mention ordering one serving, I'd accept 2 more servings if you asked. Boss, bring me 2 portions of fresh bones. I'm going to treat these 2 spirit beasts. These words left everyone around them dumbfounded. Isn't there only one spirit beast under Zhang Shuer's command? Where did these 2 spirit beasts come from? Another problem is that the prefect, Zhang Fengyang, doesn't like Long Qingyun. Why is Zhang Shuer the Ice Witch? Surprisingly, he was chatting and laughing with Long Qingyun. Do they know each other? Just as the people around were wondering what was going on, Zhang Shuer spoke again. Sigh, no fun without alcohol, boss, 3 bottles of beer, please. What? No fun without alcohol? It seems the 3 of them really do know each other. And they have a very good relationship. This left those present with a rather perplexing question. The dishes were served shortly afterward. However, after all the dishes were served, Long Qingyun was dumbfounded. Zhang Shuer has 18 kinds of favorite dishes. With her small frame, how could she possibly eat that much? Moreover, all the dishes were meat-based, there wasn't a single vegetarian dish. Before Long Qingyun could react, Zhang Shuer then began to eat and drink heartily. The way he ate was completely unlike how a person who was over 1.3 meters tall should behave. Long Qingyun didn't pay much attention and just watched from the side.
Occasionally, he would have a drink with Zhang Shuer and eat a few dishes as a token gesture. At the entire dinner table, Zhang Shuer was the only one taking center stage.
Chapter 90's way of spreading dog food, a metaphor for romantic gestures, is quite intriguing.
Just then, 2 fresh bones arrived.
It was also brought up by someone. The earth demon wolf took a share.
Then, out of thin air, a 9-tailed fox the size of a ball appeared.
This 9-tailed fox also occupies a share.
However, the appearance of the 9-tailed fox.
This made the earth demon wolf a little uneasy.
She actually started whining and trying to please him from the side.
However, the 9-tailed fox ignored the earth demon wolf.
He started eating the bones by himself.
Only then did those nearby realize something. Why did Long Qingyun order 2 servings of bone soup?
It was originally prepared for the 9-tailed fox.
Where did this 9-tailed fox come from? Whose pet is it anyway? Could it be Zhang Menghan's?
The crowd watched the spectacle with questions in their eyes. Half an hour later, Zhang Shuer had eaten and drunk her fill. He patted his full belly and said with a grin,
"Awesome, it's been so long since anyone treated me to a meal. It tastes delicious even without having to pay for it yourself."
Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Shuer, whose mischievous expression made him genuinely smile.
Next comes the checkout. This dinner cost over 2,000.
It has to be said that Long Qingyun was truly taken advantage of by Zhang Shuer.
Just as Long Qingyun was heartbroken,
Zhang Shuer, standing to the side, spoke up. "Long Qingyun, don't feel sorry for me.
I know what you're thinking.
He who eats another's food is bound to do his bidding. He who takes another's money is obligated to do his bidding.
I had a really nice meal with you this time.
Leave your affair with Zhang Menghan to me. Regardless of whether we bet tomorrow or win or lose.
You two are a couple. If anyone dares to break you two up, I'll make them pay." Hearing this, Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Shuer with even greater admiration. This little girl looks small,
but he speaks with a very mature air.
Moreover, the things he did pleased Long Qingyun.
Regardless of whether the other party has the ability or not, do this. The fact that the other party could say such a thing shows that they meant well.
I've already considered him a true friend.
While Long Qingyun was still in a daze, Zhang Shuer rode away on her earth demon wolf. As she left, Zhang Shuer didn't forget to say to everyone present, "Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan are my good friends.
If you dare to bully them, you'd better think twice." What? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was immediately dumbfounded. Good friend? Who would dare offend the Frost Witch's best friend? Isn't that just asking for death?
By the way, Zhang Shuer's attitude towards Long Qingyun.
But this is unusual. Do the two of them have some unspeakable secret? Or rather, were the two having an affair? Or perhaps, both women have a relationship with Long Qingyun? This time, they really did a good job of showing affection. Everyone had to admire Long Qingyun's ability to woo women. Long Qingyun saw the silly looks on everyone's faces. He didn't offer much explanation and left with Zhang Menghan. Just after Long Qingyun and the other person left, the crowd began to discuss it again. My goodness, who exactly is this kid Long Qingyun?
Not only can he win Zhang Menghan's heart. Surprisingly, they even received the care of the Frost Witch Zhang Shuer.
This is defying the heavens. Who says otherwise? Both women are quite talented. No matter which boat they board, they will be able to thrive. However, Long Qingyun ended up on 2 boats. If it doesn't take off soon, the world will be outraged.
From my observation of Long Qingyun just now, everything he did was passive. It seems he possesses an irresistible charm, even surpassing someone as powerful as the Ice Witch Zhang Shuer. They were all willing to pay extra to become his good friends. That would require a tremendous amount of faith. How envious I am. How can I make this heavenly beauty throw herself at me? Or, I can pursue someone else. Why can't I meet the girl I like? The night passed in a flash. The next day, it was the same as the day before. The group entered a secret training base for intensive training. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, today's trainees are mostly in small teams of 2 or 3, and there are no more lone wolves. Today, Zhang Fengyang truly kept his promise. They formed a team with Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan. I went in yesterday. The group, familiar with the route, headed towards the secret base. After all the trainees entered the secret base, Zhang Fengyang said to the instructor beside him, The other teams will increase the difficulty of their intensive training. Increased to 1.1 times the corresponding difficulty level. The team formed by Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan. You must take good care of me. Increase the difficulty of the intensive training to more than twice the corresponding difficulty level. And we must keep the difficulty level high and not give them any rest time. By doing this, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan will not have time to absorb the crystals.
At that time, we will have indirectly won this bet.
That way, Long Qingyun will automatically give up the opportunity to be with Zhang Menghan. For us, there are only benefits, no harm whatsoever.
The instructor nodded and went to prepare.
However, this was a tiny little thing.
It rode over on a terrestrial wolf.
This person was Zhang Shuer. Zhang Shuer came to Zhang Fingyang's side, then shook her head and said,
"Brother, aren't you going too far? Can you be fair? You are the Wind Demon Emperor, if you let other Emperor-level awakeners. Knowing you did this, what do you think they'll think of you? One must be bold and responsible, and never try to be clever, or you will ruin your future."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengyang said to the still childish Zhang Shuer, "Shuer, don't interfere in this matter.
I have my own arrangements."
I know you have a good relationship with Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun. But no matter how good the relationship is, this matter must be handled according to the rules.
Besides, doubling the difficulty is not excessive. If you don't even have this much ability, why should he pay such a high price? They left a piece of trash in the Yanqi Martial Academy? Waste?
Hearing this, Zhang Shuer smiled happily.
Waste? Who's trash? Brother, are you talking about Long Qingyun?
His animal taming skills are incredibly powerful. His combat strength is comparable to that of a royal level awakened.
Isn't it just that he awakened a king level talent? What does this signify? I can put my words here. If Long Qingyun is considered trash, there will be very few geniuses in the entire Yanqi Martial Academy. Even if he is a king level awakener, as long as we can tame a group of spirit beasts, at that time, who will dare to provoke him?
Hearing this, Zhang Fengyang shook his head.
Okay, I have my own ideas. You shouldn't get involved in this matter.
Hearing Zhang Fengyang's words, Zhang Shuer shook her head dismissively.
What if I were to intervene? You? Zhang Fengyang was furious. He simply turned and left.
Looking at the location of the secret training base, Zhang Shuer's lips curled up in a smile.
Long Qingyun, I have high hopes for you. Don't embarrass me. This time, we must give them a good slap in the face and show them what you're capable of. After saying that, Zhang Shuer went straight into the room next door. We await the results. Chapter 91. Entering the secret training base together. Having learned from yesterday's experience, everyone understood the rules of the intensive training base.
Quickly enter the secret training base and scare away the monsters inside. Next, he took out the crystal to cultivate.
The crystal should be refined as quickly as possible, because the spiritual energy inside the intensive training base is abundant.
It can multiply the energy extracted from crystals.
This is also when they go back at night. He was just refining crystals when he had nothing better to do.
The conclusions reached. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan are completely different.
After the two entered the secret training base, first, I observed the terrain inside. Then, I found a place that I thought was comfortable and sat down. The two of them then waited.
During the journey, Zhang Menghan said with some doubt,
"Qingyun, we've waited so long this time, why haven't we seen any demonic beasts emerge yet?" Long Qingyun smiled. "Don't worry, let's take a rest. If no monsters appear, we'll just focus on cultivation. I reckon this is one of the managers in the Yanqi Martial Academy. They did it on purpose. They just want to disrupt our composure. It affects our cultivation and hinders the improvement of our awakening level."
Zhang Menghan nodded, indicating that she understood.
10 minutes later, no monsters appeared.
Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan then sat cross-legged and began to cultivate.
The two entered a meditative state, less than 5 minutes later.
Then they saw a tree spirit crawl out from the shadows.
Upon seeing the tree spirit, Long Qingyun understood everything.
It seems that Zhang Fengyang really took good care of him this time. This tree spirit's combat power has reached the limit of its level. Even if Zhang Menghan were to face her, it would take some effort. At this moment, Zhang Menghan decided to interrupt her cultivation and go to fight the enemy.
Long Qingyun spoke up.
Menghan, you are in charge of refining the crystals.
Leave the rest to me. Zhang Menghan was taken aback. However, upon hearing Long Qingyun's sincere tone,
he had no choice but to believe the other party.
Okay, be careful.
After saying that, Zhang Menghan continued refining the crystal. After a long while, the tree spirit saw no one attacking it. It immediately crawled towards the direction where the two were. The tree spirit is a strange monster.
Its shape can be determined by the environment. If they become demons, they will associate with animals. It will climb on the ground like an animal. Their transformed appearance also resembles that of animals. If it becomes a demon, it will come into contact with humans. It will then transform into something resembling a human. Moreover, it is learning to walk like a human.
The tree demon in front of Long Qingyun.
However, they are similar to animals.
This indicates that the tree spirit and the animal stayed together for a long time.
In fact, Long Qingyun entered the secret training base.
They had already figured out how to deal with the monsters. Who knew that what appeared now was actually a tree spirit? I wonder if his method is equally effective against monsters and tree spirits.
System, is there a difference between dealing with tree demons and dealing with monsters? Can we use the same method? Tree spirits belong to the demon race, as do demonic beasts. Carnivorous demonic beasts are relatively more difficult to deal with than naturally growing tree spirits.
If you can deal with demonic beasts, you can deal with tree spirits.
Understood. System, you're so cute. Looks like I'll have to trouble you again this time.
System, use the soul stealing skill to attack the tree demon in front of you.
Soul stealing skill activated. Call out.
A shooting star streaked across the sky, stopping the tree spirit that was still getting closer. They stood frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. It began to slowly crawl on the ground.
Wow, it actually works. Double-click 666.
After defeating the tree demon, Long Qingyun closed his eyes and sat cross-legged again. At this moment, in the house next to the secret training base, Zhang Fengyang, who was watching all of this, was dumbfounded.
What happened? Why did the tree spirit stop attacking? They actually chose to crawl on the ground. This shouldn't be happening. Why did this tree spirit do the same thing as the three monsters that died yesterday? Did he just die? We need to know the fighting strength of this tree demon. He can easily defeat Long Qingyun. Besides, I didn't see it just now. Someone looks like a tree spirit, is it attacking? This is really weird.
Zhang Shuer, who was lying casually on a chair nearby, burst out laughing.
After waiting a while, he spoke. I knew Long Qingyun was no ordinary person. You just have to call him a piece of trash. Now you know how powerful Long Qingyun is, right? What?
Zhang Fengyang was stunned when he heard this. Then, looking down at Zhang Shuer.
Shuer, what did you just say? Was this done by Long Qingyun? How is that possible?
I am even more convinced that Zhang Menghan was the one who did this.
Long Qingyun simply does not possess such an ability. But
Zhang Shuer stood up from her chair. He then came to Zhang Fengyang's side.
Brother, didn't you notice the three monsters that died yesterday? Does it have a similar effect to the tree spirit that just died? I estimate that 3 demonic beasts died yesterday. It is definitely a case of a damaged or dead soul. What? Hearing this, Zhang Fengyang was taken aback. He then muttered to himself. How is that possible? How do you know it's a damaged soul? Could it be that the instructor told you? But Zhang Shuer laughed again.
All I saw was her sitting down next to Zhang Fengyang. She then lay down in his arms. He crossed his legs and leisurely closed his eyes to rest. This puzzled Zhang Fengyang.
Only when you are full of confidence. That's why Zhang Shuer appears so calm. Could it be that Long Qingyun truly has an exceptionally special side?
Little girl, you'd better explain yourself clearly.
Are you still keeping your brother in suspense?
Zhang Shuer stretched out her right hand and said with a grin.
I want candy, and I won't say anything if I don't have any. Zhang Shuer is not young anymore. However, she still retains a childlike personality. He actually asked Zhang Fengyang for candy.
All we saw was Zhang Fengyang shaking his head.
Little girl, didn't I just give you the crystal? Have we run out of them again? TCH, I don't want ordinary crystals, I want medium-grade crystals.
Zhang Shuer looked like she had Zhong Fengyang completely under her thumb. Crystals are classified into primary, intermediate, advanced, and premium grades.
Ordinary crystals are considered basic. That's something ordinary people cultivate. Currently, the most common type of crystal in the Great Yan Empire is the ordinary crystal. Occasionally, some intermediate-grade crystals may also appear. However, it's not something that ordinary people can get. However, Zhang Fengyang had some. Zhang Shuer had asked about it before. The other party completely ignored her. But this time, Zhang Shuer made this request. Zhang Fengyang did not refuse immediately.
This means there's potential in this matter. That's why Zhang Shuer made the request for a mid-grade crystal. Then there are medium-grade crystals, which come in a variety of colors.
It looks like fruit candy.
That's why Zhang Shuer said she wanted to eat candy.
Chapter 92 Soul Secret Technique.
Looking at Zhang Fengyang again, who was looking down at the mischievous and adorable Zhang Shuer, he had no choice but to give in. He only has this one relative right now, so let alone intermediate-grade crystals, he wouldn't hold back even if he had high-grade crystals, as long as he had them. He just wanted Zhang Shuer to know that resources are hard-won and should not be wasted. Shaking his head, Zhang Fengyang took out a mid-grade crystal from his person and handed it directly to Zhang Shuer next to him.
Okay, I'll do as you wish today. Now, can you tell me why?
Zhang Shuer took the intermediate-grade crystal, played with it in front of her for a while, and said very happily,
"My eldest brother is still the best to me. I love you to death.
Since you've been so good to me, I'll tell you the truth. I suspect that Long Qingyun is a beast tamer.
Moreover, he also cultivated the legendary soul technique. The reason why the demon beasts and tree spirits could die silently was. That's because Long Qingyun activated the results of his soul technique." What? Soul secret technique? Is this really true? Little sister, is what you said true? Don't try to fool me. TCH, what's in it for me to fool you? Will I get any candy?
Zhang Shuer glared at Zhang Fengyang.
I only told you this because you're my brother. Otherwise, given my relationship with Long Qingyun, I will absolutely not tell anyone.
Others may not know the power of the soul technique.
Don't you know? After hearing this, Zhang Fengyang remained silent. Soul techniques are incredibly powerful. Moreover, it ranks among the top of all secret techniques.
It's not that it's particularly powerful.
Ordinary people simply don't have any ability to defend themselves in terms of their souls.
For example, in terms of physical defense, if your attack value is 1000, most people can defend against several hundred, or even all of them. However, the secret techniques of the soul are different.
Its attack power doesn't need to be too strong at all. Having an attack power of 200 or 300 is already quite good. Because most people simply don't have the ability to defend themselves on matters of the soul. To put it bluntly, it's about toughing it out. And how many more souls? Can it withstand soul-piercing techniques now?
Thinking of this, Zhang Fengyang shook his head and said softly,
"Let's wait and see." Regardless of whether it's a soul technique or not, just based on everything Long Qingyun just showed, they are already qualified to enjoy the resources of a royal level awakened. However, in order to be able to train a genius, I'll definitely add fuel to the fire from behind. Whether it's a worm or a dragon depends on Long Qingyun's skill. Instructor, intensify the attack on the secret training base where Long Qingyun is located. I want to test just how capable he really is. Half an hour later, 3 wolf demons appeared in the secret training base where Long Qingyun was located. Before the 3 wolf demons could even make a move, he instantly turned into an idiot, standing motionless in place. An hour later, a camphor tree spirit appeared. As a result, nothing changed, and they were left frozen in place once again. 2 hours later, 2 male lion-like monsters appeared. The ending was exactly the same as before. In a single instant, both lions were instantly killed. They lay prostrate on the ground, too afraid to move. The people outside were shocked. Long Qingyun was overjoyed because of the azure dragon heart within him. But we had a big meal. It has accumulated a lot of soul energy, along with the spiritual energy from demonic beasts and monsters. It seems that exterminating demons has its benefits. If you have the chance in the future, you must do more to eliminate evil and uphold justice. 8 hours passed in the blink of an eye.
Zhang Fengyang repeatedly ordered his men to send demons to attack Long Qingyun. As a result, the entire army was wiped out. The number of demons that have died at Long Qingyun's hands is already around 30. Seeing this, Zhang Fengyang felt extremely pained. I knew all along that these monsters and beasts were hard won. Those were all powerful awakened beings. They were captured in various places and used as practice tools for trainees. This time, a tenth of them died. If this continues, it might not even last 10 days. All the monsters in the entire training base are doomed. Thinking of this, Zhang Fengyang gave up the idea of launching a sneak attack. We simply waited for the two of them to come out. Let's see how much their awakening level increased that day. That concludes our day's training. Everyone came out one after another. The highest increase in awakening level this time was 0.5%. Even the lowest increase reached 0.1%. The last two to emerge were Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan. This time, both of them reached an awakening level of 0.8%. This greatly shocked Zhang Fengyang. It really was true what Long Qingyun said. Zhang Menghan's solo training is not as effective as her training with Long Qingyun. However, everything done during the training was exactly the same. What exactly happened? It turns out that Zhang Menghan was deliberately hiding her true abilities. Or does Long Qingyun possess superhuman talent and astonishing trump cards? A loss is a loss, Zhang Fengyang said immediately after the intensive training ended. In front of everyone, he allowed Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan to team up for training. This was something Long Qingyun had never expected. This is not Zhang Fengyang's style at all. However, just as Long Qingyun was a little confused, Zhang Fengyang immediately dispersed the crowd. Everyone dispersed and went about their own business. However, just after everyone left, Zhang Shuer walked out from the side. Standing beside Long Qingyun, Zhang Shuer said with a grin, "What's wrong? Don't you believe my brother? What are you still standing there for?" I said, "This time it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. Given our friendship, I will not allow anyone to break you up. If anyone tries to use force, I'll fight them to the death." Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun understood everything. It turns out it was Zhang Shuer who was helping out from behind the scenes. "Shuer, thank you so much this time." Zhang Shuer shook her head. "As a friend, this is what I should do. You helped me last night. I should have invited you to have a drink. But it's too late, I'm afraid people will gossip. Now that the three of us are here, let's go have a good drink." Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun was taken aback. "Grandma, is this your treat, or mine?" "My treat," Zhang Shuer said loudly. "What? Such a good thing?" Just as Long Qingyun was wondering, Zhang Shuer spoke again. "I'll provide the food, you provide the drinks, isn't that fair?" Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun sensed that something was amiss. "However, I don't know where the problem lies." He simply nodded and said, "Okay, a case of beer isn't worth much." Long Qingyun knew that Zhang Shuer only drank beer and not baijiu Chinese liquor. It doesn't cost much at all. So they split into two groups, with Long Qingyun going to buy wine. Zhang Menghan and Zhang Shuer went to prepare the dishes. When Long Qingyun arrived at Zhang Shuer's place carrying a case of beer, he was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 93: Zhang Shuer's cooking skills. He saw a barbecue grill. On the barbecue grill sits a plucked and marinated wolf. It seems Zhang Shuer is preparing to eat roasted wolf this time. What's most infuriating is, Zhang Shuer actually had Zhang Menghan control a fire phoenix, which was breathing fire beside her. Isn't this treating Zhang Menghan like a handyman or someone who tends the fire? Only then did Long Qingyun realize the truth. Why did Zhang Shuer let Zhang Menghan be with her? It turns out they were after Zhang Menghan's Brahma sacred flame. Something's not right, there's a wolf on the grill. Why does it look so familiar? This is right here in the secret training base. Was it the wolf demon that was killed by Long Qingyun? The wolf demon's soul was destroyed, and its spiritual energy was absorbed. Only a physical body remained. It seems Zhang Shuer is making use of waste this time. At most, I provided some condiments. Is that considered a treat? Upon seeing Long Qingyun, he realized her scheme. Zhang Shuer said with a grin, "What's wrong? Don't assume I'm treating you. If I let you buy a few cases of beer, you'll be at a disadvantage. I know this is recycling waste." They also deprived Zhang Menghan of her manual labor.
But I won't let you suffer.
I dare not speak of anything else, but let's just talk about grilling techniques. If I'm second to none in the Yanqi Martial Academy, no one dares to claim first place.
What? Is this just bragging?
Just as Long Qingyun was about to deny it, Zhang Shuai moved.
All I could see was her quickly getting busy next to the barbecue grill. Moreover, everything Zhang Shuai did, even Long Qingyun couldn't understand it. For example, they would repeatedly stab the wolf meat with a bamboo skewer. Moreover, they would occasionally sprinkle unknown spices on the wolf meat.
In less than 15 minutes, the wolf meat, which originally had no aroma, began to fill the air with fragrance.
With a thud, Long Qingyun, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow hard. It seems that what Zhang Shuai said was true. Zhang Shuai's barbecue skills are truly amazing. Another half-hour passed, and the whole wolf meat was roasted. Zhang Shuai stopped adding seasonings to the wolf meat. Instead, they chose to use frost energy. Wrap the wolf meat up.
This is truly a case of extremes.
One hot, one cold. What exactly does this mean? 3 minutes later, the frost melted automatically.
Just then, Zhang Shuai took out a kitchen knife. They began cutting the wolf meat off the skeleton piece by piece.
After serving a large plate of wolf meat on a large platter,
Zhang Shuai sat at the table, leisurely saying,
Long Qingyun, is my roasted whole wolf ready? I'm just waiting for your wine. Why aren't you taking it out? Let's enjoy it together. We won't leave until we're drunk.
Long Qingyun shook his head and finished off a bottle of beer with his partner.
Next, we ate roasted whole wolf.
However, it must be said that Zhang Shuai's barbecue skills are really impressive. This whole roasted wolf is much tastier than the whole roasted lamb you get outside.
However, this also reflects the high quality of wolf meat. Wolf meat tastes much better than mutton. This is why roasted wolf tastes better than roasted whole lamb.
The three of them managed to eat a whole roasted wolf weighing several dozen kilograms clean.
However, Zhang Shuai ate more than half of it. Long Qingyun ate about half of it. Zhang Menghan only ate a little bit as a token gesture. Through these two interactions, Long Qingyun was truly impressed by Zhang Shuai. The other party has quite an appetite. She eats even more than a man.
After eating and drinking their fill, the three parted ways.
Long Qingyun returned to his dormitory and immediately asked the system. System, how is the task progressing? Host, there's 1 day left in the 3-day period. Do you wish to submit the task now? I want to know how the mission is going. Please wait a moment, querying.
Congratulations, host. The mission completion rate is satisfactory, with a 4-star rating.
How are positive reviews calculated using stars? Host, customer reviews are like buying something on Taobao.
They're rated from 1 to 5 stars, with 3 stars being a passing grade.
You can submit tasks and receive your rewards. How difficult is it at 5 stars? Can I achieve 5 stars in this mission?
The chances are slim, but there is still a chance.
By the way, how big is the difference between 5-star and 4-star?
Completing tasks will grant random rewards, with each level offering significantly different rewards. For example, 1 star costs 1 yuan, 2 stars 2 yuan, 3 stars 3 yuan, 4 stars 4 yuan, and 5 stars 5 yuan.
Tell me, is there a big difference between 4 yuan and 5 yuan? Essentially, it's a direct increase of 20%. Okay, I won't exchange it today. Let's try showing off again tomorrow and see if we can improve.
Night passed in a flash, and daylight returned. According to the rules of the Yanqi Martial Academy, resources are distributed once on the first day after entering the academy. Then, 2 days later, resources were distributed again.
Resources will be distributed once after the last week. 1 month later, resources will be distributed once. The purpose is to help students enter a better state of cultivation.
When everyone gathered in the morning, Zhang Fengyang ordered his men to distribute crystals to everyone. This distribution of crystals has made all the students wealthy once again. However, just after everyone obtained the resources. However, Long Qingyun, in front of everyone, said in an extremely flamboyant manner. Sigh, so many crystals were distributed again. I haven't finished cultivating with the crystals I received last time. What should we do? It's really tiring, a king level awakened being taking resources from an emperor level awakened. I felt embarrassed to take it. Upon hearing this, a naive young man nearby immediately spoke up.
Long Qingyun, you have more crystals than you need, how about lending me some?
I'll pay you back when I have the money, and I can even give you some interest.
Lending out crystals is like a tiger borrowing from a pig, it's a one-way street, you think I'm a fool? Long Qingyun shook his head and said. It's not like there's no chance of getting crystals. You can challenge me, right?
We can place bets through negotiation.
After you beat me, you can rightfully take the crystal from me. And you never have to pay it back. Besides, you all think I'm stupid and have a lot of crystals, aren't you tempted? Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately tempted. Judging from yesterday's level of awareness.
Although Long Qingyun's growth was rapid.
However, even if a king-level awakened one increases their power rapidly, they can't catch up with the emperor-level awakened ones.
Just then, a bald, burly man walked out.
Long Qingyun, I challenge you.
The stakes are 10 crystals.
Do you dare to accept? This person is a royal-level awakened Gale ability user. It looks very fat, but its speed is incredibly amazing.
Apart from those who have awakened their speed abilities,
there really wasn't anyone who could rival him.
However, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it.
Long Qingyun didn't take wind attribute abilities seriously. Okay, I accept. But 10 crystals aren't enough. Are there any additional bets? How do you show off? It's meant to provoke public outrage. The way to incite public anger is to plunder all the crystals belonging to everyone.
This made everyone hate him with a passion. Only in this way can the desired effect be achieved. The fat man hesitated for a moment, then looked at the people around him.
He didn't dare bet too much.
They were afraid that if they lost, they would have no more crystals to cultivate with. Normally, without crystals for cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem.
After a while, it can be distributed again. They are currently undergoing intensive training and development. The crystal is the key to the secret training base.
It was the fuse that ignited the energy in the intensive training base.
Without crystals, energy resonance cannot be generated.
It can't be improved. It's about the level of innate talent awakening.
Doesn't that mean we're at a disadvantage? Anyone want to see Long Qingyun make a fool of himself? Hurry up and place your bets.
He might own at most 40 or 50 crystals. Let us join forces and confiscate all the crystals in his possession.
Chapter 94, Pretending to be weak while actually being strong.
Long Qingyun was always a thorn in the side of all the students.
He not only took Zhang Menghan, the pride of Yanqi Martial Academy, as his own. Moreover, he possesses the talent of a king-level awakener. They obtained the resources of a royal-level awakened. Such a person is anyone who is normal. Everyone wanted to come over and kick him.
No sooner had the fat man finished speaking than someone else immediately responded. I'll take out 2 crystals and bet that Long Qingyun will lose. I'll take out 5 crystals. The gambling king, Fatty, wins. I'll take out a crystal. The gambling king, Fatty, wins.
No one had a good chance of winning over Long Qingyun.
They all placed bets on Long Qingyun and lost.
However, this was exactly what Long Qingyun wanted. You can make a fortune by showing off like this.
Not long after, Long Qingyun had 50 crystals in his hand.
The people around him had already taken the hit.
Seeing this, Long Qingyun smiled.
50 crystals is quite a lot. Even if Long Qingyun refines it quickly, it will take several days. After the bet was placed, Long Qingyun looked at the instructor beside him and said with a grin, "Teacher, I'll have to trouble you this time. Be our witness." Upon hearing this, the instructor shook his head.
Long Qingyun, you have performed very well these past 2 days. But what you did this time was really outrageous.
I advise you to forget about it. Otherwise, you will anger everyone, which will do you no good. But Long Qingyun laughed out loud from the side. Instructor, do you think I'm the one who angered everyone? Why don't you say it's because everyone looks down on me? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? It's because they see that my talent is too low. Are they all trying to bully me? If my test results showed I was at the royal or emperor level, would they dare treat me like this? Upon hearing this, the instructor immediately shut up.
He also knew that this matter was indeed as Long Qingyun had said. But this world is one where the strong rule. Without exceptional talent, one is left with no choice but to admit defeat.
Is there a second option? Jumping out like that is just asking for death, isn't it?
The instructor shook his head and then said, "Since this is your choice, I will bear witness for you." And so, a challenge was formed.
The fighting arena. Fatty Wang looked at Long Qingyun with a grin.
"Kid, if you kneel down now, apologize to me. If you're willing to leave Zhang Menghan, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, they might not be careful enough when they do it to cause some people to suffer some misfortune. Don't blame me for not reminding you beforehand." Although Long Qingyun was able to defeat Leng Feng. However, within the Yanqi Martial Academy, there are many people who are more capable than Leng Feng and who look down on him. Like this Fatty Wang now, even though he's a royal level awakener. He considered himself incredibly powerful to possess the ability to create gales, believing it to be far superior to cold winds. The ability to generate strong winds is a fraction of the elemental wind energy of heaven and earth. Overall ability is roughly equivalent to the 5 elements abilities. However, he considered himself superior to others.
He looks down on everyone except Zhang Menghan.
They believe that Zhang Menghan should not belong to Long Qingyun. It should belong to him, Fatty Wang.
Hearing what Fatty Wang said, Long Qingyun smiled. Anyone can brag without thinking.
If you've got the guts, show me what you're capable of.
Is it as smelly as your mouth? You're asking for it. Fatty Wang immediately got angry.
He stomped his foot on the ground and then unleashed a burst of wind power. Those who awaken the gale ability have a whirlwind mark on their forehead. All that could be seen was a massive gale.
It shot out from Wang Pengzi's forehead. A tornado is rising.
All I could see was this wind, constantly swirling in the air. It grew larger and larger, and once it reached a certain size, it attacked directly towards where Long Qingyun was. Long Qingyun chuckled when he saw this. He stepped directly onto the ground. He used his ability to instantly transform into a transformer, turning his legs into the shape of a transformer.
He sank into the ground.
A fierce wind arose, instantly engulfing the area where Long Qingyun was located. When Fatty Wang saw this, he laughed happily.
Long Qingyun, I'll give you one more chance.
Kneel down and beg for mercy now, or I'll make you wish you were dead.
Those nearby witnessed this scene. Everyone believed that Long Qingyun had already entered the tornado.
They started discussing it.
We're doomed. Wang Pengzi's ability to control the wind is just too awesome.
Such incredible speed, coupled with such strong pulling force. Being caught in the raging winds, even if you don't die, you'll be badly injured.
That's right.
Faced with the power of the gale, the only option is to escape. Or win by using speed. If you try to fight it head-on, you really have no chance of winning. Long Qingyun is in trouble this time.
I reckon when they come out, they'll be penniless and just a human stump.
The ability of wind is not the same as the ability of fire.
How could there be not a single penny left?
At most, he'd be torn apart, looking like a homeless person. Everyone thought that Long Qingyun had failed. However, Zhang Menghan saw it all clearly.
Long Qingyun was not harmed by the tornado. They had already hidden underground. The wind is blowing upwards, so just hide underground. Basically, it can be said that there is no harm whatsoever.
Just when Zhang Menghan thought so, Long Qingyun's voice came out.
Hey, Fatty Wang, you son of a bitch, you actually ambushed me. However, isn't your ability to generate strong winds a bit too weak? I felt absolutely nothing. Could you increase the wind's power a bit more? What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Is its wind power insufficient, or is its destructive force not great enough? You don't feel anything? Damn it. That can't be right, can it?
While everyone was dumbfounded, Fatty Wang had no choice but to go all out. All we could see was a tornado, which had grown even stronger.
But Long Qingyun's voice appeared again. Sigh, too weak, too weak. It's still not challenging at all. Fatty Wang, you didn't eat yesterday. He still secretly went down the mountain to sleep with women. Why is it so unreliable? Or perhaps, he just had nothing better to do and wore himself out shooting pistols?
These words almost made Fatty Wang vomit blood from anger.
Wang Pengzi is quite obese.
No woman really likes him.
I usually just spend a little money on entertainment. Last night, having nothing to do, I actually let off some steam.
This is what Long Qingyun referred to as the handgun.
But it didn't reach the level of exhaustion to the point of having no strength, did it? Fatty Wang was so angry he was gritting his teeth. only by increasing our efforts again. This brought the tornado to its strongest point.
Even so, Long Qingyun still insisted.
Sigh, too weak, too weak. You should know how trashy you are.
I shouldn't have accepted your challenge.
This battle was not challenging at all. Do you believe I can wear you down to death in this raging wind? What? Although everyone knows that Long Qingyun has the ability to train his body. Moreover, it is primarily a defensive entity.
But no matter how incredible the other party is, it is within the superpower of strong winds. We can't ignore the devastation caused by tornadoes.
Is the other party really that powerful? It seems everyone underestimated Long Qingyun. Chapter 95 Battle against Fatty Wang. Everyone had this thought in their minds.
This led even Fatty Wang to begin to doubt his superpower of whirlwinds. He harbored doubts in his heart, but he was unforgiving in his words.
All we saw was Fatty Wang saying, Long Qingyun, I'm going to stick with you today. I want to see if your defense is even more impressive.
My whirlwind superpower is still much more powerful. Then, a strong wind suddenly rose up over the entire fighting arena.
Everyone present was stunned. Time slowly passed. A minute later, Fatty Wang's face turned bright red. However, Long Qingyun's voice remained completely calm. 2 minutes later, Fatty Wang was a little exhausted. Long Qingyun is safe and sound. 5 minutes later, Fatty Wang's face looked extremely ugly.
The attack by the Gale superpower stopped abruptly. At this moment, Long Qingyun had disappeared.
Damn it! He's here! Just as everyone was stunned, a figure flew out from underground.
Then, taking advantage of the overwhelming force, he stepped on Fatty Wang's head.
With a thud,
the marble beneath Fatty Wang's feet immediately shattered.
Wang Pengzi's legs below the knees were completely buried underground. Fatty Wang, do you submit? Upon hearing this, Fatty Wang shook his head.
I admire heaven, earth, and even the air, but I don't admire you, Long Qingyun. I thought you were so awesome, but it turns out you dug a hole and hid.
Try to go head to head with my tornado. Long Qingyun laughed and said, a duel is about all-around ability, and I haven't broken any rules. It's just a matter of using your brain a little. What kind of person is someone who has a brain but doesn't use it?
As the saying goes, all's fair in war. I was just taking advantage of a weakness, and I didn't use any tricks.
What's wrong with that? The winner takes all, the loser is condemned. You just wait and see if you can surrender.
After saying that, Long Qingyun stomped on the ground again.
There was a cracking sound. Wang Pengzi's body once again sank dozens of kilometers underground.
It had already buried his entire thigh into the ground.
Do you submit or not? If you still don't submit, I'll turn you into a eunuch. What? Eunuch?
Fatty Wang looked down at his lower body, then said in a trembling voice. Long Qingyun, don't go any further, or I'll fight you to the death.
Ha, you don't have that ability, Long Qingyun said relentlessly. I'll give you one more chance, do you accept it? No. Just as Fatty Wang was about to express his dissatisfaction, Long Qingyun increased the pressure on his leg again.
All that could be seen was that Fatty Wang's body had dropped a few points again.
If this were truly done in one go, Fatty Wang will definitely become the last eunuch of the empire. No, I give up. Fatty Wang was so frightened that he immediately backed down. Long Qingyun smiled.
With a leap, it jumped down from Wang Pengzi's head. Then, turning to the crowd, he said with a grin,
Everyone, thank you for contributing the crystals this time. There will be extra people after the next distribution of crystals. You're welcome to challenge me, don't be stingy. Long Qingyun walked over to the instructor.
He snatched the 50 crystals from the other person's hand.
It was directly installed into the system's storage cabinet.
Then he went to Zhang Menghan's side. Invite the other party to go together to the secret training base for intensive training.
A day flies by. This time, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan once again significantly increased the awakening level. Night.
Inside the dormitory, Long Qingyun spoke directly to the system.
System, did you achieve a 5-star rating for this mission? Congratulations, host. The mission is complete, and you have just met the standard for a 5-star rating. What is the reward? Long Qingyun didn't care about the number of stars on the review.
What I care about is what the rewards are. The reward for a 5-star review is a direct increase of the host's awakening level by 5%.
The host's current awakening level has reached 8%. System panel generation. Host, Long Qing-yun. Current talent, Royal level indestructible body awakening level 8%. Talent, beast taming talent can be automatically upgraded. Genius contactor.
Brahma goddess Zhang Menghan, divine talent, Brahma blaze awakening level 1.8%. Xiao Cheng, the frost archer, possesses king level talent and the frost body awakening level 1%. Yizihan, the holy light messenger, possesses king level talent and the holy light awakening level 1.1%. Lang Jun, a cold and aloof boy with royal level talent, possesses golden light within his body awakening level 1.4%. Zhang Shuer, the frost witch, possesses royal level talent and a body of eternal ice awakening level 15%.
Pet, nine-tailed fox, with royal level talent.
9 abilities, with Samadhi True Fire already awakened awakening level 2%.
Depend on. Awesome. The system panel is becoming more and more comprehensive. Cool. How strong can an 8% awakening level actually be?
Long Qing-yun was puzzled.
He threw a punch at the dormitory wall. Boom. The guys in the next dorm immediately. Damn. Was there an earthquake? Why is it shaking so much? Damn, no way, this is the Yanqi Martial Academy. The buildings here have all been modified. There shouldn't be any security threats here, right? What's there to be afraid of? We are all awakened beings.
Even if an earthquake comes, there's no need to panic.
Just go to sleep and we'll talk about it when we wake up. Long Qing-yun didn't care about any of that.
He kept smacking his lips because that punch made him immediately realize just how strong he was.
As for Xing Hongyu, she went back to the mountain city.
Her mission this time was to take Xiao Meiyu and Xiao Qing to Yanqi Martial Academy to strengthen her relationship with Zhang Menghan. Give Zhang Menghan more care and attention, and gradually distance her from Long Qing-yun.
However, she has another mission this time. That means we need to teach Zhang Xinglong and Wang Hohao a good lesson.
The things these two did were something that even Zhang Fengyang, the master of the Yanqi Martial Academy, wanted to take revenge on. It's easy to imagine how utterly despicable they are.
Although Zhang Xinglong did not benefit from Zhang Menghan's entry into the Yanqi Martial Academy.
However, he severed ties with Zhang Menghan, ending their father-daughter relationship. The million he received was enough for him to live on for a while. I just had a few drinks with my brothers.
So he went to find his female classmate.
When you have no money, your relatives and friends won't recognize you. With money, I reconnected with my female classmate from 20 years ago. They're still in contact.
Unfortunately, the female classmate's husband was not home.
Zhang Xinglong seized the opportunity and ran over. Xing Hongyu, a king-level awakener. Her superpower is ghostly. Her specialty is transforming into a ghost to scare people. Although, attacks are possible.
However, its attack power is limited. It's not very useful compared to others in the same category. However, it is invincible when dealing with ordinary people. Sure enough, Xing Hongyu used her connections. I found out that Zhang Xinglong was spending the night at his female classmate's house.
They came to our door quietly.
Just as Zhang Xinglong and his female classmate were getting down to business, Xing Hongyu transformed into a female ghost and floated lightly into the room. The first person to be frightened was Zhang Xinglong's female classmate.
All they saw was the other person close their eyes and faint.
This left Zhang Xinglong completely dumbfounded.
They were just excitedly shouting a moment ago. In the blink of an eye, they fell silent.
Zhang Xinglong didn't pay any attention to these things.
They continued to work on each other.
But just then, a ghostly voice rang out. Zhang Xinglong, your life is forfeit. What? Zhang Xinglong's nerves were on edge.
Then he looked up and headed towards the direction from which the ghostly voice was coming from.
At this point, Xing Hongyu had transformed into Zhang Xinglong's female classmate.
And she was wearing a white dress. It drifts in the air with the wind.
Boom.
Zhang Zilong was so frightened that he foamed at the mouth.
Then, his lower body quickly shrank back. He lay there on top of his female classmate, unconscious.
Seeing this, Xing Hongyu came to Zhang Xinglong's side.
I touched them and felt their breaths.
They discovered that both of them were still alive.
It seems they were all so frightened they fainted. Shaking her head, Xing Hongyu spoke. Retribution, retribution, it's not that there won't be retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, retribution will come on its own, haha. Luckily, there was no one around. If there were someone, he's probably going to faint from fright again because of what Xing Hongyu said. After finishing everything, Xing Hongyu left. However, Zhang Xinglong was really unlucky this time. When he woke up the next day, he found himself tied up by his female classmate's husband. In the end, he had no choice but to spend 100,000 yuan to resolve the matter. But Zhang Xinglong was furious. Although Xing Hongyu did not cause any real harm to Zhang Xinglong this time. However, by making Zhang Xinglong pay a price to avoid further trouble, he also taught the other party a serious lesson. Let him know that he needs to be more restrained. Wang Hohat has been living a good life lately. She didn't even care about Quang Biao's death. He believed that she had abandoned him and was no longer paying attention to him. However, she hasn't been idle during this time. They used the 1 million they got from Long Qingyun. I met a fitness coach through a friend's introduction. They're living a very comfortable and fulfilling life. Chapter 96 Retribution. This fitness coach is not particularly good looking. However, she has an incredibly imposing figure. Describing him as a 7 times a night is not an exaggeration at all. This made Wang Hohat so happy that she forgot all about home. And so, the genius has turned dark. So I stayed in the room, waiting for the fitness instructor to arrive. After waiting for a long time, the fitness coach did not come to the door. Wang Hohat was very unhappy. He sat directly on the edge of the bed and began to complain. Damn it, what kind of people are these? The pay is 1,000 yuan a night, and they still dawdle. If it were me in the past, someone would have paid me 1,000 for one night. I guarantee I'll make sure the other person is completely satisfied. Wash the other person's underwear clean. This kid has a problem with his service awareness. When you have time, you must give him a proper lesson. However, her ability in that area is really strong. A young man in his early 20s, he's like a big water buffalo. It's so addictive. Bang bang bang. Just as Wang Hohat was about to make a phone call to urge them, there was a knock on the door. Hey, you still remember to come over. The door isn't locked, just push it open and come in. Hurry up, I've been really irritable lately. You'd better work hard later. Right after Wang Hohat finished speaking, the door was opened, and then the fitness instructor, his face ashen, walked towards Wang Hohat. All I saw was the fitness instructor coming to Wang Hohat's side. They immediately began to undress. Wang Hohat originally thought she could have a great time. Close your eyes and wait for the moment to enjoy. All I saw was the fitness instructor with a sinister smile. It opened its mouth, revealing long fangs. It opened its mouth and bit down on Wang Hohat's neck. Wang Hohat instantly realized something was wrong. I opened my eyes and was startled. He reached out to resist, but it was only a few instinctive resistances. He was so frightened that his eyes glazed over and he fainted. Ha, retribution isn't absent, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, retribution will surely come. Wang Hohat was originally in a subconscious coma. Upon hearing this, his body began to tremble rapidly. Not long after, a strange smell wafted over, and the other person suddenly lost control of their bladder and bowels, their life hanging in the balance. Having resolved all of this, Xing Hongyu returned to normal. They walked outside. Looking again at the entrance, the fitness instructor's body lay motionless on the ground. This kid looks tall and strong, but he's incredibly timid. He fainted from fright after just one glance at Xing Hongyu's ghost disguise. If these things happen normally, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. However, now that spiritual energy has revived, supernatural events are as numerous as hairs on a cow. Nobody has the energy to care about this. Early in the morning, an emergency assembly call rang out at the Yanqi Martial Academy. All students of Yanqi Martial Academy gathered together. Zhang Fengyang also attended this event. Moreover, he was accompanied by 2 beautiful women. After seeing these 2 beautiful women, Long Qingyun was dumbfounded. What on earth is going on? Why are these 2 women here? Zhang Fengyang walked onto the stage, looked at the crowd below, and said, Dear students, I have called you here today because I have something important to announce. Starting today, our school will once again have 2 staff members join us.
One of them is Xiao Meiyu, the manager of the security department of Yanqi Martial Arts Academy. All we saw was Xiao Meiyu walking onto the stage, smiling, and saying, "Hello, fellow students. From now on, I will be your security manager. I hope you will all cooperate with my work in the future." When everyone saw Xiao Meiyu, they all looked puzzled. It's really strange that an ordinary person can enter the Yanqi Martial Academy. Seeing everyone's surprise, Zhang Fengyang introduced the destination again. One of them is Xiao Qing, the manager of the logistics department of Yanqi Martial Arts Academy. Hearing this, Xiao Qing went up on stage with a grin.
"Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you all.
From now on, we are all members of the Yanqi Martial Academy. Please support us in our work." Xiao Meiyu and Xiao Qing are both great beauties. Especially Xiao Meiyu, who still retains her youthful charm. All the women present were filled with envy.
All the men present were drooling.
Seeing this, Zhang Fengyang glared at everyone.
"Look at you cowards. You are awakened ones, and so what if two beautiful women have come? Is it necessary to act like this?"
As Zhang Fengyang spoke, saliva flew everywhere. If you look closely, he is not much different from other men. However, at this time, Zhang Fengyang was the leader of the Yanqi Martial Academy. Everyone was afraid of his lecherous thief.
So no one dared to point it out.
Just then, Zhang Fengyang spoke again.
Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun stayed. Everyone else, go to the intensive training base for training. Remember, these 2 months of intensive training will determine your future.
Outstanding individuals can participate in the National Awakened Dragon Soaring Special Training Program and be ranked on the Dragon Soaring ranking.
Whether you can enter the Dragon Soaring Special Training depends on the abilities you demonstrate. Dragon Soaring Special Training? Even after everyone became awakened, they still heard of this special training program. That's a training base that's like sending people to the battlefield.
There are a total of 20 slots available throughout the entire Great Yan Empire. The general requirement is that the user must be at least a royal level awakener, and also someone with outstanding talent. Or they could directly become emperor level awakeners. Only those who have achieved god level awakening have the opportunity to enter. However, there are emperor level awakeners and god level awakeners. They are extremely rare, even in the entire Great Yan Empire. There aren't many people in total. So basically, they are selected from among the emperor level awakened. Throughout the Great Yan Empire, there are quite a few royal level awakeners, at least several hundred. So, to stand out and become one of the 20 people, it really was very difficult. Upon hearing this, everyone was energized, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They quickly headed towards the intensive training base. Royal level awakeners are all elites. Everyone wants to be a member of the Dragon Soaring Special Training Program. To become the elite of the elite in the entire Great Yan Empire. Seeing everyone's performance, Zhang Fengyang was very pleased. After nodding, Zhang Fengyang led Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun and the others. They headed towards the Yanqi Martial Academy Research Institute. Long Qingyun's performance these past few days. Zhang Fengyang also saw this. She is truly extraordinary. So he wanted the two of them to test their talents again. And it also serves as a good opportunity to verify the progress the two have made in the past few days. Actually, the person who could make Zhang Fengyang care so much is someone. Only Zhang Menghan. Long Qingyun is Zhang Menghan's only one. So this time, Zhang Fengyang also called on Long Qingyun.
Moreover, Xiao Meiyu and Xiao Qing were also present.
During the journey, Long Qingyun looked at Xiao Qing and whispered,
"Sister Qing, didn't you go to the Mountain City Martial Academy to cultivate? Why have you come to Yanqi Martial Academy again? Besides, you're just a logistics administrator here, isn't that a waste of your talents? If it were me, I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix."
Xiao Qing's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, followed by a wry smile. "Brother Qingyun, you don't know the truth. Shancheng Martial Academy is subordinate to Yanqi Martial Academy. The Yanqi Martial Academy wants people, and the Shancheng Martial Academy has no choice but to give them to them." This time, it was Lord Zhang himself who made the call. How could they possibly refuse to release them? Besides, my coming here this time is not a waste of my talents. Lord Zhang promised to give me twice the amount of king-level cultivation resources, compared to twice the king-level resources in the Mountain City Martial Academy. The treatment here is already considered very good.
Chapter 97 The Awakening Device Malfunctioned.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengyang turned and glanced at Long Qingyun, who was speaking.
Long Qingyun, I'm making an exception this time. To help Zhang Menghan and you cultivate quickly. Did you invite all your relatives and friends? Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you also say that I am wasting my talents? Xiao Qing is a low-ranking member of the Mountain City Martial Academy. However, there is only one king-level resource. Coming to the Yanqi Martial Academy will grant you 2 king-level resources. Is this valuing talent, or is it a waste of one's abilities?
Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun's mind began to race.
This matter is somewhat perplexing. Why is the Yanqi Martial Academy doing this? Hasn't Zhang Fengyang always looked down on him?
After much worry, Long Qingyun came up with a solution. This is because of Zhang Menghan.
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun's face turned ugly. He also understood the purpose of Yanqi Martial Academy's trip. However, he currently has no evidence to prove it.
So we had no choice but to accept it.
However, Long Qingyun looked at Xiao Meiyu again. Auntie, how did you get here? You're just an ordinary person, yet you can enter the martial academy?
Xiao Meiyu directly pointed to Zhang Fengyang. Whether or not one can enter the martial academy is entirely up to him. Although I am an ordinary person, don't forget that I am the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team of the Shanqing police station. This time, Lord Zhan used the excuse that the Yanqi Martial Academy lacked security personnel and directly pulled me over. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengyang explained again.
But I don't see that you are all very willing. Alright then, I'll have someone send you back again?
Upon hearing this, everyone said in unison.
Don't.
Although Long Qingyun had doubts in his heart.
I wonder what Zhang Fengyang is really up to. However, he understood one thing. Xiao Meiyu's arrival is definitely a good thing.
As an ordinary person, I was able to come to the Yanqi Martial Academy.
That was obtained through praying to Buddha and burning incense. Because in the days that followed, the area around the Martial Academy was the safest place. In other places, it is difficult to guarantee safety. The group arrived at the research institute, chatting and laughing.
Zhang Fengyang pointed directly to a room next door, no bigger than a bathroom, and said,
Long Qingyun, go in and take the test. I feel that your talent is definitely more than just king level.
Long Qingyun was stunned, realizing what had happened. It was impossible to hide it from Zhang Fengyang after all. However, he never intended to hide it from the beginning.
Long Qingyun nodded and walked directly toward the testing device.
The testing device we received this time is actually smaller than the awakening device we received last time.
I don't know how accurate this test is. Just as Long Qingyun entered the testing device, there was a loud bang. The door to the testing equipment was closed. Then I saw the testing equipment start working. 1 minute later, the door opened directly. The testing device then automatically reports the test results. Congratulations to the student for testing their talent. They have achieved the royal level indestructible body and their awakening level has reached 8%. What? Upon hearing this result, everyone was stunned. Zhang Fengyang was the first to agree. Long Qingyun, can you give me an explanation?
In just a few days, his talents suddenly increased by a level.
What exactly is going on? Long Qingyun pretended to be confused and said, "Huh, you're asking me?
Lord of the Manor, you are the head of the Yanqi Martial Manor.
Don't you know the reason? In my opinion, talent can grow over time. Otherwise, the phenomenon of growth wouldn't exist." But
upon hearing Long Qingyun's words, everyone began to laugh.
Zhang Fengyang was the one laughing the most. He saw the other person laughing as he said, Long Qingyun, are you kidding me?
I had already awakened my talent before the spiritual energy revival. But they were among the first to awaken their talents. But more than half a year has passed. I am still an emperor-level awakener, and I haven't seen any growth.
Do you want to be special, able to continuously grow stronger based on the time spent cultivating?
Xing Hongyu, who was standing next to her, also spoke up.
The possibility of this is almost zero. I have never heard of it.
A researcher nearby started shaking his head and swaying his body. Those who have awakened their talents will basically not grow after their talents have been tested. Although the spiritual energy revival has only been awakened for a few days.
However, before and after the spiritual energy revival, the number of awakened individuals was countless.
In the entire Great Yen Empire, there has never been a case of someone being able to increase their natural talent through acquired influences.
Everyone fell into deep thought.
Long Qingyun, however, did not care and said again.
Since you're so sure, it can only mean that one of the instruments you gave me for testing must be faulty. Otherwise, there wouldn't be different data. That possibility actually exists.
The researcher simply said, maybe.
But the testing equipment in front of us won't break. Because I've been studying it constantly, I suspect the problem lies with the previous awakening device.
At this moment, Zhang Menghan, who was standing next to her, stepped forward and came to the testing device.
Whether it's good or bad, we'll find out by testing it, won't we? Zhang Menghan stepped into the testing device and came out again a minute later. The tester will automatically report the results. Test score. Congratulations, student. Your test result is Divine Brahma Flame, with an awakening rate of 2%. What? Everyone was stunned again. It's only been a few days. They actually advanced directly to the next 1%. That's incredibly fast. Everyone was dumbfounded.
However, Long Qingyun remained unmoved.
Because he already knew all of this.
While everyone was still in a daze, Zhang Menghan spoke up.
The tester has no problems. If we had to pinpoint a problem now, it will definitely appear on the talent awakening device.
Zhang Fengyang shook his head, then nodded. At that moment, he was so shocked by the two people's achievements that he was speechless. At this moment, Xing Hongyu, who was standing next to her, spoke up.
My God, one is a prodigy, the other a monster.
It seems that our Yanqi Martial Academy has a chance to rise to prominence. Zhang Fengyang hesitated for a moment, then burst into laughter. Old Xing, you've done a great job this time.
As expected, our Yanqi Martial Academy is about to produce two outstanding beauties.
At this moment, the researcher next to him spoke up.
Isn't it just an indestructible body at the royal level? Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Menghan can be considered a prodigy, but Long Qingyun cannot be. Although emperor-level awakeners are powerful. However, there are already more than 100 awakened individuals this time.
Add to the training base for those who have soldiers, and the royal-level awakened individuals in the entire Great Yen Empire.
The number is at least over 200.
To stand out from the crowd is as difficult as climbing to the sky. The researcher's words caused Zhang Fengyang, who was standing next to him, to chuckle.
I burst out laughing. Chapter 98 Breaking the Deadline.
Xing Hongyu, who was standing next to her, also laughed.
Oldly, are you only paying attention to Long Qingyun's talent? Have you noticed the other party's awakening level?
A few days ago, all the trainees were at the starting line of 1%.
Long Qingyun's awakening level has now reached 8%.
It's only been a few days, and it's already increased by 7%. At this rate, with continuous growth, it won't be long. The Yanqi Martial Academy can cultivate a max-level emperor-level awakener.
What does this mean? There are indeed many royal-level awakeners, but how many of them can reach the maximum level in a short period of time? There's another problem. The dragon soaring special training is in 2 months. Given Long Qingyun's speed, what level of awakening would he have reached by then? Would it be 10%? 15%? Or 20%? I ask you, in such a short period of time, which emperor-level awakener could reach this level?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengyang spoke. Currently, the highest awakening level among the first batch of awakened individuals is only 30%.
And they are all automatically awakened members. Even I only reached 29% of the awakening level. What does it mean that awakening level can increase rapidly? Upon hearing the two researchers' analysis, the researchers were completely dumbfounded. Oh right, how could I have forgotten about that? Although there are many royal-level awakeners, how many of them can quickly grow stronger and reach the maximum level?
But now a problem arises, although awakening level represents strength.
But the awakening level represents everything.
A royal-level awakened talent, with 8% awakening ability.
How strong will it be this time? Everyone was taken aback by these words. This is something everyone wants to know. Awakening level represents strength. However, the awakening level still represents strength. In everyone's eyes all along, awakening level has an advantage. They have taken over everything from the awakened ones.
Then the awakening speed is fast enough.
Is it possible to break this unchanging rule? While everyone was discussing it,
Long Qingyun is receiving a system task. Mission: break the rules, have a sparring match with Zhang Menghan, and completely defeat her.
Let everyone know that the awakening level does not represent everything. Awakening speed can also provide a certain advantage. Rewards are determined by the rating level. Note that this task involves distributing dog food. The more dog food, a Chinese slang term for public displays of affection, you give, the higher your rating will be. If the loose dog food is substandard, it can only be rated 3 stars at most. This would mean missing out on a huge reward. Accept the mission. The last mission rewarded me with a 5% increase in awakening power. If this mission receives another 5-star rating, will I get the 5% awakening bonus again? The rewards are incredibly attractive. It's much faster than cultivation. According to the absorption rate of the crystal, awakening level can increase by about 0.3% per day. 5% of awakening level can only be achieved through cultivation over half a month. Furthermore, it is also necessary to have sufficient resources. If there is no crystal as a catalyst, or perhaps they don't train in the secret training base, the speed will be even slower. It may be difficult to reach 5% awakening level within several months, or even 1 or 2 years. So Long Qingyun decided to go all out and take a gamble. Besides, he also wanted to see it. Just how strong is his own strength? I also want to see how good Zhang Menghan's abilities really are. Just then, the researcher looked at Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan and said with a grin, "Xiaoshang, isn't there a ready-made candidate? Why not let them have a competition? Have you seen the results?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengyang was immediately taken aback. That's right. Isn't there a ready-made candidate?
Zhang Fengyang secretly hoped that Long Qingyun could defeat Zhang Menghan and break the deadlock. He was among the first group of awakened individuals. But they know the unchanging rules among the awakened.
Moreover, he knew that the rules were inviolable. He was in the same batch as the awakened ones. A god-level awakener. There is only one.
There are only 6 emperor-level awakeners.
In total, there are only 7 people. Zhang Fengyang's talent level is emperor level. Moreover, his superpowers rank among the top 3 of emperor-level awakened beings. His awakening level is ranked first. Even so, he can still dominate among emperor-level beings. But then they ran into that brat from Yanzhongwu Mansion. He had no choice but to back down. The awakening level exceeds the opponents by 10%. However, in terms of combat strength, they always fall short of that level. They sparred 3 times, and he only lost. That made him lose all face. This time, Long Qingyun is 2 grades lower than Zhang Menghan. The awakening level exceeded 6%. You could say it quadrupled. The question is, how strong will their fighting abilities be? Long Qingyun, Zhang Menghan, do you two have any objections?
Zhang Menghan was taken aback, then looked at Long Qingyun.
Azure Dragon, are you willing to fight? Zhang Menghan now only seeks defeat. Since her talent was awakened, she has become radiant.
Wherever they go, they become the center of attention. Conversely, wherever Long Qingyun went, he was looked down upon. He is often criticized by others. She enjoys being admired and respected.
However, he did not want Long Qingyun to be looked down upon.
She wanted to take advantage of this battle. This made Long Qingyun famous throughout the Yanqi Martial Academy. As long as Long Qingyun wins, then no one will dare to look down on him anymore. Looking into Zhang Menghan's burning gaze, Long Qingyun smiled happily.
When did he not know what the other person was thinking? But he also wanted this battle. I want to prove that I have a cheat-like system. Is it really possible to catch up with the girl who was considered the pride of heaven in everyone's eyes?
All that could be seen was Long Qingyun, who said with a grin, "The conditions proposed by the goddess. I will certainly obey your command."
But
seeing Long Qingyun acting so effectively, Zhang Menghan smiled happily.
Look at you. In other people's eyes, I am a goddess.
But in your eyes, I will always be that little one who needs your protection.
No matter how powerful I am, I need your protection.
And so, the battle between the two was decided. Before long, everyone in the entire Yanqi Martial Academy knew about this.
This was Zhang Fengyang's doing, on purpose.
This was a battle that truly opened the eyes of all the trainees.
He certainly wouldn't let the students miss this great opportunity.
Therefore, Zhang Fengyang set the battle for 5 p.m. Because at that time, all the trainees had just come out of the intensive training base. This will allow all students to have the opportunity to watch this battle. The following time, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan went directly to the intensive training base for training. Xiao Meiyu and Xiao Qing, however, went off to attend to their own business. The two were new to the area and not very familiar with the terrain or their work. This is a good opportunity to use some spare time to practice more. Chapter 99. No one is optimistic about Long Qingyun. 5 o'clock in the afternoon arrived in a flash. Everyone gathered at the martial arts arena. Just then, someone finally found out. Why did Long Qingyun win against Fatty Wang last time? Because they saw the deep hole underground. I originally thought that Long Qingyun defeated Fatty Wang by virtue of his strength. Who knew that the other party was just being opportunistic? My god, I thought Long Qingyun was really that powerful, able to withstand Fatty Wang's whirlwind ability. Who knew that Long Qingyun was being clever and had simply dug a hole? Wasn't that a method specifically designed to deal with tornadoes? Yes, I share the same thoughts as you. But after seeing this hole, I also understood something. Long Qingyun did not win the last competition based on his true skills. It was just an opportunity to play a petty trick. It must be said that Long Qingyun is very smart. They managed to deceive everyone right in front of Fatty Wang. I really admire him. Some say that Long Qingyun is opportunistic. Some say that Long Qingyun is destined to lose. Alas, Long Qingyun did indeed use opportunism to win the battle last time. But this time, defeat is inevitable. What makes Fatty Wang think he can be compared to Zhang Menghan? Zhang Menghan is a god-level awakener. There are only 2 people in the entire Great Yan Empire with this level of talent. For a mere king-level awakened to fighter, isn't that just courting death? Well, I originally had high hopes for Long Qingyun, because I am also a king-level awakener. If he's more capable, we'll all benefit from his success. However, this time he exaggerated too much, actually going beyond the 3rd level of challenge. I had completely lost faith in him, believing that Long Qingyun was destined to lose. While everyone was discussing, the two had already arrived at the dueling platform. Long Qingyun first summoned the Azure Dragon armor and put it on invisibly. Then, looking at Zhang Menghan across from him, he said, "Menghan, I want a fair fight. I hope you give it your all." Zhang Menghan originally intended to let the water flow. But upon hearing this, all I could do was give it my all. War. Boom. I only saw it for a fleeting moment. Several fire spirit beasts flew out from Zhang Menghan's Brahma sacred mark. Among them are the Fire Phoenix, Fire Qilin, Fire Dragon, Fire Wolf, Fire Ox. More than a dozen fire spirit beasts of all sizes flew out. The temperature of the entire fighting arena instantly rose significantly. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. More than a dozen fire spirit beasts attacked together. Don't talk about one person, even if a dozen people attack together. Even he's no match for Zhang Menghan. Wow, Long Qingyun is finished this time. If he can still win, I'll acknowledge him as my elder brother. But he acknowledged Long Qingyun as his elder brother? You treat him like a superior. He doesn't have the ability to win either. Ah, this time Zhang Menghan summoned a fire spirit beast. Even the weakest can be compared to a regular emperor-level awakener. They are truly remarkable, capable of being compared to us top performers. This is over a dozen fire spirit beasts attacking together. They could definitely withstand more than a dozen emperor-level awakened beings. Long Qingyun is doomed this time. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun smiled. In the past, it would have been a complete flop. But this time he wore the Azure Dragon armor. That is something that ignores magic and spells. 5 elements superpowers are the types of magical abilities based on the 5 elements. Brahma's flames are indeed powerful. It has already surpassed the power of the 5 elements. But no matter how powerful it is, it's still a type of magic. This attack looks incredibly powerful. However, the Azure Dragon armor can ignore any spells. Upon seeing Long Qingyun, he immediately used his indestructible body. Transform your fists into invincible gauntlets in an instant. After that, the controller takes over the energy within the body. They attack the fire spirit beast. With an indestructible body, it possesses the combat power of a transformer. A single punch can deliver at least tens of thousands of pounds of force. With a single punch, the colors of the fire dragon dimmed considerably. With 3 consecutive punches, the fire dragon was blasted apart. It transformed into fire element and returned to Zhang Menghan's Brahma sacred mark. Then Long Qingyun continued his rampage, beating the fire spirit beast repeatedly until it exploded.
But less than 10 seconds after the explosion occurred. A perfectly intact fire spirit beast. It flew out from the Brahma holy mark once again. This left Long Qingyun dumbfounded. If this continues, when will it ever end? No matter how powerful he is, he will be exhausted by Brahma Saint's actions. Which one can handle an infinite loop? Just as Long Qingyun was feeling down, he discovered a problem. Wrong. The fire spirit beast's recovery time is around 10 seconds. Doesn't this illustrate a point? As long as Long Qingyun is fast enough, then you'll have a chance to defeat Zhang Menghan. War. Punch after punch. The fire spirit beast kept exploding. At the beginning, Long Qingyun really didn't have such a fast speed. A dozen or so fire spirit beasts, 1 per second. That's really unrealistic. However, as time went on, the fire spirit beast's regeneration speed became slower and slower. From 10 seconds to 11 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. This made Long Qingyun understand a question once again. That's the loss of the fire spirit beast. It will also damage the Brahma sacred mark on Zhang Menghan's forehead. This caused Brahma's sacred essence to be damaged. The rate of recovery became increasingly slow. Having understood everything, Long Qingyun could only work even harder. Increase your speed. To reach the pinnacle of one's speed. 10 minutes later, Long Qingyun finally arrived at Zhang Menghan's side. This left everyone around them dumbfounded. Long Qingyun, is he going to defy the heavens? They actually possess such formidable combat power? That's not right. Why could Long Qingyun ignore the Brahma holy mark on Zhang Menghan's forehead? What exactly happened? Yes, let's ignore Brahma's holy flame. It can also destroy the fire spirit beast inside the Brahma sacred flame. That would require tremendous strength. As for the other questions, I really don't know. However, the power of Long Qingyun's punch. I can sense some of it. Each of his punches carries at least tens of thousands of pounds of force. No way? Tens of thousands of pounds of force? Is this even human? While everyone was discussing it, Long Qingyun had already arrived in front of Zhang Menghan. He should have thrown a punch at Zhang Menghan, causing her to lose the match. Just when everyone thought Zhang Menghan was bound to lose this time, Long Qingyun suddenly changed his tactics. Instead of using his fists, he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Zhang Menghan's slender waist. Then she pouted and kissed the other person's cherry-like lips. Sizzle. Although the kissing sound wasn't loud. However, in the completely silent square, it really could be described as deafening. This scene immediately made Zhang Menghan blush. However, at this moment, Long Qingyun said with a grin, "Menghan, I love you. The system said we should keep showing off our love. Are they constantly showing off their affection? Does kissing count as showing off your love? Is expressing love considered showing affection?" Chapter 100, Suspecting Long Qingyun of using anti-magic items. Upon seeing Long Qingyun's declaration of love, everyone was immediately shocked and began whispering among themselves. My god, isn't Long Qingyun's approach just too romantic? Exactly, the two of them actually kissed in front of everyone, that's something else. Sigh, kissing is one thing, but it was just an accidental touch. However, to express affection in front of so many people is really a bit excessive. As a single person, how am I supposed to feel? What was supposed to be a proper battle turned into a place for Long Qingyun to express his love and show off his affection. This is truly unexpected. However, this is the current situation. Everyone now knew the outcome of the battle. That was Long Qingyun, who defeated Zhang Menghan. He also won the heart of the goddess. I was initially taken aback when I saw Zhang Menghan. Then he smiled. Then he opened his mouth and revealed a happy smile. Qingyun. Everyone else looked on with envy. But Zhang Fengyang is different. He is the head of the martial academy, the leader of the entire academy. He also harbored feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred. But he couldn't show it. Zhang Fengyang glared at the two of them. Alright, the reason I'm having you all come up on stage to compete is to decide the winner. Let's see if talent determines everything, or the degree of awakening of talent determines everything.
Now that the results are in, it shows that anything is possible. After saying all this, Zhang Fengyan walked directly towards the dueling platform. Then he came to Long Qingyun's side and looked directly at him.
Long Qingyun, tell me honestly, did you cheat this time? What?
Long Qingyun was taken aback. It seemed Zhang Fengyan had noticed something amiss.
However, the azure dragon armor he wore. However, it is worn on the surface of the skin. Even if you check, you can't figure it out.
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun directly resorted to cheating.
Lord of the Manor, what do you mean by this? In your eyes, am I just trash? Winning is cheating. If you lose, it's your own fault? Is what you're doing fair?
Zhang Fengyan saw Long Qingyun's rebuttal. He reached out and took off the other person's shirt.
However, once the top landed, Zhang Fengyan was dumbfounded. Although there are some anti-magic items on the market,
it can protect against attacks from magic and spells.
Those are like clothes, worn on the body.
Now, Long Qingyun has nothing on him except for an ordinary set of clothes.
It seems he was overthinking it. Ahem, sorry. It seems I misunderstood you. Long Qingyun didn't take it seriously. However, among the crowd watching this time, there were men and women. Long Qingyun possesses superhuman physical abilities.
When practicing physical training, it greatly improves the appearance of muscles and body lines.
After Long Qingyun's physique was fully revealed, this shocked everyone present. This is even more impressive than a supermodel's figure.
Men feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. The woman, however, was dazzled, like a lovesick fool.
Long Qingyun was already very handsome.
In addition, she now has an attractive figure.
But it captivated many.
All that could be heard was the screaming of the women in the audience.
Wow, what a stunning figure! Long Qingyun, can I be your friend?
Long Qingyun, you are so handsome, I am completely infatuated with you.
It is said that men are lustful. But when women get lustful, they're not human at all.
Seeing the commotion below the stage, Zhang Fengyan also regretted his actions. I shouldn't have been so reckless just now.
The most embarrassed person should be Long Qingyun.
This was the first time he had shown his upper body to so many people. However, while it was embarrassing, there was also a happy side.
Because of the system notification, many of the hundreds of students have a like rating. They've all started hovering around 200. Moreover, several people have already broken through to 200 likes.
Among these people, those with over 200 likes are probably just infatuated fans. Even so, Long Qingyun still got many chances to win prizes. You know, even just showing your upper body can achieve such a great effect. He still needs to come up with so many methods.
Should I increase the like rating? It's better to let it out occasionally. It's healthier for both body and mind.
Moreover, it can achieve the desired goal.
Just as Long Qingyun was lost in thought, Zhang Menghan, who was standing next to her, was extremely angry.
All I saw was the other person immediately take a few steps forward. They picked up the clothes from the ground and put them on Long Qingyun. Then he turned and glared at Zhang Fengyan.
Lord of the Manor, you have gone too far this time. I'm giving you a serious warning now.
If there is a next time, it will be the time for me, Zhang Menghan, to leave Yanqi Martial Academy.
What? Hearing this, Zhang Fengyan was dumbfounded.
He simply took off one of Long Qingyun's shirts.
Is it that serious? They were actually going to warn him to leave Yanqi Martial Academy in front of everyone?
To be able to gain the participation of a god-level awakened being.
That would be an honor for the Yanqi Martial Academy.
Moreover, this time it was Yanqi Martial Mansion that took advantage of the situation.
I got this opportunity. Because of this talent awakening device. It can only test for Emperor-level talent. Everyone thought that Zhang Menghan was just an Emperor-level awakener. That's why Zhang Menghan was given the opportunity to choose freely.
If other advanced martial arts academies knew that Zhang Menghan was a god-level awakener, it's estimated that this coveted prize won't fall into the hands of Yanqi Martial Mansion. The Yendong Martial Academy, Yannan Martial Academy, and Yenzhong Martial Academy are all more powerful than the Yanqi Martial Academy. Don't even mention providing 8 times the resources of an Emperor-level awakened. Even if we were to provide 80 times the resources of an Emperor-level awakened.
There are also martial arts academies. Are they willing to offer them up?
Thinking of this, Zhang Fengyan had no choice but to back down. Then, with an apologetic expression, he smiled slightly at Long Qingyun.
Long Qingyun, I'm sorry. I really didn't do well this time. Please forgive my abruptness.
Long Qingyun was stunned when he saw this. Zhang Menghan's words really worked. It's incredible that the head of the Yanxi Martial Academy could apologize and admit his mistake to him. It seems that having strong personal power is the key to success. If you have the chance, you should definitely interact with the geniuses present. Get more chances to win prizes from this.
This is how you can grow up quickly. Watching Zhang Menghan help button up the clothes.
Long Qingyun patted Zhang Menghan's head and comforted her.
Menghan, don't be angry. The Lord didn't do it on purpose. He just wanted to see if I had any anti-magic items on me. Now that he has seen everything, he should be able to give up. These words were said to Zhang Menghan. Actually, it was meant for Zhang Fengyang to hear. The meaning is clear. I, Long Qingyun, possess the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. Don't underestimate me in the future. Zhang Fengyang, standing nearby, very tactfully said. I hereby declare that Long Qingyun has won this competition. I used to think that the level of talent determined everything. It doesn't seem to be the case now. The degree of talent awakening also gives them a certain advantage. I gained an insight from today's competition. Don't underestimate anyone, as long as they are willing to work hard to improve. You will rise above others one day. Zhang Fengyang really went too far this time. To prevent Zhang Menghan from causing him trouble again, he dared not delay and chose to leave quickly. Chapter 101 Poison Emperor Yi Chang'e. However, after Zhang Fengyang left, the girls in the audience went absolutely wild. They all rushed towards where Long Qingyun was. But at that moment, Zhang Menghan's expression turned grim. The temperature in the entire square instantly rose by more than 10 degrees. This will help those hot-headed girls to come to their senses. They remain standing silently below the stage. Some are obedient, and of course some are disobedient. All I could see was a girl enveloped in black mist. They walked step by step toward the fighting arena. Long Qingyun knew this woman. Although we were not destined to meet in our past lives. However, the other party has a very high reputation. Among the Emperor level awakened, no one dares to provoke them. This person was none other than the Poison King Yi Chang'e. The Emperor's innate talent allows him to absorb all the world's deadliest poisons and use them for his own purposes. Others died from poisoning. However, Yi Chang'e can increase his awakening level by relying on toxins. This alone shows what makes the other party unique. Yi Chang'e, with a cold face, stopped 3 meters away from Long Qingyun, looked him in the eye, and spoke. My name is Yi Chang'e. Can I be your girlfriend? What? Just as Yi Chang'e said these words, her cold face instantly transformed into a charming smile. This surprised Long Qingyun. It seems that even the Poison King Yi Chang'e has a cute side. The reason for his cold expression is due to the nature of poison. But the other person has an incredibly sunny personality. Their eyes met, and Long Qingyun gave a wry smile. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Ha ha, you refused? Yi Chang'e laughed again, then changed his tone. Can I be your friend? You can only have one girlfriend. However, friends can be diverse. Moreover, they are all students from the same martial arts academy. Having more friends means having more options. However, Long Qingyun did not immediately agree to Yi Chang'e's request. Instead, he looked at Zhang Menghan beside him. Honey, it's your decision. Hearing this, Zhang Menghan smiled, knowing that Long Qingyun held her in high regard. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Menghan spoke. As students of the same martial arts academy, we are friends. Do we need to be friends again? These words startled Yi Chang'e, who then looked at Long Qingyun. How do you say? My girlfriend has the final say. She says we're good friends, so we're good friends, Long Qingyun said shamelessly. Yi Chang'e didn't hesitate, and simply extended his right hand, smiling broadly as he said. Okay, after shaking hands, we'll be good friends. Seeing this, Long Qingyun was stunned for a moment. Poison King Yi Chang'e is not someone to be trifled with. A handshake makes you good friends. You also need to have the ability. If you're not strong enough, you can shake hands 1 minute and then have the whole village feast the next. At this moment, Long Qingyun was struggling with a problem. The poison abilities of Yi Chang'e, the Poison King. Is it a physical attack, or a magical or spell attack?
Just as Long Qingyun was worrying, Zhang Menghan stepped forward. He extended his right hand and shook hands with Yi Chang'e. All that could be seen were the two people holding hands.
A burnt smell wafted out. It seems that Poison King Yi Chang'e possesses powerful poison abilities. They were no match for Zhang Menghan's Brahma flame power.
Good, good, good. As expected of the goddess Zhang Menghan, I admire her to the core. After speaking, Yi Chang'e looked at Long Qingyun again.
Long Qingyun, you're not a coward who's afraid to be my friend, are you?
Long Qingyun laughed when he heard this.
Ha ha ha.
If it were just now, he really wouldn't have dared to.
Because he was unaware of Yi Chang'e's poisonous energy. Is it a physical attack, or a magical or spell-based energy attack? However, after the flames burned, they left behind charred smoke.
Long Qingyun knew that poison power belonged to the category of magic and spells.
Once you know what kind of energy it belongs to, it's easy to deal with. As long as you use the Azure Dragon armor, you will be safe and sound, and become good friends with the other party. Okay, I'll be your friend.
Long Qingyun extended his right hand directly. However, Zhang Menghan, who was standing next to her, immediately stopped her.
Qingyun, don't shake hands.
Yi Chang'e's poison is very potent, but you cultivate a body-refining superpower. If one were to encounter such a potent poison, death would be certain.
Long Qingyun shook his head. No, Yi Chang'e wouldn't do that.
These were words of comfort.
But whether many people would actually believe it is anyone's guess. In any case, Long Qingyun himself would not believe it.
However, Zhang Menghan believed Long Qingyun's words.
Okay, I trust your intuition.
Nodding, Long Qingyun extended his right hand. He shook hands with Yi Chang'e. Their hands just happened to touch.
An incredibly powerful poisonous ability. They attacked towards Long Qingyun's body.
Just when everyone thought that Long Qingyun was doomed,
a miracle happened. Long Qingyun was completely unharmed.
They only noticed the poison's power when they got close to Long Qingyun.
It simply vanished. This is not actually an illusion. It is something that truly exists.
The Azure Dragon armor is capable of ignoring magical and spell energy attacks. The poison power was transferred to the Azure Dragon armor.
It became completely useless.
Just as the toxic energy was trying to return the way it came. The Azure Dragon heart on Long Qingyun's body.
It started making noise and then started up.
It actually absorbed all the poisonous energy into the heart of the Azure Dragon.
It has become a purer form of energy. This left Long Qingyun dumbfounded. The Azure Dragon heart can even refine poisonous energy.
From this perspective, the Azure Dragon heart can absorb the energy of all things in the world and use it for its own benefit.
Wonderful. However, Yi Chang'e was stunned because he couldn't reclaim the poisonous energy.
Ever since she started practicing poison energy,
this is the first time I've encountered something like this. The released toxic energy has vanished without a trace. Contact has been lost. What should I do? After some deliberation, Yi Chang'e decided to further increase the control over the poisonous energy. The result was exactly the same as before. Any poisonous energy that reaches Long Qingyun will vanish without a trace. This happening twice is definitely not a coincidence. There are two reasons now.
One possibility is that Long Qingyun possesses extraordinary skills and did this intentionally. One possibility is that the other party possesses a powerful treasure.
It can suppress toxic energy. No matter which one it is, she will be completely suppressed.
She was originally looking for trouble, but now it seems she's the one who's embarrassed.
After a moment's hesitation, Yi Chang'e could only let out a domineering roar to the sky. Ha ha ha.
Alright, from now on, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan will be my good friends, Yi Chang'e.
Who would dare to bully you?
They must step over my dead body.
Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. It seems that Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan have successfully withstood the attack of Poison King Yi Chang'e. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have shown goodwill so quickly. Yi Chang'e lost and walked straight off the stage. Not far away, a figure witnessed this scene and trembled. My God, how is this possible? The poison energy of Poison King Yi Chang'e is incredibly powerful.
At the same level, only fire attribute can counter it.
It's really hard to find a worthy opponent.
Zhang Menghan withstood it, which is exactly what I expected.
Because of their natural talent, they are already invincible. However, Long Qingyun can easily deal with Yi Chang'e. I really can't believe it. Chapter 102 Tathagata Poem.
The person hiding in the corner was none other than Zhang Fengyang, who had returned after leaving. At this moment, there was a little girl beside Zhang Fengyang. Who else could this young girl be but Zhang Shuer? Only Zhang Shuer spoke up from the side. Brother, I don't like hearing you say that. Long Qingyun's talent is extraordinary, but we just haven't fully understood it yet. Is it only natural that he possesses such abilities? Zhang Fengyang nodded, not bad. Zhang Menghan is a prodigy, and Long Qingyun is a monster. Our Yanqi Martial Academy is truly blessed, ha ha ha. After the matter was resolved, the onlookers all dispersed. Long Qingyun wanted to host a welcome dinner for Xiao Meiyu and Xiao Cheng. They held a large banquet right there in the cafeteria. Just as the four were about to start their meal, Zhang Shuer rode the earth demon wolf to the table. Long Qingyun, you're treating us to a meal and you didn't invite me? That's really unfair of you. After saying that, Zhang Shuer found a seat and sat down. That's a very proactive approach. We haven't even had a chance to hear Long Qingyun's introduction yet. Zhang Shuer actually got into a fight with several girls. Having 4 beautiful women as companions certainly aroused the envy of many. After dinner, everyone went home. Long Qingyun lay on his bed in the dormitory and said to the system, "System, how did this mission go?" "Congratulations, host. This mission was completed perfectly and has earned a 5-star rating. Am I going to be rewarded again with 5% of my awakening level?" "But, host, you guessed wrong this time. You've already awakened quickly enough, we can't force it. Therefore, I cannot give you 5% of the awakening level. However, I can reward you with a martial arts manual." "What? I thought I could get another 5% awakening points. Sigh, I'm utterly disappointed. However, something is better than nothing. I want to see what kind of cultivation technique or secret manual it is." In fact, Long Qingyun was just saying that on purpose. He also knew that constantly increasing his awakening level was somewhat unrealistic. If it's always awakening level, complete 20 missions to reach the maximum level. What's the point of this? The yin-yang dual cultivation technique from last time. But it's an incredibly awesome existence. I wonder what kind of cultivation technique manual this time will be. Host, the cultivation technique has been placed in the system storage locker. Please check it. Long Qingyun immediately began to investigate the system's storage lockers. I saw 4 large characters on the locker. I was immediately startled. Buddha's palm. Damn it. This is an awesome technique from Crass. In Long Qingyun's memory, the Tathagata palm is the Buddha Tathagata's ultimate move. When cultivated to its peak, one can annihilate a great sage level being with a single palm strike. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, is the best example. That was the one who caused havoc in the Heavenly Palace. It made all Taoists turn pale at the mere mention of it. As a result, Buddha used the Tathagata palm. He sealed it to the 5-finger mountain with a single palm strike. There are rumors that this happened after Buddha discovered the secrets of heaven. He deliberately held back. If he had given it his all, the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, would probably be dead long ago. Even if he held back, the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, still lay under the 5 Fingers Mountain for 500 years before slowly recovering his strength. If it weren't for that battle, he wouldn't have followed Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures. Because the Buddha's palm technique had already planted a deep-rooted seed in his mind. The mere thought of such a unique and powerful technique would frighten him. Thinking of this, Long Qingyun murmured to himself. The Tathagata's palm appears. Suddenly, an ancient book appeared in Long Qingyun's outstretched palm. This is precisely the Buddha's palm. Long Qingyun immediately opened the book, on which was written the intention. The Tathagata palm, the embodiment of justice. Mastering this palm technique can transform you into a righteous person. Moreover, it can continuously absorb Buddhist power and possess the ability to vanquish demons. For humans, it is simply immense strength. But for all demons, that is the end of evil. I see. The Tathagata palm can vanquish demons. No wonder the Monkey King was no match for him. The great sage equaling heaven, even if it defies the heavens, to become a great sage. That is also an incarnation of a demon beast. He was just a monkey who cultivated himself into a saint. they still can't escape it's the power to break demons.
After reading the note, Long Qingyun opened the book directly. I found that it contained many different moves.
Various moves, yet they keep coming up one after another. However, Long Qingyun discovered that he couldn't understand these moves at all. I couldn't understand it after just one reading.
It was the same the second time. Even after reading it countless times, Long Qingyun still couldn't understand it. Damn it! Does he lack affinity with Buddhism?
I don't understand the Tathagata palm technique.
Such an amazing palm technique is about to become useless.
Just as Long Qingyun was about to vent his indignation,
a breeze blew in from outside the window.
The wind blew the Tathagata palm manual around. The speed was incredibly fast. Long Qingyun stared at the manual for a full quarter of an hour.
He was completely stunned.
Then he closed his eyes. A set of palm techniques appeared in his mind.
These are the first to the 108 forms of the Tathagata palm. Long Qingyun was initially completely clueless. It happened in just 3 seconds, thanks to a gentle breeze. He then used the entire Tathagata palm technique. I learned it all.
Then Long Qingyun began to practice according to the techniques in his mind. The room wasn't big, but it was just enough.
A set of Tathagata palm techniques. After finishing the attack, Long Qingyun felt a strange power within his body. Long Qingyun immediately probed the power within his dantian.
It was actually a golden Buddhist power. Although there are only fireflies now, and they're so small.
However, Long Qingyun could sense it. This force is extremely powerful. He can kill any monster of the same level as him at will. Cool. This is the power of the Tathagata palm.
Once you reach the beginner level in cultivation, you will possess considerable power. Long Qingyun controlled this Buddhist power. He slammed his palm directly into the ground. At first, there was no movement at all.
Like a stone ox entering the sea.
But after waiting a while, they discovered that the entire ground had started to shake.
Although not very shocking.
However, Long Qingyun knew that this palm strike was absolutely aimed at someone with an indestructible body.
The Vajra fist that transforms in an instant is several times more powerful.
To learn the basics of Tathagata palm, all that's needed now is time. With time and careful research, we can gradually make further progress.
Another aspect is to continuously increase the awakening level.
The greater the strength, the greater the energy of the Tathagata palm. Next, Long Qingyun spoke to the system again.
System, how many random lottery draws do I have now? Host, you now have 5 chances to draw a prize.
Yi Changda's favorability score has reached 400, granting him 2 chances to participate in a random lottery.
Lu's likes have increased by 200, and he has been granted a chance to participate in a random lottery.
Li's likes have reached 230 points, granting him 1 chance to win a random prize.
Wow, I didn't expect to have 5 chances to win the lottery so quickly, this is awesome.
Long Qingyun said with great joy. Chapter 103 The Uses of Crystal Chickens.
I want to enter the prize draw.
Host, you now have 2 or 3 ways to participate in the lottery. The first method involves a random 5 draw, from which 5 prizes will be drawn. The second option is a random draw from 5 different pools, where each player receives 1 prize. The third method is to draw 5 prizes in a series of single draws.
5 prizes? Same prize? What does this mean?
Host, this is like spending $5 to buy a large grilled sausage. You can also buy 5 small grilled sausages for 5 yuan.
The price is the same, but the quantity is different. The advantage of mini sausages is that they come in a large quantity.
The advantage of large grilled sausages is that they come in large quantities and you can have as much as you want.
Do you need quantity, or do you need a large quantity that you can have as much as you want? This metaphor, though not very vivid.
But it's a very real situation.
But baby, it's not a grilled sausage. No matter how many there are, the level is not high enough. It's not very useful. Therefore, Long Qingyun chose to have a large quantity in plenty. For no other reason than that Long Qingyun had a particular fondness for this. I like big things, no matter what. And is the larger one realistic? Host, have you made up your mind? I choose the 5-in-1 draw. The 5-in-1 draw begins. The 5-element draw is complete.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained a crystal chicken.
What? A chicken? What is that? The prizes that were previously drawn randomly each time. But they are all very abundant. Why was it so useless this time? 5 draws, 5 chances to gather. If you merge into one, you can only get one chicken. Damn it! What a huge loss. With a whoosh, a crystal chicken that glowed all over appeared at Long Qingyun's feet. This crystal chicken is about the size of a chicken. However, he had no feathers, all he had was a blinding light. All I could see was this crystal chicken, circling around in place. Then it started clucking and chirping. Damn, this is a crystal chicken? What use could it be? Are you suggesting we raise it to eat its eggs? Long Qingyun looked at this strange-looking crystal chicken. Eating meat is definitely out of the question. If you're not careful, you might break your teeth. But what about his casual remark about eating an egg? However, the system approved it. Host, you're really smart. Crystal chickens are those that eat eggs. Damn it, what's the use of randomly drawing this kind of weird crystal chicken out of the 5 draws? I want to return it. The word return had barely been uttered. All I saw was crystal chicken squatting down. Then an egg fell to the ground. After seeing this egg, Long Qingyun was dumbfounded. Why does this egg look so familiar? It seems familiar. Long Qingyun immediately took out a crystal from his pocket. They discovered that the eggs laid by the crystal chicken were indeed exactly the same as the crystal stones. Even their sizes are about the same. Long Qingyun was overjoyed and immediately picked up the egg, gesturing at it. Same size, same material, same energy. Damn it! Crystal chicken, could this be a chicken that lays crystals? Damn it! They've become wealthy. No, this is a crystal chicken. How many eggs can it lay in a day? Even if you take one a day, it won't make a difference. Just as Long Qingyun was pondering, the system spoke again. Host, let me introduce you to the crystal chicken's functions. The crystal chicken, as its name suggests, is a chicken that lays crystals. Isn't there a game called The Hen Lays an Egg? Although crystal chickens can't lay eggs as quickly as hens, they possess an incredible speed at which they do. However, you can collect 10 crystals within an hour. According to the calculation, that's 240 crystals per day, and 7,200 crystals per month. Furthermore, it is divided into levels: low level, medium level, high level, and top level. This crystal chicken is only of low quality, the eggs it lays are also of low quality. Next, the eggs laid by the crystal chicken at each level are related to that level. Hearing this, Long Qingyun was dumbfounded. Low-grade crystal chicken, lower-grade crystal stone. Intermediate-grade crystal chicken, lower intermediate-grade crystal stone. And so on. This is the capital for cheating. Just as Long Qingyun was pondering, the system spoke again. Host, if it were any other item, I really couldn't process a return request here. However, crystal chicken is an exception. If you're willing to return the item, I'll support you unconditionally. And we can also give you a chance to choose again. Will you choose the 5-pull option or the 5-pull all-in option? Return the goods? Such a precious item, we should return it. Doesn't that prove that someone's head got stuck in a door? With this crystal chicken, it's another cheat code. They possess an inexhaustible supply of crystals. Does he still need to consider other people's opinions when making decisions? Excuse me, did I mention returning the item? How could I have forgotten about this? Long Qingyun pretended to be stupid, picked up the crystal chicken, and put it on the bed. Long Qingyun had nothing to do. He insisted on staying by the bedside, watching the crystal chicken lay eggs. 10 crystals were obtained in 1 hour. The person next to them is having a blast. However, Long Qingyun discovered a problem. Where should we store the crystal chicken? System, can the crystal chicken be placed in the system storage cabinet? No, even though crystal chickens aren't living creatures. But he needs to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Placing it in a storage cabinet will affect the number of eggs it lays. However, it can be stored in the Venus space along with the 9-tailed fox. I found the spiritual energy in the Venusian space to be quite good. Although not extremely strong, it's not much different from the outside world. Long Qingyun nodded, agreeing that this method was good. The Venus space is not only secluded, but also easy to store. There's no need to worry about others finding out about Crystal Chicken's secret. Call out. Long Qingyun directly controls the energy of the Venus space. They put the Crystal Chicken inside.
And it's also the resting place for crystal chickens. It's in the same area where the nine-tailed fox is.
For no other reason than that the nine-tailed fox is incredibly intelligent.
It knows which places are rich in spiritual energy and more suitable for growth. Such a place is also more suitable for crystal chickens to lay eggs. With everything resolved, Long Qingyun no longer needed to worry about consuming crystals. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. Day after day, the time that follows,
Long Qingyun basically spent his time in the dormitory and the intensive training base.
During the day, he and Zhang Menghan entered the secret training base and continuously practiced the yin-yang dual cultivation technique. At night, Long Qingyun cultivated using crystals. A month later, the awakening level showed signs of activity again. It broke through to 10%. It must be said that the higher the awakening level, the harder it is to develop. It took a month for 2% of them to awaken. However, compared to Zhang Menghan, Long Qingyun is much better. Because, after a month of cultivation, Zhang Menghan's awakening level only broke through to 2.1%. It increased by 0.3% compared to a month ago. However, this is also thanks to his cultivation of the yin-yang dual cultivation technique with Long Qingyun. In addition, he possessed a vast amount of crystals, which contributed to the results of his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break through 0.1% in a month. In her previous life, Zhang Menghan's peak awakening level was only 80%. That was the result of the peak of spiritual energy revival 100 years later. Moreover, this was achieved through the full-fledged cultivation of the Great Yin Empire. In comparison, Zhang Menghan's current cultivation speed is already considered fast.
Chapter 104 Max Level Experience Talisman.
During this period, Yi Chang'e's relationship with Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan was extremely good. Yi Chang'e, in particular, took meticulous care of Long Qingyun.
However, Long Qingyun kept refusing the other party. Even so, Yi Chang'e's like score exceeded 600.
This gave Long Qingyun another chance to win a prize. There are still many opportunities to participate in the lucky draw during this period.
However, none of it worked for Long Qingyun. Because he wanted to gather everyone together and launch another unified attack. And just like that, I've made it exactly 5 chances. System, I want 5 rounds of random draws. The unified draw begins.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a max level trial spirit talisman.
What? A talisman?
What is it used for?
Is it for catching ghosts? Long Qingyun isn't a Taoist priest, so what use is he to him? A max-level trial spirit talisman is a type of trial equipment.
You can experience the full level 3 times consecutively, each time lasting 1 hour.
After 3 uses, the talisman disappeared. What? That's awesome. I originally thought it was for catching ghosts. Now it seems that it is much more useful than catching ghosts. 3 experiences at max level. That's incredibly awesome. That's equivalent to having 3 chances to cheat. Currently, there probably isn't a fully leveled royal level awakened being in the entire world yet. Doesn't this mean that Long Qingyun has 3 opportunities to dominate the world? Cool. This is truly an awesome system.
The treasures drawn from the 5-in-1 draw are truly exceptional.
A max-level experience talisman has appeared.
All that could be seen was a yellow talisman in Long Qingyun's hand.
The energy emanating from the talisman. That has already proven its extraordinary nature. System, can I borrow this max-level experience spirit talisman? You mean, lend it to Zhang Menghan? That's good. If I could, I'd like a dozen of these max-level experience spirit talismans. It's not advisable in principle, but you can try it in a crisis. Nothing is absolute, you'll only know by trying. What? Want to give it a try? Long Qingyun was taken aback. Is this okay or not? This time, the system didn't give a precise answer.
After worrying for a while, Long Qingyun didn't care.
Who cares if it works or not?
Although the system did not provide a usable response.
However, it did not provide an answer that it was unusable.
This means that both options offer a chance. Just then, the emergency bell of the Yanqi Martial Academy rang.
It seems there's something important to instruct them on. Long Qingyun took off running towards the square.
Upon arriving at the plaza, all 108 students of the Yanqi Martial Academy were already present. Zhang Fengyan walked up to the high platform with an extremely serious expression.
Attention, everyone! Count off. Very good, everyone will be here in 1 minute. The reason I called everyone here is that there is an important matter to announce. There is a freshwater lake in the eastern suburbs of Yenchi County. That used to be a crocodile breeding base. There was a lot of demonization going on around here recently. Near the freshwater lake, however, it was incredibly quiet. However, I received news this morning. The entire crocodile lake, with its hundreds of crocodiles, has been transformed into monsters. The people living around Crocodile Lake were ambushed by the crocodile demon. Several hundred people have already fallen victim to this treacherous monster and become its food. The police station dispatched several hundred officers, armed with heavy weapons. Surprisingly, there's no way to deal with the crocodile demon. This crocodile demon is incredibly powerful, its size has increased dozens of times. The crocodile that originally weighed a few dozen kilograms has been transformed into a crocodile demon weighing over 1,000 kilograms. The crocodile demon is an amphibious animal and is very intelligent. They actually possess the ability to turn misfortune into good fortune. Upon seeing the arrival of the main force, they immediately hid at the bottom of Crocodile Lake and refused to come out. Even with heavy bombardment, there was no reaction. But wait until the main force leaves. The crocodile demon reappeared and attacked the local people. The police department was so shameless that they had no choice but to apply to their superiors. That's why our superiors ordered the Yenchi Martial Academy to send people to subdue the crocodile demon. At this point, Zhang Fengyang stopped abruptly, looking at everyone present. They are waiting to digest this slowly. However, at this moment, Long Qingyun understood everything. This is another opportunity to hone one's skills. After Long Qingyun understood, some of the students around him also understood this principle. All I saw was someone saying below, "Lord, please give the order. We swear we will never return. Yes, we must exterminate the crocodile demon that is harming the people." Hearing the students' roars, Zhang Fengyang laughed happily. Not bad. As expected of a student from Yenchi Martial Academy. Every one of them has a patriotic sentiment. The higher authorities have named this operation Eliminating Evil and Promoting Good. This mission is open to everyone, regardless of their talent level. We will also install heavenly eyes on you. The Martial Academy will know everything you have done. Moreover, it will be among the 108 of you. Select those who perform exceptionally well. Participate in the Dragon Soaring Special Training for 1 month. This is a great opportunity for you to perform, so make the most of it. Do not let down the Empire's nurturing of you. Of course, this time there are no regulations on the level of talent required for those who eliminate crocodiles and promote good. There's no requirement for all of you to go. You can choose to stay or leave. Now, those who want to go, please step forward and register next to me. Awakened beings at the king level and above are all arrogant and conceited. Hearing this, I had no worries. Everyone walked towards Zhang Fengyang's direction. All 108 students in the group have registered. This proves that all 108 trainees possess patriotism. After registering, Zhang Fengyang smiled happily. Meet in the square in an hour. Now you can all go home. An hour is not for playing around. It was specially prepared for the students. Dealing with the crocodile demon is a tricky matter. While the current awakened ones are powerful, they lack combat experience. To easily kill the powerful crocodile demon, that's no easy task. Therefore, each of them needs to prepare their trump card. The current trump card is to prepare a weapon that suits one's own needs. Long Qingyun always carried his weapons with him, so he didn't need to prepare any. Zhang Menghan's ultimate move is the Brahma Sacred Flame. She doesn't need any weapons at all, so she doesn't need to prepare any. The two went straight back to their dorm and tidied up a bit. They walked towards the square. However, this time, the students from Yenchi Martial Academy came. Basically, everyone had a weapon. Even those who rely on magic or spells to attack. They were also all equipped with self-defense weapons. This is for unforeseen circumstances. Long Jun is a metal element awakener. Not only do they possess magical abilities, but they also have powerful physical attacks. This time, he actually chose a golden greatsword and carried it on his back. This significantly increased his overall combat strength. Lang Jun, carrying a heavy sword, exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. All I could see was him walking towards Long Qingyun with an incredibly flamboyant air. "Brother, why don't you pick out a weapon that suits your needs? You are a body training superpower awakener. Don't tell me you're going to rely on magical attacks. Chapter 105, Forming a Team to Defend Against the Enemy. Long Qingyun shook his head, thinking that the hermit had his own brilliant plan. However, in Lang Jun's eyes, it turned into utter powerlessness. Brother, you didn't fail to find a suitable weapon, did you? After saying that, Lang Jun immediately untied the golden sword from his back. He held it up with both hands and handed it to Long Qingyun. Brother, the level of my greatsword is a bit lacking. But it's still a decent weapon. I hope you can accept it and make do with it. What? Taking what others love is not something Long Qingyun likes. Furthermore, there's his dragon-slaying saber. It is many times more powerful than the golden sword. To be honest, he really looked down on this golden sword. Jin Jian looked incredibly arrogant. It can still put up a fight against ordinary monsters. However, they encountered a crocodile demon with abnormally strong defense. It really doesn't possess any advantages. Lang Jun, thank you for your kindness. I already have a weapon, I don't need your golden sword. You should keep it for yourself. Do you have a good partner this time? If not, you can fight alongside me. Based on Lang Jun's act of handing over the golden sword, they already possessed the qualifications to join Long Qingyun's team. Upon hearing Long Qingyun's words, Lang Jun was stunned. Then, with a grin, he said, Brother, are you telling the truth? I really can join your team. It should be noted that this happened a month after Long Qingyun's battle with Zhang Menghan. Everyone regarded Long Qingyun as someone on the same level as Zhang Menghan. He is already considered one of the top students in the entire Yanqi Martial Academy. Although Lang Jun is considered to be of medium level among the emperor-level awakeners. However, compared to Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan, there is a huge difference. This led to Lang Jun's reaction upon hearing the invitation. It feels so unreal. That's why the question arises. What? You don't want to join? Then pretend I didn't say anything? Seeing the other person's silly look, Long Qingyun immediately started teasing him. No, a man's word is his bond. He can't go back on his word. Upon seeing Long Qingyun withdraw his invitation, Lang Jun immediately panicked. He went straight up to Long Qingyun and put his arm around his shoulder. Among all the students of Yanqi Martial Academy, only Lang Jun would dare to treat Long Qingyun like that. Others really don't have that kind of courage. Just then, a woman walked over from not far away. Everyone made way. All that could be seen was this woman slowly walking up to Long Qingyun's side. Long Qingyun, I want to join your team. This person was none other than the Poison King Yi Chang'e. During this period, she was like a piece of chewing gum. Wherever Long Qingyun is, there she is. It seems they really were attracted by Long Qingyun's charm. All that was seen was Long Qingyun shaking his head. Sorry, our 3-person team is already full. Please come earlier next time. Long Qingyun. Upon hearing this, Yi Chang'e was displeased and glared at Long Qingyun. However, she couldn't do anything about it. Her poison abilities are effective against everyone else. However, it had no effect on Long Qingyun. What should I do? We can't win if we fight. She said that others didn't give her face. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Chang'e could only look at Zhang Menghan. Sister Menghan, can I join your team? As a woman, Zhang Menghan must know what Yi Chang'e is thinking. However, she is a person who cares a lot about her image. I always feel embarrassed to refuse others. Only Zhang Menghan was seen looking at Long Qingyun. Qingyun, how about? No, there are too many people, I can't take care of them all, Long Qingyun refused outright. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan have both agreed, why are you refusing? If you don't agree today, I'm not done with you. Yi Chang'e, standing to the side, glared at Long Qingyun and said with great displeasure. Long Qingyun shook his head and walked directly to the side. No, we won't accept it. If it were any other man, he would definitely be eager for it. But given Long Qingyun's personality, he simply refused to accept it. It's not that he doesn't think highly of Yi Chang'e. Rather, he didn't want to put Zhang Menghan in a difficult position. Anyone can see what Yi Chang'e is thinking. Therefore, he wanted to understand the other person's thoughts. To nip it in the bud. Just then, more than a dozen helicopters appeared in the sky. It seems these planes are here to pick them up for the battle against the crocodile demon. Before long, everyone boarded the helicopter. heading towards the freshwater lake on the eastern outskirts of Yanqi County. On the plane, Long Qingyun was extremely unhappy. Yi Chang'e is like a stubborn plaster.
It turns out we were on the same plane.
Moreover, she was sitting right across from him.
She stared at him blankly, like a lovesick fool. Even Leng Jun, who was standing next to him, was startled by the scene. Fortunately, Yanqi Marshall Mansion is not far from the freshwater lake in the eastern suburbs. It only takes half an hour by helicopter to get there. While everyone was still on the helicopter, the group could see a freshwater lake, where many crocodile demons roamed. These crocodile demons are crocodiles that have successfully transformed into demons. A typical crocodile weighs only a few dozen kilograms. However, even the smallest crocodile demon weighs several hundred kilograms. The larger ones weigh over 1,000 kilograms. In addition, the crocodile demon has a strong defense and is very lethal. The animals around the freshwater lake have basically all died out. Even the dairy cows at the nearby dairy farm. They were all devoured completely by the crocodile demon. However, after more than a dozen helicopters landed, when all the students who had assembled the entire server were put down, the crocodile demons immediately sensed a threat from them. They hid directly in the lake and water, concealing themselves. Some of them even hid directly in the muddy puddles nearby. This scene left hundreds of students completely dumbfounded. They all hid before the war even started. How can we fight like this? However, just as everyone was worried, Zhang Fengyan's voice came through the headset. Attention all students, the crocodile demon has become sentient. It possesses human intelligence. They are evident in your numbers and the momentum you exude. I know you're not easy to deal with. They simply hid themselves. I've now discussed it with the police leadership. We also learned how to deal with it from them. You 108 people, form groups of 3 and disperse. This will lure the crocodile demon out. We'll prepare to take them down one by one. Remember, your activity should be confined to the area around the freshwater lake, don't go too far. And the distance between each squad cannot exceed 200 meters. Always stick together to fight the enemy. The task has been issued, everyone must get to work. After hearing Zhang Fengyan's arrangement, everyone began to split into teams. Long Qingyun, Zhang Menghan, and Leng Jun formed a team of 3. This made Yi Chang'e grit his teeth in hatred. He had originally wanted to shamelessly follow Long Qingyun, but now it seemed there was no chance left. She could choose not to listen to Long Qingyun's words. However, she had to obey Zhang Fengyan's words. All I saw was Yi Chang'e glaring at Long Qingyun. They randomly picked 2 people from the side to form a team. He hovered about 200 meters away from Long Qingyun. Her thinking was simple: even if she couldn't be on the same team as Long Qingyun, you should also maintain a certain distance from the other party. That way, even if something bad happens, we can help each other. Just after everyone split into groups of 3. Before long, the crocodile demons began to surface again. Not for any other reason, but after they were dispersed, the aura of those with awakened talents weakens. Besides, Zhang Fengyang had just given the instructions. After being divided into groups, it is essential to tone down the aggressive atmosphere. One should not display an overtly imposing manner. This made the crocodile demon lower its guard even further. They began to train the students of Yanqi Martial Academy. They were considered as their food. Chapter 106: The Battle of the Crocodile Demon. After being separated, the students started wandering around aimlessly. Although the freshwater lake is very large, however, it was covered with the footprints of the students. The trainees didn't seem to care. But they were all on edge. Few dare to wander around freely and genuinely relax. However, Long Qingyun is an exception. He ended up at a place where crocodiles were kept. They took off their shoes and soaked their feet in the lake. However, this effect is really good. Just like fishing, you have to bring out the bait. Long Qingyun used himself as bait this time. Not long after, a 5-meter-long one appeared. The crocodile demon, weighing several hundred kilograms, swam towards Long Qingyun. Crocodiles don't actually swim very fast. The most important thing is its strong bite force and defense. The crocodile demon is a completely different beast after it transforms. Their speed increased considerably. The defenses are much stronger. Its scales looked shiny. Based on Long Qingyun's judgment, he could determine that the opponent's defense had reached the hardness of ordinary steel.
Ordinary people really can't break through the crocodile demon's defenses.
Just when the crocodile demon was less than 10 meters away from Long Qingyun, Long Qingyun took out the dragon-slaying saber from the system's storage cabinet. Furthermore, many of those with awakened talents possess their own storage space. The size of one's talent is determined by the level of one's natural ability. It was not surprising at all that Long Qingyun took out the dragon-slaying saber. Just then, the crocodile demon leaped swiftly. It opened its blood-red maw and attacked Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun immediately smiled. He then leaped up, wielding the dragon-slaying saber, and slashed directly at it.
With the Dragon Slayer sword in hand, who can argue with its might? The crocodile demon looks incredibly powerful. He was cleaved in two by Long Qingyun's blade. Blood was everywhere. Just then, the lake began to shake violently over a large area. This surprised everyone. What on earth is going on?
They killed a crocodile demon.
Was there really that much noise? Everyone was dumbfounded, but Long Qingyun understood everything.
The crocodile demon that Long Qingyun just killed. It is not an ordinary crocodile demon. It was, in fact, the offspring of a mutated crocodile dragon. Legend has it that crocodiles are offspring of dragons. Crocodiles only came into being after many kinds of monsters interbred.
So after the crocodile transformed into a demon,
it turned into a crocodile demon. The king of this group of crocodile demons is a crocodile dragon. It is a collateral branch of the dragon clan that inherits the characteristics of the dragon clan, although not as powerful as the dragons.
However, it can be compared to a dragon. In a sense, crocodile dragon is much more powerful than Jiaolong, because their defenses are even more formidable. Just then, the entire lake began to bubble up like boiling water. A group of crocodile demons followed and swam toward the lake. Even the crocodile demons that used to hide in the mud in forests have all reappeared one after another. This startled all the trainees.
One after another, crocodile demons appeared, and scenes of them fighting with the students began to appear.
The crocodile demon had only recently transformed into a demon, so its combat power was actually not very strong. However, its defensive capabilities are incredibly strong. Ordinary sharp blades cannot break through the opponent's defenses. This left some trainees, who didn't have powerful weapons, completely bewildered. However, there are also some formidable individuals. For example, Long Qingyun, wielding the dragon-slaying saber, unleashes powerful and sweeping attacks. Every time he made a move, a crocodile demon died by his blade. Then there's Zhang Menghan, who directly summoned the fire spirit beast from the Brahma sacred flame. The powerful fire spirit beast was defeated by Long Qingyun. That's because Long Qingyun possesses the azure dragon armor protecting him. The fire spirit beast is now attacking the crocodile demon. That's like using a kitchen knife to cut tofu. It was completely effortless. Wherever the fire spirit beast goes, the crocodile demon suffered countless casualties. Ling Jun's metal element ability is also incredibly powerful. Although it's not to say that they could easily deal with the crocodile demon. However, with full force, it can be done in a dozen or so moves. One of the crocodile demons will die at his hands. Yi Chang'e is also incredibly awesome. Its poison abilities are displayed with sharp and exquisite skill. 2 people from his team. They could only hide behind him and eke out a living. She was completely on her own, fighting the enemy alone. Any crocodile demon that she attacks, it was basically completely black and died from poisoning. Although his achievement in killing the crocodile demon was not as good as Long Qingyun's. However, his achievements are comparable to those of Long Qingyun. The other students, the weaker ones, relied on combined attacks to deal with the crocodile demon. Those who are strong enough will fight the crocodile demon one-on-one. This ensures that the crocodile demon cannot gain any advantage. However, the trainees are quite capable. However, his combat experience is quite poor. The fight could have been ended in just a few moves. They just have to show off, using dozens of tricks. What could have been resolved in a few dozen moves was dragged out to several hundred. This leads to a very rapid depletion of physical strength. As the crocodile demons continued to die. After the lake was stained red with blood, the lake began to tremble again in the center. All that could be seen was the blood on the lake, rapidly converging towards the central area. This is bad. It seems that the crocodile dragon wants to use the blood of the crocodile demon to strengthen itself. It avenged its offspring. Boom! 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 The entire lake began to tremble.
This is a sign that the crocodile dragon is about to become enraged. The others could only sense the crocodile dragon's rage.
I wonder what the crocodile dragon is saying. However, Long Qingyun could hear the roar of the crocodile dragon clearly.
My son, you died such a terrible death.
Your father will avenge you. Who the hell killed my son? I will tear you to pieces. Eat your flesh, drink your blood. At that very moment, a crocodile dragon, over 10 meters long, surfaced. This crocodile dragon actually has a dragon's head.
And it also has 2 dragon whiskers.
Moreover, he has 2 antlers on his head. However, its body is shaped like a crocodile.
But its body is covered with dragon scales. It is said that the dragon has 9 sons, each of whom is different. I just don't know which branch of the 9 sons the crocodile dragon belongs to, or which offspring it is, a hybrid of the offspring.
Boom! After the crocodile dragon surfaced,
the other crocodile demons also surfaced. The entire lake appeared to be filled with the shadows of crocodile demons.
Oh no, this is a complete disaster, it's all so dark and gloomy.
That's really scary.
However, while everyone was stunned,
with a roar, the crocodile dragon sent all the crocodile demons swimming toward land.
They attacked the Yanxi Martial Academy students on the shore. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The blood of the dead crocodile demon actually entered the body of the crocodile dragon on its own. This is at the cost of the lives of all the crocodile demons. Will it create a crocodile dragon? Just as Long Qingyun was thinking this way,
all they could see was the crocodile dragon looking in the direction of Long Qingyun. This surprised Long Qingyun.
It seems this crocodile dragon possessed supernatural abilities and knew about its offspring.
It was Long Qingyun who killed him.
Right after that look, the crocodile dragon swam directly towards Long Qingyun's location.
This surprised Long Qingyun.
Long Qingyun could instantly kill crocodile demons weighing hundreds or thousands of kilograms. But I'm actually a little apprehensive about dealing with the crocodile dragon.
The crocodile dragon was over 10 meters long and weighed tens of tons.
This is a mobile behemoth. How should we deal with this? Chapter 107 Crocodile Dragon. Just as Long Qingyun was pondering,
the crocodile dragon was less than 100 meters away from Long Qingyun. He actually opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of saliva.
No, this isn't saliva. Saliva doesn't contain any toxins. However, Long Qingyun could see it from the saliva of the crocodile dragon. I sensed a powerful toxic energy.
It appears to be a crocodile dragon, possessing dragonfire as a hybrid dragon. The dragon's flames are fire.
The ice dragon's dragonfire is made of ice spikes. The dragon's flame is venom. Although crocodile dragon cannot be called a water dragon. However, it also belongs to a branch of the water dragon lineage. A miscellaneous dragon belonging to the water element. Therefore, this spittle is not simple at all.
Just then, Long Qingyun stepped forward. He stood in front of Zhang Menghan, shouting loudly,
"Everyone be careful. This crocodile demon has become a mutated crocodile dragon. Its saliva is poisonous. All units enter defensive mode. Dragonfire to deal with crocodile dragon.
The best approach is to activate your own defenses.
Unable to withstand the opponent's dragon flames. Otherwise, you'll be badly injured, if not killed."
After giving all the instructions, Long Qingyun immediately had the Azure Dragon armor adhere to his skin. They hoped to use the defensive capabilities of the Azure Dragon armor to withstand this attack. Just then, seeing Long Qingyun in such a passive position, Zhang Menghan took action from the side.
All I saw was her directly setting up the domain of Brahma's holy flame. This formed an umbrella-shaped defense. The dragon's flames were blocked 3 meters away. However, just after Long Yan was blocked, the crocodile dragon opened its mouth again and spewed out another mouthful of dragon fire.
Seeing this, Long Qingyun was stunned. Others were unaware of Zhang Menghan's abilities.
Long Qingyun knew everything perfectly well.
She has awakened to 2.1%
output at this level. It can only last for a maximum of 1 minute.
If this kind of consumption continues,
Zhang Menghan will be defeated then.
That's when all the trainees are being handed over to us.
War.
They only saw Long Qingyun, then looked at the fire spirit beast, the fire dragon, released by Zhang Menghan beside him. He leaped onto it, riding the fire dragon, and attacked the crocodile dragon. The fire dragon is merely a fire spirit.
Zhang Menghan's current strength is evident in the fire dragon she summons, although it can be transformed into a physical entity. However, under the circumstances of a battle, it was smashed apart by a single claw from the crocodile dragon. However, this was exactly what Long Qingyun wanted. The reason he rode the fire dragon. It's about crossing that 100-meter distance. He cannot fly, he can only rely on the fire dragon's ability to take flight. But now we are above the crocodile dragon. That is the time when the dragon's nightmare will come. Looking at the crowd, they were shocked by what Long Qingyun had done. In the Yanqi Martial Academy, one can ride a fire spirit beast. Perhaps only Long Qingyun is like that. If it were anyone else, let alone riding, even if you get close to the fire spirit beast, they're probably all going to get burned by the fire element. My god, what is Long Qingyun trying to do? He wants to take on the crocodile dragon all by himself? Would he be a match for the crocodile dragon? Long Qingyun, you are the best. I believe you can definitely kill the crocodile dragon.
Just then, Yi Changa's voice rang out, cheering for Long Qingyun.
Then everyone around started shouting, Long Qingyun, you're the best. Kill it.
Then look at when Long Qingyun arrives above the crocodile dragon.
Just like a tiny little thing, the size of a human and a beast. They are completely incomparable.
However, Long Qingyun was not discouraged.
It directly utilizes the downward force. It adjusted its direction in mid-air. Holding the dragon-slaying sword, he slashed down at the crocodile dragon. The dragon-slaying saber, isn't it for slaying dragons? Besides, crocodile dragon is at most a miscellaneous dragon.
It can hardly be considered a true dragon. One fall revealed only one of the crocodile dragon's forepaws.
He was directly cut down by Long Qingyun.
This caused everyone to scream with excitement.
Long Qingyun, you are amazing. You are a role model for us to learn from. Long Qingyun, keep up the good work and cripple its other front paw.
No, cripple its hind claws to make it unbalanced, that will be more advantageous.
No, it's that its tail was destroyed, causing it to lose its balance and preventing it from surfacing. Sigh, wouldn't it be better to just cripple it? Then we could kill it with one blow. Just as everyone was talking nonsense, the crocodile dragon's powerful tail actually lashed out in the direction where Long Qingyun was. This left everyone dumbfounded.
Just now, because Long Qingyun succeeded in his attack, they thought the crocodile dragon was a fool who was only destined to die.
Now that it sees the opponent, it uses its powerful tail to attack.
Only then did I realize that the other party was a crocodilian dragon, not an idiot.
Immediately someone screamed from the side. Long Qingyun, be careful.
Then, Long Qingyun killed one of the crocodile dragon's front claws.
I'm about to choose my next target. All I could see was a huge tail. They beckoned to him. He immediately knew something was wrong. Escape. The two are very different in size. A head-on confrontation will absolutely not yield any advantage.
Long Qingyun plunged headfirst into the lake. A strange scene unfolded.
He entered the water and felt no pressure from it at all.
All that could be seen was that his body formed its own independent space.
This prevents outside water from getting in at all. Seeing this, Long Qingyun was dumbfounded. Could it be that the Azure Dragon armor worked? It can ignore magic and spells, and even isolate water elements. That's awesome. But thinking about it, water is an element. Fire element can be resisted, poison element can be resisted. Why can't we resist the water element? The Azure Dragon armor brought Long Qingyun a pleasant surprise. It was absolutely stunning.
At the same time that Long Qingyun was shocked,
many more crocodile demons appeared around them again. It was opening its blood-red maw wide. They attacked towards Long Qingyun.
Seeing this, Long Qingyun smiled happily.
If it is not possible to block the water element, his combat effectiveness underwater will indeed be affected. However, the Azure Dragon armor shields against water elements. He can do whatever he wants in the water. Kill however you want. Kill.
A few breaths later, all the dozens of crocodile demons were killed by Long Qingyun's dragon-slaying saber.
One slash, one kill, instant death. This shocked the crocodile dragon. He immediately abandoned his attack on Zhang Menghan and sank to the bottom of the water. We saw the enormous crocodile dragon sink to the bottom of the water.
Long Qingyun smiled happily. It seems his scheme has succeeded once again.
This feint attack actually worked. Long Qingyun faced a direct attack from the crocodile dragon. They really only had the fate of running away. However, even the crocodile dragon could not take down the azure cloud.
Having a large body has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it has strong defenses and is generally difficult for ordinary people to break through. Even if the defenses are breached, it's difficult to damage the root cause.
However, there are also downsides. That means the body is too big and not flexible enough. Long Qingyun can make the crocodile dragon spin around in circles underwater.
All that could be seen was his silhouette.
You can't touch him at all. After a chase that yielded no results, the crocodile dragon roared in anger. Roar! 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 Chapter 108: The demon-slaying power of the Tathagata palm. The dragon's roar was so loud that it sent all the surrounding crocodile demons back into the lake. This scene left everyone present completely dumbfounded.
Immediately, people nearby started discussing it.
Crocodile dragon, what's wrong? Why recall all the crocodile demons? I don't know.
I just want to know how Long Qingyun is doing.
He saved us all this time. Without him, we would have become food for the crocodilian dragon long ago. Yes, Long Qingyun must not be harmed. What should we do? Should we go into the water to rescue them? While everyone was discussing it,
Zhang Menghan, standing beside her, said with red eyes.
Everyone, don't make any rash moves. The crocodile demon is extremely powerful. We could barely kill them on land. If we go into the water, we are no match for them at all. Doing this will only increase casualties.
Also, I can sense Long Qingyun's presence, constantly moving underwater.
I'm sure he'll be alright. While everyone was up there discussing Long Qingyun's safety,
Long Qingyun was immediately surrounded by hordes of crocodile demons. The crocodile dragon, however, watched the spectacle from the sidelines. They simply left Long Qingyun, this ruthless fellow, to the crocodile demons to deal with.
It sits nearby, reaping the benefits. However, Long Qingyun witnessed this scene. He gave a smile. Alright, since you're all here, then don't leave.
The dragon-slaying saber was stored in the system space. Long Qingyun began to unleash his killing move.
This is currently the best way for Long Qingyun to deal with the crocodile demon.
It must be the Tathagata palm technique that he just learned.
That's a palm technique capable of defeating demons.
All that could be seen was Long Qingyun, constantly manipulating heaven and earth according to the method of his cultivation technique. Then, a golden light emanated from his entire body. Then a surge of Buddhist power manifested from Long Qingyun's body. Each individual Buddha seal spread outwards.
Namo Ratna Traya. Roar! Before the Tathagata's palm appeared. First, the lion's roar clears the way. It was this aura emanating from Long Qingyun's body. This caused the crocodile demon beside him to retreat. Those who live far away choose to escape. Those who were close by were instantly killed by Buddha's power and lion's roar. It seems the Tathagata palm has the power to exorcise demons. That's really amazing. Just then, the follow-up action of the Tathagata palm was performed. It's finally finished. All that could be seen was from Long Qingyun's palm. A golden palm print appeared. This palm print overlaps with Long Qingyun's palm print.
But when forced outside the body, it continued to grow and get bigger.
The Buddha's light purified all the crocodile demons in its path. All the crocodile demons lay prostrate at the bottom of the water. They dared not move at all. Looking outside the lake, everyone could see the handprint. However, the pressure they face is much less. After all, the Tathagata palm possesses the power to vanquish demons. There were more than 100 students outside. But humanity suffers from oppressive forces. It's not that serious. However, just as the Tathagata palm was pressing down on the crocodile demon, rendering it unable to move, the crocodile dragon finally couldn't hold back any longer. It was vibrating continuously, right at the bottom of the water. Try every possible way to increase the mixing of the water flow. Then all that could be seen was a huge flow of water. They propelled Long Qingyun directly into the sky. Just as Long Qingyun broke through the lake and entered the air, The aura emanating from him had dimmed considerably.
Moreover, the energy of the Tathagata palm was directly interrupted. The distance was too great, and the energy within Long Qingyun's body.
There's simply not enough supply. Just when Long Qingyun reached a certain level,
unable to take flight, he fell into the lake again.
Seeing this, Long Qingyun understood everything.
It seems that the crocodile dragon intends to control the water element to disrupt his mindset.
Just then, the crocodile dragon found the right direction.
It stands upright, tail to the ground and head to the sky. It opened its enormous mouth.
As they waited, Long Qingyun walked right into their trap.
Everyone who saw this was immediately dumbfounded.
What should we do? Everyone present was a newly awakened being.
It will never take off.
Even if I wanted to help, I was powerless to do so. However, Zhang Menghan seized the opportunity. Let's get started.
All I could see was a fire dragon attacking the crocodile dragon.
Then came a fire phoenix, a fire dragon, and a three-legged golden crow. Any fire spirit beast that can fly. Everything came in handy.
But these attacks were exactly what the crocodile dragon had anticipated.
The crocodile dragon trembled again.
All that could be seen were countless water arrows attacking the fire spirit beast. A water arrow was no match for the fire spirit beast. But when the quantity increases, things change.
All you can see is the water in the entire lake.
They were all controlled by the crocodile dragon and attacked the fire spirit beast. Even the most powerful fire spirit beast.
It was also completely wiped out by the water arrows from the entire lake. No sooner said than done. It's really just a matter of a moment.
Just as Zhang Menghan was about to give it her all,
Long Qingyun spoke.
"Honey, trust me, I have a way to get rid of that crawler down there."
Just as Long Qingyun finished speaking, he spun around in the air. Head down, feet up.
To reconnect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
He used a move called the Tathagata palm. Namo Ratna Traya. Roar. The lion's roar cleared the way, startling the crocodile dragon. However, at the critical moment, a golden palm flew out from Long Qingyun's palm once again. They attacked the crocodile dragon. Boom! The palm kept getting bigger. It crashed directly into the crocodile dragon's body.
All that could be seen was the enormous crocodile dragon, which was struck by this palm strike.
He closed his eyes and sank to the bottom of the lake. This scene shocked all the crocodile demons living in the lake. I was so scared I almost peed my ass. Crocodile dragon is the backbone of crocodile demon. As long as the crocodile dragon is dead, the crocodile demon had no choice but to back down. Just as the crocodile dragon's carcass fell,
Long Qingyun spun around in the air once more.
He landed directly on his feet and stood on the water. Damn it! This is like being a god, able to walk on water. Just as Long Qingyun was preparing to exterminate the crocodile demon in the lake,
the earpiece next to his ear started ringing. "Long Qingyun, you have completed this mission.
Let the other students deal with the crocodile demon for now. The crocodile demon has become a demon, and the crocodile after that cannot be kept alive. But the body is used to make food.
For those with awakened talents, that is a great tonic. An attack as wide and sweeping as yours.
What a waste of delicious ingredients. Judging from the current conditions, the crocodile demon's physical body, that absolutely cannot be wasted. Use it all to cook and enjoy.
The energy boost it provides is equivalent to thousands of crystals."
Chapter 109 Commanding Cadet in Battle. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun was taken aback.
The energy within the crocodile demon's body is equivalent to the absorption of crystals.
Why not control the Azure Dragon's heart and extract the energy from the crocodile dragon's corpse? It was completely absorbed.
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun simply closed his eyes.
It stood motionless on the water. However, a powerful crocodile dragon demonic force.
They went straight into the heart of the Azure Dragon.
Cool.
Having done everything, Long Qingyun strode towards the shore of the lake. After sensing the death of the crocodile dragon and the murderous aura emanating from Long Qingyun's body, the crocodile demon dared not linger in the center of the lake any longer.
They all fled in all directions. However, just as they were escaping,
they were killed again by the students waiting nearby. Zhang Menghan originally wanted to join the ranks of those who would exterminate the crocodile demon. However, Zhang Fengyang instructed Zhang Menghan again not to take action. Long Qingyun's action caused the energy within the crocodile demon to dissipate directly. When Zhang Menghan took action, she burned everything to ashes, leaving not even a corpse.
Wouldn't that just be a waste of the energy inside the crocodile demon's body?
Meanwhile, another person received the order not to take action.
This person is none other than the Poison King Yi Chang'e. Yi Chang'e's poison abilities, although not the strongest. However, it also has polluting properties. The crocodile demon was killed by the poison element. No one dares to eat that. In order to demonstrate their value, Yi Chang'e could only take out a long sword. They surrounded and attacked the crocodile demon. Everyone is extremely busy. However, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan were extremely free. Next to the feeding platform where the crocodiles are fed, there is a swing. The two sat on the swing, leisurely watching the crowd's performance. At the beginning, the students were able to overpower the crocodile demon. This is because the crocodile demons were affected by the Tathagata palm, which Long Qingyun used to destroy demons. They can't unleash much of their combat power. However, the demon-destroying power awaits the crocodile demon.
After it gradually thins out, the crocodile demons return to normal. After the crocodile demon returns to normal, the performance of more than 100 trainees. But this infuriated Long Qingyun to no end. Among these people, very few have combat experience. It's fair to say that he made numerous mistakes in the battle against the crocodile demon. Unable to bear watching any longer, Long Qingyun could only stand by and give instructions.
Yi Chang'e, was your swordsmanship taught by your saber technique teacher? Go ahead and stab me with your sword. What's the point of just hacking around aimlessly? Yes, it's a thorn. Are you going to use any force? Did you have diarrhea last night and didn't eat breakfast this morning? Lang Jun, your golden sword is a heavy weapon. You need to be full of confidence and launch a powerful, sweeping attack. Don't act like a girl, all soft and weak, okay? Do you think you're performing a scene from The Drunken Concubine? Strike a pose, look cool. Hey you, you're an awakened lightning attribute user. Your individual attack capabilities are insufficient. Could you assist the other students in their attack? Make the most of yourself. Hey you, you're a fire attribute ability awakener. Can you deal with the crocodile demon on the shore? What good is it to deal with the crocodile demon in the water? Can your flames really dry up a lake? Hey you, you're a speed type awakener. Why are you so eager to fight the crocodile demon? Can't you launch a surprise attack? Fire a shot, then move to a different spot, isn't that great? You're a complete waste of the talent God gave you. The more they fought, the angrier they became. Don't they know how to deal with this? They were simply not strong enough, and found it incredibly difficult to fight the crocodile demon. Furthermore, those involved are often confused, while bystanders see things clearly. Who was watching from the sidelines? We can now know their weaknesses. But if you were in that situation, I think you're a cut above the rest. If it were someone else talking, everyone would definitely argue back. But Long Qingyun beeps. The others had no choice but to accept it. Long Qingyun is now the official leader of the Yanxi Martial Academy. Based on Long Qingyun's experience in dealing with enemies. Even more awesome than Zhang Menghan, the prodigy of Yanxi Martial Academy. The colossal crocodile dragon was instantly killed by him with a single palm strike. Anyone who dares to refute this. If the other party is in a bad mood, they might just retaliate with a powerful blow. Let's see how you save yourself. Strength speaks for itself. Seeing everything Long Qingyun showed, no one had the right to talk back. However, after a long battle, they felt that Long Qingyun's statement was indeed correct. Counter the enemy using their methods. It seems much easier to handle now. Then many people got used to Long Qingyun's command, because they learned a lot of experience in dealing with enemies from it. An hour later, the entire lake was stained red with the blood of the crocodile demon. All the crocodile demons were wiped out. I'm afraid there might be a crocodile demon at the bottom of the lake. Long Qingyun personally went down and took a stroll around. Force all those crocodile demons that were pretending to be dead to the surface. They accepted human sanctions. After defeating the crocodile demon, Zhang Fengyang's words appeared again. All friends, return to Yanxi Martial Mansion. 108 people came in full.
All 108 people returned safely. Not a single student was lost. This proves that this battle against the crocodile demon was indeed a victory. They returned in triumph.
Moreover, it allowed the trainees to experience the baptism of blood.
This significantly increased their level of awareness. Zhang Fengyang sat on the stage in the Yanqi Martial Academy square. Looking at the students below the stage, he smiled a smile he hadn't shown in a long time.
Welcome back, everyone, in triumph.
You all did a good job this time and deserve praise. However, the most outstanding performers were Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan. The two of them have a very strong team spirit.
Stand up until the moment of danger.
I will report this achievement to my superiors.
It will definitely bring you unexpected rewards.
Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan stay.
Everyone else, disperse.
The students scattered in a rush. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan held hands. They awaited Zhang Fengyang's instructions.
Zhang Menghan, teacher Xiao Meiyu wants to see you.
Go see her. Zhang Menghan nodded and headed directly to the Security Management Center.
Only Long Qingyun remained in the entire square. All that could be seen was Zhang Fengyang approaching the other party. Kid, you did a good job this time, didn't you? A hero saving a damsel in distress, that's very individualistic. I've been waiting here for a long time.
Just as I was about to make my move, you suddenly unleashed your power. As a result, I had to prepare a series of lines.
Simply scrap it and let it all go to waste. Tell me, how should I punish you? Hearing this, Long Qingyun chuckled. Lord of the Manor, your aura is so powerful. If you had made a move, the crocodile dragon would probably have already fled. Besides, I'm willing to fight to the death. It's also because I sensed your presence. Otherwise, I'd rather have 10,000 lives. I wouldn't dare to fight a crocodile dragon to the death.
Therefore, all the credit for this achievement belongs to you, Lord of the Manor.
Just be magnanimous and let me go like a fart. Don't hold me responsible anymore. Chapter 110 Baby Project.
But seeing Long Qingyun's shameless behavior, Zhang Fengyang burst out laughing. You little rascal, your skin is getting thicker and thicker. His flattery skills are getting better and better.
If this were before, I would definitely have dealt with you. Let me show you my true abilities. However, you have done a great job this time. I won't hold it against you. By the way, the spots for the Dragon Soaring Special Training Program.
I will apply to my superiors on your behalf.
However, you must cultivate diligently. Don't let your guard down in the slightest. Otherwise, what if we get eliminated? I will definitely skin you alive. Seeing Zhang Fengyang's fierce expression, Long Qingyun burst out laughing. Lord of the Manor, you are actually a very kind person. Why do you always have to pretend to be a fierce and menacing person? Do you think this kind of disguise will work on me? Do you think I'd fall for that?
At this point, Long Qingyun paused for a moment before continuing. I have a clear conscience in my conduct and actions. I said I wouldn't hold Zhang Menghan back, and I absolutely will. Zhang Fengyang nodded, then said with a grin, okay, I believe you. At this point, Zhang Fengyang hesitated for a moment, then said again.
Long Qingyun, the Empire has a treasure plan. Would you be interested in signing up? You didn't have that right before.
You have now become a prodigy of the Yanqi Martial Academy.
Just enough to qualify. If you'd like, I can let you join. Baby project? What is this thing?
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun subconsciously said, I want to participate.
Something's not right with Zhang Fengyang's expression. Why are they so eager for him to join the baby project? I had a bad feeling about it.
Just as Long Qingyun was worrying, Zhang Fengyang said with a grin.
The benefits are excellent, and the prizes are plentiful. You should think it over. What is the baby project? Long Qingyun didn't answer and turned to ask. This?
You have to agree to it and sign the contract before I'll tell you. Zhang Fengyang, like a shrewd merchant, grinned at Long Qingyun and said.
However, you can rest assured. Yanqi Martial Academy will definitely not treat you unfairly. Hearing this, Long Qingyun felt increasingly uneasy. He could only shake his head and say. Fine, I won't say anything then.
I refuse to participate. I have a feeling that there's a conspiracy behind this.
What?
Zhang Fengyang was dumbfounded.
Is he so easily suspected? Long Qingyun, let me tell you something.
Those who participate in the baby project will receive a prize.
That's twice the resources of an Emperor-level awakener. What? Double the resources for Emperor-level awakened ones? Is there really such a good thing?
He was merely a royal-level awakener.
How could they possibly obtain resources from Emperor-level awakened ones? There's definitely something fishy going on here.
I'll say it again, I won't participate until it's clearly explained.
After saying that, Long Qingyun was about to leave.
At this point, Zhang Fengyang had no choice but to honestly tell the truth.
Fine, since you don't trust me at all. Then I'll make an exception and tell you why. Did you know that the family planning policy changed recently? Long Qingyun nodded. So what if you can have 3 children? What does this have to do with me? I don't even have a wife, let alone a 3rd child. Wait, baby project? Could it be related to having children? Lord of the Manor, you don't mean to make me, a respectable man, have a child, do you?
I refuse with both hands.
But Zhang Fengyang laughed from the side. Long Qingyun, what are you thinking about? You're a prodigy, your genes must be exceptional.
But the Yanqi Martial Academy isn't that extreme when it comes to making you have children. Yanqi Martial Academy only applied to its superiors to have you join the baby project. This is to help you find someone you love, get married, and have children, not to make you, a grown man, have children. Besides, there are plenty of women in the world.
How could it possibly be your turn to have a baby? What? Marriage and having children? How can I have children if I don't even have a wife? No, it's because of strong genes? I see. Long Qingyun immediately understood the meaning of the baby project.
The Empire also had plans in this regard in the past. It means allowing exceptionally talented people to get married. Then they can have another child, and this combination can produce a good next generation. This is actually the same principle as intellectuals in the 1960s and 70s marrying other intellectuals. It seems Zhang Fengyang is willing to make do and get together with Zhang Menghan
to produce the next generation of superior breeds for the empire.
However, Long Qingyun didn't feel much aversion to this matter,
because he already liked Zhang Menghan. But Zhang Menghan's feelings for him weren't deep enough. The two of them only have a combined 1,500 likes. It needs to reach at least 2,500 points. Only then can one achieve marriage and having children. The right to conceive the next generation.
After a moment's thought, Long Qingyun said,
Lord, I'm sorry. I cannot meet your requirements. I can't join the baby project either. I understand what you mean. But Zhang Menghan's feelings for me. You are not yet eligible to participate in the baby program. Let me go back and think about it some more. Wait until the time is right. I will definitely join the baby project. You refused?
Zhang Fengyang stared blankly at Long Qingyun.
Long Qingyun, are you stupid? Don't you like Zhang Menghan? Wouldn't you be willing to sacrifice everything for her? Why are you being given this opportunity now? I'll put the two of you together. So you're unwilling? Have you changed your mind? Or is he having an affair? Get lost. Long Qingyun cursed as he heard Zhang Fengyang's increasingly offensive words. What are you talking about?
I already said that my relationship with Zhang Menghan has not reached the point of marriage. When her feelings for me reach that point,
I will definitely join the baby project. After saying that, Long Qingyun left. Zhang Fengyang was left alone, standing there dumbfounded. What exactly is going on?
They were madly in love with each other.
They actually don't want to join the baby project. No, that's not right.
Listen to what Long Qingyun means.
It's just that Zhang Menghan's affection for him hasn't reached the point of marriage yet.
It seems that as long as we can persuade Zhang Menghan,
this will give them the opportunity to join the baby project.
After understanding everything, Zhang Fengyang followed Long Qingyun toward Xiao Meiyu's security management department. Furthermore, Zhang Menghan arrived at Xiao Meiyu's security management department. She saw Xiao Meiyu waiting for her at the door.
Auntie, is there something you need?
Xiao Meiyu smiled, then blushed and said,
Menghan, can your aunt ask you a question? Chapter 111. Will you be willing to have a child with Long Qingyun? What's the meaning? Why did Xiao Meiyu become so polite?
Auntie, we have such a good relationship.
Just say what you have to say. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Meiyu finally spoke. Menghan, do you like Qing Yun? What? What kind of question is this?
Zhang Menghan blushed slightly.
Auntie, aren't you just asking a question you already know the answer to?
Menghan, I hope you can answer my question directly, Xiao Meiyu said seriously.
Actually, she didn't want to do this.
However, Zhang Fengyang found her. They say this means empire. Moreover, they claimed that it was necessary to do this for the sake of the survival of all humanity. Besides, Long Qingyun really liked Zhang Menghan. That's why she agreed to it.
But considering she was an unmarried woman, asking this kind of question is really inappropriate.
So, she felt a little embarrassed. Seeing Zhang Menghan blushing and looking shy, she felt she shouldn't have agreed to let Zhang Fengyang do this. Now that the deal has been agreed to, we can only take it one step at a time and see how it goes.
Seeing Xiao Meiyu's serious expression, Zhang Menghan simply nodded and said, like. Hearing this, Xiao Meiyu breathed a sigh of relief.
It seems that everything Long Qingyun has done during this time has not been in vain.
Menghan, are you willing to marry Long Qingyun and become his wife? This is a difficult question to answer.
Liking someone is one thing, because liking can be divided into mutual liking and one-sided liking. Zhang Menghan knew that Long Qingyun liked her. However, she married Long Qingyun.
She really hadn't thought about it.
At most, she is Long Qingyun's girlfriend. They haven't even reached the point of discussing marriage yet. After a moment's thought, Zhang Menghan said,
Auntie, I know you mean well. But our relationship hasn't reached the point of discussing marriage yet. I've never thought about this question. Xiao Meiyu nodded and said, have you ever thought about having a child with Long Qingyun after your relationship becomes closer? What? What's wrong with Xiao Meiyu today? Why did the questions they asked sound so abnormal?
After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Menghan nodded directly.
Auntie, Long Qingyun and I are just good friends. At most, we'd be considered boyfriend and girlfriend. Our relationship has not reached the point of marriage and having children. Please don't ask about this matter again, Auntie.
Hearing this, Xiao Meiyu shook her head and sighed. Sigh, this wasn't my original intention. This matter is a decision made by the Yanqi Martial Academy and its superiors. I'm just relaying their message. If you're not willing to do this, then pretend I didn't say anything. If you're willing, I've heard that the higher-ups will provide a large sum of cultivation resources. And we'll also get you involved in an activity called the Baby Project. Auntie, stop talking, I don't want to hear it. Zhang Menghan interrupted Xiao Meiyu. Auntie. You are my auntie, and also one of my best friends. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be where I am today. I care very much about the feelings between us. Please stop talking. Xiao Meiyu nodded. Okay, let nature take its course, do as you please. Just be happy. Just as the two women were chatting and laughing, Long Qingyun walked in. Hey, you two seem to be having a good chat? Have you eaten yet? Do you want to go eat together? After Long Qingyun finished speaking, he sat down next to Zhang Menghan. At that moment, Zhang Menghan subconsciously moved to one side. Long Qingyun saw this clearly. It seems that Zhang Fengyang told him about the baby project more than just him. It's certain that Xiao Meiyu also discussed this matter with Zhao Menghan. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be so afraid of him. It's like holding hands could lead to someone's death. Having a baby is quite complicated. It's not as simple as holding hands or kissing. He saw Zhang Menghan avoiding him. Long Qingyun grabbed the other person's small hand. Silly girl, you should make your own decisions about your own affairs. Why should we need to consider other people's opinions when we act? Stay if you like it, leave if you don't. The sky is high enough for birds to fly freely. Everywhere is paradise. What Long Qingyun said made a lot of sense. He has no shortage of any cultivation resources. He has plenty of crystals. Moreover, the daily output reached 240 pieces. That's enough for the two of them to cultivate. There is a cultivation technique called the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Technique. It can rapidly increase the awakening level of both characters. The secret to martial arts is the Tathagata Palm. Judging from today's results, as long as one possesses the Tathagata Palm technique, at the same level, there is absolutely no rival. They can even take on challenges of higher levels without any problem. The only thing missing is a showdown between geniuses. Once you leave the martial academy, you won't find a suitable opportunity to gain experience. There was no genius to compete with him. This will slow down the growth of awakening level. However, for love, Long Qingyun is willing to give up everything.
Upon hearing Long Qingyun's words, Zhang Menghan smiled. I understand. Do whatever you want, as long as you're happy. Then I saw two women chatting away.
Long Qingyun simply squinted his eyes and rested.
During the battle with the crocodile demon just now, Long Qingyun could sense that there were two geniuses at the king level or above.
I've developed feelings for him.
During battle,
there wasn't enough time, so it was a random draw.
Now I happen to have some free time. He spoke directly to the system. System, I want to participate in a random lottery. Host, aren't you going to save it for the 5 unifications draw?
Sigh, they never really put much thought into the lottery.
Now that I'm free, I'll do 2 consecutive draws. Is that a good option?
Damn, I didn't expect the host to like playing with thrills.
2 consecutive draws begin. 2 consecutive draws completed.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun pricked up his ears and listened carefully.
As a result, the system got stuck? System, what's wrong with you? Could it be that he bit his tongue and can't speak? No, I was just marveling at your luck. How come you're so lucky? The items drawn are exactly what we need right now. Huh, really? Why don't you tell me? What treasures are there? There is a seed of awakening and a princess dress. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun was taken aback. He chuckled. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Last time, my aunt wanted to awaken her talent. It just so happens that the awakening test device is broken. I never expected to draw an awakening seed today. This is such a coincidence. The seed of awakening, I know its purpose. But what use is a princess's dress? Could you introduce it to me? Chapter 112 The Princess's Dress. The princess's skirt, according to legend, belongs to the 9th princess of the divine realm, and is unique in its hem.
The Jade Emperor had 9 daughters. The youngest daughter was restless and liked to cause trouble.
Its attack power is incredibly strong, but its defense is weak.
For the safety of the 9th princess, the Jade Emperor specially ordered a divine craftsman to forge a princess dress for her.
This dress is absolutely stunning. It possesses not only unparalleled beauty, it also possesses resistance to magic and physical attacks.
And what's most astonishing is that it can absorb the energy of heaven and earth. It continuously increases its own level and can also gain the ability to protect its master.
Below the saint level, its defense cannot be broken.
Furthermore, no washing is required. A gentle shake is all it takes for random cleaning. Furthermore, it will emit a unique fragrance characteristic of the wearer. From that moment on, the princess's dress became famous throughout the entire divine realm.
After hearing the system's introduction, Long Qingyun was overjoyed. I originally thought the skirt was utterly useless.
It turned out to be the possession of the Jade Emperor's daughter, the 9th princess.
It seems that giving it to Zhang Menghan would be very suitable. 2 items, one of which was given to Xiao Meiyu.
The same one was given to Zhang Menghan. It's just the same for everyone, so it won't feel like favoritism.
To be honest, in Long Qingyun's heart,
besides his parents, only his aunt Xiao Meiyu and Zhang Menghan were the people he cared about the most.
Zhang Menghan possesses extraordinary talent. You can stay by their side. I'm already very satisfied with this. However, my aunt is still just a mortal.
Therefore, he was particularly concerned about it. Furthermore, the reason why Xiao Meiyu was able to come to Yanqi Martial Academy this time is, actually, it was Zhang Fengyang who agreed to one of her conditions.
That means she can use the awakening tester. Conduct an awakening test.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have traveled all that way to Yanqi Martial Mansion to become the security manager.
However, Long Qingyun remembered.
In her previous life, Xiao Meiyu was just an ordinary person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lowered herself to be with Yi Liang. However, even so, they humbled themselves. They also died a very tragic death. Thinking that in this lifetime, he could help Xiao Meiyu become an awakened one,
Long Qingyun was extremely happy. Now the question is, what level is the awakened seed? What, then, is the power of awakening? Don't let your hopes be dashed. Just as Long Qingyun was thinking about this problem, the system spoke again. Host, I know what you're thinking. However, let me tell you, your thoughts are completely unnecessary.
I am a divinely gifted system, loved by everyone, admired by flowers, and even adored by cars.
Will the items randomly selected from my system be ordinary goods? System, can you get to the point? I just want to know, what is the seed of awakening? What level and abilities do they possess? Host, the awakening seed you obtained this time is a walnut. This walnut is a royal grade wood attribute awakened seed. Are you satisfied now? What? Royal grade would attribute awakening seed. Damn it!
This was something Long Qingyun could never have imagined, even in his wildest dreams. Ordinary people, as long as they possess a general level awakening seed. They had already burned incense and worshipped the Buddha. Who knew that through this lottery, I could actually get a royal level would attribute awakening seed.
This is something you can't get even if you pray to gods and Buddhas.
The royal level seed already satisfied Long Qingyun greatly.
Long Qingyun was even more satisfied with the wood attribute ability. No matter what, it's still an ability based on the 5 elements.
It has already surpassed many awakened beings.
However, Long Qingyun asked again. System, are there any taboos regarding awakening the seed? Or, is there anything I should be aware of? Host, you have taken an awakening seed. You can only take 3 in your lifetime, with the highest level 1 being the limit. Whether you are an awakened being or an ordinary person, you can take it.
If an ordinary person takes this, they can directly become a person with awakened natural talent. Awakened individuals consume this. Consuming a high-level awakening seed grants them all the abilities of that seed.
Taking low-level awakening seeds has no direct effect. I see. It seems that there are no taboos regarding awakening the seed. However, it can only be taken 3 times in a lifetime.
However, a royal level would attribute ability is already quite good. You don't need to take it 3 times at all.
This did not pose any restrictions for Xiao Meiyu. Having understood everything, Long Qingyun opened his eyes again.
At this moment, Zhang Menghan, who was standing next to him, turned her head and glanced at Long Qingyun.
Qingyun, I thought you had overexerted yourself during the battle just now.
I'm too tired, I need to sleep for a while.
Who knew you were resting with your eyes closed? I'm hungry, let's go eat together. Okay, but I have something to give you. Wait for me in the square, I'll be right back. After saying that, Long Qingyun left. Back in his dormitory, Long Qingyun took out the awakening seed and the princess dress from the system's storage cabinet.
Then he took a bag, put it in it, and walked towards the square. Upon arriving at the square, the 2 women were waiting for Long Qingyun, looking rather foolish. Upon seeing the 2 women, Long Qingyun handed the packaging bag directly to Zhang Menghan.
Menghan, I have a princess dress to give you. I hope you will like it after seeing it. What? Princess dress? Zhang Menghan smiled and took the packaging bag, then started reading. Wow, it's so beautiful.
At this moment, Xiao Meiyu, who was standing nearby, pretended to be angry and said, "TCH, he really has a girlfriend now and has forgotten about his aunt. They also said they had something to give to the 2 of us. In the end, they only brought out 1 princess dress. So, where is my gift?" After saying that, Xiao Meiyu came to Long Qingyun's side.
Extend your hand to the other person and ask for a gift. Long Qingyun saw the other party's funny scene. He immediately burst out laughing. He handed the prepared walnuts directly to Xiao Meiyu. Auntie, you've been overworking yourself lately. Here's a walnut for you, take good care of yourself. Xiao Meiyu was actually teasing Long Qingyun. It wasn't really about asking for a gift. However, the other party took out a walnut. It's better than having nothing at all. All I saw was her grab the walnuts. He put it directly in his mouth and started biting. However, a strange thing happened. Walnuts are supposed to be very hard. But this walnut is different, it melts in your mouth. This scene immediately startled Xiao Meiyu. Damn it! What kind of walnut is this? Could it be made of water? We didn't even get to taste it. It just dissolved directly?
As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Meiyu felt a burning sensation in her throat. Then his whole body was filled with vitality.
This is quite unusual.
Just then, Xiao Meiyu stomped her foot hard. A 5-meter high wooden stake rises from the ground. Then the other foot tilted.
Xiao Meiyu stomped down hard again.
Another 5-meter high wooden stake appeared at our feet.
It's like walking on stilts.
However, upon seeing this, Xiao Meiyu instinctively reached out with her hands to cover her lower body.
That's when I noticed she was wearing tight pants this time. She wasn't wearing a skirt. If I were wearing a skirt as usual, his reputation is likely to be ruined. After the initial shock, Xiao Meiyu smiled happily. Aha, I've awakened. He actually became an awakened one. After saying that, Xiao Meiyu stared dumbfounded at the 5-meter high wooden stake. Chapter 113 Advancement to 5 Elements Attribute Talent. How is she supposed to get down from the stake? Or, to put it another way, how to retrieve the wooden stakes. The wooden stake has disappeared. Go back. Get back there. Get the hell out of here, go back to your place. Please, just go back. It was lunchtime. Hearing Xiao Meiyu's commotion, everyone immediately gathered around to see what was going on. With more people around, Xiao Meiyu became even more flustered. In his panic, he lost control of the wood attribute ability under his feet. All I could see was the wooden stake beneath my feet, which kept getting taller. 8 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. At this point, the onlookers started chattering. Brothers, who is this? So stupid, they don't even know how to control their attribute abilities. Isn't this Xiao Meiyu, the security manager of our Yanqi Martial Academy? How did he also become an awakened one? Look at that silly face, it's hilarious. An awakened individual who cannot control their abilities. They are not worthy of the title of awakened one. It's a complete disgrace to the awakened members of the Yanqi Martial Academy. Exactly, if I were her. I'll jump off the wooden stake and die from the fall. That would solve everything. Hearing the comments from the onlookers, Long Qingyun was furious. As fellow members of the same martial arts academy, is it really necessary to kick someone when they're down? All that could be seen was Long Qingyun taking a step forward, his aura radiating outwards. Xiao Meiyu is my aunt. Are there any wood attribute awakeners among you? I would be extremely grateful if you would be willing to teach her how to use her attribute abilities. Consider it a favor I owe you. If you are not qualified to control the wood element, stop talking nonsense and shut up. By the way, he seems to be someone superior to others. You are welcome to stand up and fight me. I'll take them all. These words silenced the onlookers. Just then, the system spoke. Congratulations, host. For standing up for justice, you have earned the title of Protective of your own and successfully advanced to the 5 elements attribute talent level. What abilities do you have? Advancing to the 5 elements attribute talent level allows you to control the abilities of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, for both attack and defense. The method of controlling the 5 attributes. Long Qingyun awakened a body refining superpower. All you need to do is continuously strengthen your physical body. There is absolutely no need for any method of control. However, the 5 elements attribute superpowers possess methods for controlling each attribute. This is why Long Qingyun couldn't help Xiao Meiyu. Host, the method of control is to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Next, identify the various attribute abilities. The ability to manipulate various attributes mainly relies on understanding those attributes. Otherwise, you'll end up like Xiao Meiyu, at a loss for where to begin. The method of control sounds simple, but it is actually very difficult. Xiao Meiyu has already achieved the ability to connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create wooden stakes out of thin air. However, controlling wood attribute abilities would be troublesome. Because of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there are too many attributes and abilities. It is difficult to distinguish and manipulate. Is there any quick way to achieve this? By inflicting damage on each other of the same attribute, one can sense the attribute energy and thus gain control over attribute abilities more quickly. I see. What attribute ability manifested? Long Qingyun immediately closed his eyes and began to sense the wood attribute ability in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As a driver who has lived for 100 years. Although I have never cultivated attribute energy. However, some of it can be analyzed. It certainly doesn't possess destructive capabilities. Having defensive capabilities can also be ruled out. It possesses the ability to live and can be preserved. It possesses healing abilities and can preserve. Possessing the ability to cause death can be ruled out.
After a series of eliminations, Long Qingyun concluded that there were only 3 or 4 abilities, which were likely would attribute abilities.
Choose one of the controls. Something's not right, this is a water-based ability. Choose another ability to control.
No, this is the capability of a life system.
Yes, that's it.
Its healing ability is average, its life-saving ability is average, and its vitality is average. But it possesses a vast, natural atmosphere. Stepping forward, a 3-meter-long wooden stake appeared directly beneath my feet. With another step, a 10-meter-long wooden stake appeared. The third step was perfectly controlled. It has reached a height of 20 meters.
Standing at the same level as Xiao Meiyu. Long Qingyun smiled.
Auntie, listen carefully. Close your eyes to rest and try to connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The ability to select those that possess the essence of nature.
Take it under control gradually. Yes, that's it.
Reduce the control of the wood attribute to make the stake descend.
With a whoosh,
Xiao Meiyu descended 2 meters directly, leaving the wooden stake only 18 meters away.
Yes, that's the feeling, dropping again. Call out.
Not bad, 15 meters to go.
You're too timid. We could easily reduce the controlled amount by half and accelerate the reduction process. Call out.
This time, Xiao Meiyu controlled a relatively large quantity.
It's like taking an airplane.
It dropped another 10 meters, reaching a height of 5 meters. This speed startled Xiao Meiyu, who immediately screamed.
Ah! Don't make a fuss. You're an awakened one now, you won't get hurt.
Continue descending, Long Qingyun continued.
No, it's so high. If I fall, I'll definitely be disfigured. I'm not even married yet.
Xiao Meiyu directly rejected Long Qingyun's words.
But Long Qingyun smiled. Auntie, do you have someone you like? Are you waiting for them to confess their feelings? Otherwise, why would you be at this time? Thinking about not being married yet?
Seeing that Xiao Meiyu remained silent, she only glared at him.
Long Qingyun could only say again. Okay, I told you I'm here, nothing will happen. Just focus on controlling your wood elemental energy. If I am truly disfigured, I will compensate you with my appearance. Hearing Long Qingyun's joke, Xiao Meiyu actually laughed happily. TCH, you're a man, you think you're so handsome. But I'm a woman, and if I look like you. So I can't even use the airstrip?
These days, there are plenty of people who like little girls.
But not many people like airstrips.
You're misleading me again, Humph. That's what she said, but Xiao Meiyu still controlled it, and the wood attribute energy decreased again. This time, she descended exactly 5 meters, bringing Xiao Meiyu directly to the ground.
Wow, I can really do it? Controlling wood attribute energy isn't that difficult, is it? Superior. Call out. A 50-meter-long wooden stake stands directly in the square. Call out. They return to the ground. Ha ha ha. Qingyun, wood attribute superpowers are really fun. I've started to like wood-type superpowers. Oh right, wood-type superpowers. Besides being able to transform into wooden stakes, what other abilities does it have?
The transformation into a wooden stake is just the basic skill of wood-type superpowers. It's something you need to learn to get started, Long Qingyun explained from the side.
Wood elemental energy possesses healing abilities.
Although in the healing field, it is not as good as water-type or life-type abilities.
But most minor injuries can be healed.
After saying that, Long Qingyun used his body training ability to cut a bloody gash on his body. Then, using the wood elemental ability, the wound was healed directly.
Where the wound has healed, there isn't even a scar left. Chapter 114, teaching Xiao Meiyu to use wood attribute abilities. Wow, that's so domineering. Seeing everything Long Qingyun did,
Xiao Meiyu, standing beside her, laughed happily. I want to learn healing arts so that I can become a miracle doctor and save lives.
Saving lives and healing the wounded? Wood attribute abilities, while not as good as healing abilities, are better than water and life attribute abilities.
But he's more like a regular miracle doctor. But it's much more awesome. Besides, Xiao Meiyu is a royal level awakener.
If the healing spell is controlled properly,
no matter what, he can obtain the title of Physician Emperor.
Something unexpected happened. Many years later, a renowned physician became famous throughout Yanxi. Xiao Meiyu wants to learn wood attribute healing techniques.
But because he was afraid of pain, he had no choice but to let Long Qingyun suffer.
Scratches. Heal. The loop continued indefinitely, until finally Xiao Meiyu was caught. They have mastered the ability to heal. If it weren't for Long Qingyun's unwavering will, he'd probably become an idiot by now. Cool.
Having learned the healing technique, Xiao Meiyu looked at Long Qingyun again.
Qingyun, with what attribute abilities, can't you use them for offense? Ha ha ha. Long Qingyun laughed. Auntie, it doesn't matter what attribute the ability is.
They all possess both offensive and defensive capabilities.
It's just that they have some money power. The offensive force should be stronger.
Some of their offensive capabilities are somewhat weak.
Even if it's a life-based superpower, once cultivated to its peak,
it could also be a disaster for the demon race.
Alright, now I'll teach you how to control what attribute abilities to attack.
After Long Qingyun finished speaking, he stood directly in the square, looking at a stone pier over 100 meters ahead. To attack that stone pillar, I need to make my wood attribute ability into a strip or vine shape.
All that could be seen was Long Qingyun silently communicating with his wood attribute abilities.
Then a bud appeared in his hand. All I could see were tree buds, growing rapidly and continuously.
In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vine.
All I could see was the vines drifting towards the stone pier. The precise attack landed on the stone pillar 100 meters away.
Snap!
With a single blow, the stone pier was smashed into dust.
Wow, that's amazing. I never imagined that wood attribute superpowers could possess such powerful offensive capabilities.
Even a stone pillar has been reduced to rubble.
If this were to hit a person, wouldn't they be turned into mincemeat instantly? I want to study. Xiao Meiyu began to study. During the first demonstration, a tree bud appeared. The sapling died before it could grow. The second demonstration showed that the tree buds had been transformed into vines.
However, it was pitifully small, breaking off at less than a meter in length. After 50 times, the vines became thick and long. He slapped the stone pier directly at it. Because the force was not properly controlled, the stone pier was not damaged. The vines were directly damaged. After 100 attempts, the stone shattered, but the vines remained unharmed.
Xiao Meiyu successfully completed the attack mission.
Not bad, after 100 attempts, it actually succeeded.
Auntie, congratulations.
Ha, I want to learn defense, Xiao Meiyu said from the side.
Auntie, let's finish our meal first before practicing. Long Qingyun was overjoyed to see the other person's confidence.
But fearing that the other person would neglect their meals and sleep, I could only offer a reminder from the side. It's lunchtime already. If we don't eat soon, the cafeteria will close. No, I want to learn defense, Xiao Meiyu said directly.
Okay, from now on I will teach you defense. Long Qingyun knew Xiao Meiyu's personality. Once a decision is made, not even 9 oxen could pull it back. With just a few words of persuasion, it's simply impossible to change the other party's mind. 15 minutes later, the square was filled with defensive fortifications created by wood attribute superpowers. There are wooden houses, wooden barrels, wooden bowls, and all sorts of strange shapes. Looking at Xiao Meiyu's enthusiastic expression, Long Qingyun could only stand by and shake his head. Xiao Meiyu's awakening ability was awakened by the awakening seed. Her innate advantages were zero. The fact that we have achieved what we have today is entirely due to hard work and dedication. Therefore, thinking you can quickly increase your awakening level is wishful thinking. However, the only good thing about Xiao Meiyu is that she is serious about her work. Willing to spend a lot of time learning. Give her plenty of time. It's quite possible that he could become a renowned physician. Everyone watched Xiao Meiyu's performance. After finding it rather pointless, I prepared to leave and go to the cafeteria for lunch. However, at this moment, Xiao Meiyu directly utilized the wood element energy. The 3 men in the crowd were trapped within the wood attribute defense. This left the 3 of them dumbfounded. What does this mean? Seeing this, Long Qingyun chuckled. Retribution, it's not that it won't happen, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. It is best to think twice before doing anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. After saying this, the 3 trapped people immediately understood everything. It seems they were making fun of Zhang Menghan earlier, which was really too much. It made a lasting impression on the other party. Now the other side has the strength. He immediately went to seek revenge on them. The only thing we can do now is admit our mistake. Regardless of whether he can defeat Xiao Meiyu, he must admit his mistake.
Based on Long Qingyun's actions just now, it's clear he was protective of his own. If you continue to be stubborn and make baseless accusations.
So the unlucky ones must be those three. Teacher Xiao, I know I was wrong, please give me another chance. I will never laugh at you again. Teacher Xiao, I know I was wrong. Please forgive my petty mistake.
Just ignore the three of us like we're nothing.
The three kept begging for mercy.
Seeing this, Xiao Meiyu spoke up.
Fine, since this is your first offense, I'll let you off this time.
I hope that you can repent and reform yourselves in the future and not commit the same mistakes again. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands again, you'll be sorry.
After saying that, the wood attribute superpower was removed, and the three people inside quickly fled.
Those who had been watching the spectacle also fled quickly.
Although they weren't as despicable as these three.
However, he also said some unpleasant things. They are all self-aware people.
If we don't escape now, when will we?
Just as Long Qingyun was about to go eat, Xiao Meiyu walked over.
Qingyun, those walnuts were so delicious, are there any more? What? The seed of awakening is incredibly precious.
It could also be said that it is priceless.
Where would you find so many? Auntie, you're not kidding, are you?
Seeing Long Qingyun's pained expression,
Xiao Meiyu smiled happily.
All that could be seen was Xiao Meiyu slowly walking to Long Qingyun's side, then whispering.
Qingyun. The reason I was able to awaken and become a qualified awakened one. Is it because of the walnut I just ate that I got this benefit? Chapter 115. How did the wood attribute ability come about?
Xiao Meiyu is really smart.
They're right every time they guess. Others, like Long Qingyun, might be deceiving him. But Xiao Meiyu, he would never lie.
All we saw was Long Qingyun nodding and saying,
Auntie, it's good that you know. This is a big secret, you mustn't tell anyone, otherwise. I know, but if you want me to shut up, you should at least give me some shutting up fee, right? Xiao Meiyu said mischievously. How about giving me another one? Long Qingyun's expression at this moment was as ugly as if he had eaten rat droppings. Seeing this, Xiao Meiyu nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I'm not kidding you anymore. If you hadn't reminded me earlier, I would have almost fallen and become an idiot. Actually, I know walnuts are valuable. What I just said was all a lie. Remember to let me know in advance if anything happens in the future. Otherwise, if you scare this auntie, she'll hold you responsible. After saying that, Xiao Meiyu walked towards Zhang Menghan. Menghan, although walnuts are delicious. But I think your dress would look even better. Why don't we go to the dorm and change out? Xiao Meiyu's meaning was very clear. A single walnut can awaken a royal level talent. So, will this princess dress be simple? Zhang Menghan nodded and walked towards the dormitory. This left Long Qingyun extremely frustrated. Hey, you two are absolutely adorable. It's lunchtime now. Why are you going back to the dorm instead of eating? I've been busy all day, I'm starving.
Zhang Menghan waved her hand with her back to Long Qingyun.
Go to the cafeteria and order your food first, we'll be there right away. Hearing this, Long Qingyun chuckled.
Sigh, women are just so vain.
Because I like it. After saying that, Long Qingyun walked towards the cafeteria.
However, he had only taken 3 steps when he was stopped by 2 people.
Isn't this Zhang Shuer and Zhang Fengyang? Long Qingyun, didn't you awaken your body refining superpower? How did you learn what attribute abilities again? Are you trying to scare me to death?
Zhang Fengyang, his face dark, glared at Long Qingyun and said. Long Qingyun was taken aback, then looked at Zhang Fengyang.
Lord, is there some rule that says one can awaken a body training superpower? Can't I learn what attribute abilities? I seem to remember there isn't such a law or regulation, is there?
Pa, stop trying to argue with me. Explain yourself clearly. How did you acquire your wood attribute ability? Zhang Fengyang believed that Xiao Meiyu was an automatically awakened individual.
Being with him is a way of awakening. So he didn't interfere. But how can one person possess 2 different abilities? It is truly incredibly rare. Currently, there is only that one God-level awakener. Researching dual attribute awakening abilities. However, it hasn't been figured out yet. However, that kid Long Qingyun. This defied convention, how could Zhang Fengyang not be shocked? Alright, since you want to know, then I'll tell you.
Long Qingyun playfully beckoned with his hand. He gestured for Zhang Fengyang to come closer.
To prevent others from finding out about this, Zhang Fengyang actually believed it and went to the other party's side. Put your ear next to the other person's mouth, waiting for the other party's explanation.
However, Zhang Fengyang had made all the necessary preparations. But then came Long Qingyun's words.
Actually, I don't know where it came from either.
I sensed that my aunt was in danger.
There are no wood attribute awakeners nearby. I can't teach my aunt how to cultivate. I was thinking, could I teach them myself?
I closed my eyes and began to connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth.
You know what, it actually worked. I believe you've seen what happened next. Long Qingyun, is this an explanation? This is deception.
You're treating me like a fool.
Zhang Fengyang was extremely displeased upon hearing this explanation. He didn't believe the statement was true at all. However, Long Qingyun didn't care. He looked directly at Zhang Shuer beside him. Shuer, you are my good friend. Do you believe what I'm saying?
Zhang Shuer nodded without any worries.
Believe me. Lord, look.
Shuer trusts me, but you're the only one who doesn't.
What can I do? Long Qingyun sighed as he finished speaking. If no one believes me when I tell the truth, then should I lie?
I just saw my aunt, she's in danger. Suddenly, a powerful figure appeared and taught me a method for cultivating the wood attribute.
And as a result, I actually learned it. Is this explanation satisfactory?
Upon seeing Long Qingyun, he decided not to tell the truth.
Zhang Fengyang shook his head and left. However, before leaving, he didn't forget to say, Long Qingyun, let's just let this matter go. But you need to take the baby plan I told you about this morning to heart. Speed up the time, get someone killed as soon as possible.
If you're short of money for a hotel room, I can reimburse you. If you lack technology, I can provide you with technical advisors from the island nation of Owashima.
If you can't complete this task, don't expect to have a good life.
After Zhang Fengyang finished speaking, he had already disappeared from the square. However, Zhang Shuer was standing next to her.
But he wore an expression of watching the show.
Looking at Long Qingyun in front of him, he said,
Long Qingyun, do you really want to join the baby project?
Sigh, it's all because your brother stirred things up, nothing's even started yet.
Even if I agree, the other party might not. Let's talk about this later. Long Qingyun shook his head. What, judging from your expression, you're also concerned about this matter? You don't want to join the baby project too, do you? Get lost. I'm still a child. How could I possibly join the baby project? I just asked for fun.
Zhang Shuer said when she heard Long Qingyun's question.
The reaction was incredibly fast, and the emotions were incredibly intense.
On the surface, he pretends not to care, but inside he is very nervous.
However, Long Qingyun was too hungry to care about any of that. I lifted my leg and walked towards the direction of the cafeteria.
Seeing Long Qingyun leave, Zhang Shuer muttered to herself.
I'd like to participate in the baby project, but I haven't found my other half yet. If you can, join me in the baby project. I will arrive as promised.
Host, the favorability rating for the genius Zhang Shuer has reached 400, granting you one chance to draw a random prize.
What? The like value has increased again?
Long Qingyun was completely dumbfounded. He seemed to smile and interact with the other person, exchanging a few words as usual.
It increased the like value, could it be a system malfunction? Host, you can rest assured. Everyone else can malfunction, but I won't.
I suspect Zhang Shuer, that little girl, wants to participate in the baby project with you, which is why her affection level increased for no apparent reason.
What? Baby project? Does this mean Zhang Shuer likes him? How is that possible?
The other party was extremely aggressive and hostile towards him.
Such a thing will absolutely not happen. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 116 Funnel-Shaped Idol Artifact. But, host, you should know one thing, women are prone to being romantic. Being nice to you doesn't necessarily mean you like them. Ignoring you and treating you as a friend doesn't necessarily mean I dislike you. Women express their emotions in many ways. This is something you, a complete novice in relationships, couldn't possibly understand. This.
Long Qingyun recalled all the moments he shared with Zhang Shuer.
There is indeed such a possibility.
However, his mind was entirely focused on the goddess Zhang Menghan. It's impossible for him to like Zhang Shuer.
Sigh, it's her fault. Anyway, I only like Zhang Menghan. Host, you did well this time.
You didn't abandon me after starting something, which deserves praise. However, by doing this, you'll miss out on many chances to win prizes.
Don't you think it's a pity? Loving someone isn't something you can compare to a lottery ticket.
Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Long Qingyun sat down on a stool,
waiting for the two women to arrive.
With nothing else to do, Long Qingyun said to the system,
"System, I want to participate in a random lottery."
Although he said he didn't care about the chance to win a prize.
But I still care about it quite a bit. Because of the prizes you receive in each lottery draw.
But it really moved Long Qingyun.
Giveaway begins. The lottery has ended.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a funnel-shaped idol artifact.
What? Funnel-shaped autoplay artifact? What is that? Funnels are used for timing. What use is it to get it? AFK away from keyboard? And how is it hung? The funnel-shaped idol artifact is a piece of equipment that automatically increases cultivation level. Based on the time difference, you can be in a state of cultivation at any time. While you are cultivating, it rests. While you're resting, it will automatically help you train.
This allows you to practice day and night, helping you to accelerate your development.
What? Studying day and night? Awesome, class. The funnel-shaped idol artifact has appeared.
An incredibly tiny funnel appeared in Long Qingyun's hand.
The funnel is made of glass.
It is decorated very beautifully.
Like items from a girl's boudoir.
But this looks like an unremarkable funnel-shaped autoplay item.
It can even have the function of cultivating day and night. Looks like we've struck gold again. Long Qingyun picked up the funnel and began to examine it.
One side of the funnel was composed of black powder of unknown origin. One side was empty. Long Qingyun picked up the funnel and turned it upside down. I originally thought the funnel would flip over and leak the black sand inside.
As a result, the funnel did not move at all.
This surprised Long Qingyun.
System, what the hell did you give me? I'll turn it upside down. There was absolutely no movement. Is this just a pretty but useless toy? Host, what did I just say? The funnel-shaped auto-farming artifact allows you to automatically farm while you sleep. It can achieve the effect of cultivating both day and night. Manually flipping it over in broad daylight won't do any good. If this works, wouldn't it become a magical artifact that can be left running anytime, anywhere? I see. It seems I'll just have to wait and use it tonight. Let's see how it goes.
Just after Long Qingyun had made up his mind, he put the funnel back into the system's storage cabinet.
Two people were sitting in a corner of the cafeteria. It was Zhang Fengyang and Xing Hongyu. The two were eating in the cafeteria.
Xing Hongyu took a bite and said with a worried expression, "Lord, 4 batches of crystals were distributed last month, and the students have made great progress. But the crystals for this month are still missing.
What should we do?" Sigh.
Zhang Fengyang hesitated for a moment before saying,
"I have no choice. The Empire doesn't have many crystals either.
They were all provided to super geniuses.
Ordinary geniuses don't really have many cultivation resources to use for cultivation. We can only wait and see when the Empire will. We can find abundant crystals again. However, the Dragon Soaring Special Training will be held a month later.
If Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan can achieve great success, they can achieve great things. To become the leader of the entire Great Yan Empire.
It's possible that we'll get even more cultivation crystals next month.
If our reputation is not good or outstanding, our Yanqi Martial Academy will face the predicament of not having enough crystals for cultivation this time."
Xing Hongyu nodded and then said, "Zhang Menghan, a god-level awakener, will definitely not let us down. I wonder if Long Qingyun will remain this outstanding in the future.
If the growth rate remains unchanged, there is still a chance to achieve a good ranking.
It's extremely difficult to find another person besides the two of them.
The students of Yanqi Martial Academy are of varying abilities, and we really can't find a third one.
No, Yi Changge is a very good girl. It absorbs crystals very quickly," Zhang Fengyang said, shaking his head beside him. "However, we don't currently have enough crystals for her to absorb. If we can find a way, we can produce 500 crystals. There is a possibility that a third prodigy may emerge. Even if they can't be compared to Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan. Even getting the bottom spot in the Dragon Soaring Special Training is pretty good. But now, because there are no crystals, her opportunity to enter the Dragon Soaring Special Training is directly blocked. While the two were joking and boasting, Long Qingyun heard everything that happened on the other side. They saw Long Qingyun quickly arrive at their side. He simply crossed his legs and sat down on the chair next to him. Lord of the Manor, I originally thought you were very wealthy. I never imagined you would be so poor. I'd also like to get some crystals from you for my cultivation. Who knew that this idea would die in the egg before it even hatched? Long Qingyun, how did you hear us talking? Zhang Fengyang asked, completely bewildered. His conversation with Xing Hanyu just now involved setting up a protective barrier around them. For most people, this is only a few dozen meters away. Even standing right next to them, you couldn't hear what they were saying. Long Qingyun, however, was several dozen meters away. I overheard their conversation. He couldn't believe the truth of the matter. But Long Qingyun laughed out loud. Sigh, talking in public. Are you still afraid of people finding out? I may not be good at other things, but my ears and eyes are very sensitive. I can hear things that others cannot. I can see things that others cannot. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? What? Bet? Zhang Fengyang said with a bewildered expression. What are we betting on? You're wearing red underwear today. There's a blue dragon engraved on the underwear, Long Qingyun whispered in Zhang Fengyang's ear. Impossible, how did you know about this? Zhang Fengyang was stunned again. Chapter 117 Investing in Yanxi Martial Academy. Long Qingyun did not give a result, and glanced at Xing Hanyu next to him again. Then, whispering in Zhang Fengyang's ear. Lord of the Manor, I not only know what color underwear you wear. I can also tell you that Teacher Xing was wearing a pair of purple underwear. There's a rose on your underwear. You can ask around if you don't believe me. Zhang Fengyang refused to believe a word Long Qingyun said. However, he subconsciously muttered to himself. How could that be? How could Xing Hanyu wear purple underwear? Doesn't he like red? How could that be, he said softly. Xing Hanyu couldn't hear her at all. But the following words made it very clear. Xing Hanyu heard it all clearly. Fortunately, Zhang Fengyang set up a barrier. Those outside the barrier cannot hear it. Otherwise, everyone in the cafeteria would know that Xing Hanyu was wearing purple rose patterned shorts. Even so, Xing Hanyu still blushed. He glared at Zhang Fengyang. You shameless scoundrel, you have no respect for your elders. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengyang knew that he had been tricked by Long Qingyun. He glared directly at Long Qingyun. He then smiled and looked at Xing Hanyu apologetically, saying, Old Xing, I'm sorry. These words were spoken to me by Long Qingyun. Upon hearing this, Xing Hanyu immediately flew into a rage. Zhang Fengyang, that's enough. Do you think I'm blind? Long Qingyun didn't say anything just now. You said those words yourself, are you trying to renege on your promise? This? Long Qingyun possesses the ability to see through objects. Zhang Fengyang has now come to believe some of it. But if you were to say something like that, Xing Hanyu definitely wouldn't believe it. This shows that there's no point in explaining this matter further. Zhang Fengyang shook his head, choosing to remain silent and say nothing more. He's the only one who can take the blame. However, seeing Zhang Fengyang get his comeuppance, Long Qingyun approached the other party again and whispered in their ear. Lord of the Manor, the purpose of my visit this time is not to cause trouble, but to lend you a hand. Didn't you say you needed crystals? I can invest 5,000 crystals in you every month. How about you double it back to me in 10 years? What? A 1-month investment of 5,000 crystals? That's 60,000 crystals a year. 10 years is 600,000 crystals. Is this real or fake? Long Qingyun, are you kidding me again? 5,000 crystals a month is no small amount. Did you rob the Imperial Crystal Warehouse? Lord, don't look at me like that. As long as you agree to my conditions, I will offer you all the crystals. Long Qingyun said nonchalantly, seeing Zhang Fengyang's surprised expression. If you don't believe me, you can sign a contract with me. On your turf, you think you can get away with me?
Last month, Long Qingyun obtained 7,200 crystals through the crystal chicken. For a month, the two cultivated with 20 crystals every day. In total, it only cost 1,200 coins. After the entire month, there were still 6,000 crystals left. However, now that Xiao Meiyu has awakened her talent, she also needs crystals for cultivation. So he kept an extra 1,000 crystals and invested the remaining 5,000 crystals into the Yanqi Martial Academy.
The profits will double in 10 years, which is no small amount.
60,000 crystals a year, 600,000 crystals in 10 years.
With the final doubling, that's 1.2 million crystals.
This is considered a later stage of cultivation, yet it wastes crystals.
That's enough for Long Qingyun and the other two to squander. Furthermore, what about the empire 10 years from now?
The spiritual energy is becoming increasingly abundant. 1,200,000 crystals is something the powerful Yanqi Martial Academy can afford. Such a move would be a win-win situation. After Long Qingyun finished speaking, he stared blankly at Zhang Fengyang. Zhang Fengyang pondered for a long time before speaking.
Okay, I agree. If you can really provide me with 5,000 crystals every month.
10 years from now, I can repay you even if it's 3 times the amount, let alone double it.
If you can't provide the quantity you mentioned.
At this point, Zhang Fengyang revealed a wicked smile.
I'll forcibly take you away and implement the baby project.
To make all the female geniuses of the Great Yan Empire favor you alone. At that time, I will treat you as a male slave for the entire Yanqi Martial Academy to earn crystals.
Okay, you said you'd triple it in 10 years and return it to me. Don't regret it later. Long Qingyun readily agreed.
It would be foolish not to make money from crystals. Since Zhang Fengyang himself proposed these conditions,
why didn't he just kill the other person? Long Qingyun, I was just using an analogy, why did you take it so seriously? I thought about it and decided to double it. 3 times is way too much, I'm afraid I won't be able to come up with the money later.
Zhang Fengyang thought for a moment, then suddenly changed his mind.
However, Long Qingyun said with a smile.
I'll invest in you if you're willing to triple your investment, otherwise, forget about it. After saying that, Long Qingyun stood up, intending to leave immediately. Zhang Fengyang was stunned when he saw this. Then he grabbed Long Qingyun's clothes and whispered.
Long Qingyun, let's talk things over calmly. Why are you in such a hurry? 3 times the price, not a single crystal less, otherwise it's off the table.
Long Qingyun turned around and said, then waited for Zhang Fengyang's reply. Honestly, Zhang Fengyang would agree to even 5 times the amount, let alone 3. Given the current scarcity of resources, it's remarkable that we were able to acquire such a large quantity of crystals. This will be of great help to the entire Yanqi Martial Academy. Without resources, the cultivation progress of the entire Martial Academy will be affected. With resources, the progress of the Martial Academy will be faster. They stood out even more in front of the great figures of the empire. We will have access to more resources then. The strength of the Martial Academy and the treatment it will receive in the future are mutually reinforcing. Thinking of this, Zhang Fengyang gritted his teeth and said,
Okay, I promise you. However, I want to sign a contract.
If you can't come up with that many crystals after the contract is signed,
I have hundreds of ways to deal with you.
After saying that, Zhang Fengyang instantly set up a magic barrier.
Those inside the demonic illusion can see what the people outside are doing. But people outside can't see what people inside are doing. After arranging everything, Zhang Fengyang took out a piece of paper. He started writing on it.
In no time at all, an agreement was written.
Long Qingyun didn't even glance at it. Just put your fingerprint and signature on it. Alright, the agreement is complete. I'll be going now. Boy, Yanqi Martial Academy is my territory, how dare you renege on your debt?
Zhang Fengyang's face turned extremely ugly when he saw that Long Qingyun had no intention of taking out the crystals. Let me tell you, those who try to renege on their debts are in my hands. They're either dead or they haven't been born yet.
Think about it carefully.
Xing Hongyu was displeased when she saw Zhang Fengyang make such a harsh statement. Just now, Zhang Fengyang, in front of the 3 of them, described the color and features of her underwear.
She's still holding a grudge. Finally, I found an opportunity for revenge. How could she possibly give up? TCH, talking big again? I've known you for so long, and all I've seen you kill are a few minor demons. I haven't seen you kill anyone. Although this is now a world after the revival of spiritual energy. At least it's still a society governed by the rule of law. Why don't you kill Long Qingyun and show me?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengyang knew that Xing Hongyu was still angry about what she had just said. He simply kept quiet. However, Xing Hongyu showed him no respect. He looked directly at Long Qingyun beside him and said, Long Qingyun, you are now a monstrous talent in the Yanqi Martial Academy. Don't mention Zhang Fengyang, can I kill you? Even if he could, he wouldn't have the guts. So you can simply take the agreement and leave. If he dares to touch you, I'll change my surname to Is if I see even a single hair on your head. Chapter 118. Only women and petty people are difficult to deal with. Depend on. As the saying goes, only women and petty people are difficult to deal with. That's absolutely true. Just now, Zhang Fengyang said something wrong. That would make Xing Hongyu resent Zhang Fengyang for the rest of her life. Seeing Zhang Fengyang's humiliation, Long Qingyun laughed heartily. Lord of the Manor, you are too stingy. I was just kidding you. However, the idea that teacher Xing gave me was good. These words made Zhang Fengyang even angrier. Their faces darkened. Seeing this, Long Qingyun knew he couldn't go too far. Otherwise, there won't be any good days ahead. Thinking of this, Long Qingyun smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm an honest child, I won't renege on my debt. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun's hand waving on the table. 5,000 crystals were then displayed directly on the table. It's like a crystal mountain. Seeing this, Zhang Fengyang's mouth gaped open, and it took him a long time to recover before he finally spoke. My God, there really are so many crystals? Long Qingyun, you have not disappointed me. I'm making this clear. If you really can afford to spend 5,000 crystals every month, after 10 consecutive years, I will return 3 times the amount to you. I can grant you one more request. However, the conditions must be legitimate and not illegal or unethical. Hey! This time, Zhang Fengyang really showed some magnanimity. They even gave a condition. It seems he also knows about crystals nowadays. It cannot be compared with the crystals obtained later. Just like buying a house and taking out a mortgage from a bank. Even though interest rates have doubled, many people are still willing to borrow money to buy houses. That's the reason. Because 10 years from now, money will be worthless. Even if it doubles, it's worth it. Okay, you said it yourself. I've remembered that. After speaking, Long Qingyun looked at Xing Hongyu standing to the side. Teacher Xing, remember to be my witness. Xing Hongyu nodded. Don't worry, with me here, he won't dare to renege on his debt. The three of them chatted and laughed. Suddenly, the entrance to the cafeteria became lively. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Clothes make the man, and gold plating makes the Buddha. Zhang Menghan is such a beautiful woman, and she looks stunning in this luxurious dress. It's absolutely blinding, it's blinding. Is that person Zhang Menghan? I thought it was a fairy descending to earth. I almost didn't recognize her. Where did Zhang Menghan get the clothes she was wearing? It's so beautiful. If I could own one like that, my life would be perfect. While everyone was discussing, Zhang Menghan stood at the door for a moment. After confirming Long Qingyun's location, they walked towards the direction he was in. Seeing this, Zhang Fengyang immediately came up with a plan and muttered to himself from the side. Sigh. Zhang Menghan is so beautiful. Some people are just adorably silly. He was reluctant to complete the baby plan with the other party. If it were me, I would have rushed up there already. By the way, neither the woman nor the man is married, and I'm a bachelor too. If some people are unwilling to participate in the baby project, can I take their place? Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun glared at Zhang Fengyang. You, surnamed Zhang, try saying that again and see what happens? TCH, you don't want to join the baby project, is that my fault? Zhang Fengyang said shamelessly. No, I need to remind Zhang Menghan later. If the other party agrees to let me participate in the baby project. Damn it! Long Qingyun was so angry at Zhang Fengyang's words that his eyes could practically spit fire. But at that moment, Zhang Fengyang smiled happily. Long Qingyun, I'm playing with you now. You messed with me earlier, now I'll mess with you. The feud between us is now even. After saying that, Zhang Fengyang looked smug. A smile curved his lips. She leaned close to Long Qingyun's ear and whispered softly. Kid, just admit defeat. If you're not satisfied, I'll reveal the secret of your X-ray vision. I wonder which woman will dare to be your friend in the future. These words really put Long Qingyun completely under their thumb.
X-ray vision, though not scary.
If other women found out, this is going to cause a huge uproar. If you can't do any of them, then be friends with someone who has X-ray vision.
After a moment's hesitation, Long Qingyun said, "TCH, you think I care? Some people should have some self-awareness.
Zhang Menghan is mine, and no one can take her away from me. Besides, Zhang Menghan only has me in her heart. In the entire Great Yan Empire, no one but me is qualified to possess her." After saying that, Long Qingyun walked towards Zhang Menghan.
"Menghan, you are so beautiful. Women love to hear sweet words."
Zhang Menghan is no exception. All I saw was her smiling and saying,
"Am I pretty? The clothes are prettier, aren't they? It's definitely you who's prettier."
"In my heart, you're the most beautiful," Long Qingyun said honestly. However, these words made Xiao Meiyu, who was standing next to her, unable to stand it any longer.
"Oh my, this is the cafeteria. Do you two really need to be so lovey-dovey? Hearing your mushy words gives me goosebumps all over. Hey, let's go eat quickly. If this continues, I estimate it will cause public outrage."
Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan exchanged a smile. He walked towards the dining table next to him. "Tonight's dishes are made from the ingredients of the crocodile demon we killed this morning. To reward the students, we're offering 3 days of free classes. It must be said that the crocodile demon has very high nutritional value and energy. It is very popular among students. Even Zhang Menghan, a vegetarian.
Everyone loves crocodile meat. Because the crocodile demon meat was eaten. It will not add any fat. It only makes people feel that the energy in their body is constantly surging.
Although it cannot compare to absorption crystals. But it's better than eating regular food.
But it's important to have a good appetite." Long Qingyun ate 3 large bowls. Zhang Menghan ate a large bowl.
The most surprised was Xiao Meiyu. He also ate 3 large bowls, the same as Long Qingyun. It seems she also sensed the unusual nature of the crocodile demon meat. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the group went to the square. Zhang Menghan looked at Long Qingyun with a grin and said,
"Qingyun, this princess dress is something else. I felt a powerful energy emanating from it. I feel like it can resist magic, but I don't know if this feeling is correct." Long Qingyun smiled.
Then, with his eyes closed, he reached out and a spark flew out. They attacked directly at Zhang Menghan.
Zhang Menghan offered no resistance.
He simply stood still and accepted it without moving. As a result, the spark grew stronger with the wind. It turned into a ball of flame and smashed onto the princess dress that Zhang Menghan was wearing. They vanished without a trace.
Something's not right.
I feel like the princess dress, after resisting the fire element, sent the fire element's energy into my body.
Could it be that the princess's dress can absorb external forces? Transforming external forces into absorbable energy, and then transmitting it to the wearer for absorption? Chapter 119: The Power of the Princess's Dress. Although princess dresses don't absorb much energy. However, Long Qingyun could still sense it clearly. If what he thinks is true, this princess dress is absolutely amazing. Following this logic, as long as we keep fighting, it can then be continuously strengthened.
Others will experience a shortage of energy, leading to a supply shortage.
However, Zhang Menghan was wearing a princess dress.
There's absolutely no need to worry about this issue.
What else did you sense? Long Qingyun did not directly answer Zhang Menghan's question. Instead, he continued to inquire from the side.
I sense the princess's dress. It can ignore magic, spells, and physical attacks. Just like the tortoise shell of the Xuanwu divine beast.
What? Long Qingyun was dumbfounded.
The other party was able to sense it perfectly.
This is amazing. As expected of a god-level awakener. It's just different.
After his initial surprise, Long Qingyun could only nod.
Yes, that's right, you're right. Can you sense anything else that's different?
Zhang Menghan closed her eyes and slowly probed her divine sense into the princess's dress.
After a long while, she opened her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he said again, "This thing shouldn't be from this world.
It has an inherently strong sense of mystery." Long Qingyun nodded and said with great satisfaction,
That's right, you guessed correctly again. It seems there's nothing I can hide from you.
After a pause, Long Qingyun continued. Legend has it that the Jade Emperor had 9 daughters, and the youngest one was fond of causing trouble.
Its attack power is strong, but its defense is weak.
For the safety of the 9th princess, the Jade Emperor specially ordered a divine craftsman to make a princess dress for her.
This dress is absolutely stunning. Not only does it possess unparalleled beauty, but it also has the characteristics of resisting magic and physical attacks.
And what's most astonishing is that it can absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Continuously improve one's own cultivation.
Moreover, it can automatically protect its master, and its defenses cannot be broken by those below the saint level.
Furthermore, no washing is required. A gentle shake is all it takes to initiate the washing process. It can also often emit a special fragrance that is famous throughout the entire divine realm.
These are all the characteristics of the princess dress that I know. Believe it or not is up to you. However, here's the princess dress I'm giving you. I don't know if anyone has such a strong ability. Zhang Menghan smiled.
I can choose not to believe what other people say.
But I must believe your words. These words made Long Qingyun very happy. Surprisingly, she held a rather high position in the other person's heart. To test whether the princess dress is as amazing as the legends say, Long Qingyun had an idea. Just after Long Qingyun told Zhang Menghan his idea,
the other party surprisingly agreed readily.
Next, Long Qingyun and Xiao Meiyu used the power of your own 5 elements. They attacked Zhang Menghan. As a result, the opponent stood still and defended against all the attacks. Moreover, Zhang Menghan could also sense a faint power emanating from the princess's dress.
It kept being injected into her body. Although the energy is not much, it is more than the energy generated by normal breathing.
But it's much more powerful.
It's comparable to regular meditation and spiritual practice. Sensing all this, Zhang Menghan smiled.
Cool. Next, Long Qingyun released the 9-tailed fox again.
Then, the 9-tailed fox attacked Zhang Menghan.
The result was the same. As long as the attack doesn't exceed Zhang Menghan's level, its own combat power can be ignored. Moreover, it can continuously absorb and improve itself.
It seems that a princess dress is already as good as the combination of Long Qingyun's Azure Dragon Armor and Azure Dragon Heart. The only difference is that the Azure Dragon Heart can have 3 chances to revive. Having understood everything, Long Qingyun planned to take Zhang Menghan out to gain experience when he had time. Because he felt that only through continuous experience could he succeed. Only then can their awakening levels become even stronger. If it weren't for possessing the yin-yang dual cultivation technique, the benefits of training at the secret training base for the two of them were negligible. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Long Qingyun found Zhang Fengyang. I learned from the other party that there is a training ground in the back mountain of Yanqi Martial Academy. There are many monsters inside, which is perfect for the two of them to hone their skills. Zhang Fengyang originally planned to send the trainees to the back mountain for training after the 2-month intensive training ended. However, when they heard Long Qingyun say that the secret training and experience had not made much progress for the two of them, he also knew it was time to send the two of them to the back mountain for training. In the path of cultivation, it is impossible to cultivate by absorbing crystals at all times. They had to teeter on the brink of life and death. After achieving a breakthrough, one should gradually consolidate their cultivation. Then came another breakthrough and further consolidation. It's difficult to break through in cultivation unless one hovers on the edge of life and death. This is what cultivators refer to as a bottleneck. Although awakened beings do not face any bottlenecks. However, cultivation should be carried out according to traditional methods. It can also enhance one's own awakening level more quickly. However, the requirements for training in the back mountains are the same as those at the secret training base. You can only enter during the day and leave at night. It's best not to stay overnight there. Otherwise, no strong individuals will follow. There is a risk to life. Long Qingyun accepted the warning. Although Long Qingyun was very arrogant, but he also knew his own limitations. Being too arrogant will come at a price. After making some preparations, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan headed to the back mountain for training. The back mountain truly lives up to its reputation as a training ground. It was actually much larger than the spiritual energy in the secret training base. Zhang Fengyang's awakening level is increasing very quickly. It must be thanks to the back mountain. The back mountain is divided into 3 areas: the periphery, the central area, and the summit area.
Zhang Fengyang said that one should not rush the training process. With their combined combat strength, they could only train on the edge of the back mountain.
Do not go to the central area, or your life will be in danger.
However, what Zhang Fengyang didn't know was Long Qingyun has many trump cards up his sleeve. Even reaching the mountaintop area shouldn't be a problem, let alone going to the central area. As long as you're careful, getting to the mountaintop area shouldn't be a problem.
Of course, this was also a conclusion that Long Qingyun came to after experiencing trials and tribulations.
However, once they entered the back mountain, Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan were still very cautious, lingering on the edge of the back mountain. However, less than a quarter of an hour after Long Qingyun and his companion entered the back mountain, a rat with fangs crawled out of a rat hole. The shape of this rat really does resemble that of the ancient saber-toothed elephant. The 2 fangs on its mouth are already as long as its body. It looks hilarious. Qingyun, look, there's a mouse over there. The fangs are longer than the body, it's hilarious. Besides, the other person is so small. How did those fangs grow? Chapter 120 Saber-Toothed Rat.
Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun immediately started shaking his head.
Zhang Menghan had never seen a saber-toothed rat. Long Qingyun had seen him in his previous life. Although they are both rats, saber-toothed rats, when fully grown, are more powerful than ordinary tigers.
The 2 fangs are incredibly sharp and hard.
Ordinary weapons are no match for these fangs.
Just then, a thick plume of blue smoke began to rise from the saber-toothed rat's body.
This is clearly a saber-toothed rat, a sign that it's about to get angry. However, saber-toothed rats have an unwritten rule. The moment its body starts to smoke, that's when it transforms. Among monsters, saber-toothed rats are not considered very powerful. However, it has one advantage. It's usually fine, it can shrink. They went into the mouse hole to play and hide from powerful enemies. You can also cultivate yourself and reproduce inside. But what if it gets angry?
This means he's about to grow bigger and launch an attack.
Menghan, step back quickly. The saber-toothed rat is getting bigger. Boom.
All I could see was a saber-toothed rat, which grew larger as it faced the wind. They directly possessed the size of a saber-toothed tiger.
Looking at the enormous thing in front of me, Long Qingyun became cautious. This saber-toothed rat is a king-level monster. Although the awakening level is only a little over 10%. But when it comes to actually fighting,
to rely on one's apparent strength,
the chances of killing or repelling the opponent are extremely slim. If Long Qingyun were to use the dragon-slaying saber, the Azure Dragon armor, and the Azure Dragon heart, then the opponent would undoubtedly die. However, Long Qingyun is currently undergoing training.
You need to constantly gain experience and push yourself to reach your full potential. Unleash your full potential.
Therefore, Long Qingyun did not intend to end the battle quickly.
Instead, they wanted to rely on their own combat strength.
Slowly conquer the other party.
War. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun, barefoot and with his fists, attacking the saber-toothed rat.
At first, Long Qingyun had a very difficult time dealing with the saber-toothed rat. However, after a period of training, things improved considerably.
Then it overtook the saber-toothed rat and finally attacked while suppressing the saber-toothed rat.
From the experience of going back and forth, Long Qingyun has made considerable progress. This is much better than being in the secret training base. Long Qingyun defeated the saber-toothed rat.
They did not kill the saber-toothed rat directly. Instead, they entrusted the saber-toothed rat to Zhang Menghan for training. Zhang Menghan's Brahma Sacred Flame belongs to the category of magic, specifically ranged attacks.
Close combat is definitely out of the question. However, its ranged combat ability is incredibly formidable.
After a few sparks, the saber-toothed rats were burning and scurried around everywhere. However, saber-toothed rats are also incredibly resilient. They held on for a quarter of an hour. This further enhanced Zhang Menghan's fire control skills. In previous battles, Zhang Menghan controlled the fire spirit beasts within the Brahma Sacred Mark to attack.
This kind of battle may look impressive.
However, it consumes a lot of fire attribute energy. Therefore, at Long Qingyun's request, I want Zhang Menghan to learn some fire control techniques.
What kind of opponent are we facing? Use whatever moves you like. This saves more energy.
Take Zhang Menghan's battle with the Azure Dragon in her previous life as an example.
That was a very bold and sweeping style.
If only Zhang Menghan knew how to fight the Azure Dragon with minimal resources.
Even if we don't defeat the opponent, there will absolutely be no tragedy of mutual destruction. After a period of experience, Zhang Menghan discovered that the saber-toothed rat's combat strength was still too low. It doesn't mean much. Just as I was preparing to grill the saber-toothed rat, the saber-toothed rat suddenly roared to the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After a series of calls, Zhang Menghan became agitated. They simply abandoned the attack. But just then, the saber-toothed rat's voice grew louder and louder. More and more saber-toothed rats appeared around us. More than a dozen saber-toothed rats suddenly appeared. They surrounded Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan. This surprised Zhang Menghan. Next, you need to control the fire elemental energy. They attacked the saber-toothed rat. But at that moment, Long Qingyun stopped Zhang Menghan. Zhang Menghan had no idea why anything had just happened. Long Qingyun knew everything perfectly well.
The saber-toothed rat's cry just now was a call for its companions to fight together. However, the calls were actually mixed with sonic attacks.
Although its attack power is not strong.
However, even Zhang Menghan was affected, which shows that sonic power is still very useful when launching a surprise attack or escaping. Furthermore, Zhang Menghan was controlling the fire element attack.
This was the wrong decision. A sonic attack can affect a person's judgment. As long as the saber-toothed rat keeps making noise. Even if Zhang Menghan exhausts all the energy in her body.
They also had no way to deal with saber-toothed rats. Because of the image that appeared in Zhang Menghan's eyes. That's off course.
Even if you control the flames to attack, even saber-toothed tigers will not be harmed. There are two methods to deal with sonic attacks.
One method is to plug your ears, close your eyes, and rely on your experience in dealing with enemies. However, given Zhang Menghan's current ability to deal with enemies, she is definitely not qualified.
Long Qingyun's experience in dealing with enemies is just enough.
However, Zhang Menghan was also there, which would affect his judgment. Therefore, this method can be eliminated using the process of elimination. The second method is to fight poison with poison. If attacked with sonic power, counterattack with sonic power. This method is the best way to deal with sonic power.
However, Zhang Menghan does not possess sonic powers. Long Qingyun had not studied it either. However, Long Qingyun's Tathagata poem contains the lion's roar.
This is the best way to deal with the sonic attack of the saber-toothed rat. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun speaking to Zhang Menghan. Plug your ears, and leave the rest to me. Zhang Menghan obediently plugged her ears with both hands. Just then, Long Qingyun moved, muttering to himself.
Namo Ratna Traya. Long Qingyun used the starting stance of the Tathagata poem.
Then a lion's roar was heard, and it spread. Roar. The roar of a tiger shakes the mountains and forests. Everyone knows this phrase.
Tigers possess such powerful abilities. The lion is the tiger's good brother. It still possesses this ability. That's the roar of a lion that shakes the mountains and forests. After a lion's roar, the saber-toothed rat's sonic attack was immediately neutralized. All I could see was that the surrounding scenery had changed again. I originally thought I was surrounded by more than 20 saber-toothed rats. The actual number is 2/3 less. Because there were only 8 saber-toothed rats in this group. They occupy the 8 trigram positions, making it dazzling to look at. Long Qingyun controlled the Tathagata poem and attacked the strongest saber-toothed rat. Boom! With a single swipe, the strongest saber-toothed rat lay unconscious on the ground. Damn it! I originally thought this saber-toothed rat was trash. Who knew it was playing dumb to catch a wolf in sheep's clothing? I almost got tricked by it. Looks like I'll have to be more careful from now on. After saying that, Long Qingyun attacked the remaining saber-toothed rats. In no time, the entire group was wiped out. It's worth mentioning that the monsters in the back mountain are all used for the students' training. They will not go on a killing spree unless absolutely necessary. The wipeout mentioned here means completely taking them down, instead of annihilating them all. If they are all killed, then the other trainees will have nowhere to train. After dealing with the saber-toothed rat, the two walked to the side again. I hadn't gone far when I heard a cat meow. Aim. Chapter 121 The Big Tabby Cat. Just then, Two glowing lanterns appeared from the distant forest.
This surprised Long Qingyun.
I have no idea who this person is.
Only after seeing it clearly did Long Qingyun realize what it was. It turned out to be a big tabby cat.
Yes, it's the big tabby cat.
However, some people also call this kind of big tabby cat a big leopard.
Aim.
A large tabby cat, 5 meters long and 2 meters tall, appeared in front of the two.
It seems this opponent is quite formidable.
Long Qingyun turned to look at Zhang Menghan.
Menghan, should you go first this time, or should I go first?
Zhang Menghan hesitated for a moment, then said,
I'll do it.
I feel that this big tabby cat is a wind attribute monster. I'll use it to practice. It can continuously enhance my fire control skills.
Long Qingyun asked this question precisely because of this point. Who knew that the two of them had the same idea?
All I could see was Zhang Menghan walking towards the big tabby cat.
It was less than 20 meters away from the other party. The big tabby cat launched an attack.
All I could see was the big tabby cat waving its paws.
It swung its claws towards Zhang Menghan's location. Although it looks like an extremely ordinary claw strike. However, the wind attribute energy emanating from the claws was incredibly vast.
They attacked directly at Zhang Menghan.
The defining characteristic of the wind element is speed.
All that could be seen was Zhang Menghan leaping aside to dodge.
Following the flames of the controller, Brahma.
They attacked the big tabby cat.
The big tabby cat sensed the power of the fire element. They immediately pulled out a small tornado. Boom! This tornado is more powerful than the previous one. However, it is much slower. After the two energies collided. We'll see soon enough. The big tabby cat is just an ordinary king-level monster. The awakening level has reached over 20%. Approaching 30.
However, compared to Zhang Menghan, this god-level awakener,
the difference in levels is too great.
All I saw was the tornado, which was immediately engulfed in flames.
The incense was burned completely.
The flames were so powerful.
The big tabby cat was unhappy.
It immediately waved its claws 3 times. He once again controlled the 3 tornadoes and attacked the flames.
However, the result was the same as always.
However, there were too many tornadoes at that time. This caused the flames to go out directly. Just as the big tabby cat breathed a sigh of relief,
Zhang Menghan once again controlled the flames and attacked the big tabby cat. They now know the power of fire.
The big tabby cat immediately abandoned the idea of dealing with Zhang Menghan. They quickly fled to one side.
However, he immediately spotted Long Qingyun watching the commotion from the sidelines. This made the big tabby cat unhappy.
He lunged directly at Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun laughed when he saw this.
A dramatic scene unfolded, reminiscent of Wusong fighting a tiger.
They beat the big tabby cat until it was lying on the ground begging for mercy. In the days that followed, Long Qingyun and his companions spent their time training in the back mountains. They trained at a secret training base. Or you could go to Yanqi County to stroll around, watch a movie, change your meals, and have a treat.
Combining cultivation with play.
He lived a very carefree life. However, the 2 months of intensive training passed by quickly. That day, Zhang Fengyang stood in the square. He smiled as he looked at the students below the stage. Dear trainees, the 2-month intensive training has now concluded.
Now is the time to know each other's results.
Next, I will share everyone's progress and achievements.
Make it all public,
so that you can see who is making rapid progress and who is working hard.
Who are the slow learners, and who are the idlers? Students at each level upon entering the martial academy.
They all enjoy the same resources and treatment.
However, after 2 months of intensive training,
with the Wufu distributing resources, the system of eating from the same pot will be abolished.
Among students of the same level, those who cultivate diligently and awaken their talent quickly will receive more resources.
Those who don't work hard in their cultivation, who are idle all day long, and whose talent awakening is slow will be given fewer resources. Resources are for students who are talented and willing to work hard.
It won't be wasted on those lazy people.
After speaking, Zhang Fengyang stopped,
looking at everyone in the audience.
I want all the trainees to have a good chance to digest this information. After a long silence, one of the students spoke up.
Lord of the Manor, will resources be distributed according to cultivation progress from now on?
Zhang Fengyang nodded. That's right, future resources will be distributed according to the cultivation progress at each level. Every month, I also select some outstanding individuals from each level to give them praise. They will also pick out some unambitious people and criticize them.
Our Yanqi Martial Academy must uphold a fair and just approach to things. We will absolutely not tolerate evil. After hearing this, some people turned their attention to it.
He looked directly at Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun.
Because, in these 2 months,
only the two of them lived the most carefree life and had the most fun. They constantly flaunt their relationship, which is hard for many to accept.
However, both of them possessed exceptional talent and astonishing combat prowess. So nobody dared to say anything.
However, this time the resources were allocated.
But things are different now. Talent cannot determine everything. Ultimately, strength and awareness are what determine success.
Fatty Wang was the first to speak. Long Qingyun, you're in big trouble this time.
It seems the Lord of the Manor is once again trying to target you. If you were to cultivate diligently with us,
I don't go sightseeing or have romantic relationships with Zhang Menghan, then this kind of thing wouldn't happen.
Although Fatty Wang and Long Qingyun had a grudge against each other. But seeing the strength displayed by Long Qingyun,
he had no choice but to back down.
However, unexpectedly, the Lord of the Manor deliberately targeted him.
He was the only one standing nearby who spoke up.
He glanced at Fatty Wang next to him. Long Qingyun gave a wry smile. Is it really as Fatty Wang said? Seeing that Long Qingyun did not refute, Leng Jun also spoke up from the side. Brother, women are just a burden.
I am handsome and charming, loved by everyone, admired by flowers, and adored by cars.
The only way is to devote all your time to cultivation.
I never take personal feelings between children seriously. Otherwise, if you like a woman worthy of me, you can circle around the Yanqi Martial Mansion a few times.
Seeing Leng Jun, with his arrogant and cocky demeanor, Long Qingyun could only shut up and remain silent.
Let's talk about both looks and narcissism.
Long Qingyun really can't compare to Leng Jun. Just then, one of the people practicing shooting nearby began to speak.
Who says otherwise? Women only affect how fast a man can draw his gun.
Which man in this world who lusts after beautiful women has ever had a good ending? This? Long Qingyun was speechless once again.
He genuinely agreed with that statement.
But is there a follow-up to this sentence?
The full statement is, women only affect how quickly a man draws his gun. Without women, a man wouldn't even have the chance to draw his gun.
This is the importance of women's existence in the world. Chapter 122, All Students' Scores.
Seeing that everyone had almost digested it, Zhang Fengyang spoke again.
All right, everyone be quiet.
I will now announce the training results of all the students. I roughly divide each awakening level into 3 levels, low, medium, and high.
A low grade is a failing grade.
King level resources will be reduced by 2 crystals, and Emperor level resources will be reduced by 5 crystals.
For those who pass the intermediate level, resources will be allocated as before. Advanced students are top students, and I will reward them.
The King level reward is 5 crystals, and the Emperor level reward is 10 crystals.
Do you all understand the rules?
The few simple and easy to understand sentences were clear to everyone.
All the students said in unison. I understand.
Alright, now I will announce the training list, starting with the King level awakeners. Zhang Fengyang saw the students, understood everything, and continued. Lu Xiaojun, your awakening level has reached 13%, high level. Wang Ergu's awakening level has reached 12%, high level. Wang Dali's awakening level has reached 10%, which is considered average. Lu Kai, awakening level reaches 10.8%, medium. Wu Xiaofang, awakening level reached 8.5%, low level.
Judging from the awakening level of King level awakeners, an average awakening level of around 10% is considered normal. Those exceeding 11% are considered advanced. Those below 9% are considered low level. The results of all 70-odd people in the King level have been announced. Zhang Fengyang took a break midway through. At this moment, Fatty Wang looked at Ling Jun again. Xiao Jun, you should be able to get an intermediate score this time, right? Leng Jun hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Intermediate level is definitely not a problem. I have been cultivating very hard during this period, and it is possible that I will reach advanced level. Fatty, you're definitely in a top tier.
You've been training hard at the training base during the day and in your dorm at night. I heard that you are 24 hours a day, except for the 8 hours you sleep. I spend most of my other time cultivating. Upon hearing Ling Jun mention this, Fatty Wang laughed and said, "That's a must. Even if you're not very smart, you still have to learn to be a slow bird that flies first. Unlike some smart people who can pick up girls and flaunt their relationships." But now a problem arises. This time, the focus is on the level of awakening. Instead of the so-called combat strength, I think some people are going to embarrass themselves. They can only enjoy the lowest level of treatment. This is a veiled attack, referring directly to Long Qingyun. Lang Jun shook his head upon hearing this. Sigh, everyone has their own ambitions and what they like is different. However, it's not bad to be able to reap love without effort. That's simple. Zhang Menghan is a god-level awakener. As long as you win the other person's heart, it's considered as clinging to their coattails. Even if you don't work hard, no one will dare to bully you. Sigh, I could never rise to power by relying on women. Fatty Wang said sourly. However, at this moment, Zhang Menghan turned her head and glanced at Fatty Wang. He immediately shut Wang Pingzi up, not daring to look at him again. He then looked at Yi Chang'e beside him and said, "Yi Chang'e, you've been very diligent lately. I can definitely hold on to the top spot on the list of emperor-level awakeners." Yi Chang'e glared at Fatty Wang. "If you've got the guts, fight me. If not, shut up." When he encountered Yi Chang'e, Fatty Wang had no choice but to shut up. Poison attribute superpowers are no joke. Besides life-type superpowers, wood-type superpowers, and water-type superpowers. Everyone else who encounters this will be unlucky. Even if he considers himself the best in the world. But he was also afraid of the person in front of him, the Poison King Yi Chang'e. Just then, Zhang Fengyang spoke again. The results just announced were those of the King level awakened. Now, I will announce the results of the Royal level awakeners. I will still announce them according to talent, from highest to lowest. Yi Chang'e's awakening level has reached 80%, advanced. Upon hearing this, the crowd of Royal level awakened immediately erupted in excitement. 666, I knew Yi Chang'e was awesome, he really is at the top of the list of Royal level awakened individuals. Alas, this is also the result of Long Qingyun's obsession with love and lack of ambition. If the other party put in the effort to cultivate, Yi Chang'e would have no chance at the top of the rankings. That's not entirely true. I do acknowledge Long Qingyun's combat prowess. However, the same doesn't necessarily apply to awakening levels. The abilities he uses are mostly unorthodox and underhanded, things that are hardly respectable. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, before they could reach a conclusion, Zhang Fengyang, exuding an imposing aura, spoke again. Wang Huan, your awakening level has reached 7.85%, advanced. Chen Xiaoping's awakening level has reached 7.3%, which is high level. Wang Pingzi, your awakening level has reached 6.3% advanced. Lang Jun's awakening level has reached 6.1% advanced. Alright, all the high-level awakening beings among the Royal level awakeners are listed above. Now, I will announce the names of the students who have reached the intermediate level of the Royal level awakening. What? Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun's loyal fans were shocked. No way, Long Qingyun is directly denied the chance to reach the advanced level of the Emperor level awakener? It seems that dating really can be a bad thing for young people. Who says otherwise? Dating is time-consuming, laborious, and even wastes gas. For losers like us, before we've even finished our studies. It's probably better not to be in a relationship. What do I care about the effort, time, and fuel consumption? The real problem is the severe wear and tear and the exorbitant repair costs. Zhang Fengyang glanced at everyone and gave a wry smile. Yi Xiaosan's talent awakening level has reached 5.8%, which is average. Zhang Ermao's talent awakening level has reached 5.2%, which is average. Lu Qiaomei's talent awakening level has reached 4%, which is average. Those who reach a medium level of awakening can stop here. Boom. Upon hearing this, the person next to Long Qingyun was dumbfounded. No way, Long Qingyun failed the test? I can't even imagine this outcome. It seems even prodigies can make mistakes. Yi Chang'e looked towards Long Qingyun. Long Qingyun, you have completely lost face this time. How come you're still so calm and composed? Fatty Wang nodded. Sigh, the facts are right in front of us, what else can we do? Even if you regret it, it's too late.
That can't be right.
With Big Brother's abilities, he shouldn't be rated as low level.
Lang Jun didn't believe that Long Qingyun's awakening level score was low level and questioned it directly. Long Qingyun glanced at the three of them and then chose to remain silent.
He knows his grades.
Zhang Fengyang will announce it later. He didn't need to say it.
Now, let me announce the students whose awakening level has reached the low level.
Yellow-skinned, awakening level reached 3.5%, low grade.
Lu Xiaoran's awakening level has reached 3.4%, which is low level.
Chapter 123: The Awakening of a Prodigy. These are the quotas for royal level awakeners. Hearing Zhang Fengyang's words, Yi Changge was dumbfounded. No way, what about Long Qingyun's name? Has it been forgotten?
That's right, I'm paying attention to it all the time.
However, we did not hear the Lord of the Manor announce Long Qingyun's name. Could it be that something was missed during registration? This is very likely.
Given Long Qingyun's combat strength, his awakening level should be at least medium. It's impossible for his name to be missing. As everyone was discussing, Zhang Fengyang spoke again.
Alright, now I'll announce our two most outstanding figures from the Yanxi Martial Academy, a prodigy and a monster. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. I see.
I never heard Long Qingyun's name mentioned. Zhang Fengyang treated him as a monster.
But what exactly is the awakening level of this demon?
They wanted to know Long Qingyun's level of awakening, because he was also a royal level awakener, and there was something for them to compare.
However, the awakening level of the god level awakener Zhang Menghan.
No one seemed particularly interested in knowing.
The level of awakening of the other party. There is no comparison with them.
Even if they are at a very low level, the other party can still completely crush them.
Talent level determines everything.
However, something unexpected happened to Zhang Fengyang. Everyone fell silent, concentrating intently to listen. It seems everyone wants to know Long Qingyun's awakening level.
Just then, Zhang Fengyang coughed. Cough, cough, cough.
The prodigy of Yanxi Martial Academy, Long Qingyun's awakening level is 2%.
What? 2%? Is this considered a monster? Isn't this at the bottom? Everyone stared blankly at Zhang Fengyang on the stage.
But just then, Zhang Fengyang said again, 2.22.
Could it be 2.222%? Damn, that's way too low.
Everyone looked at Long Qingyun, at which point Fatty Wang spoke up. Long Qingyun, your combat strength is truly formidable. However, the awakening level is really terrible, sigh.
Boss, you've really left me speechless this time. Why is your awakening level so low?
You should focus more on your spiritual practice and less on romance in the future, Lung Jun said, shaking his head beside him.
Yi Changge sighed and said, Alas. Long Qingyun, how did you cultivate like this? Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Fengyang on the stage with a completely bewildered expression. Old Zhang, could you please repeat the awakening level? He. Zhang Fengyang gave an awkward laugh. Long Qingyun's awakening level is 22.222%. What? The students in the entire square were shocked.
Among the Emperor-level awakeners, the highest awakening level is only 8%. The highest awakening level for a King-level awakener is less than 15%. Long Qingyun's awakening level has actually reached 22.222%.
Is this the level of awareness that someone who's always slacking off and only knows how to date should have? Lord of the Manor, did you register it incorrectly? Long Qingyun didn't spend any time cultivating.
I have serious doubts about how someone could possess such a high level of awakening. Yes, I also doubt the authenticity of Long Qingyun's awakening level.
This is impossible, how could it grow so fast?
Seeing the students' rebuttals, Zhang Fengyang gave a wry smile.
When he learned about Long Qingyun's grades, when did he not show the same thoughts?
They even specially took Long Qingyun to the talent testing instrument for testing.
The result was indeed 22.222%. Upon receiving the results, he almost burst into tears of joy.
She shed tears she had never shed before.
But that's reality. The other party only needs to train occasionally at the secret training base.
Occasionally, I would go to the back mountain for training. They often go out to watch movies, go shopping, improve their lives, and date. The other party's awakening level means they can grow rapidly.
What can he do? Everyone, the results are absolutely true. It has been tested repeatedly by me. I can vouch for it with my personal integrity.
Upon hearing this, the students around Long Qingyun immediately looked at him.
My god, he's really a prodigy.
A lazy, good-for-nothing person who only knows how to date. I truly admire their ability to achieve such results.
Who says otherwise? I also admire Long Qingyun to the point of worship.
Brother, please accept my utmost respect.
Wow, you're amazing. I'm so impressed and envious.
Wang Pingzi was stunned for a long time before finally reacting and looking up at Long Qingyun.
Brother, grandpa, please teach me how to date. I want to be like you, increasing my awakening level while dating. It seems we are quite ignorant.
Only by being in a relationship can you improve your skills faster.
Yes, I also need to be in a relationship.
Only by being in a relationship can I connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and only then can I quickly increase my awakening level.
Master, teach me how to date.
I beg you, I so desperately crave a girlfriend who can help me increase my awakening level. Even Yi Changda had the idea of having a passionate and intense romance. However, just as everyone was getting a little off topic, Long Qingyun spoke up.
Everyone, please calm down. Cultivation requires talent, and so does falling in love.
What I want to say is, stop being obsessed with me, I'm just a legend.
The cultivation method that suits me may not suit you. That's true. Long Qingyun possesses the yin-yang dual cultivation technique.
It can multiply the awakening level when used with Zhang Menghan.
It also possesses the funnel-shaped idol artifact. One can study day and night. Besides, he also has the Azure Dragon armor and the Azure Dragon heart. They have countless cards to play. Is it useful for others to learn from his dating methods? I'm afraid Zhang Fengyang will kick him out of the Yanxi Martial Academy.
No one listened to Long Qingyun at all.
They continued to tout his ability to date.
At this moment, Zhang Fengyang on the stage couldn't stand it anymore.
Calm down, all of you.
Long Qingyun is a prodigy. He can use romance to increase his awakening level.
But are you prodigies?
You must recognize reality. Only through hard work and effort can you succeed.
Only in order to earn the respect of others, should we all wake up? Otherwise, the only fate is to be eliminated. Eliminated? These words brought everyone to their senses.
They are geniuses outside, but inside the Yanxi Martial Academy, they are just ordinary students.
What would happen if I were eliminated by Yanxi Martial Academy? If their dreams are dashed, how will their relatives, friends, and family view them? I will strive to cultivate myself and become a superior person. I can't be eliminated, so I'm not going to date anymore.
I will work hard, I will become strong, and I will protect my home and country.
That's more like it. Long Qingyun just said that too. His cultivation methods are unique. This is completely unsuitable for you. Don't waste your time.
Zhang Fengyang nodded in satisfaction and continued.
Now I will announce the awakening level of the prodigy Zhang Menghan.
Zhang Menghan's awakening level has reached 2.68%.
Upon hearing this, everyone applauded and celebrated. Because Zhang Fengyang was the first to applaud. All they could do was applaud. Because Zhang Menghan is a god-level awakener. Whether the other party's level of awakening is good or bad, they have no right to make any judgments. Seeing everyone's cooperation, Zhang Fengyang spoke again.
From now on, Long Qingyun's resources will remain unchanged. Zhang Menghan's resources have been increased to 120 crystals.
Chapter 124 Candidate Yi Changda. Upon hearing this, Long Qingyun nodded in satisfaction.
He had plenty of crystals in his hands. He doesn't care about the resources he has acquired. However, he cares a lot about Zhang Menghan's resources. Although it only increased by 20 crystals.
But it also made him very happy. This isn't about being happy because of the crystal.
It was because of the Yanxi Martial Academy's high regard for Zhang Menghan. This would make Zhang Menghan feel that she has been recognized. This increased her confidence in cultivation. Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Menghan beside him. The other person, however, revealed a long-lost smile. It seems that Long Qingyun's idea was indeed correct. Looking at the students again, after hearing Zhang Fengyang's words, they all showed expressions of surprise. From everything Zhang Fengyang did, everyone now knows about Zhang Menghan's awakening level. It has reached the high level. Through the release of these results, the public's liking for Long Qingyun increased once again. Furthermore, Long Qingyun was granted 2 more chances to participate in the lottery. This made Long Qingyun extremely happy. Then Zhang Fengyang spoke again. The trainees selected for the Dragon Soaring Special Training Program this time are Zhang Menghan and Long Qingyun.
However, there is one more candidate. That's our student Yi Chang'e. This time, Yi Chang'e performed very well at the intensive training base.
To encourage her, the Martial Academy gave her a special reward of 500 crystals. If she can pass through the crystal, get the awakening level to 10%. She is qualified to participate in the Dragon Soaring Special Training.
Otherwise, they will be eliminated directly. From now on, you should focus on your cultivation. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. The third batch of trainees will arrive soon. I hope you can set a good example for them. By the way, there's a training ground in the back mountain. You may travel together and go on your journey to gain experience. Remember, you can only move around on the periphery. Never go to the central area. Otherwise, your life will be in danger, and you will have to bear the consequences. After saying that, Zhang Fengyang strode away. However, Long Qingyun laughed upon hearing this. The back hill has become his back garden. He had already explored every corner of it. Even the monsters on the mountaintop were beaten senseless by Long Qingyun. Now, whenever you see Long Qingyun, that's all you need to know. Their legs trembled. However, it must be said that the training grounds in the back mountains are very effective in increasing awakening level. This greatly facilitated the increase of Long Qingyun's awakening level. Otherwise, his awakening level wouldn't have increased so quickly. Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan took a stroll around the Yanqi Martial Academy. Then we went to the Spirit Beast Paradise. I chatted with Zhang Shuer for a while. Zhang Shuer was very poised and confident this time. The Earth Wolf somehow acquired a wild rabbit. Upon seeing Long Qingyun and his companion arrive, they immediately set up fire cages and put them in torture. This wild rabbit weighs only about 5 or 6 pounds, but it is very plump. Although Zhang Shuer ate most of it. It also allowed Long Qingyun and Zhang Menghan to try something new. Where there is delicious food, there is bound to be fine wine. Zhang Shuer suffered a massive hemorrhage this time. I don't know where they came from, but they produced a bottle of wine. Long Qingyun drank it and loved it so much he couldn't put it down. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Long Qingyun took Zhang Menghan back to the girls' dormitory. Back in his dormitory, Long Qingyun sat cross-legged on the edge of his bed. He smiled and said to the system, "System, I want to participate in the lottery. Host, do you want a single draw, a series of draws, or a full draw? How many chances do I have to enter the lottery? 5 times. Not bad. I participated in the lottery many times, but the prizes were generally mediocre. A unified draw would be too much of a waste of opportunity. Although there are many geniuses in Yanqi Martial Academy. But the like value is around 300, and it's very difficult to break through 400. To win it again, with so many chances to win, it's a matter of luck. Let's do it this time, a different way of drawing. Let's do a 5 pull. 5 consecutive draws begin. 5 consecutive draws complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 crystal chickens, 1 chaos battle armor, and 1 mysterious golden egg. We were lucky this time. Putting everything else aside, just consider the 3 crystal chickens. That way, Long Qingyun could live a life free from worries about food and clothing. Cool. But what exactly is the chaos armor? Are there any princess dresses that are that awesome? Although Long Qingyun possesses the Azure Dragon armor, it can ignore magic and spell attacks. However, he also wanted a suit of armor that could ignore magic, spells, and physical attacks and all-around armor. Just as Long Qingyun was pondering, the system had already seen through everything. Host, the Chaos Battle Armor is incredibly powerful. Although it's not like the Azure Dragon Battle Armor. Possesses the ability to ignore magic and spells. But it can ignore physical attacks. And its strength in defending against physical attacks. It has reached 3 times the defensive power you possess. What? Physical attacks are 3 times his defense? Although, at first Long Qingyun thought that physical defense was useless. But now it seems to be quite useful. His defense is at most 1.5 times his own combat strength. But the Chaos Armor can triple again, which is 4.5 times the attack power. That's incredibly awesome. Imagine reaching godlike status in the future. It can ignore physical attacks that are 4.5 times stronger than its own combat power.
With the Chaos Armor's defense, you could practically kill the enemy with your bare hands. A scene came to mind for Long Qingyun. He and Zhang Menghan both reached the maximum level. One is a ranged attacker, and the other has extremely strong defense, comparable to the Xuanwu Divine Beast.
With one attacking and the other defending, wouldn't they be invincible if they join forces?
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun revealed a long-lost smile.
However, the system then said again.
The basic function of the Chaos Armor is physical defense, but it also has other functions.
For example, it can fuse with other armors, stripping them of their abilities and attributes. Moreover, there is no limit to the number they can be continuously merged. Damn it!
Hearing this, Long Qingyun was even happier.
This is defying the heavens.
It can be fused with other armors indefinitely.
That means it can also incorporate the attributes of other armors. With his ability to draw random prizes, is he still missing the chance to fuse armor? 1. It seems insignificant. If we can add them infinitely, wouldn't we become infinitely powerful?
1 + 1 + 1 + 1. Yes, the Chaos Armor originated in the chaotic world.
It was forged by Pangu when he created heaven and earth. Although its ability is singular, it can absorb the attributes of any armor.
Just as the host expected, it can become infinitely powerful, surpassing the saint rank.
Damn it! Hearing this, Long Qingyun finally couldn't hold back any longer and said, Chaos Armor, appear.
With a whoosh, a suit of armor appeared in front of Long Qingyun. The armor is golden in color. Its appearance is exactly the same as that of the male protagonist in Curse of the Golden Flower.
It looks incredibly domineering.
Looking at the incomparably domineering Chaos Battle Armor, Long Qingyun smacked his lips and said, in terms of presence, it's truly impressive, incredibly domineering. But it's too big and inconvenient to wear.
It gives people a feeling of being neither fish nor fowl. I feel that the Azure Dragon Armor is more convenient. Host, after you pledge your blood to the Chaos Armor, you will understand its power. It is far more powerful than the Azure Dragon Armor. The two are not comparable. Whatever the Azure Dragon Armor possesses, it will acquire after fusion. What the Azure Dragon Armor lacks, it already possesses. Chapter 125 Chaos Battle Armor.
Blood recognition is a function that only magical artifacts possess.
Could the Chaos Armor be a magical artifact? But Host, the Chaos Armor is currently an unclaimed item. Its level will increase infinitely based on the Master's cultivation level. You are now a Royal Level Awakener.
After the Blood Oath ceremony, the Chaos Armor will be activated directly, becoming the lowest grade spiritual artifact. However, once you reach godhood, it will become a divine artifact. Once you reach the saint level, it will successfully upgrade to a saint artifact. If your cultivation surpasses the saint level, it can successfully surpass the existence of a saint artifact.
I see.
The level of the Chaos Armor is determined by the level of its master.
So what level is the Chaos Armor?
Host, as I just mentioned, the Chaos Armor was forged by Pangu when he created the world. It is naturally a Chaos artifact, but I have no idea what level it is.
What? A Chaos Vessel? Damn it! Awesome, class.
The Pangu axe is a tool of chaos. It can create heaven and earth.
As a Chaos Armor, which is also a Chaos artifact, is it inferior?
Thinking of this, Long Qingyun bit his finger and dripped blood onto the Chaos Battle Armor. A drop of blood fell, but it was actually kept out by the Chaos Armor.
Damn it! Is this a refusal to acknowledge God? Is Long Qingyun not qualified?
This completely baffled Long Qingyun.
Is this even possible? Just as Long Qingyun was dumbfounded, the Chaos Armor shone with golden light. Then at a speed visible to the naked eye,
a hook-like thorn quickly grew from the blood.
It went straight into the bloodstream like a straw. After a long while, there was no further movement. Could it be that the attempt to recognize a master failed? System, what's going on? The Chaos Armor is so domineering, it refuses to acknowledge me as its master? But does it dare? Let's wait patiently for the results. This is just the beginning. What does that mean? It's only just begun, and there haven't been any failed attempts to recognize the Lord yet? Boom!
With a jolt, the hook-like spike that had grown from the Chaos Armor immediately changed color. It originally emitted a golden light, but suddenly turned blood red. Then the entire drop of blood was absorbed, turning the entire suit of armor blood red. However, just when Long Qingyun thought that the recognition of the master had been completed, the color of the armor changed again. It changed from red to gold. The gold turned red. A quarter of an hour later, the chaos armor returned to its golden color. However, at this moment, Long Qingyun could feel a set of illusory golden armor appearing in his mind. This armor is only the size of a single cell. However, Long Qingyun could clearly sense it. Moreover, it can be controlled at will. Small. The chaos armor was constantly weakening. Big. The chaos armor grew larger again. Integrated into the body. The chaos armor merged into his body and vanished without a trace. Chaos armor, appear. The chaos armor reappeared and was worn by Long Qingyun. But it was still an illusion. It didn't burst the clothes on its body. Ha! System, what's going on? The chaos armor is so thick. Why didn't it tear like the Azure Dragon armor? Host, the current chaos armor is a spiritual artifact. It definitely won't tear the armor because it appears in an illusory state. The opponent only materializes during combat, when defense is required. Even so, he will avoid clothing and won't damage anything on your body. That's awesome. By the way, I'd like to know what level the Azure Dragon armor is? Why is there such a big difference between those who are both psychic? Host, the Azure Dragon armor cannot be considered spiritually connected. It can only be considered profoundly connected. Weapons are categorized into iron weapons, refined iron weapons, mystical weapons, spiritual weapons, divine weapons, sacred weapons. Currently, most weapons in the world are made of iron. There are many fine iron artifacts, but very few have been unearthed by humans. Because the spiritual energy recovery period is too short and the cultivator's cultivation levels are too low, they cannot mine much refined iron yet. As for profound level artifacts, they are extremely rare. There are no weapon refiners in the entire world who can forge mystical artifacts. Even if they found the black iron, they treated it as scrap metal. Weapons made of black iron are called mystical weapons after they have attained the level of mystery, spiritual weapons after they have attained the level of spirit, divine weapons after they have attained the level of divinity, and holy weapons after they have attained the level of sainthood. I see. The Azure Dragon armor can only be considered a Xian level weapon. However, it possesses attacks that ignore magic and spells. For now, it's actually quite good. However, compared to the Chaos armor, it's utter trash. System, I want to fuse with the Azure Dragon armor. Congratulations, host. The fusion of the Azure Dragon armor has begun. Fusion complete. What? So fast? I didn't feel anything at all, and it's over just like that? Even Long Qingyun suspected that the system was faking it. It's like a man and a woman dating. The woman hadn't even felt anything before the man finished. What are women supposed to think about this? But host, you're incredibly talented. How can someone even have such a thought? However, I can tell you that I absolutely did not deceive you. This isn't because the fusion was too fast, but because the Azure Dragon armor was too weak and no match for the Chaos Battle armor. They chickened out the moment we met. There was nothing I could do. It's like a shut-in guy meeting a goddess and falling head over heels for her at first sight. The two are on completely different levels, and it won't take much time at all. Fire, please. Without bothering with the system, Long Qingyun directly controlled the fire element and attacked the Chaos Battle armor. A ball of incredibly powerful flame. After a brief encounter with the Chaos armor, it vanished without a trace. That's awesome? Water, come. The raging floodwaters attacked Long Qingyun. However, after touching the Chaos armor, it was completely evaporated. Mulai. A giant vine wrapped around Long Qingyun. As a result, they encountered the Chaos armor. The giant vine transformed directly into wood element and dissipated. Tu Lai. The earth element surged and swept over Long Qingyun's head. However, it disappeared immediately after touching the Chaos armor. Return to the embrace of nature. Jin Lai. The overwhelming amount of gold elements formed a golden ceiling, which then fell directly down. Upon touching the Chaos armor, the gold element, known for its offensive capabilities, dissipated instantly. It turned into golden light and was absorbed by the Chaos armor. Damn it! That's amazing. The dragon-slaying saber appears. All that could be seen was Long Qingyun picking up the dragon-slaying saber with his right hand and slashing it towards his left foot. As a result, the dragon-slaying saber was knocked back.
There wasn't a single mark on the chaos armor. Damn it! Awesome! System, what level is the Dragon Slaying Saber? The Dragon Slaying Saber is a profound artifact, a high-grade mystical weapon. It's still some distance from being a spiritual weapon, because the Dragon Slaying Saber doesn't possess a weapon spirit. Chapter 126. The Princess's Dress is a god-level defensive equipment. What? A spirit? What is this thing?
Just then, a phantom shadow appeared in front of Long Qingyun. This figure looks incredibly beautiful. She looks somewhat similar to Zhang Menghan.
System, is this the artifact spirit? How come she looks exactly like Zhang Menghan? Host, the chaos armor is a chaos artifact, and the spirit within it is incredibly powerful. However, your level is too low to activate its appearance.
So, the image of someone you long for day and night appears in your heart.
I see.
Long Qingyun nodded, but then he thought of a question and asked.
What use is a spirit weapon?
A spirit can nurture a magical artifact. A magical artifact without a spirit is nothing more than scrap metal.
Can a weapon spirit grow? For example, if I reach the god level and the chaos armor becomes a divine artifact, will gods appear? But... Host, you're really funny. The spirit of an artifact is the one that gives birth to it. Regardless of its level, it remains a spirit. However, its level will continue to grow.
The spirit of this magical artifact is at the level of spirit communication.
The spirit of this divine artifact is at the divine realm level.
The spirit of this sacred artifact is at the saintly realm.
The spirit of the chaos artifact has reached the chaos realm level. The level of a spirit is completely different from that of a human. Long Qingyun finally understood everything.
The dragon slaying saber in the world of martial arts.
That's an incredibly awesome existence.
However, it is merely a mysterious artifact.
It does not qualify to become a spiritual artifact.
Because it does not contain a reproductive organ. Thinking about this, another question popped into Long Qingyun's mind.
System, what level of defensive equipment is the princess dress? The princess's dress is a divine defensive artifact, but currently it only reaches the level of a mystic defensive artifact.
Once Zhang Menghan's awakening level reaches 50%, the spirit within the princess dress can be activated, allowing the princess dress to advance to the level of a spiritual artifact. Once Zhang Menghan's awakening level reaches 95% or higher, the princess dress will be upgraded to a divine level defensive equipment.
No wonder Long Qingyun felt the princess's dress.
It's much more powerful than the Azure Dragon armor. It turns out the other one is an unawakened divine artifact.
The levels of the chaos armor and equipment have been figured out. Long Qingyun directly introduced the chaos battle armor into his body.
I looked again at the mysterious golden egg in the system's storage locker.
A golden egg has appeared. All I could see was a golden egg. It appeared on Long Qingyun's bed. This egg is larger than an ostrich's, so it appears to be the egg of a predator or bird of prey. Some people might say, aren't all wild animals born from the womb? How could it lay eggs? However, there is historical evidence to prove this. For example, dinosaurs were among the egg-laying beasts. Therefore, there are many ferocious beasts that lay eggs. However, it is now extinct. After observing the mysterious golden egg for a while, Long Qingyun spoke. System, what animal can the mysterious golden egg hatch?
Host, the mysterious golden egg is mysterious because.
That's because it was hatched according to the master's level and preferences.
The higher the master's level, the higher the pet's level will be after the golden egg hatches.
A dog will become the ancestor of the animal its owner likes. What? That's awesome?
Originally, Long Qingyun was thinking that the mysterious golden egg was too low level, so he would give it to the nine-tailed fox as a delicacy. But now it seems the nine-tailed fox can't accept this offer.
Long Qingyun is currently only a royal level awakener.
If we hatch this mysterious golden egg, it's definitely not as good as Zhang Menghan, a god-level awakener, whose level of incubation is higher. Furthermore, Long Qingyun possessed a nine-tailed fox. Pets that are too low level are of no use to him. However, Zhang Menghan is different.
The other party doesn't have any pets yet.
If only she could get a pet beast that resonates with her. Assisting her in battle will significantly increase her combat strength. After making up his mind, Long Qingyun put the mysterious golden egg directly into the system's storage cabinet. However, at this moment, Long Qingyun took out 3 more crystal chickens. Crystal chickens can only land crystals in the outside world.
Storing it in a locker for a long time would be a waste.
After the 3 crystal chickens appeared on the bed, they started clucking and dropping crystals.
This is an incredibly awesome thing. A single crystal chicken can produce 7,200 crystals in a month.
4 crystal chickens can yield 28,800 crystals.
What a fortune this is. If I could draw a few dozen more crystal chickens, he could become incredibly wealthy. Cool.
After placing the crystal chicken into the Venus space on his forehead, Long Qingyun prepared to go to sleep.
However, the system spoke again at this moment.
Host, the pet god quest has begun. Tomorrow is International Women's Day. You need to win the heart of goddess Zhang Menghan. Make her fall for you again and increase her liking for you. Successfully complete the task and receive a 5-star review to win a super prize.
What? Pet god quest? What the hell is this? Is this something specially prepared for goddesses because it's International Women's Day? But then I thought about the amazing reward.
Long Qingyun was tempted. Besides, I'd been spending this time with Zhang Menghan. He hadn't felt any increase in the other person's affection for him for a long time. This also became one of Long Qingyun's biggest worries.
It is important to know that the third batch of awakened beings is about to awaken.
The number of geniuses and prodigies will increase again.
If one cannot quickly improve their natural talent,
if the Empire takes a liking to you, you'll be treated as inferior in terms of status. Then there are Emperor-level awakeners, and the number of God-level awakeners is increasing.
How could a royal-level awakened being like him protect Zhang Menghan? How could he be worthy of Zhang Menghan? How can we bring happiness to Zhang Menghan? In order to quickly improve his talent level. Without hesitation, Long Qingyun accepted the mission.
The next morning, the 2-month intensive training had ended.
The trainees did not let their guard down. Instead, it makes you more tense.
Because they knew that the martial academy had led them into the path of cultivation.
Now it's up to them to decide how to proceed. Rapidly increasing your awakening level will grant you more resources. If your awakening level increases too slowly, you will be eliminated. Early in the morning, many students headed towards the back mountain.
They wanted to go inside to hone their skills and increase their awakening level more quickly. After breakfast, Xiao Meiyu and Xiao Chang went to find Long Qingyun.
I want to invite him and Zhang Menghan to go to the back mountain for training.
However, Long Qingyun was preoccupied with how to give Zhang Menghan a different kind of Women's Day. Therefore, Long Qingyun looked directly at Zhang Menghan beside him.
Menghan, I didn't sleep well last night, I want to rest today. Why don't you take the 2 of them to the back mountain?
Zhang Menghan nodded and agreed to Long Qingyun's request. The 3 women headed together toward the training grounds in the back mountains. With Zhang Menghan in charge, I believe nothing unexpected will happen. The reason Long Qingyun did this was to give Zhang Menghan a surprise, so he deliberately sent her away.
Chapter 127 Unicorn Spirit Beast.
After seeing the 3 women off, Long Qingyun thought about this matter he couldn't do without women's help. So he went directly to Zhang Shuer. At this moment, Zhang Shuer was fiddling with a unicorn spirit beast.
Little one, I watched you being born. According to our human customs, I am your godmother. Is it really that hard to listen to your godmother?
I'll give you good food and drink, and I'll teach you some daily training.
I didn't ask you to do any manual labor. Why are you so stubborn? Hey, why don't you move? What are you doing lying down like that?
A unicorn, about the size of a mongrel. He was glaring fiercely at Zhang Shuer.
There's an urge to attack at any moment. Little one, don't do this. Follow me and spin around 3 times. I'll give you something delicious. What do you say, okay? Hey, I just wanted you to spin around with me 3 times. Why did you gore me with your horn? Where did you push it? No, stop pushing it from behind. Ugh, you're so annoying. Oh my god, you're doing it again.
Just then, Long Qingyun, watching from the side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Yo ho! Our beautiful Zhang was actually attacked by a unicorn. No one else can do this. Want me to add more firewood so we can roast it together and eat it?
Get lost, this is a king-level spirit beast. If you dare to make a move on him, I'll fight you to the death.
Zhang Shuer glared fiercely at the heartless Long Qingyun. Then they used brute force to lock the unicorn in an iron cage. Long Qingyun, today is truly extraordinary. You're not going to hang out with Zhang Menghan. Why did you come looking for me? One doesn't visit the temple without a reason. That's typical of Long Qingyun.
Long Qingyun showed no politeness towards his good friend Zhang Shuer. He stated his purpose directly. Zhang Shuer, who understood everything, immediately started shaking her head and swaying. No, this is the Martial Academy. The Martial Academy is the public property of the Empire. How could I possibly help you with your pursuit of girls?
I can't help you with this.
Shuer, in the Yanqi Martial Academy, only you have the greatest ability.
If you don't help me, I really have no other choice.
Long Qingyun could only feign pitifulness and try to please Zhang Shuer. However, Zhang Shuer still started shaking her head and swaying.
No, it's a matter of principle. I will not disobey. Otherwise, my older brother will skin me alive.
Hearing this, Long Qingyun knew that he would have to bleed a little.
Shuer, if you're willing to help me, I'll give you 500 crystals as payment. What do you think?
Zhang Shuer was stunned when she heard about the 500 crystals.
He asked instinctively. Is it a mid-grade crystal or a low-grade crystal? It must be a low-grade crystal. I don't even know what a mid-grade crystal looks like, how can I give it to you? Long Qingyun said honestly.
Sai, I have plenty of low-grade spirit stones, so what's the use of having more?
Zhang Shuer said, pouting.
Seeing that he was rejected, Long Qingyun had no choice but to raise the price again.
I genuinely don't have any mid-grade crystals, is that alright?
I'll add another 500 crystals, making it 1,000 crystals.
What do you think?
Zhang Shuer started shaking her head again. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I do have a use for the intermediate grade crystals.
I'm not good at taming animals, but I've found a little trick.
I discovered that the young spirit beasts really like mid-grade crystals. They lick the intermediate grade crystals like they're eating candy.
I am the Earth Demon Wolf.
It took 3 mid-grade crystals to tame me.
Give me a mid-grade crystal, and I can use it to tame a young beast.
If I achieve results this way, I can give an explanation to the Wu family. Low-grade spirit stones have no appeal to young beasts.
I have plenty of them, I don't need them at all. I see. Zhang Shuer needs intermediate grade crystals, which are used for taming beasts. So here's the question, is it enough to tame a spirit beast? Then you can get help from the other party? Shuer, if you're willing to help me, I can tame the beasts for you.
Hearing this, Zhang Shuer gave a wry smile.
The spirit beasts you train are ultimately not the ones I trained.
Even if I tame many more, I don't have the confidence to ask my older brother for credit.
Unless. There's hope. Unless what?
Long Qingyun replied directly.
Unless you can teach me beast taming, Zhang Shuer said somewhat shyly. I know it's shameless to do this. However, this is the only way.
Long Qingyun was dumbfounded.
He can tame beasts because he has a talent for it.
Now he needs to teach Zhang Shuer how to tame animals.
Does he have that ability? After some hesitation, Long Qingyun decided to refuse outright.
But just then, he suddenly thought of something. Just now, Zhang Shuer communicated with the unicorn using human language.
Unicorns certainly won't obey. Even the unicorn might not understand what she meant.
If Zhang Shuer is taught animal language,
will the effect be better? Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Shuer with a grin.
Shuer, with my own animal taming abilities, I am not yet able to teach you.
But I can teach you animal language.
You can communicate with spirit beasts through animal language. It will definitely help your animal taming skills in the future.
What? Animal language? Isn't this a type of animal taming technique?
Hearing this, Zhang Shuer's eyes lit up, and she said with a grin.
Real? Would you be willing to teach me animal language? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over teaching you animal language?
I only know how to tame animals, but I don't know how to teach others to tame animals. Otherwise, I would teach you beast taming techniques as well. Long Qingyun felt a little guilty for refusing Zhang Shuer, so he explained directly.
But Zhang Shuer laughed happily.
Silly boy, animal language is actually the essence of animal taming.
If you are willing to teach me animal language, you are already half my master.
As for the methods and tricks of taming animals, everyone uses different ones.
Moreover, there are different methods for taming different young animals. Don't even mention you, even those animal tamers. They may not necessarily have the ability to teach. Alright, I'll take care of what you're asking for.
However, the crystal you mentioned still needs to be taken out. This isn't what I want, but rather to give an explanation to the Martial Academy and the other students. Otherwise, even if my brother loves me very much, he won't be able to explain it to others.
In the past, Long Qingyun would have considered it. He now owns 4 crystal chickens.
The daily production volume is already close to 1,000 crystals.
Why should he care about these material possessions? Just as Long Qingyun was pondering, Zhang Shuer spoke again. Let me make this clear first, I'm asking you about crystals not because I'm greedy.
It's not that I'm doing this out of genuine desire to help you, but also to give the Martial Academy and the school an explanation.
Chapter 128 An Explanation. But Long Qingyun burst out laughing, then nodded and said, Sure, as long as you can help me with this. Don't even mention 1,000 crystals. Even if it's just an extra tiny bit of crystal, I can agree to it.
Long Qingyun originally wanted to say that he would agree even if the price were doubled again. But then I remembered how he tricked Zhang Fengyan last time. If we make any definitive statements this time,
they'll definitely be extorted back.
Therefore, Long Qingyun directly changed it to a tiny bit.
This tiny bit is actually quite complex. A single crystal is just a tiny bit.
1,000 crystals, or you could say a tiny bit.
The right of interpretation rests entirely with Long Qingyun. No need, 1,000 crystals will suffice. That's enough to convince the Martial Academy and the other students. Zhang Shuer nodded beside her and said, I'll send a message to my older brother right away. Tell him to come here quickly and listen to my orders.
In the entire Yanxi Martial Academy, probably only Zhang Shuer would dare to say such a thing.
If it were someone else, Long Qingyun would definitely think the other person was bragging. In less than 15 minutes, Zhang Fengyang had arrived at the Spirit Beast Paradise.
Upon seeing Long Qingyun eating roast chicken with Zhang Shuer, he immediately became displeased.
Oh ho, so you need my help? They actually started eating first. Since there's nothing else, I'll be going now.
Zhang Shuer glanced at Zhang Fengyang, who was disrespectful to his elders. He tore off a chicken's butt and threw it to Zhang Fengyang.
Brother, let's get down to business. Stop making a scene. Don't I know your character? If you're going to eat chicken, eat its butt. When eating duck, eat the head. When eating goose, eat the goose feet. The rest of the food, if I save it for you, would you eat it? With a leap, Zhang Fengyang caught the chicken's rear end in his mouth, then said with a grin. Delicious.
I haven't had such delicious chicken but in ages.
I want another one, give me one more. You, how many butts does a chicken have?
Zhang Shuer glared at Zhang Fengyang.
At the rate you keep eating chickens, you'll eat them all to extinction.
Zhang Fengyang shook his head and smacked his lips. He approached Long Qingyun and extended his right hand.
If you want my help, you have to pay me first.
Seeing Zhang Fengyang's disrespectful behavior towards his elders,
Long Qingyun laughed happily. But it's just 1,000 crystals, isn't it? Is it necessary to give it to me now? Are you afraid I'll renege on my debt? I'm just afraid you'll renege on your promise.
Zhang Fengyang stretched out his hand again.
Hurry up and bring the crystal. Otherwise, I'm leaving. This is a golden opportunity, we must seize it, for it will never come again.
Long Qingyun shook his head and took out 1,000 crystals, placing them on the table next to him.
Okay, cash on delivery. Here's 1,000 crystals for you. By the way, now that I've taken the crystals, what about the person I wanted? Zhang Fengyang ignored Long Qingyun.
They started counting the crystals right next to the table.
Actually, this was Zhang Fengyang's doing on purpose. Does someone as important as him need to be so meticulous? Besides, with his abilities, wouldn't he know the exact number just by glancing at it?
15 minutes later, Zhang Fengyang put the crystal away.
Zhang Fengyang smacked his lips again. Damn it, the other crystals.
They are all irregular circles.
But your crystals are all uniformly round. That's really strange. The crystal you gave me is like an egg. I'm actually quite fond of it.
After putting away the crystal, Zhang Fengyang stood up and was about to leave without saying a word.
Lord of the Prefecture, you are the Lord of the Prefecture. Can't you speak properly? Don't you break your word? Does he really intend to renege on his promise, taking the crystals and not doing anything in return?
Zhang Fengyang glared at Long Qingyun.
What nonsense are you talking about? The crystal is to give the Martial Academy an explanation. The reason I helped you. That's because of your friendship with Schwer. If it weren't for your promise to teach Schwer animal language, I will not agree to your unreasonable request. Teach Schwer animal language in 1 hour. I'll take the group to the square for rehearsal first. That way, I can give Zhang Menghan a surprise. I see. We need to hurry to the rehearsal. It seems Zhang Fengyang is really taking this seriously. Long Qingyun smiled as he watched Zhang Fengyang's departing figure and said, Old Zhang, I'll treat you to a drink after this is done. After saying that, Long Qingyun began to teach Zhang Schwer to speak animal language. Actually, within the past 15 minutes, Schwer has almost mastered the basics of animal language. The current approach is to teach the other party how to use methods flexibly. 1 hour later, Zhang Schwer, holding the unicorn, said with a grin, Little one, you're actually quite well behaved, aren't you? It's all my fault. I was too rude just now. I don't know what you mean. So you didn't want to practice with me earlier. That's because you need to use the restroom. Within an hour, Zhang Schwer had tamed the unicorn. It must be said that animal language is the foundation of animal taming. Only by maintaining communication with the spirit beast, only then can you completely tame the other party. After taming the unicorn, Zhang Schwer and Long Qingyun walked towards the square. I saw everything that had been arranged in the square. Long Qingyun was completely dumbfounded. Is this still the majestic and extraordinary Martial Academy? This is a huge botanical paradise. It gives people a feeling of unparalleled warmth. The once majestic gate. It was completely covered by flowers and plants. The words are displayed in large characters above using flowers and plants. Happy Women's Day, Zhang Menghan. Long Qingyun picked up his pen. Damn it! Overbearing. Looking at everything arranged around him, Long Qingyun was extremely pleased. At this moment, Zhang Fengyang leaped forward and arrived in front of Long Qingyun. The general results are already visible. What do you think? Are these outfits made according to your wishes? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can discuss it with me while we still have time. I can improve it again. Looking at everything displayed, Long Qingyun nodded. The effect is good, but is this the surprise I wanted? As the saying goes, walking the red carpet requires that kind of presence. There is a loud and clear music playing. Making it ahead of time seems to lack a bit of surprise. Zhang Fengyang nodded. I know that. If it weren't for the word surprise. With the capabilities of our martial arts academy instructors, do we really need an hour of rehearsal? Brothers, let's restore it to normal. With a whoosh, all decorations simply disappeared. It was restored to its original appearance. Brothers, let's get started. The once empty square has changed again. A minute later, it returned to the prosperous state it had been in before. Seeing this, Long Qingyun was filled with admiration. They managed to achieve this level of performance after just 1 hour of rehearsal. That's really not simple. Just as Long Qingyun was about to express his satisfaction, Zhang Fengyang said from the side, We have other plans, but this is just a rehearsal and hasn't been put into practice yet. When Zhang Menghan arrives at the square, you will naturally feel a different kind of goddess day. Then, 99,999 roses were handed over to Long Qingyun by a magic-wielding instructor. Long Qingyun, this is also one of the surprises. Looking at the magic model in his hand, Long Qingyun smiled happily. 99,999 roses. This is so romantic. Chapter 129 Surprise. Just then, Zhang Schwer, who was standing next to her, pouted and said, Sai, why can't I meet a man who likes me this much? Comparing yourself to others is just asking for trouble. There's really no way to compare. If someone could arrange this kind of unconventional Women's Day party for me, I will definitely marry him. Hearing this, Zhang Fengyang knew that Schwer was jealous. However, Long Qingyun's feelings for Zhang Menghan were genuine. If Zhang Schwer is really moved, in the end, Zhang Schwer will be the one who suffers. Schwer, that's enough. Hearing Zhang Fengyang's reprimand, Zhang Schwer chuckled. Just kidding, don't be so serious. After everything was arranged, Long Qingyun devised a plan. Zhang Menghan doesn't have any pets yet. This time, the mysterious golden egg will be mixed into 99,999 roses.
I'll give it to Zhang Menghan, then she'll definitely like it. Time passed quickly. As evening approached, all the trainees who had gone up the mountain for training, they all gradually returned to the martial academy. However, Zhang Fengyang gave an order for all trainees to assemble in the square. After everyone returned, Zhang Fengyang glanced at Long Qingyun. At the other party's prompting, he snapped his fingers. Boom! Fireworks lit up the sky, turning half the sky red. This person is a fire-type ability user and a wind-type ability user. A masterpiece created through collaboration. Then, in the center of the square, a huge fountain appeared. It soared directly into the air, hundreds of meters high. Then a series of birds flew in the sky. The square suddenly began to shake. A different kind of display stand, directly showcasing it. This is the masterpiece of Earth attribute abilities. Then there's the greenery next to the square, which is rather haphazard. Everywhere you look there are charming flowers, plants, and trees. The trees on the high platform slowly sprouted and blossomed. A row of large characters was displayed above. Happy Women's Day, Zhang Menghan. Then, glittering stars began to dance in the sky. It gives people an incredibly dazzling feeling. One with wood attribute abilities. The elaborately arranged red carpet was unveiled. At the end of the red carpet, Long Qingyun walked over step by step. 99,999 roses appeared behind him. They formed several large characters. Happy Women's Day, Menghan. These large characters were incredibly loud and clear. The sound echoed throughout the entire square. Zhang Menghan's affection for Long Qingyun has remained unchanged during this period. Long Qingyun believed that he hadn't broken through this barrier. He should show his love in public so that Zhang Menghan can feel his affection. To love someone is to experience it in everyday life. I didn't feel much. The main purpose is to express love to the other person in public. This is how you can let the other person feel your love. This will increase the like value more quickly. Likeability +1. Likeability +1. Likeability +1. It seems the time has come to break through this thin membrane. All I saw was Long Qingyun walking to Zhang Menghan's side. 99,999 roses flew directly towards Zhang Menghan from behind. Surround Zhang Menghan in the middle. It formed a heart shape. At this moment, Zhang Menghan was like a queen, incredibly noble. However, at this moment, Long Qingyun said with deep affection, "Happy holidays, my love. Will you be my girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Isn't Zhang Menghan Long Qingyun's girlfriend? Why is the question being asked repeatedly? Is there something wrong with Long Qingyun's head? However, Zhang Menghan was shocked to hear this. However, he understood what Long Qingyun meant. In the past, the two referred to each other as boyfriend and girlfriend in front of outsiders. However, the two had an agreement that she would only be his girlfriend in an internship. They are not actually in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. However, the two got along very well during this time. It's time to make him a permanent employee. Zhang Menghan flashed a charming smile. I do. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Shouldn't the lines be changed? Would you like to be my woman? Will you be my wife? While everyone was still in a daze. Long Qingyun, however, sensed that Zhang Menghan's affection level had increased again. Like value +2. Like value +2. Damn, I changed my relationship with my intern girlfriend. It actually doubled the increase in likes. It seems that everything I did this time was worth it. There are still gifts to give, shouldn't we? I don't know what will happen after I give the gift. How much will Zhang Menghan like him? Will I be able to advance again? Thinking it and doing it, Long Qingyun casually took out a mysterious golden egg. All that could be seen was a mysterious golden egg, which was instantly enveloped in roses. Then two rose-shaped wings formed. Driven by its wings, it flew towards Zhang Menghan. At this moment, Long Qingyun's voice rang out. Menghan, I don't see any pet animals around you. I specially picked out a spirit beast egg for you this time. I hope you like it as a Women's Day gift. What? There are also gifts? Everything that was arranged was in Zhang Menghan's eyes. This is already an extremely precious gift. Because Zhang Menghan has been like this since she was a child. I've never enjoyed such a meaningful holiday before.
Neither the Lunar New Year nor birthday celebrations have ever been this grand.
Seeing everything that Long Qingyun had done, she was completely moved. Without any hesitation, Zhang Menghan nodded and readily accepted. However, after receiving the mysterious golden egg, Zhang Menghan was dumbfounded. How is she going to hatch such a big egg? Besides, she's not a bird, a beast. It doesn't have the ability to hatch the mysterious golden egg. And this mysterious golden egg, what kind of mythical beast's egg is it this time? Others witnessed this scene. They were also dumbfounded. However, Zhang Fengyang was not far away. However, he looked at the mysterious golden egg in Zhang Menghan's hand with an envious expression. Although he was unaware of this mysterious golden egg. What kind of mythical beast's egg is it? However, the aura emanating from the mysterious golden egg, it had already made him realize that this was no ordinary matter. However, he couldn't determine what level of bird or beast the mysterious golden egg was. Just as everyone was stunned, Long Qingyun spoke again. Menghan, what are you standing there for? Let's recognize each other with blood. Once the blood oath is performed, the pet will automatically hatch. What? Blood test to identify a master? Automatic shell ejection? Is it really that simple? If someone else said that, Zhang Menghan would definitely be skeptical. However, that's what Long Qingyun said. She had no choice but to do as instructed. All we saw was Zhang Menghan utilizing the fire element within her body. A drop of blood was forced out from between his fingers. This drop of blood is mixed with a rich energy. It dripped directly onto the shell of the mysterious golden egg. A strange thing happened. A drop of blood was directly absorbed by the mysterious golden egg, and the egg did not react in any way. This left everyone present completely dumbfounded. Is this a spirit beast egg? They're vampires. How could the blood binding ceremony be ineffective? Chapter 130 Blood Recognition. However, just as everyone was stunned, Zhang Shuer walked over and said to Zhang Menghan, Menghan, you're so lucky to be able to obtain such a precious and mysterious golden egg. I've observed that this golden egg is quite extraordinary. Your talent is already at a godlike level. Moreover, a single drop of your blood carries immense energy. It can't even stimulate the energy within it. This proves that its talent level is definitely not low. As far as I know, the birds and beasts that hatch from this mysterious golden egg should at least be spirit beasts with royal level talent. There is a possibility that it will even reach the level of an emperor or higher. What you need to do now is to shed a few more drops of blood. Activate the energy within the mysterious golden egg. As long as we activate the energy within this mysterious golden egg, it will hatch into a cub. It will definitely bring you unexpected surprises. What? Not enough blood? Is the mysterious golden egg of too high a level? This question left not only the people around them bewildered. Even Long Qingyun was stunned. Because he didn't know what was going on either. Long Qingyun's instant communication system. System, what exactly is going on? Why did the proper method of identifying the Lord fail? Host, the level of the mysterious golden egg is determined by your talent. The master's talent was extraordinary, and his own talent followed suit. If it's an ordinary king-level awakened being who recognizes a master, a single drop of blood is enough. Because it's a spirit beast evolved from the blood of a king-level talent. Even with extraordinary abilities, only one king-level spirit beast can be hatched. However, Zhang Menghan is different. She is a god-level awakener. The mysterious golden egg absorbed a drop of her blood. Having determined the other party's nobility, to become their pet, one must continuously evolve. Therefore, it needs to absorb Zhang Menghan's blood again. Based on the concentration of the other party's blood, slowly sketch out a spirit beast that can match Zhang Menghan. The more blood absorbed, the greater the power and the higher the level of the resulting spirit beast. Moreover, through continuous nurturing with blood, its compatibility with Zhang Menghan will become stronger and stronger. Thus, it became Zhang Menghan's loyal pet. Although Zhang Shuer's explanation just now wasn't comprehensive. But her method was absolutely correct. Having understood everything, Long Qingyun looked at Zhang Menghan opposite him. Menghan, feel free to perform the blood oath ceremony. The mysterious golden egg will not disappoint you. Upon hearing Zhang Shuer's words, Zhang Menghan hesitated. However, after hearing Long Qingyun's words, Zhang Menghan chose to continue the blood oath ceremony. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The first drop of blood was absorbed, and a blood streak appeared on the golden egg's body. The second drop of blood was absorbed, and red lines appeared on the golden egg's body. The third drop of blood was absorbed, and the golden egg's entire body shone brightly, its red light colliding with the yellow light. The fourth drop of blood was absorbed, and the golden egg shone brightly, its golden and yellow colors merging directly. The fifth drop of blood was absorbed, and the golden egg became completely transparent, losing all other colors. The sixth drop of blood was absorbed, and the golden egg slowly regained its color, turning into a light red. The seventh drop of blood was absorbed, and the golden egg turned deep red, its surface now imbued with fire elemental energy. The eighth drop of blood was absorbed, and the golden egg turned completely red, with flames appearing on its shell. The ninth drop of blood was absorbed, and cracks appeared on the golden egg. With a snap, the eggshell shattered. Everyone held their breath. I stared blankly at the little creature that was about to hatch. Boom! After the earthquake, the mysterious golden egg was shrouded in thick fog. It's so dark that you can't see anything inside. Then I heard a series of clicking sounds. It looks like a mysterious golden egg, and the little one inside has been born. Just as everyone was waiting for the thick smoke to dissipate so they could see what was inside, a flame reappeared. They wrapped Zhang Menghan and the mysterious golden egg up. Just when everyone was at a loss, the flames vanished instantly. Because the flame had already been swallowed whole by a creature in front of it that looked like a featherless chick. Only then did everyone see the little creature that had emerged from the mysterious golden egg. This is just a free-range chicken. After seeing the chicken, everyone looked puzzled. Those who realized what was happening immediately began to criticize. Pfft, I think this is some kind of amazing pet. To everyone's surprise, it turned out to be a common chicken. For a single chicken, Zhang Menghan spent 9 drops of her essence, blood. It really isn't worth it at all. Who says otherwise? Even if this chicken grows up and we eat its flesh and blood, it still won't produce 9 drops of essence blood. I originally thought that Long Qingyun was doing it for Zhang Menghan's own good. Who knew that this time, they would actually trick the other party? Moreover, Zhang Menghan is left with a bitter pill to swallow, unable to express her grievances. While everyone was discussing it, Zhang Shuer was also dumbfounded. Looking at the chicken in front of her, she wanted to speak up for Long Qingyun. Everyone felt so powerless. Once you've made your choice, keep quiet. Long Qingyun, on the other hand, remained completely calm and composed throughout. All I saw was him walk up to the chicken. Little guy, aren't you ashamed? You're not even wearing clothes. Hurry up and put it on, it's embarrassing. The chicken seemed to understand Long Qingyun's words. It flapped its featherless wings. Then, all we could see was feathers rapidly growing on the chicken's body. It was originally only the size of a chicken. It shrank to the size of a turkey. However, it has feathers. It flapped its wings again. A massive surge of fire element. It shot out from inside the body. Then it returned to normal. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. People nearby started talking again. It seems this isn't a free-range chicken, but a turkey. From now on, there will be much more meat when we barbecue. I wonder how this turkey will taste. I think it should be pretty good. Just based on the fact that it can absorb 9 drops of Zhang Menghan's essence blood, the taste must be absolutely amazing. Not necessarily. What if it's a ripoff, all it does is eat but not gain weight? No one had high hopes for this turkey. However, Long Qingyun did not offer much explanation. Zhang Menghan, however, dotes on this turkey very much. He kept touching the other person's head. Just then, this little guy, who was thought to be a turkey, appeared. I saw broken eggshells on the ground. They started eating slowly. In less than a minute, the eggshell was completely eaten. All I could see was the turkey, which had grown even bigger. It has actually grown to adult size. It is somewhat similar to the condor in the Return of the Condor Heroes. At this point, some observant bystanders noticed something amiss. He exclaimed in surprise from the side. My God, this little guy isn't a chicken or a turkey, but a rare golden eagle. No, this is not a golden eagle, it is a rock, somewhat like the legendary golden winged rock. No, shouldn't the golden winged rock have golden feathers? This thing has fiery red feathers. It should be the legendary golden winged rock, or even more powerfully, the red winged rock.